You got lucky and traveled to a fantasy world, but got stuck in a void crack for a million years. When you woke up, you found the system had been automatically checking in for you, saving billions of spirit stones and giving you countless magic treasures and top-tier immortal weapons. As you excitedly checked your system inventory, a powerful figure suddenly appeared, Su Xiaokei from the sky-blowing gang. Your heart skipped a beat. Summoning such a treasure might sweep everything away. Then, a cool voice said, "System activated. Beginning travel." In an instant, your consciousness faded, and with a gasp, you opened your eyes. Young master is awake. Quick, inform the family head. Hearing this, you felt joy, but it soon faded. Checking your memories, you realized the original owner, the once a genius of the Yi family, was recently ambushed and left severely injured, losing all his cultivation and becoming useless. This guy had it rough, but don't worry, I'll live well for you. Excited, you thought, since the so-called top-grade spirit root is now trash, my first task is to rebuild my body. You opened your system inventory to pick the best physique from your check-ins. For immortal grade physiques alone, you had 37 types. At the top was the legendary primordial immortal physique. Not only could it cultivate primordial chi later on, but this energy also contained ultimate destructive power, capable of annihilating everything. Just as you were about to merge, someone quickly walked in. "Xiao Fan, how are you feeling now?" You quickly left the system space and awkwardly called out, "Third uncle." The person was Yi Yuanba, the third elder of the Yi family. His face showed happy concern as he looked at you. You finally woke up. Your father spent countless resources trying to cure you, almost emptying the family's savings. Hearing this, your heart felt warm. Although the Yi family had many members, the main branch was surprisingly united, with no fighting among them. You moved your dry lips slightly and asked, "Third uncle, where is my father?" "Your father went to Wanyao Mountain a few days ago to find a way to save you. He should be back soon." Another wave of warmth filled your heart, and your sense of belonging to the Yi family grew stronger. After drifting alone in that empty space for a million years, you were no longer alone. You silently vowed to yourself, "From now on, I, Yi Fan, will protect the Yi family." After Yi Yuanba left, you immediately turned your attention to the system backpack. Just as you were about to use the primordial immortal body, the system suddenly alerted you. "Ding, host, do you want to suppress the unusual phenomenon?" Remembering the description of the Hongmeng immortal body born with purple energy stretching for miles, surrounded by countless immortals, you, who just time traveled, decide to play it safe. "I need it." As soon as you speak, your body changes quickly. Your veins become hard as steel, purple blood rushes like a roaring river inside you, and your eyes turn into a striking purple. This is the special power of the Hongmeng immortal body, the Hongmeng Eye. It can see through illusions, ward off evil, analyze enemy attacks, and observe the true nature of things. It's incredibly powerful. Right now, you have no cultivation level, but just this body alone matches a nascent soul cultivator. Soon, the changes fade, and you feel the immense power inside you, smiling slightly. Now it's time to boost your cultivation. Your check-in system has stored nearly 10 billion years of cultivation power. Let us try 100,000 years first. The next second, your energy surges wildly, stopping only when you reach the mid-stage of the Saint realm. This shocks you completely. Saints are top-tier powerhouses in the entire Xiantian world, and just 100,000 years of cultivation got you here. If you used it all, you might ascend to immortality right away. While you're still stunned, a furious roar echoes through the Yi family. "Yi Fan, do you dare to fight me? Or are you just a coward hiding away?" You immediately released your spiritual sense. After seeing who it was, your face turned cold. "Looking for trouble, huh?" With that, you walked straight toward the door. Outside the Yi family estate, a cold-faced young man stood proudly. Beside him was a middle-aged man, acting like a guardian, watching the Yi family closely. The Yi family members shouted insults at the young man. "Li Haishan, you shameless coward. When our young master was strong, you didn't dare make a sound. Now that he's in trouble, you dare show up? What a disgrace. How can someone like you even think of being our young master's rival?" The Li family was one of the 5 great families of Moonlight City, with a divine transformation expert in their ranks. Back when you were at the foundation establishment stage, you had challenged the younger generation of all the great families. Li Haishan, the most talented of the Li family, was completely crushed by you, losing all face and suffering a humiliating defeat. That's why he only dared to seek revenge after your cultivation was ruined. Li Haishan spoke coldly. "The genius your Yi family was once so proud of is now just a useless waste with no cultivation. If you still have any courage, come out and fight me." The Yi family members looked at the shouting Li Haishan and whispered, "Li Haishan is so shameless. He only dares to challenge Yi Fan after his cultivation was destroyed." At this time, 4 of the Yi family elders had gathered here, except for the absent Grand Elder Yi Yunxian. Yi Yuanba roared, "The Li family goes too far. Should we just kill Li Haishan now?" Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Second elder, our family head and Grand Elder are both powerful cultivators searching for a way to save Chun'er. We shouldn't start a fight with the Li family now." Yi Yuanba said angrily, "So we just wait to die? Our family's resources are down to less than 1 million and will only last 3 months. In 10 days, the Wang family might get that treasure at the auction. They already have 3 powerful cultivators. If they get another one, our Yi family will be destroyed. The elders looked serious when they heard this. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted, "Third elder, bad news. The young clan leader is going to fight Li Haishan." Hearing this, Yi Yuanba stood up quickly. "I just saw him, he can barely walk." Then he rushed to check. Outside the Yi family home, Li Haishan kept mocking and using foul language. Then a familiar voice called out, "Li Haishan, how dare a loser like you come shouting at our door?" When Li Haishan saw who it was, his eyes widened in shock and fear. But remembering the other was crippled, he smirked and sneered, "Well, if it isn't the famous genius of Bright Moon City? I thought you'd hide like a coward forever." He stressed the word genius, full of scorn. You looked at Li Haishan coldly and said, "Someone like you isn't even worth being my enemy. But you're just too annoying." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Yi Yuanba quickly came out from the Yi family. His powerful aura as a late-stage Yuanian cultivator made it hard for others to breathe. He hurried to you, his face full of happiness. "Xiaofan, you're better now?" You didn't hide it and smiled while nodding. "Third uncle, I'm almost fully recovered." Yi Yuanba frowned slightly and said, "Xiaofan, Li Haishan is just here to humiliate you. Don't fall into his trap." At this moment, fourth uncle Yi Qingyun also stepped forward and said gently, "Fanner, even though your cultivation is gone, our Yi family will never look down on you. We'll try our best to fix your spiritual root problem. Will you come home with us?" Hearing their caring words, you felt warmth in your heart. "Third uncle, fourth uncle, don't worry. I'll be fine." Yi Yuanba and Yi Qingyun immediately became nervous, but seeing your determined look, they could only sigh helplessly and step aside. "If that's the case, we'll step in when needed." Li Haishan looked at you with a cold smile. "If you're brave enough, follow me to the training field." He chose that place on purpose to embarrass you in front of everyone. But you calmly said, "No need for trouble. Let's settle it here." Li Haishan's footsteps lurched as he twisted his head over to look at Su Chen and sneered. "Su Chen, you can't be worried that I'll kill you. That's why you specifically want to compete in front of the Su clan, right? Ha 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 ha, is this a genius?" It turns out that geniuses are also so cowardly. Su Chen's eyes were cold, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, he had already arrived at Li Haishan's side. "Put!" Su Chen raised his hand and with a wave, a hideous wound surfaced on Li Haishan's abdomen, and blood flowed out unceasingly. And all of his spiritual energy was rapidly overflowing out of the mouth in his abdomen. "Didn't you mock me for being a waste? Then you'll be what it's like to be a waste." Of course Su Chen would not kill Li Haishan so easily. He just wanted to tell everyone that I, Su Chen, had returned. Li Haishan trembled and fell to his knees. He looked at the blood gushing out from his abdomen, and the feeling of powerlessness coming from his body. His entire body was in a daze. What had happened? He hadn't even seen Su Chen make a move, and his own cultivation had been abolished. Also, wasn't Su Chen invalidated? How could he still have such strength? Li Haishan's pupils were filled with despair and regret. If he had known this, he shouldn't have come to him for revenge. His cultivation had been ruined. Even if he could get his life back, he would be nothing more than a humble ant in the future. The Yuaning stage of the Li family, his pupils drastically changed. His face was filled with anger. "You dare to waste Li Haishan, die for me." Li Haishan was the most talented person in their clan, and in the future, he would be a god transformation stage powerhouse at the worst, but now he had been invalidated by Su Chen. How could he not be angry? Su Qingyun hurriedly reacted from his shock as he roared, "Li Chou, how dare you!" Li Chou's eyes were filled with madness. "To waste my clan's genius, Su Chen must die." Strong and incomparable power poured out, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. The faces of the surrounding spectators changed drastically. The great battle between Yuaning stage was not a joke. This one was not good. It was easy to accidentally injure someone. A little weaker strength could also die in the aftermath. Su Qingyun was in a rage. It was too late. Li Chou was a late-stage Yuaning cultivator, not too far from his own strength. At first he froze for a moment, now rushed to stop already half a beat too slow. "Damn! Chenner, quickly dodge!" Su Qingyun could only yell so much, trying to get Su Chen to dodge, although the possibility of this was very low. Even if Su Chen recovered his cultivation, he was only at the Jiedan stage. How could he dodge an attack from the Yuaning stage? Su Chen laughed coldly. He looked at Li Chou with a morose tone and said, "What are you? You are worthy of screaming in front of me." An icy and piercing voice rang out. Su Chen's speed was even faster than Su Qingyun's, and his fist blasted out like a cannonball. Bang! With just a single glance, Li Chou directly flew out horizontally. His entire body plunged into the ground tens of meters deep, like a spider web of cracks spreading towards the surroundings. As for Li Chou, he was already out of breath. The sudden change of events caused everyone to reveal a stunned expression. Li Chou. Dead. Su Chen killed the Li family's Yuaning stage elder. Wasn't his cultivation abolished? Why does he possess such fighting strength? A terrified voice rang out, instantly setting off a huge wave, and countless people's eyes surged with horror and fear. Chapter 5, Reborn from the Fire, Strong Teacher. The scene was plunged into dead silence. Everyone was staring at this with wide eyes filled with disbelief. The fact that Li Haishan had been instantly wasted was enough to shock them. But for Li Qiu to be similarly killed by Su Chen with a single strike, this kind of thing would be too terrifying. One must know that Li Qiu was not an early-stage Yuaning cultivator, he was a late-stage Yuaning. Even Su Qingyun wanted to take down Li Qiu, it wasn't very easy, let alone a junior Su Chen. But this kind of impossible thing was happening right in front of their eyes. Li Qiu was the one who was killed by Su Chen, and it was still a second death. Even the Su clan's crowd was frozen in shock, his eyes staring like copper bells, his mouth so big that he could stuff an egg in it. Su Qingyun, Su Yuanba's four elders were all completely dumbfounded, the shock in their hearts was like a raging tide. After experiencing a short period of silence, the Su family's crowd all shouted in exhilaration. Young Lord! Young Lord! It turns out that Young Lord's cultivation has not been wasted, and he has even advanced further, and was actually able to kill the Yuaning stage Li Qiu. It's really God's blessing on my Su family. Some clan elders were in tears, their faces filled with excitement. Among the people who had originally come to watch the show in the dark, there were quite a few people whose faces were gloomy. Su Chen, surprisingly, hadn't been wasted yet. A few streets away, a man with a scar on his face had an incomparably unsightly expression as he said to the darkness with grim eyes. Hurry up and send the situation here back to the adults. Su Chen's cultivation has not been abolished. I'm afraid that he had hidden his cultivation before. He is estimated to have broken through the Yuaning stage a long time ago, and is now most likely in the late Yuaning stage or even at the peak of the Yuaning stage. To be able to break through such a cultivation at such an age, I'm sure it won't be long before he can break through to the god of transformation. So let your lordship hurry up and make a move on the Su family, or else it'll be even more difficult later on. Also, send a message to the Wang family's people, tell them to make some substantial moves as soon as possible. Want to sit back and reap the benefits? No way. Soon, there was a response from the darkness. Obey! The scarred man turned his head towards Su Chen in the distance, his eyes filled with scorn. To reach such a cultivation level in less than a teenager, it seems that Su Chen has other big secrets on his body, and this Su family deserves to be rewarded at a high price. Thinking of this, a sorrowful smile appeared on his face. Maybe it's also a chance, as long as we can seize everything from the Su family, any secrets will be ours, and we will also be paid handsomely. Su Chen, you really have a great life, consuming 30 Jiedan stage dead soldiers actually couldn't kill you. In front of the Su family's gate, Su Yuanbai and Su Qingyun walked quickly to Su Chen's side. They had endless doubts in their hearts, but they still protected Su Chen behind them. Su Qingyun said in a cold voice to the surroundings, Li Qiu took the liberty of striking out at the juniors of my clan without authorization, and being killed in return is also his own fault. If the Li family is not convinced, they can come and find my Su family to ask for a statement. Previously, without Su Chen, their bottom line was still lacking. But now that Su Chen's cultivation had recovered, and he had also become so powerful that he was able to kill Li Qiu, who was in the late stage of Yuaning, it gave them a strong self-confidence. While other families had deep roots, their Su family was different. The Su family didn't have too many properties within Manhwa City, so if they were really pushed, the big deal would be to just take Su Chen and leave Manhwa City, and wait until they had enough cultivation to come back for revenge in the future. It was also because of this that the Wang family, although stronger than the Su family, had never dared to break the net with the Su family. After saying that, Su Qingyun hurriedly pulled Su Chen back to the Su family. In the middle of the Su family's hall, there were only the four elders of the Su family as well as Su Chen. Su Qingyun said with a gloomy expression, Chun'er, tell second uncle properly what exactly is going on with you. Su Chen's strength had grown too oddly, and Su Qingyun was a little worried if he had been taken over by someone. Su Chen had already thought of an excuse. He raised his hand and punched towards Su Qingyun, a seemingly light punch, but it directly caused Su Qingyun, a peak Yuaning cultivator, to take several steps back before stabilizing. What? Su Qingyun's face was filled with shock. Su Chen's casual strike made him not even have the strength to fight. Su Chen, on the other hand, smiled and said, second uncle, in fact, I worshipped a master when I was very young, and that person was exceptionally powerful, but he explained that I wasn't allowed to disclose his identity, so that's why I've been concealing it all along. And I'm not some extreme spiritual root, I'm actually a saint-ranked physique. This kind of physique wasn't completely activated until I encountered the threat of death, so this time when my cultivation was nullified, it was considered a stroke of luck that allowed me to be completely reborn by fire. Su Qingyun's face shook when he heard these words. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Holy body! Su Chen was actually this heaven-defying physique. And there was a master. Why had he never heard of such a thing before? His eyes became wary. What gift did I give you on your birthday when you were 7? Su Qingyun let out a bitter laugh, but still answered in a regular manner, you gave me a dagger that I named Qingfeng, but I accidentally dropped it later. At that time when you gave it to me, it was in the next yard. Su Qingyun was finally relieved when he heard this. Seizing a body between cultivators was a very normal operation, but after seizing a body, one could only have the recent memories of the original owner. Memories as distant as 7 years old were definitely not there. So Su Chen should have no possibility of being seized. Su Qingyun's face was filled with joy. You brat, not saying a word, you didn't scare us to death during this period of time. The four elders of the Su family's faces were filled with joy. Su Chen was their nephew, or the young patriarch of the Su family, and would inherit the great cause of the Su family in the future. The stronger Su Chen was, the happier they were naturally. Su Yuanba said without any good humor, "Since your strength has been restored, why do you still put on that miserable look when I go to visit you?" Su Chen helplessly scratched his head. "I hadn't activated my Hongmeng immortal body at that time. I couldn't be spirited even if I wanted to." Report, family master and grand elder have returned. Two figures slowly walked into the Su family. The person at the head was tall and looked heroic. He was the Su family's family head, Su Qingtian. The person beside him looked much more elegant, with the temperament of a scholar. This person is the Su family elder, Su Yunxian. Only both faces were a bit gloomy, obviously this time going out to Su Chen to think of a way, again without success. Su Qingtian sighed, "Elder too, Chen's son suffered this great calamity, it may also be his fate, so let's not spend those resources the clan has left for future healing of the spirit root." These 2 months of running around had caused Su Qingtian to despair. He had tried all sorts of methods and spent countless resources, but all of them were ineffective, and even Su Chen couldn't even wake up, and his breath had become weaker and weaker in recent times. Although it was hard for Su Qingtian to accept it, Su Chen really couldn't hold on any longer. In at most half a month's time, he might really not be able to return to heaven. Su Yunxian immediately glared. "What is big brother saying? After sister-in-law left, you still only have this one son. Even if his cultivation can't be preserved, his life must at least be preserved. Even if I have to empty out the Su family, I will still pull him up from the bottom of the 9 springs." When Su Qingtian heard these words, his face became incomparably self-blaming. He felt that it was because of himself that he had dragged the entire family down. The Su family was not the native force of Bright Moon City, but had joined in later, which caused the original 4 great god transformation families in the city to very much resist the Su family, and the Wang family even wanted to exterminate them at all times. The Su family was already in a difficult situation, and now that they were in such a mess, their situation became even more unbearable. But soon, Su Qingtian froze. Several figures were greeting them in the distance, and when he saw the youth among them, his pupils contracted violently. Shan'er. Chapter 6 Family Crisis. Isn't this a coincidence? Shan'er. Su Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he immediately ran over, his eyes filled with joy. "You woke up?" His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if this was all just a dream. Su Chen felt the concern in Su Qingtian's tone as he smiled and said, "Father, I'm awake." Hearing these words, Su Qingtian, a big old man, could not help but tremble as he took a deep breath. "Good, it's good to be awake." These days he had been so busy for Su Chen's matter that he was almost worried about his hair. Wasn't it because he hoped that Su Chen would wake up? Su Qingtian comforted, "As long as the person is still alive, the lack of cultivation is a small matter. Father will protect you for the rest of your life." "Wait." Su Yuanba suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt Su Qingtian's consolation, then said with a smile on his face, "Big brother, you just came back. Do you want to go to the city first to inquire about what happened?" Su Qingtian frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Yuanba revealed a mysterious smile, which made Su Yunxian on the side but somewhat speechless as he chided. "Old fourth, if you keep pretending for me, would you believe it or not?" Su Yuanbai immediately shrunk his neck in some fear. Amongst his several older brothers, the one he was most afraid of was Su Yunxian. "The thing is like this, Xiao Chen actually hasn't wasted yet." Su Yuanba recounted the entire process of the matter. There was even the matter of Su Chen's mysterious master at the back. After hearing this, Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian were directly petrified on the spot. No wonder when they returned to the Su family, they saw a deep pit on the street, and the eyes of those people around them were also very strange, so it turned out that everything was because of Su Chen. My goodness, scrapping Li Haishan and directly killing Li Qiao. The key was still a saint order physique. This kind of heaven-defying physique, they had only heard of it in ancient books. The ranking of physique was divided into lower grade spiritual root, middle grade spiritual root, upper grade spiritual root, extreme grade spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, innate spiritual body, saintly body, and then they didn't understand any further. An extreme spiritual root was so terrifying that it was treated as a treasure by their Su family, and a holy body that exceeded the extreme spiritual root by 2 grades was terrifying beyond imagination. Su Qingtian swallowed his saliva, then raised his palm and said excitedly, "Shan'er, come and punch me with all your might to try, I want to see your current strength." Su Chen raised his eyebrows, "Are you sure?" Now that he was in the middle stage of saint cultivation, a sneeze could kill Su Qingtian millions of times. If he really wanted to punch me with all his might, then he could basically go and meet the ancestors of the Su family. However, Su Chen didn't want to expose too much of his strength, and now he was having a hard time rounding things up. Su Chen took a deep breath. He pretended to make a full strength strike, but in actuality, it was less than 1/10,000th of that. He raised his hand and blasted towards Su Qingtian. A huge force was transmitted from the center of Su Qingtian's palm. The corner of Su Qingtian's mouth twitched without leaving a trace, and severe pain surged into his mind from the center of his hand. Hiss! Pain! Su Qingtian lightly coughed twice, he clouded his hand behind his back. The strength isn't bad, it should have reached at least a half-step transformation spirit. It seems that our Su family will soon be able to add another transformation spirit stage. Su Yunqian glanced without leaving a trace, looking at the slightly trembling hand behind Su Qingtian's back. His face was filled with shock. Su Chen, so strong? Su Qingtian was a cultivator in the middle stage of God transformation. At this moment, Su Qingtian couldn't help but ask, Shen'er, why is this fleshly body of yours so powerful? Su Chen froze for a moment, then said in a calm tone, I'm a sacred body, so it's reasonable for my flesh to be stronger, right? Su Qingtian. There was nothing wrong with this reply. There was indeed nothing wrong with a saint body having a strong physical body, but it always felt that there was something odd about it, but Su Qingtian didn't know exactly where it was odd. Seeing that Su Chen's problem was solved, Su Qingtian then opened his mouth seriously. Since Chen's problem has been solved, along with the fact that all of the elders are here, it just so happens that today, we will discuss how to solve things within the clan. When the several elders heard this, their faces gradually became serious as well. The current situation of the Su clan was indeed not optimistic and needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Su Qingtian hesitated for a moment, then he said to Su Chen, Shen'er, you should also follow along. Su Chen's talent and strength, the position of the future Su family's lord was almost not exclusive to him, and by learning to handle the family matters properly now, he would also be able to get up to speed faster when he took over the Su family in the future. Su Family Council Hall. 7 people were sitting upright. These 7 people were precisely the Su family's 5 elders, and there was also the father and son duo of Su Qingtian. Su Qingtian was the first to open his mouth. Elder 3, you first tell us exactly how many spirit stones the family still has right now. Su Qingyun's face was a bit ugly. For the sake of rigor, he took out several booklets from amongst his spatial ring and carefully checked them before saying, Big brother, there is only a total of 93 million, up and down is no more than 30,000. 930,000. When Su Qingtian heard these words, his face became incomparably gloomy. With this amount of spirit stones, even if the Su clan tightened their belts, they would only be able to last for 2 or 3 months. But in this case, the clan would almost have no good cultivation resources. It was difficult to grow their cultivation and the resources required were huge, so this amount of resources was dispensable. But the younger members of the clan were different. They were at a time when they needed resources to cultivate. Not to mention that there was Su Chen, who was a saint body and would definitely need more resources to break through. Su Qingyun said gruffly, although our Su family's industry is also quite a lot, but it is not enough to make ends meet. We must think of other ways as soon as possible, or else the family's resources won't stop for long. 4th Elder Sui said helplessly, but our Su family has entered Manhwa City for just over 10 years, unless we go robbing again. To rob the rich to help the poor, otherwise it's really hard to obtain spirit stones in a short period of time. The hall instantly fell into silence. Everyone's faces were sad. The problem of the family's resource shortage left them with no idea for a while. Su Chen looked left and right, then couldn't help but voice out, is our Su family short of resources? Su Qingyun sighed and said helplessly, Shen'er, you don't know much about the Su family. Our Su family has a weak foundation, our savings are very thin, right now the family spirit stones are almost at the bottom, and other resources such as pills have long been depleted. Hearing these words, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this a coincidence? The last thing he lacked was heavenly treasures and resources such as spirit stones? Su Chen opened his system and checked the number of lower-grade spirit stones. Lower-grade spirit stones, 6,500 Jing 1,564 trillion. He didn't bother to look at the exact amount, he couldn't spend it all anyway. Thinking for a moment, Su Chen took out a top-grade spatial ring that he had acquired by signing in, and the space in the ring was as big as 3 soccer fields. He immediately took out 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones and loaded it in, then handed it to Su Qingtian and said, Father, I still have some spirit stones here, it should be able to help the family tide over the crisis. Chapter 7, 3 billion spirit stones, it's really not much. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian said helplessly, Shen'er, keep your own personal money, the amount of spirit stones needed by the clan is very large, your bit is a drop in the bucket even if you contribute it to the clan. How many spirit stones Su Chen had on him, he as a father knew best. To have 30,000 lower grade spirit stones would be considered more than enough. Su Chen weekdays cultivation resources required is very huge, basically give him how much, on how much to use, where there will be what extra spirit stone. However, Su Chen's heart was there after all, so Su Qingtian was still very pleased. When Su Chen saw Su Qingtian refusing, he once again added, Father, this is a little bit of my small heart, although it's not much, but I can only feel at ease if you accept it. 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. It was indeed not much, not even a fraction of what he had. Seeing Su Chen being so enthusiastic, Su Qingtian shook his head and lost his smile as he smoothly took the spatial ring in Su Chen's hand. All right. Su Qingtian probed towards the middle of the spatial ring, he eeped, but immediately afterward, his face changed dramatically, directly staring at the spatial ring as if he were dumbfounded. From dumbfounded, to confused, shocked, and finally excited. Su Qingtian raised his head, his tone filled with shock as he asked, Shen'er, where did you get all these spirit stones from? Su Chen calmly laughed, they were all given by my master. Looking at Su Qingtian's shocked expression, Su Yunqian frowned. As he brought the spatial ring over, he was ready to investigate. Let me see how it is. Immediately afterward, his expression also changed violently, almost similar to Su Qingtian's. Su Yunqian's eyes widened, filled with disbelief as he scanned over Su Chen's body, almost on the verge of uttering the two true words. His face was filled with doubt and shock. This was real? My God! Seeing the two of them in this state, Su Yuanba followed suit and went to take over the spatial ring. I also want to see how it is. But soon, his expression was just like that. This is 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. Su Yuanba's stamina was obviously much worse, and exclamations of shock emanated from his mouth as his face was filled with disbelief. This is 3 billion inferior spirit stones. Even all of the Wang family's reserves cannot exceed 1 billion inferior spirit stones at most. We have directly surpassed the Wang family's accumulated savings of 1,000 years, and still exceeded it by a full 3 times. What, 3 billion inferior spirit stones? The second elder and the fourth elder and the fifth elder successively received the spatial ring to check it out, and their expressions became incomparably shocked. It really was 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. Their gazes gathered on Su Chen, their eyes filled with confusion. This little nephew didn't seem to be the shape they recognized at all anymore. First, he had killed Li Qiu with a single move, and then he had casually pulled out 3 billion inferior spirit stones, and said that this was a little small token of his own. This is your little heart? A little bit of heart is 3 billion lower grade spirit stones? But very quickly, the crowd came back from their euphoria, and Su Qingtian couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Shunner, these should be the cultivation resources given by your master, right? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Excuses are all thought out for me? He immediately opened his mouth and said. This is all seen by you. The Su family is my home. Now that the Su family is in trouble, I am naturally obliged. This 3 billion lower grade spirit stones, father, take it and use it. I still have enough resources here. Besides, that mysterious master of mine is very powerful. He's not even close to this amount of spirit stones. He was putting all the pots and pans on that mossy master anyway. The main thing was that Su Chen couldn't expose the system. It was his biggest card. Then if he were to find another excuse, it would be full of loopholes again, so he might as well just say that he had a very powerful master teacher. When Su Qingtian heard this, he was also completely relieved. His face was filled with a smile. Good, worthy of being my Su family's son and son. Su Yuanba was also incomparably happy as he said, Sha Chen's master can casually take out 3 billion inferior spirit stones for him to cultivate, so he must have already reached an extremely terrifying realm, so what is there to be afraid of that Wang clan for? Su Yunqian frowned and said, Elder 4, being strong on your own is fundamental, relying on others will not last long in the end. Hearing these words, Su Yuanba couldn't help but scratch his head. I just casually said that, why are you still taking it seriously, second brother? Su Qingtian suddenly opened his mouth and said, Shunner, these are after all your spirit stones. When we get through this crisis, we'll return the excess to you. Su Chen's strength growth was the most important thing. He did not want to delay Su Chen's cultivation because of this. Su Chen's tone was slightly tougher. Father, I said you can take these resources and use them, no matter if it's for the clan's disciples to cultivate or not, or if you guys use them yourselves. I'm not even close to this amount of spirit stones. As if he was afraid that they wouldn't believe him, Su Chen raised his hand and with a wave, 3 spatial rings appeared on his right hand. See this spatial ring? Each spatial ring has 3 billion lower grade spirit stones in it. If you guys don't have enough, you can just tell me directly. I, Su Chen, am not poor in spirit stones at all. When I run out, I'll ask my master to give me another 18 billion. Ka! The teacup slipped down Su Yunqian's hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Just now, after having 3 billion spirit stones, he felt that the clan could already rest on its laurels, so he wanted to drink a cup of water, but it turned out that Su Chen directly held a big trick for him. There were still 9 billion lower grade spirit stones. Used up can also directly find his master to ask for another 80 billion. This is what outrageous master awe? Su Chen directly threw the ring onto the table. You guys don't believe me, take a look yourselves. Su Yunqian immediately probed one by one, and as expected, there were 3 billion lower grade spirit stones in each of the space rings. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and look towards a few dumbfounded brothers before nodding silently. There was not a single sound in the hall, and the crowd was already too shocked to speak. The entire Wang family had accumulated for 1,000 years, but it was only a family base of around 1 billion spirit stones, and now Su Chen had easily surpassed them. Should this gap be this big? Su Chen retrieved the 3 spatial rings, then said in a breezy manner, 3 billion lower grade spirit stones, it's really not much. Although these words were calm and incomparable, they were like a bludgeon that deeply struck them. 3 billion spirit stones wasn't much. This is 3 billion. Do you want to listen to what you are actually saying? Su Chen continued, Father, I am the young patriarch of the Su family, so this 3 billion spirit stones can be used to develop the family. Still the same, tell me directly when you run out, I really don't lack spirit stones here. Originally, he was also prepared to take some heavenly treasures to them, but after careful thought, this kind of thing can't be rushed. The key is that it's not good to explain, that's why he only gave 3 billion spirit stones. Chapter 8, The Wang family conspires, imposes economic sanctions. The Su family treated him sincerely, and Su Chen liked the family environment very much, and being able to make the Su family stronger was also something he wanted to do. Moreover, he was bound to be the future head of the Su family, so there was no excuse for making the Su family stronger. Not long after, the Su family's several senior officers walked out of the hall with a dazed look on their faces, and up until now, they had not slowed down. Su Qingtian looked at the space ring in his hand. Everything that happened today felt as unreal as a dream. This was a whole 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. Even if their Su family had no income at all, they could still last for at least 100 years. Su Qingtian directly handed the spatial ring to Su Qingyun, then spoke, "Oldest 3, you first distribute the missing cultivation resources from last month to the clan." Su Qingyun immediately nodded, "Good." Su Qingtian hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth again and commanded, "Don't worry about the collateral lineage for now, the cultivation resources of the first lineage will be tripled from next month." In his opinion, resources were used for cultivation, rather than putting them in a warehouse to eat dust. It was better to directly give them to the disciples within the clan for cultivation. Only when their strength was raised up would they have more say in this world. Su Qingyun nodded with a serious look, "Okay, no problem." Bright Moon City, Wang family. This was a veteran force in the city. It was the head of the 4 great families back then. It was incredibly powerful, and there were even 3 god transformation stage powerhouses within the family. Today, all of the 4 great families' god transformation stages had gathered at the Wang family. Inside the Wang family's council hall, Wang Ming, the head of the Wang family, was sitting on the main seat, and on his left hand were Wang Shou, the grand elder of the Wang family, and Yuan Hao, the head of the Yuan family. On the right-hand side were Li Fiki, the lord of the Li family, and He Hong Yuan, the lord of the He family. In the entire hall, excluding the underlings who served tea and water, the others were all strong at the god transformation stage. Wang Ming looked around, then said indifferently, "Everyone, you've all heard about Su Chen's matter, right?" Li Fiqi's eyes were grim. "Wang family master, Su Chen that little killed my third brother. I don't share the same fate as the Su family. As long as you take the lead, Wang family master, I can immediately follow along and exterminate the Su family." The strength of the Li family was not strong at all. There was only one god transformation stage in his clan, and the death of a Yuaning stage had a great impact on them. How could this make Li Feiqi not be angry? If it wasn't for the fact that the Su family had 2 major god transformation stages, he would have rushed into the Su family and killed Su Chen. There's no rush. Wang Ming calmly waved his hand as he looked towards Yuan Hao and He Hong Yuan. What do the 2 family heads think? Wang Ming's eyes narrowed vainly, and his voice was somewhat cold. This meeting today was to decide the camps that each party belonged to. Whether they were going to choose to help the Su family, stand with his Wang family, or choose to be neutral. Yuan Hao immediately smiled and said, "Our 4 great families are one, and the Yuan family is naturally willing to cooperate with the Wang family to exterminate the Su family together." When the Yuan family spoke, the crowd immediately looked towards the He family. He Hong Yuan originally had some hesitation in his heart. The Su family had a lot of potential, and he had allied with the Su family before. But now that the 3 great clans had joined forces, if he were to stand with the Su family again, I was afraid that in the end, the Yi family would end up suffering. He Hong Yuan immediately laughed and said, "Yuan family head is right, our 4 great families are all one, naturally we should face the Su family as an enemy together." The Yi family's strength was on the weak side, with only one god transformation stage powerhouse. Many times there was simply no choice. Wang Ming wore a smile on his face. "Since that's the case, then we can be considered to have reached an agreement." Li Fiki hurriedly asked, "Family Master Wang, then when are we going to exterminate the Su family?" His tone was filled with eagerness. Although the Su family only had 2 Yuaning stage, their potential was very high. Second elder Su Qingyun was at the peak of the Yuaning stage, 1 step away from the god transformation stage. Third Zhang elder Su Yuanba was also at the late Yuaning stage, and he thought it wouldn't be long before he could break through as well. The key was that now there was also an exceptionally gifted Su Chen, and in the face of such a family with full potential, he was itching to immediately go and exterminate the Su family in order to put an end to future troubles. The Yuan family and the He family were also gloomy as they looked towards Wang Ming, also hoping that he could come up with an idea. The Su family had indeed grown too rapidly, and since they were in an alliance, they had to exterminate the Su family as soon as possible. Wang Ming shook his head. "This family head is a late-stage harmonized god, and there is even a mid-stage harmonized god and early-stage harmonized god within the clan. If I could exterminate the Su family, I could have teamed up with family Headley to exterminate them long ago. I didn't do it, not because I didn't want to, but I didn't dare to." "Why?" Li Fiki was instantly anxious and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. The crowd was also incomparably curious as they looked towards Wang Ming. Could it be that the Su family still had some undercard that made the Wang family afraid? Or were they worried that the Su family would escape and make a comeback in the future? Wang Ming said with a somewhat grave expression, "Su Hong Yuan is still alive." "What? How could he not be dead yet?" Li Fiki was instantly shocked, and a look of fear surged across his face. Su Hongyuan, the Su family's old family head, a half-step refined void stage powerhouse. If he wasn't dead, then their four great families joining forces was a joke. Yuan Hao was also anxious. He hurriedly asked, Wang family master, this matter can't be a joke. Su Hongyuan still had a breath left when he entered Manhwa City in the first place. Now more than 10 years have passed, how could he still be alive? The Su family was only 2 transformation spirit stages in the first place, and with their 4 great clans united, 2 transformation spirit stages wanting to enter Manhwa City would not be able to do so. After all, the cake of Manhwa City was just this big. The 4 great clans just happened to divide it, adding a new god transformation stage power, which was something none of their 4 sides wanted to see. In the end, the Su family still managed to enter Manhwa City, and at that time, the one who forced the 4 great families to give in was none other than Su Hongyuan, the old family head. It could be said that without Su Hongyuan, it would be impossible for the Su family to truly enter Bright Moon City. Wang Ming calmly said, Don't worry, gentlemen, although Su Hongyuan is not dead, he is almost there. Calling you all to the Wang family today is not to discuss how to destroy the Su family. After all, Su Hongyuan is at the half-step refined void stage, and even if he is still hanging on to his breath, he is still not something that we can match up to. You all know the Su family's situation very well. They are still shallowly rooted in Manhwa City, and their clan's resources are scarce. As long as the Su family is sanctioned and their access to resources is cut off, they will be able to win without a fight. His Su family has a Yuaning stage consummate Su Qingyun. My Wang family also has a peak Yuaning stage, as well as the Yuan and Li families, so as long as we can stay up we will surely win. Wang Ming finished his words in one breath, then he eyed towards the several people. Li Fiki pondered carefully for a moment, then he wore a happy face. Wang family master's brilliant plan. The Su family is just a bunch of poor people. I heard that the Su family's resources were only distributed 60% of the original amount last month, so I think they must be nearing the end of their rope. Yuan Hao also chimed in, as long as we cut off the Su family's resources, Su Qingyun won't be able to break through to the spirit of transformation, and Su Qin won't have the resources to cultivate, so sooner or later, we'll be able to easily take down the Su family. The Su family's own clansmen are on the verge of not being able to feed themselves. In terms of resources, any one of our 4 great clans can easily toy with the Su family. The 4 great clans quickly reached a unification, and they decided to impose economic sanctions on the Su family. The Su family's biggest industry was the stores. This was the core industry of the Su family. As long as they snatched the traffic from these stores, the Su family's income would be reduced by at least 80%. Soon, they had a detailed decision. Price war. The Su family's bottom line was thin, and the profit of the stores was not much. It mainly relied on the large volume. They only needed to lower the price a little bit, then they could directly abolish the Su family's limbs without bloodshed. Chapter 9. Hundreds of thousands of pills at your fingertips. Are you serious? Showa Street, Yulin Street, and Fenghua Street. These 3 streets were where the Su family Chamber of Commerce was mainly concentrated. The Su family's people had just arrived and were ready to start their business when they realized that there were many more unfamiliar stores on the street. At first they didn't pay much attention to them, but only after a while did they realize the anomaly. These stores were selling pretty much the same things as them. But the only difference was the price. Their prices were all about 20% cheaper than the Su family's stores. The things sold by the Su family stores were not of a high grade and were basically for ordinary cultivators to use, so for this category of people, of course, they were saving wherever they could. The 20% cheaper price immediately attracted countless people, even the Su family shop's former regular customers. Steward, I've checked it out. Inside the Su family store, a middle-aged man's face was gloomy, his eyes full of killing intent. Say, who dares to go against my Su family? The subordinate who reported had a somewhat ugly face, but was filled with scorn. There are shadows of the 4 great families behind all those stores. The steward's face suddenly changed. Are you sure that all 4 great families are involved? I'm pretty sure. There are close to 60 newly opened stores in total, most of which are owned by the Wang family, and the He family, the smallest remaining family, has also opened 7. Listening to the subordinate's report, the steward's face changed once again. The 4 great families joining hands to target the Su family, this intention was too obvious. Suyu stood up, then instructed, don't go looking for trouble from them. After saying that, he then directly left the store towards the Su family. The matter was of great importance, he had to report it to the family immediately. Su family's council hall. Close to 30 people were sitting in it, which were all people who controlled the real power of the Su family, excluding a few great elders. There were also quite a few collateral lines among them. Su Jingtian said with a gloomy expression, I won't talk nonsense. Suyu sent word that the 4 great clans have teamed up to open stores to steal business from my Su family, selling the same things at a price that's close to 20% lower. What? Many people here were shocked. This sentence was too much information. First of all, the 4 great families had joined forces. Did this mean that they had all taken sides? Sui frowned tightly and said, the business of our stores is the key to maintaining the family's operation. This move by the 4 great families, this is to cut off both our arms. Without the proceeds from the stores, the Su family simply could not support this family of thousands. Even if Su Chen gave them 3 billion spirit stones, it was not a long-term solution. It was not like their family had only existed for a few decades. There was no bickering or exchanging of words in the hall. Everyone's face was grave, revealing a deep thinking look. The council was of course discussing solutions, and without decisions there was naturally no need for nonsense. Suddenly, a stout middle-aged man stood up. He was Su Zhuang from the sideline. "There is one more thing to report to the family head." Su Jingtian looked up. "Speak." Su Zhuang said with a saddened expression, "I also just received news this morning, only I haven't had time to report it yet. Several Yuaning stage mercenary groups that previously cooperated with my Su family have chosen to terminate their cooperation and will no longer provide resources to my Su family in the future. After I inquired about it, what they said was that the Wang family had coerced them and offered them a high price so that they would not be allowed to cooperate with my Su family." When Su Qingtian heard these words, his eyes violently erupted with a horrifying murderous aura. Wang family, bullying people too much. No, it wasn't just the Wang family now, I should say it was the 4 great families. The resources sold by the great families in the city, a small portion of them were heavenly materials and treasures that the families went out to look for, and most of them were in cooperation with those mercenary corps. The mercenary corps went out to look for heavenly materials and treasures, and then they were responsible for selling them. The fact that the mercenary corps did not cooperate with them meant that they basically could not open their stores. Suyu said with a somewhat worried expression, "My Su family's foundation is still shallow, and the stores are selling at thin margins. If the price is lowered by 20%, then not only will we not be able to earn any spirit stones, but we will also suffer a loss. Right now, the Su family is already in great difficulty. What should we do about this?" Many people in the Su family were all worried, but Su Qingtian and the others were fine. Although not being able to earn spirit stones did have a great impact, at least there were still 3 billion spirit stones on hand, which could keep things running for a very long time. As long as a solution was found within this period, it would be fine. Su Yunxian pondered for a long time before speaking. "Fighting a price war, our Su family definitely can't play with the 4 great families, so why don't we just avoid it for the time being, and reduce our investment in the stores, and invest our manpower in other more productive places? For example, forming a mercenary troop and searching for heavenly treasures on our own, or going to the Haoyue forest to hunt demonic beasts." Although this method was the next best thing, it was one of the few ways out for their Su family. "Greetings, young patriarch." A respectful voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. Immediately afterward, Su Chen's figure walked inside the hall. Su Yunxian immediately smiled. "Come, Chunner, sit next to me." The hearts of the crowd shook when they saw this scene. Su Yunxian was a grand elder, allowing Su Chen to sit next to him. This meaning was self-evident. Of course, Su Chen himself was very powerful now, and was indeed strong enough to become a senior member of the Su family. Su Chen was also ungracious. Directly sitting beside Su Yunxian, he looked around and directly said, "In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. The 4 great families like to engage in these small maneuvers. Just let them play by themselves, just don't pay attention to them. The purpose of opening a store is to maintain the family's operation, but our Su family does not lack resources." Hearing these words, the people in the hall were stunned. Many people secretly shook their heads. The young patriarch was still too young after all, and did not quite understand the current situation of the Su family. They were now on the verge of emptying their family. Where was the argument that there was no lack of resources? Su Chen gave 3 billion spirit stones. This matter, only the first-line senior management knew, everyone else did not know. After all, 3 billion spirit stones was too much. If too many people knew about it and spread it out, they were afraid that there would be strong people who would covet it. The simple truth that a man is not guilty of a crime is that he is not guilty of a crime. Su Qingtian knew that his son wasn't that stupid, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Chunner, do you have any ideas?" Su Chen let out a faint smile, then handed Su Qingtian a spatial ring, while transmitting his voice. "Father, inside here is a first-grade spirit-gathering pill, a total of 500,000 pieces, and a second-grade yuan returning pill, a total of 130,000 pieces. This is what I specifically asked my master for, just feel free to use it, it's definitely enough to keep the family running." "What?" Su Qingtian stood up violently, his eyes filled with shock. 500,000 spirit-gathering pills, 130,000 yuan returning pills. Are you serious? The entire Bright Moon City only had a reserve of 100,000 to 200,000 spirit-gathering pills, and yuan renewal pills were even rarer, and it would be considered good to have a reserve of 10,000 pills. Su Yunxian several elders were also shocked. This expression was too familiar. Before, when Su Chen gave 3 billion spirit stones, Su Qingtian also looked like this. Could it be that? Su Qingtian received the spatial ring with a trembling hand, and then his divine sense probed into it, and what was imprinted into his eyes was the piles of porcelain bottles, and there were 5 round pills in each of the porcelain bottles. It is true. Chapter 10. I'm a sacred body. All of this makes sense, right? How could Su Qingtian not have thought that Su Chen would be able to take out so many low-grade pills with his hands? He once again looked towards Su Chen, his eyes filled with doubt. This son who had grown up following him since he was a child had become so strange. Su Chen naturally knew what he was thinking, so he helplessly said, "I'm a sacred body, and my master is also a very powerful cultivator, so casually pulling out hundreds of thousands of first-grade pills to give to a disciple to eat as a snack, that's quite reasonable, right?" The corner of Su Qingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "You kid is a bit underpunched lately." However, what Su Chen said was normal. He was a saint stage physique, plus his master was incredibly powerful. In their eyes, 500,000 first-grade pills were very valuable, but in reality, the math was not as precious as a 6th-grade pill. If Chinner Sr. was powerful, this amount of pills was indeed nothing. Su Qingtian took a deep breath as he looked towards the others in the hall and said in a solemn tone, "From today onwards, close all the stores, and everyone will take a good rest in the recent period of time." With the 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones from before, and so many pills, it was enough to support the Su family for a long time. When that time came, the strength of the Su family would definitely skyrocket a lot, and would naturally be able to fight against the 4 great families. Furthermore, Su Chen's natural talent was so strong that he thought that he would be able to break through the God transformation stage in a few years, and by that time, there would be 3 God transformation stages within the clan. Coupled with the treasure from the 10,000 treasures pavilion that would be auctioned in a few days, it was entirely possible for the Su clan to increase to 4 transformation spirit stages in a short period of time. When this statement was made, many people immediately wore anxious expressions. "Family master, it must not be. My Su family has not yet gained a firm foothold now. If we give up even this bit of property, then it will be even more difficult for my Su family in the future." Su Jingtian waved his hand and said, "Alright, this family master has already had a solution for this matter, you guys don't need to worry." When the crowd heard this, even though they had 100 doubts in their hearts, they had nothing more to say. The Su family was more than united, their obedience to the family was also very high. Even though it was hard to understand why such a decision was made, they still chose to follow orders. It didn't take long for the council to end. There were then only a few elders left in the hall as well as Su Chen, who took the spatial ring in Su Qingtian's hands and examined it. However, the expressions of several people were filled with disbelief and shock as before. "Pills? It's too much, isn't it? No wonder the family head had such a big backbone." Su Yuanba even directly gave Su Chen a big hug. "Little Chen, you are simply the lucky star of our Su family." Several other elders also had smiles on their faces. Their hearts were very happy. Su Chen was not only the future of their Su family, but now he was also helping the Su family to solve such a big trouble. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with relief. It was the Su family's fortune to have Su Chen in the future. 4 days from now, the auction at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. "Su Chen, why don't you accompany your second uncle to go together?" 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction? Su Chen immediately reacted. "Is it for the spirit essence jade liquid?" The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not a Manhwa city power, they were only here to do business. When it really came down to it, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was more powerful than any of the forces in the city, and their scale could even spread throughout the entire eastern domain. In the Xian Heavenly Realm, it was divided into 4 regions, east, west, south, north, and south, and Bright Moon City was in the corner of the eastern region. And the fact that Wanbao Pavilion was able to spread its stores throughout the entire eastern domain was enough to see how powerful it was. Su Yunxian smiled and said, "That's right, originally, we couldn't compete for this thing, but with these 3 billion spirit stones, the spirit essence jade liquid will definitely be my Su family's." The spirit essence jade liquid was a precious heavenly treasure that contained the essence of heaven and earth, and could help the Yuaning stage break through the transformation of God stage with no side effects. At such a critical time, whoever obtained the spirit essence jade liquid would have an impact on the entire situation. The Su family already had a Su Chen. If they bought the spirit essence jade liquid, it wouldn't take long for the Su family to have 4 strong harmonized God stage players. Su Chen of course did not refuse and said that he would follow along when the time came. After leaving the conference hall, Su Chen returned to his courtyard. "Greetings, young master." In the middle of the courtyard, an exquisite-looking young girl was cleaning, and when she saw Su Chen walk in, she hurriedly bowed respectfully. This girl's name was Hanyuoxi. She had been sold into the Su family by her parents when she was a child. She was more conscientious and careful in her work, so Su Qingtian had asked her to take care of Su Chen's life. Su Chen nodded lightly, then casually found a place to sit down. Hanyuoxi very consciously walked behind him, gently pinching his shoulders. Su Chen's face was filled with enjoyment. The life of a young master of this worldly family was really good. "Hanyuoxi, how long have you been following this young master?" Hanyuoxi pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Young master, a total of 11 years and 5 months. Her voice was pleasantly melodious, carrying a sense of feminine delicacy, and just by listening to this voice, she knew that her looks weren't bad. Su Chen revealed a look of surprise. He had only asked casually, but he hadn't expected that Hanyuoxi would be able to remember so clearly. "How do you feel about staying in the Su family?" Faced with Su Chen's question, Xianqi revealed a look of fear. She hastily knelt down and begged, "Young master, please don't drive me away. Where did Xianqi do badly? I can change." Su Chen froze. He didn't think that his own words would make Ruoshi look like this. He suddenly reacted to the fact that he was now the young patriarch of the Su family, with an esteemed status, and that a single word or action could sometimes determine a lot of things, as well as make the people below him think. When Su Chen asked her how she was staying in the Su family, there was a feeling of "I am not satisfied with you." Thinking of this, Su Chen shook his head and lost his smile. He stepped forward and lifted Han Yuoxi's cheeks, looking into her watery eyes. Su Chen smiled and said, "This young man has no intention of driving you away." Looking at the softly smiling Su Chen, a dazed look appeared on Xianqi's face. Although the previous Su Chen wasn't strict, he was usually cold and indifferent to her, and would never be so approachable. Especially with the two of them being so close to each other, Han Yuoxi's little heart also began to flutter. Hanchi quickly reacted, realizing that what Su Chen asked wasn't what she thought it was. She said with a red face, "Young master, I'm very happy staying in the Su family. I like the Su family very much." Su Chen nodded and handed over a spatial ring, his expression bland as he spoke. "Inside here are some cultivation resources as well as techniques. You are also a middle-grade spiritual root. Cultivate well to enhance your cultivation. As this young lord's personal maid, don't lose my face." "Many thanks for young lord's cultivation." A look of surprise surfaced on Han Yuoxi's face as she hurriedly thanked. After receiving the spatial ring, she immediately checked it out, and after just one look, her entire body froze. So many spirit stones. There were close to 50,000 spirit stones, as well as a sword in 2 Xian rank low-level techniques. As an underling of the Su family, her monthly remuneration was only 70 spirit stones. These 50,000 spirit stones would take her a long time to save up, but now Su Chen had given them to her straight away. Moreover, there was a low Xian rank gongfu inside, and this level of item would cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones anyways, and even millions of spirit stones for better quality. Hanchi's heart was grateful to the extreme, and she immediately kowtowed towards Su Chen with a look of gratitude. "Many thanks, young master." At this moment, even if Su Chen asked her to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, she was willing to do so. Su Chen secretly sighed in his heart, "This little thing bought the hearts of the people. Is it because they haven't seen the world, or am I too earthy?" He slowly stood up and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. "Let's go, accompany me out for a stroll." Chapter 11, 100 Fragrance Residence, one of the 10 great beauties, Miss Jingro. Bright Moon City. Su Chen slowly walked down the street, his eyes filled with curiosity. Although he had perfectly inherited the memories of his original body, he still wanted to see this world with his own eyes. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, Su Chen's face showed an intoxicated look. It was so good to be alive. In the blink of an eye, he had strolled around in Manhwa City for close to 3 hours, eating and drinking along the way, and had tasted all of the specialty foods in Manhwa City. 100 Fragrant Residence. Su Chen stopped in front of a restaurant. This restaurant was not that large, but the decoration was extremely exquisite, and there were quite a few people coming and going. Go in and take a look. He hadn't been to this place before, so he wanted to go in and take a look. "Good day, guest, are you too?" The receptionist junior at the entrance of the 100 Fragrant Residence enthusiastically went forward. Su Chen said indifferently, "Yes. Noble guest too." The junior immediately yelled loudly, and then said to Su Chen with a lowered brow, "Sir, please come inside." Su Chen looked at the crowd that kept coming in and out, and asked with some curiosity, "What is your specialty here? Why are there so many people coming?" He had wandered around quite a few places this afternoon, and many of the restaurants were even more luxurious than 100 Fragrant Residence, but the amount of people was less than even half of him. Junior smiled and said, "Guests don't know, our 100 Fragrant Residence has one of the top 10 beauties of Manhwa City, Ms. Jingro, who is stationed here, and she comes out to draw straws every night, and whichever table she draws, she will have the chance to share the food with Ms. Jingro." Su Chen revealed a dawning look, so it was because of Yang Jingro. He had seen all of the top 10 beauties of Bright Moon City. 9 of them were not low in status, only this Yang Jingro came from a humble background, with no power or influence. Among the top 10 beauties, every single one of them had excellent posture, and it was normal to be able to have this kind of appeal. Interesting. Su Chen wore an expression of watching the show. He wasn't interested in this Yang Jingro, he just simply wanted to join in the fun. Having been alone in the void space for too long, he longed for this kind of fiery atmosphere. Su Chen casually ordered 5 small dishes and a small pot of wine, then quietly ate, while Hanchi respectfully poured wine for Su Chen from the side. Without waiting long, a delicate figure walked up to the high platform of the 100 Fragrant Residence, wearing a long purple dress, with a light veil covering his face. The entire person's temperament was ethereal and outstanding, and just by looking at it, one could be mesmerized. "Miss Jingro. Miss Jingro chose me. I've been here for a month straight. I've been here for half a year." "You've been here my ass. Miss Jingro has only been in the 100 Fragrant House for 3 months, so keep bragging for me." The 100 Fragrant House immediately became noisy. The men at every table were all up in arms, their eyes full of desire. Yang Jingro's eyes were flat. As she looked around, she was ready to pick the person to have lunch with today. As a woman, she was actually very reluctant in her heart to sacrifice her color for resources, but she had no other way to do so, only this efficiency was the fastest. 100 Fragrant House would give her 3% of the total profit, and she only needed to come out every day to accompany the guests for 2 meals. Suddenly, Yang Jingro's pupils shrunk violently as she looked towards a corner of the 100 Fragrant House. There was a handsome-looking youth with an extraordinary demeanor sitting there. Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. How did he come here? Could it be that he came for me as well? Yang Jingro's heart was overjoyed as she chose Su Chen's table without hesitation. Seeing this, the subordinate beside her immediately stood up and said loudly, Miss Jingro has chosen seat number 15. Table number 15? The crowd immediately began to look up and soon saw Su Chen. Immediately, someone's brows furrowed. Why did they always feel that this person had been seen somewhere? Su Chen was a big shot in Manhwa City. Not everyone could see him. The people in the city had only heard of Su Chen as a person, only a small portion had actually seen him. When Su Chen heard that Yang Jingro had chosen him, he frowned slightly. He twisted his head to look at Yang Jingro, and the two of them looked at each other, but Su Chen immediately turned his head away after just a glance, signaling for Hanyuoxi to pour the wine. His attitude was very bland. Bang! In the other direction of the 100 Fragrant Residence, table 79, there sat a youth in her 20s. She was dressed in a flashy outfit, and at a glance, it was clear that her origins were not ordinary. Zhong Hian's face was filled with icy coldness. This kid can dine with Miss Jingro, and he actually dares to be so condescending. He directly stood up without saying a word and walked towards Su Chen. The subordinates surrounding him also followed, all of them showing a ferocious look. Kid! Zhong Hian walked straight to Su Chen's side. He glanced at Ruoshi, then said with an evil smile, This little beauty is not bad looking, make me an offer, I'll buy it. Hearing this, Hanixi was instantly startled, and she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered in her heart. In some of the big powers, there were often things like buying and selling servants, and she was worried that if this person bid too high, Su Chen would agree to sell her. Zhong Hian certainly didn't really want to buy Hanyuoxi. His main goal was to find something to properly punish this person who had neglected Miss Jingro. In his opinion, being able to dine with Miss Jingro should be a surprise happy face. And Su Chen's calmness, to him it was as if he was insulting Miss Jingro, a disrespect to her goddess. Su Chen raised his head and said in a cold tone, Get lost while I'm still in a good mood. Zhong Hian froze. He did not think that Su Chen would dare to speak to him like this. His face sank, killing intent erupting from his eyes. Kid, are you talking to me? The four fighters beside him immediately stepped forward. The aura of all four was not weak. They were all Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The strongest one had an early Jiadan cultivation. It's over. How did this kid provoke Zhao Hian? He's the youngest master of the Zhao family. The Zhao family has 3 Yuaning stage sitting there. To be targeted by Zhao Hian, that would be miserable. That's all his fault. You didn't see the expression on that kid's face just now. He has a disdain for Miss Jingro. He got a bargain and still sells his good behavior. I'll be damned. Zhao Xiao teach this kid a good lesson. The 100 Fragrant Residence was immediately filled with uproarious sounds, and many people were also upset by Su Chen's cold and arrogant demeanor. Yang Jingro looked at Zhong Hian, who dared to actively run to provoke Su Chen, and her entire body panicked. Do you know who he is? That was the Su family's young master, and a supreme genius who could kill a late-stage Yuaning. If he got angry, it was possible that the entire Zhao family would be wiped out as a result. Yang Jingro was just about to open her mouth to persuade him, but after thinking carefully, she chose to look on. Zhong Hian didn't have any friendship with her, so there was no need to fight Su Chen for him. To her, a character of Su Chen's level was not something she could provoke. Zhao Hian said in a grim tone, Kid, dare to tell even this young man to get lost. No one who comes today will be able to save you. Drag him out of 100 Fragrant Residence for me, and waste his limbs on the street. Chapter 12 Confident Wang Ming, Half-Step Refined Void Su Hong Yuan. There was also a Yuaning stage powerhouse behind the 100 Fragrant Residence, so he naturally did not dare to be too reckless here. The 4 servants immediately laughed and walked towards Su Chen, their eyes full of killing intent. Su Chen's eyes were slightly cold, his face also carried a bit of impatience. Today's great mood was all ruined. He raised his hand and grabbed. The air all seemed to be compressed. The 4 servants were directly grabbed and exploded. Blood flowed out like a spring. The 4 were killed in an instant. Immediately afterward, Su Chen grabbed a chopstick and shot it out, directly penetrating Zhao Hian's neck. Bang! Zhao Hian fell to his knees as his pupils began to dilate, and he covered his neck with disbelief on his face. What had happened? You dare to kill me? The Zhao family won't let you go. Zhao Hian reacted, opening his mouth to speak with difficulty. Su Chen didn't reply. This kind of mole-like character didn't even qualify him to look squarely at him. A moment later, Zhao Hian could no longer hold on, and he lay straight down, blood flowing out down his neck. His pupils were filled with despair and pain, as well as regret. Why did he provoke this person? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if the Zhao family would seek revenge on him, what did it matter to him? Being dead meant that everything was over. Seeing Zhao Hian killed, the 100 Fragrance Residence was plunged into dead silence, and the eyes of the guests coming and going were filled with fear. He actually dared to kill Zhao Hian. Wasn't he afraid of the Zhao family's retaliation? Su Chen's overpowering methods made them not even dare to breathe out loud. It was too ferocious. Yang Jingro was also shocked in her heart. She did not expect Su Chen to directly kill Zhao Hian. At the same time, ripples rose in her beautiful eyes. If I could marry Su Chen, that would be great. Even if it's just to be a concubine, I would recognize it. Powerful strength and high status, ask which woman wouldn't like it? An incomparably powerful aura instantly enveloped the 100 Fragrance residence. Yuaning stage. The hearts of the people present were shaken. Did a Yuaning stage show up so soon? The one who came was a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure. His face carried a bit of anxiety, and when he saw Su Chen in the corner, he hurriedly ran forward and saluted with a respectful expression. My name is 100 Fragrant Residence Boss Dongji. I pay my respects to young Master Su. Dongji's face was filled with trepidation, very worried that Su Chen would directly destroy him as well. Other people did not recognize Su Chen, but how could he, a Yuaning stage, not recognize the Su family young master? A few days ago, the city was abuzz with rumors that Su Chen had killed Li Qiu, the Li family's late Yuaning stage, and he, a mid-Yuaning stage, was not a match for Su Chen even if he fought alone, not to mention that there was the entire Su family behind Su Chen. What? Seeing Dongji directly saluting towards Su Chen, the hearts of the people inside the 100 Fragrant residence were shaken. What is this situation? Young Master Su is not right. Could he be? If he was so young and could make even a Yuaning stage bow and salute, then it can only be the Su family's young master Su Chen. My goodness, Zhao Hian has kicked a steel plate. It's not good to mess with anyone, but actually messing with Su Chen and molesting other people's maids. If Su Chen that was so blasé about Miss Jing Ro, this seemed very reasonable. Manhwa City's top 10 beauties, as long as Su Chen was willing, these 10 people were probably willing to marry him, and still lacked such a one as Yang Jing Ro? Su Chen lightly glanced at him, slowly stood up and turned to leave. When it's really boring, Hanyuoxi, go home. The two of them left 100 Fragrant residence just like that. Looking at the backs of the two, Dongji was instantly relieved. As long as Su Chen didn't take it out on him, that was the best outcome. On top of the high platform of the 100 Fragrant residence, Yang Jing Ro pursed her red lips lightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. Damn it, damn Zhao Hian. If it wasn't for your bad behavior, I would have been able to have a meal with him today no matter what. The crowd inside the 100 Fragrance residence waited until Su Chen left before they dared to take a big breath, but they were still quiet for a while before they continued to return to their rowdy state. Wang family. Reporting to Master, the situation is even better than what you expected. When Wang Ming heard these words, he immediately raised his eyebrows and asked with some surprise, how so? The steward of the Wang family immediately said again, Master, all of the Su family stores are closed, not a single one is open. The corners of Wang Ming's mouth rose slightly when he heard this. Su family, if you fight with me, you are still too young. As long as we wait for my Wang family to take the spirit essence jade liquid, at that time, your extermination of your Su family will be just around the corner. Right at this moment, Wang Ming suddenly frowned as he waved his hand at the steward. You go down first. The steward immediately bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. However, not long after he left, a person jumped in from the window, wearing a black robe with his face hidden so that he couldn't clearly see exactly who he was. The person who came and bowed to Wang Ming, then said in a serious tone. Today, there was a change in the Su family. Su Chen gave Su Qingtian a spatial ring. I don't know exactly what it is, but they seem to have found a solution to their predicament. Wang Ming's eyes stared. Can you be more specific? The visitor continued, it can't be helped. At that time, Su Qingtian's father and son should have been communicating by voice, and I don't know the specifics. But when Su Jingtian let the stores be shut down later, he seemed to be quite confident, so you guys have to beware. After saying that, he didn't say any more and directly turned around to leave. Wang Ming picked up his teacup and thought carefully for a long time, and finally he smiled contemptuously. Su Qingtian, just pretending. What the Su family is like, I am clearer than even you, Su Qingtian. If you can have a solution, I, Wang Ming, will directly read my name backwards. Wang Ming was very confident. He concluded that it was impossible for Su Qingtian to have found a solution. At most it would be a temporary solution to his immediate needs. However, there was still some anxiety in his heart. Su Chen's talent was too strong. If he was allowed to break through to the God transformation stage, it would surely be a great danger to his heart. After taking the spirit essence jade liquid, he would have to hurry up and do something about it. Su family. Su Chen had just returned to his courtyard when Su Yuanba hurriedly came running, his face filled with anxiety. Little Chen, hurry up and follow me. Seeing that Su Yuanba's complexion was somewhat gloomy, Su Chen also stood up in a hurry. Third uncle, but what happened? Su Yuanba said with a gloomy expression, the old master has woken up and named you juniors to see you. The old master. Su Chen was instantly startled. Could it be that he was still alive? His divine sense spread out and immediately detected a powerful yet weak aura in the Su family. Half-step refined void, Su Hongyuan. The current Su Chen was a supreme powerhouse in the middle stage of saints, so naturally nothing could escape his probing. It was just that he had never peeked inside the Su family before. Soon, the few people entered the main courtyard and then circled around a few more times, entering a hidden tunnel. Logically, the tunnel should be cold and damp. However, this tunnel was warm and dry, making it particularly comfortable to stay in. In the deepest part of the tunnel, there was an old-faced man sitting on a clean futon. His expression was breathless and his eyes were dull, as if he would die at any moment. In front of the old man stood the people of the first family. They were the several great elders and their sons and daughters. However, the number was not large, there were only 23 people in total. When Su Qingtian saw Su Chen walking, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Shener, quickly come and pay respects to your grandfather." Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Grandson pays his respects to his grandfather. Chapter 13 Grandfather, a mere heavenly stage. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes with great difficulty, his cloudy eyes looked toward Su Chen, the slightest hint of a smile flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he said in a hoarse, low voice, "Prime said that you're the great genius of our Su family, an extreme spiritual root." Cough cough cough. A violent coughing sound rang out. Su Chen wanted to step forward, but Su Hongyuan waved his hand. "There's no need to care about me, it's an old problem." Su Hongyuan took 2 deep breaths and said again, "All of you will be the pillars of my family in the future, I hope that you can lead the Su family farther. Grandpa doesn't have many days left, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you guys." Although it was the first time they had met, Su Chen could feel that the kindness and favor passed out from Su Hongyuan. Sui's daughter, Su Chanshan, even burst into tears in her eyes and cried softly. An aura of sadness permeated all within the tunnel. The color of sadness also surfaced in Su Qingtian's eyes, as well as deep self-blame. Su Hongyuan would have become the way he was today. To put it bluntly, it was all because of him. Without that incident back then, it was impossible for his father to end up in such a state. Half-step refined void stage's lifespan was at least 5,000 years. Su Hongyuan was only 1,500 years old when he turned into this appearance. This was all because of him. Damn it! Su Qingtian clenched his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. Su Hongyuan twisted his head towards Su Qingtian. He wore a soft smile. "Child, it's alright, everything has its own destiny. That incident was not your problem in the first place, you don't have to blame yourself too much." Su Qingtian did not say a word, he clenched his fists trembling all over his body, trying his best to suppress the sorrowful emotions within him. It had been more than 10 years, this was the first time Su Hongyuan had let all of them come over since the Su family entered Bright Moon City. This also meant that his life was coming to an end. Su Hongyuan said helplessly, "I heard Qingyan say that the 4 great clans have teamed up to target you all, but unfortunately, I can only stay in the Su family and cannot use my last remaining strength to clear the way for you." There were formations set up here, and he was connected to them, relying on absorbing the power of the earth to survive. Once he broke away from the formation, he would die quickly. Even if he wanted to use his last strength to help the Su family, he really had no strength. Su Qingyun said with sad eyes, "Father, you've already done a lot for us, there's no need to be like this. You have accompanied us all the way, the rest we can walk on." Su Hongyuan had a weak smile on his face, "So? I am relieved." On the other side, Su Chen looked at Su Hongyuan with unblinking eyes. There seemed to be something not quite the same about the problems on the old man. He detected that Su Hongyuan's life breath was weak not because of longevity issues, but because his physical body and divine soul were weak. This situation was usually a result of having burned his essence blood or using some kind of forbidden technique, leading to a backlash that damaged his own body. Su Hongyuan once again scanned the circle of them, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, "To be able to see you all one last time, I have no regrets in this life. All of you leave, I want to be quiet for a while." Several of Su Qingtian's people were all showing grief, they all knew that there was no next time they would see each other. The aura on Su Hongyuan's body was already rapidly weakening, and he could still hold on for 2 or 3 days at most. Although Su Hongyuan had never stepped out of this tunnel in the years since he entered Bright Moon City, he was still the pillar of the Su family. Without him, the Wang family would have already joined forces with the Yuan family and the Li family to attack the Su family. If not for the fear of Su Hongyuan's residual power, how could the Su family's 2 god transformation stages resist the 3 families joining forces? To be precise, it was 4 families, because the Yi family had allied with the Su family in the first place, and more than that, it was also precisely for the sake of Su Hongyuan. Su Qingshan's eldest son, Su Minghu, suddenly opened his mouth. "Grandpa, isn't there any way to save you? There are quite a few life-prolonging heavenly herbs within Manhwa City, it's not particularly difficult to get." The other juniors also looked towards Su Hongyuan, their eyes filled with doubt. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, a doting look on his face. "Grandpa's illness is not a longevity issue, it's a drying up of the qi and blood, it can't be saved by something that is not heaven-defying, and this kind of thing is rare in the world. If you can have this heart, Grandpa is already very happy." Su Minghu's eyes were filled with gloom. Su family originally valued kinship, even if it was the first time they met with Su Hongyuan, but blood is thicker than water, they all didn't want Su Hongyuan to die just like that. Although Su Hongyuan gives a very frank feeling, but they also feel that the old man has a deep sense of powerlessness. No one wanted to die, and Su Hongyuan was the same. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke. "Father, I want to stay and talk to the old master alone, is that okay?" Su Qingtian nodded grimly at his words, and he turned around and left the hole in the ground without saying a word. The others didn't say anything more when they heard this. Su Chen now had an extremely high status within the clan, this face still had to be given, so they all exited the ground cave. Soon, in the entire cave, only Su Chen and Su Hongyuan remained. Su Hongyuan's face was kind, but his voice was breathless. Child, what do you want to tell me? Su Chen was silent for a moment, then curiously opened his mouth and asked, Master, what conditions are needed to save you? No matter what the reason was, he did not want Su Hongyuan to die just like that. Hearing these words, Su Hongyuan shook his head with a bitter smile as he opened his mouth and said helplessly, You are trying to seek help from that master of yours, right? Prime have told me about you, but my situation is different. If it was a few years earlier maybe it could still be saved, but now the essence and blood are dried up, the meridians are broken, the flesh is collapsed, the treasures that can save me all need to be at least of heavenly rank. And must be the kind of living dead, raw white bone of the heavenly treasure is possible. Su Hongyuan's business was low, persuading Su Chen not to waste his efforts on him. The matter of Su Chen having a master, Su Qingtian had told him about it, but in Su Hongyuan's opinion, the problem on himself was too serious and he was already powerless to do anything about it. Suddenly, a huge life force surged out of the tunnel, so thick that Su Hongyuan's weak breath grew much stronger. Su Hongyuan's pupils contracted violently as he stared incredulously at the red fruit in Su Chen's hand. This fruit had golden lines growing on it, the Tao rhythm flowed, and the life essence flowed within it, so at a glance, it was clear that it wasn't a mundane item. Su Chen spoke in a calm tone, Elder, it's just a heavenly rank. This item is called the earth-hidden fruit, it can live the dead and give birth to white bones, it should be enough to solve the problem on you. Su Hongyuan's eyes widened, his originally weak face was filled with excitement. Although he did not know what this fruit was, he knew very well that as long as he ate this fruit, the problems on his body would definitely be solved. Heavenly rank. It really was the heavenly rank. This was also given by your master? When Su Qingtian had told him that Su Chen had a master, he had originally thought that it was a harmonization stage, so a supreme treasure like the heavenly rank. He had never thought that Su Chen could come up with it. But Su Chen had given him a big surprise. In that case, it seemed that master teacher of his was even stronger than what he had perceived. Without blushing, Su Chen said, Of course, the heavenly rank isn't a treasure. Chapter 14, Closure. While speaking, Su Chen opened his system backpack and took a look. Earth-hidden fruit, 3120. There were still more than 3,000, not a big problem. Su Chen handed the earth-hidden fruit to Su Hongyuan. Master, you try to see if it has any effect first, if not, I'll give you some more fierce ones. Fiercer. Su Hongyuan trembled, you still have a higher grade than this gizo fruit? He suddenly froze a little, I've just been in a hole in the ground for more than 10 years, outside this is a direct change in the sky? Shinner, what exactly is the origin of this master of yours? Facing Su Hongyuan's questioning, Su Chen was also full of confusion and said, I don't know, his old man has never told me my identity. I made it up myself, if you ask me, who am I going to ask? Sometimes a simple lie would have a better effect, and making it up too perfectly would be full of loopholes. Anyway, Su Chen was just asking questions, even if they had some suspicions, they couldn't find any evidence. Since they couldn't find evidence, then this is the truth. Su Hongyuan didn't think much, his face was incredibly excited, unexpected the person who saved me is actually a junior. The grandparents and grandson had never met before, but the first time they met, Su Chen gave him this great gift. Su Chen said with a smile on his face, all are family. Family. Hearing these words, Su Hongyuan stopped talking, he took the earth-hidden fruit that Su Chen handed over and directly swallowed it. In an instant, an incomparably dense life force flowed through his body, and his originally dried-up meridians quickly revived, as if a dead tree had sprung back to life. The old flesh was also rapidly becoming younger and more resilient. Su Hongyuan's appearance, from a senile old man, was restored to that of an old man in his 60s in a few breaths of time. But it didn't end there, the life force of the earth-hidden fruit was still flowing in his body. After another tens of breaths, the life force of the earth-hidden fruit was completely consumed, and the aura on Su Hongyuan's body became incomparably powerful, and his appearance was restored to that of a middle-aged man, majestic and extraordinary. I successfully recovered. Su Hongyuan's face was filled with excitement, and earth-hidden fruit directly restored all of his injuries, and his cultivation had also reached his peak period back then. Half-step refining void stage. Shunner, I'm relying on you this time. Su Hongyuan's face was filled with doting colors as he looked at Su Chen. If it wasn't for this little grandson of his, he would probably have died 2 days later. Su Chen wore a smile on his face, it's just a small matter. Looking at his breezy appearance, Su Hongyuan's heart was even more shocked. Su Hongyuan calmed his inner excitement as he took a deep breath before saying, I may have to close the door to break through the void refining stage, and I won't be able to go out for a short period of time. The earth-hidden fruit had not only restored his physical body, it had also allowed him to touch the bottleneck of the void refining stage. So he was going to take this opportunity to break through the void refining stage in one fell swoop. Su Chen saluted and said, then my grandson won't bother much. Su Hongyuan nodded his head and looked at Su Chen's departing back, ice turning in his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that there was something extraordinary about this grandson's body, it felt like there was a big secret. Apart from that mysterious master, there must be other things that they did not know. But Su Hongyuan didn't ask, who didn't have a bit of secret in him, Su Chen could do as long as he didn't harm the Su family. Chenner has also grown up. It seems like we have to find an opportunity to tell him about that matter. After Su Hongyuan murmured, he withdrew his gaze. His calm heart stirred once again, feeling the power that filled his body. Su Hongyuan's face was hyperactive. If he could break through the void refining stage this time, then their Su family would be able to directly control the entire Bright Moon City, and as long as they held most of the benefits of the entire city, the Su family would be able to become even more powerful at that time. After Su Chen walked out of the hole in the ground, most of the people had already left, leaving only Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. Su Qingtian sighed helplessly. The formation was opened. It seems like the old master should not want us to go back in. Let's go, Chenner, back. After saying that, Su Qingtian turned around and left, only his back looked a little forlorn. Su Chen also did not say anything about Su Hongyuan. When he came out of the gate, everyone in the Su family would naturally know. Su Yunxian was also ready to leave. Su Chen opened his mouth and asked, "Second uncle, do you know about my mother's matter?" Su Yunxian's footsteps suddenly lurched as he said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Isn't your mother all dead? What's the point of asking this?" Su Chen shook his head, just curious. Su Yunxian sniffed and said no more, leaving with quick steps. Looking at his departing back, Su Chen's eyes turned. It seems that there are still things I don't know about the Su family. From his understanding, the Su family was once not from Manhwa City, but from another place in the eastern domain, which was 10,000 miles away from Manhwa City. At that time, the Su family was not yet called the Su family, named Qingfenggang, specializing in doing things like robbing homes. It wasn't until after some kind of change occurred that it came to this Bright Moon City not 10,000 miles away, as if it was hiding from something. Although Su Yunxian didn't answer positively, he could tell that it was definitely related to his mother. It seems like we have to find some time to ask, Su Chen said in a low voice before turning around and leaving. The next day, early morning. Today was the time when the family gave out cultivation resources, and all the first families went over to Su He to receive the resources. Su Minghu was holding a Qiankuan bag in his hand, his eyes full of doubt. Previously, every time the resources were issued, they were given directly. How come this time, they also used the Qiankuan bag to pack it up? The Qiankuan bag belonged to a small storage equipment, inexpensive and almost essential for cultivators, while the spatial ring was much more precious. Only after all the resources of the first lineage were distributed and they left Sui's courtyard did they start to check it out. Why are there so many? Su Minghu's eyes were filled with shock. 30,000 lower grade spirit stones and 10 yuan renewal pills. This is just too much, isn't it? In the past, their first lineage basically just had 30 to 5,000 spirit stones as resources, other than that they would occasionally distribute an elixir, and this month the resources distributed were almost 10 times as much as before. Mine is also 30,000 lower grade spirit stones and 10 yuan returning pills. Mine is 20,000 lower grade spirit stones and 30 spirit gathering pills. I only have 15,000 lower grade spirit stones and 20 spirit gathering pills. A group of people exchanged words, their eyes filled with shock. The resources were all given differently, but they were all 10 times as much as before. The cultivation levels among the first lineage were different, and the amount of resources given out was definitely different. Cultivators in the Qi condensation stage only had Qi gathering Dan, while those in the foundation establishment stage had Yuan returning Dan. Su Minghu immediately walked inside the courtyard and then said to Sui, fourth elder, "What the hell is going on? Now that the family is in such difficulty, what's the point of giving me so many resources?" Fifth elder Su Yunping's youngest daughter, Su Shanshan, who only had a mid-stage Qi condensation cultivation, she followed suit and said, "Right, fifth uncle, getting through the family's difficulties first is the most important thing. We can survive without resources for a few months." A group of first-degree family members expressed their intention to return the resources. Suhi then smiled and said, "Alright, stop fooling around, you guys are the future of the family, what else is more important than you? These resources are the family master's orders, you guys just take them, and now the Su family does not lack resources, you only need to cultivate well, family matters need you to worry about?" Chapter 15 10,000 Treasures Pavilion Auction, Poor Man Su Family? Sui said majestically, and without giving the group of juniors any room to retort at all, he directly kicked them out. Now the people who knew that the Su family was not poor in resources at all, excluding the several great elders in the family head, there was no one else who knew about it, not even them, the first generation juniors. Su Yunxian's eldest son's name was Su Yujie, and he was also the strongest person in the younger generation, excluding Su Chen, and had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Su Yujie said with a firm expression, "Since the family values us so much, then let's not shirk, cultivate well, and when we grow up in the future, then we will give back to the family." Hearing Su Yuza say this, they also stopped talking. The Su family's cultivation resources between the first lineage skyrocketed, but it had no effect on the side lineage, they still should take as much as they can. The first line was the core of the Su family, they would always be the people of the Su family. But the sideline was different, they could be a member of the Su family or not. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This was the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Bright Moon City, which had all kinds of treasures from low to high, and even a lot of things at the Transformation God stage level. Even if you had higher level needs, as long as you paid a deposit in advance, they could also transfer them over to you from a higher level branch. Su Chen followed Su Yunxian here, ready to participate in this day's auction. Void refining stage. Su Chen's eyes were bland, he only took one look and knew that there was a void refining stage powerhouse sitting within the Wan Treasure Pavilion. Worthy of being the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, there are just a lot of strong people, even sending a void refining stage to sit in the branch. Since today was the Wan Bao Ji's auction, all the large and small forces of the entire Bright Moon City had gathered, resulting in the Wan Baogu being very lively, which was a rallying cry that no other chamber of commerce could possibly possess. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion auction was held once a year, and each time, there were countless treasures, far surpassing any other chamber of commerce in Bright Moon City. This was also the fundamental reason why he was able to become the leader in Bright Moon City. Isn't this the Su family? How dare you come to the auction meeting of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Can you afford the things here? Li Fiki stood in the distance, his face filled with indifference as he said with a sneer. Although in the past, the Li family and the Su family had some disagreements, but there was no fight on the surface. But ever since Li Chou was killed by Su Chen, the Li family and the Su family had become like water and fire between them. Su Yunxian's eyes were indifferent, none of your business. After saying that, he led Su Chen into the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Li Fiki was instantly trembling with anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. Su Yunxian, I'll see how much longer you can jump around. The arrival of the Su family immediately attracted many people. The Su family actually came to participate in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion auction as well. Didn't they say that they're all too poor to uncover the pot right now? Yeah, I also heard that the Su family even closed their stores, and the resources distributed by the clan were halved last month, so where else would they have spirit stones to come to the auction? This auction I've heard that there is a treasure like the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, but according to the previous price, this thing is going to be auctioned off for at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. There's no way that the Su family can afford to buy it, right? Discussions suddenly rang out. The Su family didn't have much in the way of spirit stones, this was something everyone knew. When the people from the four great families saw that someone from the Su family had come, they immediately couldn't help but sneer. Su family, just poor people, they still want to come and compete for the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, it's simply delusional. Outsiders might not understand the Su family's situation very well and only heard about it from hearsay, but the four great families were incredibly clear that the current Su family was just in dire straits. It was considered impressive for them to be able to shell out 1,000,000 spirit stones. These sneering voices continued to ring out. Su Yunxian didn't have much of a reaction, but Su Chen was a little offended. Marred, like to scream, right? This time something the Su family, will cover it. He had already decided that no matter what it was, he would just buy it. Soon, everyone was almost seated. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion auction wasn't something that anyone could come to, he was using the invitation method, only those who were invited could enter, so the people who came were almost all cultivators or forces that had reached the Jiedan stage or above in Manhwa City. Below the Jiedan stage, they could only follow their elders. An old man in his 60s slowly walked up to the auction stage, he had a smile on his face. Gentlemen, I'm Julie, the steward of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, everyone is an old acquaintance, I'm sure you all know me. This auction on the other hand, is presided over by the old immortal. During the process, please be peaceful, don't affect the order of the auction. Saying that, an extremely powerful aura permeated his body, and the hearts of the people in the hall were immediately shaken. Void refining stage. Julie continued to say with a smile on his face, alright, the old immortal won't talk too much nonsense, so let's just start auctioning things directly. As his words fell, he raised his hand and with a wave, 3 round pills emerged on the stone platform at his side. The first item, 3rd grade elixir, infant transformation pill. The effect is that it can greatly increase the probability of forming an infant. The starting price for a single one is 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. Many people who came to the Wan Bao Pavilion auction for the first time had shocked faces. The opening was a treasure like the 3rd grade infant transformation pill, worthy of being the Wan Bao Pavilion. Su Yunxian's face was indifferent. Although the infant transformation dan was precious, it was not considered a rare treasure in Manhwa City. As long as you were willing to give spirit stones, you could basically buy it. 511,000 spirit stones. 530,000 spirit stones. The voices calling for the price continued to ring out, quickly reaching 800,000 spirit stones, which was considered the normal price of an infant transformation dan. 800,000 spirit stones, does anyone else continue to add? Julie smiled faintly as he looked towards, and when he saw that no one had opened their mouths to speak again, he continued. 800,000 once, 800,000 twice. I'll offer $1 million. Su Chen's faint voice rang out. Su Yunxian immediately turned his head towards Su Chen, his eyes filled with the color of doubt. Aren't you all already infants? However, thinking that he still had 10 billion lower grade spirit stones on him, Su Yunxian once again turned his head back and no longer continued to pay attention. Now that Su Chen was trenchant, spending $1 million didn't seem to be a problem. The auction fell into silence. Everyone stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, especially the man who had called for $800,000. His face was even a little speechless. Does your Su family still lack this kind of elixir? Li Fiki even laughed out loud. The Su family deserves to be called the Su family, it's just unique, even this kind of garbage elixir has to rush to buy it. Yuan family Grand Elder Yuanji followed suit. Maybe the Su family can only afford to buy this infant transformation pill. Ha ha ha. Snickering voices continued to ring out from within the auction, but the jokers were basically people from the four great families, and even though the others wanted to laugh in their hearts, they didn't dare to do so openly. The Su family was no longer poor, but their strength was there, not something they could mess with. Julie continued, 1 million once. 2 times. 3 times, deal. Congratulations to young patriarch Su Chen for buying 3 infant transformation dan. The second item to be auctioned next, the 4th grade 10,000 spirit pill, with a starting price of 3 million lower grade spirit stones. Chapter 16 Spirit Essence Jade Liquid. You're telling me that the Su family is poor? The second item to be auctioned next, the 4th grade 10,000 spirit pill, with a starting price of 3 million lower grade spirit stones. 10,000 spirit pill. The people of the 4 great clans were all staring at each other. This time there was even this kind of elixir. The efficacy of the 10,000 spirit pill was actually very simple. It could directly allow the Yuaning stage to break through a small realm, and it was effective until Yuaning consummation. This kind of elixir was a priced treasure even in Manhwa City, and I didn't expect that the second item of this auction would bring out all the 10,000 spirit dan. According to the rules of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, 15 items would be auctioned every year, and it would get better and better. The second item was all 10,000 spirit elixir, so the later would definitely be better. The 4 great families withdrew their gazes again, still deciding to leave the spirit stones for later. Especially that spirit essence jade liquid, the 4 great clans all wanted it. 3.5 million spirit stones. A Yuaning stage opened his mouth, and the venue then immediately resounded with offers one after another. 3,600,000 spirit stones. 3,900,000 spirit stones. The price slowly rose, and the voices of offers became less and less, eventually settling at 6 million spirit stones. Julie opened his mouth and said, 6 million once? 6.5 million. Su Chen's voice faintly sounded, and the crowd present immediately looked towards him, many of their eyes filled with doubt. What was the situation? Wasn't it said that the Su family didn't even have any spirit stones left? Why was it still able to spend $6.5 million on the 10,000 spirit pill? Li Fiki's eyes stared as he said in a sarcastic tone, "This is the Wanbao Pavilion auction, the price cannot be shouted out indiscriminately. Can the current Su family afford to spend 6.5 million spirit stones?" In his opinion, it would be impossible for the Su family to come up with so many spirit stones. Although the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not involved in the disputes of the major powers, it also understood the specifics within the Bright Moon City. Julie said with a serious expression, "Little friend, bidding is no joke. The consequences of shouting out a price indiscriminately are very serious." Without saying a word, Su Chen directly threw out a spatial ring. Julie took it, and after slightly probing it, his serious face immediately filled with a smile. 6.5 million once. 2 times. Sold. Young Patriarch Su, when the auction ends, the pills will be sent to you immediately. People who did business were the most faceless, their faces were like chameleons, changing at the drop of a hat. Su Chen nodded indifferently, then slightly sneered as he looked towards Li Fiki. He did not say a word, only his eyes were full of contempt. However, it was this kind of appearance that made Li Fei's teeth itch with hatred. Su Chen. Sooner or later, I will get you killed to avenge Li Qiu. Li Fei's eyes were filled with doubt. How could the Su family still have so many spirit stones? After that, several more items were auctioned off, almost all of which were at the Yuaning stage level, but without exception, they were all taken by Su Chen, and all of them were paid for directly on the spot, which instantly put everyone in a daze. Didn't they say that the Su family was poor? Just this moment had cost close to 40 million spirit stones. Even the Wang family wouldn't dare to be so wasteful, right? Wang Ming's eyes were filled with coldness. He always had a bad premonition. What the hell is going on? The Wang family steward beside him immediately said, "Master, it doesn't make sense. The news from our pawns in the Su family is very certain that the Su family now has at most 1 million lower grade spirit stones. It's impossible that they still have this much. And those people have been working with us all for some time. It's impossible that they would betray us." Wang Ming's complexion was gloomy as he thought of the information that person had given him some time ago. The Su family seemed to have undergone some changes. "Keep looking, I don't believe that Su Chen can afford anything." Inside the venue, Julie raised his hand and waved it out, and 4 flags of different colors emerged on the stone platform, which contained a huge amount of energy. He said aloud once again, 13th item, intermediate Xian rank formation, for elephant formation, can attack, can defend. The most crucial thing is that this formation is inscribed within the flags and can be carried easily. However, it requires a large amount of spiritual energy each time it is activated. Starting price, 10 million lower grade spirit stones. The venue fell into silence. Although this 4 elephant formation was very good, it was also very expensive. The crowd turned their eyes towards the 5 great clans. The intermediate Xian rank treasures had come out, and the things behind them were probably not their turn to compete. They could only watch the show. Li Fiki spoke faintly, 11 million spirit stones. The Li family was not as strong as the Wang family and Yuan family. This time the spirit essence jade liquid was not expected to have much of a possibility, so it would be better to buy something useful. After he quoted, the venue fell into silence and no one continued to quote. Obviously, the other few great clans also thought that there was no need to compete for this item. 12 million. Su Chen's lazy voice rang out. Li Fiki immediately turned his head to look, his eyes glowing fiercely. Su Chen. He was puzzled in his heart. How could the Su family still have so many spirit stones? I bid 13 million spirit stones. Su Chen said again, 20 million spirit stones. Hiss. Hearing Su Chen's offer, many people in the venue immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, directly increasing by 7 million. This kind of ferocious bidding had never appeared before. Everyone was thinking of saving as much as they could, and the offer was increased little by little. How many spirit stones does the Su family have to withstand such a call from Su Chen? Li Fiki's teeth itched with hatred. He really wanted to immediately hack Su Chen to death, but this was the territory of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and he didn't dare to be reckless. 20 million spirit stones had already exceeded his expectations for the 4-elephant formation, and he stopped talking with a cold snort. I'll see how much money your Su family still has. He didn't believe that Su Chen could remain this arrogant and buy everything. Su Chen directly threw out a spatial ring over, and after Julie checked it out, he then laughed aloud once again. Congratulations to young patriarch Su for buying the 4-elephant formation. Seeing this scene, Su Yunxian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Chener, you can't spend like this even if you have spirit stones here. Su Chen calmly said, second uncle, a little bit of spirit stone is just a little bit of spirit stone. I was going to spend $1 billion, now I haven't even used a tenth of it. The people of Bright Moon City are really too poor to be under any pressure at all. The corner of Su Yunxian's mouth twitched. Really, a full man doesn't know a hungry man's hunger. Do you know what the concept of 1 billion spirit stones is? The Su family, according to the previous operation, with an annual harvest of 5 million spirit stones, it would take 200 years without eating or drinking to save 1 billion spirit stones. Coupled with the Su family's expenses, a year can only save 1 or 2 million spirit stones, and it would take close to 1,000 years to save 1 billion spirit stones. Julie once again took out an item. He was an exquisite porcelain vase, which emitted a faint essence chi within it. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know about the next 14th treasure. Spirit Essence Jade Liquid. It can help you wanting perfection cultivators break through the transformation stage without any barriers and without any after effects. Here it comes. The words within the venue magical eyes became fiery. Even Su Yunxian was no exception. This thing was the purpose of their Su family coming to the auction. Of course, it was also something that several other great clans wanted to buy. However, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid could only be ranked 14th, so wouldn't the last treasure be even more precious than the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid? Julie said in a calm voice, starting price, 70 million inferior spirit stones. Chapter 17 Competition for Spirit Essence Jade Liquid. Clueless crowd, the Su family turned out to be so rich. 80 million spirit stones. Yuan Hao was the first to speak, his calm voice echoing within the auction hall. Hearing this offer, many people within the venue sucked in a mouthful of cold air, unexpectedly adding 10 million at once. Su Chen asked, second uncle, I remember that the last time the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was sold for 270 million lower grade spirit stones, right? Su Yunxian was just about to shout the price, but after hearing these words, he still replied, yes, what are you asking for? Getting the exact price, Su Chen directly raised his hand, 300 million spirit stones. Boom! The moment these words came out, it instantly shook the hearts of the people in the venue as they looked at Su Chen with unbelieving eyes. 300 million spirit stones. This price was beyond the last Spirit Essence Jade Liquid's 30 million spirit stones. The Su family was actually this rich. Who on earth was spreading the rumor that the Su family was poor and dragged out to be caned? A poor man could just pull out 300 million spirit stones? Wang Mingyi and Yuan Hao stood up violently, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Su Chen, and the Yi family head who was just about to offer 90 million spirit stones was instantly dumbfounded. What happened? 300 million spirit stones was just too outrageous, even Wang Ming hadn't expected it. Su Yunxian froze in place. Well, having spirit stones and playing like that, right? He was a person who was used to living a hard life, and was more frugal when it came to spending spirit stones, but he didn't stop Su Chen's loud bidding. Su Chen spent his own spirit stones as much as he liked. Julie also froze slightly, completely not expecting Su Chen to quote so aggressively at once, but he was also someone who had seen the world and quickly reacted. Young Patriarch Su called for 300 million spirit stones. Is there anyone else to follow? Wang Ming's eyes were filled with ice coldness. He had completely not expected that the Su clan would still have so many spirit stones. Damn it! No wonder they directly closed the stores. This was the bottom of their hearts. Even if they didn't open the stores, they would still be able to maintain them for a long time. Miscalculation. Wang Ming quickly adjusted as he said aloud, $311 million. He snorted coldly. The Wang family's least bad thing is spirit stones. No matter how rich your Su family is, you can't possibly compete with my Wang family. Today, I'm going to let your Su family see what it means to be truly rich. Su Chen lightly glanced at Wang Ming, then raised his hand and called out the price, 400 million spirit stones. Wang Ming instantly froze as he stiffly turned his head to look at Su Chen with incredulous eyes. A direct increase of 90 million at a time. 400 million spirit stones, this had already exceeded the value of the spirit essence jade liquid, but this thing had a price, so it was normal for it to be a little more expensive, but 400 million spirit stones was obviously too much, right? Listening to Su Chen's offer, the venue fell into dead silence. 400 million. This was also really too terrifying. Su Chen, on the other hand, said in a cloudy manner, "Does Family Master Wang still want to add more?" Wang Ming looked gloomy. The price of 400 million was obviously too much higher, but their Wang family still had quite a bit of spiritual energy reserves, and after thinking about it, he still opened his mouth and said, "Su Chen, don't flatter me, my Wang family's spirit stones are not comparable to your Su family. 411 million spirit stones." Li Fiki also followed with a sneer. "What kind of broad-mindedness do you pretend to have? I'll see how long you can still hold out, calling for so much. I think you must be close to your limit, right?" Obviously, in his opinion, Su Chen's way of bidding a lot at once was precisely because of the lack of confidence in his heart, and he wanted to use it to scare the Wang family. When Wang Ming heard these words, his face also once again glowed with the color of confidence. "My Wang family has been settling in Manhwa City for so long, even if the Su family still has some depth, it is impossible for it to be deeper than the Wang family's." Su Chen sneered and slowly spoke, 500 million spirit stones. The smiles on Wang Ming and Li Fiqi's faces instantly solidified. The Su family could even add more. Just how many spirit stones did they still have? Wang Ming suddenly felt as if his economic sanctions against the Su family were a joke. The Su family had such strong funds, were they still afraid of their sanctions? Wang Ming was still undeterred and said, 500 million won. 600 million spirit stones. Before Wang Ming could finish speaking, Su Chen's voice directly suppressed what he said. Wang Ming's hand that had just been raised stiffened in mid-air. Putting it down was not, continuing to quote was not. 600 million spirit stones, this was simply too expensive. After Su Chen finished speaking, he said in a contemptuous tone, "Wang family master has a lot of spirit stones, do you want to continue to add more?" The most he had on him was spirit stones. He had signed in once half a month ago to obtain spirit stones, totaling 30 million immortal crystals. According to the division of spirit stone grades, there was a total of lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade, holy crystal, immortal crystal, and further up he didn't know. The ratio between each spirit stone was 100, which was equivalent to one immortal crystal being worth 10 billion lower grade spirit stones. And 30 million immortal crystals. It was simply a bit unimaginable. What's more, Su Chen's current lower grade spirit roots were all calculated according to Jing, so he simply couldn't spend them all. Along with Su Chen's voice, the venue once again fell into dead silence. Wang Ming also couldn't help his eyes from jumping wildly, and the Wang clan steward beside him was filled with disbelief as he angrily rebuked, "How could your Su clan possibly have so many spirit stones? I don't believe it, Steward Zhu. I suspect that the Su clan is just quoting wildly." Not only him, everyone present didn't believe that the Su family could offer so many spirit stones. "It's too scary, okay? Adding 100 million at a time. 600 million spirit stones were enough to buy 2 spirit essence jade liquids. Su Chen said indifferently, "As long as it's confirmed to be mine, pay the spirit stones on the spot." When Julie heard this, he immediately said in a cold voice towards the Wang family steward, "Please do not affect the normal order of the auction." His Wanbao pavilion was a chamber of commerce, so he naturally had to defend the more valuable guests. Moreover, Su Chen was very proactive every time, directly giving him the spirit stones on the spot. The Wang clan steward was also instantly dumbfounded, but he still couldn't accept that the Su clan was able to take out so many spirit stones. Wang Ming's eyes were filled with ice coldness. He did not stop raising the price, but instead, he transmitted his voice to the Wang family steward beside him and said, "Send a message to those people to make a move against the Su family right away. This time, my Wang family will go all out to completely eradicate the Su family." Su Chen looked like he definitely still had spirit stones. There was no point in calling for more. 600 million spirit stones far exceeded the value of the spirit essence jade liquid itself. He also couldn't accept another step in the strength of the Su family. He had to immediately start the plan to eliminate the Su family. Otherwise, when the Su family added another new spirit transformation stage, coupled with the fact that Su Chen had also made a breakthrough, it would be very difficult to deal with the Su family. The Wang family's steward's complexion shook as he listened, and he nodded respectfully before directly leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Wang Ming, on the other hand, was silent as he looked towards the people of the other 3 great clans, and the 4 of them glanced at each other with a very tacit understanding, their eyes all filled with icy coldness and killing intent. After a few inquiries from Zhu Li and determining that no one had raised the price, the spirit essence jade liquid belonged to the Su clan. And Su Chen directly paid the 600 million spirit stones on the spot. Julie looked at the mountains of inferior spirit stones amongst the spatial rings. He also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was invigorated beyond measure. This year's performance was hopefully going to skyrocket. Julie as a steward, naturally also has a commission to take. The more things sold, the higher the commission he gets. Julie waved his hand once again, and an elixir appeared on the stone platform next to him. Next is the grand finale of this auction. 6th grade pill, Dragon Transformation Pill. What? Wang Ming stood up violently as he looked incredulously at the elixir on the stone platform that had dragon patterns all over it. This finale was actually the dragon transforming elixir. This kind of pill was similar to the 10,000 spirit pill, but it was much more powerful than the 10,000 spirit pill. It could directly raise the cultivation level of the spirit transformation stage, and all of them required at least a 6th grade high-grade alchemist to be able to concoct it. His eyes immediately glowed with greed. The Su family had spent so many spirit stones on the spirit essence jade liquid before, they couldn't still have extra spirit stones to purchase this dragon transformation pill. With the Wang family's strong assets, it could completely crush the other 3 great families. If they could obtain this dragon transforming pill, it didn't seem too bad. A confident smile once again returned to Wang Ming's face. Chapter 18, Making a Move, a great battle is about to break out. Julie spoke aloud, starting price, 100 million inferior spirit stones. Wang Ming was just about to open his mouth when that familiar voice sounded once again. Su Chen spoke faintly, 600 million spirit stones. The smile on Wang Ming's face instantly froze as he looked at Su Chen with a blank and confused look. Your Su family still had spirit stones? The key was to directly add 500 million at once. Even if you have spirit stones, you're not the one to call for them like this, are you? It wasn't just Wang Ming, many people throughout the auction house sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes shocked as they looked at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at Wang Ming, then asked suspiciously, does family master Wang like it too? Then let me add another 100 million spirit stones, 700 million spirit stones. Nima. Wang Ming's face was filled with anger. Ever since he had become a family master, he hadn't been angry for how long, but now he actually had the thought of wanting to strangle Su Chen. It was too disgusting. Su Chen's brutal bidding caused the 3 great clans that were originally foolishly moving to fall silent. This was still bidding my ass off. The opening was 700 million inferior spirit stones. Among their 4 great families, only the Yuan family and the Wang family could come up with 700 million spirit stones, but with that look on Su Chen's face, he definitely had extra spirit stones. They were puzzled. How could the Su family have so many spirit stones? It was too outrageous. The hearts of the other people in the venue were shocked beyond measure. This was definitely the most outrageous auction they had ever seen. Previously, everyone shouted the price is a little bit of increase, but Su Chen is plus billion points. There are some Yuaning stages feeling incomparable. Their family spirit stone total only add up to tens of millions. Other people casually pull out hundreds of millions. This is completely not comparable. However, some people had a cold smile on their faces. The Su family is so rampant, this is completely the way to death. The 4 great families will never be so simple to let go of the Su family. Among the Li family, the one who came to the auction with Li Fiki was his eldest son Li He. When Li He saw this scene, his eyes were filled with worry. Father, what can we do? The Su family's economy was so strong that the economic targeting they had done before could be said to be completely useless. Now that the Su family had obtained several supreme treasures, it was even more difficult for their 4 great families to target the Su family, and if they gave the Su family the opportunity to grow, it would be a disaster for all 4 of their families. Especially since their Li family had torn their faces with the Su family. Li Feiche's eyes were gloomy as he said faintly, don't worry, the Su family won't survive today. When Li He heard these words, a joyful look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Father, does it mean that it's already going to take action against the Su family? Li Fiki nodded his head as he said with a cold smile, so what if there are so many treasures? That also depends on whether they have the life to use them. If the Su family was given time, they would indeed see their strength skyrocket in a short period of time, but the current Su family was only 2 transformation spirit stages. Above the high platform, Zhu Li's face was filled with a kind smile. 700 million spirit stones once. 2 times? 3 times, deal. Congratulations to young Patriarch Su for buying the Dragon Transformation Pill. This auction has ended successfully, please just leave the venue in an orderly manner. When the crowd heard this, they all left with mute expressions. This auction was outrageous, everything was bought by a single person, something that had never happened before. Many of the juniors who were brought in were however full of exuberance. The things they saw today were enough to take back and blow for a year. Inside one of the auction's luxury boxes, Zhu Li's face was filled with smiles as he handed over a spatial ring. Inside here are the things that the young clan chief bought, you can take an inventory. Although he was at the void refining stage, he was very service-oriented and his posture was very low instead. The stewards of the Wanbao Pavilion almost all climbed up step by step from the bottom, plus the Wanbao Pavilion had always adhered to the principle of customer first, and with the Su family being so rich, he naturally had to take care of it, and it might even be able to bring in huge benefits in the future. Su Chen, on the other hand, took a step back and said to Su Yunxian, second uncle, you have more knowledge than me, it's better for you to confirm it. He said this of course to give Su Yunxian face, after all, he had followed to gain insight, now it made it seem as if Su Yunxian was the follower. Su Yunshan didn't mind either. He went up to receive the spatial ring and then carefully examined it. After confirming that there were no problems, he then said to Zhu. "Thank you, Steward Zhu." Zhu instantly waved his hand. "It's all what I should do, but," he said in a tone that seemed like a smile, "the Su family seems to be in trouble. If you have enough spirit stones, I can introduce you to reliable and strong people to shelter you. As long as the price is right, the refined void stage is also available." If it was under normal circumstances, Zhu would definitely not have introduced them, but the Su family had displayed amazing financial strength, which was why he specifically mentioned it. Su Yunshan's face shook. "Worthy of being a 10,000 treasures pavilion, actually even the refined void stage could be found. Dare I ask Steward Zhu, how many spirit stones can I afford?" Zhu smiled and said, "According to the past, 100 million lower grade spirit stones is enough to shelter a strong void refining stage person for a year." 100 million spirit stones. Su Yunshan was instantly shocked. This price was obviously a bit shocking, but it was not that the current Su family could not afford to pay it. Seeing Su Yunshan's face showing a look of interest, he gave a transmission jade talisman. "Great Elder Su can come to me anytime he needs to." This kind of job was something he secretly engaged in. The business of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion allowed him to know many strong people, and naturally, there were many void refining stage cultivators who lacked spirit stones among them. He could get a large commission for introducing jobs for those people, and there was little risk involved. Su Yunshan arched his hand and nodded, then took Su Chen and left the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This kind of thing definitely needed to go back and discuss. The main reason was that the Su family also had a void refining stage right now, so the demand wasn't great. Waiting for the two to leave, Julie looked at their backs and then at the distance, his eyes indifferent. He said, "It seems like Manhwa City is going to be lively again." The two of them, after leaving the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, quickly headed towards the Su family. Su Yunshan was still a little panicked in his heart. Their Su family had bought too many things, plus showing such a strong financial power, he was truly a little worried about the Wang family tearing their face off. As soon as the words fell, a strong and incomparable aura violently erupted in the distance, instantly enveloping the two of them. Not good. Su Yunshan's face suddenly changed. It was truly what was said. "Su Yunshan, stay with me." Wang Ming suddenly surfaced, and without the slightest concealment, he raised his hand and waved out a huge ball of fire, killing towards Su Yunshan. This fireball seemed as if it could burn everything, and the temperature was extremely high. Su Yunshan was only at the early stage of God transformation. He withstood it with difficulty, and immediately afterward, he roared, "Wang Ming, does your Wang family want to fight to the death with my Su family?" His eyes were filled with worry. Wang Ming had directly exposed his figure. Clearly he had made all the preparations to fight the Su family to the death. Damn it, if he gave the Su family some more time, would he still need to be afraid of his Wang family? "Su Yunshan, today your Su family will be destroyed." Li Fiqi's figure instantly appeared. His expression was grim and filled with killing intent. "And you, Su Chen, I'll definitely have you gutted and stripped of your marrow." The next moment Li Fei Che appeared. The lord of the Yi family and Hong Yuan also arrived, and beside him were the remaining two God transformation stage powerhouses from the Wang family. Su Chen's expression was bland and incomparable. He even revealed a bit of sarcasm. "Don't worry, you won't be able to kill anyone today." Just after he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to be a bit rampant. After all, on the bright side, he was still only a Yuaning stage cultivator now. However, if something really happened to the Su family, he would directly intervene. Of course. After today, even if nothing happened to the Su family, he would directly exterminate the four great families of Tomorrow City. An aura of the God transformation stage unfolded in Bright Moon City, and countless people revealed a look of trepidation. Especially some of the closer forces and people had long run far away after sensing that there was something extraordinary this time. A great battle at the God transformation stage was about to break out. With a battle of this intensity, no one was willing to watch the show. Even a single slip from the Yuaning stage could die in the aftermath. "Do you guys really want to die with my Su family?" Su Yunshan's eyes were filled with ice coldness. Su Qingtian's figure also instantly appeared on the side. He had long sensed the situation over here, so he had rushed over early. Su Qingtian's expression was grave to the extreme. The four great families of Bright Moon City had a total of 7 transformation spirit stages combined. Their Su family only had 2 God transformation stages. In the past, these people were probably afraid of the old man's residual power, which was why they hadn't dared to make a move, but now they finally couldn't hold back. "What words did Grand Elder Su say?" Yuan Hao's voice rang out as his figure slowly unfolded from high in the sky, and beside him was another harmonized God stage from the Yuan family. At this point, all the four great families' God transformation stages had arrived. Yuan Hao looked at Su Yunshan with contempt in his eyes and said, "Is your Su family worthy of breaking the net with our four great families? If it wasn't for Su Hongyuan's sake, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter Bright Moon City." Chapter 19, The Strange Su Chen, Caught in a Crisis. Hearing these words, the faces of both Su Qingtian and Su Yunshan were unsightly. Indeed, if the Su family did not have Su Hongyuan sitting on their side, they really did not have the qualifications to compete with the four great families. Su Qingtian said in a calm tone, Chener, at the first sign of a fight later on, you should hurry and find a chance to leave. Your third uncle is already making arrangements, you don't need to care about anything, just escape, even if the Su family is destroyed, as long as you don't die the Su family will still be there. Although Su Qingtian spoke calmly, but his grave expression was enough to see just how serious this time was. It wasn't even unexpected that the Su family was bound to be exterminated. Su Chen, on the other hand, was pondering whether or not to directly kill the people of the four great families, and how should he explain to them if he did? My master directly enlightened me? It's too bull. Su Chen even felt that it was a bit bull. He was not worried about the safety of Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. With himself, it would be hard for them to die, it was just a matter of how to go about explaining. Su Chen quickly thought of a way, he smiled and said, Father, you underestimate me too much, I'm at the peak of the Yuaning stage, with my strength, I'm invincible below the middle stage of transformation. Haven't you heard of those supreme geniuses who can cross the border to kill their enemies? Su Qingtian froze as he asked with a somewhat serious expression, really? 3 transformation spirit stage combatants were obviously more resistant than 2, or at least had a better chance of survival if they had to escape. Su Chen smiled, his figure transformed into a meteor toward Li Fei Che to kill. Li Fiqi's eyes were contemptuous, a small Yuaning stage even dared to take the initiative to attack, really do not know the heights of heaven and earth. He raised his hand and wanted to grab Su Chen. Since you sent yourself to the door, then don't blame me for not being polite. Li Fiqi wanted to grab Su Chen's fist, but he suddenly felt a huge force coming from him, and his face suddenly changed. Bang! Li Feiqi directly flew out horizontally and smashed into the city. What? Everyone present stared at this scene with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. Su Chen actually possessed this kind of strength, able to directly blast Li Fei Che with a single punch, knowing that he was in the middle stage of transformation spirit, and there was a gap of 1 major realm and 1 minor realm between him and Su Chen. Some geniuses were indeed able to cross the border to kill their enemies, but that was a small realm, and it was very unreasonable for you to cross a large realm. Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian's eyes widened, it felt like they had seen a ghost. Su Chen was so powerful? To dry fly Li Fiqi with 1 punch, this kind of thing even Su Yunxian couldn't do. But Su Chen did it easily, what a terrifying physical body this was. Put! Li Fei Che violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, that punch was filled with dark energy, if not for his quick reaction, serious injuries would have been possible. You? Why do you have this kind of strength? Li Fiqi raised his head, his tone was full of disbelief, he could not accept the fact that he had been injured by a punch. Su Chen said indifferently, there are a lot of things you haven't seen. Wang Ming, on the other hand, yelled, cut the crap, hurry up and kill them, don't hold back in the slightest. Su Chen's strength had caused him to completely panic as well, he was only less than 19 years old and could have strength that rivaled the transformation spirit stage. If he was given another 2 years, wouldn't he directly break through the refined void stage? Moreover, now that the Su family had displayed amazing financial strength, it caused them to become even more anxious. Wang Ming's late transformation god stage aura was instantly displayed, and the pressure filled the entire Bright Moon City as the 5 transformation god stages of the Wang and Yuan families killed towards Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. Li Fiqi and He Hongyuan then killed towards Su Chen. The great battle was imminent. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with gravity as he exuded a savage aura and his muscles turned crimson. Kill! 2 against 5, this was hardly suspenseful, only just exchanging a few moves, the two of them, Su Qingtian, were almost losing ground. Don't get attached to the battle, just run when you find an opportunity. Su Qingtian said in a low voice. Wang Ming spoke coldly, no one can save you today. He raised his hand and flung out a few stones towards the front, which sparkled with mysterious symbols engraved on their surface. Formation stones. This kind of stone was usually engraved with formations, just like that 4-elephant formation, and could be pulled out directly when they needed to be used. Wang Ming formed the formation very quickly, and by the time Su Qingtian reacted, the formation had already completely wrapped around them. Damn it! Su Qingtian cursed, and his face became incomparably gloomy. Wang Ming laughed out loud, ha, this formation is an intermediate Xian rank killing formation, I have spent a great deal of money in order to kill you guys. As the words fell, he maneuvered the formation into motion, and a huge long blade violently killed towards Su Qingtian. This long blade was an illusion of the formation, but it possessed the power to kill a transformation spirit stage. Su Qingtian dodged it with difficulty, and the long blade swiftly killed Su Yunxian again. His strength was only at the early stage of transformation, and the speed of the long blade was extremely fast, so he simply couldn't dodge it, and could only resist with difficulty. Pooh! The long knife directly pierced through his defense and killed towards Su Yunxian's brain. I'll help you. Su Qingtian's aura was strong to the extreme, and he dispersed the long blade with a single punch, which saved Su Yunxian from danger. When Wang Ming saw this scene, his eyes were filled with coldness, it's not over yet. 3 weapons immediately surfaced in the large formation, a long knife, a long sword, and a long spear. At the same time, the transformation spirit stages of the Yuan and Wang families also entered it, and together with the formation, they killed towards the 2. Suffered. Su Qingtian's face was bitter. The four great families had prepared for this long ago, which filled his heart with a sense of powerlessness as well. The 5 major god transformation stages joining hands, coupled with this strong formation, I'm afraid that I'll have to perish here today. Thinking of this, Su Qingtian hurriedly yelled, Shunner, hurry up and escape, don't mind us. But soon, his entire body froze slightly. I saw something. In his line of sight, Su Chen was pressing and fighting with Han Yuan and Li Fiki. Su Chen's strength was so outrageous? These two were both in the middle stage of god transformation. It's outrageous for you, a Yuaning stage, to be able to resist one. Why can you fight two at the same time? Han Yuan roared loudly, Wang family master, quickly decapitate the two of them, there's something odd about this kid's strength. When Wang Ming saw that the two of them couldn't take down Su Chen, he subconsciously roared, rubbish. Han Yuan was furious, come and try fighting him. This Su Chen was fast, his physical body was incomparably strong. He was just about to cast a spell. Su Chen stuck it to his face. Spelling flesh body can only be beaten. It is really too frustrating. Moreover, Han Yuan always felt that Su Chen was toying with him. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze as he once again looked towards the two Su Qingtian men and said in a cold tone, hurry up and kill them. The fact that Han Yuan and Li Fiki couldn't even defeat Su Chen made him a little annoyed in his heart, and he even wondered if the two were colluding with the Su family. The four great families were only supposed to be temporary allies, and once the Su family was destroyed, they would go back to fighting openly and secretly. Originally he wanted to kill the two without injury, but now it seems somewhat unlikely. Rabbits bite when they are anxious, not to mention the two transformation spirit stages. If they really fought for their lives, it was inevitable that someone would be injured, and at that time, it might give the other clans an opportunity to take advantage of it. Even if the people of Manhwa City didn't make a move, there would be others who would want to do so. With such a big piece of cake like Bright Moon City, there were quite a few people who had their eyes on it. Poof! The longsword killed towards Su Qingtian, and unable to dodge in time, Su Qingtian's arm was instantly cut open with a huge gash, and blood flowed out. Chapter 20, Changes Appear, 3 Great Void Refining Stage Powerhouses. The battle was almost without suspense, especially after the Wang clan's god transformation stage had no scruples. Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian had no power to fight at all. Bang! Su Yunxian was directly blown away and smashed onto the ground, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the breath in his body became extremely weak. Kill him! Wang Shou's hands erupted with killing intent as he fiercely killed towards Su Yunxian. Damn it! Su Yunxian wanted to resist, but the severe pain on his body temporarily paralyzed his body, and now he couldn't even raise his hand. Lao air! Su Qingtian roared, his eyes filled with anxiety. Wang Ming sneered, don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him later. Right at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the distance, causing people's hearts to be appalled. What was the situation? The crowd streaked towards that direction, their expressions incomparably grave. This was the aura of the void refining stage. That direction. An unpleasant feeling surfaced in the hearts of the 4 great families. Wang Shou was shaken. Under this terrifying pressure, the spiritual energy in his hands was a little unstable, and the attack he had just condensed directly exploded in his hands. Inside the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. After Julie detected this aura, his eyes violently erupted with a brilliant light, with a look of watching a good show. The 4 great families are going to suffer. Soon, the strong aura instantly disappeared, just as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. A figure came tearing through the void. He was tall and tigerish, and his eyes were filled with sternness. Is this the void refining stage? Seeing this unfamiliar figure, the crowd from the several great clans were immediately startled and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, senior. Su Hongyuan sneered as he raised his hand and grabbed it. The void instantly ruptured and Wang Shou was directly pinched in his hands. This cultivator in the middle stage of god transformation was actually like a small chicken, defenseless. Senior. Wang Shou showed a look of panic. He didn't understand why this void refining stage in front of him wanted to take action against himself. The moment Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian saw the visitor, the expressions on their faces became extremely rich. Senior. You've broken through. This appearance in front of them was exactly what Su Hongyuan looked like back then, only because his chi and blood dried up only after that battle, causing his appearance to become incomparably old. When the two saw Su Hongyuan's breakthrough, their faces were filled with exhilaration and happiness. They also didn't expect that Su Hongyuan could still survive in the face of adversity. Now that the Su family had a void refining stage powerhouse, they still needed to be afraid of the 4 great clans. Su Hongyuan laughed, of course, hard work you guys, leave it to me next. After saying that, he exerted a slight force, and the Wang Shou in his hands directly exploded and instantly fell. Wang Ming felt Su Hongyuan's aura, and he also reacted violently as he screamed in horror. You're Su Hongyuan, how could you not be dead? When Su Hongyuan first entered Bright Moon City, he was in an extremely poor state, as if he would die at any moment. After so many years had passed, his state hadn't gotten worse, but rather better, and he had even broken through from the half-step refined void stage to the refined void stage. Wang Ming really couldn't accept this scene in front of him. Su Hongyuan wore a cold smile on his face as he directly blasted out a fist that contained infinite power, directly shattering the array formation that Wang Ming had set up. The aftershocks attacked towards the transformation spirit stage of the Wang and Yuan families, immediately causing them to keep retreating. This was only the aftermath. If it had hit them, they would have probably been reduced to pieces on the spot. The more the realm reached the later stages, the wider the gap became. The difference between the divine transformation stage and the void refining stage was one realm, but the difference in combat power was as great as the difference between mud and clouds. This kind of strength caused the crowd of Yuaning stages to feel fear. Wang Ming's face was even more gloomy to the extreme. Wang Shou died. Even if they destroyed the Su family, their Wang family's loss would be incomparably painful. Looking at the Su Hongyuan with his powerful aura, he couldn't help but angrily roar. How much longer do you guys want to watch the show? Su Hongyuan sneered and said contemptuously, still have helpers? But soon, his complexion shook and he looked towards the distance with some gravity. Only to see the distant void violently crack open, slowly walking out of 4 figures. The person at the head looked a bit wretched, and even broke off an arm, his breath a bit weak. Wang Ming's pupils shrunk violently, and he knew who the person at the front with the broken arm was. This person was precisely the person who had previously cooperated with him to prepare to destroy the Su family, and was also a late-stage goddess of transformation powerhouse. But then who were the 3 people behind him? The aura of those 3 people were all frighteningly strong, judging by their aura, clearly exceeding the god transformation stage. All of them were void refining stage powerhouses. What the hell? Wang Ming's heart was filled with fear. How did this matter involve 3 more void refining stages? Everything in front of him was clearly beyond Wang Ming's expectations. Among the 3, a slim man with a long nose laughed grimly. Ha ha ha, it took all the effort to get here. I never thought that the Qingfeng gang that the Dark Sentinel released the mission to was actually the Su family. Dark Sentry. Everyone's faces were shaken. They had all heard of this power. The Dark Sentinel was an assassination force that was feared in the Eastern Domain. They had their own assassins and also released bounties for anyone who wanted to take orders. Wang Ming's eyes were filled with horror. Who exactly was the Su family being rewarded by that could cause 3 void refining stage powerhouses to be moved? Su Hongyuan's face changed dramatically. After hiding for so many years, he was still found? The key in front of the 3 people are more powerful than him. The person who just spoke even gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. The other 2 are also in the middle stage of the refining of virtual reality. The other 2 were also in the middle stage of refined void. Several lords, I've brought you here, can you let me go? The broken-armed man's face was filled with pleading. Lu He sneered and lifted his hand before directly obliterating him. Such a big man, still so childish. After saying that, he then once again looked towards the people of the Su clan, finally settling on Su Hongyuan's body. You are called Su Hongyuan, right? Su Hongyuan's complexion was a bit gloomy, and his entire body was also taut, ready to counterattack at any time. He had only just broken through the void refining stage, and facing 3 powerful void refining stages, the pressure was immense. Lu He said indifferently, refined void stage now. There is some discrepancy with the intelligence. It seems that you have made another breakthrough during this period of time. Didn't he say that you were dying from serious injuries, but you can actually still make a breakthrough? When it is true, it is a bit of a surprise to this seat. Then he pointed at Su Qingtian. Your name is Su Qingtian? And Su Yunqian. Why are there 4 people missing? Luo Xingye sneered, Big brother, wouldn't we know by arresting people and directly searching their souls? Lu Mei laughed out loud, makes sense. Immediately afterward, his eyes became incomparably greedy. A single head is worth 2 million upper-grade spirit stones, and you're still just a bunch of wastes. I don't know which great power you guys have offended, that you all have to be killed at such a great cost. Hearing these words, the hearts and minds of the people from the several great clans were shaken. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones. That was 20 billion lower-grade spirit stones. The Su family's head was actually worth so much in the Dark Sentinel? Su Hongyuan shouted violently, Prime, take Shinner and hurry to escape. At the same time, the aura on his body violently exploded and became more and more violent. Su Hongyuan was burning his essence blood to forcefully raise his strength up for a short period of time. He had to stop the 3 void refining stages and buy time for the Su family to escape. Su Hongyuan did not expect that he would have to fight to the death again just after he had broken through. Su Qingtian's body shook. This appearance today was too familiar. He clenched his fists and stood in place. Su Yunqian said in a low voice, hurry up. Su Qingtian slowly said, eldest, what happened back then had a lot to do with me. It was because I caused the old man to be seriously injured and dying. I can't accept the same thing happening again. You take Shinner and escape. I'm going to stay here. Chapter 21 Su Family Victory. Su Chen's mysterious master so strong? Su Yunqian roared, no, you must come with me. No one can leave. Lu He let out a cold laugh as he looked at Su Hongyuan with some contempt, a void refining stage that has only just broken through, a little too inadequate. As his words fell, the aura on his body instantly exploded, as if heavenly might had enveloped the city. Countless people only felt their scalps numb and their eyes filled with fear. In this world, not having strength was just like that. Encountering a strong person, one could only pray that he would spare you, other than that there was no other way. Here the strong are honored. A strong person kills a weak person, even if he is innocent, but everyone will feel it is normal. I'll deal with Su Hongyuan, you two go and kill the remaining 6 targets, but don't let them escape. Luo Xingye laughed ferociously, don't worry big brother, they can't escape. In the distance, Su Chen looked at the 3 people who had suddenly appeared, and also shook his head helplessly. One would have thought that after the old man came out, basically things would have been set right, but it turned out that there was still this kind of accident. I still have to make a move. He slightly raised his hand, and a spiritual light violently blossomed, tearing through the void to kill directly towards Luo Xingye. Put! Luo Xingye's head instantly exploded, blood scattering in all directions. The scene was shocking. What? Lu Mei and Pan Huan were also vicious people who walked on the tip of the sword. Their combat experience was incomparably rich. They reacted extremely quickly and prepared to escape without saying a word. Being able to instantly kill Luo Xingye without any notice was enough to prove that the strength of the person who had struck in the dark was very powerful, and it was absolutely impossible for them to defeat. Poof! Poof! 2 auras flashed by again, and the 2 men's heads exploded one after the other, their breath completely gone. All 3 were powerful void refining stage cultivators, but they were powerless in front of Su Chen. Killing them was like stepping on an ant. The 3 void refining stage powerhouses died, always after less than a breath of time. The scene was silent, and everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. What had happened? However, the people here were not ordinary people, although they didn't know what had happened. After the 3 major void refining stages died, the people from the several great clans began to fall back frantically. Su Hongyuan was the first to make a move, and he directly blasted out a fist, and Wang Ming directly fell on the spot. The late stage of God transformation was still too big of a gap in front of the refined void stage. Su Hongyuan shouted in a cold voice, "Kill them!" The people from the several great clans stared in horror, their eyes filled with horror. No matter how things went today, they were actually going to suffer. If the Su family won, the several great clans would definitely be exterminated, and if the Su family lost, those 3 void refining stage powerhouses would definitely kill and exterminate them. Especially He Hongyuan, he was filled with regret right now. Had he known that he wouldn't have gotten on this thieving ship of the Wang family? Before, he felt that it was a sure win, but now it's a sure win, my ass. Following the Wang family was a sure death. Soon, all the transformation spirit stages of several great families were killed on the spot, leaving only the Su family at the scene. Su Hongyuan said respectfully to the high sky, "Thank you senior for your help." The heavens and earth were silent without the slightest reaction. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with doubt as to who was actually stepping in to help. Su Chen also stepped forward and said, "Senior, is that you?" A vortex of spiritual energy violently blew up in the heavens and earth, but it disappeared in just a moment. The pupils of the Su family's few people shrunk violently. Was it that Master Su Chen's who had just stepped in? Although they had heard that Su Chen had a master, they had never seen it, and there was always a somewhat illusory feeling in their hearts, but what happened today was incomparably real. To be able to easily kill 3 void refining stages in seconds, one of which was still in the late void refining stage, such strength was simply too terrifying. When Su Chen saw that there was a reaction, he then said once again, "Disciple thanks master." However, this time, there was not the slightest feedback from heaven and earth. Su Hongyuan looked towards Su Chen, his eyes filled with complexity, not expecting that the one who had saved the Su family in succession was only a junior. "Prime Sky, why don't you step aside, and let Chinner be the family head? He is more suitable than you. When the time comes, you will just assist him." Su Qingtian. "Old master, are you polite?" However, Su Qingtian did not mind as he looked towards Su Chen. "Chinner, how about it? Do you want to be the head of this Su family? Don't worry, at that time, your father and a few uncles, all of them will handle things for you clearly. You only need to make decisions in the general direction." The strength that Su Chen showed was too terrifying, not to mention his terrifying master. Just this Yuaning stage battle, too big middle stage of transformation spirit without losing the battle record, it was enough to stand proudly against the crowd. The head of a family very often sits in the family, a symbol of the highest level of battle strength, not necessarily personally. The current Su Chen definitely had this qualification to be the lord of the Su family. Su Chen thought about it and still chose to reject it. "Father, it's better for you to be the head of this family first, wait until some years later." After Su Qingtian pondered for a moment, he nodded his head and smiled, "Then this position father will give you a seat first. When you want it, directly tell me." After saying this, Su Qingtian once again looked towards Su Hongyuan, his eyes full of gravity. Su Hongyuan also knew what he wanted to ask, so he preempted him and spoke. "It's all because of Chenner that I was able to recover my injuries and make a breakthrough." It was still true. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with shock as he looked towards Su Chen. The son of his had more and more secrets in him. However, he did not ask. Su Chen also had secrets that belonged to him. Su Hongyuan spoke, "Eldest, you go deal with the people who secretly watched the show just now. Prime Heaven go back and bring the Su family's people to take care of the 4 great families' properties. Also, cut off the roots." Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. They were from bandit gangs, naturally they were not good people. The people of the four great families must be killed cleanly to eliminate future troubles. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he arched his hand and said, yes. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. A bloody storm soon broke out in Bright Moon City. The four great families were exterminated in one day. The entire family, chickens and dogs, eggs had to be shaken apart, and ant nests had to be poured a pot of boiling water down. Everyone knew that the dispute between the four great families and the Su family was won by the Su family. As the new king ascended to the throne, many forces in the city were silenced for fear of drawing fire. All of them cowered in their homes and dared not go out, and the pedestrians on the streets became very few. At least until the dust settled, they didn't dare to go out freely. Especially before the four big families of subordinate forces, they are even more afraid to the extreme, worried that the Su family directly to them also destroyed. In the current Bright Moon City, excluding the Su family, there was no longer a single god transformation stage cultivator. It was on the same day that Su Qingyun utilized the spirit essence jade liquid to break through to a god transformation stage powerhouse. Su family. Su Qingtian had just returned to the Su family when he heard the report from below. His eyes became incomparably gloomy as he said in an icy tone, "Have Punjabi elder Sui come over?" Chapter 22, The Four Families Extinguished, the Su Family's Secret. Soon, Sui walked over, and he bowed with a respectful expression. Greetings to the family head. Su Qingtian's eyes were gloomy as he said, "Does Elder Sui know what I called you over for?" Sui's heart thumped, but he still forced a smile as he revealed a puzzled expression, "I don't know." Seeing this look on his face, Su Qingtian's eyes also grew colder and colder. Sui, what the Su family hates the most is traitors. According to the rules of the Qingfeng gang back then, do you know what the consequences of betrayal are? Hearing these words, Sui also knew that the matter was exposed, and with a terrified look on his face, he knelt down and begged. "Family master, listen to my explanation. It's all because the Wang family forced me. I beg family master to spare my life." Forced? Su Qingtian sneered. "The Wang family steward said very clearly that you took the initiative to find the door." The pleading on Su Yi's face instantly solidified, his eyes filled with panic. From the beginning of the cooperation with the Wang family, he was able to be certain that the Su family would definitely lose, which was why he invested in advance, but in the end, the evolution of things was simply unpredictable. The four great families had actually lost. And still, the defeat was extremely complete. The Su family didn't even suffer any losses, only Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian suffered some minor injuries. Su Qingtian said in a cold tone, "You are the lord of a vein. According to the rules, you have betrayed the Su family. An entire vein will have to abolish their cultivation and be driven out of the Su family." Sui was shocked after hearing this. He hurriedly begged. "I beg the family lord to spare my life. I am willing to bear all the consequences. I only beg the family lord to spare my lineage." Su Jingtian's eyes were filled with ice coldness. He directly raised his hand and waved it, abolishing Sui's cultivation on the spot. "Come on people, abolish Sui's lineage and expel everyone from the Su family. For traitors, he would not be merciful. Hang Sui in front of the Su family's gate for 3 days, and behead him 3 days later for a demonstration." Su Qingtian's words were like a sharp sword, plunging into Sui's heart. Sui also knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now. He screamed and roared, "Su Qingtian, you executioner, you can even lay your hands on your fellow clansman, you animal." Su Qingtian said in a cold voice, "Why didn't you think of this when you betrayed your clan? If it wasn't for the fact that there was no Chener, and that the old master hadn't broken through the refined void stage, the entire Su family would have been wiped out as a result. Have you ever thought of these things? In order to preserve your own lineage, you even dared to do the thing of collaborating with the enemy. Sui, you can't be redeemed by 10,000 deaths." He paid no attention to Su Yi's yelling and directly turned around to leave. The Su family's guards directly dragged him out and hung him next to the Su family's gate. What Sui had done quickly spread within the Su family, and after hearing about it, countless members of the Su family were filled with righteous indignation, and they all took whips to whip Sui. The Su family hated traitors the most. What Sui did was unconscionable and extremely selfish. Originally said hanging Sui 3 days, and then beheaded, but half a day, Sui was drawn flesh and blood. The whole person was also directly drawn alive. But the Su family has not yet rested their anger. They keep whipping the body. Collaborating with the Su family's enemy, this nature was too bad. A little bit more serious might lead to the Su family's extinction. So they were also angry to the extreme. After a few days, Manhwa City also restored peace. After the Su family exterminated the 4 great families, there were no other superfluous actions, which also made many people relieved. Even in the period of time afterward, the Su family was extremely quiet, and many people were wondering if something had changed in the Su family as well. Su family inner courtyard. Su Hongyuan, Su Qingtian, and Su Chen were sitting around. Su Hongyuan's face was a little hesitant, but after struggling for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Chener, at the time you were still small, so I let King Tian keep from telling you, but your strength is now blocking enough. It's also time for you to know the truth." Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Back then, there were indeed some insider secrets that he did not know. Su Hongyuan sighed. The color of reminiscence appeared on his face. My Su family was called the Qingfeng gang at first. You should know that the cause of all things came from Yi Qingling, that girl, that is, your mother. Hearing the three words Yi Qingling, Su Qingtian's eyes appeared gloomy and sad. His mood also became extremely heavy. Su Hongyuan continued, the two of you, your mother and father, met by chance, married in less than 3 years, and gave birth to you. But just after giving birth to you for less than a month, the forces behind Qingling came to the door. Those people were very powerful, so powerful that it was unimaginable. At the time, I was a half step in the refined void stage, but the weakest of those people made me feel a suffocating pressure. Seemingly thinking of something bad, the color of fear surfaced on Su Hongyuan's face. They captured Qingling and intended to exterminate my Su family. Those people felt that my Su family had tainted their bloodline. If it wasn't for a mysterious powerhouse who stepped in behind us to help, I'm afraid that the Su family would have been destroyed, but I was still left with indelible injuries. To this day, we don't even know if Qingling is alive or dead, or even who the person who captured her actually is. After hearing this, Su Chen fell into silence. In his last life as an old netizen, such a plot seemed to be somewhat of a déjà vu. Su Qingtian's eyes were full of expectation as he said, I heard that the Saint rank physique has a chance to break the shackles of heaven and earth in the future, and become the legendary Saint powerhouse. Chener, if you can reach that point one day, you must bring back your mother. Toward the end, Su Qingtian's tone was filled with sadness and helplessness. As a man, but unable to even protect his own woman, this was the most painful thing for every man. If it wasn't for Su Chen's help, Su Qingtian might have lived in remorse for the rest of his life. Everything that happened was because of him. If it wasn't because of himself, the Qingfeng gang wouldn't have been disbanded, the old man wouldn't have been seriously injured and dying, and Qingling wouldn't have been taken back to live and die. All of this had something to do with him. But he also knew that he would never be able to bring Qingling back. His talent was there, and he was at the limit of the refining void stage. The only one within the Su family who could possibly do it was Su Chen. He had a strong natural talent and a powerful master to protect him. Su Chen said with a firm expression, don't worry, I will definitely bring back my mother. Although he had never seen his mother, whether it was for himself or Su Qingtian, he had to bring the person back. Hearing Su Chen's affirmation, Su Qingtian also nodded in relief. Su Hongyuan sighed and said, this may be the only thing you don't know, but I hope you don't do anything foolish, and never go looking for them before you have enough strength. Su Chen smiled and nodded. He did not answer positively. When he returned to his courtyard, Su Chen's eyes were starry, and a subtle Tao rhythm flowed out. In the next moment, his body floated above 10,000 feet in the air, and when he looked down, Manhwa City was already incredibly small. Finding his mother, of course he wouldn't pay lip service to it. He had his own hang-ups, and he didn't need to be like the protagonists inside those novels, going through thousands of hardships to search for them and ultimately rescuing them. Chapter 23 The Might of Saints, Anomalies in Heaven and Earth. In the realm of saints, the great Tao was complete, all things were indestructible, and they possessed endless might. Su Chen directly peered into the heavenly Tao, wanting to probe his bloodline's closest relatives. But soon, he frowned, he actually couldn't find out anything. How could that be? There were only two outcomes to this situation, either his mother was dead, or the other party had a cultivator more powerful than him to cover it up. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Regardless of whether she was alive or dead, he had to confirm it clearly. But along with his continued probing, Su Chen surprisingly found nothing, but he could also be sure that it was because there was a strong person covering it up that he was unable to probe. This was because he had surprisingly found nothing when probing his own mother. According to normal circumstances, even if his mother had died, he himself would have been able to probe. Use cultivation, 100,000 years. Since the current cultivation wasn't enough, it would continue to increase. Does the host need to suppress cultivation fluctuations? The system's icy voice rang out from his mind, and Su Chen did not hesitate to choose to suppress it. The aura on Su Chen's body also immediately began to climb. Breaking through the late stage of Sage. Sage Perfection. Early Saint King Realm. Mid Saint King Realm. Late Saint King Realm. This time, 100,000 years of cultivation had only allowed him to break through one major realm. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he said again, use 2 million years of cultivation. The aura on his body also began to climb once again, at a strangely fast and incomparable speed, just as if he had cultivated himself, with no after effects at all. Peak Saint King Realm. Early Saint Emperor Realm. Saint Emperor Realm Mid-Stage. Peak Saint Emperor Realm. Early Hotian Ancient Saint. Peak of Hotian Ancient Saint. Early Hierarchical Ancient Saint. These 2 million years of cultivation caused Su Chen's realm to break through two large segments. At this moment, Su Chen only felt that he was omnipotent, as if the heavens and earth were under his control. His divine soul probed out, and the entire eastern region was instantly enveloped by him, and all things big and small were transmitted into his mind, and the entire eastern region did not have the slightest secret in front of him. If he wanted to, he could even raise his hand and destroy the entire eastern region. Is this the innate ancient sage? Su Chen once again probed, and this time there was finally a little feedback from the bloodline fluctuations. It was found. After reaching this realm, he naturally knew many things about the heavens and earth. There was another realm above the innate ancient sage, the supreme sage. Further up that was the Great Emperor realm, and the Great Emperor realm was also divided into 3 stages: Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor, and Ancient Emperor. However, the last strong person to reach the Emperor level in this world had disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just as Su Chen was about to go searching with all his might, the surrounding void violently began to collapse, and it was still spreading. The heavens and earth seemed to be unable to withstand Su Chen's power at all, and if he were to forcefully probe, the millions of miles around would probably be reduced to nothingness. What was the situation? Su Chen frowned. Was the heavenly Tao of this world so weak? However, he quickly withdrew his mind and began to think about how he could retrieve his mother. Performing it at full strength would cause the void to collapse, countless living beings would fall, and even most of the eastern region would fall. However, if he did not search with all his might, he would not be able to detect exactly where his mother was. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still decided to call it quits. Since his mother was still alive, and there was such a strong cultivator covering her up, it meant that there would be no problems in a short period of time. Although Su Chen had not probed where exactly his mother was, he could be sure that she was definitely within the Xian heavenly realm. As long as she was still in the Xian heavenly realm, then sooner or later, she would run into her. Moreover, if he could prevent himself from probing, the other party's cultivation level was also very clear. The lowest was the early stage of the innate ancient sage. With such a powerful strength, it wasn't difficult to find within the Xian heavenly realm. It only took a little time. However, what is the situation with this heavenly Tao? Su Chen gazed and sensed the power of the heavenly Tao of the Xian heavenly realm, and always felt a little breathless and will-be wooden. Woo! A strange voice suddenly entered Su Chen's mind, agitating the heavenly Tao power around him. This is. Su Chen's body shook, and his eyes were filled with gravity. The heavenly Tao seemed to be communicating with him just now, as if a wild beast was asking for help from a human, and that voice carried very rich colors amongst it. Pleading, despair, pain. When he wanted to investigate further, the power of the heavenly Tao around him had disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't sense anything anymore. What in the world was going on? Su Chen's brows suddenly rose. There seemed to be a major change in the Xian heavenly realm. This situation was unnoticeable even to the previous Su Chen, and if he hadn't wanted to use the power of the heavenly Tao to probe the bloodline of his closest relative, he probably wouldn't have been able to notice that there was a problem with the heavenly Tao. Weird, indescribably weird. He always felt that this world was hiding some secret. Even the former Saint Su Chen had been unaware of it until he had broken through the innate ancient sage and had probed deeply into the heavenly Tao before he had some faint sense of it. After that, Su Chen carefully probed again, but still found nothing. Odd. Not being able to obtain any results, Su Chen could only call it quits. As for his own mother, he didn't even need to look for her. Those people had issued a mission in the Dark Post, and as long as they knew where the Su family was, they would probably come to exterminate the Su family at the first opportunity. Interesting. Su Chen wore a smile on his face. It would be meaningless if everything was uneventful. Anyway, he has many cards. If he can't, he will use all his cultivation. 10 billion years of cultivation is enough for him to break through to an extremely terrifying point. If that doesn't work, he still has Su Xiujiao's summoning card. After the 4 great families were destroyed, the Su family also entered a stage of rapid development. After inheriting the legacy of the 4 great families, the current Su family could be said to be extremely rich, and the spirit stones accumulated by the 4 families alone amounted to 3 billion. In addition to that, there were all sorts of heavenly treasures, too numerous to count. Of course, the most important thing was their industries. These things could provide the Su family with a constant supply of resources. In the past, among the 4 great families, the He family was the smallest, but their population was close to 10,000 people. The Wang family was even more terrifying, with close to 70,000 people. The fact that they were able to save so many spirit stones in addition to maintaining their family was enough to see just how huge the profits were. The Su family's population was small, which led to each person being allocated more resources. Originally, the cultivation resources of the first family had been doubled tenfold, and because of the extermination of the 4 great clans, it had been tripled on top of the tenfold. Even the cultivation resources of the collateral lineage had risen by about 3 times. It was also just half a month after the 4 great families had been exterminated that the 4 surrounding cities all came to congratulate the Su family one after another. In this corner of the eastern domain, there were a total of 5 major cities, namely Bright Moon City, Gusa City, Wanli City, Pingyang City, and Wind and Snow City. There was not much difference in strength between the 5 cities, and they had always been in a state of alliance, kind of like an alliance state. Everyone minded their own business, and if there was an incoming foreign enemy, they would support and help each other. Chapter 24, Going to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion again. The forces of the other 4 major cities were even willing to voluntarily pay a certain amount of protection fee to the Su family every year. The amount wasn't big. Each god transformation stage power only had 500,000 lower grade spirit stones, and each year, the Su family was equivalent to picking up close to 10 million spirit stones for nothing. Among the other 4 major cities, there were close to 20 god transformation stage forces. In the long run, 10 years is 100 million inferior spirit stones, which is still a very considerable amount. However, they were also considered to have an eye. The Su family's current strength far exceeded that of the other 4 major cities and pools. On the surface there were 4 god transformation stage and 1 void refining stage powerhouse. In the dark, there was also Su Chen, the big brother. This move of the 4 major cities was actually no different from actively becoming a vassal of the Su family. If they didn't take a bit of initiative, sooner or later, Su Qingtian would also unify the 4 major cities. There was also a hierarchy of forces in the Xian heavenly realm. It is divided into king level, royal level, saint level, and emperor level. The king level is, for example, the Jinghong dynasty that is close to the Manhwa city is a typical king level force, or a force that has a strong merged stage presence can also be called king level. The royal level is the power that has a strong presence at the Dao Enlightenment stage. Sacred level is like those holy places, ancient clans in Xian Tian realm, forces that are guarded by saint level powerhouses. As for the emperor level, in short, it is the power or family that has a great emperor, but now there is no such level of power in the Xian heavenly realm. However, there were some clans that had once given birth to great emperors, and nowadays they still used the term emperor clan to refer to themselves. The Su family wasn't a bumbling generation, and Su Qingtian naturally had his own ideal ambitions. He also wanted to raise the Su family to a king-level power. To achieve this step, it would definitely require massive amounts of resources, and bringing the other 4 major cities under his banner would naturally benefit the Su family in many ways. Even if the major powers were showing favor to the Su family now, sooner or later, Su Qingtian would still force them to submit. It was complete and utter submission. Chinner, keep this dragon transformation Dan for your own use. In the middle of the Su family's inner courtyard, Su Qingtian handed over the dragon transforming pill that he had obtained from the auction. In his opinion, this kind of Dan had the best effect when used by Su Chen. Su Chen's face was a little displeased. Father, I've told you, I'm not lacking in resources at all, just keep it for yourself. I gave it to the Su family, then the Su family will take it, don't be polite to me in the future. Su Qingtian was always thinking about him, which was indeed very good, but the point was that Su Chen was not lacking in resources at all. Su Chen directly raised his hand and waved it, and the hall was filled with a rich Dan fragrance, and the energy emitted from each one exceeded the dragon transformation Dan in Su Qingtian's hand. Something like a 6th grade elixir, I don't lack it at all. Su Qingtian was about to say something, but after seeing the 7 or 8 6th grade pills that appeared in Su Chen's hands, his pupils violently shrank. His entire body was dumbfounded. 6th grade pills were rare treasures in Manhwa City, as in the case of something like the dragon transforming pill, the last time it appeared was 10 years ago. But Su Chen had casually pulled out several 6th grade pills, and they were all of a higher grade than the dragon transforming pill. This shook Su Qingtian's entire body into speechlessness. It's because I've been misinformed. This is simply outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous to the core. Su Qingtian somewhat awkwardly took the elixir back. Seeing this, Su Chen said, keep this pill for yourself, break through to the peak of the transformation spirit stage as soon as possible, and I'll get you a transformation void pill at that time. Su Qingtian's expression was shocked. You can even get a transformation void pill? Compared to the dragon transformation pill, the turning void pill was a true treasure. He could allow a spirit transformation stage cultivator to directly break through the refining void stage. However, this kind of elixir had to be refined by a 7th grade alchemist, so it caused the turning void Dan to be a rare treasure in the entire eastern region. Su Chen said with a calm expression, it's just a mere 7th grade elixir, I can get 8th grade elixirs and 9th grade elixirs. I'm afraid that your perception of my master is not very too clear. Anyway, that master was all mood, so feel free to brag about it any way you want. Su Qingtian was shocked beyond words. 8th and 9th grade pills can be gotten? Was there an 8th grade alchemist in the eastern region? While he was in a daze, Su Chen stood up and turned to leave the hall. I'm going out. Looking at Su Chen's back, Su Qingtian was silent for a long time before he finally raised his head with a smile on his face, his eyes full of relief. Qingling, our child, has good fortune. After Su Chen left the Su family, he headed straight towards the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Although the Su family was not lacking in cultivation resources now, there was still a problem. The resources were too single, the choice of techniques was also less, and there were no alchemists or weapon refiners. A huge family, all of them were dry fighting cultivators, which was obviously very unreasonable. Moreover, Su Chen also faced a problem, that is, there were too many inferior spirit stones. Spirit stones were troublesome to absorb, and were not as good as those heavenly materials and treasures, so Su Chen planned to spend some of the spirit stones and purchase a little more heavenly materials and treasures to enhance the strength of the Su family. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. As soon as Su Chen walked in, the reception at the door immediately lit up. Greetings, young Patriarch Su. The current Su family that was the overlord of Manhwa City, coupled with Su Chen's trenchant shouting of prices at the previous auction, now when they saw Su Chen, it was as if they were seeing a big moneymaker. What is young Patriarch Su planning to buy? Little man will immediately take you to see. The reception face was full of flattery, the pleasing color overflowing. Suchen stood with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Call Steward Zhu to come out. The things I want to buy are a bit much." The smile on the receptionist's face remained unchanged. He respectfully said, "Young patriarch, wait for a moment, I will immediately go and call the steward to come out." After saying that, he left. If it was anyone else, even if it was the original Wang Ming who ran to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, he wouldn't have had such a bottom line to directly call Julie out. But ever since the last auction, Julie had specifically explained that as long as Suchen came over he would immediately notify him. Just after less than 10 breaths of time, Julie walked towards him, and he wore a companionable smile on his face. "Junior friend Suchen, I was busy just now, and was not able to personally greet our honored guest. It is really my dereliction of duty." It had to be said that the people of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were just mellow. Even as a void refining stage, they still put their posture extremely low in front of Suchen. However, this was normal. Others were here to deliver spirit stones. It was fine to have a lower posture. For businessmen, a thick skin was their powerful weapon. Julie said with a smile on his face, "Little friend, this way please." Soon, the few people entered a luxurious private room. The two of them sat opposite each other, and there were pastries and freshly poured tea on the table. Suchen grabbed a piece of light red pastry and said with a smile, "Steward Zhu is really bloodthirsty. This level of spirit cake is actually taken out to entertain people." The pastries placed on the table contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. If they were taken out and bought individually, their value would be at most 30,000 spirit stones apiece. Julie laughed, "Little friend, this is what I said. You are our Wan Bao Ji's honored guest. If you like this little thing, I'll immediately have someone pack it up and send some to the Su family." Worthy of being a businessman, a few words made Suchen's body and mind extremely comfortable. Julie turned his words around. He asked suspiciously, "What does little friend Suchen want to buy again this time? I will immediately have someone send it." Chapter 25, Buying out the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the same 200,000 pieces. Are you kidding me? Suchen curiously asked, "How many items of spirit stones does your Wan Bao Gu usually stock up on?" Julie was a little confused as to what exactly Suchen wanted to ask, but he still revealed a thoughtful look and gave a rough figure a moment later. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion chapters generally go about deciding what level of items to stockpile, as well as how many items to stockpile, based on the region in which they are located. Like our Bright Moon City branch, we have at least around 4 billion spirit stones in reserve. Towards the end, Julie's face was filled with arrogance. As the steward of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, in front of these local forces in Manhwa City, he still had a natural arrogance. After all, their capital strength was completely crushing the local forces in the city. He thought that Suchen would reveal a surprised expression, but it was not the case. $4 billion? Suchen's eyebrows suddenly plummeted. It was actually so little? He directly spoke indifferently, "Please trouble Steward Zhu to go and calculate exactly how many spirit stones it is. Help me pack it up. I'll take everything in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion." "Good. Lu, huh?" Julie fiercely looked towards Suchen and asked in a confirming tone, "Little friend Suchen, what were you saying just now?" Suchen calmly said, "I said, I'll take the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion no matter what it is." Julie violently sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his eyes filled with gravity and doubt. "4 billion spirit stones, little friend Suchen is sure, this is no joke. Buying out the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, such a thing was too terrifying, it had never happened before." Moreover, Julie was also very skeptical of the Su family's financial strength. After all, they had all consumed so many spirit stones before. Even if the Su family had annihilated the 4 great clans, at most, they would barely be able to come up with 4 billion spirit stones. But he didn't believe that the Su family would buy so many useless items. At least 1/3 of these 4 billion spirit stone items were items that did not help much in cultivation, which was equivalent to buying only to put them in a warehouse to eat dust. Suchen was also too lazy to talk nonsense, directly throwing out his space ring, in which was exactly 1 billion lower grade spirit stones. "Consider this as a deposit." Julie received it and took a look, and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 1 billion spirit stones as a deposit. At this time, even if he was skeptical, he had to believe it. Someone else had directly taken 1 billion as a deposit. Could this still be fake? Julie's eyes were filled with fire. With a performance of 4 billion spirit stones, the commission he received was also quite terrifying. "You wait a moment, I will immediately go and prepare." Julie was afraid that Suchen would wait for a long time. He immediately ran out and arranged for manpower to load the things, and then began to calculate the value. It was only half an hour before Julie brought everything in front of Suchen. "Young Patriarch Su, here are all the things from the Wan Bao Pavilion. The total value is 4.3 billion, next 5,700,000,000 lower spirit stones, but this is the first time that our Wan Bao Pavilion has encountered such a generous customer, so we've reduced it by 7 million spirit stones for you." In Julie's hands were 11 top-grade spatial rings, which were extremely spacious and were stuffed with heavenly treasures. Julie had also thoughtfully categorized the various treasures so that they could be seen at a glance. After Suchen checked that there were no problems, he directly gave the remaining spirit stones. However, he was still a little unfulfilled and asked, "Is this all your 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has?" Isn't there anything better? Julie couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Wasn't this better? Among those things that Su Chen had bought, there were several treasures that were treasures for void refining stage powerhouses. Didn't your Su family only have one void refining stage? But Su Chen's tone was full of contempt, as if he was saying, 10,000 treasures pavilion, this is it? Originally, Julie was proud of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, but Su Chen came up and bought them empty, which made him a little less confident all of a sudden as well. Better refers to which aspect? Su Chen didn't answer. He opened his mouth and asked, your Wanbao pavilion is capable of ordering, right? Julie's heart was abruptly startled. Su Chen still had to order. That meant that the Su family still had spirit stones? My goodness. Julie hurriedly said, of course, whatever you want, I can transfer it over from other branches or from the headquarters, but you need to pay a portion of the deposit in advance. Su Chen nodded, and then began to say, 3rd order to 5th order cultivation elixirs, the same first 100,000, and healing elixirs 100,000. After saying that, Su Chen fell into deep thought. And the smile on Julie's face suddenly contracted, his face filled with confusion. What kind of stuff are you talking about? 3rd to 5th grade cultivation pills, the same comes to 100,000? Are you sure it's 100,000 pieces? Wait, young patriarch Su, are you sure you're not wrong? A 3rd grade cultivation pill is at least 50,000 spirit stones to start with. 100,000 pills would be 5 billion spirit stones. 4th grade cultivation pills all start at 500,000 spirit stones, and 5th grade pills basically start at 2 million. Are you sure you want to buy this much? If Su Chen hadn't bought out the 10,000 treasures pavilion, and he had come running to tell himself that he wanted to buy 100,000 elixirs of the 3rd to 5th grade, he would have felt that this person was a cutie. But now he actually instinctively felt that Su Chen was able to pay for it. Su Chen did a little contemplation. All of those just now should only add up to more than 200 billion, which didn't even seem to be a trillion. And his lower grade spirit stone balance was still there, 6,500 Jing 1,563 trillion. Well, add 100,000, same as 200,000. Looking at Su Chen's serious expression, Julie's entire body couldn't tense up. He thought that Su Chen was reorganizing his words by showing a thoughtful expression. He didn't realize that he was too little. After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked at Julie again with a skeptical gaze. Steward Zhu, your Wanbao pavilion, can you do it? Can. Bull ah. Julie said with the corners of his mouth twitching, it's really a bit difficult to do. There's definitely no problem with the 3rd and 4th products, but 200,000 5th product pills is a bit too much. Even the headquarters side can't get it together in a short period of time. Why don't you take a look at the others? Saying that, Julie hurriedly handed up a booklet that recorded all the items for sale in Wanbao Gu. In fact, he had just been a bit stiff upper lip, not to mention the 5th grade pills. Even the 4th grade pills, they couldn't come up with 200,000 of them. The only thing they could get was the 3rd grade cultivation pills. Su Chen glanced at him with some suspicion, guessing that Wanbao Gu probably did not have that many pills. He pointed to the dragon transformation pill that he had previously bought at the auction and asked, does your Wanbao Gu have many of these kinds of pills? Julie looked a little embarrassed as he replied, this kind of elixir is extremely troublesome to refine, and the Wanbao pavilion doesn't have many in reserve. Su Chen waved his hand, not wanting to hear anymore. He said with some speechlessness, your Wanbao pavilion is also too crotch-pulling. There are no elixirs for anything. The smile on Zhu Li's face stiffened beyond measure, but he was unable to refute it. Opening his mouth with 200,000 5th grade pills, what kind of backbone do you have to refute him? But to be honest, Julie also had some worries in his heart. Even if the Wanbao pavilion really took out 200,000 5th grade pills, that would be worth at least 200 billion lower grade spirit stones. Could he really take them out? Chapter 26 Order. After Su Chen looked through it for a while, he said with flat eyes, how about this, you go back and find the people above you to figure out exactly how many things the 10,000 treasures pavilion has. I'll take all of them. There were too many lower grade spirit stones, and Su Chen was thinking of realizing them all into treasures, so that it would help him a little more. Besides, he still had countless middle grade spirit stones and upper grade spirit stones that he had not used. It was hard to tot. Julie's brows furrowed as he said, full of speechlessness, young patriarch Su, our 10,000 treasures pavilion has a lot of treasures. A rough estimate is that they are all worth at least 10,000 trillion. This is no joke. If Su Chen said that he wanted to buy 100,000 pills, he could still slightly believe it, but if he was to buy out the entire 10,000 treasures pavilion, that was basically impossible. It was too ridiculous. Who in the entire eastern region could buy out their Wanbao pavilion? Unless it was one of those saint-level forces that could do so. 10,000 trillion? Su Chen silently did some math. A trillion was a trillion, and a trillion would be a jing. Lower grade spirit stone balance, 6,500 jing 1,563 trillion. Su Chen himself couldn't help but spit out 2 words of truth. I spent 6,000ths of a trillion for all this effort? After thinking carefully for a while, Su Chen still gave up his intention of realizing all of it. This was really too difficult, and it was indeed a bit shocking somehow. Suchin shook his head and still spoke. Forget it, change it to another way. Your Wanbao Pavilion will send 3 billion lower grade spirit stones of resources to my Su family every month. Pick the popular ones for feats, formations, and pills, not the cold kind, and even out the grades a bit, from the chi condensation stage to the void refining stage. If the quality of the things you guys give is good, then I'll continue to buy. If it's bad, I won't. Saying that, Suchin directly pulled out a spatial ring and handed it over. Here is 200 million inferior spirit stones, just as a deposit. As an innate ancient sage powerhouse, he wasn't worried about Julie running away with the spirit stones. Wasn't it simple to find a void refining stage? Julie looked at Suchen's bland expression. His heart was horrified beyond measure. The businessman for many years couldn't tell him that this Su young patriarch in front of him was by no means as simple as it appeared. There must be a big secret hidden. But Julie didn't dare to have the slightest bit of greed. The fact that Suchin dared to give him the spirit stones directly and buy these things with a strong bottom line meant that he wasn't worried about his greed at all. Moreover, the 10,000 gold Chamber of Commerce did not have a precedent of taking a shot at a guest. Julie looked a little respectful. Yes, young patriarch Su, don't worry, this matter will be immediately reported to the headquarters and will be sent to the Su family as soon as possible. Suchin did not speak nonsense. He nodded before turning around and leaving the Wanbao Pavilion without dragging his feet. Looking at Suchen's departing back, Julie was somewhat dazed, always feeling that what happened today was like a dream. Pa! He fiercely slapped himself. Tingling pain surged into his mind. Julie knew this was all real. Julie looked at the empty Wanbao Pavilion and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. There were no more Wanbao in the Wanbao Pavilion now, there were only spirit stones. After freezing for a long time, he left Bright Moon City and went forward to report to the Wanbao Pavilion's headquarters. Their Wanbao Pavilion only did business. Even if Suchen had any more spirit stones, they would not have bad intentions. It was also for this reason that their Wanbao Pavilion was able to keep developing in the Xian Heavenly Realm and grow to its current size. But Suchen is really a bit perverted, right? How could there be so many spirit stones? At the very least, this kind of character shouldn't have appeared in Manhwa City. On the way back, Suchen looked at the treasures acquired by signing in amongst the system and asked with some curiosity. System, can I give those spirit roots and spirit bodies to other people to use? He relied on signing in to obtain too many physiques, ordinary ones such as those extreme spirit very heavenly spirit roots. He had hundreds of them. The better ones were the sacred body immortal body. The number was also very high, and he could only have one type of physique on his own. More than that would be a conflict. Then the rest would be a waste. System, it can be given to others to use, but outsiders do not have the protection of the system, and will experience unbearable pain when integrating a spiritual root or special physique. Suchen was instantly delighted, so it seemed that he would be able to give those extra physiques to the Su family's direct lineage to use. Was this still a worry that the Su family would not be able to rise? Suchen had now taken the Su family as his own, so he naturally wanted the Su family to become even stronger. After returning to the Su family, Suchen did not hand over all the things purchased by the 10,000 gold Chamber of Commerce to the Su family, but instead only picked out the treasures that were worth 1 billion spirit stones that would be helpful in cultivation, while the rest were kept for himself. With the huge resources that Suchen had given several times before, Su Jingtian was much more calm this time as well. Su Jingtian held the spatial ring given by Suchen, and his heart was also a mixture of flavors, as well as deep doubts. Everything that had happened to Suchen was too odd, giving him a feeling of unreality. Shaking his head, Su Jingtian's eyes also regained their calmness once again. Regardless of what secrets you have in your body, you are my Su Jingtian's child, and you are also the young patriarch of the Su family, so that will be enough. Regarding the secrets in Suchen's body, he did not want to explore them. Returning to his own courtyard, Suchen then lay down on his own chair, his face full of enjoyment. Soothing. This life after crossing over, it's not in vain that I spent 1,000,000 years in void space. When Hanyuoxi saw Suchen come home, she immediately and obediently walked up to massage him. The Su family's subordinates were all trained, and their techniques weren't much worse than the professional ones outside. Suchen smiled. Not bad, already at the 8th level of chi condensation. Hearing Suchen's praise, Xianqi's face was also filled with excitement as she gratefully said, it's all because of the young patriarch's cultivation that Xianqi was able to make a lucky breakthrough. Suchen smiled faintly. He did not continue to speak, but instead closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed himself. In fact, cultivating the Su clan was partly because he himself liked it here. In addition to that, there was another very important factor. Suchen didn't like being alone, he preferred being in groups. In his last life, when he read the net article, many protagonists were widows and orphans for the rest of their lives, bent on cultivation and whatnot. But Suchen felt that such a life was just too boring. No matter if it was a human or an animal, it was actually very difficult to break away from a social group. Moreover, Suchen didn't need to cultivate at all. The sign-in system had arranged everything for him: resources, cultivation, treasures, almost all of which could be obtained by relying on signing in. He could completely lie flat. The same bowl of rice felt mediocre if one person ate it, but if 3 people all grabbed it, it was fragrant. If he was the only one on the path of cultivation in the future. What was the difference between that and being in the middle of void space? However, the cultivation and qualifications of the Su family were too poor. Among the younger generation of the Su family, other than him, the best spiritual root qualification was the middle grade spiritual root. His cultivation level was also only at the late foundation establishment cultivation stage. Although it was considered good in Manhwa City, it was still much worse. After thinking about it for a while, Suchin decided to first raise all of the Su family to heavenly spiritual roots, and then gradually raise them to spiritual body and sacred body. After all, coming up to raise to spiritual strength and sacred body, it was indeed a little too difficult to explain. Suchin also didn't want to be so quick and go about forcibly raising the Su family's strength. Gradual progression was the best. Chapter 27: Altering Spiritual Roots. Suchin opened his system backpack to check how many heavenly spiritual roots he had. Heavenly spiritual root, 1798. So many. These were almost enough to raise the qualifications of the entire Su family, but he definitely wouldn't do that. Among the collateral lines and subordinates, he would definitely only select those who were loyal and reliable. Suchin said to Ruashi by his side, "Go and notify for me, have all the Su family's direct lineage come to me, as well as the family head and the various elders as well." The Su family's direct line wasn't much, and there were only about 30 people in full. After Ruashi received the order, she immediately trotted away. She was well aware that Suchen's status in the Su family was now very high, and she herself had to do her job well in order to receive more appreciation from Suchen in the future. Soon, the Su family's direct lineage all gathered together. Including the various great elders were all very facetious. As soon as Suchen called, they immediately ran over. Suchen basically wouldn't even call them for anything. This time, calling all the Su family's direct lineage, he thought that there must be something big going on as well. Su Yuanba smiled. "Little Chen, do you have something going on?" Suchen looked around and saw that their eyes were full of doubts, so he spoke. "There is indeed a small matter. Fourth uncle, since you spoke first, let you feel it first." "Me?" Su Yuanba was stunned, but still walked up, before sitting on top of the stone bench under Suchen's guidance. The Su family's crowd on the other hand looked on with great curiosity, all with puzzled faces, completely unaware of what exactly Suchen wanted to do. Suchen smiled and said, "Fourth uncle, it's going to hurt a little bit later, you have to endure it." "Oh. Pain?" Su Yuanba laughed out loud and said, "Little Chen, you are also underestimating your fourth uncle too much. The thing that I am most unafraid of is pain." "But what exactly do you want to do here?" Suchen smiled mysteriously. "You'll know right away. Use Heavenly Spirit Root." A spiritual light converged in Suchen's hands, then followed Su Yuanba's head into his body. In the next moment, the originally breezy Su Yuanba's face changed. He only felt that there was a fire within his body, and it was getting stronger and stronger, as if someone was taking a needle and sticking it into you like crazy. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth and held on. This was painful, but it was still in the zone that he could endure. Out of his trust in Suchen, he did not resist this pain. A mere 10 breaths of time had passed. The pain in his body then became even more powerful, and in the end, it was as if someone was holding a stick and stirring his internal organs. Su Yuanba's face was hideous and incomparable. The intense pain caused his body to tremble, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Seeing him in this state, Su Qingtian couldn't help but ask, "Chener, nothing will happen to your fourth uncle, right?" Suchen shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it will just hurt a little." Hearing these words, Su Qingtian was also slightly relieved, but he was still puzzled as to what exactly Suchen wanted to do. Not only him, the Su family's crowd was also unable to understand. "Ah!" A miserable scream rang out. Su Yuanba was lying on the ground, his entire body was already drenched in sweat, and even the naked eye could see the surface of his body writhing. It was as if there was a giant worm inside him, looking extremely terrifying. "Father!" Sui's pair of bright eyes were filled with worry. Soon, the miserable screams became more and more overpowering, as if Su Yuanba was enduring endless pain. The faces of the Su family's crowd also changed. This was called a little pain? "Father, are you all right?" When Sui saw Su Yuanba in this state, he was ready to run over to check, but Suchen stopped him. "Sister Sua, don't worry, your brother Chen would still be able to harm his own family." Suchen had a calm smile on his face. Hearing these words, Su's tense mood also slightly loosened up a lot. It was also at this time that Su Yuanba's miserable screams stopped, and he lay on the ground panting heavily. "Little Chen, is this what you mean by a little pain?" Su Yuanba's voice was breathless as he said. Clearly this time had tortured him miserably. But soon, his face changed. "This is..." Su Yuanba felt the spiritual energy that kept pouring in around him, as well as the incomparably wide meridians in his body, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. "Why is the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy so much faster, at least 5 times as fast as before?" 5 times. Su Qingtian was instantly startled, as he felt that spiritual energy around Su Yuanba's body. He said with some trepidation, "Fourth brother, try not absorbing spiritual energy first and stop cultivating." Although Su Yuanba was a little puzzled, he still did as he was told. But soon, a shocking scene occurred. Su Yuanba did not cultivate, but the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth still continuously converged into his body. Affinity with heaven and earth, automatic cultivation, this is the sign of a heavenly spiritual root. What? The faces of the Su family were all shocked. Su-chen stepped forward at this moment and said, "That's right, this is the heavenly spiritual root. I have a way to raise your qualifications to heavenly spirit roots, and there are no side effects, it perfectly matches your physical body, you only need to endure the pain. But the younger the age and the lower the cultivation level, the pain will be much less." The reason why Su Yuanba was in so much pain was also because his own roots were already deeply rooted, while upgrading his spiritual roots was a forced transformation. It would be strange if it could not be painful. It was good that the process wouldn't be too long, it usually ended after 30 breaths or so, otherwise Su Yuanba might really have to collapse. It can be elevated to a heavenly spirit root. Su Qingtian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Their Su family's best qualification was only an upper grade spiritual root. If all of the first line could be upgraded to a heavenly spiritual root, it would be of great benefit to the entire Su family. Raising the spiritual root after birth, this was originally something that was impossible to do, but Su Chen had done it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was right in front of him, Su Qingtian would really find it hard to believe. Su Chen said aloud, "Who's next?" Thinking of being able to become a heavenly spirit root, Su Qingyun immediately walked up. "I'll do it." Su Qingyun's face was full of arrogance. He looked at Su Yuanba with some disdain and said, "Old fourth, this pain tolerance of yours is still too poor, it's not like you're going to die, I really don't know what you're screaming about." Su Yuanba's face was a little ashamed. Before he had boasted with Su Chen that he wasn't afraid of pain, but as a result, he hadn't been able to hold back his screams. This was indeed somewhat humiliating. Su Chen started doing the same thing to Su Qingyun again. Not long after, another overriding miserable scream was emitted from the middle of the courtyard, even louder than Su Yuanba before. Almost the entire Su family was about to hear it. Many of the side families and subordinates were all filled with confusion. What was the inner courtyard doing? Su Qingyun was at the god transformation stage, and transforming his qualifications was naturally more painful. The screams soon stopped again. Su Qingyun was sweating profusely, the entire person seemed to be deflated. Pain, too much pain. But soon, Su Qingyun burst out laughing. What a fast absorption speed. I, Su Qingyun, am finally no longer a medium-grade spirit root, I am also a heavenly spirit root. Su Yuanba sneered, who said that he wouldn't scream miserably just now. The smile on Su Qingyun's face stalled, and a look of embarrassment spread across his face. Su Chen, on the other hand, did not pay any attention as he continued, next. Chapter 28 Lifting Clan Heavenly Spirit Root. In the middle of the Su family's inner courtyard, miserable screams rang out from time to time and lasted for close to an hour. The Su family's crowd were all sitting on the ground with faces full of weakness, and all of the first family members had been upgraded to heavenly spirit roots by Su Chen. Of course, this was only the first step. To the back, Su Chen would continue to upgrade their qualifications. The faces of the Su clan's group of first families were filled with ecstasy. Heavenly spiritual root, I'm actually a heavenly spiritual root as well. This level of qualification is simply not found in the 5 great cities, and I've heard that there are only 2 or 3 people with this kind of qualification amongst that amazing empire. Heavens, quickly slap me, I feel like this is all a dream. Slap. Su Kongshan, you actually hit me for real, really? I don't know? I just wanted to express my shock, the key is that you also hit me so hard, just tell me if it was intentional. Su Kongshan's face was full of aggression, weren't you the one who told me to hit? Su Qingyun was also ecstatic, the Su family had such a batch of heavenly spirit roots, why would the family not worry about prospering in the future? He suddenly opened his mouth and said, the young clan chief helped you guys to improve your qualifications, why don't you hurry and say thank you? Although he didn't know why Su Chen was able to do something so heaven-defying, it didn't matter. The future of the Su family was definitely Su Chen's, and having the younger generation strike a good relationship with Su Chen at this time would help them more in the future as well. The younger generation immediately reacted, standing up and saluting, many thanks to the young patriarch. At this moment, the way they looked at Su Chen changed, with some awe and gratitude. Su Chen did not refuse, he just smiled and nodded. Su Qingtian suddenly spoke in a serious manner, everyone is not allowed to leave, all of them will go to the Grand Elder's place first. The other elders immediately knew Su Qingtian's intention, today's matter could not be spread out, otherwise it would be an absolute disaster for the Su family. Something like being able to enhance qualifications, even if they had checked countless ancient books, they had never heard of such a thing. There were only some heaven-defying treasures that strengthened the physical body and raised one's upper limit. But the help that Su Chen had brought them was completely different, he had truly changed the qualifications completely, these were 2 completely different concepts. Therefore, Su Qingtian was prepared to use the soul forbidden mantra on all of his direct lineage, forcibly restricting their divine souls so as to ensure that today's events would not be spread out. Su Yunxian also spoke, all follow me. There were some people in the first lineage who were confused and didn't know what they were going to do, and there were also intelligent people who knew why, but they didn't have any rejectionist attitude. This was because in their opinion, today's matter absolutely could not be spread. After they all left, Su Chen glanced at Ruwashi by his side, and he calmly spoke, Ruwashi, come over here as well. Ruwashi was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on her face. "Thank you, young patriarch." Soon after, Ruwashi was rolling all over the ground screaming in misery. Suchen raising Ruwashi's cultivation was actually quite simple. This little girl was very loyal to him, and her ability to do things was also quite good, so after raising her cultivation, she would be able to help herself do more things. Suchen and Ruwashi were the only two people left in the courtyard. After a short while, the pain on Ruwashi's face disappeared, and as she felt the spiritual energy rapidly pouring into her body, her pretty face was filled with excitement. "From now on, I'm also a heavenly spirit root." Ruwashi hurriedly knelt down towards Suchen, her tone filled with respect. Ruwashi thanks the young patriarch for the reward. Suchen said indifferently, "This young lord gave you the heavenly spiritual root in the hopes that you'll do your job well and never let me down." Ruwashi's heart condensed as she spoke with a serious expression. "Please rest assured, young patriarch, Ruwashi is young patriarch's person in this life and in the next, and will never betray." She knew very well that what the young patriarch valued was definitely not ability, but loyalty. With Suchen's status wanting to find someone to do something, he was completely efficient with someone higher than himself. However, he still chose to upgrade his own qualifications, indicating that what Suchen valued was his own loyalty. Ruwashi's heart was filled with excitement. This showed that she would be valued just by being loyal to Suchen. She was Suchen's person since the moment she served him, and loyalty was the most basic thing. Besides, she was willing to die for Suchen now. What was so difficult about being loyal? Suchen said indifferently, "I hope you're not just talking out of your ass." He turned around and returned to his room. Ruwashi looked at Suchen's back and lightly bit her lower lip as she blushed. "Young patriarch, may I need a slave girl to serve you in bed?" In addition to taking care of their master's food and living, servant girls also needed to wait on their beds when necessary, which was already a normal thing in the Su family. Suchen raised an eyebrow as he turned around and returned to his room. Ruwashi, on the other hand, was ecstatic. The young patriarch hadn't closed the door, which meant that she was allowed to go in. Ruwashi's face was filled with excitement and thrill. She hurriedly followed. Seeing Suchen lying on the bed, she walked over to the bedside and gently removed her own clothes and climbed onto the bed. Thinking of the Su family deacon's teachings, Ruwashi's face was covered with a reddish haze. She gently undid Suchen's clothes, and then, a night of spring light. In the early morning, the sky and earth were covered in rain and mist, revealing a cool feeling. Suchen walked out of the room refreshed, while Ruwashi followed behind with somewhat unnatural footsteps. Clearly yesterday was a big defeat for her. Suchen only felt a sense of relief in his heart, and he wasn't some kind of saint. Since they have traveled through, it must be to enjoy life, widowed for life as a monk, not? For men the most attractive things, power, money, women. Only children make choices. I want them all. That's why he didn't refuse when Ruwashi took the initiative to mention that he wanted to serve in bed. But there's still one person in the Su family who hasn't had his spirit root upgraded. Su Hongyuan. The old man had just broken through the refined void stage, and his realm was a bit unstable, so as soon as he returned to the Su family he went into seclusion, and had to find a time to specifically go and raise it for him. After that, after a few days, Su Hongyuan stabilized the realm out of the ground. Su family in order to celebrate, but also a big feast, but only set within the family, and not external. Suchen also took this opportunity to give the old man to the spiritual root upgraded to the heavenly spiritual root. Bright Moon City. Suchen was lying on the bed. He was wearing a thin white shirt, while Ruwashi was tenderly massaging him from the side. Reporting to young lord, there's someone outside looking for Ruwashi, saying they're calling for Li Qingqing. Ruwashi's hand movements lurched, but quickly returned to normal, continuing to massage Suchen. Go out and take a look, it's fine. Suchen said. Ruwashi's face was hesitant, and after some entanglement, she stood up. Many thanks, young lord. Suchen waved his hand, so Ruwashi turned around and left the courtyard. In front of the Su family's main gate, a woman in her early 20s had an anxious look on her face as she kept walking back and forth past. Before long, Ruwashi walked out. Seeing Ruwashi's figure, Li Qingqing hurried up as if she had seen a savior. Little sister, please help, something's happened inside the house. Chapter 29, going to the door to ask for someone, forging the Su family's identity? Ruwashi's face was a bit cold, ignoring Li Qingqing's words, and said indifferently, ever since I was dropped off at the Su family's doorstep, I've had nothing to do with you guys, so don't look for me anymore. She had been thrown into the Su family since she was very young, less than 2 years old at that time. If it wasn't for the kindness of one of the Su family's stewards, she might have even died. After saying that, Ruwashi was about to turn around and leave. When Li Qingqing saw this scene, her face was filled with pleading. Little sister, father and mother didn't have to do that. At that time, the family already couldn't afford to eat, plus that year was extraordinarily cold, and you were too young to make it through. Dad and mom had no choice but to send you to the Su family. Please just help us. As she spoke, Li Qingqing directly knelt down for Ruwashi, almost not kowtowing. Ruwashi's feet lurched as she took a deep breath, her face full of intolerance. In fact, she also knew that the family's situation at the time had been very difficult indeed. When she was still young, the family would still occasionally come to see her, and would come to ask her if she wanted to go back for the holidays. Ruwashi had a strong grudge against the family, why they had to throw themselves into the Su family, and why they chose not to have her when there were still 3 sisters in the family. But although Ruwashi spoke harsh words, she didn't want anything to really happen to her family, or she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Ruwashi turned her head and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Say, what is it?" When she saw Ruwashi stop, Li Qingqing's face was filled with gratitude, and she quickly said, "2 days ago, the Longtooth gang captured Sister Ing and Sister Xiao, and injured both my parents, but fortunately they didn't break any bones, but the Longtooth gang wants Sister Ing and Sister Xiao to go to the Longhong hospital to become girls, and now you're the only one who can save them." Li Qingqing's voice was all in tears, and her face was even more filled with despair and helplessness. The Longtooth sect was a famous power in Manhwa City, with a total of 2 Yuaning stage powerhouses, excluding the Su family. It was considered a top-ranking power. They were just ordinary mortals, how could they compete with the powerful cultivation forces of the China sect? Han Yuaxi's eyes stared, followed by anger on her face. Where are Sister Ing and Sister Xiao now? These 2 were her own sisters, although she had only seen them 2 or 3 times since she was a child, but blood is thicker than water, and hearing that her loved ones had been captured and taken away to be girls, her heart still burned with anger for no reason. They are all in Shanghong Yuan, it's been 2 days, I don't know how they are doing. Li Qingqing hurriedly stood up and led the way ahead while shedding tears. Soon they arrived in front of a large, bustling pavilion, on which red flags were fluttering and a group of warblers and swallows were enthusiastically soliciting customers. Changhong Courtyard. Ruwashi walked up and a girl at the door immediately said with a smile, "Yo, there's a little beauty here, but we're a place for men, not women." Many of the girls in the Changhong Courtyard couldn't help but let out smiles. Ruwashi's face was somber. "I'm from the Su family, let your steward come out." Su family. The woman was instantly startled, and then took a closer look at Hanyu Ruwashi before she said with some skepticism, "Just a moment." Although she didn't believe that Ruwashi was a member of the Su family, she decided to report it to avoid making a mistake. The main reason was that the Su family was now too powerful and had to be treated with rigor. Moreover, Han Yuaxi looked like she was coming to the door looking for trouble, and there weren't many forces in Bright Moon City that dared to take the initiative to seek out the Changtooth sect. Soon, 5 people walked out of the Changhong Courtyard, and the middle-aged man at the head of the group frowned when he saw Ruwashi. "I'm Hu Huan, Vice Master of the Longtooth clan, may I ask who your excellency is?" "The Su family." Ruwashi took out a token, a status symbol that everyone in the Su family had. In the past, Ruwashi was just an underling, and the token was just made of ordinary wood, but later, because of Su Chen, Ruwashi was also valued a lot more, and replaced his token with a silver token that only the stewards had. Silver token. Hu Huan's face shook. Anyone who could get this identity token was a successful Jiedan stage cultivator anyways. Although he was a bit shocked at Ruwashi's age and cultivation, but looking at the token in his hand, he still stepped forward with a smile and arched his hand. "So it's the Su family's steward, I didn't recognize him for a moment, please forgive me. I don't know if the steward has come to my long red courtyard for something?" Hu Huan spoke respectfully, but kept sizing up Ruwashi. When did the Su family add such a young female stewardess, and why had he never heard of her before? Although Hu Huan had 100 questions in his mind, no one in Manhwa City dared to falsify the Su family's identity, so he could only half believe it. Ruwashi said in a cold voice, "I'm here to ask for 2 people from Mu Gangster." To ask for people? Hu Huan was completely confused. What was the situation? Gao Xiang, who was beside Hu Huan, suddenly looked at Li Qingqing. His expression froze slightly, then suddenly his eyes condensed and he immediately whispered twice in Hu Huan's ear. "Deputy Gang Master, then that girl beside him is..." Hu Huan's eyes narrowed at the words, he looked towards Li Qingqing, then at Ruwashi, and immediately bellowed. "To actually even dare to forge the identity of the Su family, come on people, arrest the 2 of them for me." The few people beside him immediately rushed up and were ready to surround the 2. Ruwashi's beautiful eyes crossed, her tone filled with anger. "What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid of offending the Su family?" "Offend the Su family?" Gao Xian laughed coldly and said in an extremely contemptuous tone, "You guys also think too highly of yourselves. Are you addicted to pretending to be the Su family?" There is also Li Qingqing. In order to save her own sister, she even dared to work under the name of the Su family. Let the Su family know about this, your entire family will surely die. Want to save your own sister? Simple just bring 1,000 spirit stones. As long as you return the spirit stones to me, you can naturally bring back your own sister. Hearing these words, Li Qingqing's eyes were filled with hatred as she yelled, "Gao Zi, my sister only borrowed 50 taels from you to give her parents medical treatment, yet you are asking her to pay back 1,000 spirit stones. Where do we have so many spirit stones to give you?" Around Manhwa City, there were still quite a few mortals that existed, and their currency was still silver and gold, a mortal commodity. This kind of people made up the majority around Bright Moon City, almost 70% of them were mortals. And a spirit stone could be exchanged for around 500 taels of silver, which was enough to see just how many times Goliath and the others had doubled it. It could be said to be super usurious. The girls inside the Changhong courtyard heard Li Qingqing's words, and their eyes flashed with a gloomy color. Almost all of the girls who came here were persecuted by the Long-Tooth gang and were forced to come as girls to please men. There was quite a lot of foot traffic in the lot where the Changhong courtyard was located, and when they saw the altercation over here, there were immediately quite a few people who gathered around. This long-toothed gang is also too shameless. 50 taels of silver can be flipped to 1,000 spirit stones. Isn't this their usual tactic? I've long heard that all the girls in the ever-red courtyard are forced by them. It's a pity that these two don't look too old. Don't I see that he's holding the Su family's stewardship token in his hand? The long-toothed gang is so unafraid of death that the Su family dares to offend them? Su family, my ass, have you ever seen such a young steward? It's still only a chi condensation stage. The thing is like this, that girl's sister was captured into the long red courtyard as a girl, so I guess I wanted to save her and went crazy, so I forged the identity of the Su family to come and save her. So stupid? This forged identity should at least find a strength match. Let a chi condensation stage forge the Su family's steward. It's bull to look at. Discussions continued to ring out. No one believed that Ruwashi was a real Su family steward. After Gao Xiang heard Li Qingqing's words, he let out a cold laugh. If you can't afford to pay back the debt, why did you borrow it in the first place? Or was it me who forced you to borrow silver in the first place? It's only natural to repay debts, since there are no spirit stones to pay me back. Isn't it only human nature for me to arrest you all to come to Changhong Yuan to repay your debts? Chapter 30. Clueless, these people aren't even afraid of the Su family? Gao Zizi spoke with a straight face, as if they were the ones at fault. Ruwashi was also trembling with anger, her eyes filled with ice coldness. Don't you guys just want spirit stones? I'll give it, hurry up and let me go. Saying that, she directly lost 1,000 spirit stones over. Conflicting with the long-toothed gang was obviously unfavorable to her. Although she was a member of the Su family, she didn't have much power. Even if she really wanted to do something to the long-toothed gang, she didn't have the ability to do so. Moreover, this long-toothed gang had 2 yuaning stages, and the Su family would most likely not go to feud with the other side for her as an underling. Unless she went to beg Su Chen for help, but she was an underling, and Su Chen was the master. It was always the subordinate who did the work for the master, and there was no such thing as the master helping the subordinate. Seeing Ruwashi really take out 1,000 spirit stones, Gao Xiang's eyes instantly lit up. He turned his head and glanced at Hu Huan, and after getting a look of affirmation from Hu Huan, Gao Xiangzi immediately let out a cold laugh, then said contemptuously, 1,000 spirit stones, that's the money Li Ying and Li Xiaomi. We brought her to the Changhong Academy for training and guidance, and also taught them how to be girls, so you still have to make up for the 100,000 spirit stones of guidance before you can take the person away. Ruwashi's face was filled with anger. Outrageous of you. Her face was incredibly ugly. This one-time increase to 100,000 spirit stones, it seemed like they just didn't want to release the person at all. The surrounding pedestrians passing by couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this scene. This style of doing things by the long-toothed gang is too disgusting. It can't be helped, others are powerful. Even if they are disgusting, what can you do? These 2 girls are estimated to be finished as well, losing the lady and choosing the soldiers. With the tactics of the long red house, the 2 of them are estimated to be the girls here in the future as well. Don't say, that tender woman is not bad looking. If she becomes a girl here, I will definitely order her. Some people showed disdain, while others couldn't bear it. But the long-tooth sect was too powerful. Even though they had a heart that couldn't bear it, they didn't dare to go forward to stop them. Gao Xiang coldly said, less nonsense. If you can take out 100,000 spirit stones, you can take the person away. If you can't, both of you stay in the long red courtyard for me. With that, he licked his upper lip, his eyes revealing lechery. Ruwashi's posture wasn't bad, and even in the entirety of Manhwa City, she was considered relatively rare. If she was cultivated a little, she would certainly be a headliner again. And with his status, all the girls in the Changhong courtyard could be played with at will, so he would have to savor them himself when the time came. Gaozi looked as if he had the 2 of them pegged. Even if Ruwashi did come up with 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, he could still use other excuses, such as them forging the identity of the Su family. Li Qingqing's face was filled with panic as she hid behind Ruwashi, her voice trembling as she said, little sister, what should we do now? Ruwashi's face turned blue. I am a member of the Su family. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid that the Su family will retaliate against you? The Su family? Gaozi looked like he was stifling a laugh, his face filled with disdain. If Li Qingqing and the others had a Su family steward behind them, how could they possibly be living such a miserable life, having to go out and borrow even a little bit of silver for medical treatment? He simply didn't believe that Ruwashi was a member of the Su family. Let's not talk about the Su family. If you can't give the spirit stone today, it's no good even if the god of heaven comes. Li Qingqing's family Gao Xian knew too well. They didn't have any background at all. They were just ordinary people in a small mountain village, and there hadn't been a cultivator in 3 generations. This kind of people he just how to take pinch can, but there is no risk. Seeing that the people around him were gathering more and more, Hu Huan suddenly opened his mouth and said, don't worry, my long-tooth gang isn't anything unreasonable. If you can earn 100,000 spirit stones for the Long Red Academy, I'll let you guys go. Hu Huan also didn't want his reputation to get too stinky, which was why he spoke up and sang the white lie. Xianqi was trembling with anger. She hadn't thought that Hu Huan would be so shameless, with a grandiose face. Hu Huan immediately changed his tone and said somewhat sternly, "Of course, you have another option. We'll kidnap you to go to the Su family, but the consequences will be serious. You and your family will all die. Falsifying the identity of the Su family, that's a big crime. And this gangmaster is still willing to give you a chance to live. This is already a great favor." Hu Huan scanned the surroundings as he hinted at Gao Xiong with his eyes. Gao Xiong immediately understood. "Arrest them for me." Huan Chi's mind shook as he drew his own longsword and bellowed, his powerful aura permeating out, "I'll see who dares." What a strong sword aura! Surprise appeared in Gao Zi's eyes. Hanixi was only a chi condensation, yet he detected an aura of danger from within the other party. Just a mere chi condensation perfection, pretending in front of me. Gao Zi laughed coldly. As a chi condensation stage, although Hanyuoxi displayed a somewhat powerful aura that was straight up against a foundation establishment stage cultivator, a chi condensation stage was always a chi condensation stage. He fiercely grabbed towards Ruoshi, his Jiedan stage aura blossoming out, immediately making Ruoshi's expression tense up. Ruoshi's heart was filled with anxiety. She didn't think that this group of people weren't even afraid of the Su family. Since entering the Su family, she had never encountered such things, nor had she ever considered survival. All she thought about daily was how to serve her master. But today, she left the Su family and realized that the outside world was so vicious. "Stop!" A loud voice rang out, followed by a stocky figure coming out of the crowd, who was dressed rather plainly. When he saw Gao Zizi strike out at Hanyuoxi, he became furious. "What are you doing? Don't you know that he's a member of the Su family?" Gao Xiong immediately froze, then let out a wild laugh as he looked up to the sky. "You guys are doing whatever it takes to save a person, and you're actually asking people to put on an act together." "Acting?" Hearing these words, the stocky man immediately cursed angrily, "I'll act your horse." He then pulled out a wooden token with a large Su character written on it. However, this wooden token had a silver edge added to it, and the word pun was engraved on the back, making it very different from an ordinary subordinate's token. "I am the seventh son of the third house deacon of the sideline, Su Li, dare to say that I am pretending to be a Su family. Do you want to die?" If it was an ordinary sideline would not really dare to clamor with the Yuaning stage power, but the third house of the sideline was also considered the core layer of the Su family. The deacon, on the other hand, is the leader of the third house, and his power in the Su family is not small. Or an early Yuaning stage figure, he naturally will not be afraid of the Longtooth gang. Su Li then angrily rebuked, "You bunch of dogs, this is Miss Ruoshi. She's someone beside the young lord. You actually want her to be a girl in the long red courtyard. If the young lord finds out about this, all of you in the Longtooth gang will have to die." Obviously, hearing someone say that he was forging the identity of the Su family, his entire being was enraged. Gao Xiong was also bluffed, but after careful thought, he reacted. "Asshole, you dared to scold me." Li Qingqing definitely didn't have the background of the Su family. This was something he was very firm on. They hadn't had a good time within their family over the years. If they really had the background of the Su family, even if they were just an ordinary subordinate, they would never be this miserable. Gao Zi's eyes were filled with anger. "Dare to insult my long-tooth sect, today I will chop off your limbs as a warning to others." Saying this, a strong aura erupted from his body. His palm became hard as iron, violently grabbing towards Su Li. This strike he was holding a killing intent. Su Li was instantly shocked. He was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Where could he block the Jiedan stage? His entire body was confused. "Are you guys even afraid of the Su family? Is the world of Manhwa City changed now? My father is a deacon of the third house. If you dare to kill me, Longtooth gang will be destroyed." Su Li roared. His eyes were filled with anger. He didn't believe that this Gao Xiong really dared to make a move. Gao Zai coldly snorted. His eyes were full of sarcasm, still pretending, "I want to see how the Longtooth clan was destroyed. If you guys are from the Su family, then I am the Heavenly King." "Stop it." A furious voice rang out, followed by a sword aura coming from afar, which contained a strong sword intent, instantly chopping off Gao Xiong's arm. Chapter 31, Dare to Kill My Su Family, Su Chen Strikes. "Ah!" Gao Xiong's miserable screams suddenly rang out. His voice was mournful and incomparable. Su Qian appeared from afar, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. He was Su Yuanba's eldest son, which was also Su Yi's older brother. Su Qian said in an icy tone, "Good, I've seen it all. The Longtooth sect actually dares to touch even my Su family." He had been drinking here with Su Li, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Originally, he thought that Su Li would be able to smooth things out, but he didn't expect that this Longtooth sect would actually dare to kill even the Su family's people. When Hanchi saw Su Qian, her heart was relieved. The Su family's first family members had all appeared, so it seemed that there should be no trouble today. Su Qian coldly looked towards Hu Huan. "Hu Gangmaster, you better give me an explanation, otherwise today this thing. Fear is not good." Before Hu Huan could speak, Gao Xiong roared, "Kid, you seek death." Being chopped off a hand made his heart furious to the extreme. The key was that Su Qian was still only at the peak of foundation establishment cultivation, knowing that he was at the early stage of Jiedan. To have his arm chopped off by a foundation establishment stage, this was simply a disgrace. Hu Huan hurriedly pulled Gao Xiong back, his eyes gradually became grave. Su Qian's body was not bad, and he also had a foundation establishment stage cultivation. If this Li Qingqing really had a foundation establishment stage cultivator behind her, then there was no need for them to go and borrow from Gao Xiangzui for a little bit of silver. Could it be that they were really from the Su family? At this moment, Hu Huan suddenly panicked a little. Hu Huan arched his hand and said, "Dare I ask the gentleman's name?" Su Qian said indifferently, "Su family, Su Qian." Su Qian? Hu Huan frowned, this name he had not heard of. The Su family had only been in Manhwa City for less than 20 years, and no matter whether it was the younger generation of the first line or the sideline, they did not show up much, so Hu Huan was somewhat unfamiliar with the name Su Qian. However, after seeing Su Qian's confident and calm appearance, he still had some worries in his heart. After thinking carefully, Hu Huan still said, "Mr. Su Qian, if you can prove that you are a member of the Su family, Li Ying and Li Xiu, the two of them, I will immediately release them." Su Qian instantly laughed in anger when he heard these words. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Su Qian, who had no qualms about laughing rampantly, Hu Huan's face instantly became gloomy. Gao Xiangzui said coldly from the side, "Deputy Gangmaster, they are definitely acting. This person Li Qingqing, I checked, she definitely doesn't have the slightest relationship with the people of the Su family." When Hu Huan heard these words, the trace of vigilance in his heart grew weaker and weaker. Su Qian laughed for a while before he got tired of laughing. He looked at Hu Huan with a sneer, "Sect leader Hu, are all of you long-toothed gang some dumbass?" Su Li also couldn't help but say, "Not bad, this is the first time I've seen such stupid people in Manhwa City. How dare you?" Hu Huan couldn't hold back any longer, and he somewhat lost his mind under his anger. Coupled with the fact that Gao Xiang said that these people could not be from the Su family, he then directly struck, killing towards Su Qian with a thunderous momentum. The monstrous might spread. Hu Huan's attack was too strong, containing the power of thunder and lightning, which immediately made Su Qian's face changed greatly. After all, the realm gap is really too big. In front of the Yuanying stage, Su Qian a late foundation stage is no different from a mole cricket. The key Su Qian heart is very puzzled. Hu Huan actually really dared to kill the Su family direct line in the Bright Moon City. Is he not afraid to die? Could it be that he is a madman? Hu Huan, you seek death. Su Qian roared angrily. As a direct descendant of the Su family, he naturally still had a life-preserving card, but just as he was about to use it, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Hu Huan shot back like a stringed arrow, smashing out a several meters deep pit in front of the Changhuang courtyard, with blood constantly spilling out of his body. Only to see a figure standing in front of Su Qian. His face was clean and handsome, his body was slender and handsome. "Young lord!" Shouting sounds rang out, and Ruwashi's face was filled with joy. Su Qian also reacted, his face was filled with joy. Fifth brother. He was a few months younger than Su Qian, so there was nothing wrong with calling him fifth brother. Su Qian nodded towards him, then he looked towards Hu Huan and said in an indifferent voice, "A mere early Yuanying stage, daring to make a move against the Su family's direct lineage, you really don't know how to die." The moment they saw Su Qian, many people around them were suddenly startled. This person looks so familiar. Don't look familiar, he's the Su family's young patriarch, Su Qian. My god, could it be that these people are really from the Su family? It looks like the long-toothed gang is going to be finished. If that Su Qian is really a direct descendant, they are definitely dead. Daring to make a move against the Su family's people, he, Hu Huan, is really living to the end. No, I should say that all of the long-toothed gang has come to the end. Su Qian did not know many people, but there were still some who knew Su Qian. When they saw Hu Huan suffer, a group of them all revealed gloating expressions. Hu Huan's chest collapsed. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. But the Yuanying stage life force was amazing. He was able to survive this, only also still seriously injured. Hu Huan strongly endured the severe pain all over his body. He hurriedly climbed up and knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear, and said, "Su young master, spare your life. I listened to slanderous words for a moment and almost injured the Su family. By mistake." How could he not have thought that these people in front of him were really people from the Su family? The key is that Li Qingqing, you can shake so many people of the Su family. Why is the family still living such a miserable life? Now even if he doubted Su Qian's identity anymore, it was useless, because that one exchange of hands just now, he could be sure that he was by no means Su Qian's opponent. Alright. Su Qian said indifferently, this young man doesn't like to listen to such nonsense. As the words fell, his silhouette appeared at Hu Huan's side as if he was a ghost, and then he raised his foot and stepped down. A seemingly ordinary foot, but it directly crushed Hu Huan's Dantian Yuanying directly. Hu Huan's cultivation was also shattered because of the broken Dantian baby, and he fell to the bottom, becoming immortal. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not help but sigh. A Yuanying stage cultivator had his cultivation abolished like a pig or a dog. Su Qian said in a stern tone, anyone who dares my Su family's direct lineage, then in the future, what prestige will my Su family have to speak of in Bright Moon City? Su Qian, bring this person back to the Su family and behead him in the martial arts arena 3 days later. He didn't kill Hu Huan immediately. Naturally it wasn't because he was merciful, but he wanted to establish authority, to make everyone fearful and scared when they heard of the Su family, otherwise this kind of thing would still happen. What happened today was really a bit ridiculous. The people of the Su family had displayed their identities, and there were actually people who dared to make a move against them. The key was that it was still in Manhwa City. Su Qian immediately nodded his head and said, "Yes, young patriarch." Although they were all direct descendants of the Su family, Su Qian's status was above him. He stepped forward and immediately grabbed Hu Huan, then directly threw him to Su Li. "Take it back." At this moment, Hu Huan's eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he was finished, and actually ran into the Su family's guns just like that. At the same time, he also hated Gao Xiang to the extreme. If he hadn't misled himself, how could he have been careful to verify the other party's identity before making plans? As the vice master of the Long-Tooth Gang, being able to grow to the Yuaning stage, he naturally wasn't a stupid character, but today he fell at the hands of one of his own people. Li Qingqing was just an ordinary person. Where would she have the guts to dare to impersonate the Su family's identity? Just this point alone, one could not be careless. However, Li Qingqing's identity was so low that it was difficult for him to connect it with the Su family, a huge entity, and coupled with Gao Xiang's misdirection, he directly assumed that the people in front of him were not the Su family at all. Hu Huan suddenly roared at Gao Xiang, "You dog bastard." Unpleasant words continued to come out of his mouth, but at this moment, Gao Xiang had already been stunned, and his entire person was somewhat disoriented. Su Qian gently grabbed, and a terrifying power swept away those people from the Long-Tooth Gang, then directly died, which naturally included Gao Xiang. The destruction of the Long-Tooth Gang caused the hearts of the people present to be overwhelmed with fear. Was this the Su family? A Yuaning stage power was so weak in front of him. The key was Su Qian, who seemed to be much stronger than the rumors. Chapter 32 Long-Tooth Gang extinguished. I am invincible, must not pursue a bit of splendor? At the same time, two auras erupted from Bright Moon City, wrapped in a suffocating sense of oppression, one of which was significantly stronger than the other. The God Transformation Stage, and the Yuaning Stage. Elder Su Qingyun, why did you strike against my Long-Tooth sect? I have never offended the Su family. Accompanied by a roaring voice, not a moment later, that Yuaning Stage aura went down completely. The hearts of the crowd were shaken, especially those outside the ever-red courtyard, but they were well aware of what had happened. For many people, the Yuaning stage was a mighty powerhouse, but such a figure was so weak in front of the Su family that they didn't even have a shred of resistance. It was destroyed so easily. However, many people felt that the Long-Tooth Gangmaster had died too unjustly, having been killed without knowing anything. But this kind of thing happened too much in Bright Moon City. Where would there be any reasoning in a world of the weak and the strong? On the other side, after Su Qian killed Hu Huan, he disappeared into thin air. Ruwashi looked at the place where Su Qian disappeared into thin air and once again respectfully saluted. Many thanks, young lord. With the Long-Tooth Gang destroyed, some of the bold girls in the Changhong courtyard immediately began to escape. There was one person who took the lead, and eventually, the entire long red courtyard of girls dispersed in a flurry. Two figures ran out of the Changhong courtyard. They were dressed somewhat flamboyantly and had panicked looks on their faces. These two people were none other than Li Ying and Li Xiu. The Changya sect had used their parents as blackmail to make them forcibly receive guests in the Changhong courtyard. Originally, both of them had already despaired and were willing to accept their miserable fate. Today was also their first day of receiving guests, and as a result, the guests hadn't even been received yet, and such a turn of events had occurred. The two were a bit scared at first and didn't dare to run away, but seeing that many of the girls had run away and that there was no one in charge, they followed along. Sister Xiu, Sister Ying. Li Qingqing hurriedly shouted when she saw the two. Li Ying and Li Xiu were instantly startled and looked towards the direction of the voice, and to their eyes, there was a familiar figure and an unfamiliar one. But both of them recognized who this person was. A few years ago the family had gone to the Su family to see Ruwashi, and although they had only seen her once in a hurry, they both remembered Ruwashi very clearly as their sister. The two immediately ran up and pulled them away. Hurry up! Ruwashi didn't resist, and several people ran a long way before stopping at the side of the road to catch their breath. Both Li Ying and Li Xiu were very happy to see Ruwashi again, and both were shocked to learn that it was their sister who had saved them. Originally, they had thought that Ruwashi would just be a servant in the Su family, but they hadn't realized that she was working as a servant for the Su family's young master. Ruwashi's eyes were filled with envy at the chance she had. In the end, all three sisters tried their best to keep Ruwashi, wanting her to go home and visit, but Ruwashi still refused, not knowing how to face her parents just yet. I'll find you guys a good house, so move to Manhwa City as soon as you can, and then just look for me directly at the Su family. Ruwashi turned around and left after saying that. Li Qingqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looks like this sister of ours still has a grudge. Li Ying and Li Xiu both couldn't help but sigh. What happened in the first place was indeed wrong. Ruwashi was alone in the Su family with no one to turn to, alone, without the care of her family, and suffered a lot of aggression, so it's only natural that she would have a grudge. But compared to starving to death along with her, it was all good. At that time, there was a natural disaster. The temperature plummeted, which naturally had no effect on the cultivators, but they mortals suffered, and if they didn't send out Ruwashi, it would only end in starvation. Their 3 older sisters were all able to work, but Ruwashi was too young, so they were forced to send her to the Su family. In fact, when Ruwashi was first dropped off at the Su family's home, her parents were so worried that they waited half a day at a distance until Ruwashi was carried into the Su family's home. Still, judging from Ruwashi's current attitude, there was a big turnaround. Su family. Su-chen continued to recline on the chair, his face wearing a cozy look. It was still soothing inside the home. After squinting like this for half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes again. The current Su family already had 3 harmonization stage, Su Qingtian, Su Yunxian, Su Qingyun, and the remaining 3 elders had all arrived at the peak of the Yuaning stage. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before they would break through to become at the God transformation stage, and although such progress was not bad, it was still a lot short of what was needed. A powerful force, not only cultivation is enough, but also need to have powerful techniques. The side paths should also be strong enough, such as alchemy formations and these auxiliary paths. Su-chen took out a formation. This formation was called the Spirit Summoning Formation. It was a middle level of the heavenly stage. It could increase the speed of the birth of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. Taking the Su family as the center, the speed of spiritual power birth within 500 meters increases by 2 times, continuing to 3,000 meters outward the speed of spiritual power birth is doubled, and the speed of spiritual power birth within 10,000 meters is increased by 50%. After all, the cultivation environment of Manhwa City could only be considered average, and it was extremely difficult for cultivators at the void refining stage to be born, and even more so at the harmonization stage. This situation was either to enhance the environment, but this would take a lot of maneuvering, or to directly take the Su family out of Manhwa City. Migration. Obviously, Su-chen felt that the latter was better. There was really no need to stay in this place. Manhwa City, the Xian heavenly realm, had a lot of heavenly blessed places. Was it not good to let the Su family settle in that kind of place? Even if they wanted to enhance the environment, then they could pick a better place. The main thing was that this place, the 5 great cities, was too remote and not conducive to the Su family's development. But this was all something for later. There was no need to rush for now. Su-chen began to think about himself again. Because of his previous use of his cultivation, his Hongmeng immortal body had now become a great success, and his body even contained such a terrifying killing technique as the Hongmeng purple chi. However, he still felt that it was almost something. The means of attack was a little too single, without that cool feeling. Su-chen turned his gaze to his gongfu column, in which there were countless gongfu from the yellow rank gongfu to the immortal rank gongfu. Howling fireball technique, Xian rank advanced feat technique, can spray out a scorching hot giant wave with great power. Use. Su-chen did not hesitate to choose to use it. In the next moment, there was the operating route of the howling fireball technique that was deeply embedded in his mind, as if he had practiced it himself. Next, Su-chen began to pick other techniques. Illusory God technique, Heaven stage advanced technique. Cultivate it. Heaven splitting sword technique, Imperial grade intermediate level technique. Cultivate. God devouring 9 chopping, immortal rank 3rd grade technique. Cultivate. In total, Su-chen had picked close to 100 feats to cultivate, a small portion of which were below the heavenly rank, and most of which were saint and immortal rank feats. Only then was he satisfied and closed the system space. In the future, he didn't need to simply use his physical body to kill people, he could also utilize these techniques, and even though the effects were the same, the compulsion was raised by countless notches. The Hongmeng immortal body is powerful, a random punch is comparable to the immortal ranking technique, but it is too simple and direct, and the means are not flashy enough. Since they were all invincible, they had to pursue a bit of splendor? Chapter 33, The Su Family's Rapid Development, The Amazing Empire's Outbreak of the 9 Dragons Raiding the First Family. For a period of time after that, Su-chen was in the clan instructing that younger generation of the first family to cultivate. The Su family also gradually realized Su-chen's terror and mystery. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. 3 incomparably strong auras suddenly erupted within the Su family, filled with a sense of oppression, and many people within Bright Moon City raised their heads, their eyes filled with horror. This is the direction of the Su family. They've broken through 3 more God transformation stage powerhouses. Doesn't that mean that the Su family already has 5 God transformation stage? No, are you forgetting about Su-chen? Wasn't he rumored to have peak Yuaning stage strength before? How come he's also broken through the God transformation stage now, right? If we do the math like this, the Su family is 6 at the God transformation stage and 1 at the void refining stage. The Su family head seems to be at the peak of the God transformation stage as well, so I guess it won't be long before he breaks through to the void refining stage as well. How difficult is the void refining stage? How can it be so simple to break through? Discussions continued to resound in the city, and when everyone talked about the Su family, their words were filled with awe. The current Su family was truly a bit too terrifying. With the addition of 3 new God transformation stage powerhouses, the Su family's position in the 5 great cities was already unbreakable. Su-chen had also given the Su family many strong cultivation techniques to enhance their combat power. There were also some alchemy and weaponry, these side cultivation paths. Originally, the Su family only had 1 3rd grade alchemist. Now the number of 3rd grade alchemists had increased to 7, and there was also a 4th grade alchemist. And with the heavenly spiritual root, Su family young generation also grows very fast, like Su Yujie has now broken through to the peak of Jiedan, just one step away from the Yuaning stage. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In Bright Moon City, everyone's eyes stared, and they all felt that their breathing was a little unsmooth, as if the air in heaven and earth had been drained away, extremely depressing and uncomfortable. What is the situation? The crowd looked towards the direction where the breath came from, their eyes filled with trepidation. Immediately afterward, a strong and incomparable aura erupted from within the Su clan, and underneath this aura, it was as if the crowd felt like ants and could only prostrate themselves on the ground. The aura of the void refining stage. The eyes of the crowd in Bright Moon City were filled with fear, and they were filled with a sense of powerlessness in the face of such a strong person. Soon, this aura blossomed completely, and a figure rose up into the sky. The void around him was creating ripples. I, Su Qingtian, have finally broken through the void refining stage. Su Qingtian laughed out loud. At this moment, he was as oppressive as a prime powerhouse. This is the Su family's lord, Su Jingtian. My god, the Su family actually had another person break through the refined void stage. So strong, is this the sense of oppression brought about by the void refining stage? Countless people's faces were horrified and filled with awe. The Su family now had 2 void refining stage powerhouses. That strength was even more unshakable. Especially after the other 4 major cities knew about it, they all brought gifts to their doors to thank them and express their loyalty, and Su Qingtian directly asked the remaining 4 major cities to submit to the Su family. Of course, all the forces of the 4 major cities agreed and were willing to take the initiative to supply the Su family on a yearly basis. Up to this point, the 5 major cities were all under the sphere of influence of the Su family. During this year, among the younger generation of the Su family's direct line, there were 5 who broke through the Yuanying stage, and 2 deacons in the collateral line also broke through the spirit transformation stage. Now in the Su family, there were 8 people at the god transformation stage alone, and the Yuanying stage of the first and sidelines combined was close to 30 people, an extremely terrifying number. After another half a year, Su Hongyuan also broke through into the middle stage of void refining again, which made the other 4 cities, who were originally still dissatisfied, no longer have the slightest other thoughts. The first line of the Su family were all heavenly spirit roots, and with the cultivation resources that the Wanbao Pavilion sent every month, basically they were all able to break through to the next level quickly. For a time, the Su family had reached a state of unprecedented prosperity, and the matter of the 5 great cities had even spread to the Stunning Empire, attracting the attention of many people. Nowadays, the Stunning Empire is not stable. The Stunning Empire's majesty is going to close the door to break through the returning realm, so he is ready to abdicate the throne. However, the throne of the Stunning Empire must continue to maintain, so the 9 imperial sons began to fight for the position of the crown prince. There had been 3 emperors in the Jinghong Empire plus the current Ginghong king, but every time they fought for the throne, almost all of the participating emperors died out, leaving only the final winner. That is to say, among the 9 people, ultimately can only live down one person. This is the royal family, extremely bloody and cruel. Therefore, during this period of time, the shocking empire was in great turmoil, and the 9 emperors all had many strong people behind them, with the strongest of them, the great prince, even having reached the middle stage of refining void. Beside him, the followers were also the most numerous. He was also the one who had the best chance of seizing the throne amongst all the emperors. Now, the 9-dragon seizure had reached a white-hot stage, and almost all of the forces that had reached the refined void stage within the amazing empire had already taken sides. But at this time, 2 void refining stages suddenly appeared in the 5 great cities, and among them, there was also a mid-void refining stage, which immediately made the 9 imperial princes all harbor the same thought. Must pull in the Su family. Although the amazing empire was very powerful, the number of void refining stages was just that many, and again, they belonged to the high-end battle force. And with 2 void refining stages, many times they could even play a very crucial role. Just a few days after the Su family's deeds were spread out, all the imperial princes in the Stunning Empire have sent people to express their intention to pull together, but the Su family has just stabilized, so Su Qingtian almost all shrugged it off. The Su family received the living room. A man dressed in luxurious clothes was sitting there. His face was a little less than pretty, because just now, Su Qingtian had rejected the suggestion of defecting to the Grand Imperial Prince. Huang Qi said with a somewhat displeased expression, "Su family master, the Grand Imperial Prince is already full of sincerity, rejecting it won't do you any good. Furthermore, the Great Prince has the strongest power. If we have the 2 void refining stages of the Su family, then the odds of winning will increase once again, and by the time the Great Prince takes the throne, then he will be the king of the amazing empire. At that time, would your Su family still need to reside in a remote place like the 5 great cities? The Grand Imperial Prince can pick a place within the surprising empire with abundant spiritual energy for you." Su Qingtian smiled companionably and said, "Lord Huan, my Su family has no desire to fight, and only wants to preserve itself." The 9-dragon struggle was simply too terrifying. The slightest mishap could lead to the extinction of the Su family, and there was absolutely no need for him to participate in it. Hearing these words, Huang Qi's face became even more unsightly. The words have been said to this point, and you actually still want to refuse. Huang Qi stood up, his breath in the middle stage of void refinement slowly released, his entire body was like a raging lion in anger. Su family master, I hope you can understand that the fact that this place, the five great cities, has no one to govern it is nothing more than a pact between the previous emperor of the shocking empire when he started out and the lords of the five great cities. But now that the city lords of the five great cities have all disappeared, and you have rejected all the imperial princes, no matter who takes the throne, there will be no place for your Su family. Trying to save yourself in a clear-cut manner, does the Su family master think that's possible? Su Qingtian's face instantly changed. Although the current Su family had 2 void refining stage, it still didn't have the power to fight against a behemoth like the surprising empire. If he was really missed by the emperor, then indeed no matter who came to power, his Su family would be liquidated. Huang Qi was also too lazy to talk nonsense with Su Qingtian as he turned to leave with a cold snort. Su family master, take care of yourself. Inside the room, Su Qingtian was ultimately left alone, his face somewhat sad. The Su family just wanted to develop peacefully. Was it so difficult to fulfill such a simple request? Shaking his head, Su Qingtian sighed helplessly. This world was like this, not having strength was the fundamental problem. 2 more days passed in this manner. Family master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. He said that he and family master are old acquaintances. Chapter 34, the 7th Prince of the Shocking Empire, Lin Jin. Receiving the living room. After Su Qingtian saw the person standing inside, he immediately said with a surprised face, Brother Lin Jin, how is it you? Inside the receiving room stood a man with a friendly face, looking calm and steady, with a faint aura of superiority. Lin Jin wore a smile. Brother Su, long time no see. Su Qingtian immediately smiled broadly and said, Brother Lin, we haven't seen each other for a long time, you mustn't leave so quickly, this time we must drink and have a good time. Lin Jin was someone he knew from the Qingfeng gang, and even when the Su family was able to migrate to Manhwa City, Lin Jin's help was behind it. When Lin Jin heard this, the smile on his face immediately tightened, and he let out a bitter laugh. Does Brother Su think I'm still in the mood to drink right now? Su Qingtian froze violently. He had suddenly forgotten Lin Jin's identity. Amazing Empire, the 7th Prince. Su Qingtian also knew Lin Jin's intentions for coming to his door. His face was a little heavy. The battle for the crown prince, can't we just quit? Lin Jin said in a bland tone. Withdraw? How can I withdraw? Regardless of who wins, in the end everyone will be liquidated, and if I become the crown prince, I won't let go of the other imperial sons either. The stunning empire had a conformity stage ancestor to suppress it, and it didn't matter who the throne belonged to, as long as you were a member of the royal family. Even if you became the king of surprise, other people could pull you down. Strength is king in this world. There is no such thing as the people's heart. As long as you have the ability to kill the stunning king, then you are the king of this empire. Therefore, the first thing that anyone who ascends to the throne does is to sweep away the aftermath and kill all the other imperial brothers. Su Qingtian was instantly dumbfounded. He had also heard about this kind of competition for the crown prince. It was bloody and cruel. This would have an advantage, that is, there was no water in the person who became the emperor, no matter if it was natural talent or means, almost all of them were top-notch. Such people control the empire, can also make the empire better survive. However, the disadvantage was that there was no more affection, and good brothers would give you their 2 cents. The atmosphere in the hall began to become a bit depressing, and both of them didn't say a word. Eventually, Lin Jin sighed helplessly. Among the 9 imperial princes, I'm the only one with the weakest power. The other imperial brothers all have at least 3 void refining stage powerhouses to assist them, while I only have 2. Judging from the movements of the other imperial sons, it seems that they all have the intention to deal with me, the weakest, first. Hearing this, Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with entanglement. Lin Jin was a very good friend of his, and in order to help the Su family relocate in the first place, he had also spent quite a bit of his resources and connections. If it wasn't for Lin Jin, it certainly wouldn't have been so simple for them to come to Bright Moon City. So the Su family sort of owed Lin Jin a big favor. But it was a matter of the Su family's survival, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Lin Jin's strength was deviated among the several emperors, so that meant that the probability was that he would lose, and if the Su family followed him, then naturally it would be hard to escape the fate. Although he was the lord of the Su family was everyone's Su family, not his alone. When Lin Jin said this, his meaning was already very obvious, that is, he hoped that he would side with him. Suddenly, Su Qingtian opened his mouth and asked, Brother Lin, when you hadn't even come to Manhwa City yet, you said that the child was about to be born. What, boy or girl? Lin Jin smiled and said, how long has this been going on? A girl was born, she's already 18 years old, I'll bring her with me when I have the chance to get to know you. Saying that there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Failing in the battle to seize the throne, his family would definitely be decimated as well. I'm afraid there is no such opportunity anymore. Lin Jin also saw Su Qingtian's difficulty. He stood up and said, since that's the case, Brother Su, then I won't bother much. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the stunning empire. He was also very clear that it was a very risky thing to make Su Qingtian stand up for himself. That was why Lin Jin had come to the Su family today, just wanting to try, not wanting to use the favor the Su family owed him back then to force the issue. After all, even with the help of the Su family, his chances of winning this battle for the throne would not be particularly high, and there was no need to let the Su family follow him to his death. Seeing that Lin Jin was about to leave, Su Qingtian hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, wait a moment. My Su family isn't a generation that forgets its own righteousness when it comes to profit, and of the 9 emperors before, the remaining 8 have sent people to their door, so I'm afraid it's not that easy for my Su family to hide. But the matter is important, I still need to discuss it with my clan before making a decision." Lin Jin was instantly overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Su." Su Qingtian nodded, and then began to gather all of the Su clan's executives, the 5 elders of the first lineage, as well as the 13 lead deacons of the side lineage. Of course, Su Chen was also naturally included. In the middle of the council hall, Su Qingtian recounted the entire process as it was. After Su Qingyun heard it, he directly said without hesitation, "The 7th prince helped us in the first place, but now going to aid the other princes, isn't that equivalent to becoming the 7th prince's rival?" The moment these words came out, the hall fell into silence. Taking sides amongst the many emperors appeared to be a multiple-choice question, but in fact, there was only one option, the 7th prince. Either you choose the 7th prince or you don't. Their Su family had always emphasized love and righteousness. If they chose other emperors, it would be the same as sending the 7th prince to his death, and this kind of thing ran counter to the Su family's philosophy. Sui frowned. "I have also investigated and understood the situation of the amazing empire. The 7th prince has low strength and only 2 refined void stage cultivators around him to help, while the grand prince has 9 refined void stage, and 3 of them are refined void stage perfect. The strength gap is a bit too big." The moment these words came out, some of the people who originally wanted to help the 7th prince were instantly dumbfounded. With such a large strength gap, what to fight with? There was a lot of discussion in the hall, but none of the people gave a clear stance on whether to side with the 7th prince or choose not to side with him. There are also some people who feel that it is best to directly run away, and not to stand on anyone's side. If they ran away now, when the battle to seize the throne was over, even if they wanted to report the recovery of the family, they wouldn't be able to find them so easily. After arguing for an hour, there wasn't a good result in the end. In the end, Su Qingtian looked towards Su Chen. "Chener, do you have any solutions?" The people within the clan immediately looked towards Su Chen, their eyes full of expectation. In the past, every time a problem arose in the clan, Su Chen had always helped them solve it. This time, would it be the same? Su Chen said indifferently, "There's nothing to dwell on. Since our Su family owes Lin Jin a big favor, then we can choose to help. If father chooses to help no one will dare to clear the air afterward." His words were full of confidence, and the emotions of the people in the hall stabilized slightly after hearing them. In Su Chen's opinion, if the amazing empire really dared to liquidate it, then he would not recommend giving that empire a new king or directly destroying the amazing empire. For a king-level power that only had a harmonization stage, there was no difference between it and an ant in his eyes. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian also made his determination. Help Lin Jin. The favor owed to him must be returned. Furthermore, Su Qingtian couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Jin die. Outside of the few elders of the initial direct line of the Su family, the deacons of the sideline did not know Su Chen very well, but they all knew that everything that Su Chen could have changed now was because of Su Chen. So they all trusted Su Chen very much. Su Chen once again said, "Since that's the case, then I'll go to the amazing empire alone. It just so happens that I also plan to go over there to have some fun." Chapter 35, Going to the Shocking Empire, Planting an Ambush. "You're going alone?" Su Qingtian looked a little gloomy, and the people in the hall glanced at each other. Su Chen's strength was also the early stage of transformation god, at least that was what he himself said, although everyone didn't believe it. But even if his fighting strength was comparable to a peak harmonized god, even if he was at the refined void stage, it seemed pointless. The 7th prince wasn't that far off from such a refined void stage battle power. Su Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, with me here, the 7th prince will definitely seize the throne, and no one will be able to snatch it away." Hearing these words, the crowd was once again shocked. The battlefield of the 9 dragons seizing the first prince that was the refined void stage, could Su Chen sweep away the group? Su Qingtian thought for a moment, he finally nodded his head and said, "Good." Now he was very trusting of this son. Su Chen's was very mysterious and powerful, it was definitely more than just the spirit transformation stage, but he had never said so Su Qingtian didn't point it out. Coupled with the fact that he also had that mysterious and powerful master, not to say whether the 7th prince could successfully seize the throne in the end, at least he himself would not be in trouble. The Su family then quickly negotiated, and in the end, it was just Su Chen alone who left with Lin Jin, while the Su family did everything as usual. Outside of Bright Moon City, 3 dragon carriage whisks were parked there. The eyes of those who passed by were filled with horror. The unique markings on the carriages allowed them to recognize that these were the carriages of the royal family of the Shocking Empire. Su Chen and Lin Jin walked out from the city, looking at the bland-faced youth beside him. Lin Jin's eyes were full of puzzlement. He could really help himself to seize the throne? Thinking of Su Qingtian's firm tone when he was leaving, Lin Jin was starting to get a little confused. Could it be that Su Qingtian was not teasing him? The aura on Su Chen's body was only at the god transformation stage. What impact could such a person have on the battle to seize the throne? The battle for the crown prince was not a simple fight between the major emperors. He was divided into two stages. The first stage is before the battle for the first prince. The major princes will let the rivals appear as much as possible to reduce the number of people. And wait until the battle for the throne really began, that is the real beginning of the battle, then will be presided over by His Majesty personally, so that the major princes under the banner of the strongest people to fight. Whoever wins in the end will be the crown prince. This is not only a test of their own strength, but also very much in the power and wisdom. Of the 9 princes, although the eldest prince is the strongest, the second and third prince's strength is just short of 2 refined void stage. If they were to form a short-lived alliance, the threat to the grand prince would also be very great. And now, there were only 7 days left before the battle to seize the throne, but there were only 2 available people under him. The chances of winning this battle were slim. Lin Jin didn't count Su Chen in at all. In his opinion, the Su family had raced Su Chen to himself, so he probably just didn't want the relationship to be too embarrassing. But he didn't blame. After all, his own chances of winning were too low. Even with the help of the Su family, it was the same. It couldn't change the final situation. He also didn't want to end up causing the Su family to be exterminated because of himself. Lin Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It had only been more than a decade. Su Qingtian had become so strange and so human. If he wasn't willing to help himself, he would have just refused directly. Why would he want Su Chen to follow him to his death? Greetings to the 7th prince. Beside the dragon carriage, a middle-aged man immediately stepped forward to salute. His eyes lingered on Su Chen, and his eyebrows plummeted slightly. The god transformation stage. Lin Jin said indifferently, "This is the young master of the Su family, Su Chen, and he will be traveling with us to the shocking empire." He didn't explain too much, and clearly didn't think highly of Su Chen. Zhang Yan's eyebrows suddenly plummeted, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that His Highness hadn't invited anyone from the Su family. He was one of the early void refining stage under Lin Jin's command, and he was also the one who had specially followed to protect Lin Jin this time. Your Highness. Zhang Yan's face was a little worried. This time, he hadn't invited any extra void refining stages. That meant that there were just 2 void refining stages under the 7th prince. Lin Jin waved his hand. Let's go back first. Both of them didn't look too squarely at Su Chen. After all, it was only a god transformation stage, even if he was a genius demon, but how strong could he be? Soon, the dragon horse directly lifted its hooves and stepped into the air, disappearing into the sky. This hybrid dragon horse was domesticated by the founding emperor of the stunning empire, and had always been a special mount for the royal family, able to ride on the wind, extremely fast, comparable to the peak of the transformation god stage. Su Chen sat inside the carriage, looking at the extremely fast receding scenery. He immediately began to consider whether he should also take in a windy mount. However, he couldn't look at ordinary demonic beasts. How would he want a divine beast to start with? This could only be found slowly in the future. Right at this moment, Su Chen looked towards the distance, the corners of his mouth revealing the slightest cold smile. I didn't expect trouble to find me so quickly. The words had just fallen, and directly in front of the dragon horse-drawn carriage, the void suddenly stirred. Immediately afterward, a huge void rift appeared, and 4 overwhelmingly powerful attacks chopped out from within the void rift, swiftly killing towards the carriage where Lin Jin was. The clouds in the sky were all churning up, affected by these several terrifying mites. Your Highness, be careful. Zhang Yan's pupils shrunk violently as he blocked with all his might. But the 4 attacks were too overwhelming, and with the sneak attack, where could he, an early stage void refining stage, completely block them? Puff! A mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out, and the breath on Zhang Yan's body became shriveled. Ambush! Lin Jin's eyes cracked in anger. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Couldn't resist killing him so soon? His eyes looked towards the other dragon carriage. That was exactly what Su Chen was sitting in, but at this moment it had been destroyed as much as it could be. Su Chen had fallen, and this completely extinguished all the expectations in his heart. When he left the Su family, Su Jingtian swore that Su Chen was very capable. But now it seems hard to say. How could Lin Jin not have imagined that this good brother of his was really stonewalling him? Ha ha, Your Highness the 7th Prince, you won't be able to walk away today. A masked, black-clothed man stepped out. He carried a heavenly blade aura as if he could cleave through everything. Just looking at him made one's eyes ache. Immediately after that, 3 more figures walked out from the void, and the auras they carried were incomparably powerful. 4 people, 4 mid-virtue refining stages. On Lin Jin's side, there was only Zhang Yan, an early stage of void refining, so it seemed like the end was extremely obvious. Lin Jin tilted his head and said in a cold tone, "Who asked you to come, big brother? Or the second brother?" The man with the sword coldly laughed, worthy of being the 7th prince, still so calm in this situation, a talent, a pity. As the words fell, he then directly raised his hand towards Zhang Yan to kill him. Lin Jin was only a transformation spirit perfection. As long as he killed Zhang Yan, the fly in the ointment, then killing Lin Jin would be a probe. Zhang Yan yelled, "Your Highness, escape. Do you guys think you can still walk away today? An incomparably cold voice rang out, and the surrounding tens of miles instantly froze, the temperature plummeting so much that even the void refining stage Zhang Yan couldn't help but shiver. The instant this person made his move, Lin Jin also knew his identity. A person under the banner of the Grand Prince, the Lord of the Frozen Valley, Duan Wuhan. On the other side, Zhang Yan screamed miserably, one of his arms had been directly chopped off, his face grimacing to the extreme. However, this kind of injury was not fatal for the void refining stage. Reaching this realm, it was no longer difficult to regenerate a severed limb. Your Highness the Seventh Prince, please die. Duan Wuhan's tone was grim, as if he was a harsh ghost under the nine hells, and a huge ice cone coalesced towards Lin Jin to kill him. This time in the battle for the crown prince, the prince was fighting for the throne, while they were fighting for their future. Once the prince they supported came to power, it would have endless benefits for themselves and their forces. On the contrary, it would be a fall into the middle of an infinite abyss, so they wanted to win even more than the royal sons vying for the throne. It's not that easy to kill me. Lin Jin's eyes were filled with ice coldness, and the aura on his body seemed to break through the shackles, instantly breaking through from incarnation perfection to early refining void. Immediately afterward, he grabbed Zhang Yan and prepared to tear through the void to escape. Unexpected, you're actually at the refined void stage. Duan Wuhan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 36 Old Inu Lin Jin, cards coming out in various layers. Where to escape? The void refining stage slayer who used a sword slashed across the sky, the blade energy cutting through the air, directly cutting through the void crack that Lin Jin had torn open. At this moment, the eyes of the four major void refining stages were filled with a dense murderous aura. Lin Jin was actually at the early stage of void refining, and looking at the thick aura on his body, it was clear that he had broken through a long time ago. Among the 9 great princes, only 4 had broken through to the refined void stage, and now another one had been added. The key is that the previous 4 people are explicit, only this Lin Jin is hiding his clumsiness. Being so tolerant, there might be a lot of tactics not being used behind his back, so he had to be killed today. At the same time, the 4 of them made up their minds to kill him. The battle to seize the throne hadn't opened yet. Someone like Lin Jin must be showing weakness with strength, secretly storing up his strength and waiting for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the others. They wouldn't allow such a potential threat to exist. Kill him. The 4 of them killed towards Lin Jin at the same time. Heaven and earth began to shake. It was as if the earth couldn't withstand the momentum and began to crack inch by inch. It was appalling to watch. Countless low-ranked demonic beasts in the mountains and forests also fled in all directions with terrified faces. Zhang Yan's eyes were also filled with shock. Obviously he had only just realized that Lin Jin was at the early stage of void refining, but he still yelled, "Your Highness, don't worry about me, run away." Lin Jin didn't pay any attention. He took off the jade pendant on his waist and threw it out towards the 4 people. In an instant, a violent energy poured out, instantly sweeping the 4 people in. It was as if this energy was capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and the void around them trembled crazily as a huge void crack appeared. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, a deep pit instantly surfaced in the middle of the earth, stretching for tens of miles, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Jin led Zhang Yan to directly tear through the void and leave. He knew that this strike would definitely not be able to kill the 4. As for Zhang Yan's comment about letting him escape alone, this wasn't even a consideration. Even if he could escape today, how would he escape from the battle for the throne? Lin Jin's face was hard to see. Among the 8 emperors, he was the only one who was light on words, and from the time he was born, there was hardly any support for him. The other royals more or less have their mother's family to help, go a lot smoother than him. Therefore, Lin Jin has learned to hide his clumsiness since he was a child, thinking that when he accumulates enough strength, he will compete for the throne of the crown prince. Unfortunately, the heavens did not agree with people's wishes. The abdication of King Jinghong was too sudden, and although he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, it was also true that he only had 2 void refining stage powerhouses under his command. If he gave up Zhang Yan, that meant that he would only have 1 void refining stage available under him. By the time the day of the battle to seize the throne came, he would undoubtedly lose. And what would greet him was being liquidated by the new king. Damn it! Lin Jin's eyes were full of unwillingness. If he had given himself a little more time, 100 years, even another 100 years, he wouldn't be so bad. 100 years of time, he could do a lot of things. He could break through the middle stage of void refinement, or even the late stage of void refinement, and he could recruit more void refinement stage powerhouses. At that time, when he went back to fight for this position of the crown prince, his chances of winning would be greatly increased. Just as he instantly moved out but tens of miles, 4 overwhelmingly powerful auras quickly chased towards him, only they were not as strong as before. 7th Prince has good means. Accompanying the voice, a crack in the void of tens of feet was torn open. Immediately afterward, a blade on killed Lin Jin. The might of this blade was even greater than before, and wherever it passed, space was collapsing by inches, terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, 3 incomparably powerful attacks were also killing towards Lin Jin. Lin Jin's anxious face also violently became calm as he abruptly stopped, his eyes cold as he looked at the 4 people behind him. Only to see that the 4 attacks had been stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Jin, where it was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking them. Seeing this situation, the four people's hearts immediately shook. Not good. It was at the same time that the firelight between heaven and earth began to flicker, and a huge pillar was instantly erected in the surrounding space, tattooed with mysterious and bizarre red runes. Inside the area surrounded by the pillar, the temperature suddenly began to climb, and even the void refining stage powerhouses felt that it was a bit hard to endure. The four wanted to rush out, but a strong pressure emanated from those four pillars, making it difficult for them to move at all. Lin Jin's eyes were filled with ice coldness. This burning sky purgatory formation was intended to be used in the midst of seizing the throne, to kill the perfect void refining stage in a formation, but I didn't expect it to be wasted on you guys. You guys deserve to die. Burning sky purgatory formation. A high-level formation of the earth rank, known for its killing power. Feeling that they were being continuously refined, all four of them had a terrified expression on their faces. The seventh prince actually had an undercard? And the mind was just a little too terrifying. From the very beginning they had calculated all of this. Revealing their cultivation and drawing their scorn, then using the explosion to stall for time, then setting up a formation here and waiting for them to take the bait. All of this, Lin Jin had counted clearly from the start. All die for me. Lin Jin roared, his eyes filled with sternness. This formation was one of his bottom cards, but now it was being used, which meant that his original 20% chance of winning the battle for the throne was now much lower. The four of them immediately cried out in pain. The scorching heat was unbearable for them, and in 30 breaths at most, they would be directly melted. You guys are still not making a move. Duan Wuhan couldn't help but yell at once. He was originally practicing the cold ice attribute technique, and this scorching heat was making it extremely difficult for him. Accompanied by the fall of the words, a powerful sword-on was violently chopped out of the void, and the burning sky purgatory array was also directly chopped out of an opening, and the temperature inside began to drop non-stop, and the array was on the verge of collapsing. It was extremely difficult to break the burning sky purgatory formation from the inside. Even a void refining stage perfection could not do it, but it was very simple from the outside, and this was also his great flaw. At the same time, a bizarre figure killed towards Lin Jin, holding a short dagger, his eyes filled with coldness, as if he was an emotionless machine. Lin Jin's pupils contracted violently, and there was disbelief in his eyes. In order to kill himself, they had actually deployed 2 late void refining stages and 4 mid void refining stages. Damn it! Lin Jin's face was hard to see. Honestly, he still had one more card, but if he used it in a place like this, what about the battle for the throne? His heart was filled with anger. Ma da. I'm the weakest, why do I have to come up and get me killed first? Among these people, there were at least 3 sets of people, that is, all 3 emperors, who were all striking out at him at the same time. Standing in their perspective, he himself was the weakest and basically had absolutely no possibility of competing for the crown prince, which was equivalent to him just watching the show. Then this would fall under the category of getting the spectator dead before the fight to avoid being picked up on, right? Lin Jin's eyes were filled with coldness. Since all of you want to kill me, none of you want to feel better. He was just about to make a move, but he realized that he couldn't move at all. What the hell? Lin Jin's eyes revealed a look of shock. But soon, he also realized that everyone around him had stopped, and it was even said that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Good show, good show. A slightly lethargic voice rang out as Su Chen slowly walked out from the void. The moment he saw Su Chen, Lin Jin's eyes became shocked. It was him. Chapter 37 Arrival at Surprise City. At this moment, Lin Jin's eyes were filled with horror. It was actually Su Chen. How is this possible? Did he not die at all? From Su Chen's body, Lin Jin felt an extreme sense of oppression. All of the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be encountering a natural enemy. They all shrank in his body and didn't dare to move, as if they had solidified. So terrifying. This young Lord Su Chen actually had such a powerful strength? Lin Jin had thought that Su Qingtian was teasing him, but he didn't expect him to be for real. To be able to have such a powerful sense of oppression, it must be a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. If he could get the support of a harmonization stage, then who would be able to compete with him for the position of the crown prince? There are 3 major empathic stages in the Jinghong Empire, which are the king of Jinghong, the general of Jingui, and the master of the imperial court. However, the latter 2 have not appeared for 100 years, are in seclusion cultivation. Among the provisions of the King of Surprises battle for the first wife, there was nothing that said that the harmonization stage was not allowed to enter, and in his opinion, if the prince could find the help of a harmonization stage powerhouse, it would also be his own ability. Su Chen stepped on the void, his body exuding a palpitating aura, causing everyone present to fear to the extreme. This aura was very weak, but it was countless times more terrifying than the void refining stage. Under the shroud of this aura, they felt like someone was sticking you with a needle, and a sharp stabbing pain was coming from all over their bodies, even their divine souls, causing their hearts and minds to collapse somewhat. The void refining stage cultivators who had come to ambush Lin Jin were filled with fear at this moment. They had vaguely guessed that Su Chen should be the helper that Lin Jin had hired. Lin Jin was actually able to invite a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. Didn't that mean that he was bound to win in this battle to seize the throne? At this moment, they were filled with regret, not realizing that the seventh prince, who had the worst strength, was the one with the most power. And yet they had come to target the strongest person from the very beginning. What was this not looking for death? Su Chen's figure completely stepped out from the void as he raised his hand and took out a long sword, looking plain and unassuming, containing no might. Only to see Su Chen raised his hand and chopped out, invisible sword chi instantly burst out, towards the distance to kill. There is no strong fluctuation, there is no special phenomenon, all of this looks extremely ordinary. However, with such an ordinary sword, the late-stage void refining stage in front of Lin Jin was directly killed. Immediately after that, Su Chen swung his sword one by one, and every time he swung his sword, one person would die. In front of Su Chen, they were as if they were ants. The most crucial thing was that all of them were unable to move, they could only watch themselves die without being able to do anything about it. This sense of despair was what caused them the most pain. In the end, all 6 of them were easily beheaded by Su Chen as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. At this point, the pressure that enveloped the heavens and earth dissipated, and Lin Jin's movements returned to normal. He hurriedly walked towards Su Chen and said with a somewhat respectful expression, "Many thanks to young Lord Su for relieving me." Although Su Chen was considered a junior, he didn't dare to hold his status and play big in front of Su Chen. This was a harmonization stage. Now when he thought of the way Su Chen had killed the 6 void refining stages just now, he was a little frightened in his heart. If Su Chen had tried to kill himself just now, it would probably have been just as simple. Lin Jin's heart was shaken to the core. Su Qingtian's son's talent was also really too demonic. He was actually a harmonization stage cultivator. To break through the harmonization stage at such an age, even in the entire Xian heavenly realm, it was extremely rare, right? I'm afraid that only the absolute prides of those holy clans could have such talent. Lin Jin's heart was envious beyond measure. Su Qingtian had given birth to a good son. Su Chen nodded indifferently and said in a calm voice, "It's just a small matter, let's go." Since the dragon horse carriage was decimated, the 3 of them had only themselves to catch up, and Lin Jin had also resuppressed his cultivation to the transformation god stage. As for Su Chen, the aura on his body had always been at the harmonized god stage. Zhang Yan glanced sideways at the 2 of them and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Really shady. It was even if a refinement stage pretended to be at the transformation god stage, but you, a conjunction stage powerhouse, actually disguised yourself as a transformation god stage as well. Everything that happened today made him have mixed feelings in his heart. Originally, he owed Lin Jin a huge favor, and only then did he come out to help him. He had even prepared for certain death, because Lin Jin's chances of winning were really too low, but now his thoughts had changed drastically. Lin Jin was far from as simple as he had seen. Moreover, he now had the help of a harmonization stage powerhouse, and the probability of him wanting to seize the throne was at least 90%. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan was invigorated beyond measure, and had a feeling that he had survived a robbery. There was no need to die. If Lin Jin became the new king, then he would still be able to obtain a broad future, just like the current imperial master and great general of Xinghua. These 2 were the ones who had assisted King Jinghong to ascend to the throne in the first place. Lin Jin and Su Chen both didn't go too fast, while Zhang Yan took the initiative to lead them to tear through the void towards the stunning empire. The 5 great cities in the stunning empire were only thousands of miles away from each other, and they had entered the stunning empire a long time ago, but their purpose was the stunning empire's royal city, the stunning empire's stunning city. As a king-level power, the territory of the Surprise Empire was extremely vast, with a total of 27 counties, each of which was tens of thousands of miles in size, and was immense. Su Chen also looked around with interest. It had to be said that the aura of the stunning empire was indeed much more dense than the 5 major cities, and the probability of such a place giving birth to heavenly treasures and spirit stone veins would also be greater. Moreover, the flow of people here was much larger, and any random city was twice the size of Manhwa City. After less than 2 hours, a huge city came into view. Surprisingly, the city had arrived. In terms of size alone, this city was about 30 times the size of Bright Moon City, terrifyingly incomparable. Su Chen was arranged by Lin Jin in the chamber of the inner courtyard of the king's mansion, and was also specially equipped with 3 exquisite-looking women to serve him exclusively. Lin Jin said with a respectful expression, "Young Lord Su, if you have any needs just mention them to me, the young king will do his best to fulfill them." Su Chen wore a smile, "Thank you." Seeing that Su Chen did not seem to have the desire to climb too much, Lin Jin also exited the courtyard. At the same time, Lin Jin's return to Surprise City matter was immediately known by the other princes. Some were calm, but there were 3 people who looked grave. King Mu's residence, this was the residence of the Grand Prince. At this moment, Lin Mu's complexion was incredibly gloomy as he indifferently asked, "Still can't contact them?" Beside him stood an old man who nodded with a somewhat ugly expression. The Grand Prince took a deep breath, his eyes once again regained their calmness. This time there were also Old 3 and Old 5 who made a move. The 3 of us couldn't even take down Old 7. It seems that Old 7 is still very much in deep cover. He was actually able to take care of even 6 void refining stage powerhouses. Although his tone was very calm, anyone could hear that underneath the calmness was a monstrous rage. This time, he had deployed a late void refining stage and a mid void refining stage, and as a result, both of them died, which was an irreparable loss for him. Originally, he had 9 void refining stage powerhouses, but now there were only 7, and the gap between him and the second and third emperors was instantly narrowed, which made him extremely unhappy in his heart. The old man did a little thinking, then spoke, "Your Highness, my subordinate feels that it's not the 7th prince." Lin Mu frowned. "You mean to say that there are other imperial princes involved?" The old man nodded, and Lin Mu also revealed a thoughtful look. Lin Jin's strength was very poor. This was something everyone knew, even if he hid his clumsiness. The fact that there were only 2 void refining stage under his command was extremely difficult to change. And as he himself only had a cultivation of the god transformation stage, how could he not have killed 6 void refining stages? It was only possible that the other emperors didn't want Lin Jin to die, and they secretly made a move to protect him. Thinking about this, Lin Mu's complexion was filled with gloom as he snorted coldly. If you want to fish in troubled waters, you don't have to see if you have that qualification. Chapter 38, The Abominable Su Chen. Lin Mu once again opened his mouth and asked, "Did the Su family of Bright Moon City help Old 7? The old man immediately replied respectfully, "According to the report from the scouts, Bright Moon City seems to have helped the 7th prince, but their 2 void refining stages didn't make a move. They only sent out the Su family's young patriarch, Su Chen." "Oh?" Lin Mu frowned. "What is the origin of this Su Chen?" The old man slightly organized his language before continuing. "There are some news about this person, the strangest of which is that he was only at the Jiedan stage a few years ago, but a sneak attack saw his cultivation wasted. After appearing in the limelight again, he easily killed a late-stage Yuaning, and later on, there were rumors within the Su family that Su Chen had already broken through to the god transformation stage. Many people in the Su family also hold Su Chen in the highest esteem, and his status is even higher than Su Qingtian many times." He recounted the things that Su Chen had done in Bright Moon City one by one. After listening to it, Lin Mu fell into deep thought. Although in his opinion, the throne would inevitably belong to him, he wouldn't take anyone lightly in order to play it safe. Is the god transformation stage? In the end, Lin Mu let out a cold snort. Although from the information, Su Chen had somehow broken through from the Jiedan stage to the god transformation stage in a short period of time. But none of this mattered. A god transformation stage was just that, so what if it was a little weird? Could it be hard to match the void refining stage? Lin Mu's face became a bit grim. This Su family doesn't know what's good for them. When this palace takes over the throne of the crown prince, we will definitely wipe out his entire family. On the other side, after Su Chen had entered the Jin Wangfu, he had always been provided with good food and drink, which had attracted the attention of many people within the Wangfu. At such a critical time, Lin Jin had brought someone back, and they all thought that Su Chen was a savior, but after finding out that he only had the strength of the god transformation stage, the people of the Jin Wang mansion despaired again. They were all Lin Jin's people. If their master died, they, the subordinates, would definitely not be able to escape either. Su Chen, on the other hand, was very relaxed. His days were very easy and comfortable. Every day, his subordinates would bring him food. And almost all of them were things that were full of spiritual qi. Surprise City was indeed prosperous and incomparable, and when he took care of Lin Jin's matter, he also planned to go for a good stroll. Su Chen had a cozy face, and the maid was rubbing his shoulders, very enjoyable and comfortable. "Miss, this is the place." Outside the courtyard, an underling's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a soft voice was carried into the middle of the courtyard. "Mr. Su, my daughter Lin Yiming, I heard that you are a member of the Su family of Bright Moon City, so I have come to pay my respects." Su Chen frowned. This name seemed familiar. He had occasionally heard the subordinates of the Jin Wang mansion mention it. Right, it seemed to be the county lord, or Lin Jin's daughter. What was she looking for herself for? "Come in," Su Chen said indifferently. Then he continued to lie down on the eunuch chair, continuing to enjoy the soft comfort brought by the 3 maids. Soon, 2 figures walked into the middle of the courtyard. The one walking in front was a woman with a slender figure. She had bright eyes and white teeth, her face was flawless, and her face was wearing a bit of light makeup, adding a few points of mature seductiveness to her already beautiful cheeks. She was wearing a light green long skirt, and under her feet was a pair of ink-white embroidered shoes. In terms of face value and temperament, Ruwashi was not a match for Ruwashi, and the gap between the two was really quite large. Taking 100 points as a full score, Ruwashi may only have 80 points, but Lin Yiming has at least 95 points. Although the difference is only 15 points, the gap is extremely obvious in the eyes. Behind her was an old man in his 60s, and although he had hidden his cultivation, Su Chen realized that he was a mid-virtue refining cultivator. It seemed that this should be the second void refining stage of the Jin Wangfu. After walking in, Lin Yiming looked at Su Chen, who was lying on a chair with his eyes closed and enjoying himself, and suddenly her eyebrows rose slightly, her eyes flashing with displeasure. "I have come to the door to pay my respects. You should at least be a bit more normal, actually still lying down, not even getting up." Also to not put her in the eyes. Originally, Lin Yiming still thought that her father must have his reasons for bringing a god transformation stage over at this time, but now it seemed that this Su Chen was a real dude. Definitely deceived. The three maids of honor also sensed that the county lord was a little unhappy. They all had a panicked look on their faces, but after all, the king had commanded them to do so they could only continue to serve Su Chen with a stiff upper lip. Su Chen was eating the grapes that were overflowing with spiritual chi while faintly saying, "Sister Yimeng, right, I've heard of you, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Hearing the title of Yimeng's sister, Lin Yimeng instantly had goosebumps rising straight up all over her body. "You?" Lin Yimeng had a bit of anger on her face and was just about to accuse, but in the end, she stiffly held her anger back. "Mr. Su, father announced that he would let you represent the Jin Waifu to be the third person to participate in the battle to seize the throne, so my daughter would like to come and meet you. What kind of saint is Mr. Su in the end, so much so that father loves him so much?" Lin Yimeng squeezed out a smile on her face and her tone was warm and calm. The purpose of her coming this time was simple. She wanted to test Su Chen, although it was no longer necessary to test, but out of caution, she still followed the normal process once. Su Chen's strength Lin Jin did not publicize. Up to now only Zhang An and Lin Jin two people know, even Lin Yimeng, this biological daughter, he did not tell. However, Lin Yimeng's heart was incomparably disappointed after seeing Su Chen. Prior to this, after the Su family had given birth to two void refining stage, she had investigated the Su family and naturally knew Su Chen well. Some stray bits of information has extracted, and eventually came to a conclusion. That was that the Su family was able to grow from the initial two refinement stage forces to the present in less than 2 short years, and the probability behind it was all due to Su Chen. According to this conclusion, coupled with the fact that her father had specifically brought Su Chen back, she thought even more that Su Chen would definitely not be as simple as he appeared to be. But now it seems that, although Lin Yimeng knew that one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance, Su Chen's appearance looked like he didn't have the slightest bit of an expert demeanor. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yimeng, then closed his eyes again and said, "Then you see it now." Lin Yimeng quietly waited. She thought that Su Chen had the following, but as a result, after waiting for a while and not hearing Su Chen speak, she was somewhat quick to hold back the anger in her heart. Damn it! Su Chen! Chapter 39, Su Chen of the God Transformation Stage, the battle to seize the first wife begins. With Su Chen's attitude, Lin Yimeng wanted to just turn her head and leave. Too angry. If she were to do it normally, which man would see herself and not be farting around, only Su Chen seemed to be a bit indifferent. She took a deep breath and suppressed her inner fire before pulling back to the topic and asking again. "Mr. Su, I don't know if you have confidence in the battle to seize the throne?" This was the fundamental purpose of her coming here, to test Su Chen. Although Su Chen looked a little breathless, Lin Yimeng still didn't believe that her father would bring a waste back. Everyone else's perception of Lin Jin might be that he was weak and had no presence, but Lin Yimeng knew very well that her father was an ambitious and resourceful man. He would never do a meaningless thing. Su Chen said in a bland tone, "I'm a spirit transformation stage, where did I get the confidence?" Lin Yimeng frowned as displeasure flashed in her eyes. However, she could endure it, but the old man beside her couldn't. "How dare you!" Su Chen's appearance was truly too irritating, a transformation spirit stage, actually so arrogant. Accompanied by a rebuke, Gongsun Yang's body erupted with the pressure of the middle stage of refined void, instantly enveloping towards Su Chen. If an ordinary God transformation stage encountered such a situation, he would probably directly collapse to the ground, but Su Chen was just like a person who was fine. What a situation! Gongsun Yang's brows furrowed as doubt flashed in his eyes. But immediately afterward, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and an invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped Gongsun Yang. In an instant, Gongsun Yang felt as if he was in the middle of the 9 ghosts, surrounded by life-threatening ghosts. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was freezing cold. Despair and helplessness surged in his heart. Gongsun Yang once again looked at Su Chen. In his eyes, Su Chen was like a deity that was high above and could not be blasphemed. Gongsun Yang swallowed his saliva. Because of the fear in his heart, his footsteps subconsciously retreated. Lin Yimeng glanced at Gongsun Yang's abnormality, her eyes filled with doubt. Master? Gongsun Yang was the master that Lin Yimeng had worshipped when she was a child, and because of this crisis in the Jin Wangfu, he chose to step in and lay down his life to help this disciple of his. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, and the sense of oppression that had enveloped Gongsun Yang's body suddenly disappeared. Gongsun Yang instantly seemed to come back to life, and with a terrified face, he hurriedly stepped forward to respectfully salute. "I was rude, please don't be offended, my lord." Although he didn't know Su Chen's specific realm, but that oppressive feeling alone was at least a half-step harmonization stage cultivator. He didn't expect that Prince Jin would actually be able to invite such a character. Seeing Gongsun Yang's respectful appearance, Lin Yimeng also couldn't help but reveal a shocked look. Her own teacher was in the middle stage of void refining, even he needed to be treated so respectfully. That meant that Su Chen was definitely extremely extraordinary. Sure enough, one's guess was right. However, what happened just now? Lin Yimeng looked at Su Chen with a lack of interest. She immediately revealed a moving smile. "Mr. Su Chen, then we won't bother, you continue to rest." At this moment, she suddenly felt that such a Su Chen was also quite handsome. Su Chen nodded, and again continued to close his eyes and feel his lying time. Only after leaving Su Chen's courtyard a long way away did Lin Yimeng stop her steps and asked with a gloomy expression. Teacher, what is Su Chen's situation? Gong Sun Young swallowed his saliva, his eyes still had some fear and palpitations in them as he said in a low voice, I don't know. Don't know? Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with doubt, somewhat not quite understanding. Why is it don't know? Gong Sun Yang's expression was serious to the extreme. This must not be offended, his strength is extremely terrifying, other than that, I don't understand. Hearing these words, Lin Yiming also had roughly 2 judgments about Su Chen. However, she was very curious. From investigating Su Chen's information, he was also an extreme spiritual route. 2 years ago he was still only at the Jedan stage, but why was he like a different person within these 2 years? Even now, he had grown to such a terrifying level. Su Chen's current age should be less than 21 years old. This kind of age, coupled with his extreme great spiritual route, even if he were to cultivate even faster, reaching the transformation god stage would already be the limit. Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with doubt. She didn't know since when, even before she had met Su Chen, she had already been filled with curiosity towards this person who carried a mysterious color in his body. She turned her head again to look at the courtyard where Su Chen was, worry flashing in her eyes. I hope she can help my father seize the throne, otherwise. There was only one winner in the 9 Dragons battle, so they had to win from it. One step back would be the end of everything, only to move forward with a hard head. Time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye arrived at the day of the battle for the first wife. Royal Martial Arts Arena. This is the largest martial arts arena in the city of Jinghong, can accommodate millions of people at the same time. Many people in the Jinghong Empire had rushed here, ready to observe this grand event. The entire Royal Martial Arts Stadium was filled with people, standing densely filled with people. 9 dragons seizing the throne. This kind of thing had never even been heard of before. Similarly, having 9 imperial sons openly fighting for the throne was the first time this kind of thing had happened since the creation of the amazing empire. The first 2 times they fought for the throne, it was all about the emperors secretly building up their strength, and then using all sorts of plots and tricks to trap each other, and then finally seizing the throne by trickery. This time, it was completely different. Of course, it was also possible that King Shocking was too strong, half-step returning Yuan realm, which was just too terrifying. Basically, as long as the amazing Hong King didn't die, it meant that the amazing Hong Empire would never be destroyed. Even if these emperors made a lot of noise, it wouldn't hurt. And once he became the king of the stunning, that means he enjoys the resources of the entire empire. Breaking through the stage of merging is simple. There is also the supreme authority, ask who cannot be greedy. However, the fundamental reason for the emergence of this battle for the first wife, it is estimated that the king of the stunning Hong is still in a hurry to close the door to breakthrough, so cannot wait for all the imperial sons to compete. Letting them compete directly was dry and straightforward. 9 dragons seizing the first son, this is too exciting. It's not in vain that I came all the way from Qingyang County. Who do you guys think will win from this one? I think the Grand Prince is a sure winner, right? I don't think so. I also heard 2 days ago that there was an accident with the people under the Grand Prince's command. Originally there were 9 void refining stage powerhouses, but now there are only 7, and it seems that an early void refining stage and a mid void refining stage have fallen. So what, the Great Prince still has 3 great refined void stage perfections following him, just as completely abusing anyone else. The second prince and the third prince are just 1 refined void stage perfection each. On the Huang family martial arts arena, the crowd was booming and bustling. Countless people were discussing who would be able to take over the throne today. However, most people favored the Grand Prince. After all, he was the strongest. You're all discussing who can take over the throne. Anyway, I think the 7th prince definitely won't be able to do it. Seconded. Laughing to death, when I look at the list announced for the battle for the first wife, there is even a Yuaning stage under the 7th prince's command who is going to fight. Is this a case of being sick and desperate? In the battle for the first wife, all of them are void refining stage cultivators, only the 7th prince brought a god transformation stage up. It's indeed too funny. This kind of idiot is also worthy of being the king of my shocking empire? Don't be funny. There was also a not so small amount of ridicule towards the 7th prince. No one felt that he could win the championship. When talking about the 7th prince, their tone also seemed as if they were mocking clowns. One could only say that there was always a group of keyboard warriors everywhere. Chapter 40 King Shocking. Royal Martial Arts Arena, Battle Preparation Hall. Inside stood a number of figures. The aura on each of them was extremely powerful, and the 9 people at the head of them were the 9 emperors of the shocking Hong Empire. Some of them had a cold face, some had a faint smile, and some had a nervous expression. Among the 9, the person standing behind the eldest prince had the most powerful aura, and when the other emperors looked at them, their expressions were extremely grave. Old 7, even bringing in the transformation god stage, wanting to win so badly? Third Prince Lin Yu spoke indifferently, although his expression appeared very calm, the contempt in his eyes was hard to hide. Hearing these words, the others also looked towards the 7th prince. In the entire battle preparation hall, excluding a few other imperial princes who were at the perfection of the spirit transformation stage, all the other cultivators were at the refined void stage, making Su Chen's figure particularly eye-catching. The eyes of the crowd were filled with disdain as they looked at Lin Jin. Lin Mu had previously thought that Lin Jin had brought along a spirit transformation stage with ulterior motives, or that he had hidden his cultivation to use as a killer weapon. But now after meeting him, he was almost certain that Su Chen had definitely not hidden his cultivation. In order to ensure victory this time, Lin Mu had even specifically gone to borrow a detection-type supreme treasure, which was of the middle level of the earth rank, so basically anyone had nothing to hide in his eyes. Lin Mu looked coldly at Lin Jin, a faint golden aura flashed in his eyes as he smiled contemptuously. What was the point of hiding your cultivation if you were at the early stage of void refining? There were still only 2 void refining stages available. The rules of the battle for the first prince are simple, similar to normal competitions, that is, the major princes select one person under their command to go on stage and challenge the other princes. The challenged person cannot refuse, even if there is a gap in realm. Just for example, if the great prince sent out a refined void stage perfection to challenge an early refined void stage, it could not be refused, so it could be said that it was very unfair. This meant that the 2 emperors could target one person at the same time to specifically challenge someone under his command. If there was no one left under his command, then the prince could also take the field himself or choose to give up. In the end, whoever could win would be the king of this stunning empire. The rules are so arbitrary, but the more arbitrary the rules, the less loopholes, more competition is their own strength and strategy. Lin Jin said indifferently, "It's not yet known who will lose and who will win." Tsk tisk. Lin Yu smacked his lips and said in a tone full of disdain, "So, Old Seven is still very confident of winning over us? It seems like you still have some killer weapon that you haven't used yet." The crowd immediately looked towards Lin Jin, then took a serious look at the 3 people behind him, and finally let out another cold laugh. One at the God transformation stage, one at the early void refining stage, and one at the mid void refining stage. What could such a combination do even if it had an undercard? Despite this logic, there were still a few people who changed in their eyes when they looked at Lin Jin. When the battle for the throne began, they would first take care of him. Lest we all fight to the death at that time and let him come out and pick up the slack. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth rose slightly, making everyone hate Lin Jin so that one person could be decided, making everyone's rivals one less. 9 people and 8 people, even though there was only a difference of 1 person, it would greatly increase each other's chances of taking over the throne, so the thoughts in everyone's mind leaned together. The 5th prince, Lin Hong, suddenly opened his mouth with a faint smile and said, "Big brother, since you're the strongest and the 7th brother looks like he has no chance with the battle to seize the first wife, why don't Big Brother go and finish him off later, so that the 7th brother can rest earlier and highlight Big Brother's prowess in the process?" With Lin Jin's strength, it was almost completely possible to crush Lin Jin in the open, and he only even needed to send a late-stage void refining to suffice. If Lin Jin really had any cards, then he could also consume Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu didn't refuse either, as he said with an unfathomable smile, "No problem." Hearing these words, Lin Hong's eyes narrowed as the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. Su Chen watched from the sidelines as this group of people fought openly and secretly, 9 people, 900 hearts and minds. Lin Jin did not show any strong emotions in the face of their explicit and secret targeting, instead he seemed incredibly quiet. In his opinion, as long as there was Su Chen's presence, then his chances of winning this time would be very high. A mighty cultivator who was at least at the half-step harmonization stage, even Lin Mu's 3 refined void stage perfections were no match. However, Lin Jin's eyes flashed with gravity. This time, the freedom of the battle to seize the throne was too high. Formations, talismans, and even many strong magic treasures could be used. With such a high degree of freedom, it was a complete competition of family background. The family background of the eldest prince was the deepest. His mother's family was another king-level power within the stunning empire, the Du family. The Du family was only a vassal of the surprising empire. If they were to help Lin Mu with all their might, even that ancestor of the Du family, the harmonization stage, could come out directly to help. However, it was good that the participants in the battle had already been determined 3 days ago, and there was no Du family's old ancestor among these people. Probably also because they were worried about the frightening king's scruples, the Du family didn't dare to blatantly help Lin Mu. Now, among the 7 people under Lin Mu's command, there were 3 perfect void refining stage, 3 late void refining stage, and 1 mid void refining stage, and their strength was overwhelming, almost completely crushing the other royal sons. And this was still the surface strength. With Lin Mu's means, he could definitely get many supreme treasures, and his strength would definitely increase greatly. Lin Jin was a little speechless in his heart. Were Lin Yu and Lin Hong both stupid? The 9 people present, who didn't have a little bit of cards, coming up and targeting him, the weakest, it would be better to target Lin Mu, the strongest. Wait until the strongest one is resolved, and then we'll peck each other, isn't it better? Of course, he thought this way because he didn't add Su Chen. However, Lin Hong's purpose did reach. According to the normal situation, Lin Mu came up and had to get him killed. That would be equivalent to letting himself test Lin Mu, and also consume a little bit of his strength. After a round of verbal exchanges and heart games, the battle preparation stage was plunged into tranquility. After about half an hour, a sharp voice was transmitted out, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. "Silence! My king has arrived." The first to step out was a eunuch dressed in white cloud patterned silk. His aura was incomparably powerful. Half-step harmonization stage. The entire royal martial arts arena instantly fell silent. A pin drop could be heard as countless people raised their heads to look towards the direction the voice came from, their eyes filled with awe. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing lavender clothes stepped out. His face was stalwart and unruffled, as if he was an emperor who was in the 9 heavens, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. From his body, a suffocatingly terrifying aura was vaguely perceived. Amazing empire, amazing king. A half-step returning Yuan realm cultivator. Countless people looked at the surprising king with terrified eyes, not daring to take a breath. This was the C-pin of the stunning empire. As long as he existed, it was impossible for the stunning empire to be overthrown. Chapter 41, This Old 7, Not Simple. 4 chapters presented. In the battle preparation stage, when the 9 emperors saw the amazing king, their eyes flashed with fire, and they all fantasized that they too would have such a day. A king of the absolute generation, on top of 10,000 people. King Shocking walked to the highest point of the martial arts arena. He looked around and his calm voice echoed out. Today, it is the battle to seize the throne of my stunning empire. Thank you all for coming to support us. Who the next king of Amazing Hong is will also be seen today. Accompanied by the sound of the Amazing Hong King's voice, the martial arts arena erupted with sky-high cries, and countless people's eyes were filled with exhilaration. After a few moments of this, King Amazing Hong slightly raised his hand, and the sound came to an abrupt end, once again returning to a state of silence. This is the influence of the king. One word is enough to make all beings bow down. King Amazing Hong sat on the throne that belonged to the take. He said blandly, the rules of the battle to seize the throne are all already very clear. Everyone is based on their own abilities, and any means they have can be utilized. In that case, let's begin. As the words fell, a figure fiercely sprang out from the battle preparation stage. He held a long sword and radiated monstrous battle intent all over his body. Boom! On top of the huge ring in the center of the martial arts arena, a figure fell down heavily, the sound exploding in the ears of the crowd as if they had suffered a heavy blow. It had begun. Countless people's eyes were filled with excitement and sizzling heat. This was a great battle between void refining stages. Although the stunning empire was powerful, the cultivators below the Yuaning stage still occupied 80% of the following. Yuaning stage cultivators are also considered common, but further up they start to become rare. And today's battle to seize the throne was almost all void refining stage powerhouses, so to be able to observe a great battle between such powerhouses, how could this make them not excited? When they turned their gaze to the stage, they immediately recognized who this person really was. The head of the Ming Tai sect, a late-stage void refining cultivator, Ji Wu Chang. This person was also a cultivator under the banner of the Grand Imperial Prince. Worthy of being the Grand Prince, immediately sending someone up in the opening, the bottom line is too strong. The Great Imperial Prince will win. The Great Imperial Prince will win. Cheers rang out at once. On top of the high platform of the martial arts arena, Ji Wu Chang's eyes were filled with coldness as he twisted his head towards the battle preparation platform behind him. On behalf of His Highness, the Grand Prince, I challenge Gongsun Yang under the 7th Prince. Please enlighten me. In the middle of the battle preparation stage, Gongsun Yang's expression was incomparably grave. Ji Wu Chang's strength was far superior to his, and as he was a sword cultivator, he was almost certain to lose this battle. Lin Jin transmitted his voice and said, Mr. Gongsun, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat directly. This battle to seize the throne is still explicitly for the purpose of sparring, and with father watching, he will definitely not dare to kill you. Just do your best. Gongsun Yang nodded gruffly, then directly tore through the void to come above the battle preparation stage. In a blink of an eye, the scene was ignited again. A void refining stage battle. This is the first time in my life that I've seen it. I never imagined that one day I would be able to watch it from such a close distance. Unfortunately, this Gongsun Yang is probably going to lose. I don't dare to say much about the others. Anyway, the 7th Prince's seizure of the throne this time is definitely hopeless. There is no one available under the 7th Prince's command. To have a Gongsun Yang in the middle stage of refining void is already good. You can't say that. Isn't the fact that the 7th Prince doesn't have anyone to follow because he himself is mediocre? If he was strong, even if he had a refined void stage, it wouldn't be so bad that he only had 2 followers, right? Somewhere in the viewing gallery, a stunningly beautiful-looking woman's eyes were filled with worry. Lin Yiming gripped her clothes, her heart incomparably nervous. Teacher, don't let anything happen to you. Ji Wu Chang was in the late stage of void refining, with outstanding talent, reaching his current cultivation level at less than 2,000 years old, while on the contrary, his teacher Gongsun Yang didn't have a lot of lifespan left now. This comparison, the high and the low. The eunuch beside King Shocking spoke, begin. The next moment. 2 strong auras swept out, and a sharp blade uncut through the sky, killing Gongsun Yang as if he was a stunning warrior. Gongsun Yang made a seal in his hand, and the power in his body frantically scurried. Open mountain seal. A huge dark green seal slammed towards the blade chi. Boom! Explosive sounds erupted, wild winds tore apart, and whimpering sounds resounded continuously. This was just this one impact. If the martial arts arena didn't have formations, one didn't know how many people would die in the aftermath. This was the void refining stage powerhouse. Gong Sun Yang's figure flew out horizontally, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, the breath on his body was a little disorganized, there was no trial and error in the exchange between the two, coming up with a big move. But it was obvious that Gong Sun Yang lost. Ji Wuchang sneered, his eyes filled with indifference. He raised his hand once again, and his blade intent shot straight up into the sky, running through the clouds. At this moment, he was like a blade. In the next moment, Ji Wuchang's figure instantly disappeared in place, transforming into a stream of light as he killed towards Gong Sun Yang. Teacher! Lin Yiming stood up, her eyes filled with worry. It looks like Gong Sun Yang is going to lose, the difference in strength between the two is just too great. Ji Wuchang is also considered a genius. Back then, he had fought against a void refining stage perfection. His strength is naturally not comparable to a mid-void refining stage like Gong Sun Yang. Regarding Gong Sun Yang's imminent defeat, the crowd felt very normal. A reasonable thing to do. Gong Sun Yang looked at Ji Wuchang, who was killing towards him at extreme speed. His eyes were filled with indifference as he loftily charged up without fear. Seeing this scene, countless people even shook their heads. Obviously not as strong as others, but still do not go to avoid the front line for the time being. This is not looking for death as what? Stupid one. Ji Wuchang let out a cold smile, the sword in his hand became more and more powerful. The surrounding crowd watching the battle just watched, they all felt some stinging sensation in their eyes. Die! Just as the two were about to collide together, a flash of golden light suddenly surfaced in Gong Sun Yang's hand. Buzz! The void suddenly began to stir as a majestic sword intent filled out. What was this? Ji Wuchang's eyes flickered with gravity. This sword intent gave him goosebumps straight away, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. The next moment, golden light imprinted into his eyes, instantly penetrating Ji Wuchang's neck and slicing off his entire head. He didn't even have time to react before he was directly decapitated. This wasn't the end of it. The golden aura didn't stop there. It directly penetrated through the martial arts arena's formation, leaving a huge gash in it before stopping. How? Possible. Ji Wuchang's pupils continued to dilate and his life breath was rapidly disappearing, his voice filled with disbelief. How was it possible for himself to lose? Bang, bang. The head fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the crowd in the martial arts arena froze. Ji Wuchang had lost. This was something that no one had expected. Originally they thought that in the next move, Gong Sun Yang should have bloodied the ring, but the truth was the other way around. Ji Wuchang had his head chopped off. The sudden reversal took the crowd by surprise, and there was a slight look of confusion in their eyes. What exactly had happened just now? On top of the throne, King Surprise's eyes narrowed vainly as he looked at the formation that had broken open the hole and said with interest. Heavenly Sword Mountain, Sword King's sword intent. This old 7 isn't simple. Chapter 42. The 7th Prince will definitely lose. In the battle preparation stage, the crowd of emperors were also looking shocked. Ji Wuchang was actually directly killed. This was something none of them had expected. Several of the emperors were even looking at Lin Jin with a vague narrowing of their eyes. It was fortunate that they were all planning to destroy Lin Jin first, otherwise there was a real possibility that they could have picked up the pieces for him. From amongst that majestic sword intent just now, they roughly guessed what that treasure of Lin Jin's was. Heavenly Sword Mountain. This was a powerful king-level strength, and the Sword King of Heavenly Sword Mountain was even a powerful sword cultivator in the middle stage of merging. At the time when King Surprise had not yet broken through the half-step return realm, the Sword King was even able to fight with King Surprise. Of course, it certainly wasn't possible now. And amongst the shocking Han Empire, only the Sword King could have such a powerful sword intent. The golden light just now should have contained a strike from the Sword King, which was able to decimate Ji Wuchang. The great prince's face was incomparably gloomy, his eyes were cold to the extreme, actually losing another late-stage void refining. These people were not only the ones who represented him in the battle to seize the throne, they were also the important ministers after they ascended to the throne in the future, and any one of them dying would be a great loss. Lin Mu glanced at Lin Jin with cold eyes, then said faintly, "Seventh brother has good tactics." Lin Jin stood with his hands in the air and simply ignored him. Seeing this, Lin Mu gave a cold smile and laughed. "I'd like to see how many more cards you have. Wei Zhou, you go." Behind him, a person with an ordinary appearance stepped out, and the aura on him wasn't weak, he was also a person in the late stage of refining void. However, the aura on his body was a shade weaker than Ji Wuchang's. This person was the 10,000 rune sect master, Wei Zhou. He himself was also a 7th grade senior runic refiner, and carried countless treasures on his body. His ability to save his life was extremely strong. Even if Gong Sun Yang had any more cards, as long as he was careful, it would be very difficult to kill Wei Zhou. Wei Zhou arched his hand towards Lin Mu, then he directly disappeared into the battle preparation platform. When he reappeared, he had already arrived on top of the ring. The rules of the battle of the seizing of the first battles, you could challenge anyone, and anyone could challenge you, and there was no such option as refusing. Of course, you could also choose to admit defeat. However, admitting defeat is equivalent to elimination, and you cannot challenge or be challenged again. But those who won were free to choose. They could choose to continue to challenge, or they could choose to recover and heal. At this moment, the crowd looked at the two people above the ring, their eyes filled with gravity. After experiencing Ji Wu Chang's death earlier, they weren't so contemptuous of Gongsun Yang. Sure enough, there isn't a single simple character from the 9 great emperors. Isn't this nonsense? But I don't think it's possible to have this kind of underhanded means all the time, right? It's only strange if there is. That sword intent just now was obviously from a merged stage powerhouse. If the 7th prince had a lot of this kind of precious thing, then what the hell, the throne would be given to him directly. Although Gongsun Yang killed Ji Wu Chang, most people still think that the 7th prince has come to an end. Can win? It was simply impossible. Unit Gao's voice sounded again, begin. Along with the voice, Wei Zhou raised his hand and waved it out. A talisman sped towards Gongsun Yang, exploding in the air and turning into a monstrous flood to kill. This talisman still possessed the power to kill the void refining stage, and even Gongsun Yang couldn't help but change his face drastically. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This time there was no doubt that he would lose, and his aim was to injure Wei Zhou and weaken him. With this thought, Gongsun Yang's aura on his body reached its peak. His eyes were crimson as he killed Wei Zhou. Kill! Wei Zhou sneered. Even you can block this heavenly sea talisman of mine. You don't know what you're doing. Only to see that monstrous flood instantly swept Gongsun Yang swept into it. The huge pulling force almost didn't let Gongsun Yang split apart. He used all his strength to escape from it. Bang! Gongsun Yang collapsed on the ground. At this moment he was already drenched in blood, his breath shriveled to the extreme. Just a single talisman had made Gongsun Yang unable to withstand it. This was the strength of the late stage of refining void. For most ordinary cultivators, they didn't have the ability to kill their enemies by crossing over the ranks. Even if they faced someone who was one small realm higher than them, they could only be suppressed. What's more, Wei Zhou came up with one of his strongest talismans in order to test out Gongsun Yang's other cards. The Heavenly Sea Talisman. Even for those in the late stage of void refining, it was extremely threatening, let alone Gongsun Yang who was in the middle stage of void refining, and being able to retrieve a life was already extremely rare. Wei Zhou sneered. What, no other cards? With that, a fiery red talisman appeared in his hand, from which an appalling and incomparable might was transmitted, and the temperature above the entire ring rose abruptly. Wei Zhou was just about to use it when Gongsun Yang gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Upon hearing these words, a wave of contemptuous voices resounded within the martial arts arena. Wei Zhou's eyes narrowed as he put away the talisman in his hand, a cold smile on his face. Not admitting defeat was death, and admitting defeat was likewise death. Once the 7th prince was defeated, the Grand Prince would definitely spare them even after he took the throne. Gongsun Yang stood up with great difficulty. He disappeared above the ring, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the battle preparation stage. He came to Lin Jin's side and said with an apologetic face, Your Highness, I apologize. Lin Jin shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Mr. Gongsun should rest first. At this moment, Wei Zhou above the ring once again said aloud, I challenge Zhang Yang under the 7th prince's command. There was just one early refined void stage and transformation god stage left under Lin Jin's command, so as long as this refined void stage was taken care of, the remaining transformation god stage would basically pose no threat whatsoever. Zhang Yang was just about to go above the ring, but Lin Jin then stopped him. Concede defeat. Zhang Yan's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. Going up to fight Wei Zhou would be a complete death sentence, and he might not even be able to cry out to admit defeat. Zhang Yan glanced at Lin Jin and immediately spoke aloud. I admit defeat. Accompanied by the voice that rang out from within the battle preparation stage, the expressions of the people within the entire martial arts arena were somewhat strange. What is this? Could it be that the 7th prince is going to end it so soon? There's still one transformation spirit stage left, isn't that ironically cool? Even if there is that hidden undercard from earlier, the difference between the refined void stage and the transformation of god stage is too great, and even if there are strong magic weapons, they may not be able to use them. The 7th prince seems to be leaving the field the fastest. I also don't know what he's looking for in a god transformation stage. Funny? Ha ha ha. I reckon the god transformation stage will be directly killed in seconds in an instant. Above the ring, a sneer also flashed in Wei Zhou's eyes. I challenge the 7th prince under the command of Su Chen. In the middle of the battle preparation stage, Lin Jin looked towards Su Chen behind him before arching his hand and saying, Trouble. Seeing this scene, the other emperors all showed sneers. Old 7 mustn't be stupid, to be so respectful to a transformation spirit stage. Does he think that a transformation spirit stage can win? It seems that Old 7 still wants to win too much and has started to become abnormal. Su Chen nodded, then lifted his feet and slowly left the battle preparation stage. His figure drifted up and eventually landed gently on top of the ring. The aura on his body was always at the spirit transformation stage. For him, in a battle at this level, the only way to enjoy the fun of the battle was to suppress his realm. Otherwise, it would be a /999. Seeing Su Chen's somewhat youthful appearance, many people in the martial arts arena revealed a look of disdain. It was still really at the god transformation stage, so it seemed that the seventh prince was bound to lose. Chapter 43. What's the situation? Is a transformation god stage so tough? This is really a transformation god stage. Is the seventh prince not being funny? Don't laugh, maybe he's hiding his cultivation? How is that possible, hiding his cultivation to the god transformation stage? Can't other people see that? If this Su Chen's real cultivation exceeds the late refined void stage, do you think the Grand Prince would let Wei Zhou challenge him? This Su Chen, a god transformation stage, is really pulling down the grade of the battle to seize the first wife. Is he worthy of coming to participate in this kind of battle? Cold and sarcastic voices continued to ring out, and they all felt extremely ridiculous about the Soul God transformation stage appearing in the battle for the first blood. This was far too ridiculous. One didn't know what the seventh prince was thinking, shoving a god transformation stage in. What was this if not hilarious? Or was the seventh prince truly out of options? Above the ring, Wei Zhou also had the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He had a sneer on his face, and he was obviously also very much looking down on Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, ignored everyone's sneers and faintly took out a long sword. This long sword wasn't special, it was just a low-grade earth-rank sword. Eunuch Gao glanced at the stunning king beside him. If there were no surprises, immediately the seventh prince would be eliminated. He naturally had to consult his master. King Surprise nodded with indifferent eyes. To him, as long as nothing too outrageous happened during the process, he would not interfere. Eunuch Gao immediately said, "Begin." Accompanied by a sharp voice, a bloody light exploded from the center of the ring. Su Chen had already disappeared in place at some point, and Wei Zhou was directly cut in half from head to tail. The scene was bloody to the extreme. Su Chen murmured, "Still not controlling my strength, suppressing it to the transformation god stage doesn't work either. I still need to suppress my Hongmeng immortal body as well." The great completion Hongmeng immortal body was simply too strong, the speed increase was too great. Even though he had already withdrawn his strength just now, he still directly killed Wei Zhou in seconds. And the entire martial arts arena had fallen into dead silence along with Wei Zhou's death. Even the surprising king had a stunned expression on his face, clearly not expecting things to develop like this. After a while, the crowd all came back to their senses from the shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What had happened? Wei Zhou had been instantly killed. Wasn't he a god transformation stage? How could he instantly kill Wei Zhou, who was in the late refined void stage? My god, is this the seventh prince? I can kind of see that I shouldn't belittle any of the emperors. This Su Chen obviously has suppressed his cultivation. To be able to instantly kill a late stage refined void in seconds, how does this have to be a perfect refined void stage, right? The eyes of the crowd revealed a look of shock, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Obviously, Su Chen's strength had completely shocked them. In the middle of the battle preparation stage, the Grand Imperial Prince's face was iron blue, and his eyes even erupted with horrifying killing intent. Su Chen had concealed his cultivation, and he had not seen through it, which made it somewhat difficult to accept in his heart. In that case, there were only two possibilities that existed in this Su Chen. Either he had treasures on him that could be shielded, or Su Chen was a supreme powerhouse, and the probability was that he was a half-step harmonization stage powerhouse to start with. Lin Mu's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't believe that Su Chen was a harmonization stage cultivator. The strongest person in the Su family in Bright Moon City was only in the middle refining void stage. That Su Chen was a member of the younger generation of the Su family, and his strength would be heavenly if he could have the harmonization stage. He looked towards Lin Jin with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect Lin Jin to hide this kind of tactic, using him to slacken his mentality, and then killing people with special treasures like Gongsun Ming. Obviously, in Lin Mu's view, Su Chen himself simply did not have the ability to kill Wei Zhou. It must be because Lin Jin had given Su Chen some kind of treasure that allowed him to instantly kill Wei Zhou in seconds. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he arched his hand at the middle-aged man behind him and said, "Mr. Ban Xing, you step in this time." This person was the strongest person under his command. He had died two people consecutively before in order to solve Lin Jin. This time he absolutely couldn't continue to die, otherwise his prestige would also fall into the dust. Ban Xing's complexion stared as he nodded before he directly disappeared in place. Above the ring. When the crowd saw Ban Xing, a look of doubt flashed in their eyes. Clearly they had never seen this person before. Could it be that it wasn't someone from the Shocking Empire? Although he didn't recognize him, the aura on Ban Xing's body still caused countless people to be appalled. Perfection of the void refining stage. If such a strong person took one step further, it could be a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. The void refining stage perfection has made a move. This Su Chen, even if he really does have some sort of undercard, it's impossible for him to defeat such a strong person, right? After all, he's only a transformation stage. Someone said with gloomy eyes. However, it was clear that the person under the seventh prince's command had created two consecutive impossibilities, which caused many people to become a little less confident. So they all reserved their opinions for the time being and waited until the matter was truly over before commenting. Many people had an excited look on their faces. If every prince had so many tricks on them, then this battle for the throne today would be something to see. At the edge of the ring, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with the color of expectation, and without realizing it, her palms were already filled with sweat. Su Chen, you must win. Ban Xing looked at Su Chen and said in a cold voice, "It's your luck to kill Wei Zhou by a fluke, but it's all over. It will be impossible for you to win against me today. I will let you understand just how big the gap between the transformation spirit stage and the refining void stage is." The two before him had used their own means, but he was different. He still had other treasures on him that Lin Mu had given him. For Su Chen to want to kill him was tantamount to a pie in the sky. Su Chen's expression was bland. He just looked at Ban Xing without saying a word, the corners of his mouth showing a faint sneer. A moment later, Eunuch Gao's voice spread throughout the martial arts arena. "Begin!" In an instant, the two figures instantly collided together, and a sharp and incomparable sword intent spread across, filling the entire martial arts arena. What? Lin Mu saw this scene, his eyes flashed with disbelief. Su Chen could actually keep up with Ban Xing's speed. Could he also be a cultivator at the perfection of void refining stage? The key: if he really was a perfection of void refining stage, then why was he unable to see through his cultivation? Above the ring, Su Chen's expression was cloudy. He was holding a long sword, his figure was like a ghost. On the surface there was a back and forth fight between the two of them, but in reality it wasn't like that. Su Chen's every attack almost left injuries on Ban Xing's body, while on the contrary, Ban Xing was unable to injure Su Chen at all. This was the gap. Damn! Ban Xing's eyes were filled with gravity. He knew that Su Chen was definitely not as simple as what was in front of him. He must have hidden his cultivation. Could it be a half-step harmonization stage? While he was pondering, a sword light violently toward him. Unable to dodge the situation, Ban Xing's chest was instantly chopped out, a hideous incomparable wound. And this scene made the hearts of the crowd in the martial arts arena clench. What is this situation? Is a god transformation stage this tough? Chapter 44: Conjugation Stage Powers, Reversal and Reversal Again. Along with Ban Xing's injury, everyone's mentality towards this battle changed once again. Above the ring, Su Chen and Ban Xing were rapidly exchanging blows. The strong fluctuations were continuously transmitted out. The ring seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand the powerful offense of the two, and cracks gradually began to appear. Gradually, Su Chen also lost interest in playing. It was too simple. Even though it was suppressed to the transformation god stage, he could still easily battle Ban Xing back and forth, and if he wanted to, he could even directly kill Ban Xing in a single move. The gap between the two was simply too great. The gap in strength between the god transformation stage and the void refining stage was indeed large, but this was only for the general public. In the eyes of those top-tier celestial pride of the Xian heavenly realm, the gap between the god transformation stage and the void refining stage was not unbridgeable. In the end, Su Chen gently fought, and the sword light sliced through as if it had life, carrying a roaring sound as it directly swept Ban Xing within. Ka! A crisp and pleasing sound rang out, and it was as if something shattered open on Ban Xing's body, and his entire person retreated at the speed of light. Ban Xing's complexion was frozen to the extreme at this moment. Just such a simple sword had destroyed the defense treasure on his body. If this sword were to chop on him, he didn't even dare to imagine what would actually happen. The exchange of blows between the two was also watched by the crowd, and countless people couldn't help but feel breathless. From the beginning, everyone had trouble believing in Su Chen's strength, but gradually, they all began to accept it. Su Chen was really strong, and ridiculously strong. It turns out that the 7th prince is the biggest dark horse. My god, who exactly is this person and why does he possess such a powerful strength? I heard someone say that it seems to be the young patriarch of the Su family in Bright Moon City, but this strength is too outrageous, isn't it? Is that the same power that recently broke through 2 void refining stages? Voices of astonishment continued to ring out, clearly shocked by Su Chen's formidable strength. Ban Xing looked at Su Chen with incomparably heavy eyes, but gradually, this heaviness turned to indifference as he said with a cold expression. Your strength is very powerful, at least all of you have a half-step harmonization stage, but it's still a bit short. As he said that, the aura on his body became incomparably powerful, and his entire body was like a beast that had broken free from its shackles, exuding a monstrous aura. At this moment, the aura on Ban Xing's body was countless times more powerful than before, a complete difference of clouds and mud. He's at the harmonization stage. A cry of shock came from the viewing gallery, and everyone looked at Ban Xing with shocked eyes. The Grand Prince has actually invited a harmonization stage powerhouse. Doesn't that mean he's a sure winner in this battle to seize the throne? Right, even if this Su Chen is strong, it's impossible for him to be stronger than a conformity stage, right? This harmonization stage doesn't seem to be an ordinary character. I estimate that there is at least a mid-harmonization stage. A god transformation stage on the viewing gallery said with a gloomy expression. When the surrounding people heard these words, they couldn't help but let out gasps of surprise. Mid-harmonization stage. Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with despair when she saw this scene. It wasn't because she didn't believe in Su Chen, but the mid-harmonization stage was simply too powerful. She was also able to see that although Su Chen's fighting strength was very powerful, the aura on his body had remained at the transformation stage. However, the fact that his combat power was so strong could only mean that there were two reasons. Su Chen either had a heaven-defying incomparable supreme treasure in his body, or there was the fact that he himself was a supreme genius, with an incomparably powerful strength that could cross over and kill his enemies. Although this kind of person was extremely rare, the world was so big that there were indeed such characters. There were occasional news like this in the amazing empire. For example, the son of a certain Holy Land had crossed over and killed the enemy, the refined void stage had defeated the harmonization stage, and there was even a harmonization stage that had defeated the returning Yuan realm. Lin Yiming found it hard to believe that Su Chen was also such a genius. After all, it was too far away from them. Although the strength he was displaying now was also very powerful, at least comparable to some of the top-tier heavenly prides, but the Su family was only a small family after all, and even if Su Chen's natural talent was even stronger, there would ultimately be a great deal of limitations. Although there was some instinct in her heart that she was going to lose, she still expected Su Chen to win. After Ban Xing displayed his aura, the eyes of King surprisingly narrowed in vain. He was not happy that Lin Mu had a middle-stage harmonization under his command, instead, he appeared to be a little deep. At this moment, above the ring, after Ban Xing raised his own strength to the peak, he raised his hand and waved it, taking out a long round moon blade in his hand. This was his own strength, the middle stage of harmonization. Originally, Ban Xing felt that he had suppressed himself to the consummation of the void refining stage, and with his experience and techniques, it would not be too difficult for him to win in the battle to seize the throne. However, he did not expect that such a turn of events would actually occur, actually forcing him to use his full strength. Ban Xing said with a cold look on his face, "Being able to make me use my full strength, you are also proud enough, but it ends here." Saying that, the aura on his body instantly blossomed out, and the surrounding emptiness all began to crumble, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly traveled out from the middle of the ring, and even though there was a formation blocking it, it still caused the crowd in the martial arts arena to feel a bit suffocated. So terrifying, is this a harmonization stage powerhouse? Just looking at it feels a little heart-stopping. It seems like it's impossible for Su Chen to win. Indeed, just now he was only able to gain a slight upper hand. Now if he wants to win against Ban Xing who was at the harmonization stage, it is obviously somewhat unlikely. The strength that Ban Xing had displayed made everyone completely sideways towards Ban Xing, no longer thinking that Su Chen could win. Originally, everyone had thought that Su Chen would win, but now there was suspense again. This time, the battle to seize the throne had only just begun and it was so exciting that it instantly triggered everyone at the scene. Reversal after reversal. In the beginning, everyone thought that the 7th prince was bound to lose, but he repeatedly created the impossible. And the Grand Prince was also a strong underbelly. Under his command there was actually a great cultivator at the stage of merging, sweeping away the group. When the major emperors in the middle of the battle preparation stage saw this scene, their faces all lost their breezy expressions and instead became incomparably terrified and panicked. Although they all had some preparations, they by no means had the means to fight against the harmonization stage. This meant that in this battle to seize the throne, Lin Mu was definitely the strongest person, and they simply didn't have a chance to fight for it. In the ring, Su Chen looked at the disdainful-faced Ban Xing, and he also said indifferently, "Are you so sure that you can kill me?" Saying that, Su Chen raised the sword in his hand with a somewhat contemptuous expression. "Since you're so desperate to find death, then I'll show you a couple of moves, so that you'll know that there's a world outside of man." Hearing Su Chen's words, for some unknown reason, Ban Xing's heart instantly became incomparably nervous, as if he was about to face some great terror. Ban Xing's complexion was incomparably grave, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and the breath in his body rose high to the extreme. He came up and used all his strength, wanting to kill Su Chen as fast as possible to avoid any more trouble. Su Chen indifferently smiled. In the next moment, he also moved. Chapter 45 Su Chen's terrifying strength. The crowd was shocked. Su Chen lifted the sword in his hand and violently swung it out towards the front. Jun Tian. In an instant, a scene that terrified countless people emerged. A huge mouth emerged in the heavens and earth, containing starlight that was exceptionally brilliant, and just looking at it mesmerized people. This huge mouth was close to thousands of feet, mapped in the uppermost skies of surprising city, and almost everyone saw it. Countless people's faces changed drastically. Although the starlight inside this mouth was incomparably bright and dazzling, it was filled with a violent destructive power. They didn't dare to imagine, if all the starlight inside were to pour out, what a terrifying force it would be. Would anyone in this world be able to withstand it? Among them, the one who was most fearful was none other than Ban Xing, who was directly hit by this sword, and his entire body was wrapped in starlight, his flesh rapidly dissipating. In at most a breath of time, I was afraid that he would completely fall. That's how terrifying it was. For an ordinary person a breath might be very short, but for a merging stage powerhouse, a breath of time was too long for them. Ban Xing was wrapped in starlight, unable to move at all, and his eyes were first a little dazed, not yet having reacted from such a turn of events. But soon, his eyes were filled with despair and remorse. Why? Why would such a strong person participate in the battle to seize the throne? The key was to also go and help that punk, the 7th prince? Ban Xing really couldn't understand. The strength that Su Chen had displayed was just too terrifying. Even he, amid harmonization stage, was defenseless. This was enough to show that Su Chen's strength was at least at the reverie realm. He didn't believe that there was a heavenly being who could decapitate a mid-harmonization stage at the transformation stage, and even if there was someone who could rely on the advantages of magic treasures and a special physique to barely take on the harmonization stage, it would be impossible for him to be killed so easily. At least it was still necessary to go through 2 moves, right? But in Su Chen's case, all he felt was despair and no resistance. Not to mention passing 2 moves, he couldn't even block this one move. The gap was just too big. The entire martial arts arena was plunged into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their expressions were wooden, they had already lost the consciousness to organize their expressions. It was really the scene in front of them that brought them a deep shock, ruthlessly shattering everyone's cognition and common sense. Combined body stage was going to fall. They, on the other hand, were going to witness the fall of the conformity stage. For how many years, there hadn't been a fall of a conformity stage in the Amazing Empire, but today they had seen it. Looking at the constantly struggling Ban Xing, their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, and their entire being was frozen in place, and they didn't even know what words to use to express their current feelings. The key was that the person who killed him was only a transformation spirit stage, although it might be a fake. But the aura that Su Chen had displayed was only at the god transformation stage, which made them instinctively think that a combined stage powerhouse had been gotten killed by a god transformation stage. He killed a conformity stage. The young master of the Su family, Su Chen, this name will resound throughout the entire stunning empire from this moment onwards. Not only the surprising empire, even the entire eastern region, no, the entire Xian heavenly realm will know this name. Do you guys know what it means for a transformation spirit stage to be able to kill a harmonization stage? Even in the ancient texts, only the emperor's son of legend this can do it. Emperor's son, could it be the offspring of those great emperors? Of course, so you guys know how terrifying Su Chen really is, he is already comparable to the legendary emperor's son. Su Chen had only displayed the strength of the god transformation stage since the beginning, and even that final slash was only unleashed with the cultivation of the god transformation stage. If he were to use that technique with the cultivation of the conformity stage, it was estimated that the entire shocking city would be wrapped in that starlight field. A breath of time passed in an instant. Soon, Ban Xing was completely lifeless. And above the throne, the king of surprising Hong stood up violently, his eyes filled with disbelief and panic. It was hard to imagine that this king of the amazing Hong Empire would also reveal a look of panic. With Ban Xing's strength, it was impossible for him to kill so easily, but Su Chen had done it, and seemed to have quite a bit of strength left, looking as if he had a breezy demeanor. In other words, the strength of the person in front of him was definitely above him. Return to Yuan realm. How could King surprisingly not have thought that old 7 Lin Jin would be able to invite such a strong person to help him? However, he didn't understand how a strong person of the returned Yuan realm could look at this bit of family business of the scandalous empire. If he was willing, he could directly take the scandalous empire under his command, and he still needed to help Lin Jin ascend to the throne? No matter why, he knew that he had to treat Lin Jin better in the future. This kid was not only able to get the Sword King to help him, but now he was even able to invite the returning Yuan realm, which was simply terrifying as hell. He didn't really care who was the king of Amazing Hong, as long as the strength he showed could control this empire and lead the Amazing Hong Empire even farther, it was enough. Although it was a bit cold-blooded, but wanting to survive in this world was the need for cold-bloodedness. And at this moment, in the middle of the battle preparation stage, Lin Mu roared, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible, how could Ban Xing not be an opponent? He is a mid-harmonization cultivator. Not only was he hard to believe, even Lin Jin was like that. Thinking about what Su Qingtian said when he left the Su family, he immediately felt a bit ridiculous. This was too outrageous, right? Could Su Qingtian's son be so heaven-defying? Could it be that the Su family's strength could increase so much? It must be all because of Su Chen? Although Lin Jin didn't have much contact with the Su family, he thought that he still understood them relatively well, being able to sweep away the other forces in the middle of entering the Bright Moon City, and then growing rapidly. This was clearly beyond the Su family's own abilities. At first, Lin Jin thought that the Su family had gotten some kind of chance, which had allowed them to make rapid progress in a short period of time, but now that he thought about it, wasn't this chance precisely Su Chen? With such a strong person, how could the Su family not progress? In the middle of the battle preparation stage, all of the imperial princes were incomparably terrified. If Su Chen was just a harmonization stage, they all had the determination to fight to the death, but he was a returning Yuan realm powerhouse. How could this be a fight to the death? It was completely like riding in a mantis, striking a stone with an egg. If they had the strength to be able to kill Su Chen, they would have already kicked King Shocking off the stage. Why would they still need to engage in a battle to seize the throne here? Ninth Prince Lin Feng was the first to speak. He said respectfully to Lin Jin, "Seventh brother, it seems that the throne is yours, so my younger brother congratulates you in advance." The 8th Prince, Lin Bei, followed suit. "Congratulations, 7th brother. Although all the previous generations would kill all their brothers and sisters after ascending to the throne, they still had expectations in their hearts, and no one wanted to die. The other princes also congratulated Lin Jin, but Lin Jin's expression never changed much. He took a deep breath and calmed his inner excitement before saying with a smile on his face, "Things aren't over yet, so don't be too busy congratulating first." To be honest, for these brothers of his, he had already made up his mind a long time ago. Those who should be killed should definitely be killed, and those who shouldn't be killed were unnecessary. Among the 9 emperors, not everyone wanted to fight for the throne, just like the 9th prince, Lin Feng. He had never thought about such things and only wanted to get away with it, only to be forcibly lifted into the battle to seize the throne. Besides, he was no threat to himself, so he could be killed without having to. However, like Lin Mu, he was in the mindset of killing him for sure. But he couldn't coldly say, "When I ascend the throne I'm going to kill all of you." At least on the surface, he had to pretend to be kind and give them hope that they could live. After the throne was firmly established, then immediately move against them. After all, rabbits have to bite when they're anxious, and if they're really pushed, they're capable of doing anything, so it'll definitely be a whole lot of trouble at that time. Immediately afterward, he once again looked at Su Chen. Return to Yuan realm. Su Chen was also too terrifying. In an instant, many thoughts arose in his mind. Su Chen. Not yet married, right? My family's Yiming is also a top-notch beauty in Surprise City, but with a strength as terrifying as Su Chen's, what kind of woman does he want that he doesn't have? If it's really not possible, let Yiming become a concubine or maid of honor. Lin Jin's heart thoughts were fluttering. Lin Yiming probably couldn't have imagined it herself. She was almost given away by her dear father. Chapter 46 Mount Hopeful Clouds, Cave of Heavenly Bliss. Killing a harmonization stage was very simple for Su Chen, so his expression barely changed. Saving time, why don't the people under the command of all the imperial princes go together? A faint voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena, and everyone was stunned speechless by his words. The strength of one person to challenge dozens of void refining stage powerhouses. This strength was simply too terrifying. The crowd all looked towards the battle preparation stage. They were eager to see the reactions of the current princes, and were also very much looking forward to the other princes having even stronger means. However, it was obvious that the other emperors clearly did not have any stronger means. In the end, this battle for the first prince ended with Su Chen winning easily, and the eldest prince left the battle preparation stage in a state of dismay. Su Chen was representing the 7th prince, which meant that Lin Jin was the future king of the Amazing Harmony. For Lin Jin to have the support of a returned Yuan realm, King Jinghong did not show any rejection or resentment. It was a blessing for the Jinghong Empire that such a strong person could help him. Having reached his level, he no longer paid special attention to power. In his eyes there was only the word gain or loss. Lin Jin was able to rely on a returned Yuan realm, which was only good for the surprising empire. After 3 days, the news of Lin Jin's ascension to the throne was announced to the entire stunning empire. The efficiency can be said to be strangely fast and incomparable. The power of the entire stunning empire was immense. In addition to the refined void stage that represented the major emperors in the battle to seize the throne, there were dozens of refined void stages that were neutral and weren't involved because they all had a bit of a conformity stage background at the back of their heads. However, now that Lin Jin had ascended to the throne, they still went to congratulate him and show their goodwill. Imperial Palace. Haoran Hall, this is where Lin Jin lives now, compared to the Jin Wangfu that is simply a world of difference. Lin Jin was wearing a blue robe. He said with a smile on his face, "This time, I still have to thank him, Lord Su." Su Chen nodded his head and said, "It's just a small matter. When you helped the Su family, there's no problem returning a favor to you now." Lin Jin smiled somewhat awkwardly. He had always wanted to draw closer to Su Chen, but unfortunately Su Chen was all aloof, seemingly completely lacking the slightest interest. However, it was also very normal. He didn't have any friendship with Su Chen, and being able to invite this great Buddha was all because of Su Qingtian. If the Su family did not owe him a favor, it was estimated that Su Chen would simply ignore him. Greetings to father, greetings to Mr. Su. Lin Yiming's figure slowly walked in, and she saluted towards the two of them, with the appearance of a lady of the house, looking extremely comfortable. And Lin Yiming's pair of bright eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration as she surveyed Su Chen. In any place, women were people who revered being powerful, and this kind of power was status, money, and power in the mundane world. But in this world where strength was honored, what women revered was naturally strength. Lin Jin suddenly said, "Su young master, these 2 days have ordered people to go down to look for aura abundance, and also already have a brow. By then the Su family can directly move to the stunning empire." This matter had been mentioned by Su Chen before, so after Lin Jin took the throne, he immediately used the power of the imperial family to look for it. The imperial family was extremely powerful, so finding places with spirit veins was naturally not difficult. The corner of Su Chen's mouth finally revealed a smile. That would be troublesome. Seeing Su Chen's appearance, Lin Jin slightly revealed a joyful color. From Su Chen's attitude, prying him away seemed difficult, but one could go about gaining Su Chen's favor by showing goodwill to the Su family. After that, the two of them chatted for a while, but Su Chen all acted very flat, without a strong desire to chat. In the end, Lin Jin could only put the thought of having Lin Yiming follow him deep in his heart. Moreover, from Su Chen's attitude, he didn't seem to have too strong of a passion for Lin Yiming either. Unable to do anything else, Lin Jin could only say, young Master Su has yet to take a good stroll when he came to Surprise City, so why don't we let this girl, Yiming, accompany you for a stroll? She has at least stayed in Stunning City for so long, and is quite familiar with those places to eat, drink and play within the city, so she can be a guide for young Master Su. This was the second best way to retreat. Su Chen hadn't shown any thoughts of leaving the Stunning Empire in a short period of time, so by letting him maintain a relationship with Lin Yiming, maybe the two of them would still have drama? When Lin Yiming heard these words, she immediately looked at Su Chen with some nervousness and anticipation. She didn't know from when, she had some odd emotions towards Su Chen, exactly what emotions Lin Yiming couldn't say, but she just wanted to get closer to Su Chen more. Su Chen nodded, good. He had also prepared to have some fun within Surprise City, and it was better to have a guide. After all, Su Chen had traveled across, plus his strength was incomparably strong, so he could completely lie down, and he had more of a game of life mentality towards this world. Hearing Su Chen agree, Lin Yiming was a little nervous and excited. Her pretty face caused 2 blushes to appear due to her excitement. Next to be a guide for Su Chen, did that mean they were all alone? Lin Yiming's heart was a little happy. Her mind again recalled Su Chen's handsome and heroic posture on the Royal Martial Arts Arena, and the bad image she had at the beginning in the Jin Wangfu had long since disappeared into thin air. After chatting for a while, Lin Yiming faced some shyness with Su Chen left, in the Stunning City wandering up. Lin Yiming brought Su Chen to play in many places in the city, eating and drinking and playing. Amazing Hong City was indeed much more prosperous, the ingredients of the food were much more advanced than Mingyu City, there was also the meat of the God Transformation Stage demonic beasts, and even the meat of the Refining Void Stage demonic beasts could be gotten, it was just rarer. This is simply unimaginable in Mingyu City. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed since Lin Jin ascended to the throne, and the Jinghong Empire has completely adapted to the fact that Lin Jin is their new king. The eldest prince Lin Mu was also killed by Lin Jin's design half a month ago. Lin Mu behind the Du family also did not have a little wind, plus Jinghua General also came out, publicly expressed congratulations, which means also very obvious, is to express support for the meaning. Up to this point, Lin Jin was also considered to have completely secured his position within the amazing empire. Wang Yun Mountain. This place towered into the clouds, and the surrounding mountains stretched endlessly, looking extremely spectacular. And at the foot of the mountain, there was a river that was tens of feet wide. This place was incomparably rich in spiritual energy, and the mountain contained an extremely high-grade spiritual vein. Spiritual veins were generally categorized into lower, middle, upper, and extreme, with lower-grade spiritual veins containing tens of millions of lower-grade spiritual stones, middle-grade containing billions of lower-grade spiritual stones, and upper-grade containing tens of billions of lower-grade spiritual stones. The extreme-grade spirit veins were even more terrifying, all of them contained at least hundreds of billions of inferior spirit stones. Of course, this lower-grade spirit stone was only a unit of statistics. Most of the extreme-grade spirit veins contained medium-grade and upper-grade spirit stones, and a small amount of extreme-grade spirit stones, while lower-grade spirit stones were relatively rare. The most important thing is that the very high-quality spirit vein contains a dragon vein. As long as the dragon vein is not extracted, he will continue to nourish more and more spiritual qi. In the long run, the spiritual power of this place will be more abundant. This Wangyun Mountain was the current address of the Su family. Located in the hinterland of Qinghu County of the Amazing Empire, it was also considered a rare cave of blessedness. Chapter 47 Red Horned Lizard. The Amazing Empire is full of treasures. At the very top of Wangyun Mountain, Su Chen looked down and nodded. This place was far, far better than Bright Moon City. However, the Su family did not completely leave behind the 5 great cities. Su Chen slightly remodeled that place and set up a few spirit summoning arrays to make the spiritual qi much more plentiful, and then left the 3rd elder Su Yuanbot and the 4th elder Su He to take turns guarding the place. Other than that, there were a few side branches. The Su family's intention was to wait until the collateral lineage was a bit stronger, then they would let one of the collateral lineage go to guard it. This kind of thing was very common amongst the big families. Many big families have a wide area of influence, many places need their own family members to take care of, and in the end, they will leave a line of small branches to control. After all, the 5 great cities could still gain huge benefits, and the Su family didn't want to give up just like that. The main city of Qinghe County is called Qingfeng City, although it is not as huge as the Stunning City, but at least 3/5 of the size of the city, which is also considered to be more prosperous. With the support of the royal family, the Su family had also managed to enter the city and carry out many businesses. Although the other forces disliked the Su family's entry, but now that Lin Jin had just come to power, no one wanted to run into a gun, so no one dared to say a word. Of course, even without Lin Jin, they didn't dare to provoke the Su family. Who let the Su family have a returned Yuan realm cultivator? With a fixed industry in Qingfeng City, the Su family was considered to have completely established themselves within Surprise City. Mount Wangyun was divided into 3 parts. They were the uppermost part, where the Su family's direct lineage resided, and the lower part was where the collateral lineage resided and the subordinates resided in that order. Since the Hope Cloud Mountain was too huge, the uppermost part was enough to house at least tens of thousands of people, and right now there were only a few dozen people in the Su family's direct lineage, so Su Chen's separate courtyard was very luxurious. It was almost 5 times the size it was when it was in Bright Moon City. It was lavishly decorated inside, and there were special guards stationed at the entrance, which had been specially arranged by Su Qingtian. In the entire Su family, excluding Su Chen and his subordinate Ruoshi, anyone who went in had to first seek Su Chen's consent in advance, even if it was him. Of course, this was not a rule set by Su Chen, but rather by Su Qingtian. Su Chen was now very powerful. He was the guardian god of the Su family, and could not be disturbed by anyone, as well as having all Su family members in awe of him. Su Qingtian did this because he wanted everyone in the Su family to know that Su Chen's current lofty position. It was also considered to pave the way for Su Chen to become the family head in the future, although it was a bit pointless. After all, Su Chen's strength was there, and there was absolutely no one in the Su family who dared to say otherwise when he was the family head. Wang Yun Courtyard. This was the name of the courtyard where Su Chen lived. Su Chen sat in the courtyard, while Ruoshi stood beside him obediently massaging him. Although this Wanyun mountain is full of spiritual qi, it's still missing a lot of things. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen began to set up in Mount Wanyun. He showed that he had set up a Heaven Stage Advanced Spirit Summoning Formation, as well as 2 types of defense formations that would be actively triggered whenever there was an enemy attack. They were the Heaven Swiping Formation and the Demon Vanquishing Formation. The Voodoo Formation was more spiritual. He could automatically record the aura of everyone in the entire Mount Wanyun, and once someone released hostile intent and had never appeared before, he would directly strangle them. The Heaven Swiping Formation, on the other hand, was an auxiliary formation that would suck the energy from a specific person, and could also serve as an energy replenishment station for the Voodoo Formation, and together with the Dragon Vein underneath the Lookout Cloud Mountain, a constant flow of energy could be achieved. With the Spirit Summoning Formation, the Dragon Vein below became even more active, and the speed of spiritual energy birth in Mount Wanyun also became at least 3 times faster. According to this continued development, the Su family would soon have their own harmonization stage cultivators. At that time, the Su family would be considered to have hardened capital in the amazing empire by themselves. Right now, they were only relying on Su Chen's might. Purple Cloud Mountain Range. This place was close to the Wangyun Mountain, and the entire mountain range was close to tens of thousands of miles, with a strange natural landscape. In other places, the evening sunset was golden yellow, but only in the Purple Cloud Mountain range was the evening sunset a lavender color. Once many people thought that there was some kind of treasure, and many strong people even explored, but however, after discovering that there is nothing special, it will be treated as normal scenery. In the Purple Cloud Mountain range, although there are no void refining stage level demonic beasts, but there are quite a few at the god transformation stage. Su Yujie still had 3 other direct descendants running wild in the middle of the Purple Cloud Mountain range. Nowadays, the aura on Su Yujie's body was not to be underestimated. He had just broken through the Yuanying stage a few days ago, becoming the first cultivator within the Su family to break through the Yuanying stage excluding Su Chen. And he came out today because he wanted to hunt demonic beasts in the middle of the Purple Cloud Mountain range to consolidate his strength. Several people quickly found a suitable demonic beast. A 3rd stage consummate red-horned lizard. This demonic beast had a powerful aura on it and was not far from a 4th stage demonic beast, with a strength comparable to that of an early Yuanying stage. It was a very suitable target for training. Kill him. Su Yujie took the lead and fought with the red-horned lizard, accompanied by Su Minghu and Su Qian, as well as Su Kongshan. After expending some effort, the 4 of them were able to kill the red-horned lizard without any danger. Su Ming's body was even carrying many wounds, but they weren't very serious. He slowly walked forward and chopped off the red horn of the red-horned lizard with a single slash, a delighted smile appearing on his face. From today, I, Su Mingzi, am also a Yuanying stage cultivator. Seeing this scene, Su Minghu's face was filled with envy. Big brother, this breakthrough speed of yours is also too fast. Su Yuza laughed. What kind of words are these? I am only cultivating half a year earlier than you guys. The 3 of you are all at the perfection of Jiedan stage. Breaking through to the Yuanying stage is just a matter of these 1 or 2 months. Hearing these words, all 3 of them revealed smiles. The current Su family was growing too fast. Almost all of their juniors were at the Jiedan stage, and the worst was only Su Yunping's 4th daughter, Su Qingye, who was still at the foundation establishment stage. But this was also because she was young. Several deacons of the Su family's sideline were now on the verge of breaking through the transformation stage, while Su Yunxian, the elder of the Su family's direct line, was also at the consummation of the transformation stage, and wasn't far away from the refining void stage. Su Qian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You guys, look at what's that." The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see that where the original red-horned lizard was coiled, there was a small nest with close to 10 crimson eggs inside. Red-horned lizard eggs. Su Minghu instantly let out a cry of surprise. They hadn't expected to actually come across such a great thing. The red-horned lizard was considered special amongst the demonic beasts. He would secrete a kind of red blood crystal. This thing could help cultivators wash their meridians in marrow. It was extremely gentle and non-irritating, and was even better than the effects of some pills. If the red-horned lizard was properly cultivated and raised to the Yuanying stage or even the God transformation stage, it would simply be a huge help to the Su family's juniors. They would be able to get red blood crystals to wash their meridians in marrow from a young age. As for the red-horned lizard eggs, due to the fact that they were extremely difficult to obtain, a red-horned lizard might not give birth to an offspring for the rest of its life, and because of this scarcity, coupled with the help brought by the red blood crystals, a single red-horned lizard egg could even be sold for around 500 million lower-grade spirit stones on the market. There were 10 of them here, so that would be equivalent to them picking up 5 billion lower-grade spirit stones. The 4 of them all wore a look of excitement on their faces. Worthy of being the shocking empire, the ground is full of treasures. Chapter 48, Clear Wind City. This Xisha mountain range could now be said to be the Su family's private hunting ground, and ever since the Su family had occupied the Wanyan mountain, many people rarely came towards this side. It was like wild beasts, they all had their own sense of territory. No one wanted to offend the Su family, so they stayed away. Moreover, under the influence of the Wanyan mountain dragon vein, the entire Xisha mountain range was also full of spiritual energy, which could be used as the Su family's resource supply area. Just in recent times, the treasures that the Su family had obtained within the Purple Cloud mountain range almost all amounted to close to 10 billion inferior spirit stones, which was something that was completely unimaginable in the past. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the Su family had already been stationed in the Wanyan mountain for half a year. The old master Su Qingtian had just broken through the perfection of void refining stage just 2 days ago, and Su Qingyun had also broken through the void refining stage a month ago, so nowadays the Su family had truly had 3 strong void refining stage people. In this half year's time, the Su family had also changed greatly. The deacons of the sideline had broken through to 13 harmonization stage powerhouses. Although the current Su family did not have any merging stage powerhouses, it was still considered a powerful force within the stunning empire. In the entire Ginghong Empire, excluding those few harmonization stage king level forces, the refining void stage perfection forces were almost the strongest. The young generation of the Su family had almost all gone out to practice. Su Yujie even formed a force. The name was called the Falling Cloud Sect, although it was only a small fight, but he was very serious in building it. Maybe in the future it could really grow into a powerful force. Hope Cloud Academy. Reporting to young Lord, Princess Lin Yiming has sent a letter. Su Chen opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Bring it in." During this period of time, Lin Yiming would send him some letters from time to time, as well as gifts, either by sending him some food and fun. The guard walked into the courtyard and respectfully handed the letter over. Su Chen tore open the letter. Inside were 3 sheets of yellowed paper, on which were densely written tiny characters, like works of art, flowing in a stream. "Mr. Su Chen, are you still staying at Wanyan Mountain during this recent period of time? When will you come to Amazing City to play it? I recently found a restaurant. The flavor inside is especially delicious." Spilling out close to 100 words, the first and second sheet of paper were all written about the recent interesting events in Stunning City, as well as the things that happened around her. Then, Su Chen picked up the last piece of letter. "I've heard people say that the scenery of Thousand Mountain County is extremely good. It is the most beautiful place within the Surprise Empire. I'm going to go over there to deal with some things in a while. Isn't Su Chen's son always fond of traveling? Do you want to travel with me to have some fun together?" Seeing the end, Su Chen frowned, an odd color appearing on his face. This was asking about himself? A beautiful figure emerged in Su Chen's mind. She always carried a bit of shyness in front of himself. Thousand Mountain County? This was a place that he had heard his subordinates mention before, and from the rumors it was indeed a nice scenery. However, he currently had no plans to go there to play. He might or might not go in the future. Ruoshi smiled and said, "Young lord, Her Highness seems to quite like you." Su Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Although he was quite ordinary in his last life, he had also had a few relationships, so how could he not know what Lin Yiming was thinking? When Ruoshi saw this, she once again stepped forward to give Su Chen a massage. She didn't really have much of a sense of crisis in her heart regarding Lin Yiming's appearance. She was very clear about her own position and wouldn't covet something that didn't belong to her. Su Chen said to the guard outside the courtyard, "Send someone to return a letter for me. Just say that I won't be going to Thousand Mountain County in a short period of time." "As you wish." The guard's respectful voice sounded once again. Su Chen looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking in his eyes. "Fifth brother, are you there?" Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Su Chen immediately heard who the speaker was, and he immediately said, "Come in." Soon, a young girl wearing a light pink long skirt walked in, her eyes glowing, looking extremely cute, as if she was a porcelain doll. The person who came was none other than Su Yunping's daughter, Su Shanshan, who was only 15 or 16 years old now. But although she was not young, her cultivation was very high, and she already had the Jiedan stage. Even the original body at the time could not compare. This was enough to see how much resources could help a cultivator. Su Chen sat up straight and asked with a smile on his face, "Ninth sister, looking for me for something?" Su Shanshan's face carried some embarrassment. "Fifth brother, there is no Gongfa within the family that is more suitable for me. My father asked me to come to you to ask, so." Gong Fa? Su Chen was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and asked, "Which aspect do you cultivate?" Su Shanshan sniffed and immediately took out a red fan that was extremely delicate, and Su Chen immediately realized. It was true that there were no more powerful techniques in the fan aspect within the Su clan. After all, it was too remote, and very few people cultivated these aspects. Within the Xian heavenly realm, the most common cultivators were sword cultivators and blade cultivators. Almost close to half of the cultivators were these two. Su Chen began to look up in the system space, and soon found a heavenly rank advanced technique that also belonged to the fan category. Refining Fire Green Cloud Fan. This gong method belonged to the fire and wind dual attribute gong method, and it was considered to be a better fit for Su Shanshan. Take a look. Su Chen handed over the memory jade talisman storing the merit law, and when Su Shanshan saw that Su Chen still had it, joy immediately surged on her face. Many thanks to fifth brother. Su Shanshan used the memory jade talisman, and the cultivation route of the fire refining green cloud fan immediately appeared in her mind. But the next moment, her entire body froze in place. Heavenly rank advanced. Su Shanshan's eyes were filled with disbelief. This gong method was actually a heavenly rank advanced gong method. The Su family's current top-tier gongfu was the Earth rank advanced gongfu given by Su Chun earlier, which was enough to cultivate to the harmonization stage. Originally, she thought that this was the limit. Who knew that Su Chen had directly given her a heavenly rank advanced gongfu? Su Chen smiled and said, "Ever since I was a child, fifth brother hasn't given you any gifts, so this merit law should be taken as making up for it." Hearing these words, the always emotional Su Shanshan's eyes immediately filled with water mist. "Thank you, fifth brother." The two of them chatted for a while longer, and it wasn't long before Su Shanshan left the courtyard and went to cultivate the gong method. The records of the gong method in the memory jade talisman were extremely detailed, so as long as one followed the steps to cultivate, basically no problems would arise, so there was no need for someone to guide them at all. Qingfeng City. Su He and Su Chanshan were holding hands and wandering around the city. This Qingfeng City was not far from their Wanyun Mountain, only about 300 miles away. With their current Yuaning stage cultivation, basically they could arrive in about 10 minutes. Moreover, they didn't need to go on foot. Because the Su family had directly set up a teleportation array in Wanyun Mountain and Qingfeng City for the sake of traveling back and forth. At this distance, they could arrive in 10 breaths using the teleportation array. Both of them were not bad looking, and many of the young men around them glowed slightly in their eyes when they looked at them. Qingfeng City was very large, and when they wandered into a sparsely populated street, two hands suddenly grabbed them and instantly disappeared above the street. The eyes of the two were filled with panic as whimpering sounds rang out. In the end, they were grabbed into a side of the courtyard. Not many people walking on this street. The disappearance of the two people almost no one noticed. Chapter 49, Chemical Essence Sect. Su family's people murdered. Who are you guys? Sui's eyes were filled with panic as she looked at the three people in front of her. They were dressed a bit flirtatious, with a bit of lewdness and evil. From the moment she came in, her cultivation had been sealed, and a formation had been set up around her, so that no sound could be transmitted. Ha, what two beautiful little ladies. Among those three, one of the men with one eye said with an evil smile, "Why don't you guess what we are?" When Su Chanshan saw the markings on the cuffs of the three people, she suddenly said with a horrified face, "You are the Essence Transformation Sect." When Su heard this sect, her face suddenly became incomparably fearful. The Essence Transformation Sect, this was a devilish force within the shocking empire, specializing in refining women to cultivate. The way of refining was no different from the Acacia Sect, which was to drain the woman's essence cultivation through the bed thing. However, compared to the Acacia Sect, the Essence Refining Sect is simply many times more evil. The Acacia Sect belonged to a dual cultivation sect, but the Essence Transformation Sect was a serious devilish force, and was infamous throughout the whole of the amazing empire. How did he come across this devil sect? Su's eyes were glistening with tears because of her anxiety and fear. The one-eyed man smiled wickedly as he licked his lips and said, "Not bad, actually able to recognize our sect, then you should also know what we do, right?" After saying that, he looked straight at Su Chanshan, his eyes filled with evil coldness. His favorite thing to do was to look at the fearful expressions of these wonderful women before they died, which would give his great satisfaction. As expected, when the two of them, Su He and Su Chanshan, heard these words, the look on their faces changed violently. These people were really the transforming essence sect, then the two of them would already have a predictable end, absolutely incomparably miserable. The two of them, Sui, only felt some numbness in their scalp and goosebumps on their entire body. They wanted to escape, but they were grabbed by a well-built man and could not move at all. Moreover, their cultivation was sealed, and the spiritual energy in their bodies could not be mobilized at all. At this moment, the two people's hearts were filled with despair. How could they be so unlucky to encounter the demonic cultivator of the Essence Transformation sect even within Qingfeng City? The single-eyed man smiled evilly, then slowly walked forward. He raised his hand and pinched Su Qianqian's chin. After surveying for a moment, he praised. Still really fine skin and tender flesh. Just after he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. How come the spiritual qi in your body is so rich? Something's wrong, you're a heavenly spiritual root. The man's face was filled with joy as he surged his spiritual energy into Su Qianqian's body for probing the situation. A moment later, the joy on the single-eyed man's face became even more intense. It really is a heavenly spiritual root. They, the essence transformation sect, could devour a woman's entire essence and bloodline, and if the other party's cultivation qualifications were better, they could also, to a certain extent, enhance their physical body's spiritual root. Although this enhancement was limited, but he was now yuaning perfection, and being able to slightly enhance his spiritual root would mean that he would be able to break through the spirit transformation stage, and even go further. Next, he checked over towards Suhi and finally realized that both of them were actually heavenly spiritual roots. Casually grabbed two people to quench my craving, but I didn't expect that they were both heavenly spiritual roots. I've hit the big time. His face was filled with the color of ecstasy. This kind of qualification was considered rare within the amazing Hung dynasty. Even in the void refining stage forces, it was considered a precious lump. Even if he had the idea, he didn't have the strength to catch this level of food. He didn't expect that the two people he casually caught today were both heavenly spirit roots, which was just like seeing a million top-grade spirit stones on the main road, pie in the sky. Little girl, haven't you heard your family say that? It's not safe outside, don't come out and run around when you're fine. The one-eyed man's face was filled with an evil smile. He couldn't wait to say, send these two to my room, I want to enjoy them. After the other two from the essence transformation sect heard that Su-He and the others were heavenly spiritual roots, a fiery color surged in their eyes. But they were also only early yuaning cultivators. Even if they had some small thoughts about Su-He and the two of them, they didn't dare to disobey, so they could only say, obey. With that, the two of them directly set up Su-He 2 towards the room. And Su-He 2 people's expression has been completely desperate. They are all over the body. Resistance power or not, even suicide cannot do. Once they entered that room, they both knew very well what their upcoming end would be. Su Qianqian suddenly yelled, we are people of the Su family. If you dare to kill us, then the Su family will definitely not let you go, and the harmonized essence sect will definitely be destroyed as a result. The Su family? The one-eyed man's footsteps lurched, and he turned his head to look at the two with a grave expression, before a look of contempt finally escaped from the corner of his mouth. No wonder you guys, as celestial spirit root celestial pride, actually don't even have an escort. Is this ignoring everything by relying on the blessings of the Su family? This formation was given by the patriarch himself, an advanced earth rank shielding formation. As long as that returning Yuan realm of the Su family isn't around, no one knows what's really going on inside. As long as I kill the two of you, who would know that I did it? And how can I find trouble with the essence transformation sect? Hearing these words, the two men completely despaired. They knew that what this person said was true. Not to mention that the formation was an earth rank advanced shielding formation. As long as the distance was far enough away, even just a metaphysical rank formation would be able to block the probing of a returning Yuan realm cultivator. Su Chen usually stayed at Wangyan Mountain and rarely went out, and there were only a few Su family's spirit transformation stage guards in Qingshui City, so it was simply impossible to find out about their murder. Right at this moment, a piercing and incomparable cold light erupted. Who? The single-eyed man looked towards a certain place and violently bellowed, only to see a sword light pass through the outermost shielding array and stab towards him with a murderous aura. Although this courtyard was isolated by a shielding formation, this formation was extremely poor in protection, and when it shielded the people outside, it also shielded its own people. Luin, take your life. Along with this stern voice, from outside the formation, a woman in white suddenly appeared, his face cold and full of killing intent. Lu Yin's face suddenly changed, half-step transformation god stage. Powerful aura burst out from his body. He struck his palm towards the sword light, trying to stop the sword light's attacking power, but in vain. As for the two Sui girls, when they saw the person who suddenly appeared, a bright light of expectation surged in their eyes again. Yuan Meng came up and did not leave any strength behind, instantly chopping off an arm for Luin. Miserable screams rang out, echoing ceaselessly in the courtyard. Who the hell are you? Lu Yin's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. This woman knew that they were here and had obviously followed them all the way, otherwise how could a Yuaning stage perfection detect the situation within the formation? This person was here specifically to kill him. Yuan Meng sneered, you killed my two sisters, now you can't even remember what I look like? Lu Yin took a serious look at Yuan Meng, then his pupils contracted violently. You're that little girl from the Yuan family. Chapter 50. Don't be afraid, your fifth brother is here to save you. Yuan Meng let out a cold smile, her face filled with resentment. Luin, the essence transformation sect annihilated my Yuan family, and you sucked and dried up my two sisters. I will kill you today to console the spirits of my clan in heaven. As she said that, the moves in her hands changed, and even more powerful attacks were directed towards Luin. A look of fear surfaced on Lu Yin's face. How could he not have thought that Yuan Meng would be able to break through to a half-step transformation spirit? At that time, when the chemical essence sect annihilated the Yuan family, she was only at the Jedan stage, and it had only been less than 10 years since she had broken through to the half-step transformation spirit. In this 10 years, Luin had only broken through from the early Yuan Ing stage to Yuan Ing perfection. This speed was almost comparable to many extreme spiritual routes, but they were all surpassed by Yuan Meng. Luin raised his hand and a handful of small flags appeared in his hand, which he threw directly towards Yuan Meng. Boom! There was a violent explosion sound. Yuan Meng couldn't dodge in time and was directly smashed out, blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. This item was given to him by one of the elders of the Essence Transformation sect, possessing a blow from the God Transformation stage, and it was also something that he kept to save his life, but today he had to take it out and use it. Luin laughed coldly. Since you took the initiative to send it to my door, I will even eat you together today. Greed surfaced in his eyes. Two female cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, plus this Yuan Meng who was at the half-step transformation spirit stage. By devouring all three of them, he would definitely be able to break through the transformation spirit stage. The key was, Yuan Meng's qualification he remembered seemed to be only an upper-grade spirit root, and to be able to break through to the half-step transformation of God stage in such a short period of time, he must have obtained some kind of chance. If he could plunder his chances together, he would definitely be able to advance even further and even become an inner sect elder. The Essence Transformation sect was a devilish sect, and the Gong methods cultivated by the sect disciples below the inner sect elders had drawbacks. One had to reach the half-step refined void stage and become an inner sect elder before the patriarch could personally remove such drawbacks for them. And breaking through the half-step void refining stage, this was almost always the dream of all the disciples of the Essence Transforming sect. Yuan Meng's eyes were filled with ice coldness. Don't worry, you don't have this chance. She stood up and killed towards Luin once again. How is it possible? Why are you fine? Seeing Yuan Meng's might not diminish, a look of panic appeared on Lu Yin's face. That attack just now was not enough to get Yuan Meng killed, but it could definitely seriously injure her. How could she, a half-step transformation spirit stage, not be hurt at all? Yuan Meng let out a cold smile, although that strike just now injured her. However, most of the might was resisted by the protective magic treasure on her body, and she only received less than 20% of the might. Yuan Meng's attack was extremely fast, arriving in front of Lu Yin in an instant. When Sui saw the scene, her face was filled with joy. As long as Luin died, they would be saved. A sense of survival after the robbery surfaced in the hearts of the two of them. It was fortunate that they were lucky today and encountered someone seeking revenge from the Essence Transforming sect, otherwise it would have been disastrous. However, just as Yuan Meng was about to kill Luin, a change suddenly appeared. Bold! A dull chortling sound rang out, instantly exploding in the minds of the crowd. The one who was most affected was Yuan Meng, as her entire body fell to her knees, her face filled with pain. In the courtyard's other main room, an old man in his 60s slowly stepped out. His face was grim, and although he looked a bit old, his eyes were gleaming and sharp. Seeing this, Luin quickly reacted and saluted this person. Greetings, Elder Wang. Wang Jin looked at him with a gloomy expression. Luin, this is the good place you've been looking for. You didn't even know that someone had followed you. If you let her affect the sovereign's plans, you will not be able to atone for it with 10,000 deaths. When Luin heard these words, a strong look of fear surfaced on his face, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Elder Wang, I was negligent for a moment. Please punish Elder Wang. In this matter, there was no need for any sophistry, and now that Yuan Meng was also under control, the best thing for him to do was to sincerely admit his mistake. Wang Jin said in a cold tone, if this were any other elder, your kid's little life would not be guaranteed today, but the next is not an exception. Don't make this kind of low-level mistake again. Otherwise, don't blame this elder for being merciless. Luin was cultivated by him, did a lot of things for him, and captured a lot of women for him every year. Wang Jin naturally would not kill him so easily. Feeling Wang Jin's icy tone, Lu Yin's heart trembled. He knew that if this kind of problem arose again in the future, there was a real possibility that he would lose his little life. Many thanks, Elder Wang. Wang Jin did not say any more as he turned his head towards Yuan Meng. In the next moment, he waved his hand violently, and Yuan Meng smashed down directly into the corner of the wall as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and his aura became incomparably shriveled. Half-step transformation god, it's not a bad dessert. I'll take this person, you can take the other two yourself. Wang Jin's tone was undeniable. Although Luin had some reluctance in his heart, he could only nod his head in agreement. At least there were two more heavenly spirit roots left for himself. In fact, a half-step transformation spirit, for Wang Jin, a transformation spirit stage perfection, the help was already minimal, and he was attracted to Yuan Meng. It must be because there was something on Yuan Meng that attracted him. In that case, there must be a great chance in Yuan Meng. It's a pity. Lu Yin's heart was filled with anger. He didn't dare to spread his anger towards Wang Jin, so he turned his head towards the two Suhi. Little beauties, I'll let you guys feel what it means to want to live and die later. He had a grim smile on his face, and his entire person was as if he was a demon, causing the two Sui people to be terrified to the extreme. Originally, they thought that they would all be saved today, but they didn't expect that another god transformation stage would come out. Su Chanxian was younger than Su He. She had already filled her eyes with tears. Sister Suwa, what to do? She was only 17 years old, still just a young girl. How could she not be afraid when she encountered this kind of thing? Fear and despair kept permeating in the hearts of the two. When Yuan Meng saw this scene, it was as if she was seeing her relatives from the Yuan family back then, who were similarly suffering from the poisonous hands of the chemical essence sect before her eyes. You guys let go of them. Yuan Meng's heart was filled with rage, and she couldn't help but roar. Although Su He and Su Chanxian met her in passing, she didn't want to see what happened within the Yuan family repeated a second time before her eyes. Right at this moment, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped her, and Wang Jin's cold voice rang out. It's hard to protect yourself, and you're still in the mood to care about her people. The anger on Yuan Meng's face did not diminish. He hurriedly poured his spiritual power into the ring on his finger. His tone was filled with anxiety. Master, have you awakened? In a flash, a helpless sigh rang out. You girl, I've only been asleep for 3 months, and you've already caused this kind of thing. When it's true, it's not worrying for Master. Obviously not strong enough again. Why do you have to find trouble with the essence transformation sect? There was a bit of heartache and doting in this voice. Her previous slumber was because Yuan Meng ran off to seek revenge on the chemical essence sect when she was still at the Yuaning stage. As a result, she encountered the void refining stage chasing after her, and in the end, she was the only one who could make a move. It was because of that battle that she suffered severe damage to her mental energy and was forced to fall into a deep sleep. As a result, now that she had just awakened, she encountered this kind of thing again. This stupid disciple really do not want to recover himself. I'm a saint, awakened for 10 years, and I'm actually weaker than when I first awakened. That's fine, you let go of your mind and let me take care of the aftermath. However, I'm not sure I can kill this transformation god perfection. At most I can only take you and those 2 little girls to escape, but I just recovered some weakness in my spiritual power, so I won't necessarily be able to preserve the 3 of you. If there is really no other way, I will leave the 2 of them behind. Just as she was about to take control of Yuan Meng's body, an aura that made her heart palpitate spread out from the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a gentle and magnetic young voice rang out from the courtyard. Little sister Suwa, don't be afraid, your 5th brother has come to save you. Chapter 51 Su Chen's Hand. The district is nothing more than the essence transformation sect. When Sui heard these words, his expression first froze, followed by excitement and aggravation welling up on his face. 5th brother, is that you? She turned her head towards the direction where the voice had just sounded, only to see a gentle-faced youth standing there, as if he was a big brother who knew his heart. Just looking at him gave her a feeling of being in the spring breeze. The moment she saw this person, Su Chanxian also shouted with excitement, 5th brother. Now that everyone in the Su family knew that Su Chun was incomparably strong, and that he had arrived, this transforming essence sect was definitely no longer a threat. The 2 of them had tears in their eyes, and they didn't know if they were frightened or if they were crying out of joy. Wang Jin faced the sudden appearance of Su Chen, and his eyes were filled with gravity. In the next moment, his body's aura unfolded, like a raging lion, blasting towards Su Chen to kill him. Although Su Chen did not have an aura to emit, he still felt a great pressure. Faced with such an opponent, one either had to kill him with all one's might, or escape. But outside was Qingfeng City. Fleeing was definitely not an option, only to risk killing Su Chen. Su Chen looked towards him, his eyes calm and indifferent. Griffin. His voice seemed like heavenly might, instantly transmitting out. Bang! Wang Jin was directly crushed to the ground, as if his body was being pressed by Tarzan, and his bones began to continuously rub together because they couldn't withstand the pressure, emitting a crunching sound that made people a little creeped out. You? Wang Jin's raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with the color of panic. In the end, who is it? Such a powerful and suffocating sense of oppression made his entire being a little desperate. Even in front of the harmonization essence sex harmonization stage patriarch, he did not have this kind of feeling. In fact, Wang Jin already knew the answer in his heart. Before Sui said that they came from the Su family, then there was only one possibility for this person in front of him. Su family. Su Qin. Returned to Yuan realm cultivator. At this moment, the fear in his heart was to the extreme. He wanted to beg for forgiveness. That intense feeling of oppression made him not even have the ability to speak. Wang Jin's back teeth were clenched. He really wanted to get Lu Ying killed. It's not good for you to arrest anyone, arresting the Su family. When Lu Ying saw this situation, his heart was also chilled beyond measure, and at the critical moment, he was ready to use the lives of the 2 Sui people as a threat. However, just as he grabbed towards the 2 Sua people, his body began to twist incongruously. Intense pain came from all over his body. His hands, feet, and limbs began to rotate, and eventually wrapped around his waist like a twist, completely lifeless. His eyes were wide open, and from the hideous and fearful facial expression, it could be seen just how much pain he had experienced. The other 2 people from the Essence Transformation sect were also in such a state of death. They were unable to make a sound and only screamed silently. On the other side, Wang Jin also couldn't suffer from that powerful pressure and was directly crushed into a meat cake. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was simply too great, completely not on the same level. Su Chen hadn't even used 1/10,000th of his strength. It was too simple for him to kill a spirit transformation stage perfection. It's alright. Suchen looked towards the Tusui people and said in a gentle tone, next time, remember to bring along the family token. There is a formation in there. It can save your lives at critical times, and it can also notify the rest of the Su family. Suhi and the two of them didn't care about this at the moment. Both of them ran over with crying faces and hugged Suchen. Fifth brother. Although the two also wanted to cry before, they still held back, but after seeing Suchen, the emotions in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. Suchen raised his hand and rubbed their heads, and said in a soft tone, it's alright, with fifth brother here, no one in this world can harm you. The two did not keep crying, and after venting their emotions for a while, they stabilized. Suchen cared for the two for a while longer before looking towards Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's heart immediately tightened. She knew that the person in front of her was definitely not simple, so she hurriedly saluted, greetings senior. Suchen glanced at Yuan Meng and then at the ring on her hand. An old grandfather in a ring? However, hers didn't seem to be an old grandfather, and from the breath, it should be a female. There was still a faint saint might on her body, but the aura on her body was very weak. Even at her peak it was estimated that she was only a saint. Suchen withdrew his gaze, then faintly said, are you willing to serve my Su family? If the Su family wanted to grow in the future, some powerful henchmen were essential, and whether it was this Yuan Meng or that saint in her ring, it would help a lot in the growth of the Su family. Yuan Meng's face shook. Su family. The person in front of her was from the Su family. To be so powerful and so young, then wasn't he that returning Yuan realm's Suchen? But soon, Yuan Meng's face showed a tangled color. Joining the Su family, that meant being a parasite. She still had a great revenge yet to be avenged. Would she still be able to take revenge after joining the Su family? Yuan Meng said with some caution, senior, my daughter's great revenge has not been avenged, I'm afraid. She wanted to refuse, but was worried that saying it directly would cause Suchen to be displeased. Great revenge? Are you referring to the Essence Transformation sect? Suchen said in a flat tone, this sect will disappear from this world today, so you don't have to worry about that. It was naturally impossible for him to let go of the Harmonized Essence sect, and when the matter here was over, he would directly go and exterminate it for him. Yuan Meng was instantly shocked as she had a joyful look on her face. Senior is serious. Only after she said that did she realize that she had slipped up. There was absolutely no need for such a strong person to deceive her, a half-step transformation spirit stage ant. Yuan Meng immediately said, senior, if you are willing to exterminate the Essence Transformation sect, then my daughter will be a member of the Su family from now on, and is willing to lay down her life for the Su family. Suchen nodded, then he turned his head and smiled as he said to the Tusui, I'll leave first, be careful the next time you go out. The two of them nodded heavily. After going through this one incident, they also sort of realized that this world was more dangerous than imagined. In the next moment, Suchen disappeared in place, and following him was Yuan Meng. Due to Suchen's speed being too fast, Yuan Meng even had her vision blurred directly. She couldn't see what was going on at all, and her entire person felt like the sky was spinning. A few breaths later, she regained her clarity, and what came into her eyes was a huge and incomparable sect. At the very front of the sect, there was a signboard hanging with 3 big words tattooed on it in a dragon's flight. Essence Transformation Sect. Although this sect was a devilish force, due to its strength being too powerful, it also had a place within the surprising Hung dynasty. In the view of the royal family of the Jinghong Empire, although the Chemical Essence sect was a devilish force, as long as it didn't go too far, he still belonged to the forces within the empire. Therefore, the imperial family only suppressed it without truly eradicating it. Seeing this sect, Yuan Meng's eyes were filled with resentment. The Essence Transformation Sect. Yuan Meng said through gritted teeth. This sect was a force that he wanted to exterminate all the time. It was because of them that caused her clan to die out and she was forced to wander the world, alone. If it wasn't for the Essence Transformation sect, she would probably still be her own young lady in the Yuan family, enjoying the care brought by her parents and sister. But now, all of this was gone. Suchen looked down. Strong fluctuations passed out from within him, just like an awakened flood beast, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He raised his hand and pointed at the bottom. With just this finger, the heavens and earth began to crumble, cracks in the void continued to emerge, and the earth trembled as if it was also in fear of this power. Which senior is coming? A terrified and incomparable voice came from within the transforming Essence sect. In the next moment, a figure scurried out from within the Harmonized Essence sect, and he wore a look of unspeakable terror on his face. This person was the patriarch of the Harmonized Essence sect. Before he could react, a powerful force smashed down from the sky, a huge explosion sounded, and almost the entire surprising empire of the transformation spirit stage and above detected the aura. Countless people looked towards the direction where the aura erupted, with a look of panic in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! Who was it? Chapter 52 Terrifying Suchen, Saint Emperor Powerful Start. Under this power, the head sect of the Chemical Essence sect was as if a mortal had encountered a heavenly disaster. Without any resistance, without even uttering a scream, he was directly dissolved between the heavens and the earth, and his divine soul was silenced. At the location of the Harmonized Essence sect, a deep pit of hundreds of meters was left behind. This deep pit continued for dozens of miles, and just looking at it was shocking. Almost without exception, all of the strongest members of the entire Harmonized Essence sect had died in this strike. When Yuan Meng saw the scene, she was also directly stunned speechless. This is a returned Yuan realm cultivator? Surprisingly, it was this powerful. The most powerful cultivator she had ever seen was the void refining stage, but in front of Su Chen, she felt that there was absolutely no comparison. It was basically the difference between clouds and mud. Previously, she felt that the void refining stage was the strongest, but seeing Su Chen's strength today, her entire perception had completely changed. On the other side, Su Chen's expression was calm and unperturbed, just as if he had done something very ordinary. After doing all this, Su Chen then directly brought Yuan Meng to the bottom of Wangyan Mountain and left after handing her over to Sui. A person like Yuan Meng, of course, could not be treated according to the standards of an ordinary subordinate. She had to be allowed to work exclusively for the first family. Therefore, when Yuan Meng joined the Su family, even though she was only an underling, her status would not be very low. After Yuan Meng had seen Su Chen's strength, she was naturally very happy to join the Su family, and after Sui registered her identity and then assigned her residence, she was considered to have entered the Su family in the true sense. Inside a house halfway up the mountainside, Yuan Meng couldn't help but shout in a low voice. "Master, are you still there?" From the moment Su Chen came out just now, her master teacher was completely unresponsive. After a long time, a green smoke floated out from Yuan Meng's ring, eventually transforming into a woman. She wore a long green-colored dress, her appearance was like a heavenly fairy, and her figure was exquisite to the extreme, as if she was a work of art. And Xinglian's eyes were somewhat complicated as she looked up at Wangyan Mountain. That person must know about me, and there's no need to hide. There was a hint of awe and respect in her tone, which immediately caused Yuan Meng to reveal a look of surprise. "Senior, that one? What do you mean?" She was very clear that this master teacher of hers was a saint-level powerhouse back then. How heaven-defying would a character that could make her somewhat respectful be? Could it be that young Master Su was not a Yuan returning realm cultivator, or is there something else? And Xinglian was silent for a moment, recalling the incomparably powerful Saint Might on Su Chen's body. She took a deep breath and said, "It's the young lord of the Su family, Su Chen. There is no problem for you to join the Su family. With that Su Chen guarding the Su family, the future Su family will definitely become one of the most powerful forces in the entire Xian heavenly realm." It was only a simple contact before, but Xinglian had already judged that Su Chen's cultivation level was definitely far above her peak. At the very least, they were all Saint Emperor powerhouses to begin with. Cultivators of such a level, in the entire Xian heavenly realm, were almost all giants on one side, old ancestral powerhouses guarding holy lands. How could she have never imagined that such a cultivator existed in the Su family? Yuan Meng couldn't help but ask, where exactly is he from? And Xinglian shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either, but she still explained. "I don't know much about it, but this young Lord Su Chen is definitely more powerful than I was at my peak." "What?" Yuan Meng was instantly shocked, and a look of shock surfaced in her eyes. The Su family, there actually existed a sage-level powerhouse. In the next moment, a look of excitement surged on her face. To be able to join a force where such a strong person was in charge, wasn't it a great opportunity for her? Saints! Yuan Meng couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The outside world thought that Su Chen was just a returning Yuan realm, who knew that he was actually a sage-level powerhouse. And Xinglian said with a somewhat grave expression, "Menger, you mustn't spread this kind of thing without that young Master Su's approval, otherwise the consequences will be very serious." She knew that a strong person of this level had his reasons for doing things. Perhaps Su Chen was plotting something, and Yuan Meng spreading this news out. When the time came, it might be a big disaster. Yuan Meng's heart and soul flinched. "Don't worry, Master, I will definitely not mention it to anyone." As she said that, she also applied a forbidden speech technique to herself just to be on the safe side, to avoid accidentally spilling the beans. After being happy for not long, Yuan Meng gradually calmed down. She raised her head to look towards the distance, and since she was on the mountainside of Wangyan Mountain, her view was also extremely wide. Feeling the breeze on her face, Yuan Meng couldn't help but sigh deeply. The chemical essence sect had been exterminated, but she didn't feel the slightest bit happy. Instead, her mood was incomparably heavy. What could be done if the harmonized essence sect was exterminated? Her sister and the clan could not return. Seeing this, and Xinglian patted her shoulder and said in a soft tone, "Child, now that you are the only one left in the Yuan family, for the sake of your family, it is all the more important for you to live a good life, so that their spirits in heaven will also feel relieved." Yuan Meng nodded. "Master, I know." Her heart wasn't that fragile, she just couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Soon, Yuan Meng reorganized her emotions as she said with a firm expression, "Since this Su family has such a strong person, then my disciple's speed of recasting your flesh for you can also be faster. Besides, Master, didn't you say that there are still a bunch of people chasing you? With the blessing of young Master Su Chen, those people will definitely not dare to come after you again, right?" And Xinglian nodded her head and smiled. "Indeed, there are no powerhouses that can rival Saint Emperors among those people, so naturally, they wouldn't dare to come looking for trouble from me." "Saint Emperor?" Yuan Meng's head was filled with question marks, obviously not having heard of what this was. And Qinglian shook her head. When you grow up, you will naturally be able to understand. The priority is to first awaken your emptiness. Saint body is the focus. Yuan Meng immediately nodded her head. I'll listen to everything from my master. Low murmurs continued to resound from within the house. On the other side, where the chemical essence sect was located, countless powerful people cautiously rushed to check the situation. Everyone was shocked when they realized that the chemical essence sect had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a large pit. The harmonized essence sect has been destroyed. Who the hell did this? This is a power at the harmonization stage. Could it be that the old Imperial Lord did this? Impossible. The old Imperial Lord has long been in seclusion to break through the returning Yuan realm. This place is so close to Mount Wangyun, and the person who can kill a great power at the conjugation stage, the one from the Su clan, seems to have a great possibility as well. I think the probability is that of the Su family. Just now that aura you guys also detected, too strong. Even the old Imperial Lord is far from it. This chemical essence sect actually messed with that person. It's really looking for death. Obviously, they all thought that the destruction of the chemical essence sect was done by Su Chen. This devilish force was incomparably powerful, and its patriarch was even a mid-harmonization cultivator, so in the entire surprising empire, only the imperial family could exterminate it. It was a pity that the imperial family had never made a move. Now that the essence-transforming sect had been exterminated by the Su family, countless people clapped their hands. For a time, the Su family's fame skyrocketed once again, becoming the hottest force in the stunning empire, and countless heavenly prides even took the initiative to come to the door to join the Su family. Of course, Su Qingtian only selected a portion of the high-quality ones to stay, and rejected most of the others. The Su family needed loyal, dependable people, not those who climbed up the ranks. Chapter 53: Conquering the Yingxi Green Jiao. With more people defecting, the Su clan also grew extremely fast, and the scale of their power grew larger and larger. However, Su Chen didn't even bother with these things. He just quietly stayed in the cloud-watching courtyard lying flat. He liked this state of life. Do not need to worry about anything. When bored, go out and around. Even Su Chen also specialize in barbecue these things, from time to time in the yard inside the rack grill, the day over the extremely comfortable. Such a peaceful and comfortable life was exactly what he was seeking. Greetings, young lord. Outside the courtyard, the guard's respectful voice rang out. The search for Demon King level mounts that you ordered earlier has made progress. In the Lost Sea in the eastern part of 10,000 Seas County, there is said to be a Demon King of the harmonization stage, whose body is a Jiao dragon. There was a bit of excitement and awe in the guard's voice. The young lord was too ferocious to capture a conformity stage Demon King as a mount. Wanhai County? Su Chen nodded. I know. After saying that, his divine sense then directly spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Wanhai County, and he soon found the scaly dragon. However, Su Chen also detected that the other party's breath was a little weak, and the life force within its body was dissipating. Obviously, this Jiao Long already had a short lifespan. The lifespan of demonic beasts was generally more than that of the human race. The lifespan of a harmonization stage cultivator was 10,000 years, and a Jiao dragon with a powerful bloodline like this had at least 20,000 to 30,000 years. But he didn't even have much longevity, which was enough to see just how old he was. Jiao dragon, it's a pity that it's not a real dragon, but it's barely enough to purify its bloodline a little and use it as a mount. Su Chen murmured, and then disappeared into Mount Wangyun. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Sea of Lost Paths in Wanhai County. The Sea of Lost Paths was vast and incomparable, and there were dark currents everywhere below, and there were also many demonic beasts. Among them, there was no lack of such sixth-order demonic beasts of the refined void stage, which belonged to the forbidden land of the human race, which gave rise to the name of the Sea of Lost Paths. In the depths of the Sea of Lost Paths, a behemoth was entrenched here, with a body close to 1,000 feet, and within 100 miles around, there was not a single demonic beast. This behemoth had a pair of claws, a horse's head and a snake's tail, and was covered in light black scale armor, with whiskers and horns on its head, looking extremely extraordinary. On his head, there was a small horn emerging, emitting a greenish glow. This is the overlord of the Sea of Lost Paths, the Yingxi Green Jiao, which itself is also the offspring of the Green Dragon, only that the bloodline is a bit thin. Suddenly, the Yingxi Green Jiao's eyes snapped open, and his huge pupils, as if they were rivers of stars, emitted a faint green aura. Human! The Yingxi Green Jiao's voice rang out, and the sea around him instantly boiled, and the surface of the sea all began to flood with powerful waves. His eyes were filled with gravity. Demonic beasts were sharper than the human race, but the fact that this person was able to arrive in front of him silently meant that the other party's strength was definitely so powerful. As a demon king of the harmonization stage, naturally, he was not as foolish as a lower-ranked demonic beast, so he did not attack rashly. However, the Yingxi Green Jiao is still incomparably cautious. The friction between the human and demon races is constant. The human race can become the demon race to eat. The parts of the demon race can also help the demon race to refine pills and weapons. This stranger race in front of him wouldn't be here to kill him, right? Su Chen didn't answer, but instead took a serious look at him before nodding his head and saying, "Not bad, the appearance is quite passable." Then, he raised his head towards the inksy green Jiao and said in a calm tone, "I'll give you a chance to become this seat's mount." The inksy green Jiao's huge eyes glared, and its voice was like a loud bell as it said, "Human race, do you know what you're talking about?" A powerful baleful aura was released from its body, and the entire lost sea began to become restless, with countless demonic beasts rapidly heading towards the fringes. The Demon King had awakened, and he was going to start foraging for food. Some of the demonic beasts that had developed spiritual intelligence looked at the direction of the breath emanating from the distance with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the inksy green Jiao were filled with killing intent, daring to take him as a mount. Even the surprising king didn't have this qualification. As an augur, his fighting strength was naturally extremely strong. Although he was only at the middle level of the 7th stage, just similar to the middle stage of the human race's harmonization, his combat power was actually comparable to a half-step returning Yuan realm. A look of scorn flashed in the eyes of the inksy green Jiao as he coldly said, "Human, this king has no more lifespan left, there is no more possibility of a breakthrough, at most 100 years before I die, so what if I let me live out the rest of my last life, and then what if I give my body to you? Otherwise, this king will not let you live well even if he spells out this life." He was about to die, and in his last hours, all he wanted was to see this world again. Otherwise, he didn't mind fighting for his life with Su Chen. Sooner or later he would die anyway. Su Chen did not say anything. His palm immediately condensed a drop of bright red blood, which seemed to have a true dragon roaring within it, deafening the ears and emitting horrifying fluctuations. The inksy green Jiao trembled, his pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed, "This is..." Su Chen said indifferently, "A drop of true dragon's blood. You are also a descendant belonging to the dragon race, you should know just how much this thing will help you, right?" The inksy green Jiao trembled, and his breath then began to become agitated. At this moment, he was excited to the extreme. True dragon blood. Once he was able to absorb it, not only would his bloodline evolve, but his cultivation would also be able to advance even further. The inksy green Jiao looked towards Su Chen with an expression that was incomparably grave. Bringing true dragon blood to his door, it seemed that the other party was not here to kill him. Mount. The eyes of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao were filled with tangled colors. As a descendant of a true dragon, although his bloodline was somewhat thin, his heart was still proud beyond measure. To have him condescend to become a mount of the human race, this was really a little difficult to accept. Watching him hesitate, Su Chen did not urge him. In Su Chen's opinion, there was no point in forcing Mo Hai Qing Jiao. Since he wanted him to be his mount, there was actually no difference between him and his partner. If in the end, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao was still unwilling, he was also too lazy to force it. After a long time, the inksy green Jiao raised its head and said in a loud voice, "Okay, I promise you." Anyway, he was already dying. This true dragon blood would not only allow him to go further, there was also a chance for the bloodline to return to its ancestor. Such a heaven-defying benefit was really a little hard for him to resist. The most crucial thing was that he didn't want to die. The true dragon blood would allow him to continue living. Su Chen nodded, raised his hand and waved it out, and a seal was then directly engraved on the center of the inksy green Jiao's brow. This was Master-Servant Contract. How could it be? The pupils of the inksy green Jiao contracted violently, looking at Su Chen with an extremely fearful expression. To reach a master-servant contract with a demonic beast, the demonic beast must be willing, otherwise it is extremely difficult to do. But just now, without even noticing it in the slightest, he had been forced to establish a master-servant contract. This meant that the human race in front of him was powerful beyond his imagination. At this moment, the pride in his heart was completely put down, leaving only full of respect. The demon race revered the strong. As long as you are stronger than me, then you are the king. And the strength that Su Chen had displayed was extremely terrifying. Submitting to such a strong person was not considered burying him. The key the other party could still casually take out such a heaven-defying thing as true dragon blood. It was enough to see that he was extraordinary. Su Chen handed over the true dragon blood and calmly said, "Hurry up and refine it." The inksy green Jiao's heart fluttered as it hurriedly said, "Yes, master." Chapter 54, The compulsion is directly pulled full circle. The true dragon's blood was swallowed into his stomach by the inksy green Jiao, and the enormous power of his bloodline immediately began to swim throughout his body, and it was as if his entire body was rejuvenated. In an instant, a strong aura spread out, enveloping the entire sea of lost ways. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded out. The forehead of the inksy green Jiao originally only had a small horn, but now another one had emerged, and this pair of horns was large and very conspicuous. Accompanied by this dragon's roar, all the demonic beasts in the Sea of Lost Paths prostrated themselves on the ground, one by one trembling, obviously terrified. Immediately after, the inksy green Jiao kept hissing, filled with pain. The true dragon's blood was too overbearing, and he was crazily transforming the inksy green Jiao's flesh and bloodline, and this feeling of going back to the drawing board and remodeling was naturally incomparably painful. Although it was very hard to bear, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao reveled in it. He felt the power of his bloodline within his body getting stronger, which caused his entire demon to become incomparably exhilarated. Soon, his flesh began to change, and his original ink-black scales began to fall off crazily, becoming a bloody mess. However, it didn't take long for green scale armor to grow again, which emitted strange streams of light, paired with the rippling seawater, looking extremely mysterious. The aura of the inksy green Jiao's body was also climbing, directly from the Demon King in the middle of the harmonization stage, breaking through to the half-step returning Yuan realm. If one were to convert it according to the ranks of the demon race, it would be half a step to the 8th rank, half a step to the Demon Emperor. The inksy green Jiao violently drilled out of the sea of lost paths, his breath exploding out recklessly as he traveled between heaven and earth like a swimming dragon. Ha 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 ha, I've transformed into a dragon, this is a true dragon. At this moment, his heart was excited to the extreme. Although he couldn't be compared to those dragon clans with powerful bloodlines, at this moment, he had indeed transcended the realm of the augur and had become a true dragon. His body had grown close to 3 times bigger than before. Originally it was only 1,000 zhang, but now it was around 3,000 zhang, just like a behemoth. Just looking at it made people's hearts fearful. In the surprising empire, countless people's expressions were somewhat horrified after sensing this terrifying aura. That direction is 10,000 Seas County, such a powerful demonic aura. Could it be that the Demon King of the Lost Sea has broken through again? Isn't the inksy green Jiao's lifespan running out? It's amazing that it can break through at this time. Its luck is too good, isn't it? This breath is a bit too powerful. It's very different from the inksy green Jiao. It's not him. Could it be that the Sea of Lost Paths has given birth to a new Demon King? Almost at the same time, the strongest people in the surprising empire all looked at the direction of the Sea of Lost Paths with gloomy expressions. The inksy green Jiao was already powerful, and with this breakthrough again, wouldn't it all be able to fight against the surprising empire? On the Sea of Lost Paths. After the inksy green Jiao had laughed freely for a while, it once again came to Su Chen's body. He no longer spoke, but quietly lowered his head. As a mount, he didn't need to say much nonsense, he only needed to act according to his master's orders. Su Chen jumped onto his head and sat down, looking towards the distance. The view and everything was very good, and after the inksy green Jiao's bloodline was upgraded, its appearance looked like a thief. The compulsion is directly pulled full. Not bad. Su Chen was still very satisfied with his mount. Let's go back to Mount Wangyun. Accompanied by a gust of dragon roar, a huge thing tumbled in the sea of clouds, heading towards the distance. As they passed through the territories of some human cultivators, countless human cultivators looked at the huge dragon flying overhead, their eyes filled with shocking fear. What a terrifying aura! Where did this come from? Is there such a powerful demon king within our stunning dynasty? It can't be a demon king from somewhere else coming to attack our stunning empire, right? How do I look at this demonic beast is a bit off, as if. Dragon! Dude, you're kidding, our eastern domain has long since lost its dragon race, there's only a scaly dragon in the Sea of Lost Paths. Discussions continued to ring out. At first when they saw the inksy green Jiao, they were still a little alarmed, but after seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any killing intent, they relaxed again. As he passed by Qingfeng City, the face of Qingfeng City's city lord shook as he immediately scurried out from within the city lord's mansion and said with a respectful expression, "Where is the senior of the demon race coming from?" Although humans and demons had always been somewhat at odds, they were both equally cultivating, and both equally seeking immortality. Plus to reach the realm of the Demon King, the spirit has been no different from the human race, call a senior also no problem. The inksy green Jiao did not speak, he just coldly looked at the little bug in front of him. Qingfeng City Lord also finally got a good look at the behemoth in front of him. True dragon. His eyes were colored with disbelief, the demon race in front of him was completely similar to the appearance of the dragon race. The horns resembled a deer, the head resembled a camel, the eyes resembled a rabbit, the collar resembled a snake, the belly resembled a mirage, the scales resembled a fish, the claws resembled an eagle, the palms resembled a tiger, and the ears resembled an ox. In addition to very few places some slight differences, not particularly like outside, really, and the dragon does not have any difference. There were actually true dragons in the Xian heavenly realm. There were divine beasts of this level like true dragons in the past, but along with the disappearance of the Xian heavenly realm's great emperors, many divine beasts followed suit and disappeared, among them were true dragons. Then after so many years of evolution, the divine beasts in the Xian heavenly realm were practically rare. The key was that the aura emanating from the inksy green Jiao's body was too appalling, and it was completely different from that of the demon race filled with divinity. Could it really be a divine beast? But soon, he noticed that above the dragon's head, there was a bountiful and handsome youth sitting on a plate. The human race. Qingfeng City Lord's pupils contracted violently. Could this dragon be his mount? To be able to subdue such a powerful dragon race, then as his master's strength had to be at what level? Qingfeng City Lord hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, senior." He didn't dare to look at Su Chen too much, but after sweeping a glance just now, he felt incomparably familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Su Chen said indifferently, "So it's City Lord Zhou, goodbye." Qingfeng City Lord raised his head violently, and when he thoroughly saw the figure on the head of the giant dragon, his entire heart shook dramatically. Su Chen. The Su family stayed at Wangyan Mountain, which was extremely close to Qingfeng City, and he had seen Su Chen once when he visited the Su family. How amazing was the memory of a cultivator, so naturally, he recognized that it was Su Chen at a glance. Zhou Yuan's entire being was dumbfounded. Was Su Chen's strength so heaven-defying? Surprisingly, he could even take in a true dragon? Judging from the aura emanating from the inky green Zhao's body, he was at least all at the half-step returning Yuan realm, and the sense of oppression was much more powerful than the old shocking king back then. Zhou Yuan hurriedly saluted Su Chen. "Greetings, young Lord Su, is this?" Su Chen said blandly, "Just a mount." "Mount? I drop a good boy." Zhou Yuan's heart was filled with shock. It was really his mount. To be able to accept such a terrifying demonic beast as a mount, then who could shake the position of the Su family in the future? Su Chen also did not talk to him too much, directly on the inky green Zhao to Wangyun Mountain. By the time Su Chen came back with the inky green Zhao, everyone in the Su family was in deep shock, especially looking at the scene of Su Chen sitting on top of the dragon head. The compulsion was simply pulled full. It caused the Su family to be envious. In the end, the inky green Zhao lived in the high-altitude clouds of the Purple Cloud mountain range. He had now transformed into a dragon. Although his bloodline still wasn't strong enough, the skills he should have as a dragon were all there. Controlling wind, rain, thunder and lightning are all basic operations, and traveling the world is naturally not a problem. The inky green Zhao was also given a new name by Su Chen. Xing Shi. Looking towards the Zisha mountain range from the Looking Cloud mountain, he saw the huge figure above him, hidden amongst the clouds and mist. Chapter 55: The Mysteries of the Xian Heavenly Realm, Upgrading to a Saint Stage Physique. The fact that Su Chen had subdued a true dragon quickly spread within the surprising empire, which immediately caused a huge uproar, and even the several neighboring empires were prepared to come and take a peek at the truth. True dragon? How long had it been since the Xian Heavenly Realm had encountered a true dragon? Not to mention top-tier divine beasts like the dragons. Even other divine beasts simply couldn't even be seen in shadow, and were only heard of within certain holy ancient clans. A living divine beast, who could not be curious about this? Thus, in the surroundings of the Purple Cloud mountain range, many people came daily to watch the behemoth above. This appearance seems to really be a dragon, and the aura is so powerful. I think it's at least at the late stage of harmonization or even half-step returning Yuan realm. Such a terrifying divine beast can really be subdued by the Su family. But is this a divine beast or not? I strongly suspect that it's a bit fake. I think so too. Divine beasts have long since disappeared into obscurity, not to mention the dragon race. Discussing voices continued to ring out, which naturally made Qingshi hear it as well. He was somewhat speechless. If it was according to his previous character, he would have killed them all long ago. But the current him was Su Chen's mount, and before he got his master's order, was he not free to kill at will? So then, he could only invoke the clouds and mist to completely cover himself, and those who came to the Purple Cloud mountain range could no longer see him. This was what caused their enthusiasm to drop, and the number of people who came to watch every day plummeted. However, since they didn't see the real face, many people simply didn't believe that it was the Dragon Clan, and gradually no one talked about it anymore. Wangyun Courtyard. Su Chen was bored and lying on a chair, looking at the clouds drifting by in the distance. With nothing to do, Su Chen looked towards the system backpack again to see what he had signed up for recently. The system would automatically label the new items that had been obtained within half a year. Su Chen checked, and now his item level should have reached something like the 8th item of the immortal stage, and he didn't know very much about what realm it was aligned to. Su Chen glanced at the cultivation he had gained from signing in. He had used more than 2 million cultivation before, so there were still tens of billions of years left. Let's use a little bit first. Use 1 million years of cultivation. Along with Su Chen's operation, majestic power suddenly surged into his body. In just a moment's time, Su Chen had broken through from the original innate ancient sage to the supreme sage, and the Tao force in his body was already dense to the extreme, with the life force gushing out as if it was endless. After reaching a sage, the lifespan would all be at least 100,000 years. If one could break through amongst the saints, one could have a maximum lifespan of 200,000 to 300,000 years. His current cultivation was that of a supreme sage, and he even had millions of years of longevity. The cultivation level signed by the system was calculated according to normal cultivation, while his Hongmeng immortal body itself was incredibly powerful, and the energy needed to break through was even more massive. Without the aid of resources, it was just a case of normal cultivation, so the speed of breakthrough was extremely slow. After reaching Supreme Sage, the cultivation within Su Chen's body had not yet stopped climbing. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out in his mind. Warning, the host is about to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. This heaven and earth cannot withstand an Emperor-level powerhouse. Once he breaks through to the Quasi-Emperor, this world collapses as a result. May I ask the host if he wishes to abort his breakthrough? 10.9.8. A prompt box appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. Abort! Su Chen did not hesitate to choose the stop, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Abort successful, returning the host's 500,000 years of unused cultivation. Su Chen looked towards the middle of the sky. At this moment, he felt the power of the heavenly Tao of the Xian Heavenly Realm very keenly. Xian Heavenly Realm. It was very weak and very small. With his current strength, a single punch would probably collapse the entire eastern region, and this world was that weak. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The heavenly Tao had become weak and was unable to break through to the emperor level, so it must be connected to the disappearance of the great emperor powerhouses hundreds of thousands of years ago. He had nothing to do much of the time in the cloud-watching courtyard, so he would look through various books. From the records, hundreds of thousands of years ago there were a total of 3 great emperor-level powerhouses sitting in the Xian heavenly realm, but for some unknown reason, these 3 great emperor powerhouses inexplicably disappeared. At the same time, the spiritual energy within the entire Xian heavenly realm had also plummeted by close to 2/3. It's only been a few 100,000 years, there should be saintly powerhouses that have lived from that era to the present, so we'll know when the time comes to ask. Su Chen didn't continue to think deeply, he didn't like to dwell on these things, he would know sooner or later anyway. After thinking about it, Su Chen then directly transmitted his voice to ask Su Qingtian, Su Hongyuan, and Su Yunxian to come over. He had previously upgraded them to heavenly spirit roots, and now he could also upgrade them again. However, he was prepared to raise them one batch at a time, rather than raising everyone up at once. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the hopeful cloud courtyard. "Chener, what's the reason for calling us here?" Su Hongyuan looked at Su Chen with a kind face, he was very fond of this little grandson of his. Su Chen smiled and said, "Upgrading qualifications." The 3 of them were stunned, upgrading their qualifications? Su Chen nodded and continued to speak. "Previously, I upgraded all of you to heavenly spirit roots, and now I can see that everyone is completely adapted, so I am going to upgrade all of the Su family's first lineage to saint stage physique. And then upgrade some of the core members of the side lineage to heavenly spirit roots as well." Eh? The 3 people's pupils immediately shrank, shocked by Su Chen's words. "Upgrade to saint stage physique." Su Yunxian's mouth shivered as he trembled and said, "Saint rank physique, Chener, are you sure? Heavenly spiritual roots within the stunning empire are the top qualifications, heavenly spiritual roots above the spiritual body that is even rarer. As for the legendary holy body, the entire stunning empire also appeared 3,000 years ago. In the end, this person was worshipped in a holy land in the eastern region, named Xian Tian Holy Land." Su Chen smiled and said, "How can this be false? What kind of technique do you cultivate, great elder, and I can match you with a suitable sacred body?" There were many saint bodies that he had signed up for, of any type. Su Yunxian gulped. "What I cultivate is the way of the sword." "Sword?" Su Chen nodded, then began to search through the system backpack. Range Moon Sword Physique, Star Sword Physique, Yin Yang Sword Physique. One by one, saint rank physiques crossed in front of his eyes. Soon, Su Chen picked a suitable saint body. Thundering Sword Body. Su Yunxian's sword was very domineering, focusing on power, and the Thundering Sword Body would be considered to be more explosive amongst the saint physiques, and it was considered suitable for him. Su Chen smiled and said, "Great elder, please take a seat." Su Yunxian was excited in his heart, it was hard for him to believe that he had the chance to become a saint body. If it were someone else, he would not believe that there was such an operation, but Su Chen had brought them too much shock, which made Su Yunxian also have to believe it. He sat on the stool, and Su Chen placed his hand on his head. A moment later, a power filled with lightning surged into Su Yunxian's body. In a flash, the violent power of lightning was instantly released from Su Yunxian's, as if it could destroy everything. Su Chen immediately blocked this force, stopping it around Su Yunxian. If he let all of this lightning power be released, he wouldn't be able to keep this Hope Cloud courtyard. Soon, miserable and incomparable screams resounded from within the Hope Cloud courtyard, causing one's scalp to go a little numb and their hairs to stand on end as they listened. Chapter 56 4 Elephant Sect. The miserable screams lasted for a long time, almost about 3 times as long as when they were transforming the heavenly spirit root before. And the pain was more than 3 times as much. Of course, Su Chen surely didn't know that this was just his guess, because Su Yunxian did look as if he was in a lot of pain. Su Yunxian was lying on the ground screaming miserably, his body was convulsing all over, his face was hideous to the extreme, but the aura on his body was also becoming more and more powerful in this screaming misery. The 2 guards at the entrance of the hopeful cloud courtyard glanced at each other, their eyes filled with incomprehension. What in the world was going on inside? The miserable screams continued like this for quite a while before finally slowly stopping. Inside the Hope Cloud courtyard, Su Yunxian's body felt as if he was deflated as he lay on the ground, his entire body continuously panting heavily. "I feel like I'm dying." Su Qingtian, however, was too lazy to care about this as he hurriedly walked up and asked, "Elder, what's your situation?" Su Yunxian took a deep breath, feeling the massive lightning power within his body. The look on his face became extremely excited. This thunder and lightning power was simply too powerful, it was even more powerful than the thunder and lightning power condensed by many Earth-rank advanced techniques, and this was only when his thundering sword body had yet to be minimized. He really didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying it would be if it reached great completion. The key was that this thundering sword body was compatible with the sword Dao, and those lightning powers could be perfectly integrated into his sword Dao. Su Yunxian said excitedly, "Big brother, it's really a holy body. I feel like my flesh has strengthened by at least 4 times, as well as my body is filled with the power of thunder and lightning." With that, he stood up and a long sword appeared in his hand. Chop! Su Yunxian shouted violently and swung it towards the sky. In a flash, a strong sword light slashed through, and along with a massive lightning power, an incomparably terrifying void crack appeared above the entire Mount Wangyun. My god! Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan were dumbfounded. What a terrifying power! Su Yunxian, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, "Is this the sacred body? I feel like the power of the same moves has increased by more than 10 times at least. No wonder those heavens could cross the border to kill their enemies." Although he was only at the early stage of void refining right now, this sword was already a complete match for the late stage of void refining. If he could reach the small completion of the thundering sword body, he would even be able to battle with the half-step harmonization stage. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with envy, and he couldn't wait to say, "Chener, quick, give me one as well." Su Chen smiled and nodded. Su Qingtian cultivated a sword as well. However, his sword was different from Su Yunxian. Su Yunxian pursued hegemony, but Su Qingtian's sword was like the waves of the sea, one wave overlapping another, getting stronger and stronger the more he fought. Indestructible sword body. Although this sword body didn't have as much destructive power as the Thundering Sword Body edition, it had a particularly large increase to the physical body and was itself a sword fetus physique. This kind of physique, no matter what kind of technique Su Qingtian cultivated in the future, could be quickly introduced, and it would have a sword intent bonus when it was executed, and the power would be equally strong and incomparable. Soon, the miserable screams resounded once again. After half an hour, Su Chen was able to raise all three of them to Saint Body. Since Su Hongyuan cultivated a physical body, he directly chose the desolate ancient sacred body. This kind of physique was considered to be the best amongst the sacred bodies. The physical body was incomparably powerful, and the rebirth of the blood drops after the great accomplishment was a basic operation. Saint Body From today onwards, they were all Saint Body. The three of them all wore a look of excitement on their faces when they had raised their heavenly spiritual roots before. Other than their cultivation speed becoming faster and their fleshly bodies being somewhat strengthened, there was no particularly great enhancement in other aspects. But the sacred body made it obvious that they felt like they had become too much stronger. It was like the feeling of a child suddenly growing into an adult, and their overall fighting strength was completely incomparable to what they had before. The key to this was that they had just fused the sacred body, and had not even reached the sacred body Chengdu, and when they had completely adapted to the physical body, then the combat power would be truly terrifying. Crossing a large realm to kill the enemy was a basic operation. Of course, this was only those ordinary cultivators. If the other party was also a heavenly pride and possessed some strong physique, it would be more difficult. For a period of time after that, Su Chen would have some of his first family members go to him from time to time, and then help them to upgrade to a sacred body. In half a month's time, all of the Su clan's direct lineages had been elevated to the saint body level. With the enhancement of the physical body, the consumption must have become incomparably huge as well, and it was crucial that there were still so many sacred bodies. Therefore, Su Chen directly gave Su Qingtian close to 30 billion top-grade spirit stones, as well as countless heavenly treasures. After the matters of the first lineage were dealt with, Su Chen began to raise the qualifications for the side lineage again. From the bloodline, they were all Su family members as well, so naturally, it was impossible to just directly ignore them. He was in the collateral lineage. Su Chen selected close to 30 people and upgraded them to heavenly spirit roots. At this point, the Su family could be said to be one of the forces with the strongest genius qualifications in the Eastern domain. All of the first lineage were saint body, and for that matter, not even the Holy Lands could do it. As the Su family's strength increased, it began to flourish once again. It was certain that before long, the Su family would all become famous and strong in the amazing empire. The 5 great cities. When the Su family left, Su Chen made a special trip to remodel the environment here, and the aura became more abundant, although it was still a lot worse than the stunning empire, but there was a not insignificant improvement. The current 5 great cities were not very useful to the Su family, but at least they could still bring in some revenue, so the Su family had never given up on this place. After all, which power would dislike the size of their territory? Bright Moon City, Su family. Nowadays, the Su family here has long since not been as lively as it was back then, and the number of people coming in and out is also much less, with only 3 side deacons and Su Yuanba guarding the place. The Su family was very powerful now, but if Su Yuanba wasn't in Bright Moon City, the people of the 5 major cities would definitely be less disciplined. It was just like if you were at work and there was no boss to supervise you, you would definitely paddle. Originally, it was Su Yuanba and Su He who took turns guarding the town, but later on, Su Yuanba simply stayed here. Although the spiritual energy in the 5 great cities was indeed much scarcer compared to Mount Wanyun, Su Yuanba could use spirit stones to cultivate, and it would have a similar effect. Suddenly, Su Yuanba snapped his eyes open, his complexion somewhat grave. Who? As soon as the words fell, a majestic aura instantly filled the Bright Moon City. Countless people were appalled and incomparably fearful. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared in the Su family. The person standing in front was relatively young, looking to be in his 20s, and behind him was a middle-aged man. The aura of both of them was incomparably powerful, a late stage of refining void, and a half-step harmonization stage. Su Yuanba stood up violently. He walked out of the room. His heart jumped when he saw the two men. He hurriedly went forward and smiled. I wonder what the two seniors are here for. The youth standing in front said in an icy tone that could not be questioned. This seat 4-elephant sect Zhangbu. From today onwards, the 5 great cities will fall under the jurisdiction of my 4-elephant sect. Do you have any objections? Chapter 57, The Tough Su Yuanba. 4 chapters dedicated. As Zhang Bu spoke, the aura within his body erupted once again, directly enveloping Su Yuanba's entire being. Since Su Yuanba himself was only a harmonized god perfection, even though he had a sacred body, he was still under pressure in the face of the huge realm gap. It was as if his head was being pressed by a huge mountain, and the qi and blood in his body were slightly solidified. This attitude simply did not give Su Yuanba the qualification to refuse. The 4-elephant sect was in the other direction of the 5 great cities, belonging to a king-level force that was a little bit on the weak side, with only one early stage of harmonization in the town, and there was still a gap between this kind of force and the shocking empire. Originally, they did not look at the 5 great cities as a place, but they heard the disciples under their command say that the 5 great cities had developed quite well recently. One city might not be much, but 5 together was enough to compare to some of the medium-sized cities under their clan, and the revenue generated was not bad. After Zhang Bu and the others arrived at Bright Moon City, they felt the concentration of spiritual energy around them, which also confirmed the information that the disciples had sent up earlier. In the eastern region, basically every place was occupied by big powers. Their 4-elephant sect did not have a vast territory like the amazing empire. If they could conquer the 5 big cities, it would also increase the 4-elephant sect's heritage. Su Yuanba's face was a bit grim. Under this pressure, he had a feeling that he couldn't breathe. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Senior, the 5 great cities are my Su family's territory. Aren't you afraid of offending my Su family with this behavior? The current Su family was no longer the Su family from back then, so he naturally had this kind of backbone, even if this 4-elephant sect was a king-level power. How dare you! Zhang Bu fiercely shouted angrily as he instantly transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared in place. Boom! In a flash, Su Yuanba was directly blasted out, countless courtyard walls were pierced through, and even Su Yuanba was directly smashed out beyond the Su family. Zhang Bu said with a grim expression, a small Su family, what does it dare not offend? People from small places are just stupid. My 4-elephant sect is a king-level power, and I have to be afraid of you, a god transformation stage? They understood a little bit before they came. The strongest person in the Su family seems to be only at the refined void stage. What is there to worry about with such a power? Wasn't their 4-elephant sect easy to pin down? Su Yuanba smashed to the ground and a mouthful of blood spurted out, but fortunately, the saint body he had upgraded belonged to the flesh-strengthening category, so he didn't suffer any very serious injuries. However, the qi and blood in his body were tumbling around, making it very difficult for him, and his face was red. The place where the Su family residence was located was the busiest street in the entire Bright Moon City. The people in the surroundings couldn't help but exclaim in shock after noticing it. That's Su Yuanba, the 4th elder of the Su family. There's even someone who dares to make a move against someone from the Su family. Aren't they afraid of death? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Didn't you detect those 2 auras from before? So strong, they are bound to be at the void refining stage, or even among the strongest of the void refining stage. Could it be that the Su family has incurred some powerful force? I see that the Su family seems to have not many people. It seems that they have all migrated out. It can't be that they have messed with some big person who has fled for his life. It's very likely, otherwise why is the Su family so cold? Those core characters of the Su family in the past, now none of them can be seen. Although the things that happened in the stunning empire had a very large ripple effect, the 5 major cities here were after all relatively remote, with limited access to information. It was difficult to associate that behemoth Su family in the stunning empire with the Su family in the Bright Moon City. Moreover, the Su family had only entered the shocking empire for a few years, and their reputation was not that widespread. 4th elder. The people of the Su family who stayed in Bright Moon City also sensed the situation, and the deacon of the 7th house of the collateral line hurriedly took out a transmission jade talisman to notify the Su family in Wangyun Mountain. The others rushed to help Su Yuanba up. 4th elder, are you alright? Su Yuanba stood up with great difficulty, his eyes filled with anger and coldness. However, he also knew that he was definitely not Zhang Bu's opponent, so then he could only suppress his anger and said, Then what your excellency means is that you must make my Su family hand over the 5 great cities? Zhang Bu said coldly, naturally, not only the 5 great cities, but your Su family must also submit to me. Otherwise, Su family would have no need to exist. Saying that, killing intent violently erupted from his eyes. The place, the 5 great cities, still needed to be taken care of after they had taken it over, and having the Su family continue to do this kind of thing was very appropriate. All they needed to do was to have the Su family make offerings every year, which was a common tactic of many great powers. Hearing these words, Su Yuanba's face immediately surged with anger. If it were any other elder, perhaps he would have agreed on the surface and waited until the Su family's people came to support them, then he would go and clean up their 4-elephant sect. But Su Yuanba's character was more fiery. He couldn't tolerate this breath. If you want to eat my Su family, you also have to see if you have the qualifications. As the words fell, Su Yuanba's body was crimson, bursting out with horrifying waves of heat, and the temperature around him began to climb. This was his saint body. Red Yang's saint body. In the next moment, Su Yuanba then directly killed towards Zhang Bu as he waved his fist and slammed it down. Seeing that Su Yuanba still dared to take the initiative, Zhang Bu's eyes narrowed as he said icily, seeking death. He directly raised his fist and his power poured out as he blasted against Su Yuanba. A violent ringing sound erupted, and Su Yuanba directly flew backwards, the aftershocks from his body churning the passing houses into rubble. Zhang Bu also took about 10 steps backwards, feeling the tingling sensation and burning sensation coming from his hands. His face was colored with disbelief. How was this possible? The aura on Su Yuanba's body was clearly only a perfection of the spirit transformation stage, and it was obvious that he had only recently broken through, and his realm was still a little less solid. He had long since broken through to the late stage of refining void, and the difference in strength between the two was huge, so how was it possible for a transformation spirit stage to injure himself? As much as Zhang Bu didn't want to admit it, Su Yuanba did destroy his physical body. Damn it! Zhang Bu's face sank, his forehead veins bulging as a sense of humiliation rose in his heart. How could he be injured by a transformation spirit stage? Zhang Bu's figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, he had already arrived at Su Yuanba's side. After experiencing the blow against the blow just now, Su Yuanba still did not receive any fatal injuries, only that his arm felt like it was going to be broken, and the pain was incomparable. He struggled to get up from the ground, but before he could completely stand up straight, a huge sense of impact came from the location of his lower abdomen. Bang! Su Yuanba was once again blasted out. Zhang Bu immediately chased after him as he said with a grim expression, "Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you." Su Yuanba was continuously bombarded by Zhang Bu. The realm difference was just too great. Even if he had a saint body, he could not resist. Soon he was drenched in blood and his entire body lay on the ground, his breath becoming extremely weak. Zhang Bu slowly walked up with a gloomy face and directly stomped on Su Yuanba's head as he said in a cold voice, "A small harmonized god stage, how dare you defy this seat?" Even though Su Yuanba was beaten like this, the anger in his heart did not diminish. How had he ever been so humiliated? "Kill me if you want to, why do you need to talk nonsense? Even if I die, there is no way I will submit to you. In your grandfather's dictionary, there is no such word as fear of death. If you kill me, your 4 elephants sect will definitely be destroyed by my Su family as well." Chapter 58 Beyond Imagination Su Family. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth. His character was such that he would rather die standing than live on his knees. For him to submit to the 4 elephant sect, this was something impossible. Even if it was just for show, he was not willing to do it. Many people in Bright Moon City couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw Su Yuanba's miserable state. "It's over, Su Yuanba, I guess I'm going to die here today. I see the jade pendant on those two people. It seems to be the 4 elephant sect's elder token. How did the Su family provoke a king-level power? 4 elephant sect. No wonder the Su family's people are running away from Bright Moon City, so it's because they've provoked a king-level power. Having provoked such a behemoth, it would be wise for the Su family to leave Bright Moon City." Not knowing what was going on, ever since one person had said that the Su family might have gone to escape, everyone thought that was the case. The main reason was that lately, the Su family had been too abnormal, as a large family in Bright Moon City with thousands of people, but this period of time had been extremely quiet, to the point where they couldn't even see anyone from the Su family at all. Plus, now that the 4 elephant sect had come to their door, it was even more of a confirmation of their suspicions. Zhang Bu looked cold. He really wanted to directly step on Su Yuanba, but looking at the other party's sneering expression, he knew that the person in front of him was not the kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death. Zhang Bu let out a cold smile. For this kind of person, there was no point in killing them directly, he had to make them suffer. "Since you want to seek death, then I will prefer not to let you die." Saying that, he took out a talisman, his eyes carrying a sneer. This item is called a soul control talisman, which contains a strand of a dog's soul. Sticking this on you will make you behave like a dog in everything you do. "I will let you, a lowly mole cricket, enjoy all the humiliation on earth." Su Yuanba hissed at his words, "You dog, have the guts to kill me." In the face of his hissing, Zhang Bu only sneered. Just as he was about to paste the soul control talisman onto Su Yuanba's body, the aura in Bright Moon City suddenly stirred. "What's going on?" Zhang Bu was instantly startled, then turned his head towards the sky above Manhwa City. He only saw 4 light pillars lit up above Manhwa City, and in the direction of the center, there were fluctuations in space emanating from it. Teleportation array. Zhang Bu frowned. What is this situation? The next moment, a huge spatial crack appeared, in which 2 people walked out. At the head of the group was Su Hongyuan. He and his body breath seemed like a flood beast, very oppressive. His eyes also carried dots of golden light. Golden stripes emerged on his body, mysterious and powerful. Behind him was Su Qingtian, who had a sword intent that went straight to the sky. The whole thing was like a sharp sword that could cut through all things. Many people looked up and were stunned by this sharp sword intent. Some of those with lower cultivation levels could even feel the stinging sensation, as if they were being stabbed by needles. When Su Qingtian saw Su Yuanba lying on the ground, an icy and incomparable killing intent immediately flowed out of his eyes as he directly chopped out his sword towards Zhang Bu. This sword contained a strong and incomparable might. Sword intent. Zhang Bu was instantly startled. Although the aura on Su Qingtian's body was only at the early stage of refining void, a sword cultivator with sword intent and a sword cultivator without sword intent, those were two completely different concepts. The key was that the sword intent on Su Qingtian's body was also very powerful. Even he, a late stage of refined void, felt threatened. But soon, Zhang Bu's face turned cold. Seek death. Although this sword intent was somewhat powerful, early refined void was early refined void, and there was still a realm gap with him. His aura blossomed as he attacked towards Su Qingtian's sword light. But in the next moment, a change suddenly appeared. Zhang Bu's hand was directly chopped off, and blood flowed out from the wound, which was shocking to watch. What? The middle-aged man who had come with Zhang Bu from afar had an expression of disbelief on his face after seeing this scene. Su Qingtian was only an early-stage void refining stage. How could he have broken through Zhang Bu's attack so easily? Su Qingtian's eyes were cold and incomparable. Dare to touch someone from my Su family, looking for death. He was the one who was upgraded to the sacred body in the beginning, and after this period of cultivation, he had already reached the sacred body minor achievement realm, and with the fact that he himself was in the early stage of void refining, there was no pressure at all to fight against an ordinary late stage of void refining. He was even able to find an opportunity to directly decimate him. This was the might of the sacred body. Su Qingtian's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the sword in his hand was like a stunning sword as it slashed down towards Zhang Bu's head with a terrifying might that made people tremble. In front of this terrifying sword intent, Zhang Bu was as if he was facing something terrifying, and he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. Or maybe he didn't have the courage to resist at all. Why? He was only an early void refining stage. How could he possess such a powerful force? Facing this sword of Su Qingtian, all he had in his heart was despair and helplessness. No wonder that the Su family man said that the Su family would not let us go if we killed him earlier, so it turns out that they have this kind of strong person in existence. Zhang Bu's heart was filled with regret. If he had known this, he should have acted a little more gently. At least there was room for maneuver. Zhang Bu. The middle-aged man's face shook and he wanted to come to the rescue, but it was already too late. A crisp sound rang out. Zhang Bu was not directly chopped in half under this sword as expected, but because his flesh could not withstand the sword intent, it directly collapsed and turned into pieces. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted violently. He was at the half-step harmonization stage, and his strength was definitely much stronger than Zhang Bu. But even so, it was impossible for him to kill Zhang Bu so easily. What exactly was the origin of this Su family? The middle-aged man was also incomparably regretful. If he had known this, he should have investigated properly before coming to Manhwa City. Obviously, the terror of this Su family was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the Su family's collateral lineage or those in Bright Moon City, when they saw Su Qingtian directly kill that late void refining stage with a single sword strike, all of their faces revealed expressions of horror and shock. What a strong strength. This is Su Qingtian, the lord of the Su family. Is he already this strong? Who said that the Su family's man escaped before? Smack him 2 times. Someone else, the Su family, probably couldn't look at Bright Moon City and went elsewhere, right? Too terrifying. A sword killed a late stage void refining powerhouse. Su Qingtian has such strength. How terrifying should Su Hongyuan be? After all, he was the first Su family powerhouse to break through the refined void stage. Why has the Su family's strength increased so quickly? I remember it's only been a few years. Have they changed so much? Shocked cries continued to ring out, and they were all very puzzled by Su Qingtian's strength. It was too strong. It was completely beyond the crowd's imagination. In the past few years, the Su family had almost all but disappeared, and very few of their deeds had been rumored within the 5 great cities. That was why the crowd was still stuck before regarding the strength of the Su family. But now, after accompanying the powerful strength displayed by Su Qingtian, they realized that the Su family seemed to be much more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 59, The Weird Zhaojian. The middle-aged man who came with Zhang Bu didn't think of the idea of fighting back. He only had one thought in his mind: to leave this place. In particular, the strength that Su Qingtian had displayed made him feel some immense scorn. In addition to that, he was not the only one who came back on the teleportation array with Su Qingtian. The other person had an even more terrifying aura than him. Even he, a half-step harmonization stage, felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. In the next moment, the middle-aged man directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Su Hongyuan's eyes stared as he coldly said, trying to escape. He raised his hand and grabbed. The void violently exploded, and berserk physical strength poured out. Su Hongyuan lifted his feet and walked away. His figure instantly appeared beside the middle-aged man. He directly raised his hand and smashed it towards the top of the other party's head. This fist, as if it possessed the power of annihilation. The middle-aged man looked at Su Hongyuan, who appeared out of thin air. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a color of shock. Especially after noticing that Su Hongyuan's fist contained the power to destroy the world by mixing the heavens, the middle-aged man's face became somewhat fearful. He instinctively knew that if this punch could not be dodged, he would definitely start with a serious injury. Damn it! What exactly was the origin of this Su family? The early stage of void refining casually beat a late stage of void refining. Now this perfect void refining stage beat him. This half-step harmonization stage is also like playing, as if the two people's realm of the reverse. The two of them hadn't even faced each other yet. He knew that he was definitely not Su Hongyuan's opponent. Boom! In the end, he still did not dodge Su Hongyuan's fist. Like a kite with broken strings, the middle-aged man directly flew out backwards and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. The violent trembling was detected by the entire Bright Moon City, and many people with weak cultivation had fearful faces. What in the world had happened? And his entire person was not embedded in the ground, due to the fact that the force Su Hongyuan had exerted on him was too great. This caused the place where he smashed down to be a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters, which was close to 10 meters deep. In the middle of the deep pit, a thin crack emerged. With this scene, it was enough to see that Su Hongyuan's punch, in the end, contained how terrifying power. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with coldness, golden streaks emerged on his body surface, his entire person was like a god of war, directly rushing towards the middle-aged man. Su Yuanba was almost killed, which made his heart filled with rage as well. If he dared to make a move against their Su family, he must pay the price. The middle-aged man could only look at Su Hongyuan approaching with fear in his eyes, and due to his speed being too fast, he could not react in time. Stop! Suddenly a bellowing voice rang out, and the distant void violently exploded. Immediately after, a figure directly charged towards Su Hongyuan, sending Su Hongyuan flying out on top of him. A large swathe of houses collapsed, and Su Hongyuan was directly smashed into the outer wall of Bright Moon City under this impact. The person who came was tall, wearing a black robe, his face looked incomparably gloomy. And the aura on his body was incomparably powerful, far beyond the refined void stage. Harmonization stage. Su Lin, a member of the Su family's side clan, helped Su Yuanba up, then turned his head towards the distance, his eyes filled with panic. What a terrifying aura! What kind of strong person is this? Su Yuanba's complexion was also a bit gloomy. Harmonization stage. What? Su Lin's face sank. He didn't know that the Su family's first lineage was already a sacred body. Now that they were facing a harmonization stage cultivator, could the family head and the old family head defeat it? Why don't we just send a message to the young clan chief? Su Lin's face was filled with worry. In his opinion, a powerhouse like the harmonization stage could only be solved by Su Chen. Su Yuanba shook his head. Don't worry, the old master will have no problem. Although he was also a little worried, he still chose to believe in Su Hongyuan. An early stage of harmonization should be able to defeat it, right? However, just to be on the safe side, Su Yuanba still added, send a message to the Su family again, tell them about the situation here, and if necessary, have Xiaoqin come over for a bit. Although he had confidence in the old man, he was still worried that something might change. On the other side, 4 Elephant Sect leader Zhao Jian said with a gloomy expression, injuring my 4 Elephant Sect's grand elder and killing my sect's 5th elder Zhangbu, if you can't give an explanation today, your excellency is afraid that you won't be able to leave. The moment Zhang Bu was in trouble, he used his fastest speed to come towards Bright Moon City. If he was a little slower, he might not be able to keep the Grand Elder. In his senses, although the aura on Su Hongyuan's body was somewhat powerful, it was only at the refined void stage. The gap between the void refining stage and the conjugation stage was like a mote in the sky. Even a strong void refining stage was no different from a mole cricket in front of the conjugation stage. When Zhao Jian hadn't appeared yet, many people in Bright Moon City were watching the show. However, after sensing the terrifying aura on Zhao Jian, many people couldn't sit still and fled towards the distance. The aftermath of such a powerful battle was enough for them to die 10,000 times. How did the Su family provoke such a powerful enemy? I see this aura, it's definitely above the refined void stage. The Su family is going to be finished. How did they provoke a merging stage powerhouse? A king-level powerhouse making a move against the Su family. That Su Hongyuan is just a refined void stage, it's basically impossible to block it. For the battle between the Su family and the 4 Elephant Sect, there was hardly anyone who was optimistic about the Su family. The main reason was that the 4 Elephant Sect was too strong, it was a king-level power. And what about the Su family? Although the strength displayed by Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan before was very powerful, he was always only at the void refining stage off. The gap between the harmonization stage and the void refining stage was simply not too great. Su Hongyuan stood up from the ground, calming the churning qi and blood in his body as he let out a cold smile. I had planned to go and personally go to the 4 Elephant Sect. Since you all took the initiative to come to the door, then I'll save myself the trouble. After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and his entire person was like an arrow off the string, directly killing towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's heart was shaken, his divine sense at the conformity stage was even sharper. He detected the terrifying power within Su Hongyuan's body. A mere void refining stage, how dare you be so arrogant? Although Zhao Jian was a little wary in his heart, he wasn't afraid. After all, he himself was a harmonization stage, how could he be afraid of a void refining stage? The power on Zhao Jian poured out, and the pressure enveloped the entire Bright Moon City. In the next moment, he also killed towards Su Hongyuan. The two of them instantly exchanged hands, the berserk power centered on them, spreading out towards the surroundings. The houses and roads all collapsed one after another, and the buildings close to the 1-mile range were almost all destroyed beyond recognition. Zhao Jian's entire body directly flew backwards 100 meters away before barely stabilizing his body. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his arm, his entire body was a little bad. How was this possible? A void refining stage was able to injure himself. Zhao Jian raised his head towards Su Hongyuan and his pupils contracted violently, because Su Hongyuan had actually only slightly retreated a few steps. His own physical body was actually not an opponent at all? The gap between the void refining stage and the harmonization stage was like an elementary school student and an adult. For an adult to beat an elementary school student, one fist might be enough. But now it was Su Hongyuan who had beaten him. Zhao Jian's eyes slightly changed, gradually calming down from his initial anger. He stared at Su Hongyuan dead on. Holy power! Zhao Jian finally realized why Su Hongyuan possessed such great strength. It was because he possessed a saint-rank physique. Thinking of this, greed surged in his eyes. Sacred Order physique, undoubtedly not a renowned genius in the Xian heavenly realm, with terrifying forces behind them, but the person in front of him didn't seem to be one of those sacred lands. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Jian's mouth, and his eyes became bizarre. His eyes were as black as ink, and an extremely oppressive aura emanated from within him. So what if you're strong in combat? In the end, you're just a void refining stage, no one will be able to save you today. Along with Zhao Jian's voice, the aura on his body began to grow stronger. In just a few short breaths, he had reached the returning Yuan realm. Black bizarre lines surfaced on his face, and his entire body was haunted by an evil aura that made people feel doubly uncomfortable. A sacred body, but it's enough for this seat to risk exposing his identity. If it were any other place I wouldn't really dare to expose it, but this is the 5 great cities, there aren't any strong people. Unfortunately, everyone in this Bright Moon City will be buried along with you. Chapter 60 Devil Race, Yin and Yang Realms. Feeling the aura emanating from Zhao Jian's body, Su Hongyuan's pupils contracted violently and his face became terrified. Of course, he wasn't because of Zhao Jian's cultivation at the returning Yuan realm, but because of the evil-filled aura from his body. You're from the demon race. Su Hongyuan couldn't help but scream, and the look on his face became incomparably grave. Devil race and devil cultivator, although both carried the word devil, they were actually really far apart. The Xian heavenly realm was divided into 2 sides, Yin and Yang. The Yang side was mainly dominated by the human and demon races, while the Yin side was dominated by the demon race, also known as the demon realm. Although the Yin and Yang sides belonged to the same world, they never dealt with each other, and both sides wanted to devour each other, and there were often outbreaks of great wars that lasted for countless years. The rule system of the Yin demon realm is similar to that of the demon race, with only one king. However, the Yang realm was indeed a complex world, led by multiple powerful people, which led to frequent instances of deceit. Thus, during the long struggle with the demon realm, the Yang realm lost many battles, and from the history books, it seems that in the end, a great emperor sacrificed his life to completely divide the 2 realms. It was only then that this long war finally came to an end. Although the struggle between the Yang realm and the demon realm ended, the demon realm's desire to invade the Yang realm never gave up, and in the years that followed, from time to time, there would be demons that would pass through the spatial rift and enter the Yang realm. Especially after the disappearance of the Yang realm's great emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago, the original seal that sealed the 2 realms also began to loosen, and more demons began to appear in the Yang realm. But how could Su Hongyuan not have thought that there would actually be such bad luck to run into the devil race? At this moment, quite a few people in Bright Moon City detected the figure in the sky. Feeling the disgusting aura on his body, quite a few people frowned tightly. Devil cultivator? No, this is the devil race. Some people's faces were horrified, their faces filled with panic. Quickly escape, the devil race has appeared in Manhwa City. This kind of aura, it's over. I've heard before that every time the devil race shows up, the place is almost always littered with corpses. Are we going to be finished in Manhwa City as well? In a flash, the entire Manhwa City started to go haywire. The living beings of the Yin and Yang realms can devour each other to cultivate, but this person of the demon race was obviously too powerful. Su Hongyuan immediately shouted, "Prime Sky, hurry up and leave with the people of the Su family, I'll break the back." Saying that, a golden aura blossomed on his body, and his entire body resembled a golden god of war. However, he didn't take the initiative to attack, but instead looked at Zhao Jian with a face full of wariness. Facing such a strong person, taking the initiative to attack was clearly an unwise choice. Zhao Jian's face was a bit bizarre, after he showed intoxication. Finally, I don't have to disguise myself. As he said that, he looked towards Bright Moon City, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not a single one will escape today. Zhao Jian didn't want today's events to spread out, otherwise it would be a devastating crisis for him. Entering the Yang realm wasn't particularly difficult. Anyone below a saint willing to pay a certain price could come over, but wanting to go back wasn't that simple. So there was no way back for him. The evil aura on Zhao Fitness traveled towards the surroundings, and in a matter of moments, it enveloped the entire Bright Moon City, directly isolating the entire Bright Moon City from both inside and outside. His strength was so powerful that the stronger ones in Manhwa City were at the god transformation stage, and it was simply impossible to pass through that evil aura. After doing this, Zhao Jian looked towards Su Hongyuan again, his eyes dancing with excitement. Sacred body, great tonic. With that, he raised his hand and grabbed it, directly killing that half-step harmonization stage of the Four-Elephant Sect. Sect Master. The middle-aged man's face was filled with incredulous colors as he died with wide, unwilling eyes. A faint essence drifted out from his corpse, which was instantly absorbed by Zhao Jian, and eventually, the middle-aged man directly turned into a dry corpse, a scene that was creepy to watch. After absorbing it, Zhao Jian instantly disappeared in place. Su Hongyuan's spirit instantly tightened, he raised his state to the best, and a terrifying sense of oppression spread in all directions. Golden grain, the flesh is still so strong, I think it should be the legendary desolate ancient saint body? To be able to devour such a powerful physique, I might also be able to peer into that realm of the demon saint, Jia Jia Jia. Evil laughter resounded continuously, making one's scalp tingle just by hearing it. Zhao Jian's figure suddenly appeared beside Su Hongyuan, he grabbed fiercely, the space around him began to collapse, the void turbulence scraped towards the surroundings. Su Hongyuan's body was tense, he subconsciously threw a fist towards his side. Zhao Jian laughed coldly, a mere ant at the refined void stage, even if you have the desolate ancient saint body, it's only a small accomplishment in the end, attempting to fight against this seed is simply like riding a mantis. He exerted a slight force, and Su Hongyuan directly smashed to the ground, a mouthful of golden blood spurting out from his mouth. This strike had inflicted an unimaginable power on Su Hongyuan, he felt like his body was going to crack, his limbs felt as if they were going to fall off, and a sense of intense pain surged into his mind. The desolate ancient sacred body could repair his flesh and heal himself, but the injuries he suffered at this moment were severe. Even though the healing effect of the desolate ancient sacred body was utilized to the best of its ability, it still left him unable to move for a short period of time. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with horror, is this the strength of the returning Yuan realm? He had a feeling of invincibility since he possessed the sacred body, but reality slapped him hard again. He barely had a fighting chance against the harmonization stage, but against the returning Yuan realm, he was defenseless. Zhao Fitness' shadow floated in the air, his face looked bizarre and incomparable, as if he was a nine ghosts ghost. Desolate ancient saint body, it's nothing more than that. Zhao Jian sneered, his face filled with disdain. In the next moment, he appeared beside Su Hongyuan, and his evil aura gushed out from his body, instantly enveloping Su Hongyuan's entire body in it. Seeing that he was about to eat a sacred body, his face was filled with a hideous smile. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura attacked from afar. Bang! Zhao Jian directly raised his hand and easily grabbed the sword on, his eyes narrowed vainly as he looked towards Su Qingtian before revealing a look of surprise. There seems to be holy power in your body as well, it can't be that you're also a holy body, right? I didn't think that I would be so lucky as to run into two saint bodies. Su Hongyuan's face changed as he yelled, hurry up and go. Go! Zhao Jian sneered, neither of you two will be able to leave today. He casually flung his hand away, and the terrifying power directly hit Su Qingtian, directly making him lose his fighting ability and paralyze him on the ground, unable to move. After doing this, Zhao Jian looked towards Su Hongyuan again as he licked his lips. Time to enjoy it. With that, he was ready to directly devour Su Hongyuan. But suddenly, Zhao Jian's heart fluttered as he turned his head and looked towards the high sky with a gloomy expression. Only to see that in the clouds above, a behemoth was coiled in it. Along with the clouds gradually dispersing, revealing the true body within, it was a huge true dragon with 5 claws, green scales, and green horns. What was this? Zhao Jian didn't have too strong an impression of this creature, but instinctively, he still thought that this demonic beast was definitely very strong. Chapter 61 Demon Origin, Breakthrough to Return to Yuan Realm. He was a being from the devil realm, where there were no such creatures as the dragon race, so naturally, it was impossible for him to recognize the dragon race. Half-step return to Yuan realm? Zhao Jian frowned, his heartbeat speeding up, he always felt as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. But this creature in front of him was only a half-step returning Yuan realm fluctuation, so why would it give him such? As for everyone in Bright Moon City, almost everyone saw this behemoth that suddenly appeared. What's going on? What kind of demonic beast is this? What a terrifying aura. The demon race is the common enemy of both our human race and demon race, are we being saved here? Shouting in alarm sounded continuously. At the moment, Manhwa City was all wrapped up in Zhao Jian's demonic aura, and their strength didn't go at all, so they could only quietly wait for death. Originally, they had all despaired, but now after the green stone, the people in Manhwa City had rekindled their hope. Something's not right, you guys look at the appearance of this demonic beast, how is it so similar to the legendary dragons? It seems to be really. Moreover, there seems to be a person sitting on his head, could this be the mount of a certain human powerhouse? To be able to subdue such a terrifying demonic beast, it seems like we are all saved today. In Bright Moon City, there was a woman with a frown on her face. She had married into the surprising empire since the early sea, and today she had come back specifically to pay her respects to her parents at home, but she hadn't expected to come across this kind of thing. Subduing the dragon race. Before, Dad had said that there was a Sioux family in Bright Moon City. It couldn't be the Sioux family in Wangyan Mountain, right? It was too late to give her time to think about it. A high-pitched dragon's roar sound instantly came down from the clouds, and Qingshi's silhouette rushed straight down, and that huge figure hovered high in the sky of Manhwa City. Qingshi lowered his head and looked towards Zhao Jian. At the same time, Zhao Jian's pupils contracted violently, and the evil aura in his body all began to instinctively shrink a little. Of course, he wasn't because of Qingshi, but because of the plump and jade-like youth with a handsome face above his head. Su Chen was just sitting there without moving, but it all gave him an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Strong man. A truly strong person. At least all of them were at the Dao entry realm. Zhao Jian's eyes trembled. Such a strong person was definitely not something he could handle right now. His own strength was the middle stage of the returning Yuan realm, and the strength of the living beings in the Yin and Yang realms were all about the same. Some of the demon race's heavenly pride could battle the Dao entry realm in the middle stage of the returning Yuan realm. But he was never able to do so. Zhao Jian's face became incomparably ugly. He had researched and understood all of the holy places in the eastern domain, and there was no information on Su Hongyuan's body that was associated with these holy places. Of course, there was no association with other Holy Land forces outside of the eastern domain on them either. Even those top king-level forces in the eastern region had no connection with them. They were completely pure free people without any strong background in the holy body. As a result, a strong person of the Dao realm suddenly appeared now. What exactly is the Su family's origin? Could it be that Su family from the Amazing Empire? But didn't they only have one returning Yuan realm cultivator? At this moment, Zhao Jian's mind was flooded with all sorts of thoughts, but what he wanted to do most right now was to hurry up and leave this place. The pressure of being stared at by Qingshi was too much. Right at this moment, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Jian with a slight frown. Demon race. Looking at the other party's body draped with that evil aura, his eyes narrowed vainly. This was the first time Su Chen had come into contact with the demon race. As a supreme sage, he easily saw through Zhao Jian's origin. Su Chen was astonished. Although the aura on the devil race was incomparably evil, its origin was very sweet and savory, and just like what was recorded, it seemed that both the devil realm and the Yang realm could devour each other. Wouldn't that mean that if a cultivator from the Yang realm devoured him, he would be able to directly seize the other party's origin and break through the returning Yuan realm? The devil realm and Yang realm were almost both from the same source, but since they came from two extremes, absorbing each other could make up for their own flaws. Su Chen's eyes revealed a look of interest. This demon realm and Yang realm seemed to be very interesting to each other as well. He was almost certain that these two realms, the Yin and Yang realms, were definitely not as simple enemies. But right now was not the time to dwell on these things. He directly grabbed towards Zhao Jian, who immediately tried to escape, but before he could move, he was directly confined in the air like a small chicken. And along with Zhao Jian being imprisoned, the demonic aura that shrouded Manhwa City began to rapidly dissipate. Zhao Jian's eyes were filled with fear. Sage. The moment Su Chen made his move, he sensed that Su Chen was definitely not at the Dao entry realm, and was at least a half-step saint-level powerhouse. The spirits of the demon realm have a very strong sense of the spirits of the Yang realm, or they are like that to each other, and the spirits of the Yang realm can easily recognize them. Zhao Jian had just clearly sensed that Su Chen carried a faint holy might within his body, which was clearly a sign that only saints had. Zhao Jian was numb. Wanted to cry. He had thought that this time he had struck lucky and picked up two saint bodies, but he hadn't expected to be fishing. Zhao Jian's heart was filled with regret. These were two saint bodies. How could there not be a strong person behind them? Even if he had a killing intent, he shouldn't have been so careless. He should have prepared a good time to directly kill and then disappear far away. This was obviously the most prudent way to deal with the situation. Little Chen. In the distance, Su Yuanba's face was filled with joy and shock. Although the people of the Su family all knew that Su Chen's strength was very powerful, they still couldn't help but sigh a little when they saw how easily Su Chen took down Zhao Jian with their own eyes. Su Chen smiled and responded, "Fourth uncle." The Su family's collateral lineages also came forward. Greetings to the young patriarch. Su Chen nodded at them, then raised his hand at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian then directly fell on the spot, coalescing into a giant black ball, almost as big as a basketball. These were Zhao Jian's origin essence, which was directly condensed by Su Chen. After dealing with Zhao Jian, they returned to the Su family. The four members of the Su family's direct lineage were all gathered in the inner courtyard. As Su Hongyuan looked at this young grandson of his, he couldn't help but sigh a little. "Your kid, your strength is too strong, isn't it?" The strength that Su Chen had displayed had truly stunned him, that Zhao Jian was so powerful, and was all solved so easily. The Su family's crowd could also be considered to have seen that Su Chen's strength was perhaps not as simple as the returned Yuan realm. However, they all had the heart to not ask. Su Chen had his own secrets. He was not willing to say that it would be somewhat pointless to ask. Su Chen smiled, and didn't dwell on this issue too much. He took out Zhao Jian's origin essence and said, Elder, this thing is the origin essence of that demon race. I'm sure you all know that the living beings of the yin and yang realms can devour each other. And this demon race has the cultivation of the returning Yuan realm. Devouring it will break through the returning Yuan realm, and there are no side effects. This item will be given to the old master to decide exactly who it is to be absorbed and refined for. When Su Hongyuan heard these words, his eyes sizzled as he looked towards the black ball in Su Chen's hands. Of course he knew that yin and yang could devour each other. If they devoured Zhao Jian, then their Su family would have their own return realm in the future, and become a king-level power without relying on Su Chen. Chapter 62 How do you address the Taoist master? Regarding who the demonic origin was given to refine, both Su Qingtian and Su Yuanba were unanimous in letting Su Hongyuan devour it. The old man had paid a lot for this family, and now that there were benefits, there was no problem with him being the first one to enjoy it. Su Hongyuan was also not a motherly person, and soon took the demonic origin and went into seclusion in Bright Moon City. Su Qingtian, on the other hand, went back to Wangyan Mountain, while Su Chen stayed in Bright Moon City to wait for the old man to make a breakthrough. In this area of the eastern region's shocking empire, the only person who had a dragon as a mount was Su Chen, plus there were people from the shocking empire in Manhwa City as well. Soon, the news that the Su family of Bright Moon City was the Su family of Wangyan Mountain spread out. No, what are you all saying about the Wangyan Mountain Su family? Is there any connection between this and the Bright Moon City Su family? A while ago, the 8th prince ascended the throne. You all know about this matter, right? And the 7th prince ascended the throne by relying on a returning Yuan realm cultivator, and that returning Yuan realm cultivator is none other than the Su family's young patriarch, Su Chen. I also know about this matter, and behind that, the royal family found a cavernous blessed land for the Su family, which is the Wangyan Mountain. That means that so many people from the Su family disappeared not because they were running away, but because they found a better place and relocated? In Bright Moon City, many people were in awe after knowing about the Su family's deeds. No one had thought that the Su family was so powerful. Half a month passed in this manner, and the Bright Moon City gradually quieted down. For the residents of Manhwa City, after having a powerful Su family, they were instead very happy. With a powerful force sheltering them in Manhwa City, their safety index was going up many notches. For example, this time when the devil race attacked, if there was no Su family in Manhwa City, it was estimated that they would be finished. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted within the Su family, spreading out towards the outside of Bright Moon City. The terrifying pressure caused the hearts of Manhwa City to be on edge, and countless people lifted their heads, looking towards the direction of the pressure release with fearful expressions. Dreaming back to half a month ago. That day's mighty pressure was also as terrifying as today's. This was a strong person of the returning Yuan realm. Soon after, the mighty pressure converged back. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, and there was a look of ecstasy on his face that was hard to hide. Returning Yuan realm, is this the returning Yuan realm? At this moment, the aura on Su Hongyuan's body was heavenly, and his entire body revealed an ethereal spirit, a situation of returning to the basics. Cultivation is divided into two directions. On the one hand, it is to increase cultivation, on the other hand, it is to wash oneself and return to the basics. From the beginning of human birth, there are countless evil spirits in oneself, turbid and incomparable, which need to be cultivated in order to reach a completely pure state. As the cultivation becomes stronger and stronger, the self will be cleaner and more transparent. Only after entering the Tao realm and crossing the heavenly stage, and after the saint had cut off the 3 corpses, would one be considered complete and transparent. However, since Su Chen was directly using his cultivation, he directly broke through without experiencing any of this at all. Su Chen's figure emerged as he smiled and said, "Congratulations to the old man for breaking through the return to Yuan realm." Su Hongyuan nodded at him, but soon the expression on his face began to tighten again. Su Hongyuan concentrated towards Su Chen, wanting to see through this young grandson of his, but in the end, he realized that he could not do so at all. Su Chen's body seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. No, it should be said that there were countless layers, and after he cleared one layer, there was another layer waiting for him. No matter how many layers he plucked away, there was never an end to it, as if the abyss was endless. Su Hongyuan's eyes revealed a look of gravity. He had thought that after breaking through the returned Yuan realm, he would at least be able to roughly know what realm Su Chen was actually in. However, after reaching the returned Yuan realm, he realized that Su Chen was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Su Chen's strength couldn't be guessed off. For Su Chen, there were actually a lot of areas of doubt, just like where exactly did this strength come from, and those heavenly treasures. Previously, Su Chen said that he had a mysterious master, but now it seems that that mysterious master is not himself? But Su Hongyuan actually felt indifferent about all of this. Su Chen also wanted the Su family to get better, and that was enough. No matter how many secrets he had, he was always a part of the Su family. Su Hongyuan smiled and said, "Chener, I will be preparing to return to Wangyan Mountain. Are you going back with me?" Su Chen shook his head. "No, I plan to stroll around." After entering this world, he hadn't even gone out for a good stroll, not even around Manhwa City. He was also tired of staying at Wangyun Mountain, so he took it as going out to take a break. Su Hongyuan froze for a moment, then an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. "Chener, I see that you're not too young, why don't we choose a good match for you?" Su Chen lightly coughed twice. "It's better to forget about it, I don't have such thoughts for the time being." Su Hongyuan's face revealed a smile. He also did not persuade anymore, turned around and left the Su family. Su Chen also turned around and left the Su family, wandering around in Bright Moon City. After a few hours, Su Chen left Bright Moon City again and headed towards Pingyang City. In his memories, he had a playmate when he was a child, and he was only 10 years old at that time. However, later on, she followed her parents to Pingyang City, and this time, Su Chen also planned to go over to take a look. In his memory, this playmate and his relationship was not bad, and was also considered one of Su Chen's rare friends in his childhood. Su Chen was not in a hurry. After he left Manhwa City, he slowly headed in the direction of Pingyang City, walking all the way and stopping, encountering any scenic places, he would stop and take a rest. Walking alone with the mountains and water, free between the setting sun. Su Chen liked this quiet and cozy life, quietly watching the sunrise and sunset, and feeling all things in heaven and earth. Bright Moon City was extremely far away from Pingyang City, and he hadn't rushed, so it took him close to 2 months to travel half the distance. On this day, Su Chen was lying down on a rock by a small stream to rest, when 2 silhouettes walked out from amongst the woods next to him. Both of them were dressed as Taoist priests. One was an old Taoist priest in his 60s, his face was a bit demented, and the light of wisdom in his eyes was dim. On his side was a young Taoist monk who was about the same age as Su Chen. However, although he looked young, his face had a kind of vicissitude that did not match his age. The moment he saw Su Chen, the young Taoist priest's face froze. In his divine sense, he had completely failed to notice that there was another person beside the creek. A strong person. In just an instant, the young Taoist knew that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. In the entire eastern region, there were only a handful of people who could block his own probing. Just as he was about to leave, Su Chen sat up as he smiled and asked, "How do you address the Taoist master?" Chapter 63 Decapitating 3 Corpses, The Difficulty of Cultivation. The young Taoist priest took a step and bowed his hand, saying, "Under the 9 Clouds Taoist Temple, Xiangjin, this one beside me is the poor Taoist disciple." Jinjin. Su Chen nodded. There was some surprise in his eyes. A Taoist who could use this title, it must only be a sage-level cultivator. I didn't expect that in a place like this, one would be able to run into a saint. Su Chen also arched his hand and said, "Under me, Su Chen." Su Chen. Xiang Jinran was instantly startled. He had come from the surprising empire, so naturally, he was incomparably familiar with this name. Su Chen, that was a big celebrity in the shocking empire, it could almost be said that no one knew about it. Among the rumors, Su Chen was only at the returning Yuan realm, but from his own contact, he was afraid that he was much more terrifying than the returning Yuan realm. He was a mid-Saint King cultivator, and to be able to keep him guessing, I'm afraid that such a person would already be extremely terrifying. Su Chen asked with interest, "What is the Taoist master here for?" Xiang Jinren didn't shy away from this. He looked at the old man beside him and said helplessly, "This disciple of mine lost his mind when he was beheaded by a corpse, and has been walking in this direction, so the poor Taoist had no choice but to follow." Middle corpse. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, this old man was still a cultivator who was about to break through to saint. The 3 corpses were divided into the upper corpse, middle corpse, and lower corpse. The lower corpse was the corpse of desire, the middle corpse was the corpse of wisdom, and the upper corpse was the corpse of life and death. Can chop the middle corpse, then it seems that this old man also has some ability. If you can cross over, then chop the 3 corpses is also considered to be half successful. The core of chopping 3 corpses is to chop off the obsession, and this process is all to death and life, chrysalis into a butterfly process. If he is chopped in the body, that is, the wisdom is completely eliminated and become demented. If you can't realize and regain your wisdom again, I'm afraid you'll become a real cutie. 3 corpses, each corpse is related to life and death. The lower and middle corpses will not really die, but the upper corpses will really die if they can't pass. Real Xiang glanced at the disciple beside him and saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of wanting to continue walking, so he found a rock and sat down, looking at the stream that slowly flowed in front of him with a somewhat melancholic expression on his face. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Cultivation, all the way is full of dangers. To break through into the Tao at the returning Yuan realm, one needed to cross the heavenly tribulation, and if one failed to do so, there was only a path to death. If you want to break through to the Tao realm, chopping the 3 corpses is even more terrifying, and from ancient times to the present, this chopping of the 3 corpses has blocked countless cultivators. It seemed that he recalled his own memories of chopping 3 corpses back then, and he also became a little sentimental. Su Chen smiled and said, "How is this not a test? Without going through trials and tribulations, how can one obtain a strong cultivation?" Xiang Jinjin heard these words and also froze for a moment. He then laughed out loud. "Rather, it's the poor Taoist who has been mistaken." Saying this, he looked towards the old Tao again with a calm expression. Beheading the 3 corpses is originally 3 tribulations. He could have chosen not to fulfill these 3 tribulations, since he chose to take this path. No matter what the end is, it's all common sense. After saying this, he no longer dwelled on these matters. He believed that his disciple had chosen to behead the 3 corpses, so he must have long ago prepared for the worst possible ending. Not a moment later, the old Taoist walked towards the distance once again in a stagnant manner. He directly stepped on a foot in the cold stream water, but he continued to ignore it. The little bit of wisdom left in his eyes was guiding him towards the front. Ziyang followed suit and stood up, saluting Su Chen. The poor Taoist will take his leave first. Su Chen nodded and made a gesture of invitation. He looked at the direction that the two were departing from. It seemed to overlap with him somewhat, both heading towards Pingyang City, but Su Chen did not choose to travel with them in company. Everyone had their own path to take. Just like this, he traveled for another 3 months, and finally arrived at Pingyang City. Among the 5 major cities, Pingyang City was slightly smaller than Bright Moon City. He arrived at the Ning family according to his memories. That hairy young man was a collateral of the Ning family, and had lived in Bright Moon City since he was a child to manage the business over there, and had been called back by the Ning family later on due to other reasons. This gentleman, may I ask who you're looking for? The guard at the Ning family's entrance saw Su Chen's impressive appearance, so he politely opened his mouth to inquire. Su Chen opened his mouth and said, "Could you please pass on a message to Ning Yan? Just say that a deceased person is looking for her." Ning Yan. The faces of the 2 guards suddenly sank, and one of them said, "What is your son looking for Miss Ning Yan for?" Although Ning Yan was a collateral line, she was also considered a young lady in the Ning family, but her status was not particularly high. Su Chen said indifferently, "Just say that I am from Manhwa City." Manhwa City? The expressions of the 2 guards were slightly relieved. It seemed that they should not be related to the Su family. "I'll trouble your excellency to wait for a moment." With that, he turned around and left, then turned back again after a while. "Your excellency, please follow me." Su Chen followed, and soon arrived at the Ning family's reception hall, in which sat a dignified woman, wearing a long green coat, with a gentle temperament and clean eyebrows, as if she was a neighbor's little sister. When Ning Yan saw Su Chen, she instantly looked puzzled. Su Chen's temperament was not bad, and his appearance was also an excellent beauty. She asked herself that she had never known such a person in Manhwa City. Seeing his hairy little girl, Su Chen's heart was also a burst of emotion. It was unexpected that after so many years of being the same, Ning Yan had also changed so much, and there was almost no trace of what she had been at the beginning. If he didn't know that the other party was Ning Yan, he was doubting whether he had recognized the wrong person. The woman has changed a lot. Su Chen shook his head and laughed. "What, don't even recognize me?" Saying this, he took out a lavender stone with a smoke character carved on it, which they had found when they were playing in Manhwa City. They felt that the stone was very pretty, so they broke it into 2 halves, one half engraved with the word Chen, and the other half engraved with the word smoke. Then both sides exchanged the stone with each other again. At that time it was meant to be a token of love. Su Chen came here on the one hand is to see the deceased, on the one hand, also because when he was on the Ning smoke is affectionate, just because of the young and ignorant, do not know how to express just. After growing up, the family was constantly facing the crisis of the other families in Manhwa City, so Su Chen didn't continue to miss this relationship, and always thought about improving his strength. Now after being idle, Su Chen suddenly wanted to come and take a look, but also to give an account of his feelings at the beginning. After Ning Yan saw the stone in Su Chen's hand, she immediately revealed a blank expression, but quickly reacted, her face filled with joy. "You are Su Chen." Saying that, she also removed the small purple stone from her waist and placed it on the table. Looking at Ning Yan's piece of stone, Su Chen also froze. He did not think that Ning Yan actually still kept this stone. After all these years had passed, and Su Chen thought that she had lost it a long time ago. Su Chen nodded his head and said with a smile on his face, "Long time no see." Looking at Su Chen's smile, Ning Yan did not know what was going on, but tears were welling up in her eyes, especially when she thought of the fate she was about to face. She was incomparably sad in her heart. However, Ning Yan still forced out a smile and said, "Su Chen, it's really great to see you again." Chapter 64 Aggrieved Ning Yan. When I saw Su Chen again, Ning Yan's heart was full of mixed feelings. Once a childhood playmate, has now grown to the point where she is out of reach. The Su family controls 5 major cities, and from the news coming from Manhwa City, the Su family's Su Chen is still a powerful cultivator at the Yuan Return realm. The current Su Chen, regardless of strength or status, was far removed from her. Su Chen smiled and asked, "How is it? How have you been lately? I never came to Pingyang City. Why didn't you say that you would come to Manhwa City to look for me?" Ning Yan instantly let out a bitter smile. Facing this question, she was somewhat at a loss as to how to answer for a moment. In fact, after returning to their home family, Ning Yan and their lineage of collateral lineages had not had a good time, and had always been suppressed and targeted. And the one who had brought them back was none other than the Ning clan's grand elder. Ning Smoke's father had taken care of the business of Bright Moon City in a well-organized manner, and the scale had even increased close to 10 times or so, and it was perhaps because of this that the first line was thinking of stealing their achievements. Since returning to the Ning family, he had to report even going out of the Ning mansion on weekdays. Where did he have the opportunity to meet Su Chen? Looking at her appearance, Su Chen immediately asked with some curiosity. What's wrong? Are you being bullied? When Ning Yan heard these words, her heart suddenly trembled slightly. In the past, when they were in Manhwa City, every time she was reprimanded by her parents, she would go to Su Chen to confide in him and just cry there. And Su Chen would ask these words every time. Was it being bullied? Until now, Ning Yan could still indistinctly remember Su Chen's appearance at that time, with a few moments of anger and a few moments of worry. For some reason, Ning Yan only felt warmth in her heart. She shook her head and said, "It's fine, it's all fine." Saying this, she stood up with a smile on her face. "Wait for me for a while, I'll take you around Pingyang City later, we haven't seen each other for so long, we'll take you out for a good meal later." Seeing that he wasn't willing to say, Su Chen didn't ask, he just nodded and said, "Good." Ning Yan then walked out of the reception hall, and it wasn't long before she folded back again, saying with a smile on her face, "Let's go, Su Chen." Su Chen stood up, and the two of them then prepared to leave the Ning family. Before coming to the Ning family, Su Chen had anticipated Ning Yan's attitude towards her, and would probably be in awe, fear, and currying favor, etc. But he hadn't expected Ning Yan to treat him at all. But it did not occur to him that Ning Yan had none of these emotions towards him at all, only happy. He could clearly feel that Ning Yan's emotions were very ecstatic. Very pure happiness. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the Ning family home, a cold, light heckle rang out. "Ning Yan, stop right there." Ning Yan's face changed when he heard these words, and he turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice, only to see a youth with an unruly face, looking at him with a cold expression on his face. Ning Lin. This person was the son of the Grand Elder, probably at the Grand Elder's behest, and he hadn't bullied her much in his day-to-day life. Ning Lin slowly walked forward as he chided, "Get back, who let you out?" If it was an unusual time, Ning Yan might have tolerated it. But today, Su Chen was by her side, and perhaps she did not want him to see her predicament, so Ning Yan's heart was filled with anger. "Third Elder has already agreed for me to go out, who are you to control me?" Ning Lin's eyes instantly crossed as he took 2 steps up and raised his hand towards Ning Yan's face. "How dare you talk back, you're looking for a fight." However, before he could hit Ning Yan, he was stopped by Su Chen, who was on the side. When Ning Lin saw that Su Chen dared to stop him, anger immediately surged on his face. "Where did the wild seed come from, even dare to meddle in my Ning family's affairs, looking for death?" As he said that, his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation burst out. He wanted to break free from Su Chen's hand, but realized that he couldn't do it at all. Su Chen's hand was like an iron clamp, locking him firmly in place. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Ning Lin became infuriated and said, "Damn it, let go of this young man, or I will kill you today." Su Chen gently launched out a palm. Ning Lin directly flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing onto the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth, his breath wilting to the extreme. Scram! If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Lin was a member of Ning Smoke's clan, he would have directly killed him, and would still have given him a chance to bounce around here. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted within the Ning clan, and a figure quickly several people in front of him. The person who came was none other than the Ning clan's Grand Elder, Ning Wei. When Ning Lin saw him, he immediately shouted in excitement, "Father, he dared to hurt me, hurry and kill him." Ning Wei first glanced at Ning Lin and ordered his subordinates to take him to heal his wounds, then he looked towards Su Chen again as he said with a cold face, "Your Excellency injured my Ning family's direct lineage, your guts are really big." After saying that, he looked towards Ning Yan again. "Ning Yan, did you bring the people into the Ning family?" Looking at Ning Wei, a hint of fear flashed through Ning Yan's eyes as she stammered in a stilted tone, "Grand Elder, this is my friend, and it was young Master Ning Lin who made the first move against me. He wouldn't let me leave the Ning family." "How dare you!" Ning Wei instantly shouted angrily, the fire in his heart bubbling up wildly, especially when he saw that his son had been severely injured. He was even more slightly frantic. If he didn't have to be concerned about the face of the entire collateral lineage, he would have wanted to directly slap Ning Yan to death. Ning Lin is a direct lineage, you a side lineage, you listen to what you were told to do, so what if the third elder agrees? Ning Lin said that you are not allowed to leave the Ning family, then you are not allowed. Besides, you are going to marry someone from the Su family, you are still hanging out with other men, what's that like? Ning Feng was put in the dungeon because of you, do you want your mother to go down there with you? Get yourself back and obediently marry into the Su family in half a month. Hearing the Grand Elder's cold words, Ning Yan lowered his head, his eyes reddening. Ning Feng was none other than his father. Half a year ago, Ning Wei had designed to frame her father and force her to marry into the Su family. The Su family was the top power in Pingyang City, with a total of 3 harmonized spirit stage sitting at the helm, and the Su family's 4th young master had always liked her, so Ning Wei had used her to curry favor with the other party. Ning Yan was naturally unwilling to marry the Su family's 4th young master, but due to her parents' reasons, she could only be forced to agree to the Grand Elder. Thinking of all this, Ning Yan felt a burst of aggression coming from her heart for no reason. Obviously, she had done nothing wrong, and so had their lineage, but she was being targeted by the Grand Elder at every turn. Ning Wei's tone was unquestionable, completely leaving no room for Ning Yan to discuss. Then, he turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his tone filled with cold killing intent. "Kid, it's your turn now." Beating up my Ning family's direct lineage. If you can't give an account today, this Ning family's gate of mine, you can enter, but you can't leave. Ningwei looked at Su Chen, his eyes were full of ice. If not for looking at him with an extraordinary demeanor and thinking that he had some origins, he probably would have already made a move to kill Su Chen. Chapter 65 The Feelings of Those Years. Su Chen looked towards him, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then what explanation do you want me to give? Saying that, he looked towards Ningwei with interest, curious as to what he would do next. Ningwei's eyes sank as he stared at Su Chen with a deadly stare. Ning Yan had stayed in the Ning family all these years, and almost rarely went out, and even when she did, it wasn't to go out of town. It was impossible to have any friends with strong backgrounds. At this thought, Ningwei's eyes were filled with ice coldness. Kid, you seek death. In the next moment, he transformed into a residual shadow and killed towards Su Chen. His aura looked extraordinary, but Su Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. It's just a mole cricket. Accompanied by the voice falling, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Ningwei, and actually hardened him down to kneel on the ground. Ningwei's face flushed red as he struggled to support himself, and his knees that were kneeling on the ground were emitting clicking sounds as his bones couldn't withstand the pressure and began to shatter. How could it be? At this moment, Ningwei's heart was filled with horror. Just by virtue of the mighty pressure it had caused such a mighty power to him. If he had made a move, then wouldn't he have been killed in an instant? Ningwei's heart was filled with fear. How could he not have thought that Ning Yan actually had such a friend? Su Chen slowly walked towards him, his face indifferent, looking for me to ask for a statement. Are you worthy of it? Along with Su Chen walking towards Ningwei, the pressure became more and more terrifying, and Ningwei was screaming in pain. My lord, spare my life. My little man's eyes were clumsy for a moment. Please forgive me, my lord. Ningwei shouted loudly, his words filled with humility and begging. In front of Su Chen, he felt that there was no difference between himself and a mole cricket. As long as Su Chen wanted to kill him, he could do it with the move of a finger. This kind of horrifying sense of oppression was not present even when facing those at the God Transformation stage in Pingyang City. Could it be a powerhouse above the God Transformation stage? At this moment, Ningwei's heart was fearful to the extreme. Just then, a figure appeared in the surroundings, and he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Please have mercy, young Lord Su." The person who came was the head of the Ning family, Ning Huayu. He had been to Bright Moon City many times before, so he had naturally seen Su Chen. Only how could he not have thought that Ning Yan was actually involved with Su Chen? This was Su Chen, that rumored mighty cultivator of the returning Yuan realm. Ning Huayu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. If he had known this, he shouldn't have let Ning Wei go and suppress Ning Yan's family. If the Ning family could rely on the Su family, it would be 10,000 times better than climbing up to the Su family. Su Chen twisted his head to look at Ning Huayu, then once again withdrew his gaze. He raised his hand and gently waved it out. Ning Wei then directly spewed out a mouthful of bright red blood. His entire breath wilted to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. This blow had not only seriously injured Ningwei, but had also caused his tendons and veins to break, cutting off his ability to advance further on the path of cultivation. If not for the fact that Ningwei was a member of the Ning family, he was afraid that he would have killed him outright. Not killing him was mainly for Ning Yan's consideration. After doing all this, Su Chen then turned his head towards Ning Yan, a smile on his face. In the future, if anyone bullies you, just come to the Su family and look for me. Hearing these words, Ning Huayu's expression changed greatly. These words were undoubtedly Su Chen backing up Ning Yan. He looked at the departing figures of the two of them and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to go and release Ning Feng from the dungeon and treat Ning Smoke's mother well. Ning Huayu and Ning Smoke didn't actually have any grudges against them and hadn't gone out of his way to actively target the family, though he hadn't given it any help. When Ning Wei had initially targeted Ning Feng, he had actually known about it. It was only that he felt that Ning Feng's family wasn't worth the frosty relationship he had with the Grand Elder, so he had left it alone and let the Grand Elder do what he wanted. But now, it seemed that the situation was somewhat different. The Su family was now the king of the 5 great cities, and was a behemoth in the eyes of their Ning family. If Ning Yan could get involved with the Su family, not to say that he would soar in the future, but there was certainly no one in the 5 great cities who would dare to touch them again. Ning Wei ignored the severe pain all over his body as he asked with difficulty, "Family master, that person is?" Ning Huayu gave him a faint look, then said in a calm and indifferent tone, "Great Elder should have heard of it, the young master of the Su family, Su Chen." What? Ning Wei's eyes widened at once, and his entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, lying helplessly on the ground. He could feel the indifference of the family head towards him, and Ning Wei could even imagine that in the future, his position within the Ning family would definitely take a huge hit. Compared to him, Ning Yan more obviously had investment value. She could be close to Su Chen, then who would dare to touch the Ning family in the future? Only Ning Wei couldn't understand why Ning Yan was so close to Su Chen. Now he only had regrets in his heart. If he had known it would be today, why would he have bothered? If he hadn't gone to target Ning Feng and set him up, at least there would be room for maneuver now. Ning Huayu said indifferently, "Grand Elder, the marriage between Ning Yan and the Su clan, since it was started by you, then it is up to you to personally undo it. Ning Yan and Su Chen obviously have an extraordinary relationship. If you let Su Chen know about this matter, it may not be possible for you to save your life. Hearing these words, Ning Wei's heart fluttered. If it was usual for him to go and break the engagement with the Su family, he would definitely not dare to, but Ning Yan now had a relationship with Su Chen, and as long as he slightly brought a mouthful of Su Chen, then the Su family would still dare not to break it? Ning Wei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh again when he thought of this. Because of a small loss. If he hadn't bullied Ning Feng's lineage, he might have been able to climb the high branches of the Su family through Ning Yan. Outside the Ning family, Ning Yan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as a smile bloomed on her face once again. Su Chen, thank you. Su Chen shook his head, it's just a favor. In the next few hours, Ning Yan brought Su Chen around Pingyang City, eating and drinking along the way. Originally, Ning Yan was planning to pay, but due to the fact that the Ning family exploited her too miserably, Ning Yan really had too few spirit stones on her, and in the end, it was still Su Chen who went to pay the bill. However, Su Chen didn't really care about this. The two of them chatted all the way. It was as if they had returned to the beginning, when they were children, and the two of them were like that at that time. And when following beside Ning Yan, Su Chen also had a relaxed and comfortable feeling, without pressure. When the two of them were together, they would not be embarrassed because there was no topic to talk about, and even if they were simply taking a walk together, they would feel very comfortable. Ning Yan suddenly thought of something, so she couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, I remember when we parted ways in Bright Moon City, you said that you would say a sentence to me when we meet again, do you still remember now? A word? Su Chen recalled that there was indeed such a thing. At first, he still liked Ning Yan more, and when he met again, he planned to confess and marry her home. Unfortunately, things have changed now. Su Chen twisted his head to look. Ning Yan's exquisite white cheeks were reflected in his eyes, and there was still a bit of anticipation in her eyes. It's been too long, I can't remember some of it. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ning Yan let out an "oh," then lowered her head, some disappointment showing in her eyes. Ning Yan sighed helplessly in her heart. Originally, the gap between her and Su Chen's status was huge, and now it was even bigger, and she really did not deserve Su Chen. Sighing softly, she was just about to speak, but she was suddenly stopped by a few figures in front of her. When she looked clearly at the few people in front of her, Ning Yan's face instantly changed. Chapter 66, Door-to-Door Marriage Withdrawal. This person is too noisy. The person who came was the Su family's fourth young master, Su Jingqi. Su Jingqi looked at Ning Yan with a somber expression, then toward Su Chen, and a moment later, he said with a smile on his face, Smoke, isn't this one going to be introduced? Ning Yan took a deep breath and said frankly, this is my friend. Friend? Su Jingqi indifferently looked towards Su Chen, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kid, don't you know that Ning Yan is this young man's unmarried concubine? Hearing these words, Ning Yan trembled, her eyes filled with anger. She had never agreed to marry Su Jingqi, and all of this had been forced upon her within the family. Moreover, this Su Jingqi was nothing more than a playboy, spending his days drinking. He had played with an unknown number of women, so how could Ning Yan possibly want to marry him? Su Jingqi, when did I promise to marry you? Su Jingqi looked towards Ning Yan, a fiery color flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him again. My Su family has already joined forces with the Ning family, now you, Ning Yan, are my Su Jingqi's concubine. This is something everyone in Pingyang City knows. And? Su Jingqi's face turned slightly cold. You woman and I already have a marriage contract, why do you still hang out with other men? Is there no sense of shame at all? Since the location they were in was right on the street, many people immediately paid attention to this side. Isn't that Su Jingqi, the fourth youngest member of the Su family? Who are those two? I've been watching for a while. The one across from him is Ning Yan of the Ning family, the one who had a marriage contract with Su Jingqi. It seems like it's because Ning Yan stayed with other men and was caught by Su Jingqi. So exciting? This dude is also really ruthless, even Su Jingqi's woman dares to touch. Is he not afraid of death? But looking at him he does look much better than Su Jingqi. His face value and temperament are above Su Jingqi. Low voices rang out, but they were all not so nice voices, and many of them were scolding Ning Yan for not knowing shame. And many people couldn't help but shake their heads when they looked at Su Chen. Su Jingqi was ruthless and vindictive, and if he dared to touch his woman, it was basically guessable what would happen. Ning Yan's eyes were filled with anger. Su Jingqi, when did I say I would marry you? People like you will not marry you even if you die. If it was under normal circumstances, Ning Yan would definitely not dare to talk to Su Jingqi like this, but the thought of Su Chen by her side, her heart was full of security. With Su Chen by her side, Ning Yan's guts had become much bigger. You! Su Jingqi was furious. He said angrily, give you face and you don't want it, you're just a sideline of the Ning family. If this young man wanted to play with you, he would just arrest you directly. Would he still need to take you as a concubine? Since you don't know what's good for you, fine, come on people, give me Ning Yan to arrest back to the Su family. Today this young man is going to show her what it means to be a man. With that, Su Jingqi's face revealed a lecherous expression. According to normal circumstances, in fact, after he had taken a liking to Ning Yan, there was no problem with directly robbing her by force, and the Ning family would definitely not dare to say anything more. However, during that period of time, the Su family master had told him not to cause trouble, and coupled with the fact that Ning Yan's beauty had really impressed him, that was why he had agreed to let Ning Wei have Ning Yan come to his door as a concubine. Otherwise, how would he have let Ning Yan enter the Su family? After all, she was just a lowly sidekick. As ordered. Seeing this, the few subordinates beside Su Jingqi immediately surrounded over towards Ning Yan, all of them wearing an unintentional bad smile on their faces. The surrounding people watching the show couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this. A good concubine's name is not wanted, but you want to be ungrateful yourself. This time it's going to be a disaster. But, so what if I don't want to? That Su family is so powerful, can I still suffer if I marry into it? Not only will we not be able to enter the Su family, we will also lose our reputation. Lose reputation is a small matter that Su Jingqi's means you are not unaware of. Was he captured into the Su family of women? There are a few are able to come out intact. I heard that this Su Foryan play very perverted. It's a pity. Ning Yan was my previous goddess, and now she's going to be sullied by Su Jingqi. Ning Yan was also considered quite good-looking in Pingyang City, otherwise she wouldn't have been seen by the picky Su Jingqi, and she naturally had many admirers. Now, many of the surrounding men couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw Ning Yan's impending doom. However, none of them came forward to help. The Su family's power was too strong. It was completely a hegemon in Pingyang City, who could afford to mess with it. Su Chen was speechless as he watched from the sidelines. He just wanted to take a good stroll. How could anyone come looking for death? He just gently swung out, sword on shot out, and the few people who were heading towards Ning Yan were instantly killed, and blood kept flowing out. This turn of events immediately caused the surrounding crowd to freeze. It was only after a while that they reacted. He even dared to kill the Su family's people. Isn't he afraid of death? My god, he's absolutely finished, daring to make a move on the Su family's people. This nature is completely different. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Su Chen looked towards Ning Yan, a warm smile on his face. Why don't you talk to me about this kind of thing? The district Su family is just a mere matter. Wouldn't it be better if I helped you out? I remember when I was a child, when you encountered any problems that you couldn't solve, you would come to me for help. Why, now that you're older, you're angry? Looking at Su Chen's expression, for some reason, the somewhat flustered Ning Yan's heart suddenly stabilized, her face slightly flushed, and she was somewhat unsure of how to answer Su Chen. Su Chen let out a light laugh, then turned his head towards Su Jingqi. At this moment, Su Jingqi's face carried some panic and alarm. Among his several subordinates, there was a Jiedan perfection, and to be able to instantly kill him in seconds, they were all at least Yuaning stage to start with. Su Jingqi was also used to being brutal. He said with a fierce look on his face, if you dare to kill my Su family's subordinates, my Su family will definitely not let you go. Su Chen's face was expressionless, he didn't even move. Su Jingqi was blown away by the power he released, and he lost his breath on the spot. This person was too noisy and was affecting his mood, so it was naturally impossible for him to stay. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd showed horror. Even Su Jingqi dared to kill. Did he not know that this was the Su family's fourth young master? Many people had already secretly retreated, fearing that they would be implicated by Su Chen at that time. This killed Su Jingqi. The Su family would certainly not be able to spare Su Chen. In their opinion, Su Chen only had one way to die. Su Chen laughed, there's nothing to do, I'll accompany you to the Su family to return the marriage. Good guts. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out, and a terrifying pressure came from afar. God transformation stage. The passers-by who were originally watching the show and the surroundings, all of them backed away far away, and one by one, their faces were filled with fear. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Su Chen. He was tall, his face was filled with haze, his stumbling chest made it look as if it was a volcano about to erupt. The visitor looked at Su Chen with murderous intent. Killing my Su family's people and still daring to come to my door to withdraw from the marriage, your guts really have no bounds. Chapter 67, good, I'll wait for you. The Su family's grand elder, Su Painting. Late-stage transformation God strength. Ning Yan instinctively became a little worried, but when she thought that the person beside her was Su Chen, she slightly lowered her heart. Although the Su family was a dominant force in Pingyang City, but in front of the Su family, it didn't even count, not to mention Su Chen, a random full-fledged elder was something that the Su family couldn't afford to mess with. It's over, Su Painting has come out, that kid is definitely dead. I really don't know what he was thinking. I see that he is estimated to have the Yuaning stage as well. With this strength to directly escape, isn't it better? Su Jingqi probably can't kill him. Why do you have to go against the Su family? This is good, life is gone. I guess it's for the woman Ning Yan. Since ancient times, there's truth in this. The Su family had been accumulating power for a long time, coupled with the fact that in this place, the 5 great cities, there were no strong people coming over in normal times, and Su Chen looked unfamiliar, so there was almost no one who thought that he possessed the capital to fight against the Su family. At this moment, Su Painting's eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Chen dared to kill their Su family's direct line, that was no longer different from provoking the Su family. If he couldn't kill him today, then the prestige of the Su family would be dealt a serious blow. Su Painting said icily, kid, today I'm going to let you know what happens when you offend my Su family. With that, he raised his hand and slammed it towards Su Chen, containing an extremely large amount of power. And his entire person was as if he was a strong man, his eyes filled with indifference and contempt. The aura on Su Chen's body was not strong, even if he was able to kill Su Jingqi and the others. At most, he was at the Yuaning stage of cultivation, and there was no way he could possibly withstand his strike. Su Chen glanced at Su Painting, and a color of impatience flashed in his eyes. Since you guys have to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Suddenly, the void in the sky violently opened a huge gap, directly swallowing Su Painting in. Accompanied by miserable screams, Su Painting was then directly annihilated in the void. The void only had the strength to withstand it at the refined void stage. Su Painting was only at the transformation of the divinity stage, so it was completely impossible to survive in the void. Su Chen directly brought Ning Yan to tear through the void. They came to the sky above the Su family. Su Chen did not hesitate to raise his hand and swung a palm down. The strong breath poured out. The entire Su family was directly razed to the ground. Watching the Su family being destroyed by himself, Su Chen only had indifference in his eyes. He also knew that there were a lot of innocent people in the Su family, but it didn't matter, cutting off the roots, such a simple reason he still knew. This would also give the Su family a little less trouble. Besides, isn't this world a place where the weak are eaten by the strong? The weak are killed by the strong, where there are so many reasons. If one day Su Chen is destroyed by a certain strong person, it is also because the Su family itself is not strong enough. Of course, whether or not there was someone who could exterminate that was another matter. The sound of a huge explosion echoed in Pingyang City. Countless people turned their heads towards the direction of the explosion, their eyes filled with panic. What was happening here? However, at the place where Su Chen had stayed at the beginning, the crowd had also slowed down from the shock of Su Painting being killed. He can tear through the void. This is a void refining stage powerhouse. Only the Su family has a void refining stage in the 5 great cities. Could this be someone from the Su family? Su family, when you say that, I seem to feel that young man looks a little familiar. It seems like Su family's young master, Su Chen. I happened to see Su Chen once in Bright Moon City a few years ago. This statement instantly caused an uproar, and the eyes of the crowd were filled with horror. No one had thought that the person beside Ning Yan was actually Su Chen. The crowd now thought of what Su Jingqi had said to Su Chen earlier, and suddenly felt that this was purely looking for death. If he had known that the person in front of him was Su Chen, he wouldn't have been scared out of his wits. In Pingyang City, who didn't know that Su Jingqi was a bully? A few years ago, one of the Su family's direct descendants had come to Pingyang City, and at that time, Su Jingqi was like a lapdog in order to go and curry favor. Soon after, the news of the Su family's extermination spread out from Pingyang City. Those who heard this news all had horrified faces. The Su family. This was the overlord within Pingyang City. What kind of person could have the strength to exterminate it? The other God transformation stage forces were all a little frightened after hearing this news. However, soon after, another piece of news came out, saying that the Su family had been exterminated because they had messed with Su Chen. Everyone froze. The Su family was so brave? Even the Su family dared to provoke them? Ning Wei, who was going to the Su family to prepare for the withdrawal of the marriage, heard this news, and his entire body was about to be scared into incontinence. He only felt some numbness in his scalp. When he thought that he had also offended Su Chen before, he was a little less well. If he wasn't a member of Ning Yan's clan, it was estimated that Su Chen had already killed him, right? 2 hours after the storm had passed. Windflower Snow Moon. This was one of the more famous restaurants in Pingyang City, and the food inside was all very distinctive. The two of them, Ning Yan and Su Chen, were sitting in a private room on the top floor, and the table was piled high with delicious delicacies, the aroma of which was so fragrant that looking at it was very appetizing. Ning Yan looked at the handsome man in front of her. Her beautiful eyes rippled a little, especially after recalling Su Chen's terrifying strength. The whole person was even a little bit overwhelmed. However, she was not obsessed with Su Chen's feelings now. Ning Yan felt that it was quite good to be like this now. After all, in this world, there were still very few people who could get so close to Su Chen. She only needs to maintain her own image in Su Chen's mind, and in the future, when Su Chen has nothing to do, she will be very happy to come back to see herself. Unconsciously, Ning Yan had become Su Chen's little licking dog in her heart, and it was also the extremely blind kind. In the period of time that followed, the two of them strolled all over Pingyang City, and also left Pingyang City to go out for a walk. This stroll was a period of 3 months. This period of time was the most relaxing time Su Chen had ever had after coming to this world. After returning to Pingyang City, Su Chen took some resources to Ning Yan, and incidentally helped her upgrade to a heavenly spirit root. With regards to Ning Yan, Su Chen had already treated her as a friend that he could talk to, and as to what point she could develop to in the future, that would be left to nature. Not far from the Ning family, in the middle of a path. Ning Yan turned her head to look at Su Chen, with a little tear in her eyes. Su Chen, will you still come to me in the future? Su Chen smiled, I will. Ning Yan took a deep breath. She didn't know why, she just wanted to cry, probably because she was worried that with this separation, the two of them would never have the chance to meet again. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Yan spread a sunny smile on her face. She didn't want to end up staying in Su Chen's impression as a crying Ning Yan. Perhaps she herself did not know how much she would pay in the future because of her own words today. Chapter 68. Since meeting is fate, let's send you a creation. Eventually, the two parted ways. That day, the dusk was exceptionally beautiful, the red haze spread all over the sky, coloring the earth blood red. Su Chen was also ready to leave Pingyang City. For him, the status of Pingyang City in his heart was no longer the same. He would always remember this city, and would also always remember Ningyan. Ningyan's posture was actually not really considered to be a beautiful woman. Compared to Lin Yimeng, she was a bit worse, but she was the woman who made the deepest impression on Su Chen. And he also firmly believed that the two would meet again in the future. Su Chen was just about to leave Pingyang City when the sound of bawling suddenly came from the distance, and it was surrounded by people. He turned his head to look and suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the center of that group of people were none other than the two Dao Lords he had encountered earlier, and the person who was bawling was Ziyang Jinrun's disciple. His disciple was as if he was a spilled child, crying non-stop on the ground. Ziyang Jinjin's face, however, was filled with gravity. He sensed the Dao rhythm flowing from his disciple's body. This was the critical time to cut down the middle corpse, or else there couldn't be such a big emotional fluctuation. The surrounding passers-by were also a bit greatly shaken when they saw an old Taoist crying and wailing non-stop. However, this kind of thing was also seen fresh, and soon the crowd gradually dispersed. Su Chen slowly walked up, and Ziyang Jinran immediately spotted Su Chen, who slightly arched his hand in greeting. Hello again. Su Chen found a step to sit down a few meters away from Ziyang Jinran, and looked at the old Taoist with a calm expression before speaking. Beheading the middle corpse requires finding the thing with the deepest obsession in your heart. This disciple of yours stopped at Pingyang City, so it seems that the opportunity is here. Hearing these words, Ziyang Jinran sighed helplessly as he glanced towards the old Dao, the sadness on his face intensifying. Unfortunately, it's difficult. When this disciple of mine was not yet under my tutelage, he was just an ordinary person in this Pingyang City, and at that time, he had fallen in love with a woman, but the other party was a high and mighty family lady. Although the two were very much in love, they still did not come together in the end, and in the end, that woman was forced by her family to marry another man. Su Chen frowned as he asked with some curiosity, then where is this woman? Dead. Ziyang Jinren shook his head and sighed. Whether it's that woman or the family behind her, they've all been annihilated, and this was already 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. Su Chen immediately frowned. Wouldn't that mean that Pingyang City had already existed for 10,000 years? Did Pingyang City have such a long history? However, this was normal. In this world, 10,000 years was not particularly long, to say the least. It was just the same as a kingdom made of iron and a dynasty made of running water. Compared to 10,000 years ago, probably all the forces within Pingyang City had already changed batch after batch. Ziyang Jinren said helplessly, unringing the bell requires a ringer. My disciple doesn't have a ringer, and he can't get over that hurdle in his heart. This chopping center corpse is in danger. Su Chen also fell into silence after hearing this, so it seemed that it was indeed a bit difficult. He looked towards the old Taoist. At this moment, the fluctuation of the Dao rhythm on his body began to fiercely turbulence. It was obvious that he was definitely going to fail if it continued to develop. Ziyang Jinjin's entire body was also sitting on the ground powerlessly. For this disciple, he had put in a lot of effort, and also regarded him as his only family member. Now seeing his disciple about to die, his heart was very bad. Although after failing to behead a corpse, one's spiritual wisdom would only disappear and one would become demented, but in reality there was no difference between being dead and being dead. Wouldn't it be the same as becoming a shell without a soul? Time passed by. The old Taoist did not continue to cry. His entire eyes blankly sat on the ground, his expression somewhat wooden. If he continued like this, he was already bound to be unable to successfully chop the middle corpse. Ziyang Jinjin looked at the sky. His eyes also became somewhat sentimental. Cultivating the Tao for countless years, the friends and relatives of the clansmen around him had almost all died out. His disciple could be said to be the only relative in this world. And now, it was necessary to watch those close to him gradually die. For a moment, endless sadness welled up in Ziyang Jinjin's heart, and although his appearance was incomparably young, at this moment, he looked as if he was a pale and powerless old man. With a bitter smile, Ziyang Jinren let out a soul-torturing question to himself: what exactly is the purpose of cultivation? Su Chen also fell into silence. Cultivation was actually divided into many purposes. Some simply enjoyed cultivation and wanted to pursue a stronger cultivation level. But most people were not so pure. Most of these people cultivated for the sake of their relatives and clansmen, all for the sake of protecting those around them, or to make them happy and well. There was actually no problem with either of these. However, it was clear that the former were more likely to go farther on the path of cultivation, as their Tao heart was more pure. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Sometimes the power of love was infinite, and he could explode into amazing greatness, so Su Chen felt that there was actually no difference between the two. From the face of Ziyang Jinren's face one could see that it was very confusing. Obviously he was not the type of person who simply enjoyed cultivating the Tao, he was more inclined towards the latter. A person cultivated for the sake of their loved ones, but now that they were all going to pass away, it was normal for him to become a little confused. Su Chen slowly stood up as he said faintly, "Meeting each other is fate. In that case, let's send you a creation." As the words fell, the originally disordered Tao rhythm on the old Taoist's body once again became solidified, and his aura was also much stronger than before. Gradually, the old Tao's eyes also regained their clarity, completely lacking the wooden feeling they had in earlier. The old Tao looked at the surrounding scene, his eyes filled with confusion. This is... What happened? Did I succeed in chopping the middle corpse? At this moment, real Xiang also reacted as he stood up violently, his eyes revealing a look of horror. How could it be? Su Chen was actually able to forcefully interfere with the decapitation of 3 corpses. One must know that the beheading of the 3 corpses was a rule of the operation of the heavenly Tao, which no one could defy, not even Saint Exalted could do it. Could it be that he was in that realm? Above Saint Elder, ancient saint. Only this realm could interfere with the operation of the heavenly Tao, and it would naturally not be difficult to intervene in someone else's beheading of the 3 corpses. But cultivators who could become to this realm were all powerful on one side. It was impossible to be so unknown. Why had he never heard of the name Su Chen? Xiang real person twisted his head towards Su Chen to look, but the other party had already disappeared. Come without a shadow, go without a trace. A peerless powerhouse. His eyes were incomparably grave. This favor must be repaid. The people of the Taoist family were most concerned with cause and effect. Su Chen had saved his disciple. This great favor, even if it meant giving his life, he had to return it. Surprise city, Su family. After just a moment's thought, Zi Yangzhenjin decided that his next stop would be at Wangyan Mountain. The Nine Clouds Taoist temple was just his master and disciple, so it made no difference in which place it was. As far as he knew, the Su family wasn't very strong and didn't even have a returning Yuan realm. It would be better to sit at Wangyan Mountain in the time afterward. His cultivation wasn't bad either, so blessing the Su family and incidentally helping Su Chen guide the clan's cultivation would be considered repayment. Chapter 69 The Terrifying Su Family, Wangyan Cave Sky. Another half-year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Su Chen had always stayed in the Looking Cloud Mountain, and his days were considered calm and peaceful. In half a year, the Su family had developed very quickly, and Su Hongyuan had already fully adapted to the strength of the returning Yuan realm. The realm that the old frightened king had gone through so much trouble and was still in seclusion to break through to this day was actually reached so easily by Su Hongyuan, and he wondered how he would feel if he knew about it. With the help of the huge resources, Su Qingtian also crossed into the harmonization stage. Now the strength of the entire Su family was already considered to be above the shocking empire. On this day, the 2 Taoist priests arrived at Mount Wangyun. Taoist Xiang looked like he hadn't changed much, but the old Taoist beside him was now extremely young, looking almost like he was in his early 20s. However, this was not caused by his breakthrough, but because he was experiencing the beheading of the upper corpse. After Su Chen glanced at it, he commanded down. Go down and inform the family head, if there are 2 Taoist priests coming later, let him entertain them well. These 2 people were both very strong, and he had speculated on the heavenly chances that both of them were living in an unsettled place, so if they could be admitted into the Su family, it would be very helpful to them as well. As you command. The subordinate left after receiving orders at his words. Not long after, at the foot of Wangyan Mountain, a small Taoist temple appeared. Su Chen had never paid so much attention to someone before, so Su Qingtian also knew that these 2 must have come from an extraordinary background, and he treated them as his guests. Originally, he had said that he would build a larger Taoist temple for them, but Xiangzhenren refused. For a person like him, luxury and extravagance meant nothing. He instead liked the sense of seclusion and understatement. Su Chen did not continue to pay attention after just a glance. He gathered his eyes on Wangyan Mountain once again, always feeling that something was missing. Although the Su family was growing quickly, it gave him a feeling that it had a shallow foundation. After thinking about it, Su Chen came to the center of the uppermost part of Mount Wangyun, and with a wave of his hand, a huge void opening appeared in front of him. Immediately after, that void opening gradually stabilized, and the space inside began to change. Su Chen was creating a cave heavenly bliss. In the Xian heavenly realm, basically all those great powers had cavernous blessed lands, and this was something that their Su clan did not have. After about half an hour, a cave heaven was successfully built by Su Chen. Su Chen walked inside. The spiritual qi inside was incomparably abundant, almost about 3 times that of the outside world. This outside world referred to the Looking Cloud Mountain. However, the space was also extremely small, only about 100 square feet. It's not enough. Su Chen's eyes stared, and the power within his body poured out, continuously surging into this cave sky. Soon, this cave sky began to continue expanding up, and the spiritual energy within it became more and more dense. After a few more hours, Su Chen felt a little tired, and the holy power in his body was consumed for the most part. This cave sky had also undergone a drastic change. Originally it was only about 100 square meters, but now it had been raised to 10,000 square meters, and the richness of the spiritual energy was about 15 times that of Wangyan Mountain. However, there were still some problems. Although the aura in this cave heavenly bliss was 15 times denser, the rate of birth of aura was still only about twice that of the outside world. In a heavenly blessed cave, the rules were not perfect enough, so it was normal for the birth of spiritual energy to be very slow. Suchin quickly found a solution. He took out a 7-colored spirit stone from his system backpack. Immortal Rank 3, Dao Yuan Crystal. This item was a consumable item that was specifically used to perfect the rules of the cave heaven. Along with the Dao Yuan crystal slowly disappearing, the entire space began to vibrate continuously. The Dao Yuan crystal was immortal rank. This was an item that far exceeded the emperor rank. The effect was naturally good beyond words. Suchin could clearly feel that the speed of aura birth in the cave sky was at least about 30 times that of Mount Hopeful Cloud. It was simply terrifying. The most crucial thing was that the Dao Yuan crystal had transformed this cave sky, so that it was like a small world within it, and he had formed his own circumference, which allowed for the birth of a constant stream of spiritual energy. You have to know that other caves are expendable, although he can give birth to pure spiritual energy, but this is a price to pay. You must have other treasures to serve as energy. And there was no such problem in this cave heaven of Suchen's. This was all because of the Dao Yuan crystal. Suchen glanced at his system backpack. Dao Yuan crystals, 315. There were still more than 300 of them, so there was not much of a problem, and now the spiritual energy in this cave heaven was enough for the people of the Su family to use, so they could continue to upgrade without having to do so for now. After that, let all of the Su family's first line move to the Su family. As for the sideline, Suchin pondered for a moment before still shaking his head. It was fine to leave this kind of thing to Su Qingtian to make the decision. But since it's a cave, it always needs a name. Let's call it Wangyun Cave Heaven it is. Originally, the name was just a title, so Suchin was also extremely casual. With this Wangyun Cave Heaven, it was certain that the Su family would develop even faster in the future. Suchin suddenly began to somewhat look forward to the day when the Su family grew up. This was somewhat like playing a simulation game by himself. It was quite interesting. Not long after, Su Qingtian was the first to enter the Wangyun Cave sky to observe, but his entire mouth never closed. What kind of heaven-defying means was this? This was equivalent to directly opening up a small world? My goodness! Afterwards, the Su family's direct lineage heard the news and all rushed here on the wind, but their expressions were almost all the same. Shock was written all over their faces. Soon after they moved in with all haste, this Wangyun Cave Heaven was almost the best cave heaven blessing amongst the entire Xian heavenly realm. Even the cave heavens within those imperial clans back then were not as good as the Wangyun Cave Heaven. In the time that followed, the stunning empire fell into calm again, and there were no major waves among the major forces. 3 years passed like this. On this day, the old king of the stunning, powerful breath of almost the entire stunning empire has been detected. However, many people within the stunning empire were relieved. The old stunning king was not only the king of this place, but also their guardian god. Without him, the neighboring empires would definitely come to invade them. Therefore, but not a single person within the surprising empire wished for the old surprising king to fail in his breakthrough. Well, the dust had settled. The old surprising king had succeeded in making a breakthrough. Within these 3 years, it was the Su family that had seen the greatest changes. Among the first family, Su Qingtian and even a few elders, with the exception of the fifth elder Su Yunpeng, had all broken through to the harmonization stage. Among the juniors, the strongest Su Yujie had also broken through to the late harmonization stage. The Su family's collateral lineage also progressed rapidly, with many deacons breaking through to the void refining stage. The current Su family could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. Especially since Daoist Xiang had something to teach the Su family to cultivate, even Su Hongyuan Su Qingtian and the others were greatly benefited, and their realm strength was much stronger. Of course, the most shocking was still the Violet Sun Daoist. His entire person had become somewhat self-doubting. The Su family is full of sacred bodies. In the beginning, he only wanted to repay Su Chen's favor, so he instructed the people of the Su family, only to find that they cultivated very quickly. At first, he didn't think much about it, but slowly he realized that something was wrong. Anyway, he had seen at least 20 saint bodies from the Su family. Daoist Xiang's heart was grave to the extreme, and he knew that all of this was definitely related to Su Chen. It seems that this one was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 70 The Helpless Lin Yimeng. Ever since the Wangyun Cave sky had been established, the strength of the Su family had once again climbed crazily. In a year's time, all of the Su family's elders had broken through to the harmonization stage. The current Su family had a total of 1 returning Yuan realm and 5 harmonization stage powerhouses. With countless resources and the blessing of the Wangyun Cave sky, the Su family directly began to grow savagely, breaking through so fast that it was staggering. Reporting to the young patriarch, Princess Lin Yimeng has sent another letter over. Su Chen sniffed and directly said, "Bring it in." Although so much time had passed, Lin Yimeng was still constantly sending her letters, sometimes every few days, sometimes only once every 10 days and half a month. But there was never a break. However, in the middle of the recent year, he basically didn't read much of the letters Lin Yimeng sent. Because what Lin Yimeng said was pretty much the same every time, 1,000 times the same. Almost all of them were things to eat, drink and have fun, or to share with him her recent moods and what she had seen and heard. So Suchin didn't really read much of the latter, at least the letters Lin Yiming sent him in the last few months. He didn't even read them, he didn't even open the envelopes. Thinking of this, Suchen raised his hand and with a wave, he took out all the letters in the middle of his spatial ring, close to 30 letters. This girl has really fallen in love. Suchen sighed helplessly. He opened the envelope that had just been brought in. Unlike before, this time there was only one letter. Suchen looked down, and a row of words came into his eyes. Suchen, if you receive this letter, it means that I have already arrived at the Qianyu Empire. I still have so many words I want to say to you, but unfortunately I don't have the chance to do so, and I'm afraid I'll never be able to return to the amazing empire after leaving this time. Su Chen, did you receive my letter? Why do you never write me back? I asked the people who sent the letters, they said that they were all hand-delivered to the Su family. Yiming doesn't know what she did wrong. Do you hate me that much? Not even willing to give me a letter back. Su Chen, goodbye. This letter was different from usual. The things written in it before were all happy and pleasant, but with all this he could feel that Lin Yiming's every word contained sadness. Su Chen's face changed slightly. He hurriedly picked up the letter Lin Yiming had sent in the past to check it out. Young Master Su, I learned a new dish this morning. The people in the palace are calling this dish called the 7-star bucket turn. The flavor can be good. The next time when you come to Stunning City, I must do it for you to try, guaranteed to be delicious. Young Master Su, when can you come to Stunning City? Recently I'm too bored. Father has been letting me cultivate. I'm getting moldy. Suchen opened a few envelopes consecutively, and the contents inside were pretty much the same as before. But when he opened an envelope again, the contents inside gradually changed. Young Lord Su, recently, the Thousand Feathers Empire has been putting pressure on my father's father. My father's father is about to die of worry, probably because of the Imperial Grandfather's breakthrough to the returning Yuan realm. The Thousand Feathers Empire wants to draw in, so they have been bullying and luring, and also making all kinds of threats, and during this period of time, they have also kept on pressurizing the Stunning Empire. After discussing with my royal grandfather, my father decided to compromise with the Thousand Feathers Empire and offer up the 3 counties to the east of the Stunning Empire. Today, the Thousand Feathers Empire has sent people again. They want to marry with my surprise empire, and they also named me to marry over. What should I do, Su Chen? I don't want to marry that big prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. The Thousand Feathers Empire has been putting pressure on my father. I was forced to agree to the marriage. Half a month later, the Thousand Feathers Empire's welcoming team will come to take me away. Su Chen, I don't want to marry over. Su Chen kept checking one letter after another, until his hand was slightly trembling when he picked up the last letter in his hand. There were only a few words inside that letter, but it touched Su Chen greatly. Su Chen, can you take me away? After reading all the letters, Su Chen closed his eyes and gently exhaled a breath. From amongst those letters, he could feel the despair and helplessness in Lin Yiming's heart. He had also heard of the Thousand Feathers Empire, being one of the more powerful forces in the Eastern Domain, and they possessed a strong defender of the Dao Entry realm. Looking at the table full of letters, Su Chen's heart suddenly had some mixed feelings. He naturally knew that Lin Yiming liked him, but Su Chen did not want to tarnish this part of her feelings. If it is just a simple sleep with Lin Yiming, Su Chen felt that he should not refuse. After all, a beauty, this can refuse that is really not a man. But he really can't say love for Lin Yiming. Even if the two really together, I guess he will be Lin Yiming and Ruwashi about the same, when he wants to get up to moisturize a little. He knew his own mind very well, which is why Su Chen never gave her a response. It was because he didn't want to disappoint Lin Yiming's feelings. But now, when Su Chen looked at the envelopes amongst them, every word and every sentence seemed to contain an endless amount of love, and for a moment, it made his entire being become a little complicated. He looked towards the direction of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the Wangyun Mountain. Thousand Feathers Empire. Shi Tian City. This was the imperial city of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and its scale was many times more massive than even Surprise City. It was simply like a small world. Today's Qitian city was decorated with lights and colors, because their grand prince was getting married today. Similar to the original pattern of the Stunning Empire, the eldest prince is also the strongest prince in the Thousand Feathers Empire. However, one difference was that this grand prince had already been internally determined to become the crown prince due to his strength being the best of the best. I heard that the grand prince is marrying just a concubine, and it's also the princess of the Surprise Empire. Is it necessary to have such a big battle? What has she got to do with it? Who doesn't know that we don't know that the great prince loves face? How could it be because of that Lin Yiming? But I heard that the Stunning Empire refused to become a vassal of my Thousand Feather Empire. Really do not know what's good and bad, only just have a return to the realm of the realm is so rampant. Many people in the city were talking, but it was clear that almost none of them valued this wedding. Thrilling Empire and Thousand Feathers Empire, although they were both king-level forces, the gap was huge. In front of the Thousand Feathers Empire, there was no difference between the Jinghong Empire and a small projectile country. In the past, there were no return to Yuan realm cultivators in the Surprise Empire, so naturally, there was no need to make the Thousand Feathers Empire pay attention to it. But with the old king of surprising Han breaking through to the returned Yuan realm, naturally, it had also attracted the attention of the Thousand Feathers Empire, hoping that it would defect, but it was rejected by the surprising Hong Empire. But the price was also very heavy. Not only did he lose 3 counties, Lin Mu also sacrificed his own daughter, which saved the surprising empire. Otherwise, the probability was that the Thousand Feathers Empire would have exterminated the stunning empire. The law of survival in this world was like this: even if you weren't willing to become the vassal of a strong person, then you needed to show an attitude of submission. Chapter 71 Thousand Feathers Empire. In the palace of the Thousand Feathers Empire. Lin Yiming's eyes were bleak. The room he was in was filled with a bright red color, looking extremely festive. However, her gloomy expression made this joyful celebration change its appearance, with a somewhat sad and bleak feeling. Immediately when the hour arrived, she was going to marry the Grand Prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. Thinking of this, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. She didn't blame Father Emperor because he was also helpless. The person who was most saddened when she left the stunning empire was probably her father. But there was no way around it. The surprise empire was incapable of fighting against the Thousand Feathers Empire, and this was the only way they could do it. If they were to submit to the Thousand Feathers Empire, then there would be only one end for the future of the surprise empire: to be completely assimilated by it and become a part of the Thousand Feathers Empire. This world would also no longer have the power of the stunning empire. That was why Lin Yiming actively chose to agree to the Thousand Feathers Empire's request. The thought that she was about to marry someone she didn't like, Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably painful. She really wanted to die, but she couldn't do it, or else the Thousand Feathers Empire would surely be angered at the stunning empire. Suddenly, Lin Yiming dreamed of the person who had haunted her. Su Qin. Ever since that time when they parted in the shocking city, Lin Yiming was completely enamored with this man. She wanted to see Su Qin again all the time, but unfortunately, in the end, she couldn't get what she wanted. In the end, after she was about to marry into the Thousand Feathers Empire, she wrote a letter expressing her desire to see Su Qin, but there was still not the slightest reply. Thinking of this, Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably sentimental. Does he really not have any good feelings for me at all? Lin Yiming had actually already seen that Su Chen might not be interested in her, but she just couldn't restrain herself and wanted to contact Su Chen. In the end, Lin Yiming sighed deeply and did not continue to dwell on this matter. Her feelings were originally wishful thinking, and it was her own problem if Su Chen didn't give her anything back. But even so, the emotions in her heart were still surging out like a mountainous tsunami, and teardrops continued to slide down from the corners of her eyes. Complaints, helplessness, confusion, pain, all sorts of emotions intertwined together. After a long time, a maid slowly walked in, and she said in a cool tone, "Your Highness, His Highness has orders, please follow me." After saying that, Lin Yiming remained where she was. That maid saw this and frowned slightly, directly walking up to set her up and walking towards the outside. Lin Yiming was said to be a royal consort, but in reality, it was just a bit of face that the Grand Imperial Prince had left behind for the amazing empire. The returning Yuan realm was also considered a top-tier powerhouse in the eastern region, and the Grand Prince wanted to pull some strings, unwilling to offend him to death, which was why he put on a pretense of holding a wedding. Soon, the two entered an extravagant hall, which was already filled with people. Each of them was a strong person on the side of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and there were 4 of them in the returning Yuan realm, and these were the people who had come to give the Grand Prince Zhou Mengyang a good show. In the middle of the hall, there were also no facilities or steps at all for the marriage ceremony. Zhou Mengyang was wearing a large red robe, sitting at the first place, talking and laughing with the others, as if it was like a normal gathering, not a big wedding day at all. The Thousand Feathers Empire had existed for a very long time, and there were many strong people in it, such as Zhou Mengyang, the Grand Prince, whose strength was also incomparably terrifying, with the strength of the late stage of the returning Yuan. The king of the Thousand Feathers Empire, on the other hand, was even more terrifying, rumored to have touched the saint level. Of course, these were all rumors. Today, Zhou Mengyang took advantage of the big wedding to gather the group of strong people who had defected to him to gather together, and it was also considered to be a way to maintain the relationship. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess has arrived." An underling walked to Zhou Mengyang's side and spoke in a low voice. Zhou Mengyang nodded and said with an indifferent expression, "Let her come in." Soon, Lin Yiming slowly walked in. And all of the powerhouses in the Great Hall looked towards her indifferently, but none of them rose to greet her. It was enough to see the contempt for Lin Yiming. Lin Yiming pursed her lips lightly. She walked straight to Zhou Mengyang's side, then she sat down quietly. Zhou Mengyang immediately frowned as he coldly scolded, "Who told you to sit? Aren't you clear about your own status? Also worthy of sitting beside me, roll yourself up and stand to the side." Lin Yiming was just a low-status plaything in his eyes. He just looked at the King of Surprise, who seemed to care a lot about this daughter, so he specifically requested to marry her over the door. This was also for the sake of the future, so that it would be convenient to have the stunning empire in his pocket. If it was not for the fact that he still needed to use Lin Yiming to blackmail King Jinghong in the future, including pulling in that return to Yuan realm powerhouse, he would not even bother to hold the wedding. Hearing Zhou Mangyang's words, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with gloom. She could already envision what her future end would be. Perhaps she would not even be as good as an underling in the future. Lin Yiming stood up and silently walked to the side where the underlings stood, standing with the serving underlings. However, her body was trembling slightly and her fists were slightly clenched, so it was evident that her heart was not calm. In the shocking empire, she was at least a princess with an honorable status. Now she was made to be as humble as an inferior. How could anyone stand it? Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably sad, and she was no longer able to face her fate openly at this moment. She wanted to die. Crystal and teardrops traced past the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, father. My daughter cannot accept such a future." Originally, Lin Yiming felt that she was able to sacrifice herself for the stunning empire, but she realized after she really came to the Thousand Feathers Empire that she simply couldn't do it. She could not accept such a result. Even if Zhou Mangyang didn't humiliate her, Lin Yiming's thought of dying had long been there, only worrying about the stunning empire being retaliated against, which was why she had always suppressed it in her heart. But because of this matter, this kind of idea completely exploded. Suddenly, Zhou Mangyang turned his head to see Lin Yiming, who was softly sobbing. He stood up and walked up with a gloomy expression. Splat! A clear and pleasant sound rang out. Lin Yiming was directly slapped to the ground, bright red marks appearing on her delicate face. Zhou Mangyang said in a cold voice, "What are you crying about on the big day? This palace is the future crown prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. To be able to marry this palace is your great fortune, and you still feel aggrieved on it?" For Lin Yiming's appearance, he felt very dissatisfied. If Lin Yiming was just an ordinary woman, Zhou Mangyang probably wouldn't have particularly cared, but the key was that she had excellent posture. Even in the Thousand Feathers Empire there were few. This was also considered a quality woman. As for Lin Yiming's crying appearance, she was obviously unwilling to marry him. This appearance was more or less looking down on himself. He was already very proud of himself, and there were so many people present, which made Zhou Mangyang, who had always been proud of himself, have his self-esteem provoked. In fact, normally, if Lin Yiming is willing to put down the stature, serve him well, Zhou Mangyang can also be appropriate to give her some status and position, but unfortunately now he does not have this idea. It was just a plaything that didn't know what was good for her. In the Great Hall, the eyes of the other powerhouses looking at Lin Yiming were also filled with disdain. In their opinion, Zhou Mangyang's status was honorable, and to be able to marry him and enjoy glory and wealth would be picking up great luck. The result is still there to pretend to be aggrieved, is really some. Lin Yiming lying on the ground, only feels some of the heaven and earth, and the feeling of a splitting headache. Zhou Mangyang's this slap force is not light. If it is an ordinary person is estimated directly on the head blossom. Lin Yiming also do not know where to get the courage. She slowed down, cold face said. Aggrieved? I don't feel aggrieved, I just feel that the gap between you and the man of my heart, compared to the man of my heart, is just too big, not worthy of becoming my man at all. Lin Yiming's words could be considered harsh to the extreme, and quite a few people within the Great Hall had their faces slightly changed. Daring to talk about His Highness the Grand Imperial Prince like that, this was looking for death. Lin Yiming had already planned to seek death. If Zhou Mangyang killed him, this also just fulfilled her wish. When Zhou Mangyang heard these words, his face sank to the extreme, as if dark clouds were looming over him, and his eyes erupted with icy killing intent. Chapter 72 Lin Yiming full of fighting spirit. Zhou Mangyang looked at her death-seeking gaze and let out a cold laugh. You want to die? With that, he raised his hand and waved it away, directly placing a ban on Lin Yiming, making it impossible for her to commit suicide on her own. Having come to my Thousand Feathers Empire, do you think you can still leave from here? You still dare to scold me? This palace will make you beg for life and beg for death. Zhou Mangyang's tone was grim. Lin Yiming's contemptuous words made him furious in his heart. He naturally couldn't just kill Lin Yiming so easily. You don't want to marry me, right? Then I'm going to abuse you and make her feel what it means to be desperate. Zhou Mangyang coldly glanced at her and gave a cold smile before not continuing to pay attention. Just at this moment, the void in the hall began to stir up, and a figure slowly walked out from it. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Almost the entire Qitian city sensed it, and countless people raised their heads in shock, their faces showing fear. What kind of strong person is this? Zhou Mangyang stood up violently, his eyes filled with fear. What a terrifying aura. This aura had even far exceeded his father's aura. This was a powerhouse above the Dao entry realm. In a flash, Zhou Mangyang's heart trembled. A sage-level powerhouse. To know that his father and emperor were both cultivators at the late stage of the Dao initiation realm, and to be so much stronger than him, it could only possibly be a saint. The Qi Suchen still seemed to have a purpose in general, specifically looking for him, and from the moment he entered the middle of the Great Hall, his line of sight stayed on his body. Greetings, senior. An old voice rang out, and the figure of the Thousand Feathers King emerged. As he looked toward Suchen with some trepidation, his posture extremely humble. No one would dare to imagine that the strongest person of the Thousand Feathers Empire, a cultivator at the late stage of the Dao entry realm, could be so humble. This time Su Chen did not keep a low profile, he directly erupted with the might of a saint. When the other people in the hall saw that even the Thousand Feathers King was so humble, they did not dare to sit down and stood up to salute Su Chen, including Zhou Mengyang, who was no exception. At the same time, Lin Yiming saw Su Chen's figure, and her entire body revealed a look of disbelief. Su Chen. Lin Yiming murmured a sentence in a low voice, her eyes all carrying a questioning color. Was she hallucinating? She even suspected that she had been knocked out of her old eyes because of the slap she had just received. At this moment, Su Chen slowly spoke. Why? Are you frozen for? I will take you home. Su Chen's voice calmly resounded in the middle of the hall, and everyone froze. Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar voice, Lin Yiming froze, but soon, her face was covered in tears. Su Chen, is it really you? Su Chen did not reply, he directly raised his hand and with a wave, he decapitated Zhou Mengyang. The pupils of the people present contracted violently, but they didn't dare to snap, and could only lower their heads in a submissive gesture. This was a saint. Su Chen. Was this the name of that saint? Quite a few people had a look of fear on their faces. They all knew about Lin Yiming's identity, the princess of the amazing empire, yet no one knew that she was actually involved with a saint. Zhou Mengyang was actually hitting on the idea of a sage powerhouse's woman. The crowd of powerhouses within the hall were all following Zhou Mengyang, but no one would choose to die for Zhou Mengyang. Immediately afterward, Su Chen and Lin Yiming's figures disappeared into thin air, and from the beginning to the end, Su Chen did not even look at anyone else squarely. In the palace, the Thousand Feathers King looked a little terrified, and only after seeing Su Chen leave did his emotions settle down a little. It seemed that this person was not the one who had destroyed their Thousand Feathers empire. Although he had lived in the Deep Palace for a long time, he knew almost everything that was going on outside, and naturally, he also understood what Zhou Mengyang had done recently. That woman should be Lin Yiming of the surprising empire, right? This fool dared to steal a woman from a saint. He glanced at the dead Zhou Mengyang without a single thought of revenge in his heart. Thinking of this, the Thousand Feathers King was secretly a little annoyed in his heart as he said to Zhou Mengyang's corpse, "Stupid bastard, almost bringing a devastating crisis to the Thousand Feathers Empire, when it's really not enough to die." With that, he swept a circle of the others in the Great Hall before turning to leave with a cold snort. If Zhou Mengyang were to hear the Thousand Feathers King's words, he would probably be incomparably aggrieved in his heart as well, who knew that an ordinary king-level power like the Shocking Empire could actually be involved with a saint, and that it could even make even a saint personally take action. Feeling the Thousand Feathers King's icy gaze, everyone else in the Great Hall was a little frightened. Mount Wang Yun. The figures of the two of them, Su Chen, slowly walked out of the void. Right now, there was only Su Chen's cloud-watching courtyard at the very top of the cloud-watching mountain, and everyone else had moved into the cloud-watching cave, so it looked a little quiet, and the top of the mountain was starting to get overgrown with weeds. The two of them, Su Chen and Lin Yiming, walked on the path, feeling the breeze blowing from the sky. Both of them did not speak. Lin Yiming wanted to open her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. After a while like this, Su Chen handed over a jade pendant and said in a gentle voice, "This object contains a strand of my chi inside, so I will be able to know whatever happens to you in the future." Lin Yiming nodded and softly mumbled. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen's side face, and in her heart, she thought of the letter she had written to him some time ago, and her face suddenly blushed a little. He should have seen it, right? Or didn't see it? I don't know why. Lin Yiming now on the contrary still hoped that Su Chen didn't see it, it was really too shy. Completely no difference with confession. Su Chen also did not say anything more, the two casually talked a few sentences before separating again. Lin Yiming was arranged by the Su family to a guest room in the waste among. But Lin Yiming didn't stay for long, and after staying in the Su family for 2 days, she set off to leave the Su family. However, as she left, she stood at the foot of Wangyun Mountain, twisting her head to look at the top of the mountain, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Su Chen. One day I will catch up with you. Lin Yiming secretly resolved in her heart. Right now she really wasn't worthy of Su Chen either, so she had to cultivate well and wait until the day when she was enough to be on par with him, then she would boldly express her love. The current her was really a bit lacking in courage. But can I catch up? Lin Yiming sent out a soul torture question to herself. From the fact that Su Chen had rescued her from the Thousand Feathers Empire earlier, she could tell that Su Chen's strength was absolutely incomparably terrifying. It was likely to be the legendary Saint realm. And she was only in the late stage of God transformation right now. No, Lin Yiming, you mustn't be discouraged, there's always a dream, what if it comes true one day? Lin Yiming regained her confidence once again and walked towards Surprise City. Su Chen sat on the edge of a cliff on Wangyun Mountain. The scenery below the mountain was unobstructed, and the blazing sun hanging high in the distance appeared to be full of beauty in this world. Cultivators had no fear of the cold, and the blazing sun naturally could not affect Su Chen. There was also a table beside him, with a blanket on the ground, and Ruoshi knelt on it, constantly pouring wine for Su Chen. The wine in this world was seriously somewhat out of the realm of wine. He didn't have that feeling of wine at all, it was mellow and fragrant in the mouth, like immortal juice and jade liquid. Even Su Chen, who never drank wine, was hooked on it. Su Chen looked at the distant departing Lin Yiming, shook his head with a light laugh. This girl. Soon after, he once again withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes with a cozy look on his face. Sitting on the top of the mountain, feeling the wind blowing through his ears, how cozy it all was. For someone like Su-chen who liked to be quiet, it was simply the holy land on earth. Chapter 73. This seat, most of all, likes to destroy geniuses like you. The thing that Su-chen wanted to do now was to watch Su-chen grow up step by step. As for those love affairs, he didn't want to think about them for the time being. Besides, the things he was signing up to acquire right now really couldn't be said to be invincible. Other than that Su Xiaojiao's summoning card, he really didn't have much to go on. Although he still had 10 billion years of cultivation, could that cultivation allow him to reach the very top of this world? Not necessarily. That was why Su-chen didn't want to add too many ties. One Su family was enough. What if he encountered a strong person that he simply couldn't solve? Su-chen's signing system was one that gave birth to better things as he signed on for a longer period of time, and he also wanted to see what good things he could sign on for after another million years. After all, a million years had signed something like Su Xiaojiao's summoning card. Then could it be possible to summon other characters over as well? For example, characters like Xiao Yan, Yi Fan. When the time comes to directly get together a bunch of rubbing mahjong, think about it, is quite exciting. However, existing for 10 seconds, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. But that wasn't a problem. Maybe after signing up for a few million years, one could just permanently summon them over? This possibility wasn't unheard of. But what if these people had such fierce strength, but they couldn't manage it themselves? In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. These 30 years of time, Su-chen did not have much change. He can always find a lot of fun, such as fishing, hook rail, listening to music. It is not very lonely. No matter what, it was still much better than when he crossed over and stayed in the system's void space. It is also because of a million years in the void space, now he is very interested in some very ordinary things. Just like fishing. If it were a person of cultivation to come, he would definitely consider it very boring, but Su-chen was enjoying it. 30 years had passed, and the shocking empire had changed tremendously. Su Hongyuan had broken through to the consummation of the returning Yuan realm and was in seclusion polishing his realm in preparation for breaking through to the Dao realm. As for Su Jingtian, he also broke through to the early stage of the returning Yuan realm, while a few other elders had only reached the perfection of the harmonization stage. The Su family had enlisted countless experts and powerhouses over the past 30 years, and at the beginning when they came to Wangyan Mountain, the population was only 1,000 or so, but now the Su family was close to 100,000 people. Most of these were subordinates who were subservient to the Su family, and the true Su family members, even the collateral lines, only made up a small portion of the population. Nowadays, looking down from Wangyan Mountain, the entire foot of Wangyan Mountain was still full of houses, as if it was a small city. Among these 100,000 people, not every one of them is a person who serves the Su family. There are many of them are their family members, just settled at the foot of the mountain, which is why there are so many people. Only the mountainside upwards of the Wangyan Mountain still did not have many people. After all, the mountainside upwards were all inhabited only by at least the collateral lineage. The Zixia mountain range, on the other hand, was completely under the Su family's umbrella, not allowing any outsiders to enter. From 10 years ago, the surprising empire had been offering great gifts to the Su family every year, rather like a feeling of being a vassal. However, this was normal. The Su family was too powerful. If the Su family wanted to take over the surprise empire, it would be a very simple matter. Dingyang County. Sunset Sect. This sect was founded by the Su family's Su Yujie, and due to his own cultivation being strong enough, coupled with relying on the Su family, the development was also smooth. Now the entire Sunset Sect, in Dingyang County, is considered a big force, the door up and down close to 3,000 people. And Su Yuzhe himself has grown to a half-step harmonization. This is only a part of the Su family's people, along with the Su family's direct line constantly branching out outside. The entire Su family's power is actually extremely huge, definitely more than the 100,000 people under the Wangyan Mountain. Today, outside the peaceful Falling Cloud sect, a group of silhouettes appeared, all of them wearing black robes with the word "ing" tattooed on their clothes, and the entirety of their bodies also released a gloomy and cold aura. Sect leader, this is the Falling Cloud sect. According to the news, Su Yuzhe is definitely within this Falling Cloud sect at this moment. Standing at the very front was a middle-aged man with a grim expression. His pair of eyes were filled with coldness, as if he was a cold-blooded animal without feelings. Yang Lang nodded indifferently. Since we've confirmed the news, then gather all the manpower, and when the time comes, let's exterminate the Falling Cloud sect. The Grand Elder immediately nodded his head. His face was a bit perked up. This Su family doesn't know who it has offended. It has even been offered an open bounty amongst the dark outposts. Assisting in the killing of a Su family's direct lineage is 2 million upper-grade spirit stones, as well as 3 earth-ranked weapons. If we can destroy all of the Su family, our extreme mean sect will definitely be able to advance further. At this moment, the second elder suddenly said with a frown on his face. First elder should still be careful. Although my extreme mean sect has 3 late-stage returning Yuan realm members, and the sect leader, a half-step into the Dao realm, in attendance. But the Su clan should not be underestimated. I'm afraid it's not that simple for them to grow to this point in such a short period of time. The first elder let out a cold laugh. What is the second elder worried about? Haven't you forgotten who the person who offered the public bounty is this time? Hearing these words, the second elder pondered for a moment and then stopped speaking. Indeed, the strength of the person who offered the secret bounty this time was too powerful. The Su family didn't even have a single Dao entry realm, and it was by no means possible to block that person. Their mission this time was also not for them to take action to destroy the Su family, but rather to fish all of the Su family's people over, and at that time, the main person who would take action would be that person, and they would only be assisting from the sidelines. In the Dark Outpost, to release the task, are required to hand over the task reward to the Dark Outpost, and once the task is taken, the person who releases the task cannot harm the person who takes the task. It could be said that the Dark Sentinel had very strict requirements, and if one violated their rules, they would be hunted down by the Dark Sentinel assassins. As a saint-level power that made people scared in the Eastern Domain, no one wanted to offend the Dark Sentinel. Therefore, they were also very relieved in their hearts, not worrying at all about the person who issued the mission turning against them. Yang Lang suddenly opened his mouth at this moment and said, "Alright, everyone has almost arrived, it's time for us to make our move." Hearing these words, the faces of the few people beside him all revealed a grim smile. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, instantly enveloping the entire Falling Cloud sect. The terrifying pressure caused everyone within the Falling Cloud sect to show a look of shock. Some of the elders who reacted quickly violently shouted at the clan, "Enemy attack, everyone prepare to meet the enemy." The words had only just fallen when a distant blade aura directly decimated him. Su Yujie scurried out from within the sect's gate, his expression grave to the extreme. "Where are the high-level people who have come to attack my Falling Cloud sect? Do you dare to leave your name behind?" Although he said so, he still hurriedly sent a message to the Su family. The aura of these people was extremely powerful, at least all of them were cultivators of the returning Yuan realm. This was a strong person that could not be resolved at the moment. Yang Lang's figure instantly surfaced, he directly raised his hand towards Su Yuza and blasted down with a palm. The terrifying force fell, Su Yujie's body seemed to fall apart, and he directly smashed down in the middle of the sect, a dull and loud sound that made people's scalp a little numb when they heard it. The sound was like a person falling from the 5th floor and heavily hitting the ground. Yang Lang looked at the bottom with a sneer on his face and said contemptuously, "A mere ant at the refined void stage is worthy of knowing our names? Su Yujie, the stunning empire's name for you is Genius Sect Leader. I heard that you broke through the half-step harmonization at less than 60 years of age. This kind of cultivation speed, even compared to the heavenly prides of those holy lands, it's not much better. Unfortunately, you don't have the background of a holy land after all." The corners of Yang Lang's mouth rose slightly as a playful expression appeared on his face. "The seat, however, loves destroying geniuses like you the most." Chapter 74 Spirit Kuei. "It's over, the sovereign has lost, we're all screwed. Isn't the sovereign a member of the Su family? Can we call the Su family to come and help? These people's aura is so sonorous and powerful, it has completely surpassed the refined void stage. Could it be that they are at the conjugation stage? No, this is definitely the returning Yuan realm." Terrified voices resounded within the Falling Cloud sect, and the crowd of disciples and elders were trembling. However, it was good that these people were targeting the strongest members of the Falling Cloud sect, those disciples with average strength. The Extremine sect didn't bother targeting them, but just the aftershocks had caused the disciples to die close to 300 people. Yang Lang slowly floated down from the air. At this moment, Su Yujie was lying on the ground, his body was in excruciating pain, he didn't even have the strength to move. Returning Yuan realm. No, you're not at the returning Yuan realm, half a step into the Dao realm to start. Why did you commit a crime against my Falling Cloud sect? Su Yujie hissed and waited, his voice low and incomparable, like a dying but furious wild lion. Although he had the Su family at his back, he never went to cause trouble, and the Falling Cloud sect had always developed steadily. A powerhouse of this level, he could be certain that he had definitely not messed with. But why did they want to attack the Falling Cloud sect? From the attitude of these people, it was clear that they were running towards the attitude of destroying the Falling Cloud sect. Yang Long wore a cold smile on his face. "You are not qualified to know these things. Hurry up and send a letter to your Su family, only they can possibly save you." Passing on the letter to the Su family. Hearing these words, Su Yujie's face changed. These people were targeting the Su family. Su Yujie used all his strength to remove the Su family's jade pendant at his waist, wanting to send a letter to the Su family to tell them not to come so that they wouldn't be caught in a trap. If he died with this life, he would die, and the Su family's sons and daughters would have no fear of death. But if he implicates the Su family, then he is a sinner. But just as he reacted, a sharp pain sensation came from his hand, causing his entire being to nearly collapse. Ah! A low cry of pain rang out, only to see Su Yujie's eyes red and his face hideous, only to see that his entire arm had been chopped off. Although for a void refining stage powerhouse, a broken arm or something was not a fatal injury, and the arm could grow back, the pain was still there. Yang Ling directly sucked the token over and grasped it in his hand as he wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like you've already contacted it a long time ago, so there's no need to be so troublesome." Saying that, he slowly walked towards the front with a weird and evil smile on his face. Next comes the moment of feast. This seat's favorite thing is to dismantle you geniuses and then watch your terrified and panicked expressions. Ha ha ha. Geniuses, bull geniuses, in this seat's hands, they're still nothing more than pigs and dogs. The words just fell. Su Yuza violently stormed up, his entire body shooting towards Yanlang like a cannonball. And on his face, a lavender streak emerged. This was his holy body, the triple pole illusion spirit body. Yanlang was caught off guard, and his entire body crashed and flew hundreds of meters. Su Yuza did not pursue, he tore through the void to leave, but found that the void was directly blocked, so he had no choice but to vanish towards the distance. But only just a short distance away, a giant hand violently grabbed towards him. Griffin, this power of yours, it's something that this seat didn't expect. Su Yuza's face changed as the purple lines on his face violently changed, becoming as black as ink. At the same time, his body swelled by close to 30%. Bang! Yanlang slap directly sent Su Yujie flying once again, but this time, Su Yujie didn't suffer any particularly serious injuries, but instead, he used this force to fly towards the distance. The lines on his body also changed back to purple once again. This side was the ability of the triple pole illusion spirit body. He was divided into 3 types in total. The purple pattern represented a surge in speed and strength, black represented defense and recovery, and the last one was yellow, which increased the strength of spiritual energy and divine soul. With Su Yuza's current control over the triple pole illusion spirit body, these increases were at least around 7 times. He could also activate 2 powers at the same time, or even all 3, but this would reduce the increase of a single ability. What? Yanglang's face was filled with disbelief. His own strike just now, although he had left his hand behind, he definitely had the strength of a half-step returning Yuan realm, and after eating this strike, he was actually still able to act? His eyes were filled with the color of gravity. At the very beginning when that blow hit Su Yuza, it was also at the level of harmonization perfection, and at that time when Su Yuza was still able to speak, he felt a little surprised. Until now, Yanlang could be certain that there was definitely some secret in Su Yuza's body. To know Su Yuza is only a half-step harmonization stage, this realm can block the harmonization perfection's attack is very outrageous, let alone still half-step returning Yuan realm level attack. It was considered good that he didn't die a violent death directly. Yanlang's eyes became hot. No wonder the Su family is being targeted, this is a big secret. To be able to have a strength comparable to half-step returning Yuan realm at half-step harmony, even in the Holy Land, only those top prides can do it. Thinking about it, his body's aura erupted violently. Yanlang caught up with Su Yuza in 2 breaths of time and pressed him to the ground. Although Su Yujie's defense was comparable to a half-step returning Yuan realm, but his strength was a half-step into the Dao realm, and there was absolutely no comparison between the two. Even a person who was more talented would not be able to transgress so many realms. Su Yujie kept struggling, which excited Yanlang even more. Such a strong power, even a perfect harmonization stage can't compare to you. Your Su family has a lot of secrets. Yanlang had an evil smile on his face. This seat already can't bear to kill you directly. Such a powerful body, if it can be refined to be able to spirit Kuei, that would be considered good. Spirit Kuei. Hearing this word, Su Yujie's pupils contracted violently, and a look of trepidation spread across his face. Refining the spirit Kuei, he had also heard of it. It was a formation developed by a devilish sect countless years ago, only due to it being too evil. That sect had long since been exterminated. And the spirit Kuei was not a real puppet, he was parasitizing part of his own divine sense on another person, and then that part of his divine sense took control of the other person's body. The soul of the owner of the body under control can only be forced to watch his own actions, and is unable to stop or change. This kind of spirit Kuei is usually used on those geniuses, not only can ensure that the puppet is obedient, but also does not lose its space to grow, but also has a certain spirituality. Su Yujie's expression was a bit terrified. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he was refined into a puppet, this was something he couldn't accept. You beast, kill me if you have the guts. Facing Su Yujie's impotent rage, Yanlang always had a contemptuous smile on his face. Aggressive? This kind of little trick is useless to me. While speaking, Yanlang also started to activate his gong method, preparing to search Su Yuza's soul first. After all, whether this body could be saved or not depended on that person's attitude, so he first searched the other party's soul to get the secrets of the Su family. He was just about to make a move when a loud sound rang out in the distance, and a terrifying pressure was transmitted. Who dares to violate my Su family's power? Chapter 75 Elder, please also make a move. A strong man in the dark. The Su family's group of strong men came in a joint effort, their voices shaking the heavens and moving the earth, and when the surrounding forces saw this, they were all incomparably curious as they looked in the direction of the Falling Clouds sect. This seems to be the Su family, who provoked them, that direction. Falling Cloud sect, is there actually someone who dares to make a move against them? Right, who doesn't know that it's a force created by the Su family's direct line? Isn't offending the Falling Cloud sect the same as offending the Su family? But the Su family is really powerful. I saw the aura of those people just now. They all seem to be cultivators above the harmonization stage. At this moment, in the middle of the Falling Cloud sect, The figures of several people from Su Hongyuan stood in the void, each of them had a powerful aura that shook the heavens and moved the earth, and before they even started to make their moves, the void around them started to become a little unstable, and they simply couldn't withstand the powerful pressure. The people of the extreme sect sensed the movement, all of them stopped, no longer continued to slaughter the Sunset Sect's disciples, but looked at the Su family with a grave expression. However, in just a moment, the Sunset Sect, excluding Su Yujie, the other senior members were almost all dead, and only 30% of the disciples in the sect were left. Yang Lang's eyes narrowed vainly as he glanced at Su Yuza, raising his hand and sealing him on the ground with a palm, unable to move. Soul searching required a quiet environment, and now that a great war was about to break out, it was definitely not very suitable. Only after the Su family was destroyed would he come back to search his soul. He slowly stood up and looked towards the 6 figures in the high sky, his eyes filled with gravity. From the news, these 6 people should be the strongest fighting force of the Su family. 1 returning Yuan realm perfection, 1 returning Yuan early stage, and 4 harmonization realm perfections. This Su family was indeed somewhat uncomplicated. It was heard that their strongest person a few decades ago was still only at the void refining stage. To be able to reach this point in such a short period of time, they must have gotten some kind of heaven-defying chance. Thinking of this, Yang Lang's eyes were full of fire. To be able to make that person even make a move against the Su family, it must not be something unusual. His request wasn't too high. When the time came, their extreme sect would just drink some soup. Su Yunshan looked at Su Yujie, who was sealed on the ground. A cold killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes, his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, a thunder arc violently bloomed between heaven and earth. This thunder arc grew bigger and bigger, eventually transforming into a huge thunder pillar to kill Yang Lang. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm the people of my Su family, it will be impossible to let you leave today. Yang Lang's eyes were filled with contempt. A mere harmonization perfection, how dare you speak so loudly? He did not pay any attention to Su Yunshan's attack at all. There was a huge difference in strength between the two of them. He himself was a cultivator of the Dao entry realm. Would he be afraid of someone who had not even reached the Guiyuan realm? But soon, his face changed. Something wasn't right. The thunder pillars did not only contain violent lightning power, they were also filled with sword chi that obliterated everything, only that these sword chi were hidden in the thunder pillars and he did not notice them. It was probably because the distance was farther before and he was a little light on it. It wasn't until the thunder pillar was about to arrive 300 meters in front of him that he noticed the terrifying power contained within it. Boom! Only a loud sound was heard to explode from the falling cloud sect. Yang Lang was directly blasted to the ground. The earth instantly cracked. This terrifying might could not even be withstood by the earth. In an instant, the entire falling cloud sect was destroyed. Countless disciples saw this scene, and their faces all wore an uplifted look. Great, this is the Su family behind the sect leader. With them coming to help, our falling cloud sect can finally be saved. It's a pity that my master and senior brother are dead. These damned ones must kill them. The Su family is incredibly powerful. They will definitely be able to do it. The strength demonstrated by Su Yunshan immediately caused the surviving disciples of the falling cloud sect to rejoice. And there were already quite a few people around the falling cloud sect who were secretly observing, and after they saw Su Yunshan's terrifying strength, all of them had some chills beyond measure in their hearts. This was too strong. It had completely transcended the realm of the harmonization stage, right? Daring to provoke the Su family, this group of people really aren't afraid of death. I seem to recognize these people. They are the extreme sect of the Great Qian Empire, but the Su family's power is only within the Surprise Empire. How could they have provoked the extreme sect? A while ago, a mission was released amongst the dark outposts that was targeting the Su family, and the reward was incomparably rich, so I reckon that it should be related to this matter, but I've only heard about it, and I don't know the specifics. The people who were communicating in the dark were almost all cultivators above the void refining stage. They were far away from each other and were only probing out their divine senses to quietly observe. However, after hearing that someone had issued a mission to kill the Su family in the dark post, they all revealed expressions of surprise. Although the Su family was developing quickly, they were all acting in a relatively friendly manner and were not overbearing at all. Who would go out of their way to exterminate the Su family? Inside the falling cloud sect, those people from the extreme sect all had some disbelief on their faces after seeing Yang Lang get hit. How could it be possible? The sect leader is a half-step cultivator of the Dao realm. That Su Yunshan is only the perfection of the harmonization stage. Can such a big difference in realms actually hurt the sect leader? Su Hongyuan also did not watch the show. His figure was like Tarzan, directly towards Yang Lang, heavily smashed, wrapped in boundless might, so that people look at the shocking. He already had a perfect cultivation at the returning Yuan realm, plus he was a holy body, so he had no problem crossing the border to fight below the middle stage of the Dao. So even if Yang Lang was a half step into the Dao, Su Hongyuan didn't carry fear at all. Sky crash. Su Hongyuan integrated his own power into his feet. This was what Taoist Ziyang had taught him before, and it was also the basic operation of a powerful physical cultivator, which was to gather the power of the whole body to a single point. This ability was simple for those who used spiritual power, but the strongest thing of a physical cultivator was not spiritual power, but strength. To gather power to a single point, it required pure control. Yang Lang had only just gotten up from the ground when he sensed that Su Hongyuan was once again killing towards him, and now he didn't dare to take it lightly, and used all his strength to fend it off. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The entire place where the Falling Clouds sect was located, all directly sunk a few meters. This is the terror of physical cultivation. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yang Lang's mouth. His body felt as if it was about to fall apart. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Is this the perfection of the returning Yuan realm? In front of Su Hongyuan, he did not have the slightest resistance, as if he was completely out of a class. However, the aura of Su Hongyuan's body was really only the perfection of the returning Yuan realm. Suddenly, Yang Lang thought of Su Yuza, whose fighting strength was also far beyond his own realm. Looking at the Su Hongyuan with his strong aura, Yang Lang couldn't help but yell at once. Senior, I've already lured the people for you, please take action, Senior. The strength of the Su family's people was somewhat beyond his imagination, so Yang Lang didn't dare to fight alone anymore, otherwise it was very likely that he would fall today. When Su Hongyuan heard these words, his spirit instantly tightened and he looked towards all directions with a stern look. It wasn't just him, the other Su family members were also like this. This person's strength was so powerful, those who could be called seniors by him, wouldn't that be at least starting at the Dao realm? Chapter 76, Extreme Sect was destroyed, a terrifyingly strong person strikes. After a while without the slightest response, Yang Lang was a bit anxious. Senior, all the core members of the Su family are already here, please show yourself. After Yang Lang called out again, there was still not the slightest response. At this moment, even Yang Lang, no matter how stupid he was, reacted. He had been punked. Not only him, the other elders of the Extreme Sect's faces were also incomparably ugly. They were prepared to use Su Yuza to go fishing, but it didn't occur to them that Su Yuza was the bait and they were likewise the bait. Now, although the mission was completed, if they died, the rewards of the mission should be returned to the person who issued the mission, only for the Dark Sentry to receive a 20% commission. That person was planning to sell them directly. Yang Lang's face was gloomy to the extreme. He stood up with great difficulty, his body's aura violently climbed to the peak, and he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Having reached this situation, he only had the path of recognizing reality. Although the Su family was powerful, their Extreme sect wasn't bad either, and it was still possible to fight their way out. Yang Lang clenched his teeth, his eyes full of indignation. Damn! Being counted wasn't pleasant, but the situation was different now. He had to be calm and couldn't let his anger get the better of him. The mission has been completed, let's just escape. Yang Lang stuffed an elixir into his mouth, and his body, which was originally seriously injured and dying, was suddenly revitalized once again, and even became more powerful. Tyrannosaurus Rex Pill. This was a kind of elixir that could boost his strength for a short period of time, but the after effects were great. After using it, it would very much affect his foundation, and he wouldn't use it if he didn't have to. Su Hongyuan also reacted, they don't have any helpers at all, hurry up and kill them, don't let these people escape. He had also heard of the Extreme sect. If any of these people were spared, there would be great trouble for the Su family in the future. They naturally wouldn't be afraid, but if a strong person wanted to assassinate, their Su family's juniors were afraid that it would be hard for them to live. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he fiercely chased towards the Extreme sect's Grand Elder. There were only 7 people from the Extreme sect who had come, 3 at the returning Yuan realm, 1 at the half-step into the Dao, and 3 at the perfection of the harmonization realm. These were their Extreme sect's top fighting force. Originally, according to the normal situation, the strength of these people from the Su family, it was impossible to be their enemy. However, the actual situation was that the Extreme sect was being chased and beaten. And still, they were powerless. Although Su Qingtian only had the strength of an early stage of returning Yuan, in reality, below half-step into the Dao, it was simply impossible to be his opponent. Although Su Yunshan and the rest of them were only merged and perfected, they could battle up to the middle stage of returning Yuan. But that was only against ordinary cultivators. Adding to that, the head of the Extreme sect was directly being pressed. Even if the remaining Extreme sect people could hold back the 5 of Su Qingtian, once Yang Lang fell, who in Su Hongyuan could stand up to him? Watching the Su family's people being so fierce, those disciples of the Falling Cloud sect climaxed. This is too strong for the Su family. Is this the Su family? Our Falling Cloud sect is blessed by such a power, what else do we need to worry about in the future? Yang Lang had thought that he would be able to escape after taking the Tyrannosaurus Rex pill, but realized that he couldn't do it at all. Su Hongyuan's speed was just too fast. He had at least the strength of a mid-stage of Dao entry. Yang Lang's heart was filled with despair. In the moment of urgency, he twisted his head and wanted to fight to the death, but he was blown to death by Su Hongyuan's hard-hitting damage, directly blasting him to death with a fist. And similarly, Su Hongyuan also suffered serious injuries. A hideous hole appeared in the location of his lower abdomen. Blood flowed out along the wound, which was blasted through by Yang Lang's desperate counterattack. However, in just an instant, the wound recovered as before. For him who possessed the desolate ancient saint body, any injury, as long as he himself didn't die, then he could recover quickly. This was true even for fatal wounds. Su Hongyuan then proceeded to kill towards the other few people from the Extreme sect. In that moment just now, the Extreme sect had only 3 elders left alive. However, after having Su Hongyuan join in, the remaining people of the Extreme sect were also powerless and were directly blown away by Su Hongyuan. So far, the people of the Extreme sect had all fallen. When the surrounding secretive powerhouses saw this scene, they couldn't help but be appalled. The strength of the Su family was too powerful, wasn't it? Why did they all possess the ability to cross the border and kill their enemies? Su Yunqian quickly stepped in front of Su Yujie and asked with a somewhat worried expression, "Yujie, how is the situation?" Su Yujie squeezed out a smile on his pale face. "Father, I'm fine." Although he was chopped off an arm and suffered serious injuries within his body, it was not fatal and only needed to recuperate for a period of time. After Su Yuza recovered a little bit of strength, he activated his triple pole illusion spirit body, and black lines immediately spread all over his body, and his flesh began to recover quickly. Including that broken arm, it also directly grew out quickly. In just 5 or 6 breaths of time, it was completely the same as before. However, due to the fact that it was a freshly grown arm, it was still a lot more fragile than before, and he couldn't use this arm to fight in a short period of time. In terms of recovery ability alone, Su Yuza's triple pole illusion spirit body was almost on the verge of being comparable to the desolate ancient saint body, but there was still a big difference between the two. The triple extreme illusory spirit body had to be actively catalyzed, whereas the desolate ancient sacred body didn't need to, because that was his original recovery ability, and if it was at full strength, it would be at least about 3 times as much as the triple extreme illusory spirit body. However, the third grade illusory spirit body abilities were a bit more diverse. Su Yunqian looked at Su Yujie's terrifying recovery ability and couldn't help but sigh. This recovery power was really perverted. Even his thundering sword body was inferior to it. Su Yujie looked at the falling cloud sect, which was already in ruins. His eyes were filled with sentimental colors. For this sect, he had paid a lot of effort. There were also many elder disciples within the sect, but now they died in this great battle. Su Yuza's fists were clenched, or he was not strong enough. I have to become stronger before I can do so. Su Yunqian looked at his son's appearance and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Right at this moment, Su Hongyuan in the distance was shaken as he hurriedly said into the void, "Elder Hefeng?" Just a moment ago, he had detected an incomparably powerful aura, an aura that far exceeded any person he had come into contact with before. When the Su clan's crowd heard these words, all of their faces were shaken as they stood up, their expressions somewhat grave. "Tisk, TSK, I can't imagine that this extreme sect is so weak that it was defeated without any fight." A clear and cold voice rang out, and it was as if the water rippled in the sky. Immediately after, a silhouette slowly stepped out from it, dressed in white, with his hands behind his back. The entire person looked extraordinary. And the aura on his body was introverted, making it impossible to see the depth. But even so, it made people feel a little numb. This is a kind of instinct and intuition. Just as the little sheep encountered a tiger, even if the tiger did not have any action, the little sheep will still be afraid. The visitor looked towards Su Hongyuan, surprise flashed in his eyes, still quite sharp. "This father just released a little bit of breath, and it can all be captured by you." Chapter 77 Nine Clouds Taoist Temple, Desperate Su Family Crowd. The moment he saw the man, Su Hongyuan's entire body tensed up, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Su Hongyuan's heart shook as his eyes were filled with gravity. Why did Senior allow the extreme sect to commit the falling cloud sect? The man smiled contemptuously. "Are you questioning this, father?" Saying this, he raised his hand and waved it. A terrifying force instantly descended from the sky. Su Hongyuan was a desolate ancient saint body, but under this strike, he was directly blasted to the ground. His body almost didn't directly split apart, golden blood continuously flowing out. Su Hongyuan's face grimaced from the pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tao Enlightenment Realm. No, this was a cultivator above the Tao entry realm? A saint. He wanted to restore his shattered body, but realized that it was impossible to do so. There was an even stronger force within him that blocked his power, making it impossible to restore his physical body. Seeing this situation, Su Qingtian as well as several elders of the Su family immediately stepped forward and the group protected in front of Su Hongyuan. The man in white looked at Su Hongyuan's appearance, but there was a slightly different color in his eyes. Golden blood. This is the desolate ancient saint body, right? The Su family's crowd immediately changed their faces. The saint body had always been their Su family's secret. This kind of thing could never be spread out, otherwise the Su family would be in deep trouble. Along with their cultivation growth, the Su family's crowd knew just how difficult it was to make a person possess a sacred body out of thin air. Although Su Chen was very powerful, there was always someone in this world who could not be solved by Su Chen. At that time, what if someone coveted the secrets of the Su family? The white-clothed man swept over towards the Su family crowd, his massive divine soul power poured out, and the crowd was as if they were stripped naked, with no secrets to speak of in front of him. "You guys? The white-robed man's pupils contracted violently. Surprisingly, all of them are sacred bodies. His eyes carried shock and disbelief. In the Eastern domain, one or two saint body within a saint-level power was considered extremely rare. This kind of physique was simply too rare to be found. But so many people from this Su family were all saint body. The most crucial thing was that they actually all came from a single power. The probability of this kind of thing was just too low. The white-clothed man's eyes narrowed vainly. It seems that you, the Su family, still have an unbelievable secret? The Lord asked me to exterminate your Su family. Decades ago you were only a small force, suddenly growing to this point. It should be that you have obtained some sort of heaven-defying chance within these decades, right? He had detailed information about the Su family decades ago, and at that time, the entire Su family did not even have a single extreme spiritual root. Since the Su family was really too weak, he casually put up a bounty at the dark sentry post and didn't take care of it anymore. This kind of weak force, no matter what, could not grow. The upper limit was right there. So he didn't care too much. As a result, he didn't expect to hear the name Su family again in recent years, and it had grown extremely terrifying. He had bought some information about the Su family in the secret outposts, and it actually said that there might be saints in the Su family, and because of that, he issued a reward, wanting to go and test the bottom of the Su family. As a result, he did not expect the extreme insect to be such a waste. The white-clothed man took a deep breath. His complexion gradually calmed down as he once again looked towards the Su family's crowd, his eyes full of scorching heat. Sacred bodies, so many sacred bodies. If I can refine all of you, it's possible for this father's sacred body to break through to an imperial body, right? It was a common operation for saint bodies to devour each other. Nowadays, in this era, due to the fact that there were fewer saint bodies, all of them were the treasures of the major powers, so similar things rarely happened. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when great emperors still existed, such things happened from time to time. Hearing these words, the faces of the Su family's crowd immediately changed. The white-clothed man's face grew more and more livid, caused by his excitement, as he laughed out loud and said, unexpectedly, your Su family managed to give me such a great gift. And the secret of your ability to give birth to a sacred body, all of these things, will belong to this father. Suddenly, he felt that when he had directly told the Lord that the Su family had been destroyed in order to save himself some trouble, it was simply the single most correct choice he had made in his life. Otherwise, the secrets of the Su family might not belong to him. The saint might within the white-robed man's body violently erupted, and an incomparably terrifying pressure pressed towards the Su family's crowd, all of whom immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to move. This was a saint. Just by virtue of his might, he made people unable to move. Although there was only one realm separating a saint from the Tao initiation realm, the gap was simply too great, and even a supreme pride would not be able to cross this chasm. Those who could defeat a saint at the Tao entry realm could only do so if they had the qualifications of a great emperor. Although the Su family's crowd were all sacred bodies, there was still a gap between them and great emperor qualifications. There were many saint bodies in the Xian heaven realm, but there were only a handful of saint bodies that could become great emperors. However, the qualifications of a great emperor were not measured by their physical qualities. From ancient times to the present, there were many great emperors who had started from the humble beginnings, relying on their mortal bodies to grow up to be the strongest in heaven and earth. Chance, luck, you can't have one without the other. The man in white once again looked towards the Su family. He raised his hand and grabbed towards them. This giant hand contained holy might and possessed a terrifying refining power. If they were grabbed, it might only take a few breaths of time for these people of the Su family to be completely refined. The Su family's crowd could only fall to the ground and watch as this giant hand came towards them. Despair, helplessness filled their hearts. This was the most powerful person they had ever faced. No, this was not the first time. Back then, Yi Qingling's clan was also this powerful. Su Qingtian's face was filled with unwillingness. He still had too many things he wanted to do. He still wanted to retrieve Qingling. He still wanted to reunite his family. If he fell straight here, he would not be able to rest in peace in his 9 springs. At the same time, he also knew exactly what level Yi Qingling's clan was. It was definitely a saint level. And it was still an extremely powerful saint level. If it was the Su Qingtian of the past, he was afraid that he would despair, but now, his cultivation was progressing rapidly, and if he was given time, breaking through to become a saint would be absolutely difficult. But now, everything was coming to an end. He was not willing. Su Qingtian used all his strength to break free from the pressure, but realized that he simply couldn't do it. Just as the giant hand was about to grab them, a breath like a spring breeze filled the air, directly melting the giant hand away. At this moment, a breeze blew between heaven and earth, making it incomparably refreshing. In front of the giant hand, a middle-aged Taoist priest appeared, his face old and heavy, his eyes incomparably kind. He said with a smile on his face, "Fellow Taoist, I wonder if I can stay my hand and give the people of the Su family a way out?" At the same time, the pressure that had enveloped the Su family's head dissipated, and they were instantly shaken after glancing at the middle-aged Taoist priest. "You are Taoist Master Yu Hua." The eyes of the Su family and the others were filled with disbelief. Although they knew that the 2 Taoist masters of the 9 Clouds Taoist temple had extraordinary origins, how could they not have thought that they were actually saints? The feathered mortal smiled and nodded. His entire person was like a spring breeze, making people's moods doubly comfortable. The white-robed man looked condescendingly at Fei Huajinjin, his eyes full of ice-cold color. That saint of the Su family, that's you, isn't it? A mere saint who has just made a breakthrough also dares to be in the way of my father, truly arrogant. Just as well, it's been a long time since I've made a move, so I'll kill a saint today, so that the eastern region will remember the name of my Gue Hui sage again. Chapter 78 Strong Returning Ruin Sage, Nine Clouds Taoist Temple comes to help. After the returning market saint finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura was released from his body. This aura shook the heavens and earth with might, and the entire surprising empire, and even several neighboring empires, detected this terrifying aura. Holy might! This is Saint Might! Someone shouted with a terrified face. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since the eastern region has seen the aura of a saint who has provoked a saint here? That direction, quickly go and take a look. It's worth it even if you die if you can see a saint make a move. Many of those who were not afraid of death immediately headed towards the direction where the aura was released, their eyes filled with fervor. Saints were completely mythical figures in their eyes. Among these people who came forward to watch the show, there were also quite a few who were strong at the Tao entry realm, and they wanted to watch a saint make a move, and then use it to refer to the holy Tao. Although it wouldn't be much help, it was good as long as they could understand a little bit more about saints. At this moment, inside the Falling Cloud sect, the feathered master was looking upwards with a bland expression. His gentle eyes contained a look of gravity and solemnity. 10 years ago, he had successfully chopped the upper corpse, and for him, of the 3 corpses, only the middle corpse was the most difficult to pass, while the upper corpse was instead a bit easier. As a Taoist, he had cultivated his body since he was a child, and had a lighter view of life and death. If Su Chen helped him to cut down the middle corpse, it would be equivalent to owing the Su family a great karma. Even if he had to die for it, it would be appropriate. So no matter what, he had to save these people of the Su family. The aura of the feathered mortal also spread out, confronting the returning ruined saint in the sky, but his expression was grave to the extreme. The returning market saint. He had also heard of this name. It was the old ancestor of the returning ruined sacred land, and was also a powerful cultivator at the late Saint King stage, a little more powerful than his own master. He was not the least bit confident that he could defeat the other party. Around the Falling Cloud sect, quite a few people had also gathered around. These were basically all cultivators who started at the returning Yuan realm. Even the old Shocking King had come. The main reason was that the commotion here was really too big. This was still his surprising empire's territory. It was really a bit too much for him not to come. This is the Su family. The old surprising king's eyes were filled with gravity. How did they provoke a saint? Hiss, 2 saints fighting. Old me has never seen that in my life. Today I can finally open my eyes. In the dark, a cultivator who had just broken through into the Tao had eyes full of fire. That is actually the old holy lord of the returning ruins holy land. My Morone family is a vassal of the returning ruins holy land, and I was once fortunate enough to see it once. What, that one I heard has already broken through the Saint King realm long ago. And you guys look at that other saint, the aura on his body is obviously much weaker. It's estimated that he's only at the saint realm. He should still have just broken through not long ago. It seems that this great battle is already without suspense. This freshly broken through saint is definitely bound to lose, but how did he mess with the returning ruined saint? Many people were secretly exchanging words, their eyes full of doubt. In just a moment, the number of Tao Enlightenment Realm cultivators who had come here was surprisingly close to 10, and there were still quite a few more Tao Enlightenment Realms in the distance that were on their way, and even many cultivators who were submerged in closed-door cultivation had also come. Who wouldn't want to observe a great battle between saints? If one could peek at it, this was something that could increase one's probability of becoming a saint. The eyes of the returning ruined sage were filled with ice coldness as he raised his hand and waved it, and the heavens and earth began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, a huge palm appeared in the sky, with a diameter of at least 10,000 feet, which contained infinite might, as if it could destroy the sky and the earth. Looking from below, it was as if a mortal was facing a deity. A mere saint, and you dare to provoke this reverend. The voice of the returning ruined saint was transmitted like a flood bell. Countless people only felt some numbness in their scalp when they saw this huge palm. Obviously watching him descend was not fast, but they had the feeling of a mole cricket facing the heavens, unable to hide. Fei Huajinjin's eyes were filled with gravity. This strike seemed slow, but he couldn't avoid it. He had to follow it. He raised the duster in his hand, and holy power poured out. For the returning ruined saint, this was just a casual strike from him, but the feathered mortal needed to use his full power to resist it, and he might not be able to do so. Although there was only a gap of 1 realm between a saint and a saint king, at the point of a saint, every small realm was a chasm, not to mention that the difference between the two was 1 large realm and several small realms. In the next moment, a sword coalesced in front of the feathered mortal. This sword was different from other people's swords. He was like the breeze, without the slightest feeling of sharpness, and you even had the feeling that he couldn't harm you. The long sword clashed with the huge palm, and strong holy power poured out. The Fallen Cloud sect, which was already in a state of disrepair, became even more dilapidated, almost completely unable to find a trace of the Fallen Cloud sect in the beginning. Luckily, the feathered master protected his back, the aftermath did not affect the Su family, and the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect were farther away, and no one appeared to be dead, only a number of people were injured. However, the feathering realist's sword was not able to block the giant palm and began to crumble inch by inch. When those who were secretly observing saw this scene, they could not help but shake their heads. It looks like this senior who just advanced to saint is going to lose. It's a pity that he's going to fall just after breaking through. A saint who has just broken through has the guts to provoke a Saint King powerhouse. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. I thought it would be a great battle, but I didn't expect it to be a crushing, boring. Su-du came here specifically to observe the great battle of the saints, but as a result, he didn't expect that the returning ruin sage would just make a single strike and directly abort the battle. This caused many of the people who had traveled here specifically to be unable to help but feel a little disappointed. The feathered mortal looked at the huge palm in the sky, and his eyes were also grave to the extreme. The move just now was his full power strike. If a mid-saint cultivator were to receive it hard, he would definitely not be able to get away with it, but it was so easily defeated by the other party. The gap between the saint and Saint King realms was too great. The feathered mortal revealed a bitter smile on his face. Master, I'm sorry for the trouble. As the words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air at his side. The person who came only had the appearance of a youth, but the aura on his body was ancient and simple, with a strong Tao rhythm. Ziyangzhenjin looked up and glanced at the huge palm in the sky. His aura blossomed and he raised his hand to meet it, directly blasting that huge palm apart. It was extremely easy and simple, not at all as laborious as the previous feathery harmonizer. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. There was another saint. No, a Saint King powerhouse. The eyes of the returning ruined sage stared as he looked somewhat serious, without the frivolous mentality from before. The saint force within the Ziyang realist's body was very powerful, almost not even close to him. Was there such a strong person behind the Su family? Soon, the eyes of the returning ruined saint became fiery once again. Could it be that the Su family had turned into what it is today because of these two saints in front of him? However, he felt that this possibility was not high. Although Saint Kings were strong, they did not have the ability to create saint bodies. But even if it wasn't created by the two of them, it definitely had nothing to do with them. At least these two definitely knew the inside story. Chapter 79 Nine Clouds Taoist Temple Inheritance, chagrined Ziyang realist. When the Su family crowd saw the scene, the shock in their eyes overflowed. They had thought that it was already outrageous for Taoist Master Yu Hua to be a saint, but they hadn't thought that this Ziyang realist was actually one as well. The Su family actually had two saints guarding the door for them? Although it was a little less than respectful to say that they were guarding the door, it was indeed the case. The Nine Clouds Taoist temple was just below the Huangyan mountain, where the junction between the mountainside and the bottom of the mountain was, and upwards was where the Su family's core personnel, the collateral line and the first line lived. Below that was where the Su family's underlings lived. So it was not an exaggeration to say that the Nine Clouds Taoist temple was guarding the door for them. Ziyangzhenjin's eyes were bland as he looked towards the returning ruined sage, and his voice was calm as he said, "Fellow Taoist, go back, you can't move the Su family today." His voice was flat and incomparable, but it was filled with the color of confidence. Although his cultivation was slightly inferior, but if a big battle were to break out, he was completely confident that he would be able to defeat the returning ruined saint. The reason was simple. His seniority was too much older than the returning ruined saint. As early as when the Holy Land of Returning Ruins had not yet been established, he had already been a saint, only that he had always acted in a more low-key style. Even amongst the eastern region, he was also of the type that showed off the mountains, so the two had never crossed paths. He had accumulated countless means over the years, and Ziyang Jinran had absolute confidence that he would be able to take down this returning ruined saint. The returning ruined saint's eyes remained as normal as he coldly looked at Ziyang Jinran. Although the other party's aura was very powerful, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. "Just a Saint King, how dare you go against me?" Saying that, a flood-like aura was released from his body, and his entire being became incomparably maniacal, just like a wild beast. And the aura on his body also grew several times and was incomparably berserk. The surrounding immortalization realm and returning realm cultivators who were just watching the battle had a sensation of scorching heat all over their bodies just from being washed by this aura. This kind of heat did not come from the heat in terms of temperature, but rather the blood in their bodies was affected and their spiritual energy was boiling. It wasn't worth the trip. This is actually still a great battle between two Saint Kings. Someone's face showed excitement, and their eyes were filled with excitement. A great battle between Saint Kings definitely wouldn't be able to separate the winner from the loser in a moment's time, which gave them more opportunities to learn. However, there was also a certain risk. In case they were caught up in the aftermath of a great battle between Saint Kings at that time, I'm afraid that the consequence would be to fall on the spot. The returning ruined saint looked at the Ziyang realist, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. To think that this father was also a heavenly pride on one side, and you, a mid-stage Saint King, think that you can defeat me? Seeing Sage returning ruin's appearance, Ziyang Jinlan's face also became extremely grave. Especially after seeing the heart-palpitating aura of the returning ruined saint, his heart was even tighter. Zhi Yangjinjin seemed to have forgotten a very important thing. Most of his self-confidence came from the fact that the other party was just an ordinary cultivator, but the person in front of him was different. He was a genius saint. When he himself was a saint, the returning market saint was still only at the Dao entry realm, and had just made a name for himself in the eastern domain. By now, he had only broken through to the mid-Saint King stage, but the cultivation of the returning market saint had already broken through to the late Saint King stage. If the returning ruined saint was just an ordinary late Saint King, the cards he had accumulated would definitely be useful, but if the other party was a genius, then he might not be able to defeat the other party. Because geniuses were usually accompanied by great chances, their undercards wouldn't be few and far between. Zhi Yangjinran said with a grave expression, "Fei Hua, take the people and leave in a hurry." Looking at Zhi Yang Realist's appearance, Fei Hua Realist's face also changed violently, but he didn't have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly led the Su clan's crowd to leave directly. As for those disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, he couldn't care less and could only listen to the fate of heaven. When Su Yuza saw this scene, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. As the sect leader, leaving behind his disciples, this kind of thing was really hard to accept in his heart. If these people from the Falling Cloud sect were to be destroyed, then his heart would be even more agonized. Want to leave? The returning ruined saint let out a cold laugh, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and his entire body was like a fierce beast as he directly tore through the void and grabbed towards the feathering reality. This attack, the returning ruined saint did not let go of the water, so it was by no means possible for the feathery harmonization real person to resist it. Zhi Yangjinjin's face changed, his figure flashed, directly stopping in front of him, majestic holy power diffused from his body. Behind him, an illusory figure emerged. That figure was seated on top of the Tao Lotus, his eyes were tightly closed, his figure was magnificent and incomparable, vaguely visible as a youthful appearance. His body revealed an infinite Tao rhythm, as if he were a supreme deity. This was the Taoist Dharma image, and what was being visualized was also a certain ancient supreme god of the Taoist family, the true inheritance of their Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Exactly who this supreme god was, Zhi Yangjinjin himself was not clear, only knowing that two words were engraved on top of that visualized Dharma treasure. Shangqing. Zhi Yangjinjin's Dharma image was hundreds of thousands of feet, and this massive silhouette could be seen throughout the entire Dingyang County. Countless people looked up, their faces filled with horror. This is... what in the world is happening? If today's great battle completely erupted, then the entire Dingyang County, and even the entire Shocking Empire would be destroyed, all because of the great battle between the Saint King powerhouses. And as weaklings, they were unable to even know the underlying cause. On the other side, the eyes of the returning ruined saint were filled with contempt as the aura on his body became even more berserk, and his hands were somewhat sharp, as if they were the claws of wild beasts. This was his saint physique, the berserk beast saint physique. This physique could be ranked in the top 30 even amongst all saint bodies, and its combat power was extremely strong. Boom! A huge collision sound rang out, wild winds swept through, diffusing out in all directions, a dead silence within a radius of 10,000 meters, all of which were destroyed by this terrifying power. Just as the group of people from the Falling Cloud sect were about to die in this aftermath, their figures suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth, as if they didn't exist at all, directly vanishing into thin air. This group of people were already weak, and the returning ruined sage didn't care too much about these people, so naturally, he didn't know when they disappeared. Ka 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 ka. Crisp sounds rang out, only to see that cracks appeared in the Dharma phase behind realist Zhiang. The Zhiang realist's face changed drastically. How was this possible? This was the heaven's remarkable saint? It had been many years, he hadn't fought for a very long time, and this was the first time he had fought a saint in nearly 10,000 years, and one of the few times in his life that he had fought a heaven's pride. The result was extremely no different from before, he had fallen into a disadvantage. Damn! Zhi Yangjinran's face was incomparably ugly. If he had been able to comprehend the core of the inheritance, the returning ruined sage would never have been able to shatter his Dharma phase so easily. Even he was able to blast the returning ruined saint to death. He could feel that the Nine Clouds Taoist temple's inherited method contained infinite power, but it was a pity that he just couldn't truly comprehend it. The returning ruined saint once again raised his hand and commanded with a palm. The heavens and earth violently shook, and the terrifying power poured out towards Zhi Yangjinran. Zhi Yangjinran's face changed once again, preparing to resist this strike with all his might. After the returning ruined saint had done this, he did not continue to attack, but instead directly tore through the void and left. His speed was extremely fast, and in just an instant, he had caught up with the feathered real person in front of him. In his opinion, there was no need to tangle with the Zhiang realist. Although he had absolute confidence that he could defeat the Violet Sun realist, it would be difficult to do so without a lot of effort. None of the powerhouses that could reach the Saint King realm were oil-saving. First, he would devour all of the Su family's saint bodies, and when his strength grew again, it wouldn't be too late to find trouble with the Saint King. When Zhiang Jinren saw this scene, he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Oh no! Zhiang realist was actually not the least bit worried about the lives of the Su family. He was just a little chagrined that he could clearly have a chance to repay the Su family's favor, and it just slipped away in front of his eyes. If he had been able to save these people of the Su family, it would certainly have been enough to repay the favor. But now there was probably no chance. After Zi Yangjinjin blocked that strike from the returning sage, he did not act again, but instead coldly looked in that direction of the returning sage with a sneer in his eyes. With that person in the Su family, do you really think you can do anything to the Su family? It's not yet known who the deer will die today. Su Chen was a powerful person who could intervene to decapitate 3 corpses. Such a heaven-defying character, killing a Saint King was not a game? It could be easily pinched to death. Chapter 80, Su Chen descends. Do I give you permission to go? 3 chapters. On the other side. The returning ruined sage wrapped in boundless greatness and grabbed towards the feathered realist, the strong force wrapping the Su clan's crowd in it as well. If you want to escape in the hands of this seat, you guys should also see if you have the qualifications. There was contempt and excitement in the returning ruined saint's tone. He would soon be able to devour these saint bodies of the Su family. Once he was able to promote himself to an imperial body, not only would his combat power greatly increase, the upper limit of his cultivation would also increase by a lot. It was thought that with some more time, he would be able to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Although there was only a thin line between Saint King and Saint Emperor, it was a completely different concept overall, and after becoming a Saint Emperor powerhouse, he would be a powerful party in the entire Xian heavenly realm. In just an instant, the returning ruined saint grasped the crowd in his hands, his magnificent figure resembling a giant god, looking extremely powerful in terms of intimidation. It looks like it's going to end like this. The returning ruined saint is still too powerful, worthy of being the old ancestor of the returning ruins Holy Land. But no, the difference in strength between a Saint King with a saint body and a Saint King without a saint body is still huge. I advise you not to think like this. A person without a saint body can reach the Saint King realm. This is enough to show how bizarre his methods are. Do you believe that if it really comes to a fight, that Taoist master will be able to escape even if he can't beat him, and there is still a possibility that he can kill the returning ruined sage? Discussions continued to ring out from the shadows, but this time, only the strongest of the Dao entry realm were communicating. The returning realm no longer dared to be on the lookout and had long since run out of sight. Although it looked like Xiang Jinran was at a disadvantage on the surface, there was not a single person who belittled him. How could any cultivator who could reach a realm like Saint King be a simple figure? The returning ruined saint had a group of people in his hands with an icy smile at the corners of his mouth, causing people to shudder a little. And the Su family's crowd was completely desperate. The enemy they had encountered this time was simply too powerful, and although the Su family still had one of their greatest cards in use, they now no longer wished for Su Chen to come over. This was because in their opinion, even if Su Chen arrived, he would definitely not be able to defeat the returning ruined sage. The main reason was that the returning ruined saint was too powerful, leaving them without the slightest bit of confidence in their hearts. The returning ruined saint did not pay any attention to the Su clan's crowd as he turned his head towards his back, his brows slightly furrowed. Why did that Saint King not catch up? Could it be that he knew he was undefeated and was planning to just run for his life? Thinking of this, the returning ruined saint let out a cold smile, still counting on you to be a bit self-aware. Then, he looked towards the surroundings and saw quite a few cultivators at the Dao entry realm, and in the distance there were quite a few at the returning Yuan realm who were carefully checking out. The returning ruined saint's eyes narrowed. If it was under normal circumstances, he would have really wanted to kill those who dared to look closer just now. But cultivators who had reached the Dao entry realm more or less had some background behind them, such as being subordinate to some Holy Land. And now that he was mainly going to devour those saint bodies of the Su clan, as well as get the secrets of the Su clan, erupting into conflict with other saint-level forces was completely unnecessary, and would just add to the changes. After thinking about it, the returning ruined saint still gave up his intention to exterminate them. He looked towards the Su family's crowd in his palm again and said with a fierce smile, "So many saint bodies, when it's really interesting, the secrets of your Su family belong to me." Being held by the huge palm, the faces of several people from the Su family were filled with despair. They were unable to move at all, they couldn't even operate their spiritual energy, the difference in strength was simply too great. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with worry. If he let this person know the secret of their Su family, Su Chen would definitely have trouble escaping the poisonous hand as well. The returning ruined saint didn't waste too much time. He then prepared to turn around and leave this place, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly had a numbing sensation in his scalp. His entire mind and heart tensed, and he said in a serious tone towards the high sky, "Where is the high person?" When the surrounding crowd who had not yet left saw the scene, their eyes were filled with oddities. Could it be that there were still strong people in the dark? At this moment, above the endless heights, Su Chen was sitting in the void as he slightly opened his eyes and looked down. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago, only that he had never made a move. These people of the Su family had traveled smoothly all the way due to his help, and had barely encountered any setbacks, so it was good for them to know that there was a world beyond man and a sky beyond sky. That was why Su Chen had never made a move, only observing in the shadows, and incidentally sheltering a group of disciples from the Falling Cloud sect. Now it seemed that it was about time. A moment later, Su Chen slowly floated down from the high altitude, his face languid, his expression calm. Within his body, there was almost no breath released, and his entire person looked like an ordinary mortal. Su Chen! The Su family's crowd was instantly startled, but there wasn't much joy in their hearts, it was all worry. Why did Su Chen come? In their opinion, as long as the Su family still has Su Chen, then the Su family has not been destroyed, there will always be a chance for the Su family to rise again in the future. But if Su Chen had come, then if something happened to him as well, then the Su family could be really finished. However, the people of the Su family couldn't say anything, so they could only express with their eyes, hoping that Su Chen would hurry up and leave. But Su Chen didn't even look at them. On the other side, the returning ruined saint's expression was serious to the extreme. He was unexpectedly unable to probe the depth of the cultivation of the person in front of him. There were only two possibilities. Either Su Chen was just an ordinary mortal without any cultivation, or he was a cultivator far stronger than himself. But Su Chen was able to fly through the air, so how could he be just a mortal, which meant that he must be much stronger than himself? Thinking of this, the eyes of the returning ruined saint were filled with gravity as he arched his hand and said, "This fellow Taoist, I wonder if something is wrong." He had never come into contact with Su Chen before, and in the returning market saint's opinion, the other party should also be able to see the situation on the Su family's people, so he had specially come up to get a piece of the pie. This was also the only reason he could think of. The returning market saint also began to judge in his mind how he should share these saint bodies of the Su family when the time came. Being involved by a cultivator even more powerful than himself, he was afraid that it would be somewhat difficult for him to swallow all of the Su family's sacred bodies. Su Chen's expression was bland as he sat in the void, sticking out his hand and sticking his head in, asking with some curiosity. "You should be the person behind the mission that was released in the Dark Sentinel back then, offering a bounty to the Su family, right? I seem to remember that it was 2 million upper-grade spirit stones?" Hearing these words, the returning ruined saint's face changed dramatically. What did that mean? Wasn't he here because he wanted these sacred bodies? He was coming for himself. Su Chen's tone of not mentioning the Su family's sacred bodies at all, and also directly talking about the mission he had issued to kill the Su family back then at the Dark Sentinel, caused some uneasiness to rise in his heart. Especially facing an unknown powerhouse, this was extremely worrying in his heart. Although the returning ruined saint was nervous in his heart, he still said with an expressionless face, "What does this mean, fellow Taoist?" When the Su clan's crowd heard the tone of the return to ruined sage, they all had a look of shock in their eyes. The returning ruined saint's tone was filled with scorn. Could it be that Su Chen's strength could be comparable to the saint? His strength was surprisingly so powerful? The Ziyang realist in the distance also sighed violently in relief when he saw Su Chen show up. He was truly a little afraid that his little disciple would be killed in passing as well. "What do you mean?" Su Chen let out a light laugh. His voice was as calm as water. "It's just that it's very simple. To be able to block this young probe, you can't do it, because you are really too weak and too weak. It is impossible for a worm to do this. So, the one who wants to exterminate the Su family is someone else, right?" As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the returning ruined saint contracted violently, his face no longer able to maintain its composure, and the color of fear filled the air. In the next moment, his entire person completely animalized, turning into a beast-like appearance similar to a wolf. Then, without looking back, the returning ruined saint tore through the void and fled towards the distance. His speed was extremely fast, much faster than when he had chased after the feathering reality before. Su Chen's expression remained bland as he said in a flat voice, "Did I allow you to leave?" Chapter 81 Killing the Returning Sage, Su Chen's Terrifying Strength. Su Chen slightly raised his hand. There was no earth-shaking sound, only endless calm. And it was with this appearance that the distant returning ruined saint had a palpitating feeling, as if he was in the middle of a giant hand, never able to escape. Even though he had already left the falling cloud sect 10,000 miles away. In a split second, the returning ruined saint's eyes went black, the scene in front of him changed drastically, and he also returned to the front of Su Chen once again, only this time, he could no longer move, and his entire person was imprisoned. How is it possible? This person actually possessed such terrifying strength. For a time, the heart of the returning ruined saint also sank to the bottom of the valley, pulling out cold. Unspeakable fear lingered in his heart, and for many years, he had never been in a situation of fear. But this time it had more than just appeared, and it was extremely intense. The returning market saint had never encountered such a helpless and desperate situation. In front of Su Chen he seemed to be like a mole cricket, completely without the slightest resistance, simply not an existence of the same magnitude. Who in the world was this person? Why was his strength so terrifying? When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were also all staring with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. Who exactly was this person? As a saint king, the returning ruined saint's fighting strength was there for all to see, but in front of this young man, he was defenseless. How terrifyingly strong would this have to be able to do this? The most shocked of all was the Su family's crowd. Since the returning ruined saint was preparing to flee, the confinement on them was lifted and they were able to move freely. At this moment, the Su family's crowd were all staring at Su Chen with wide eyes and open mouths. What kind of strength was this? Watching Su Chen confine the returning ruined saint as if he were pinching a mole cricket, it was hard for them to believe that this person in front of them was their Su family's young lord. It was too unbelievable. Su Chen's face was bland as he opened his mouth and asked, "Say it, tell me who the person behind you really is. As long as you say it, you can die a little more painfully today." Although Su Chen's voice was calm, everyone who heard it had goosebumps. Even the returning ruined saint had his hairs stand on end, and his entire being was like falling into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, knowing that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape today. The fact that the person in front of him was able to create so many saint bodies of the Su clan meant that his own strength was definitely extremely terrifying. The Saint Emperor was not even as good as that. He must be a Saint Zun or even a heaven-defying cultivator above a Saint Zun. However, the returning ruined saint didn't understand why such a powerful person would want to help the Su family. Suddenly, he thought a lot. Could it be that the Lord wanted to destroy the Su family by himself precisely because of this strong person? Was this a game between the Lord and this strong man? Or was there some other reason? At this moment, the returning ruined saint thought a lot in his heart, countless thoughts crossing his mind. In the end, the returning ruined saint also completely despaired. Knowing that only by cooperating with Su Chen right now could he have a glimmer of life, he spoke with difficulty. "My lord, I don't know exactly who is trying to destroy the Su family. These are all the Lord's arrangements. I'm not particularly clear about the origins of his identity. I only know that it comes from the southern domain." Suddenly, the returning ruined saint's eyes glared, the breath in his body became disorganized, and his eyes were soon covered in blood. The returning market saint seemed to have sensed something as well, and his eyes were filled with despair and pleading. "Save me!" Su Chen's eyes were calm, he already knew the information he wanted. Southern domain? It seemed to be similar to what he had probed before. Previously, he had also probed his mother's situation, and although he had not found out anything in detail, he had deduced that Yi Qingling was in the Xian heavenly realm, and that the approximate direction was in the southern and western regions. The western region was the land of Buddhism, so the probability was that it wasn't the western region, so the southern region was the most likely. However, Su Chen was not very anxious to immediately go to the southern region to find someone. His entire body was very calm. His mother hadn't been in trouble for so many years, which meant that the environment he was currently in was very safe. Besides, he wasn't sure what level that power was. What if it was very powerful? After all, the other party was able to isolate his own probing. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still stabilized his hand. The southern region, definitely want to go, but definitely not now. Moreover, the situation had changed. Before Su Qingtian's qualifications were very wasteful, so he hoped that Su Chen would be able to retrieve Yi Qingling instead of him. But now, along with Su Qingtian's cultivation growing, his thoughts had changed. Su Qingtian wanted to retrieve Yi Qingling himself. This matter, he had to do it himself. And there was still another problem. The one who grabbed Yi Qingling back was their clan. As for why they wanted to destroy the Su clan, it was also because they thought that Su Qingtian was trash and didn't deserve to be with their clan. Or perhaps they felt that Su Qingtian had tainted their bloodline. Finding the door couldn't be a direct extermination of them, could it? Su Qingtian was also a man, and he had his own thoughts about this kind of thing. He hoped that one day he could grow up and stand proudly in front of that group of people. Using his own strength, he would make the forces behind Yi Qingling have no more reason to oppose him. That was why Su Chen did not go actively searching. Otherwise, as early as a long time ago, he could have directly carpet searched based on his own deduction, and found and brought back Yi Qingling. The Xian heavenly realm was just this big, and there were only a handful of strong people who could stop him from probing, so as long as he had judged the general location, it was just too simple to find. Su Chen didn't make any other movements, he just watched the returning ruined sage slowly dissipate in front of his eyes. The heavens and earth were silent, and everyone was just watching. They didn't know the exact original reason, and thought that it was Su Chen who had killed the returning ruined sage, so each and every one of them was showing fear and awe. Su Chen turned around and nodded with a smile towards the Su clan's crowd, then with a wave of his raised hand, he threw out the falling cloud sect disciple he was protecting, and disappeared into thin air. Since the matter had been resolved, there was no need for him to remain here. As Ziyang Jinran looked at Su Chen's departing back, he also couldn't help but sigh a little. This person's strength was also too terrifying, right? Suddenly, he shook his head with a bitter smile, originally saying that this time to repay the favor, now it seemed more and more difficult. Not only was the favor not repaid, but on the contrary, it was Su Chen who had saved the Yuhua realist. This should be considered as a favor owed even more. Ziyang Jinjin shook his head and lost his smile. He wasn't too bitter about this matter either. Taoism was all about having a clear mind, so to be too obsessed with one thing was not very good. After everyone had left, Su Yuza began to lead the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect towards other places. Originally, there was a spiritual vein below the Falling Cloud sect, but because of this great war, the entire terrain had changed, and the spiritual vein naturally disappeared. Looking down from a high altitude, there was a bottomless abyss below. These were all cracks that had appeared because of the great war. The spirit veins had all disappeared, so naturally, Su Yuza could not continue to establish the Falling Cloud sect here. He needed to go and find the spirit veins again. Chapter 82, a scroll composed of the power of cause and effect. Those people around the falling cloud sect saw the whole thing come to an end, but they all just froze in place, unable to return to their senses for a long time. From today onwards, they would remember the birth of a powerful force amongst the Eastern Domain. The Su family. A powerful force capable of killing Saint Kings. After this news was spread out, it instantly shook the entire Eastern Domain, especially the people of the shocking empire, who were the most shocked. The Su family actually possessed a strong person who could kill a Saint King, which was something that everyone had not expected at all. The moment the Su family first came to prominence was during the Nine Dragons battle for the throne, and at that time, Su Chen had shown his strong strength and helped Lin Jin seize the throne. After that, the Su family became stronger and stronger, becoming more and more outrageous. Within just a few decades, the entire Su family had changed drastically, and just when everyone thought that was it, it turned out that the Su family had dealt them another heavy blow. The Su family had a saint. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? It wasn't just those outsiders of theirs, in fact, the Su family themselves felt that it was outrageous as well. Su Chen was actually able to exterminate a Saint King, something that none of them had expected. In an instant, Su Chen became the hero of the Su family's crowd. 3 months later. The center of the cloud-watching cave sky. Su Chen stood in the air and looked towards the surroundings. Nowadays, although the spiritual qi in the cloud-watching cave sky was abundant, it was somewhat not quite enough. These people from the Su family had broken through too quickly, and coupled with the fact that everyone's physique was incomparably strong, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was enormous, and it was still somewhat difficult to satisfy so many people. At the very least, there was an oversupply, and if this continued, the strength of the Su family would increase, and the rate of spiritual energy being born in the entire Wang Yun cave sky would be even more unable to keep up. Su Chen raised his hand and took out 2 Daoyuan crystals, filling them into the Hope Cloud cave sky. In a split second, the entire cave heaven began to tremble violently, and the Su clan's people were all startled as they all woke up from their state of seclusion, looking towards the surroundings with astonished expressions. However, after they saw Su Chen in the air, they were reassured again. With Su Chen around, then it must be fine. Along with the violent trembling of the Looking Cloud cave sky. Soon, the incomparably dense spiritual energy began to gush out, and the entire cave sky underwent a radical change. Not only did the size double, the rules in the cave sky became even more perfect. The most important thing was the spiritual energy. After absorbing the 2 Daoyuan crystals, the speed of the birth of spiritual qi in the Wang Yin cave sky directly climbed by nearly 10 times. It was important to know that previously, the speed at which the Wang Yun cave heaven gave birth to spiritual energy was extremely terrifying, many times faster than the birth of the Wang Yun mountain dragon vein. The dense spiritual energy was spread throughout the entire cave sky, as if it was covered by mists. Of course, these were not mists, but rather the materialization of spiritual energy. Even many spirit pools appeared on the ground in the cave sky due to the spiritual energy being too dense. Because of the surge of spiritual energy, several auras immediately erupted within the cave sky, and Su Yunxian, the few cultivators who were at the perfection of the harmonization stage, began to break through to the returning Yuan realm one after another. 2 Dao Yuan crystals should be enough for a very long time. Su Chen left the Wang Yin cave sky, and he once again came to the middle of his small courtyard. Ruoshi was also cultivating in the cave sky at the moment. As his maid, she was also doing her best to serve him on weekdays. So Su Chen also gave Ruoshi some preferential treatment, allowing her to cultivate in the cave sky for 3 hours a day. Right now, Ruoshi's strength was also growing quickly, her cultivation reaching the late harmonized god realm. However, she had almost no combat experience, so against those battle-experienced spirit transformation stage cultivators, she was still expected to be at a disadvantage. But it didn't matter, Su Chen didn't intend for her to fight either. Looking into the distance, Su Chen slightly squinted his eyes, feeling the breeze from the sky, his face incomparably cozy. His days were also very relaxed and leisurely, only needing him to step in and help out a little when the Su family encountered difficulties that couldn't be resolved. However, Su Chen squinted his eyes towards the sky, and as these years passed, he realized that the heavenly Tao in the Xin heavenly realm was getting weaker and weaker. Although this weakness might not be particularly obvious, it did exist. After several decades, it had almost weakened by 1,000. This 1,000% might not be particularly fatal, but what if it was the same every few decades after that? If this continued to develop, in a matter of tens of thousands of years at most, the Xin heavenly realm would enter the age of the end of Dharma, and would no longer be able to cultivate. Su Chen's eyes were slightly cold, he would never allow such a thing to happen. But why would the heavenly Tao weaken? What exactly was the reason behind this? Thinking of this, Su Chen was not in a leisurely mood as he left the top of Wang Yin mountain and arrived at the Nine Clouds Taoist temple below. The Ziyang realist had not existed for a short period of time, so he must know something. At this moment, Ziyang realist and Yuhua realist were sitting on the ground, meditating and practicing. Su Chen did not cover up, his footsteps were loud, and Ziyang realist immediately turned his head to look, and when he realized that it was Su Chen, he immediately stood up and arched his hand. So it's young Master Su. Su Chen smiled faintly and glanced at the ancient and simple facilities of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, so he asked with some curiosity. Are all the Taoist masters so special in their cultivation? There is no need to search for a heavenly cave? He had also long since realized that the two Taoist masters in front of him had also grown in their cultivation over the years. According to reason, these two people's cultivation were both very strong, and although this place, Wangyun Mountain, was not bad, it certainly did not help these two people. But even so, the two had still grown in their cultivation, which was very marvelous. Zhang Jinren pondered, but did not reply. Su Chen also waved his hand when he saw this and said, "It's not a problem, if it's not easy to say, just forget it." Zhang Jinren smiled. In fact, it is not an unimpeachable secret, the other sects of the Taoist family are not as general as my Nine Clouds Taoist temple. It's just that my Nine Clouds Taoist temple is a little bit more special, it doesn't rely solely on cultivation to increase its cultivation level. Su Chen immediately revealed a look of interest as he asked with great curiosity, "Can you tell me about it?" Zhang Jinren didn't hesitate too much, he very frankly pointed at the portrait in the center of the hall and said, "This is the root of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Our cultivation has increased precisely because of visualizing this portrait. In addition to this, there is the power of incense. However, the number of people who worship my Nine Clouds Taoist temple is relatively small, so the cultivation provided by the power of incense is not much, it is mainly the visualization of this portrait." Su Chen's strength was extremely powerful, so realist Xiang was not worried that he would be interested in this portrait or do anything to take it by trickery. Moreover, this portrait of their Nine Clouds Taoist temple could not be snatched away by anyone else. Zhang Jinran worshipped this Taoist temple at a very young age, he was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, and he was still just a mortal. After that, he has been following his master to cultivate until now. During this period of time, the portrait had actually been snatched away many times, but each time, within 3 days, the portrait would once again return to the person who inherited it from the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Those who snatched the portrait, without exception, all fell. The method of visualization is in fact many people in the Taoist family have, but only they, the people of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, can truly visualize the portrait, and other people look at it as just a chaos. In the past, Taoist Xiang didn't know why, but as his cultivation grew, he knew about this thing called karma. And this portrait has a huge power of karma behind it, which determines that the scroll only belongs to their Nine Clouds Taoist temple, so no one can snatch it away. Once it was taken away, it would suffer bad luck because it couldn't bear the karma. To say that this portrait contained the power of karma, it would be better to say that this portrait was the composition of the power of karma. Chapter 83 One of the Three Qing, Shang Chang Ling Bao Tian Zun. When Su Chen heard these words, he was also very curious as he looked towards the portrait. He steeply narrowed his eyes, although he could see the portrait. When his divine sense probed past it, it was unexpectedly unable to probe it, as if it was invisible. But even though he couldn't see it, Su Chen still felt an extremely terrifying special power from the location of the portrait, as if it was a monstrous wave, causing his heart to palpitate a little. The power of karma. Su Chen's heart was abruptly startled. He knew that the owner of this portrait was definitely an extremely powerful person, far beyond his current perception. Because the karma within this portrait was too terrifying, it was naturally impossible for an ordinary cultivator to possess such terrifying karma. However, as long as one didn't go and randomly move this portrait, basically nothing would happen. Su Chen's eyes were a little heavy. It seemed that the inheritance of this Nine Clouds Taoist temple was very unusual. Thinking about it, he slowly walked forward and carefully surveyed the portrait. The portrait looked very simple and ancient. On it was painted a young Taoist. He was sitting on top of the Taoist lotus, his eyes were slightly open, and in his hand he was holding a sword. Just with the naked eye, this portrait was extremely ordinary, even Su Chen could not see what it was. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed two small fonts above the portrait. Su Chen's pupils shrunk violently, and his eyes held disbelief. Wasn't this a font from the Blue Star? The script used in this Xian heavenly realm was completely different from the script on the Blue Star. This was actually a small seal script. Su Chen's entire being was dumbfounded. Could it be that there were still people in this world who had traveled over before him? From this powerful force of karma, one could tell that the owner of this portrait was absolutely powerful. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen calmed his inner emotions as he gazed towards those two small seals, somewhat unsure as he chanted, "Shangqing?" After all, he did not know much about the small seals, and for a moment, he was unable to determine these two characters. Hearing Su Chen's words, Taoist Xiang and Taoist Yu Hua were instantly startled. "Young Master Su, how do you recognize these two characters?" The Nine Clouds Taoist temple had its own inheritance, and they only had one gong method, the script of which was the small seal script. And this script was completely different from the script in the middle of the Xian heavenly realm, and it had always been passed down from mouth to mouth by their Nine Clouds Taoist temple, and it had never been passed out to outsiders. So after hearing Su Chen recite these two characters, the look of surprise on Taoist Xiang's face was incomparably strong. But obviously, Su Chen was even more surprised than Taoist Xiang. On one hand, it was because he had seen the blue star's words in the middle of the Xian heavenly realm, and on the other hand, it was because these two words meant too many things. Shangqing. Su Chen thought of an extremely terrifying figure from the mythology on the blue star, one of the three clearings, the upper clearing Lingbao Tianzuan, also known as the Tongtian sect master. The Nine Clouds Taoist temple was a Taoist sect, and the Tongtian sect master was also a Taoist sect. Could it be that there really be any connection between the two? After coming to the Xian heavenly realm for so many years, Su Chen did not have the slightest attachment to the blue star and had never thought of going back. But at this moment, his perception of the blue star had changed drastically. Could it be that all those myths and legends were true? Of course, this was just a guess. Su Chen turned his head to Taoist Xiang and asked, "Do you know the origin of this portrait?" When Su Chen asked this, Taoist Xiang was also a little embarrassed. To be honest, regarding this portrait, he did not know its origin at all. Not only was he the only one, but his master also didn't know in the beginning. The Nine Clouds Taoist temple had gone through several sackings, and the person who inherited it had been killed several times, so the records about the past were almost completely broken. Taoist Xiang shook his head. "I don't know, although I'm the lord of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, I'm not very clear about the origins of this portrait. I only know that our Nine Clouds Taoist temple's inheritance is at least 500,000 years old to begin with." After saying that, he inquired, "Could it be that young Lord Su knows?" Su Chen did not reply. Regarding the matters on the blue star, this was his own secret. It was naturally impossible to show it easily. He shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Xiang Jinran's eyes flashed with disappointment at this. Looking at Su Chen's appearance just now, he had thought that the other party knew something. It was a pity. Xiang real person also no longer entangled. He greeted Su Chen and sat down, then he asked with some curiosity, "Young Master Su usually sees the dragon and doesn't see the tail. How did you have the time to come to my broken Taoist temple today?" Su Chen was in no hurry. He first took out a set of luscious tea set, then slowly and methodically brewed and poured the tea. In the beginning, Xiang Jinran did not care. But as the rich aroma of tea filled the air, his entire being was shaken. This tea, not simple just the aroma of this tea alone gave his entire being a sense of enlightenment, knowing that he was at the Saint King realm, and a cup of tea could make him feel this way. That was enough to see just how terrifying this cup of tea was. Su Chen poured a cup for real Xiang before pouring it for himself. "Please." Su Chen wore a smile on his face. This time, Yang Jinjin had stepped in for the sake of the Su clan. This was also a small favor that could not go unreciprocated. Yang Jinjin did not refuse. He was not the type of person who liked to be polite. With a mouthful of tea in his belly, Xiang realist's pupils shrunk violently. The power of enlightenment. Could this tea be the leaves of the legendary tree of enlightenment? Yang realist had also drunk tea made from the leaves of the enlightenment tree, and although the power contained in it was similar, it was many times more intense than this one, and the difference in taste was also huge. This enlightenment tea tasted mellow in the mouth and was soothing to the body and mind. And because of this cup of tea, real Xiang's cultivation surprisingly also had a slight tremor once again. This was the feeling of breaking through to the late Saint King stage. Xiang Jinran's eyes were filled with shock. He had actually found the opportunity to break through because of a cup of tea. He even felt that if he drank a few more cups of tea, along with having enough spiritual energy, he could directly break through to the late Saint King stage. Su Chen raised his hand and poured another cup for realist Yu Hua. Seeing this scene, realist Xiang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The power contained in this tea was extremely huge, better than many saint-rank heavenly treasures. It was even helpful to him, a Saint King, not to mention Yu Hua, who had just broken through. For Yu Hua, this cup of tea was another chance. This was another extra favor owed? Xiang real person suddenly felt that he might not be able to leave Wangyun Mountain for the rest of his life. He owed more and more favors. How could he pay them back? For their Taoism, it is very will be on the thoughts through, if regardless of Su Chen's favor directly leave, may lead to karma-stained body, then affect the cultivation, some serious may lead to fire into the devil. Of course, this had to be an orthodox Taoist. Now in the Xian heavenly realm, many Taoist sects, in fact, cultivate the gongfu are a little problematic, has been improved many times, just say they are Taoist, in fact there is no difference with the Taoist at all. For these people, they, the Nine Clouds Taoist sect, were the outliers. Chapter 84 Secrets of the Emperor's Fall Era, the beginningless emperor's late years unknown? Good tea. Xiang Jinran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. On the other side, after realist Yu Hua drank a cup of tea, his face immediately shook. The Yu Hua realist hurriedly saluted Su Chen and the Xiang realist before turning around and exiting the hall, going to the side hall to digest that terrifying power. Up to this point, there were only two people left in the hall, Su Chen and Xiang Zenith. It was only at this time that Yang Jinjin opened his mouth. Young Master Su has specially come today, surely there must be something going on, right? Su Chen nodded and did not deny it. There is a little something that I want to understand. Young Master Dao, do you understand the Emperor Fall Era? Hearing these words, Xiang Jinran's face instantly changed, and he looked at Su Chen with an incomparably grave expression. To be able to ask this question, could it be that this young Master Su was not someone who came from that era? But why did he possess such a powerful strength? Zhang Jinran lowered his head, revealing an expression of deep thought, and Su Chen did not urge him on, but just quietly waited while sipping his tea. Only after a long time did Zhang Jinran slowly open his mouth. With regards to the Emperor Fall era, I actually haven't experienced it either, but my master's father did. He was also a sage-level cultivator at the time, and he saw the beginning and end of the entire Emperor Fall era. But Zhang Jinran's face was incomparably grave. This matter involves a lot, plus my master Zun's strength was average at the time, so he didn't know particularly much. Su Chen wore a smile on his face and quietly waited for the following. Zhang Jinran said with a serious expression, the cause of the Emperor Fall era was a person whose real name I don't know, but you should have heard of his name. The Beginningless Emperor. This person was also one of the 3 great emperors who disappeared during the Emperor Fall era. I'm not very clear on the details of it, but my master's father was saying that it was all because the Beginningless Emperor killed another great emperor. Great Emperor Zi Yun. After that, the Beginningless Great Emperor began to crazily slaughter some of the top saint-level forces, and some people said that the beginning Great Emperor had become demonic, so the entire Xian Heaven realm began to crusade against the beginning Great Emperor. Another Great Emperor also joined in. The end result was that the beginningless Great Emperor and the other Great Emperor disappeared at the same time. Some say they both died, others say the beginning Great Emperor was defeated. There are many different opinions. Along with his disappearance were many top saint-level forces. Of course, there were also quite a few strong people who survived the crusade against the beginningless Great Emperor, and they still exist even today. Hearing these words, Su Chen's brows furrowed. What realist Ziyang said here was indeed completely different from what he had read in the history books. In other words, what was more in the history books was all conjecture, but what Ziyang Jinren here was the real deal. Ziyang Jinjin continued, but back then, my master was also just a saint, and it was still extremely reluctant to break through, so he wasn't involved in this vortex. Also because of this, he didn't know much about the matter. Young Master Su's interest can go to the southern domain or the western continent. The Little Thunder Sound Temple and a few forces in the southern domain were the forces that had besieged the beginningless Great Emperor back then. Southern domain, western continent. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no intention to go to the western continent anytime soon, but the southern domain would definitely be a trip. He also probably understood. The fundamental reason as to why the Great Emperor had disappeared was because the beginningless Great Emperor had become demonic and killed innocents indiscriminately, so everyone in the Xian heavenly realm had united together to besiege the beginning Great Emperor. However, he always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Could a Great Emperor powerhouse become a demon? He had also heard of the name of the beginningless Great Emperor, an emperor of the millennia, with superb battle prowess, and the strongest among the 3 great emperors at the time. Those saint-level forces in the Xian heavenly realm were so bold that they dared to go besiege a great emperor powerhouse with superb battle prowess? In the eyes of a great emperor powerhouse, weren't saint-level powers no different from ants? And, regardless of whether they succeeded in killing the beginningless Great Emperor or failed, there would be a result in the end, right? But the fact is that most of them disappeared. This was too counterintuitive? Moreover, Su Chen felt that the most abnormal thing was the matter of being possessed. How could the beginningless Great Emperor be possessed? Was his later years unknown? The main thing was that the information given by the Ziyang real person wasn't very accurate, so Su Chen couldn't accurately know what exactly happened back then. But he knew that there were only 2 outcomes: either the beginningless Great Emperor had really entered the devil. Either that or he didn't enter the devil. But if one thought so, then that would be a bit terrifying, wouldn't it? The beginningless Great Emperor did not enter the devil, then why would the people in the Xian heavenly realm encircle him, and why did they all disappear after the encirclement? The key was that the beginningless Great Emperor had not entered the devil, so there would still be a terrifying possibility. The beginningless Great Emperor didn't become a demon, so who was the one who became a demon? Or was there simply no one who would become a demon? But if that was the case, then why did the Great War break out? Countless questions sprouted in Su Chen's mind. He took a deep breath. He had thought that things would be very simple, but as a result, he hadn't expected it to become more and more complicated. He still didn't know the answer he wanted. Why had the heavenly Tao of the Xian heavenly realm become so weak? However, he could also be sure of one thing: it definitely had something to do with the Emperor Fall era. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of the wailing sound that the heavenly Tao had passed on to him when he had first probed his mother. What in the world was happening here? Su Chen took a deep breath. These things would be known sooner or later. He basically hadn't even left the eastern domain now. It was only normal that he didn't know much about the Xian heavenly realm. But he would definitely travel throughout the Xian heavenly realm afterward, and might even have to enter the demon realm. By that time, any secrets he would know. Su Chen suddenly had some goosebumps, always feeling that there was a huge conspiracy in the Xian heavenly realm. He hurriedly checked his system backpack, and only slowly sighed in relief after seeing his tens of billions of years of cultivation. If he really couldn't, he would just use all of it. But at that time, his own cultivation would definitely make the Xian heavenly realm unable to withstand it, causing this world to directly shatter. When a person's strength was so strong to a certain point, his own quality was so strong that even hiding his cultivation was useless. But when it really came to that situation, the Xian heavenly realm shattering was none of his business. He would just directly take the Su family and run away. The beings he couldn't shelter, but the Su family could still do it. Although Su Chen wasn't a great devil, he wasn't a great saint either, and he didn't have that kind of heart for all beings. When he was strong enough to be invincible, then he could think about all living beings, but now it was impossible. If you are great, you can help the world, but if you are poor, you can do good to yourself. After Su Chen took a deep breath, he slowly stood up, walked to the front of the portrait, reached out to the side and took 3 sticks of incense and inserted them, and then solemnly worshipped 3 times. If there is no accident, the person in this portrait should be one of the 3 Qing, Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan. At least the probability is. To be able to see a mythical figure that existed on the blue star in this world, Su Chen's heart was also slightly swirling. Would he himself be able to meet the owner of this portrait one day? That flood supreme god. Thinking of this, Su Chen had a smile on his face. This world was really interesting. Chapter 85 Sad Little Girl. Looking at Su Chen's serious look, Real Xiang's eyes narrowed. It seemed that he did know something. However, Su Chen didn't take the initiative to say it, so he didn't continue to pursue and ask. After Su Chen finished paying his respects, he said goodbye to realist Xiang and left. However, what he didn't know was that not long after he had just left the Taoist temple, the young Taoist in the portrait's eyes, which were originally slightly drooping, were actually slightly raised, as if he was surveying Su Chen's back. However, it was only a matter of moments before they returned to normal once again. This abnormal situation was hardly noticed by any of them. After killing the returning ruined sage, the Su family's might had climbed to the extreme, and the surprising empire had even directly turned to the Su family. The old surprising king knew very well that the Su family was now so powerful that it would definitely not be possible for them to settle down in the future, so they would only be able to occupy one side. Sooner or later, the surprise empire will be the Su family's bag. Choosing to have the Su family door-to-door pressure at that time, it would be better to directly and immediately take the initiative to defect now, and still be able to land a good impression. Of course, the main thing is that Su Chen's strength is really too horrible, so that the old king of the stunning Hong did not have the slightest thought of resistance. The key not to mention Su Chen, Su Hongyuan, he was not an opponent of. Other people, Su Hongyuan, could even kill a half step into the Tao, let alone him, a cultivator who had just broken through the return to Yuan realm. In addition to the shocking empire, the Thousand Feathers empire next door is also directly on the Su family, taking the initiative to express their willingness to submit. Compared to the shocking empire, they were actually the most panicked. Previously, Su Chen had personally gone to the Thousand Feathers Empire to snatch people, and even killed the Grand Imperial Prince in the process. The Thousand Feathers King was also worried that Su Chen had a bad impression of them, so he simply came to the door and took the initiative to subjugate. For Su Chen to continue to develop in the eastern domain in the future, he would definitely need to have his own territory and vassals, and many of the forces around the Surprise Empire were not defecting to anyone. This meant that the Su family would definitely take them all down in the future. But they weren't unwilling or anything like that. Becoming a vassal was just a matter of supplying enough resources to the Su family every year. They were just reducing some of their own benefits, but in exchange, they had gained the blessing and deterrence of a powerful person. This would make the empire more stable and healthy. The deal was still very cost-effective. Not only the Thousand Feathers Empire and the Surprising Empire, there were also quite a number of neighboring returning Yuan realm forces that had expressed their desire to join them, and there were even those at the Tao realm that had no blessing from a strong person who chose to join them. The Su family basically took them all in. It was just a vassal. They also never thought that these people were obedient. As long as the annual supply of resources to the Su family was sufficient, the rest did not need to care much. In the middle of the royal family of the stunning city. After Lin Yiming heard the matter of the Surprising Empire becoming a vassal of the Su family, coupled with the matter of Su Chen being a saint, her entire body froze in place, her eyes filled with a bleak color. Sage. What am I going to chase after with this? Lin Yiming pursed lightly, her eyes slightly red. She didn't know why. The emotion in her heart right now was just very unpleasant. There was a feeling that she wanted to cry. She had thought at first that as long as she practiced hard, she would one day be able to catch up with Su Chen and be able to be on par with him. Even if she couldn't, it would be fine as long as the gap wasn't particularly far. But now she realized that the gap had not only not narrowed, but had instead become bigger and bigger, so big that it gave her a feeling of some despair. Perhaps it was because she knew that the gap between herself and Su Chen was getting wider and wider that she wanted to cry a little. Because it meant that there was no possibility between her and Su Chen. Soon, low sobs resounded, and tears continued to drip down. For Su Chen, in fact, the two of them hadn't come into contact with each other particularly much at all, but inside her head she just couldn't forget it already. Especially after returning from the Thousand Feathers Empire, this thought of her wanting to catch up with Su Chen became incomparably thick. Unfortunately, now her fighting spirit had all of a sudden subsided. Su Chen was simply too strong, and it was simply impossible for her to catch up. Reaching the Saint realm herself was still unknown, and whether or not she could break through to Saint was one thing. Even if she broke through to Saint, how strong would Su Chen be at that time? Thinking of this, Lin Yiming's heart became incomparably desperate again. The crying continued for quite a while before stopping again. Lin Yiming's eyes were red, she took a deep breath, her small fists clenched. No, I can't just give in, Lin Yiming, you must pull yourself together. Lin Yiming gave herself a boost. Only a man like Su Chen is worthy of herself, and no one else has that qualification, so it's okay to spend the rest of your life chasing after it. Go for it. Ever since she met Su Chen, she had lost interest in other men. In her current opinion, other men were not worthy of her, only Su Chen was. Calculating this way, assuming that she had intended to end up alone, if she managed to catch up with Su Chen before her lifespan was exhausted, then she would be considered to have earned a great deal of money. If one didn't catch up, then it wouldn't hurt, anyway, one didn't intend to be with another man. Well, that was it. As if she had found a good reason, Lin Yiming's confidence also returned once again, and her whole person became combative. From today onwards, I have to work even harder than before, I have to go out and experience before I can do that, I can't just sit in Surprise City and cultivate. Saying that, she didn't bring any hesitation and immediately began to work on her preparations. After just 2 hours, she left Surprise City. In the middle of the royal family. Lin Jin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh even after hearing this news. This silly girl. However, he didn't stop it. Lin Yiming had grown up and had her own thoughts in life, and he didn't want to interfere too much. Only, was Su Chen really something she could catch up with? In this way, another 13 years had passed. The Su family's strength had grown extremely rapidly within these 13 years. Ever since that incident with the last returning ruined sage had occurred, the people within the Su family had sensed the importance of strength and had begun to cultivate like crazy. Coupled with the upgrading of the cloud-watching cave sky, it caused the cultivation of the Su family to refine a lot, with Su Hongyuan's cultivation even breaking through to the middle stage of the Dao entry. Apart from Su Chen, although the Su family did not have any saintly powerhouses, after possessing Dao entry realm cultivators, they were likewise considered to be a party of powerhouses in the eastern domain. Su Qingtian and the others, on the other hand, had reached the late stage of the reverie realm and were about to break through as well. Once they all reached the Dao entry realm, then the strength of the Su family had only become much more terrifying. Of course, it would be even more perverse if they reached saints. However, Su Chen could also clearly feel that once he reached the Dao entry realm, the rate of progress slowed down. After reaching the saint realm, the speed of breakthrough would be even slower. However, these were all minor problems. As long as the heavenly materials and treasures were heaven-defying enough, it would not be difficult to make a saint breakthrough even if they wanted to. For a saint to advance, more than anything else, they needed enlightenment. Many of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures contained an extremely large amount of Dao power, which could naturally help saints break through. Moreover, these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, and their energy was incomparably pure, so there was no question that there would be any after effects. However, taking them excessively would accumulate some residue in the body. This problem was also very well solved, and only needed to be cleaned up at regular intervals. Chapter 86 3 Great Saints haunt Mount Hopeful Cloud, why have you come? There was peace in the middle of the amazing empire. However, today, a group of uninvited guests had come. There were a total of 3 people in this group. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all of their auras were incomparably powerful, and the old man at the head had an even more powerful aura. Of the 3, 2 were saints and 1 was at the Saint King realm. Such a lineup was considered incomparably strong in the entire eastern domain. The old man asked the woman behind him, second elder, have you confirmed clearly that Xinglian is in this direction? Meng Yu nodded her head as she went out to an odd-looking stone before continuing, based on the empty bright pearl, she's definitely not far from this place we're in. Hearing these words, a cold light flashed faintly in the old man's eyes. This Xinglian, taking advantage of our defenses, she actually dared to steal the empty brightness pearl, it's really hard to atone for it with 10,000 deaths. It's fortunate that the old ancestor left a backhand when he refined the empty brightness pearl in the first place, otherwise this thing would have really been taken away by him. Meng Jin also followed with a sardonic smile, no, this actually dared to hit our Meng family with her idea, catching her this time can't be so easy to let her die, we have to make him regret coming to this world. We've come all the way from the southern region, and we've also spent 1,000 years refining the Ming chasing talisman, if we don't torture her properly, it's hard to get rid of the anger in my heart. In his mind, he had already begun to outline what would happen after capturing Xinglian. Xinglian is a saint, when the time came, he would first seal her cultivation and then play around with it. When she gets tired of it, she will be thrown to the Meng family's subordinates to play with, letting this suffer. A saint can only be reduced to a plaything, such a thing is very happy to think about. Moreover, that Xinglian's posture was not bad, and in the beginning, among the saint level, it was also considered a top beauty, and he had been salivating for a long time. Meng Yu glanced at him, but didn't say anything more, she also guessed what exactly Meng Jin wanted to do. Ha, man. Then, the 3 of them scouted over towards Xinglian's location. After half a day had passed in this manner, the 3 of them arrived at Wangyan Mountain 100 miles away from the opening, and Meng Yu immediately said, That's right, it should be not far ahead, very, very close. The old man immediately scouted towards Wangyan Mountain, his face slightly condensed, still the territory of a certain force, the strength is quite good, there is the aura of the Dao entry realm, it seems that there should be the help of that dog woman and Qinglian. In the surprising empire's surroundings, there wasn't a single force that had a number of strong people that could reach a point comparable to it. That was why they all thought that it must be Qinglian who was helping them. Nearly 1,000 years had passed since Qinglian had robbed them of the empty brightness pearl, and it didn't seem too difficult to do so if they wanted to cultivate a powerful force in that period of time. The corner of Meng Jin's mouth revealed a grim smile as he said coldly, since we have found all of our people, let's just get on with it. The empty brightness pearl can only be used a total of 3 times, and our own people used it once, so even if he uses it again on his own, he will definitely have another chance. Seeing that Meng Jin was about to make his move, Meng Yu thought of the recent events in the Eastern Domain, where a new Saint King level power seemed to have been born. She had wanted to say that she would be careful first and get some information before making her move. But in the end, she didn't open her mouth. That force on the other side only had Dao entry realm cultivators, so they shouldn't have run into that Saint King level force either. Furthermore, how could a Saint level power with a Saint King powerhouse present only have one Saint? Just like their Meng family, together with the family head, a Saint King cultivator, there were 3 other Saint powerhouses. In an instant, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Mount Wangyun. Meng Jin's eyes were filled with coldness as his figure instantly disappeared in place, directly appearing high above the Su family's sky, the terrifying pressure causing everyone to be somewhat breathless. Inside the cloud-watching cave, Su Hongyuan violently opened his eyes as he looked outside with a somewhat gloomy expression. Why is it a saint again? He was really somewhat wanting to curse his mother. It hadn't been long since this had passed. How the hell did another saint come to his door? And looking at this appearance, the attitude was still very unfriendly. The probability was that they were all seeking revenge. What did their Su family do? Kill the whole family of these saints? Not to mention the one of the returning market saints, it was all because of Yi Qingling's mother's family. The point is, what are you, a saint, doing coming to the Su family again? He had just stood up and was ready to go out to see how it was. Suddenly, high up in the sky of Wangyan Mountain, 2 terrifying auras were once again emitted one of which was even comparable to a returning sage. It's not one sage, it's 3 saints. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with gravity. Could it be someone sent by the Yi Qingling family again? The Su family's senior management hurriedly detached themselves from their seclusion and left the Wangyun cave sky. At this moment, the Su family was on edge. Countless people looked up at the sky, their expressions filled with fear. What a terrifying aura! How do I feel that it's countless times more terrifying than the old family master? Nonsense, this is a saintly powerhouse, and there are still 3 of them. Only how did this level of powerhouse come to our Su family? Looking at this appearance, there seems to be some bad attitude. This is still called a bad attitude? This directly up to the pressure cover face, this has nakedly hit our Su family's face, this can also endure? But someone else is a saintly powerhouse, can our Su family stop it? What are you worried about? We have young Lord Su Chen, he has killed a Saint King before. I heard that Saint King is still in the late Saint King stage, and is still a saint body. His fighting strength is incomparably strong, the young lord can even kill him, so surely these 3 people won't be a problem, right? There was a lot of talk amongst the Su family, and many people had also slowed down from the fear they had felt at the beginning. Although the ones who came were saints, didn't they have any saints in the Su family? Even if they couldn't kill them all, they certainly had enough strength to match them. 3 seniors, is there something you came to my Su family for? Su Hongyuan's figure emerged as he arched his hand towards the 3 of them with a smile on his face. Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, but the 3 of them didn't make a move, plus again, they were all sage powerhouses, so it was certainly best if they could not be offended. Among the 3 members of the Meng family, Meng Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the top of Mount Wangyun, then said in a low voice. This power is a little unsimple. They actually have cave heaven. Just now when this person came out I detected extremely dense aura. It's estimated that they're all at least high-level cave heaven. As soon as the old man heard this, his eyes lit up violently. Good stuff. Knowing that even their Meng clan only had one advanced cave heaven, if they could have another one, it would simply help the Meng clan immensely. Immediately afterward, he looked towards the middle of the sky in the distance, his face filled with greed. This little power has quite a lot of treasures. I see the aura of this giant insect. It should also be a dragon race with a pure bloodline. Although the bloodline isn't strong enough, just barely crossing over into the realm of pure-blooded dragons, it's still a rare existence in the Xin heavenly realm. Capturing it as a mount is also a good choice. As the exchange between the 3 ended, the old man's eyes regained their calmness as he looked towards Su Hongyuan and said coldly, "Don't know the etiquette, don't you know that you have to kneel and worship when you see a saint?" Saying this, the aura of his body blossomed out violently, instantly enveloping Su Hongyuan in it. In an instant, Su Hongyuan's figure began to fall rapidly, directly falling from the air. Su Hongyuan's face changed. What a terrifying strength, giving him a feeling of returning to the time when he was ruled by the returning ruined sage. Just as he was about to smash to the ground, a youth in green clothes grabbed him. This youth had a white face, handsome appearance, and extraordinary demeanor. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Was this another person sent by his mother's family? There was a coldness in Su Chen's eyes, and his voice traveled in all directions. You? Why did you come? Chapter 87, It's Too Loud. There was a bit of coldness in the old man's eyes. Kid, are you questioning me? With that, he raised his hand, preparing to directly exterminate Su Chen. Right at this moment, an incomparably strong aura erupted from the mountainside within the Su clan. The old man's eyes condensed, and he gave up his intention to kill Su Chen. A mole cricket was just an ant, it was fine to kill at any time. He probed towards that strong aura, and soon, a figure stepped out. She stood in the void, her eyes filled with a cold color. Yuan Meng. After she had entered the Su family, she had always been the core person amongst the subordinates, enjoying better treatment and environment, so she had been residing in the mid-levels, not far from the status of the people in the collateral line. And her own strength has also grown very quickly. At the beginning he was only at the half-step transformation spirit stage, but now he has already reached the late stage of refining void. It was no better than those direct line geniuses of the Su family. The key was that the direct line geniuses enjoyed too many more resources than her. However, Yuan Meng also had her own advantage. She had a sage teacher to guide her closely, a treatment that the Su family's direct line did not have. Although that powerful aura emanated from Yuan Meng's body, it wasn't her own, but came from within the ring on her hand. Sensing this familiar aura, Meng Jin said in a cold tone, "And Xinglian, you've made us look for you." As the words fell, a figure appeared from the ring in Yuan Meng's hand. She was wearing a long red dress, her waist was flirtatious, and her appearance was absolutely beautiful, just like a fairy, with an aura that was out of this world. The aura on Xinglian's body was powerful. There were already signs of a half-step saint, and she only needed to spend a little bit of time to truly recover to the saint realm. Her current physical body had been completely restored because she was a saint before. Therefore, there would be no need to behead the 3 corpses again, and she could directly break through to sainthood after the water had reached its peak. The old man looked towards Xinglian and Yuan Meng. His face suddenly changed drastically. A morose murderous aura was released from his eyes, and the entire Wangyan mountain seemed to be plunged into a cold winter. The crowd only felt icy cold. The old man asked in a grim tone, "Both of you have the aura of the empty brightness sacred body. Could it be that the last 2 chances of the empty brightness pearl have been used by both of you?" The Meng clan's old ancestor was an empty brightness saint body and had been a peak saint king powerhouse back in the day. On his deathbed, he had condensed his entire bloodline power in the empty brightness pearl, which could help 3 people possess the empty brightness sacred body, only that it required huge resources to activate it. And now, whether it was in Xinglian or the woman beside her, all of them had the aura of the empty brightness sacred body on them. And it wasn't that they had just used it, it was obvious that the sacred body had already been fully activated a long time ago. Damn it! Meng Jin and Meng Yu's faces also changed. They had spent 1,000 years and even traveled all the way from the southern region. Wasn't it for this empty brightness pearl? Meng Jin's face was filled with rage. "And Xinglian, you deserve to die. The empty brightness pearl belongs to my Meng family. How are you qualified to use it, you cheap bastard? Today I will have to humiliate you to death." If the empty brightness pearl hadn't been used yet, then he would be the first one qualified to use it. Now that the empty brightness pearl had been used, how could he not be angry? And Xinglian let out a cold laugh. "Your Meng family destroyed my Yin family. Is this empty brightness pearl a problem as compensation? This empty brightness pearl is mine, and I will destroy the Meng family sooner or later." Meng Jin was furious at his words, arrogant. In an instant, a terrifying pressure instantly spread out, and the entire Mount Wangyun rumbled, with a feeling of the ground shaking. At the foot of Mount Wangyun, some of the houses that had just been constructed not long ago directly collapsed because they weren't particularly solid. The might of a saint shook the heavens and moved the earth. All of the people in the Su family were in a state of panic, with some of the collateral lines and subordinates in particular. The first family didn't feel this way, they were just a bit gloomy. After all, they had seen the world. Although the aura on Meng Jin was powerful, it was still much weaker than the returning ruin sage. Besides, the Su family still had Su Chen. What are you afraid of? When Xinglian saw that Meng Jin was going to make a move, she couldn't help but chide. "Stop, it's not here if you want to make a move." "Just kidding. Wangyun Mountain is the Su family's territory. Once they battle to destroy this place, then Su Chen shall not strangle her to death." Meng Jin didn't care about that much. He also guessed that Xinglian was because she cared about this cultivated power of hers. But the more so, the killing intent in her heart kept churning. Today, not only did she have to kill Xinglian, she also had to destroy this power before she could do so. A monstrous might filled out, and the people in the middle of the surprising empire were all a bit startled. What a terrifying aura! The aura on Meng Jin's body reached its peak, and a terrifying aura filled out, causing one's blood to stagnate somewhat. Just as he was about to make his next move, an icy voice rang out. "I say, you guys. Can you stop arguing?" The aura that had originally permeated Wangyun Mountain instantly disappeared. Su Chen didn't know when he had already appeared by Meng Jin's side. He slightly raised his hand and directly pinched Meng Jin's neck as if he was grasping a small chicken cub. How is it possible? Meng Jin's face flushed red, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't even realized when Su Chen had approached him, and even in his hands, he didn't have the slightest resistance. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Saint King? Or Saint Emperor? Coldness filled Meng Jin's heart, and from head to toe, the color of fear also filled his face. At this moment, he also knew. This power wasn't even in Qinglian's chassis, was it? The old man and Meng Yu's faces changed, and the two of them did not go forward to rescue him, but instead looked at Su Chen with a grave expression. Who are you? Su Chen stood in the void, his eyes filled with impatience. You fleas, you're really annoying. Since you have no relationship with that power, then please go to hell. As the words fell, the three were directly and instantly obliterated. They directly disappeared without even uttering a scream, as if they were erased by some powerful force. If they were his own mother's family, Su Chen also wanted to communicate with them. It was a matter of courtesy first and then military. Of course, if you reason with them and do not listen, then only use force. However, these people and his mother have no relationship, but also come up so arrogant, is really let Su Chen some speechless. But judging from the conversation just now, these three people should also be from the southern domain, and were here for Qinglian. The Su family had only slowly risen in the eastern domain over the last few years, so it was normal for them to be far away and not have heard of them. It was normal that they hadn't heard of it. Blame them for being idiots. Before looking for things to investigate, do not know? But anyone who went to find out about it also knew that the Su family of Wangyan Mountain had a powerful saint in attendance. Inside the Su family, watching Su Chen's great display of power, countless people lifted their arms and shouted, their faces uplifted beyond measure. Young Lord is the strongest. Young Lord. Young Lord. In the end, the overwhelming Young Lord resounded, echoing throughout the entire cloud-watching mountain. Chapter 88, in Qinglian. Although many people within the Su family knew that Su Chen was powerful, they had never seen him strike, so their hearts were more or less a little lacking in confidence. However, after seeing Su Chen pinch the three great saints to death so easily today, the Su family's level of respect for this young master had reached an unimaginable peak. Even in the eyes of the Su family, Su Chen's status had long since far exceeded that of Su Hongyuan. In the current Su family, Su Chen was their guardian deity, their king. This world was a place that honored the strong, even if Su Chen was only the identity of the young lord, but he was powerful. That was enough. Su Qingtian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile even as he looked at the strength that Su Chen had displayed. This was too strong, wasn't it? Su Chen glanced at Qinglian, then he said indifferently, come to the Cloud-Watching Academy later. Soon, the storm subsided. At the very top of Mount Wangyun, in the Wangyun courtyard. Qinglian stood in the courtyard with a somewhat flustered expression, and opposite her was Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was lying on a rocking chair, his face full of enjoyment. Qinglian had already been here for a while, and seeing that Su Chen had no intention of paying attention to her, she had been standing in the middle of the courtyard. Her heart was also incredibly nervous, although she knew very well that Su Chen must have discovered himself a long time ago. But entering the Su family without obtaining permission was not good, plus it caused trouble for the Su family. Su Chen's strength was too powerful, so Qinglian's pressure in front of him was also very great. Without realizing it, cold sweat had already flowed down from her forehead. Only after a long time had passed like this did Su Chen slowly open his eyes and surveyed the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. Ranked purely according to her posture, Qinglian was also the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her own appearance carried a bit of purity, but her temperament appeared mature. This, coupled with the red color of the clothes she wore, made her look a kind of refreshingly bewitching. Such a contradictory contrast made Qinglian even more alluring. Su Chen looked at Qinglian with interest, his eyes full of admiration. Such a beautiful woman, it was really a bit rare. Qinglian also noticed Su Chen's gaze, but she lowered her head and did not dare to raise her head. Her heart was also a little nervous. Why is he staring at me? Could it be that? Have thoughts about me? After such thoughts arose in her mind, she began to get a little nervous, accompanied by some strange emotions. This person is so powerful, even following him would not be burying herself. No, Qinglian, how can you think like this? Is there any sense of shame left? It seemed that because of some strange things inside her head, Qinglian's face was slightly flushed, and her whole person looked even more attractive. Su Chen naturally didn't know what she was thinking, and after sizing her up for a moment he slowly opened his mouth and said, according to your current ability, there is no way to solve those three people. And I helped you solve them, how do you plan to repay me? Return. Qinglian's heart steeply tightened, her body all became slightly stiff, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Could it be? Qinglian's heart suddenly became incredibly nervous. As long as a woman is strong, excluding the very few strong women, women are more expected to find a strong man to rely on. Even as a saint, Qinglian was no exception. In front of outsiders, she was a saint, but in front of people stronger than her, Qinglian was actually no different from ordinary people. Moreover, Su Chen's character was also good, a fluttering gentleman, and his popularity within the Su family had always been very good. Yuan Meng often even praised Su Chen in front of her with a face full of admiration, so Qinglian wasn't repulsed by Su Chen. If Su Chen really wanted to have a relationship with her, and Xinglian would probably half-heartedly agree. And Xinglian's eyes dodged, and her voice stammered a little, "Young Master Su. What do you mean by this?" Looking at her somewhat squirming appearance, Su Chen raised his eyebrows, then said with a smile. "What do I mean? Is it not clear to you?" This. It was also too straightforward. And Xinglian's heart was flustered to the extreme. Her entire brain was a bit of a downer, completely frozen in place, not knowing what to say. Could it be that she directly agreed? That was obviously impossible, at least a woman, where could one agree so directly? But if one were to refuse, wouldn't that make Su Chen unhappy? Of course, and Xinglian may not want to let go of such an excellent man, even if it is not possible now, that can also contact a little bit of it. And Xinglian's heart trembled, and for a while she stood in place not knowing how to answer Su Chen. Silent for countless years, Saint's mind, surprisingly also slightly trembling. Although her cultivation was very strong, and there had been quite a few chasers, but because of the Yin family's extermination by the Meng family, her entire mood was very bad, and she rejected all the men who wanted to get close to her. However, after so many years had passed, her originally heavy emotions had eased a lot because of Yuan Meng, her disciple. After recovering to her normal emotions, when faced with the direct expression of a man like Su Chen, she naturally had some difficulty resisting. Looking at Xinglian's greatly disoriented appearance, Su Chen also felt quite amused. A hallowed saint would actually be as squirmy as a small woman. It really was an eye-opener for him. Su Chen said indifferently, "Let's give you two choices, either stay in my Su family and serve my Su family for 1,000 years, or..." Su Chen paused slightly before speaking again. Since the core of the Su family have all moved to the Wanyan Cave sky, this very top has been neglected and overgrown with weeds and trees. You can also choose to stay here to help me take care of it for the same period of time of 1,000 years. Your choice. The second choice was actually something that had only sprouted from him. And Xinglian was a beauty in her own right, and if she could just stay at the very top of Mount Wanyun, it would be considered a beautiful scenery that could make his mood pleasant. After all, a beauty of this caliber was enough to make everything pale in comparison. What scenery could compare to her? After Xinglian heard these words, her face instantly stiffened. Looking at Su Chen's slightly flirtatious appearance, her heart instantly became a little shy and angry. Was she being molested? She had really thought that Su Chen had already planned to take her down before. Darn it! For a while, and Xinglian's heart surged with a bit of displeasure and disappointment. But after all, she was a saint, and quickly adjusted her emotions as she spoke again. Then I choose to stay here. Staying by the side of such a strong person, if she was fortunate enough to receive a small reward from the other party, it would definitely all be great opportunities for her. In fact, after following Yuan Meng into the Su family for so many years, she had also somewhat gradually grown to like the Su family. Regardless of whether it was a direct line or a sideline, they were all very sincere to their own people and didn't have so many small minds. And since her family had been wiped out years ago, she had found a sense of home in the Su family. Even if Su Chen did not mention this request, she would definitely choose to remain in the Su family. Chapter 89 Tree of the World, Sycamore Divine Tree. It didn't take long for a house to be built on the top floor of the cloud-watching mountain, only about 300 meters away from the cloud-watching courtyard. This house is small and exquisite, many places are specially decorated. A glance can see that the occupant is a woman, because men will not get so fancy. And Xinglian wasn't lazy either, and worked very hard to modify the flowers and plants. I have to say, women's aesthetics are indeed much better. Just half a day's time, let the top of Wangyan Mountain looks much better, quite a group of rich people's backyard garden feeling. Often walked on the road surface, and even specially used stone broken paved a road. Compared to before, it was simply many times better. Even in Xinglian also went to catch some small animals in the mountains and forests. These animals are all belong to the demonic beasts, quite spiritual, but their character is very gentle, and will not take the initiative to attack humans. Among them was a big white dog, who also had a faint demonic beast aura on him, a first-rank demonic beast. The big dog often liked to travel between the mountains and forests, and when it saw Su Chen it would actively climb up and rub against him. Su Chen glanced at the top of Mount Wanyun, and a slight smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that leaving in Xinglian here was a correct choice. In this way, another 10 years had passed. The eastern region had also been quiet for 10 years, and there were hardly any major changes within this 10-year period. As the Su family expanded their power, they also understood more about the eastern domain. In the eastern region, there weren't particularly many saint-level forces, and there were only close to 10 or so. 3 of them had Saint King level sitting on them, while the others were only at the Saint realm. Due to Su Chen exterminating the returning ruined saints, this resulted in only 2 Saint King forces remaining in the eastern domain. However, there was another force that was rather special. His name was called the Dark Sentinel, and this organization existed throughout the Xian heavenly realm with a very mysterious background. According to what the sources said, the Dark Sentry had killed a Saint King level cultivator tens of thousands of years ago, and its strength was also incomparably terrifying. Therefore, Su Chen guessed that this dark outpost should not be a local force in the eastern domain. Su Chen sat up from his chair as he looked towards the distance, his eyes slightly cold. The Su family had acted relatively mildly for so many years, and it was time to make some adjustments next. For a power to become stronger, it had to have enough territories and also enough vassals so that the resources could be used by the family. And right now, the resources that the Su family obtained from the outside were simply not enough for them to use. If it wasn't for Su Chen's support, the Su family's cultivation resources would have been greatly reduced. Of course, even if it was reduced, it was certainly enough to maintain usage. So next, Su Chen planned to be a bit more forceful in his methods and directly unify the entire eastern region. However, this unification wasn't to make all the forces submit, it was only necessary to make those powerful king-level forces and saint-level forces submit. These forces also had countless vassals under their command, taking them down was basically taking down the entire eastern domain. In this way, the Su clan's resources would be self-sufficient. After all, although Su Chen had a lot of resources, they were not unlimited. In addition to the expansion of their forces, the Su family was also continuously building their own forces. For example, half a year ago, the Su family established a separate city called Wangyan City, which was just 500 miles away from Wangyan Mountain, and there was already a certain scale inside. The Su family, as the owner of the city, was naturally able to collect taxes. It was levied on some of the people who did big business in the city, as well as those who rented and sold houses in the core area, and so on. These weren't much individually, but the total added up to a very sizable income. Due to the fact that the Su family was now very powerful, with a high appeal and reputation, the Wangyan city had only just been established, and most of all the lots within it had been snapped up. However, anyone with a bit of business insight knew that the Su family was now so strong. As long as the Su family had the intention to build Wangyan City, then this city would definitely be one of the top cities in the eastern region in the future. Although the Su family had expanded very mildly over the years, it had not stopped expanding. This showed that the Su family would definitely grow slowly in the future, and moving into Wangyan City at this time was an investment that had a high probability of earning a lot of money, or the kind of investment that was sure to make a profit without losing any money. And the fact is also this kind of development. In just half a year's time, Wangyan City was overcrowded, with forces from all directions pouring into Wangyan City. Originally, this city that was just a small difference from Bright Moon City immediately exploded in popularity, and the Su family had been busy with expansion matters in recent times. They were preparing to expand Wangyan City towards the outside by 3 times its size. The current Su family had already made a fortune from just a single Wangyan City. The entire lot of houses in the city had been sold to other powerful forces. Although it is said to be sold, these houses need to pay a tax once every 30 years. The amount of this tax is 20% of the current market price of the house. After paying 10 times, they needed to pay a heavy tax, which was about 70% of the market price. This is not Su Chen's doing, but most of the privatized cities in the eastern region operate like this. However, privatized cities were few and far between in the eastern region, and most cities were controlled by multiple forces at the same time, so unless you had absolute strength, it was difficult to completely control a city in your hands. Because of the success of Wangyan City, after that the Su family stopped recruiting underlings, as long as those with strong talent. This was the sign of a power transforming into a great power. Once Su Chen had completely transformed from earning resources on his own, to others earning resources for the Su family, it meant that the Su family had truly become stronger. Just like this Wangyan City, the Su family didn't need to do anything, as long as they collected money at regular intervals while maintaining order well, which didn't require much manpower. That's why the Su family had to start taking the high-quality route. If they waited until Wangyan City was completely expanded, then the earnings would be truly terrifying. But there was also a very big drawback. Although this place, the surprising empire, also had an abundance of spiritual qi, it wasn't particularly good in the end, and it couldn't attract very strong people to come, especially cultivators above the Dao entry realm. If he could make all cultivators at this level want to move into Wangyan City, then I'm afraid that the revenue would increase exponentially. Su Chen's face was deep in thought as he considered whether to continue moving places or just develop here now. A moment later, he had an answer in his heart. Even if it was to change the place, but there was a better place than that one, could it not keep changing in the future? Since that's the case, then it will be developed here in the future. He had also stayed at Mount Wangyun for so many years, and didn't want to go anywhere else. With that said, he raised his hand and with a wave, a small golden tree appeared in his hand, which gave off a marvelous Tao rhythm. This tree was called the Sycamore Divine Tree, also known as the Tree of the World, and was one of the few things amongst the items he had acquired from the raffle. Even Su Chen only had 11 trees. The effect of the Sycamore Divine Book was also very simple. He could strengthen the laws of the heavenly Tao, and would bring great help to the world he was in as he grew stronger. The most basic of these was to enhance the spiritual power between heaven and earth. Chapter 90 Secrets of the Xian Heavenly Realm, Unifying the Eastern Region. Su Chen raised his hand and tore open the void, throwing the Sycamore Divine Tree in. In an instant, countless golden-colored threads spread out and began to connect the entire Xian Heavenly Realm. At the same time, all of those chaotic forces in the void were sucked in by the Sycamore Divine Tree, becoming its nourishment. This was the terrifying part of the sycamore divine tree. Not only was he able to grow the world, but he was also able to absorb those stray forces in the void, easing the pressure of the Xian heavenly realm. Eating the worst of the nutrients and feeding back the best of the energy, this is the sycamore divine tree. In just a few short breaths of time, the sycamore divine tree had doubled in size. The aura of the entire Lookout Cloud Mountain also climbed violently, boosting close to about 30%, and this boost continued to grow stronger, spreading towards the surroundings. The effect isn't bad, worthy of being a divine tree. There were many of those stray forces in the Xian heavenly realm, and it was completely enough for the sycamore divine tree to absorb. It was as if a small sapling had been thrown into the middle of the ocean. After an hour like this, Su Chen could clearly feel that the heavenly Tao within 100 miles around Wangyan Mountain had grown much stronger. The aura within the 100 miles had also become much denser, and the places at the very edge had been enhanced by close to 10%. The aura of Mount Wanyun, on the other hand, had directly doubled about twice as much. This was still just the beginning. As the Sycamore Divine Book grew, sooner or later, it would envelop the entire Hope Cloud City, and even the entire eastern region. If I use the Sycamore Divine Tree to stabilize the world, is it possible that the Xian heavenly realm won't become weaker? Su Chen showed a deep thought. It seemed like it could really be like this. The Sycamore God Tree was something from the immortal realm, while the Xian heavenly realm was only a lower realm, and it was definitely impossible for it to be prioritized higher than the Sycamore God Tree. So even if the Xian heavenly realm became weaker, as long as the Sycamore Divine Tree could influence the place, it would definitely not weaken, and would even continue to become stronger, and in the end, the Sycamore Divine Tree would be enough to hold up the entire Xian heavenly realm. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. It was unthinkable that the solution was so simple. As long as the Xian heavenly realm did not become weaker, Su Chen could completely go and slowly search for the reason why the Xian heavenly realm had become weaker. Suddenly, the power of the heavenly Tao around Su Chen's body stirred. This is... Su Chen immediately frowned, his eyes filled with a serious color. The power of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, his hand was lifted up, which was not moved by him, but was pulled up by the invisible heavenly Tao force. Immediately afterward, Su Chen felt a soft sensation coming from his hand. What was this? Could this be the spirit of the Xian heavenly realm? Everything had life, and so did the heavenly Tao. Just as he was pondering, Su Chen's eyes went black. When it reappeared, he had already arrived in a dead and dreary space, which was filled with an evil power that made Su Chen recoil a little. This evil power was pure evil, and was completely different from the demonic aura in the demon realm. This evil power was pure evil. Even if a saint cultivator was contaminated, it was estimated that he would sink into it and become a demon. What in the world was this? Su Chen's heart was filled with gravity and doubt. However, right in the middle of this dead space, there was a trace of golden light blooming. That was... Sycamore Divine Tree? Su Chen saw what was in that golden light. Wasn't it the Sycamore God Tree that he had released? He also saw that where the Sycamore God Tree's golden light shone through, the evil chi retreated away, not daring to come up and stain it. Suddenly, Su Chen's vision once again returned to normal, and the heavenly Tao power that was around him had also disappeared. Su Chen took a deep breath. The secrets within the Xian heavenly realm had already been dialed back a layer by him. When the great battle of the Emperor's Fall era had occurred, there had definitely been a side that had become demonic. This was absolute. No wonder the heavenly Tao had become weaker. It turned out that it was tainted by that aura. That evil aura possessed unrivaled erosive power, and it affected the heavenly Tao, which caused the Xian heavenly realm to weaken. But with the Sycamore Divine Tree, this problem was already solved. It just took a little time. Moreover, he still had 10 Sycamore Divine Trees. If one wasn't enough, then 2, the Xian heavenly realm would definitely not collapse. When the Xian heavenly realm recovered, he would be able to break through to the great Emperor realm by then. His current cultivation was just one step away from being a quasi-emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavens and earth couldn't contain such a strong person, Su Chen would have already broken through. But where did this evil chi come from? Su Chen's eyes flashed with gravity. Only for a moment he shook his head again. He would know these things sooner or later. After solving the problem of the environment, he looked towards the distance again. The unification of the eastern region was also imperative, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Su Chen said to Ruwashi, "Have the Su family send a message to all the king-level forces in the eastern domain. Come to my Su family in half a month, and take the consequences if you don't come." He wanted to judge clearly what these people in the middle of the eastern domain really thought. If they were willing to obey, then they would become vassals of the Su family. If they had an iron head, then they would just kill them. Also incidentally, he could show off his strength. In this world, a strong strength could avoid a lot of trouble. If the Su family took the entire eastern region under their wing, then the Su family's strength would definitely grow exponentially, and there would be no shortage of resources at all in the future. According to his understanding, among the 4 state domains of the Xian heavenly realms southeast, west, and north, the south and north domains were the strongest, followed by the west domain. The weakest was their eastern domain, which didn't even have a single Saint Emperor powerhouse. The Xian heavenly realm was becoming weaker, with their eastern domain being the most affected and weakened. Before the Emperor's Fall era, their eastern domain wasn't the strongest, but it was about the same caliber as the other three domains, but now it had been reduced to this state. However, this was all a minor issue when the sycamore ancient tree grew. Sooner or later, the eastern domain would be the strongest in the Xian heavenly realm. Ruwashi sniffed, a look of shock on her face as she respectfully said, "As you command." With that, she turned around and left the top of Wangyan Mountain to enter the secret realm, and before long she turned back again before continuing to stand by Su Chen's side massaging and peeling fruits for him. Ruwashi spent most of her time serving Su Chen, so her realm advancement wasn't considered particularly fast, and right now she was only in the middle stage of refining void cultivation. If she hadn't been able to occasionally enter the Wangyun cave heaven to cultivate, it was estimated that her realm would be even lower. Feeling the pressing and rubbing of the soft catkin on his shoulder, Su Chen wore a smile. "Ruwashi, it's still comfortable for you to press." Ruwashi sniffed, and a bit of redness sprang up on her white face. Ever since her qualifications, her cultivation had risen, her posture had also risen several notches. Ruwashi was wearing a small white skirt that covered her knees, revealing her white ankles and wrists, and her entire person looked watery and incomparable, with a youthful little girl's temperament. She looked towards Su Chen, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, her eyes filled with love. In this world, to say that the woman who understood Su Chen the most, it would inevitably be Ruwashi. Regardless of body and mind, she understood it all. Although she was only Su Chen's subordinate, for Ruwashi, as long as she was able to stay by Su Chen's side, she was already especially satisfied. Chapter 91, Giving the Su family a downward spiral? The changes in Wangyun Mountain quickly made the Su family's crowd notice. Su Qingtian thought that something had happened, so he hurriedly ran to find Su Chen, but after learning that this was something that Su Chen had messed up, he left with peace of mind. Walking out of the hopeful cloud courtyard, Su Qingtian felt the rich spiritual qi in the Wangyun Mountain, and his eyes were filled with a gloomy color. "How on earth did you do that, to be able to raise your spiritual energy by so much?" Saying that, his figure instantly disappeared in place as he slowly started exploring towards the outside of Mount Wanyun. He wanted to know if the surrounding spiritual qi had also been boosted a lot. Su Qingtian strolled around the Wanyun Mountain. The spiritual energy was all abundant, relatively higher than before. The most crucial thing was that Su Qingtian clearly felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was becoming denser and was expanding towards the outside. Su Qingtian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The strength of the Su family was also growing now, and the Wangyun Mountain had also undergone a mutation, and the spiritual energy was starting to gradually become abundant and incomparable. Then would it be possible that in the future, Wangyun Mountain would become the center of the eastern region? Thinking of this, Su Qingtian only felt some goosebumps. If that was really the case, then it would be a bit too strong. If such a thing were to happen in the past, it would be something that one would not even think about or dream of. Yet now it was possible for it to become a fact. How could he not be excited? To be able to watch the Su family rise step by step, his heart could not be happier. "Linger, our child has a future." A figure surfaced in his mind, and Su Qingtian's eyes became a bit gloomy. Only a moment later, his eyes became firm again. "Sooner or later, one day, I will bring you back. I will make it impossible for anyone to stop us from being together." Eastern Domain. East Constant Mountain. The terrain here was high and strong, and was considered a rare spectacle in the entire Eastern Domain. At this moment, 9 people were gathered on top of this mountain, and the auras on their bodies were all incomparably powerful, all of them carrying a faint holy might. These people were clearly the masters of the other saint-level forces in the Eastern Domain. At the head of the group was an old man in his 60s and a refined middle-aged man. These 2 people were the old ancestors of the Qingran Holy Land and the Zhou family of the Holy Race, and both of them were the only remaining Saint King powerhouses in the Eastern Domain. Old ancestor Qingran spoke indifferently. "I'm sure you all know the purpose of calling you all here today. Su Chen has asked us all to go to the Su family for a gathering. He was able to kill the returning ruined sage. His strength is estimated to be at least a half-step Saint Emperor. What do you all think? Should we go to the Su family?" Just as the words fell, a youth said coldly, "So what if it's a half-step Saint Emperor? I, Skywolf Holy Land, will not go." Hearing these words, the crowd all fell silent and looked at each other. Although the Skywolf Holy Land was average in strength in the Eastern Domain and was only in the middle stage of saints, he had a terrifying background. Heavenly Saints Sect. This sect was in the middle of the southern domain and was incredibly powerful. It was heard that there were 3 or 4 Saint Emperor powerhouses and that a great Emperor powerhouse had been produced back then. However, due to that great Emperor powerhouse being too far away from now, the legacies about the Emperor level had almost all disappeared. The Skywolf Holy Land was not afraid, but they were not. A half-step Saint Emperor level powerhouse was something they couldn't afford to mess with. The key was that the other party wasn't just a half-step Saint Emperor, maybe it was a Saint Emperor? The Zhou family's old ancestor couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "What does the Su family intend to do by calling us?" The Heavenly Wolf Saint Lord sneered and said, "What else could it be? They think they are powerful and want to demonstrate. Other than that, I can't think of anything else." Saint Lord Qingran's eyes narrowed, and a bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was also at the peak of Saint King, but he was only one step away from breaking through to a half-step Saint Emperor, and over the years, he had also vaguely shown signs of a breakthrough, so if the Su family wanted to give him a demonstration, he wouldn't buy it. In fact, Holy Lord Qing Ran had probably guessed what Su Chen wanted to do. It was nothing more than wanting to demonstrate his strength, wanting to make their major powers hand over a bit of territory to him. He also understood that place, the surprising empire, and although it wasn't considered to be very bad, it certainly wasn't enough to support a power at the level of a Saint King or even a Saint Emperor. A hesitant look flashed in the eyes of the Zhou clan's old ancestor. His lifespan was short, and the Zhou clan only had one mid-stage saint left. To offend a half-step Saint Emperor now was clearly a bit impulsive. He already had a plan in his mind. If Su Chen really pressurized him, then he would hand over a portion of his benefits in order to preserve the Zhou family. The Xianyin Sacred Lord suddenly spoke. We haven't even touched the territory of the returning ruined sacred land. He, the Su clan, is perfectly capable of taking it down, so he shouldn't be hitting on our ideas, right? At these words, many of those who were tightly wound let out a slight sigh of relief. Right. They hadn't even touched the territory of the returning ruined sacred ground, so Su Chen calling them over might just be a mere demonstration. Of course, this possibility was just speculation. The group of people had different thoughts, some were disdainful, some wanted to show goodwill, and some wanted to resist. But they all had one emotion. Jealousy. A half-step Saint Emperor powerhouse, and possibly even a Saint Emperor, such a powerhouse was not something they could mess with. Reaching the realm of a saint was completely one realm at a time. Even if it was only a half-step Saint Emperor, it was not something that could be compared to a Saint King, not to mention the fact that there were so many saints among them. If all of them went against Su Chen together, they might be able to defeat. But this group of people were all old foxes, so how could they possibly work together? Saint Lord Qinran said indifferently, since that's the case, let's go directly to the Su clan. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment, then looked towards the Skywolf Holy Lord again. This Su Chen's anger is soaring. Isn't the Skywolf Saint Lord going to suppress it? You're the only one in this eastern region who isn't afraid of him, right? When Holy Lord Qinran said this, there was a bit of flattery on his face. The Skywolf Holy Lord was originally a very honorable person, so he naturally sounded very comfortable and felt doubly honored. There was some contempt in the eyes of the Skywolf Saint Lord. So what if you are a Saint King, you still have to rely on me? Alright, then I will also accompany you to see what the situation is. The Skywolf Holy Lord said indifferently. The others immediately rejoiced at his words. The Skywolf Sacred Lord had a powerful background. If he was willing to follow along, then Su Chen would certainly not dare to go too far. Qingran Saint Lord immediately smiled. In that case, Heavenly Wolf fellow Taoist, please. He reached out and made an inviting gesture, giving the Skywolf Saint enough face. The Skywolf Saint didn't shy away from it either, as he walked straight ahead towards the Su clan. In fact, he wasn't a cutie either. Naturally knowing that these people wanted to use him as a gun. But the Skywolf Saint was confident in his heart. He was a member of the Heavenly Saint sect, not to mention that Su Chen was only a half-step Saint Emperor. Even if he was a Saint Emperor, it would be impossible to just kill him. As long as he didn't get too impulsive. The Celestial Wolf Saint was willing to give them a gun to use as a gun, but he also wanted to let the people of this eastern region know what weight he, the Celestial Wolf Sacred Clan, actually carried. At the same time, he also wanted to give this Su Chen a downward spiral. Chapter 92 Demonstration, Death of the Skywolf Saint Lord. It wasn't long before several auras erupted outside of Mount Wangyun. Only they were all relatively mild, not at all as fierce as when the three members of the Meng clan came before. Moreover, the auras were only faintly Saint Might, and if they hadn't reached the returning Yuan realm, it would probably be difficult to detect them. Wangyun Cave Sky. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes at the first opportunity, and he said with a grave expression, inform Chenner that these people have arrived. Su Qingtian disappeared into the Looking Cloud Cave Sky while he arrived in front of a group of saints, arching his hand and saying, Seniors, please also follow me. There was a bit of doubt in his eyes as to what exactly Su Chen was doing by calling these saint-level powerhouses over. Previously, Su Chen had asked the Su family to send a message, but did not inform them of their purpose, so even Su Qingtian did not know what was going on. The instant the Skywolf Saint Lord saw Su Qingtian, his eyes instantly narrowed, his face somewhat unhappy. So many of their powerhouses had come together, but the person who greeted them was only an early Dao initiation cultivator. This was too much of a loss of face, wasn't it? However, the Heavenly Wolf Saint Lord didn't flare up, he just coldly said, the Su family. What a great face. Su Jingtian Su family lord, right? Lead the way. The Heavenly Wolf Saint Lord's tone was condescending, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Qingtian was incomparably contemptuous. Su Chen he could not offend. After all, the other party was also a half-step Saint Emperor or even a Saint Emperor powerhouse, and although he had the backing of the Heavenly Saint sect, he could not mindlessly offend this kind of powerhouse. It would not do him any good. But these people of the Su family were of low cultivation. It was hard to believe that Su Chen would still bother with him over a few wastes. Su Qingtian's face stiffened. The tone of the Skywolf sage was completely treating him like an inferior. Although there was some displeasure in his heart, he still couldn't help it. Soon, the group of people arrived at the mountainside of Wangyun Mountain, in the Su family's reception hall. There were 4 other people in the hall. In the center was Su Hongyuan, flanked by Su Yunxian, and on the other side was Su Chen and his little maid Ruoshi. Su Hongyuan and Su Yunxian's expressions were both a bit grave, but Su Chen had a lazy look on his face, leaning back in his chair with his head propped up with one hand to rest. Accompanied by a group of powerful people from the eastern region entering the hall, Su Hongyuan and Su Yunxian hurriedly stood up. "Gentlemen, please sit down." The group of saintly powerhouses also arched their hands with smiles on their faces, but there was a look of disdain in their eyes. The only one in the Su clan who could make them pay attention was Su Chen, and the others were nothing more than ants. They all looked towards Su Chen, and when they saw that he was still sitting on the chair, with absolutely no intention of getting up, everyone's faces were a little less than optimistic. The eyes of the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Lord were a little gloomy as he stepped forward and arched his hand. "I, Yang Liang, a disciple of the Heavenly Sacred Sect's Grand Elder, have met Senior." The Heavenly Saint Sect's Grand Elder, who was at the Saint Empress stage of cultivation, was a powerful person on one side even amongst the southern region. He had thought that Su Chen would take it seriously after declaring himself, but it turned out that Su Chen still did not have any reaction. Seeing this scene, the Sky Wolf Saint Lord's face completely somber, and the atmosphere within the hall gradually suppressed. The faces of the crowd of saint powerhouses were also a little ugly. They all knew that Su Chen was definitely going to demonstrate, but they did not expect it to be so naked, not putting them in their eyes at all. Even those who were previously prepared to show their favor to the Su family, at this moment, their hearts gradually turned cold. Su Chen's attitude made their hearts extremely unhappy. A group of people looked at each other and exchanged glances. Later on, no matter what Su Chen wanted to do, they all expressed their opposition together. 2 or 3 forces might not care too much about Su Chen, but if they collectively objected, even if he was a half-step Saint Emperor or even a Saint Emperor powerhouse, he would still need to weigh his options. Of course, this was mainly the 2 Saint King powerhouses and the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Lord. The attitude of the 3 of them was crucial. Without the 3 leading the way, the others, who were merely saints, would not be able to threaten Su Chen at all. Right at this moment, the Zhou family's old ancestor bowed respectfully with a smile on his face. "My name is Zhou Yunlong, I pay my respects to Senior." When the other group of saints saw Zhou Yunlong showing weakness, their faces changed slightly, pressing down their previous thoughts. With one less Saint King, it would be better to forget about it. At this moment, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes as he faintly looked towards the crowd of saintly powerhouses and said in a calm voice, "Coming?" Looking at Su Chen in such a glib manner, the Skywolf Saint instantly hated his teeth, but thinking that Su Chen's strength was too much stronger than him, he also seemed to have temporarily endured it. Something uneducated, not even the Heavenly Saint sect had heard of it. Obviously, he took Su Chen's blandness as nothing more than his own ignorance, not knowing the terror of the Heavenly Saint sect at all. At this moment, Su Chen looked towards the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Lord, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped him. "You." After whispering, a terrifying might instantly blossomed from Su Chen's body, surging towards the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Lord. In an instant, the Heavenly Wolf Saint Lord directly flew out backwards, and the void above the path of the backwards flight was directly cut through, emitting ear-piercing sounds. In the end, the Skywolf Saint Lord smashed down in the middle of the earth 10,000 miles away. Bang! An enormous might exploded, the earth crumbling within a 10,000-meter radius, and the Skywolf Saint Master also fell directly, his entire holy power annihilated. Looking Cloud Mountain, inside the Su family hall. The eyes of the crowd were filled with horror as they looked at Su Chen in disbelief. The Heavenly Wolf Saint was the person with the strongest background amongst them, and they felt that they could understand Su Chen even if he made a move against the Qing Ran Holy Land, but if he killed the Heavenly Wolf Saint, it was the equivalent of offending the Heavenly Sacred Sect's Grand Elder. This was offending a true Saint Emperor. The sudden change of heart caused the hall to fall into dead silence. Su Chen did not speak as he faintly scanned towards the crowd. In the next moment, an even more majestic aura was instantly released from his body, and the entire heaven and earth changed color. This pressure made a group of saints not even dare to raise their heads, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. With only fear and panic remaining in their hearts, they did not even have a trace of power to resist. And just a mere pressure made them threatened with death, as if there were countless knives on their necks. The crowd enveloped by the pressure even felt that Su Chen could easily kill the 3 of them without even having to make a move. The faces of the people present suddenly changed abruptly. This was a bull half-step Saint Emperor. Saint Emperor? This kind of terrifying pressure completely exceeded the crowd's cognition, and although they were unable to judge the exact realm clearly, it could by no means be a Saint Emperor, but at least all of them were Saint Eminences starting out. Saint Lord Qing Ran was still somewhat upset in his heart, but now there was only panic. He was truly worried that he would follow in the footsteps of the Skywolf Saint Lord. Su Chen's reason for killing the Skywolf Saint Lord was estimated to be very simple. From the time he entered the Wangyun Mountain, the expression on the Skywolf Saint Lord's face was a look. If you don't kill him, who will you kill? The shadow of death loomed over the hearts of the crowd, and the terrifying pressure caused several of the saints to directly resist falling to their knees, their eyes filled with fear. This kind of fear was as if it was the same as a demonic beast meeting a bloodline stronger than its own. The three of them, Su Hongyuan, felt Su Chen's aura, and their faces also wore a look of shock. Good fellow, already so powerful? After a few moments, Su Chen saw that the effect of the demonstration had been achieved, and only then did he withdraw his mighty pressure, as he faintly said, "Sit down." Chapter 93, Unifying the Eastern Domain. What Su Chen wanted was the entire Eastern Domain, so he needed these people to help the Su family manage the Eastern Domain. If he killed them all, the entire Eastern Domain would also be thrown into chaos, which was something Su Chen did not want to see. Taking a look at their terrified expressions, Su Chen secretly nodded his head. It should be able to be honest. The Qingran Holy Lord and the Zhou family ancestor glanced at each other, and both couldn't help but swallow their saliva before proceeding to sit down on the chair in a well-behaved manner. And the previous dissatisfaction with Su Chen had long since dissipated. In this world, right and wrong went according to strength. When you had strength, doing anything was right. Even if this matter was outrageously wrong, there would be a large number of people who would follow and kiss their asses. Su Chen did not say anything, and the atmosphere in the hall once again became grave. With the fall of the Skywolf Saint Master in front of them, they were now simply afraid to touch Su Chen's mold. The key was that Su Chen's strength was extremely powerful, and even if the Heavenly Saint sect came, it would definitely not be able to escape well. This was a Saint Sovereign level powerhouse. In the era where great emperors were not present, and sages were not visible, Saint Esteem was the top tier of powerhouses. Although there was still an ancient saint realm above saint elders, cultivators of this level were already pitifully few. Only after a while did Su Chen faintly say, "Calling all of you over today is just wanting to discuss one thing." Discuss? The crowd looked towards Su Chen, and seeing his indifferent expression, they hurriedly averted their eyes again. Really can. Discuss? Zhou Yunlong swallowed his saliva. Although there was some fear in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and revealed a smile to curry favor. "I don't know what your excellency wants us to do. I will certainly do whatever I can." The crowd looked towards Zhou Yunlong in unison. "You're the only one who's resourceful, right?" They knew that Su Chen had no intention of discussing at all, so what was going to happen next? Surely all of them here would have to hemorrhage. But they still have some hope in their hearts, in case Su Chen does not see those interests of theirs. Su Chen looked towards Zhou Yunlong, who immediately lowered his head, his face full of humility. For the Zhou family, if they wanted to continue to survive, they had to attach themselves to a strong person, and Su Chen was very suitable. As long as Su Chen took a liking to their Zhou family, then even after he fell, the Zhou family would definitely be able to survive very well in this world. Su Chen continued indifferently, "It is also good to have this kind of realization. It can avoid a bloody strife. The matter that this young man wants to negotiate is simple. My Su family wants to unify the entire eastern region, including but not limited to you all needing to submit to my Su family. Who among you sitting here agrees and who opposes?" After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked at them indifferently. Unification of the eastern region. The moment these words came out, it was like a stone breaking the sky, causing everyone present to freeze. Even the three people from the Su family were somewhat dumbfounded. Su Chen's purpose of calling these people was not to demonstrate, but to directly take down the eastern domain in one fell swoop? Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with excitement. If these people really submitted to the Su family, then their power would be unprecedented. In the face of Su Chen's words, the group of saints who had come here all felt a sense of their breath stopping. They had thought that Su Chen was only asking them to take out a little benefit. But how could they not have expected that Su Chen was going to eat them all up? However, it was clear that all of them were not very happy about it, and their faces all wore a hesitant look. They had always been the biggest players as the elder ancestors or sacred lords of the major powers, but now they were going to become someone else's vassals. How could they accept this? However, Su Chen's strength was too strong, and coupled with the fact that his tone was cold, this also made them not dare to easily refuse, fearing that the next Skywolf Saint Lord would be them. For a time, the hall fell into dead silence. Su Chen was also too lazy to talk nonsense as he said in an indifferent tone, "Qingran Holy Lord, you come and show your hand first." Qingran's sacred lord's face instantly froze. "How can I indicate? What else do I have to indicate? If I refuse, I guess I'll be directly killed immediately, right?" In fact, he had long thought it through, which was to agree to submit to the Su family. It was only that Qingran Holy Lord was still a bit unwilling. He, Qingran Holy Land, was at least a Saint King level power, and in the past, it was never others who became their vassals, but now he had to become someone else's vassal. This was too humiliating. What face would their Qingran Holy Land have if it was spread out? The Qingran Holy Lord's heart was filled with helplessness, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile on his face and said, "The Eastern Domain has indeed been a bit chaotic lately, and is in dire need of a strong leader to lead it. The Su family is just the right fit, so I agree to young Lord Su Chen's request, and from now on, my Clear Ran Sacred Land is a vassal of the Su family." Hearing these righteous words, Zhou Yunlong silently glanced at him. The old thing's ass-kissing skills were still so good after so many years had passed. Those present were all old men, and even though their hearts were no longer willing, their faces did not show it in the slightest. Instead, they all seemed to be very happy, completely displaying the word hypocrisy to the fullest. There was mainly no way around it. Su Chen's strength was too powerful to be able to resist. Resistance was definitely a dead end. Right now, they only had the expectation that the Su family would show mercy and not squeeze them too hard, or else they just really wouldn't survive. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, my Su family has always done things gently. The forces sitting here only need to make normal offerings every year. According to my Su family's rules, there are two types of offerings. One is to hand over 20% of the proceeds every year, the other is to hand over a certain amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Specifically, when the time comes, my Su family will notify you. But don't worry, it won't be particularly much. 20%? The crowd was instantly relieved. Although 20% was quite a lot, it was still within their range of acceptance. In fact, they were already prepared to hand over half or even 60%, but as a result, they didn't expect that the Su family would only need 20%. In a flash, the people's resentment towards the Su family was much less. If it was only 20%, then everyone could still accept it. Although it was a bit humiliating to submit to the Su family, others were saint-exalted powerhouses, and there was no excuse for the weak to beat the strong. The main thing was that the choices in front of them were just two paths, either submit or die. No one wanted to seek death. Zhou Yunlong also hurriedly expressed his willingness to submit. With the two Saint King level forces not resisting, the others could only agree even though there was still discontentment in their hearts. We are also willing to submit to the Su family. Seeing the crowd of saintly powerhouses submitting to the Su family, although the three of them, Su Hongyuan, had a calm expression on their faces, huge waves had already risen within their hearts. All the powerful forces in the eastern region had submitted to the Su family. Did that also mean that the entire eastern region was now theirs? My goodness! In just a short period of 100 years, the Su family had unexpectedly undergone a skyrocketing perversion, which truly gave them the feeling that they were living in a dream. Chapter 94 Changes in Hopeful Cloud City, Sycamore Divine Tree Growth. Not long after, Su Chen left the hall, leaving only Su Hongyuan to confer with the people. With Su Chen's demonstration, now, not to mention Su Hongyuan and the others, even if it was one of the Su family's dogs, these people would have to be courteous. Along with that, a host of saint-level forces submitted. At this point, the entire eastern region could be said to be the territory of the Su family. Now he just needed to wait for some time to let the Sycamore Divine Tree grow. However, the Sycamore Divine Tree wouldn't grow particularly fast, and it would take at least a month or so to encompass the entire city of Hopeful Clouds. Moreover, it was useless even after shrouding it, and it would still need to have a very obvious boost. According to Su Chen's judgment, it would take at least 3 years or so for Wangyun City's spiritual energy to have a significant increase. Of course, 3 years was quite short for him. The lifespan of a cultivator was incredibly long, and many cultivators spent decades in seclusion, so what was a mere 3 years? However, there was still one power in the eastern domain that he had not taken down. Dark Sentinel. Forced by the fact that this organization was an assassin organization and had a mysterious background, Su Chen did not move them for the time being. It didn't matter to himself, but if he offended the Dark Sentinel to death, what if they specifically targeted the rest of the Su family at that time? At least all of them would have to wait for the Su family to grow up before they went and took care of this force. Greetings, young lord. Returning to the top of Wangyun Mountain, and Xinglian immediately saluted respectfully upon seeing Su Chen. She had also sensed Su Chen's aura just now. A saint-exalted powerhouse. Originally, she had thought that Su Chen was just a saint emperor, but it did not occur to her that she had still underestimated Su Chen too much. Su Chen nodded, and then walked into the middle of the cloud-watching courtyard. It wasn't long before the group of powerful people in the eastern region job left the Su clan. Since things couldn't even be changed, it would be better to be good and loyal to the Su family. They had talked with Su Hongyuan for a long time and probably knew that the Su family was not overbearing in their dealings. As long as they behaved in a disciplined manner, they would be fine. So they are now resigned to their fate. Unable to resist, then let nature take its course. And Su Hongyuan also has no other additional conditions, such as letting the major forces take out a part of the territory to the Su family, just need to make offerings every year. Very quickly. Su Chen's strength gradually began to spread out, including the matter of the major forces submitting to the Su family. My god, Su Chen is actually a saint-exalted powerhouse? Saint Eminence. Is this news true or false? It's not some kind of lie, is it? How can this be false? This is what the Saint Race Zhou family's old ancestor personally spread out, and the Zhou family has already declared that they have become a vassal of the Su family. In addition to this Qingran sacred land, there are also other sacred lands that have openly expressed their subjugation. And I heard that the Skywolf Holy Lord has already been killed. This one seems to have a very powerful background. It's that Southern Domain's Heavenly Saint sect that possesses several Saint Emperor powerhouses. Che. A Saint Emperor is just a Saint Emperor. Su Chen is a Saint Zun powerhouse. Would he still be afraid of him? When the crowd heard that Su Chen was a Saint Eminence, their faces all wore a look of shock, and it took them a long time to digest the news. What shocked them the most was the unification of the eastern region. This kind of thing was one of the few in the entire history. And as Wangyun City was affected by Su Chen, the crowds also grew. However, there was still the same problem. The aura in Wangyun City was not particularly abundant. The harmonization realm forces could barely accept it, but it simply attracted the returning Yuan realm cultivators to come. Of course, it wouldn't take long for this problem to be solved. In the time that followed, in order to avoid the people of the Su family from being killed, Su Chen refined a jade talisman for the important people of the Su family's direct and collateral lines. Among them was a wisp of his doppelganger, which was enough to emit the combat power of a mid-saint, and could save their lives at critical times. After that, the Su family entered another long stage of development. In the blink of an eye, it was another 5 years. The sycamore divine tree had also grown a lot. From being only half a meter tall in the beginning, it was now more than 10 feet tall. And now, within a 1,000-mile radius of Mount Wangyun, the spiritual qi had all risen, with Mount Wangyun's spiritual qi being the densest, almost growing by about 4 times. The aura on the side of Wangyun City had also grown by 70 to 80% compared to before. Don't look at it as just 70 to 80%, but it was still incomparably terrifying. After all, this individual ascension wasn't a certain area, his range was particularly wide, so even 70 or 80% was terrifying. After all these years of development, Hope Cloud City had expanded close to 5 times or so from when it was first built. But even so, it was still overcrowded inside, and aside from the fact that the city's size was not as large as that of Surprise City, the popularity was completely crushing. Moreover, the changes in Wangyun City were gradually known by more people, in which 2 Dao entry stage forces had already settled in. These days, Su Qingtian's smile was not anon. This Wangyun City was really too profitable in terms of spirit stones. The house prices inside would basically increase every 3 to 5 days. Their Su family could make money lying down, coupled with the treasures that the major forces offered up every year. The Su family could be completely described as rich as hell. When the sycamore divine tree and the Su family grow up, at that time, the Su family will truly become the hegemon of the eastern domain. Su Chen said with a smile on his face, while his gaze was looking at the huge city in the distance. Now that the scale of Wangyun City was incomparably huge, in front of this behemoth, Wangyun Mountain appeared somewhat small. Ever since the rise of the Su family, there were basically very few outsiders within the surrounding 300 to 500 miles, except for some people from the Su family walking around. During this period of time, the Heavenly Sage sect behind the Skywolf Sage had also sent someone to the door to show their goodwill, stating that they had no intention of feuding with the Su family. A single saint powerhouse could not match even the entire Heavenly Saint sect. There was also no need for them to offend a saint-exalted powerhouse for the sake of the Skywolf Saint Master. Su Chen left Wangyun Mountain and walked towards the distance, while Ruwashi followed him obediently. It's been a long time since I went out for a stroll. In the last half year, Su Chen rarely went out and stayed within the Wangyun Mountain. If it was someone else who might have died of boredom, but Su Chen had gotten lazier and lazier the longer he stayed, and before, he always liked to fish and have a little barbecue, but the latter simply stopped doing it straight away. No other, too much trouble. The main thing is that his check-in system is too comfortable, and he doesn't need to work hard at all. Su Chen felt that he should not call it a signing-in system, but rather a laying-down system. Su Chen led Ruwashi towards the distance. The two of them walked seemingly slowly, but almost as soon as they stepped out, the scenery around them had already changed drastically. In just a few steps, Su Chen had already left the amazing empire and arrived at another power in the neighborhood. Xian Ming Empire. In the middle of a mountain forest, the jungle here was dense, but the spiritual qi was thin, in which, not to mention the demonic beasts, even the wild beasts were incredibly rare. There was a stream in the middle of the mountain forest. Next to it sat an old man holding a fishing rod. He looked blankly into the river, not knowing what he was thinking. Hearing footsteps behind him, the old man was instantly startled. However, after turning his head and seeing that it was Su Chen, the entire person sighed in relief again. Little friend Su, here to fish again? Chapter 95 He Family's Dispute. He allow. Su Chen looked at the old man with a smile on his face. The other party's cultivation was not strong, just a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi cultivation. However, he was quite accomplished in fishing, and Su Chen had learned a lot of fishing knowledge from him. Su Chen walked to the riverside, raised his hand and waved it slightly. A small chair appeared next to him. He then took out his fishing rod, bait, and began to get into the state of fishing. Ruwashi, on the other hand, stood behind him in a well-behaved manner. Her character had always been like this, not saying much, just obediently following. As long as Su Chen didn't order her, she wouldn't do anything else. He-Yin and Su Chen both knew each other because of fishing, and because they had the same hobby, coupled with He-Yin being more talkative, they were considered to be more familiar with each other. Including Su Chen's fishing skills, almost all of them were taught to him by He-Yin. Little friend Su, you haven't come fishing for quite some time. Su Chen smiled and said, recently, there were some things going on at home, so I didn't have time to come. Hearing this, Ruwashi couldn't help but reveal a stifled smile. Other people didn't know Su Chen, but she knew him very well. Many times he would just lie down for the whole day. How could he have so many things to do when he was so free every day? However, she didn't dare to poke at Su Chen, who had been unable to get out of bed several times before because of doing the wrong thing, and had to hold onto the wall to walk. He-yun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In his heart, he was actually very clear. Su-chan's origin was definitely extraordinary, just the kind of superb maidservant beside him. It was not something that an ordinary family could have. Soon, a fish that was close to 2 pounds was brought up. He-yun directly gutted the fish, cleaned it, and then raised a fire next to it and started roasting it. The purpose of his fishing wasn't even for food, but to enjoy the process. So the fish that He-yun caught were either released or roasted and eaten on the spot. Of course, if Su-chan didn't come, he would probably just release them. Not a moment later, the smell of fish spread out. He-yun not only had a handful of superb fishing skills, cooking skills were also very good. The flavor was better than many restaurant chefs. The key was that this fish was still just a normal fish, not a demonic beast. Here. He-yun handed over the roasted meat to Su-chan and pulled off another piece to hand it to Ruwashi. When Su-chan took a bite, he marveled, Elder He's craftsmanship is still as good as ever. He-yun burst out laughing, very satisfied with Su-chan's answer. Just as he was preparing to eat himself, an anxious shout suddenly sounded in the distance. Old He, why are you still in the mood to fish here? That group of people ran to your house again, hurry back and take a look. The person who came was a middle-aged woman's appearance, living right across from He-yun, and the relationship between the two families was considered good. When He-yun heard these words, his face changed dramatically. He hurriedly dropped the fish in his hands and busily ran away, as if a great disaster was on the horizon. Su-chan was slightly stunned as he and Ruwashi exchanged glances, each other's eyes carrying a bit of a puzzled look. But soon, he stood up. Let's go up and see what's going on. He-yun was quite nice, and was considered his master when it came to fishing, and since he had taken on the others' love, he should still help out when others were in trouble. Ping Shui Town. This was a small town in the corner of the Xian Ming Empire, but there were quite a few people in it, almost 200,000 to 300,000 people. After He-yun entered the town, he flew towards his yard. It didn't take long for him to arrive in a small courtyard, and there were a total of 5 people inside, 4 of whom were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an incredibly powerful aura. The person at the head was a middle-aged man, who sat on a chair looking at Yi-ling with a cold expression. In the center of the courtyard, there was also a young girl with a delicate face, tied tightly to the ground and struggling non-stop. Seeing He-yun push the door out, the 4 immediately looked towards him. You're still coming back, ah? I thought you were going to run away straight away. The middle-aged man gave a cold laugh, his tone filled with sarcasm. Seeing this, He-yun couldn't help but shout, He Liao, if you have something to do come at me, why are you making a move on Linger? With that, he was about to step forward to untie He Ling's rope, but with a wave of his raised hand, He Liao directly sent him flying into the corner. He Liao's brows furrowed slightly as he said with a somewhat cold voice, He-yun, I've given you the chance many times, hand over the item and both your grandparents and grandchildren can live. If you can't hand over the item today, then I will kill He Ling, Elder He-yun, this is the last chance. Hearing He Liao's icy words, He-yun's face instantly turned ugly. He knew that He Liao was definitely capable of doing something like this. However, He-yun was even more aware that if he handed that thing over, he and He-ling would never be able to survive. Thinking of this, He-yun's entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, endless regret welling up in his heart. He was also an elder of the Yi family in the beginning, with a late-stage void refining cultivation, and during the storm of the family head's competition, the young master he supported failed, leading to the murder of his only child. He-yun himself had to fight for his life to take his granddaughter He-ling away from the Yi family. But he was seriously injured in the process and lost his cultivation, and has been living in seclusion in this flatwater town ever since. The thing that these people want is the treasure of the Yi family that the family head handed over to him on his deathbed, the heavenly rank broken cloud sword and the accompanying sword technique. Originally, the old family head had admired the young master he supported, and that treasure was also left to him, but unfortunately there was a change of heart. Taking a deep breath, He-yun adjusted his mind as he said with a cold expression, you want the treasure, but if you kill Yi-ling, you won't be able to get it in this lifetime. After He Liao heard this, a look of impatience appeared on his face. He slowly stood up with a murderous aura in his eyes. Old thing, the family master's patience is limited, you've been living peacefully in this flatwater town for 20 years, no one has come to disturb you during this time, and the family master has given you 20 years, do you really want to head for death? He-yun sneered, dead end? Is it hard to believe that by giving you guys something, I will be able to live? Hearing these words, He Liao closed his eyes, the impatience on his face already thick to the extreme. Gradually, an icy coldness was released from He Liao's body, and the temperature in the middle of the entire courtyard dropped a lot. He Liao opened his eyes once again, and he said in a morose tone, truly stubborn, do you really think that I can't do anything about you? After saying that, he spoke to the young man next to him. Yang Xian, take He-ling to the room and do what you want. Yang Xian was an underling of their clan, with a cultivation of the middle stage of transformation spirit, and he also worked for the family head. When Yang Xian heard these words, an evil smile spread across his face as he respectfully received the order. Yes, third elder. He then walked directly towards He-ling, while also saying to He-yun, Elder He-yun, I won't set up a shielding array, so when the time comes, I'll let you listen well to the screams of your own granddaughter, ha ha ha. Yang Xian's laughter was incomparably harsh and filled with evil. He Yun's face was filled with shock and murderous intent. How dare you? Yang Xian pretended to look scared. Elder He Yun is furious, I'm so scared. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped his palm. He Yun then directly smashed down to the corner of the wall. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and intense pain came from his limbs, making him unable to even do the ability to get up. Yang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness as he directly walked over to Yiling's side, lifted it up and walked towards the house. When He Yun saw this scene, his eyes turned red as he hoarsely roared, "You let go of her." Helplessness and despair filled his heart. Looking at Yiling in deep danger, he could only hiss so impotently, without being able to make any resistance. Chapter 96 Terrifying Void Refining Stage. Yang Xian didn't pay any attention to He Yun. He even turned back while saying, "Elder He Yun, you'll have to listen well later." He had also followed He Liao so many times and knew that what He Yun cared about the most was He Ling. As long as he pinpointed this point, he could definitely get He Yun to loosen his tongue. Wait a minute. He Liao suddenly called a halt, then spoke to He Yun. "He Yun, I know what's on your mind. Since things have come to this point, then I can also tell you directly. Whether it's you or your granddaughter, neither of you can live. This is the order of the family head. But you can choose the way to die. You may not be afraid of death, but have you ever thought about healing? You should know my methods. The criminal laws within the family are all controlled by me. I have countless ways to make Healing beg for his life and die. Do you choose to let him die in one piece or go through countless pains?" The corners of He Liao's mouth rose slightly as he continued. "Our He family has quite a few subordinates. It's not just Yang Xian. I don't know if this little girl, Healing, can stand it." Hearing these words, Healing's eyes were filled with panic. Due to her mouth being blocked, she could only let out whimpering sounds. The meaning of He Liao's words was already too obvious. Healing's eyes were filled with tears as she looked towards He Yun. She hoped that He Yun would hand over something, even if it meant death, but she didn't want to die from being humiliated. Such a thing would make one's scalp numb just by hearing it. He Yun looked at Healing's pleading gaze, and his entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, lying helplessly on the ground. He was incomparably self-blaming in his heart. Xiaoshan, father did not fulfill his promise to protect Healing. He Yun's heart was bleak beyond measure. He knew that He Liao would definitely not stop until he got something today. In other words, their grandparents and grandchildren only have one way to die, just a different way to die. Thinking of this, He Yun sighed helplessly as he said in a low voice, "Fine, as long as you guys don't insult Healing, I'll give you the item." The corner of He Liao's mouth rose slightly as he smiled and said, "That's right." He Yun suddenly said, "But I want you to make a heavenly Dao oath that you are not allowed to offend Healing and give her a pain in the ass. If anyone else offends, you, He Liao, must fight to the death to stop them. If you can agree to this request, I'll give you the item immediately." He Liao's eyes narrowed. He had wanted to get the thing before going back on his word. He Yun, this old thing had been dragging his feet for so many years, and it was really hard to get even in his heart if he didn't tease the other party properly. But after careful thought, it was good to get the thing anyway. And torture doesn't necessarily have to be offensive. "Okay, I promise you." He Liao immediately began to make a heavenly Dao oath, only to see thunderclouds flashing across the sky, an invisible mass of heavenly Dao power enveloping He Liao's surroundings, eventually coalescing into a triangle in the center of his brow. But only a few moments later, it completely disappeared. In the underworld, He Liao had already been bound by the heavenly Dao, and if he violated the heavenly Dao oath, he would be directly killed by the heavenly thunderbolt. Only then did He Liao faintly say, "Alright, give me the item and give your grandparents and grandchildren a pain in the ass." He Yun took a deep breath. He was just about to speak when a warm voice came from the doorway. "Elder He, this kind of small matter, why don't you come to me for help?" Su Chen and Ruwashi's silhouettes slowly approached. He had his hands behind his back, his appearance was handsome, and he looked somewhat extraordinary. When He Yun saw Su Chen, he immediately showed a look of anxiety. "Little friend, hurry up, this is my family matter, it has nothing to do with you." Su Chen definitely had some background, but their He family was even more powerful, with an early-stage harmonization realm powerhouse in attendance. How could it be comparable to Su Chen? The key was that he had heard Ruwashi call Su Chen a young master, and Su Chen often fished with him, and instead of concentrating on cultivation, he wandered around. Obviously in the clan is estimated to be a general qualification, not high status, completely lie-flat kind. He Yun at least at first was also the He family's elder, for these juniors within the clan to understand. And Su Chen often came to fish with him. I think it is not far from Flatwater Town. The strongest force around Flatwater Town was only at the early stage of refining void, and just one He Liao was enough for them to drink a pot of water, not to mention the He family's harmonization realm ancestor. He Yun was afraid that Su Chen didn't know how powerful the He family was, and specifically said, "They are the people of the He family of Xianming City, a king-level force, not something you can mess with, hurry up and leave." Looking at He Yun's anxious eyes, Su Chen just shook his head with a faint smile and did not leave. Regardless of whether it was He Yun or He Ling, their hearts weren't bad. Even if he didn't have a relationship with the two of them, he still had to come and mind his own business, not to mention that Su Chen was also acquainted with the two of them. Su Chen laughed. "Elder He, don't worry, it's just a little thing." Hearing these words, He Yun's face became even more anxious. He was just about to open his mouth when a terrifying aura was released from He Liao's body, enveloping the courtyard. Hyun's face changed. Under this pressure, he felt like his blood was about to stop. It was over. He knew that He Liao absolutely could not let Su Chen go today. Just as he thought this, He Liao sneered and said, "A mole, when did a mole dare to meddle in my He family's affairs?" After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and his spiritual energy turned into ice blades towards Su Chen. He Liao himself was at the early stage of refining void, although it was just a casual strike. As long as it was a cultivator below the half-step refining void stage, it would be impossible for them to block it. Su Chen didn't act, but Ruwashi beside him had a chill in her eyes as a long sword appeared in her hand, and an icy aura emanated from it. In the next moment, Ruwashi raised her hand and swung out a sword, and a terrifying might instantly poured out. Although Ruwashi didn't have a lot of combat experience, he was also a solid void refining stage, and the techniques he practiced were all heaven stage. So the power of this strike was also immensely powerful, and just the aftermath turned the entire courtyard upside down. If Ruwashi hadn't been able to control it, I'm afraid I don't know how many people in Flatwater Town would have had to die under the fallout. What? He Liao only felt some numbness in his scalp, panic in his eyes, and his entire body was busy raising his hand to fend it off. This attack was so powerful that it made him feel a bit terrified in his heart. How could he not have expected that Ruwashi would have such strength? Bang! The sound of the impact rang out, passing out like a heavy drum, and the entire Pingshui town covered their ears and fell to the ground with pain-filled faces. Some people with slightly weaker bones even had blood shaken out of their ears and noses. He Liao even flew directly backwards, covered in blood. As for the others, they were directly swept by the aftermath and were tipped over a long way. Su Chen raised his hand and waved it to protect He Yun and He Ling. He Yun and He Ling's cultivation levels weren't strong, so if they were swept by the aftermath, they'd have to shed their skin without dying. Ruwashi also seemed to realize that she hadn't controlled her force, so she said with a panicked face, "I'm sorry, young lord, Ruwashi was too angry just now, so..." Su Chen waved his hand, signaling that she didn't need to say much. A little thing was just a little thing. Su Chen wasn't such a catty person. At this time, He Yun also reacted, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Ruwashi. This is refining void stage. My god. A void refinement stage made, how powerful must that be as his master? He Yun had never thought that Ruwashi, a harmless little girl, would possess the terrifying strength of the void refining stage. It wasn't the first day that he and Su Chen had met, and they still had a general understanding of each other, so he naturally knew that Ruwashi wasn't very old, and was definitely within 100 years of age. To be able to reach such a cultivation level at that age, even amongst saint-level forces, was at the genius level. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "Elder He, I'll take care of the people for you, we'll proceed back to fishing later." With that, he slightly raised his hand, and 4 rays of light flickered in his hand. In the next moment, the rays of light directly tore through the void and disappeared in place, shooting off towards the distance. In a blink of an eye, the earth shook 4 times in a row, as if there was some kind of flood beast hidden underground, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 97, The Lively Wan Yun Mountain. Su Hongyuan beheads 3 corpses. Looking at the breezy Su Chen, He Yun couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his heart filled with horror. Just now, at the moment Su Chen made his move, he faintly detected a wisp of aura. A wisp of incomparably strong aura. Although it was only for a moment, he still had a feeling of his scalp going numb, as if he had fallen deep into the 9 hells. In that instant, He Yun felt like his heart was being pinched and he would die at any moment. What a terrifying strength! Could it be the Dao Entry realm? To be able to have this kind of power, it can no longer be the return to Yuan realm, at least all of them are in the Dao realm, or even Sage. He Yun was horrified in his heart. From his previous understanding, Su Chen was not that old. To be able to reach such a point in this realm was by no means something an ordinary person could do. Suddenly, it was as if he had thought of something. Su Air, this was the pseudonym that Su Chen had given him, but it was with a Su character in it. He Yun's heart shook. Could it be the Su family? In the entire eastern domain, amongst the younger generation who could have such strength, other than that powerful Su family, he really couldn't think of anyone else. At this moment, Su Chen reached out and rubbed He Ling's head, softly saying, "Little Linger, it's alright." He Ling was only in her 20s, and in his eyes there was no difference between her and her little sister anymore. Looking at the handsome and incomparable Su Chen in front of him, He Ling's face turned red, her eyes somewhat dodged, not daring to look directly at Su Chen. He Yun hurriedly spoke, "Linger, why don't you hurry up and thank Brother Su?" Only after hearing these words did He Ling hurriedly salute Su Chen and thank him. "Many thanks to Brother Su." Su Chen let out a light laugh as he took out a token engraved with the word Su and handed it to He Ling, then smiled and said, "In the future, if you run into trouble again, just flash this out." This token contained a wisp of Su Chen's aura, and although it wasn't particularly strong either, it was certainly enough to deter those below the Dao Entry realm. Moreover, this token belonged to the Su family, and although it didn't represent any identity, when they saw the Su family's token in the eastern domain, they would more or less give some face. In the future, if their family's people sought it out again, they would have to take it into consideration. Su. When He Yun saw the words on this token, his eyes were filled with shock. It really was the Su family. He had only guessed before that Su Chen might be from the Su family, but after knowing the exact result, he still couldn't help but feel a bit shocked in his heart. Ruwashi had called him young master, and he also possessed such a powerful strength. Could it be that Su family's direct lineage? How could He Yun have never imagined that a fishing friend he casually knew was a direct descendant of the Su family? Rumor has it that the Su family's people are all extremely powerful in combat, and killing enemies across borders is a basic operation. Once he saw it today, it was really true. He Yun also did not politely talk to Su Chen, he directly asked He Ling to accept it. Right now they needed this to rely on, otherwise when the Yi family came to their door again, the two of them would still end up in certain death. This great favor, Mr. He is unable to repay it. He Yun's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked towards Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, waved his hand and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, it's just a small matter." He Yun took a deep breath, he stretched out his hand, a faint halo of light condensed in his hand, eventually transforming into a white jade pendant, which he directly handed up towards Su Chen. "I've been guarding this secret for so many years, and now I'm also tired, so why don't I just give it to little friend Su? Inside there is my He family's greatest treasure, a heavenly ranked technique and weapon, although this item is something from the He family, but the He family has caused my family to fall apart all these years, so these two items will be treated as repayment to me." These two items belonged to the He family, and he was originally a member of the He family. But the He family had done things too desperately, and the current He Yun no longer had any relationship with the He family. Su Chen didn't refuse, and he took it with his hand. This thing didn't help him in any way, but for He Yun and the others, it was a deadly threat. The piker was not guilty of harboring the item. He Yun's cultivation was low, but he possessed such a rare treasure, so naturally, he would be noticed, and at that time, even with the token given by Su Chen, there would definitely be people who would risk their lives. A heaven-ranked supreme treasure was enough for someone to risk trying. The hot potato was sent out, and He Yun's heart was relieved, the whole person was relieved, and the whole person seemed to be floating lightly. He Yun wore a smile on his face and said in a light tone, "Since it's all over, let's continue to go fishing, and today, I'll bring the wine I have in my collection for little friend Su to try." Soon, the few people left Flatwater Town again, returning to that initial fishing place. As for the affairs of Flatwater Town, He Yun didn't want to care, anyway, after today, he would leave this place. Although his life was guaranteed with the token given by the Su family, it wasn't absolute insurance and he still needed to be careful. So He Yun planned to go directly to the Surprise Empire. The might of the Su family was much stronger in that place, no one dared to provoke the Su family, and with the token given by Su Chen himself, self-preservation was definitely enough. If he was just alone, he would not be willing to owe this favor to Su Chen because he could not afford to repay it. But there was a He Ling beside him, he could only accept helplessly, and the favor could only be repaid later when he found an opportunity to do so. The two fished for most of the day. Su Chen ended up catching 3 big fish, and some small fish were released. After bidding farewell to He Yun, Su Chen once again returned to the top of Wangyun Mountain. He came to a recessed location in the mountain, where there was a pool of pond water, and the area wasn't too large, probably around 500 square feet. Su Chen had long had the intention of wanting to raise some fish here, and this time, he happened to catch 3, so he placed them in the pool of water. Plop plop! The fish fell into the water with a plop, then quickly swam away in all directions. Ruwashi couldn't help but say, "Young lord, we're getting more and more lively here too, so many little animals." Su Chen smiled and nodded, "Right." Right at this moment, a large white dog came to Su Chen's heels, affectionately rubbing against his legs and feet. This big dog was one that Xinglian had gotten up earlier, and Su Chen named him White Lord. The White Lord had been living here ever since he had entered the Wangyun Mountain, and due to the incomparable abundance of spiritual qi in the Wangyun Mountain, the White Lord had also become a demonic beast in an invisible manner. Moreover, it was still a second-order demonic beast, comparable to the foundation establishment stage among human cultivators. At this moment, the White Lord, his eyes are full of human nature, full of wisdom. Many dogs were more humane, the White Lords were very smart before they even became demonic beasts, and now after they became demonic beasts, many times Su Chen could even comprehend a single look from the White Lords. Next Su Chen's days returned to peace. Another 70 years passed in this manner. This year, Su Hongyuan had already reached the perfection of the Dao entry realm and was ready to start beheading the 3 corpses. Su Chen however did not help this time. The purpose of beheading the 3 corpses was not actually to stop cultivators from breaking through to sainthood, he was just the equivalent of a threshold. Although it was dangerous to behead the 3 corpses, if one relied on oneself to get through, one could certainly gain a lot from it. If some people with better enlightenment, they could even directly skip the saint realm and directly cross into the Saint King, only that such people were very rare. Of course, if Su Hongyuan really couldn't cross over, Su Chen would also step in to help. Although an outsider's intervention would result in the combat power not being as strong when one first broke through. However, this aftermath would gradually fade with cultivation and eventually disappear completely, so it was not particularly serious. Chapter 98, The Devil Race Invades Again, a Catastrophe in the Eastern Domain? 5 years later. North Wind Dynasty. This place was extremely far away from the surprising empire, in another corner of the eastern domain. The North Wind dynasty has 2 void refining stage powerhouses and is considered to be a colossal power in the surrounding area. At first, the Su family was located in the North Wind dynasty, but at that time, the Su family was still called the Qingfeng gang. Su Hongyuan walked towards the front with a calm demeanor, his eyes were a little confused but very determined. Su Chen, on the other hand, had been following 10 meters behind. In these 5 years, he had accompanied Su Hongyuan to many places, almost all the places that Su Hongyuan had deep memories of in this life. This last place was the ruins of the Qingfeng gang. Su Chen following along was mainly to safeguard the old man's safety, avoiding the problem of not being able to solve the problem in a timely manner after he had problems with his decapitation of the 3 corpses. Su Hongyuan's footsteps were quick, and he soon arrived at his destination. Only that the original Clear Wind Gang's territory had long since gone up in smoke, there weren't even any remaining buildings, instead, a strong city had been established. It was named Qingfeng City. According to the scale, it was almost similar to the original Bright Moon City. The land occupied by the Qingfeng gang was originally a place with a rich spiritual qi, and although it was not as good as Wangyun Mountain, it was considered relatively rare in the entire North Wind dynasty. After the Qingfeng gang moved out, the North Wind dynasty occupied this place. Su Hongyuan's eyes clearly carried the color of confusion, but it was only for a moment before he recovered. Compared to the feathered realist, Su Hongyuan was actually walking with more determination. He slowly walked towards the city, the sound of people on the streets constantly reached his ears. Su Hongyuan walked through almost the entire city without finding any traces of the Qingfeng gang's existence, and his face wore an obvious look of disappointment. But even so, his eyes became clearer and clearer. The most important thing in chopping off the middle corpse was to chop off the obsession. Su Hongyuan's character was sprightly, and this was naturally not difficult for him. Chopping 3 corpses almost always has a relationship with the heart. Some people have a good heart, even if the enlightenment qualification is average, but it is also very easy to cross over. Some people with excellent talent qualifications but average heart would have a hard time crossing the 3 corpses of chopping. Of course, a proper genius, that was strong in all aspects, just simply having good qualifications, that could not be considered a true genius. In the beginning, Yu Hua's heart is actually also very good, only when he was young, one thing led him delay to cut off the obsession in his heart, which led to the chopping of the middle corpses so difficult. Otherwise, it would not be too difficult for a real person to cross over. Su Hongyuan strolled around the city for close to 3 days, and his eyes became clearer and clearer. Shan'er. Su Hongyuan turned his head and looked at Su Chen's familiar figure, and shouted in a stiff and raw manner. Su Chen nodded with a smile on his face, but did not reply. Su Hongyuan had yet to formally pass through the 3 corpses' beheading, but he was just a foot short of the threshold. But it was also something that would happen sooner or later. Su Chen looked towards the middle of the sky, his brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, the entire Qingfeng city fell into silence, the sound of the wind disappeared, and the noisy sounds of the people also disappeared. Gradually, the sky also became incomparably dark, and the entire Qingfeng city seemed to fall into dead silence. Countless pedestrians on the streets looked around with frightened faces, obviously they didn't know what was happening in front of them. What is this situation? Why is it like this? Could it be that there are devil cultivators? No good, Qingfeng city is blocked, we can't get out now. What? The current Qingfeng city had been covered by a black curtain of light. From inside, one could see the outside world all as it was, but one could not hear the slightest sound from the outside world, nor could one transmit the sound out. A bad premonition sprouted from the bottom of his heart. It's over, my messenger talisman is also blocked, what the hell is going on? Someone shouted in panic, but the crowd listened to the sound in an especially small voice, as if their ears were being blocked. What the hell is going on here? Qingfeng city was instantly in chaos as countless people ran around with fear and panic on their faces. However, the voices in the middle of Qingfeng city became smaller and smaller. Gradually, cracks began to appear underneath Qingfeng city, emitting a ghostly blue light from within, making one's scalp numb just by looking at it. After only a few moments, this crack continued to expand, almost on the verge of dividing the entire Qingfeng city into 2 halves, with a true low roar and terrifying aura coming from within. This is Devil Qi, the devil race is coming to attack us again. Many people had not come into contact with demonic qi, but they had at least understood it, and from their divine senses' judgment of this aura, they easily guessed that this was demonic qi. Soon, the entire Qingfeng city knew that this was demonic qi, and the look of fear on their faces increased. Demonic qi, ah. And it was also so dense. Did that mean that the devil race was about to burrow out in here? For a while, panic spread. The demon race in them were considered to be deadly enemies, which came from the fact that both sides could devour each other, causing it to become impossible for them to coexist. Coupled with the conflicts that had erupted for so many years, an unresolvable enmity had been formed between the human race's higher echelons and the demon race. And in the last few thousand years, the devil race had become more and more frequent and had devoured almost all living beings in the surrounding area of each appearance. This meant that all of them in Qingfeng City would die and become the rations of the demon race. What can we do about this? Are there any seniors in the city? Right, isn't our city lord a strong person at the early stage of void refining? With him taking action, he should be able to break the seal, right? As the words fell, an angry roar resounded within Qingfeng City. Demons don't go wild. The voice was transmitted out, and although everyone's five senses were weakened a lot, they still heard the words clearly. Along with the voice, a figure appeared from the direction of the city lord's mansion, who was like a hot sun, wrapped in a terrifying force crashing towards the middle of the sky. When the crowd saw this scene, their originally gray expressions once again surged with anticipation. Qingfeng City Lord, Duan Shan, an early-stage void refining powerhouse, he should be able to break the seal, right? Just as Duan Shan was about to pour his all into smashing the forbidden barrier, a figure dressed in black robes stopped in front, his eyes as black as ink, and a demonic aura lingered on his entire body. Griffin! The black-robed man's voice was ice-cold as a terrifying might instantly erupted from within him. He didn't make a move, but just his aura alone directly shook Duan Shan back and smashed heavily into Qingfeng City. Bang! A violent collision sound rang out, and the entire Qingfeng City shook violently. Duan Shan only felt like his limbs were about to fall apart, blood spilling out of his body non-stop, his face filled with panic, into the Dao realm. The person who had set up the formation was a powerful person of the devil race at the Dao entry realm. It's over. A coldness violently sprang up in Duan Shan's heart. Within the last 30,000 years, every time the devil race attacked them in a big way, there would be a person who was responsible for opening the way to do the receiving, and this person would open the door between the devil realm and the yang realm. And the strength of the person who was the receiver determined the strength of the devil race's next attack on the yang realm. A person of the Dao entry realm, that meant that there was definitely a saint-level powerhouse in the next demonic army. It's over. Saints! The scale of the devil race's attack on the Yang realm was different every time, like the number of times a saintly powerhouse had attacked, there were 3 times in 10,000 years in the eastern domain, and every time there were countless deaths and injuries. The most recent one even killed 2 saint-level powerhouses. Duan Shan's heart was incomparably desolate. It's over. Everything is finished. This time, not only their Qingfeng City, but even the entire North Wind dynasty would probably not be spared, and no one would be able to escape this calamity. This would be a calamity that would sweep through the entire eastern region. Chapter 99, The Devil Race Descends Again, 3 Great Devil King Powerhouses. At this moment, the demonic race in the sky let out a cold laugh, and the demonic aura all over his body made people tremble. The barrier between the Yin and Yang realms is getting weaker and weaker. Soon my demon realm army will be able to truly enter the Yang realm, and then we will be able to unify the entire Xin heaven realm. With that, he looked towards the crack in the middle below again, his eyes filled with excitement. King, I've finally managed to receive you. The ones he had received were the 3 demon king level powerhouses of the demon realm, which translated to the Yang realm's cultivation would be the 3 saint powerhouses. He had been hiding in the eastern domain all these years, and had almost all but scratched the surface of the eastern domain. In order to be able to stably receive the 3 demon kings, he had spent close to 7,000 years laying out his plans. As for the current eastern domain, there was only one Su clan that possessed a saint-exalted powerhouse, and as long as the 3 kings descended, they could directly trample down the entire eastern domain, and it would be impossible for even the Su clan to stop them. At that time, if the kings were to receive them, they could even directly break through the barriers between the Yin and Yang realms and descend the Lord over. When that point was reached, it might be possible to directly overthrow the Yang realm. Thinking of this, he looked down at the people within Qingfeng City, a hideous smile appearing on his face. You and the others will become the rations for my king's descent. The sound of a rampant laughter swept out, accompanied by a terrifying might. In a split second, the people within Qingfeng City were terrified to the extreme. They had thought that the city lord would be able to break through the barrier, but now the city lord was all but dead or alive. It's finished. Everything is finished. Some people collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. I don't want to die. Why would I be so unlucky to just run into the demon race? I've always lived in the small town outside of Qingfeng City. I even came over today just to come and stroll around. I haven't come to Qingfeng City for half a year before. Why did I just come across such unlucky things? At this moment, the people in Qingfeng City were all frantic. They were like dying beasts, frantically searching for the possibility of survival, and there were even some people who wanted to try to make a hole. But the entire Qingfeng City was shrouded, and even the ground was the same. Anyone who wanted to break through this grand formation would need at least the strength of the Dao entry realm, except that such a strong person could not possibly exist in the Beifeng dynasty. That demonic man laughed coldly and sneered, "A bunch of worms, to even think of breaking my formation, it's really laughable." Suddenly, the barrier that shrouded Qingfeng City then directly shattered, turning into bits of light that disappeared into thin air. What? The demon raceman first froze for a moment, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Immediately after, disbelief surged in his eyes. The formation, broken. How was this possible? Could it be that there were still cultivators above the Dao entry realm in Qingfeng City? This is impossible. How could such a cultivator exist in the North Wind dynasty? The Devilman's eyes were filled with grave colors as he frantically searched the city for the person who had just broken the formation. He was frantically searching the city for the person who had just broken the formation. Why would a strong person of the Dao realm suddenly appear in Qingfeng City? Could it be that his plan had been recognized by the people of the Yang realm? Or did that Dao Enlightenment realm happen to be here? At the very same time, Su Chen glanced at Su Hongyuan, whose face was somewhat confused, and after making sure that he had not been affected by anything, his figure instantly disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it had already arrived at the site of that demon raceman. The origin of the Dao Enlightenment realm, another new Dao Enlightenment realm powerhouse can be added. Su Chen's voice instantly woke up that demon raceman. He immediately turned his head to look. The moment he saw Su Chen, the demon Daoman instantly had a feeling of numbness in his scalp. Who are you? The aura on Su Chen's body was very weak, but it made him a little frightened. It was like a dog encountering a dog slaughterer. Instinctively all felt fear. Even though Su Chen's breath was very weak, he still couldn't help but be scared. Strong person. This person in front of him was definitely a strong person of the Yang realm. The devil raceman's heart was filled with gravity, and he didn't dare to move easily. But he already had a guess in his heart that the person in front of him was definitely a saint-level powerhouse. And in the Eastern domain, he had seen almost everyone's saints, except for one he had never seen before. Su family, Su Chen. That saint-level powerhouse. The appearance of the person in front of him was also very much in line with Su Chen's appearance. Thinking of this, the demonic man's eyes were filled with fear. If the person in front of him was really Su Chen, then if he couldn't wait for the Demon King to descend, he would be in a situation of certain death. Su Chen also did not bother to talk nonsense with him, raised his hand and waved. The terrifying force smashed away. The demonic man fell directly into the Qingfeng City. Originally, Qingfeng City was already divided into two, and then this almost did not directly split into pieces. On the other side, the people in Qingfeng City, whose hearts were originally as if they were dead, saw the barrier broken, and a look of surprise immediately spread across their faces. The formation is broken, hurry up and escape. In a flash, countless people ran frantically towards the outside of the city like locusts. The demon raceman collapsed on the ground, demonic chi continuously overflowing from his body. His breath was extremely weak now, as if he would die at any time. He lifted his head with difficulty, looking at Su Chen with a terrified expression. He really was Su Chen. In the middle of the Eastern domain, to be able to have such terrifying strength, he was bound to be the only one. Originally, there was some hope in his heart, but now there was only despair in his heart. A saint-exalted powerhouse. Such a strong person was not something he could solve at the moment. Everyone else in Qingfeng City was frantically escaping, so they weren't clear on what was happening in Qingfeng City. But Duan Shan was severely injured, and he couldn't move at all, so he could see very clearly. His eyes were filled with shock. There was actually someone who was able to crush a Dao Entry Realm demon so easily. Could it be that he was a saint? It seemed that only a powerhouse at this level could do it. The color of excitement immediately surged on Duan Shan's originally desperate face. If this saintly powerhouse were to make a move, then not only would he be able to resolve this Dao Entry Realm receiver, he might even be able to directly destroy the passageway between the Yin and Yang realms. The most crucial thing was that he could still live. According to normal circumstances, being severely injured and unable to move himself was almost a situation of certain death. Once he waited until the demons showed up, as the most powerful person in the city, he would definitely be the first to be devoured. But now that he regained his life, how could he not be happy? At this moment, that demon raceman's face was hideous. He looked towards the calm Su Chen. His heart was filled with fear. The strength was too terrifying. Su Chen looked towards the demon raceman as he once again reached out and blasted down with a palm. If the devil origin wanted to be completely refined, it was best to seriously injure him so that it could be completely refined. If the other party was in a good state or if they died outright, it would cause a lot of the origin power to spill out. The first time to Su Hongyuan's origin power is so, because the experience is not very rich, so lead to about 30% of the origin power are overflowed. However, it still allowed Su Hongyuan to enter the return to origin realm. But this time Su Chen was going to learn from his mistakes, and it would be best if he could completely preserve this demonic origin perfectly, so that he could quickly raise the strength of the Su family. Not only this demon race person, but also those demons that were about to come to the Yang realm would be refined by him to become the origin. Su Chen also had a better understanding of things related to the demon race, and naturally, he also knew about the matter of the receiver. This Dao entry realm as a guide, then the ones entering the Yang realm would all be at least sage-level demonic powerhouses. If they could refine the saint's origin, then the Su family's strength would climb rapidly in a short period of time. Devil origin, this is something good. Chapter 100 Terrifying Demon King Powerhouse. Su Chen had a warm smile on his face, but when it fell into the eyes of that demon raceman, it was no different from a demon. For Su Chen, the demon race was indeed nothing to be terrified of. On the contrary, he was also very fond of this group of experienced babies. Absorbing their origin had absolutely no after effects. The only drawback would be that the realm would be rather vapid, but spending some time would solve this problem. Bang! A huge palm emerged, and that demonic man was in the center of the palm. This strike was just Suchen casually blasting out, and didn't contain a little bit of holy power, it was just the power of his physical body. Of course, this was not all. His Hongmeng immortal body was incomparably powerful, and if it was all one strike, even just the wind would be enough to turn the demonic man into pieces. The demonic man was unable to move his body, and his eyes were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. In front of Suchen, he was just like a toy, without the slightest resistance. The two of them were not on the same level at all. He knew that it was absolutely impossible for Suchen to let him go today. In the end, his face crossed and he roared at Suchen. "Since you want to kill me, then no one can think of a good time." The demonic man directly exploded himself without saying a word, and the terrifying magic power instantly exploded. Suchen's face changed. He was just about to converge all this magic power, but in the end, he stopped because he realized that all this magic power was surging towards the crack between yin and yang. "Suchen, you're dead. When my king arrives, your entire Su family will become the morsel of my demon race." That gloomy voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. He was going to sacrifice himself to make the demon king descend faster, only then would he be able to kill Suchen. After the void passage absorbed the demonic chi of that demonic man, it began to rumble and the cracks widened. Terrifying demonic gas was released from it, and the entire Qingfeng city was haunted by a black gas that looked eerie and terrifying. Duanshan couldn't help but yell at the sight, "Senior, hurry up and destroy the passageway, or else if the demon race goes strong enough to enter the Yang realm, our entire eastern region will be in danger." Although Suchen's strength was very strong, there were definitely saint-level powerhouses amongst the demon race powerhouses this time. There might even be Saint King and Saint Emperor levels. Once this level of powerhouse entered the Yang realm, it could produce extremely terrifying changes. Because a saint-level powerhouse was likewise able to act as a receiver, if they could not be killed as soon as possible, then even the entire Yang realm would fall, and all of them would become energy. Suchen did not pay any attention to Duanshan, his eyes looked straight at the crack. After carefully probing the aura inside, a smile appeared on his face. What a terrifying aura, it shouldn't be too far off from a Saint Emperor, this should belong to a Demon King level powerhouse. It looks like my Su family is going to have 3 new Saint Emperor powerhouses. Suchen took a deep breath, and his originally loose emotions became a little more grave. It seems like we need to be a little more serious, and strive to perfectly refine the origin of all 3 of them. The Su family were all saint bodies, and if the origin power of these 3 demon kings could not be completely refined, then after absorption, they might not be able to break through to the Saint Emperor, and might still only be able to reach the Saint King realm. After reaching the Saint realm, the breakthrough speed would become very slow. By directly breaking through to Saint Emperor, even if the realm was a bit flimsy, it would still save a lot of time. This was because it would take a long time for you to break through to Saint Emperor from the Saint King realm, even with the support of resources. When Duanshan saw that Suchen was completely inactive, his face was filled with anxiety. "Senior, if the passageway cannot be destroyed, I'm afraid that it will be an extinction crisis for all of us in the Yang realm, so please do it quickly, Senior." He certainly wasn't being noble, thinking for the sake of the entire Yang realm. It was just that if the demonic powerhouses came in, he would be the first to die off. In terms of the injuries on his body, it was basically impossible to recover without 3 to 5 months, and by then, once the demon race came to the Yang realm, mustn't swallow him alive? By that time, the aftermath of Suchen's battle with the demonic powerhouses would be enough to cool him off. However, Duanshan's words had only just fallen when the entire North Wind Empire was enveloped in a dark cloud. What is this? How could there be such a dense dark cloud? Countless people raised their heads, their eyes filled with doubt as they looked at this scene. They were very confused as to what was happening. "Something's wrong, this doesn't seem to be a dark cloud. Have you guys detected some different aura from it, like a devil chi? Don't scare me, such a dense demonic aura, what level of demonic powerhouse would have to descend? With such a terrifying vision, I reckon that they are all at least sage-level devils." In the middle of the North Wind Empire, there were some powerhouses who had reached the void refining stage who directly ran away without saying a word after noticing the aura. Devil chi. It was real demonic chi. Others with slightly weaker cultivation levels might not have sensed it particularly clearly, but they clearly knew that these were demonic auras. There was another demon race descending into the Yang realm, and it was still an extremely terrifying demon race powerhouse. It's over. In the middle of the royal room, the North Wind King's eyes were filled with panic. He also wanted to directly escape, but he couldn't let go of the foundation of the North Wind dynasty. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still chose to run away. No matter how important the Beifeng dynasty was, it was not as important as his own life. If the dynasty is gone, it can be rebuilt, but if he is gone, it is the end of everything. In the Qingfeng city, the void crack began to spread crazily, and the majestic demonic gas overflowed from it, making people shudder. Immediately after, a huge palm stretched out from it. Then there was a second one, and a third one. 3 huge figures struggled out from the void crack, as if they had gone through a lot of trouble. These three figures were all hideous in appearance, with green faces and fangs. One of them had wings on its back, and the aura on their bodies were all terrifyingly incomparable, creating a terrifying demonic aura within 1,000 miles of the area. Ha! This king has finally entered the Yang realm. I, the Green Ghost King, will definitely devour them this time and strive to break through to the Demon Emperor. That green-faced and fanged Demon King laughed out loud, his voice piercing. When Duan Shan heard these words, his face was filled with despair. It's finished. Everything was finished. Sensing the aura from the three demon race powerhouses, as well as the words just now, his entire heart was ashen. Demon King level powerhouses. That meant they were all Saint Exalted at the very least. 3 Saint Exalted. This instant, not only would he die, the entire eastern region would fall, not even if the Su family stepped in. After all, the Su family only had 1 Saint Exalted level powerhouse in Su Chen, and he alone would have no chance of winning against the 3 great demon exalts. Duan Shan's eyes despaired. Was the barrier between Yin and Yang already so weak? Surprisingly, even a Demon King level powerhouse was able to enter the Yang realm. Soon, the 3 great demon kings completely broke free from the crack and truly entered the Yang realm. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out, and almost the entire eastern region was aware of these 3 auras were simply too strong. Countless strong people were awakened with a jolt as they looked towards the direction of the North Wind dynasty with grave expressions. There, what on earth is happening there? Demonic Qi, a very terrifying demonic Qi, demonic powerhouses have attacked the Yang realm. Chapter 101, Is there a traitor in the Devil Realm? A few moments after the demonic aura erupted, the other saints in the eastern domain were all aware of it. They all released their divine sense to investigate. The divine sense of sage powerhouses was incomparably powerful, and although it wasn't so powerful that it could encompass the entire eastern domain, they could choose to probe in a single direction, which would allow the distance to be increased by more than 3 times. At the same time, the divine sense of almost all saints descended on Qingfeng City. Upon seeing the sight of Qingfeng City, the eyes of a group of saints were filled with horror. The Devil Race. Seeing the Devil Race, they weren't so terrified. The key was that the aura was also just too powerful. Even back then, in Su Chen's body, he hadn't felt such a terrifying aura. The key was still 3. Such a terrifying aura. I'm afraid that this has already reached the Demon King level. What can we do about this? A strong person who can reach the level of a Demon King is almost always comparable to the Saint Exalted of the Yang realm. And this time it's still 3 Demon Kings. Could it be that the barrier has shattered and the battle between the Yin and Yang realms is about to break out again? Look guys, isn't that Su Chen? He's also a Saint Exalted powerhouse, and he's also very strong. I wonder if he can defeat the 3 Demon Kings. How is it possible? The Devil Kings are Saint Exalted level powerhouses, and their inheritance is very strong. The battle ratio is all stronger than the Yang realm. This is still 3. Even if Su Chen's battle power is strong, how can he defeat the 3 Devil Kings? But blocking them for a while is possible. The tone of the person who spoke was a little cold, with a bit of disdain. Although he had already submitted to the Su family, he was also forced by the situation. Just because the gap in each other's strength was too great, there was no loyalty at all, so he had never had the thought of coming forward to help. The point was that in his opinion, it was impossible for Su Chen to win. Going up to help at this time, wouldn't that be no different than sending him to his death? Although the Devil Race was coming in hot and the 3 great Devil Kings were present, there was someone taller to hold the sky when it collapsed, so what did it have to do with them? Unless one day the Yang realm was really going to be destroyed, but it had all come to that point, it was impossible for them to want to protect themselves. The same powerhouses of the other major powers all fell into silence, and they all began to calculate whether or not they should leave the eastern domain directly. The 3 Demon Kings had appeared in the world. If there were no strong people from the Yang realm to quickly suppress them, after these 3 Demon Kings had absorbed enough energy, they would soon be able to attract even stronger demons, and perhaps the Yin and Yang realms would be plunged into a great war again. And when that time comes, the eastern domain will be the battlefield, and it's just too dangerous to continue staying here. However, their roots were all in the eastern domain, so there was some hesitation for a moment. Apart from the eastern domain, the forces in the southern domain were very mature, and if you, a saint, wanted to join in, the only way was to join another force. If you were to establish your own forces, you would definitely not be as nourished as you are in the eastern domain. And the northern domain is also the same. The western domain is also the territory of Buddhism. They do not accept the forces other than Buddhism. Moreover, the western continent was all controlled by the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the Small Thunder Sound Temple. At this time, the 3 great demon kings had already slowed down from the joy of entering the Yang realm, and they began to observe their surroundings. Although the cultivation system of the Devil Race was different from the Yang realm, it was roughly the same, with the same existence of something similar to divine sense. In just an instant, the entire North Wind Empire was known to them, and Qingfeng City was naturally incomparable. The Green Ghost Dynasty looked towards Su Chen in the middle of the sky, a hideous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, there are actually people who are not afraid of my demon race. Are all the human races so ignorant now? The Devil Flame King was covered in purple flames, like a troll coming out of the lava. His voice was thick. Human race, just little bugs. In the war between the Yin and Yang realms, it had always been that they were stronger in the Yin realm. Therefore, the living beings in the Yang realm were extremely fearful of their demon race. This was something that all demon races knew. The Taodai king looked at Su Chun with a sneer on his face and said with a cold smile, "Perhaps he was just scared silly by us." Su Chun just stood there dumbfounded, no different from being scared silly. Hearing these words, the Green Ghost King and the Demon Flame King also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Obviously, the three great demon kings who had just arrived in the Yang realm were all incomparably excited. In the demon realm, their view of the Yang realm was that it was a place with dangers but full of opportunities, just like the human race's view of the Demon Beast mountain range. Although there were numerous demonic beasts and dangers inside, there were just as many opportunities and countless heavenly treasures. The three great demon kings were all unable to break through to the demon emperor, which was why they came to the Yang realm to make a start. Now that they had successfully entered the Yang realm, it meant that they had a chance to break through to the demon emperor, which so could not be exciting? The Green Demon King didn't hesitate and directly stretched out his giant claws towards Su Chen, a hideous smile on his face. "Let's just take you for an appetizer." When the crowd of saintly powerhouses in the dark saw the scene, their hearts also trembled violently. Was the great battle about to begin? Then a choice had to be made. Was it to leave, or to remain in the middle of the eastern domain? Otherwise, once they waited until Su Chen was defeated, it would be them, the saints, who would suffer at that time. Both the Yin and Yang realms had a strong perception of each other, so once Su Chen died, these three devil kings were of course the first to devour those that were strong. Duan Shan's face was also filled with despair when he saw the demon kings make their move. It was over, everything was over. However, right at this moment, the corner of Su Chen's mouth revealed a sneer. "The devil race is really brainless." The book recorded that the devil race are all very smart, and even have wisdom that is not inferior to that of the human race, very difficult to deal with. But now it seems that you guys are also really too stupid. The fact that Su Chen stepped on the void, coupled with the internalization of his breath, meant that his own strength was not weak, and then this demon king directly ignored it. Was this thinking that he himself was already invincible? The next moment, a breath that was terrifying to the extreme was released, and Su Chen's entire being was like a god, towering over the three great demon kings. This aura was terrifyingly incomparable, as if it was the might of the heavens, causing the three great demon kings to have a feeling of great difficulty. What? Changes suddenly appeared on the faces of the three great demon kings. This aura did not have that very violent feeling, but the power contained within it was incomparably terrifying. This is a Demon Emperor realm powerhouse. More than that, the faces of the three great demon kings revealed a look of horror. Demon Emperor. In the demon realm, the strength of a demon king corresponded to the saint exalted in the Yang realm, a demon emperor corresponded to the ancient sage realm, and a demon esteem corresponded to the supreme sage. And a powerhouse at the level of Devil Elder was the most heaven-defying powerhouse even in the Devil realm. One step further up, it would be a Demon Emperor. And in the Yang realm, above the Supreme Sage was the Great Emperor, which was the top combatant in the Xian Heaven realm. The strength in Su Chen's body was stronger than even the Demon Emperor amongst the demon race, so it could only possibly be a demon-exalted powerhouse. How could they not expect that they had only just entered the Yang realm when they were intercepted by such a strong person? Why? They were a bit puzzled. According to the information that had been sent back from the other demon races, ever since that incident in the Yang realm where Emperor Fall had appeared, there were far fewer supreme sages in the entire Yang realm. The Eastern Domain, on the other hand, did not have cultivators of this level at all. Before entering the Eastern Domain, they had already sent weak devil clans into the Yang realm to spy on the information. The strength in the Eastern Domain was very weak, and the strongest clan was only a sacred sage powerhouse, which their three great demon kings could easily defeat and even devour. But why would there be such a strong person, still guarding the doorway waiting for them to come over? Could it be that there was a traitor in the demon realm? Chapter 102, Origin Spirit Pearl. Of course, Su Chen didn't know what was going on in their minds. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and as he raised his hand and gently pointed it out, the three great demon kings directly collapsed with a loud bang, their huge figures plunging into the ground, as if their bodies were being pressed down by some invisible heavy object. This time, the strength that Su Chen had displayed was very strong, so it was easy to completely suppress the three great demon kings. At the same time, the demonic aura that had permeated the entire Eastern Domain also instantly disappeared without a trace. Su Chen's voice rang out, "Three great demon kings, 3 experienced babies is all." At this moment, when the various great saints who were preparing to flee the Eastern Domain and the surroundings saw the scene, their complexions froze for a moment, but soon they had expressions of incomparable fear. This is... what? They saw Su Chen easily suppressing the three great demon kings, just as if he had suppressed them in the first place. Su Chen. Young Lord Su's strength is actually so terrifying. To be able to suppress the three demon kings so easily, could it be that he has already stepped into that realm? Ancient Saint. In the shadows, the group of saints from the Eastern Domain could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, their hearts filled with shock. Ancient Saints. A powerhouse of this realm was something they had only heard about in rumors and had never actually seen. But such a cultivator was definitely the topmost expert even in the southern or northern regions. And in the Xian heavenly realm, how many years had it been since an ancient saint cultivator had shown his face? The crowd of saints swallowed their saliva and looked at Su Chen with fear in their eyes. In the beginning, everyone thought that Su Chen was a saint emperor, and then later on, he displayed the strength of a Saint Zun, and they all thought that was it. It turned out that Su Chen was an ancient saint powerhouse. Su Chen twisted his head and glanced at those saints who were secretly observing, but he didn't pay any attention to them, just a bunch of clowns. He moved his gaze back and once again looked at the three great demon kings. When he raised his hand, terrifying power poured out, and a majesty that was strong to the extreme was released, and it was as if the space around Qingfeng City was imprisoned, and even the air froze. As for those saints who were secretly observing, even though they were only probing over with their divine sense, this mighty pressure was transmitted through their divine sense to their own bodies, and they still had a feeling of suffocation. The hearts of the crowd of saints were shocked beyond measure. Was this an ancient saint? Su Chen gently pressed down, and the void around the three great demon kings collapsed along with it as a terrifying force enveloped the three of them, containing a powerful refining power. The Green Ghost King's face was filled with fear. He's going to refine our origin power. The Devil Flame King and Taotai King's faces were filled with fear when they heard this. The Yang realm refining their origin power was no different from the devil race devouring the Yang realm's living beings. Both were becoming someone else's energy. The fear in the hearts of the three demon kings was extreme. In front of such a terrifying powerhouse, they unexpectedly couldn't even resist, and even wanting to blow themselves up was impossible. The only thing they could do was to watch Su Chen refine them. Su Chen raised his hand and slightly grasped. The three great demon kings immediately let out a piercing and incomparable scream. An unparalleled suction force emanated from, coalescing all of their energies into a single point. The fear on the faces of the three great demon kings was already thick to the extreme. This was to directly refine their origin power. Under normal circumstances, trying to refine the power of origin was extremely difficult to do, much more difficult than simply refining it, and even their demon race rarely did so. Refining is to perfectly refine the other party's origin power. If there is no absolute strength, simply can't do this kind of thing. And having absolute strength meant that there was a huge gap between the two strengths, and even if they perfectly refined each other's origin power, it would help them very little. In a flash, the three great demon kings all knew what Su Chen wanted to do. Refining the origin force to cultivate offspring. This kind of thing was something that was often done to each other when there was once no barrier between the Yin and Yang realms, because it didn't happen after the inconvenience of passage later on. How could they not have thought that they would encounter this kind of thing just after entering the Yang realm? The originally extremely joyful mood instantly reversed, and now only the color of despair remained. The Devil Flame King screamed and roared, "Human race, my father is the great general of the devil race. He is a quasi-emperor powerhouse. When the seals are broken, he will definitely kill all of your clan members and break you into pieces." His voice was filled with despair and anger. The Devil Flame King knew that Su Chen could not possibly let him go, so he also had no intention of wanting to beg for mercy at all. He wanted to make Su Chen live in fear for the rest of his days afterward. The Green Ghost King followed suit and roared, "Human race. The seal is about to shatter. Sooner or later, my demon race army will step on your Yang realm, and you will surely die as well." Accompanied by the crazy roars, the three huge figures were then directly refined into an origin spirit bead like this. This spirit bead was almost as big as a soccer ball, and the power contained within it was incomparably pure, allowing it to be completely compatible with the living beings of the Yang realm without any after effects at all. In the shadows, those saints could not help but swallow their saliva when they saw the three origin spirit beads around Su Chen. Feeling the massive energy within, greed filled their eyes. A Devil King level origin, if one were to devour it, wouldn't that be a direct breakthrough to a Saint Exalted powerhouse? That was a Saint Exalt. The crowd of saints felt excited just thinking about it. However, after seeing Su Chen, the greed quickly subsided and became calm. Su Chen's strength was so terrifying that there was no possibility of them succeeding in snatching it with their strength. They were just going up to die. After completely refining the three great demon kings, Su Chen gently spat out a breath. Not bad. Basically 99% of the origin force had been refined, which was almost enough for anyone to break through to Saint Exalt, even ordinary mortals. The force of origin he wasn't as good as pills, which contained an extremely gentle power. He was absorbed along with you and transformed the flesh together to adapt to the power, and there was no such thing as being unable to control it. These three origin spirit pearls meant that in the future, the Su family could add 3 more Saint Exalted powerhouses. Very good. The corners of Su Chen's mouth revealed a smile. And at this moment, Duan Shan within Qingfeng City had been completely dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched this. What a terrifying strength. From the beginning to the end, Duan Shan hadn't actually seen Su Chen make a move, but the fact that the three great demon kings were defenseless in his hands was enough to see just how terrifying he was. At the very least, he possessed the strength to completely crush the three great demon kings. Suddenly, the entire Qingfeng City shook once again as terrifying forces poured out. The cracks that had originally been tightly closed snapped open, and terrifying demonic chi raged, spreading out towards the surroundings. This time, the demonic chi came even more violently than before, and it was countless times more powerful. The next moment, a huge palm drilled out from the crack, which contained a power that was terrifying to the extreme, and even Su Chen's eyes gazed up a little. This was Quasi-Emperor. Chapter 103. The Su clan adds 3 new Saint Exalts. Each finger in this enormous palm seemed like a pillar of the heavens, with a terrifying and incomparable might emanating from it. Along with this aura erupting, the entire Qingfeng city began to crumble inch by inch. It was because the heaven and earth because unable to withstand such a strong person. And it was still spreading out in a rapid operation. With every breath of time, the collapse continued outwards for tens of miles. Wherever it passed, there was a dead silence. Su Chen's eyes narrowed vainly as he debated whether or not to go down and directly slaughter this paragon emperor. Although he was only at the Supreme Sage realm, he was carrying the Hongmeng immortal body and countless secret treasure means. Not to mention that it was only a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Even if he was facing a true great emperor powerhouse, Su Chen had absolute confidence that he could decimate the other party. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave up on this intention. Su Chen directly raised his hand and waved it, and majestic saint force poured out, beginning to mend the passageway of Qingfeng City. The Xian heavenly realm being weak was not just for the Yang realm, the demon realm was also the same. Therefore, the devil realm should also be unable to withstand the aura of that paragon emperor in its midst, and something similar to the Yang realm had happened. The world collapsed. This was also the reason why the devil realm had never attacked the Yang realm for so many years, because their quasi-emperor and great emperor powerhouses simply couldn't make a move. The other powerhouses were restricted by the seals of the Yin and Yang realms, and it was difficult for them to enter the Yang realm, which was why they had never attacked. Su Chen now knew a lot about the Xian heavenly realm, and he probably guessed what the Yin realm wanted to do. The devil race should be wanting to directly break away from the Xian heavenly realm. Their Yang realm had constantly been weakening all these years, and although there was a reason why the heavenly Tao had been corrupted, there was also a part of the reason why the Yin realm had constantly been breaking away from the Xian heavenly realm all these years. This caused the already precarious Xian heavenly realm to become even worse, otherwise it wouldn't have been so defenseless in the face of that evil aura. So the real attack of the devil race on their Yang realm should be to wait until the day when the Yin realm was completely detached. At that time, the devil race's great emperor powerhouses would instantly descend, devouring all the living beings in the Yang realm, and even the entire Xian heavenly realm directly. Su Chen's eyes flickered. The devil race's thoughts were exactly what he intended to do. Right now, directly descending into the Yin realm to fight with the demonic powerhouses would have a very great impact on the Xian heavenly realm, so it would be better to wait until the Yin realm was detached, then go and kill them all. At this moment, in the middle of the devil realm, it was filled with a dense black demonic aura, but it wasn't hideous and terrifying. Instead, it was somewhat quiet and peaceful. Other than this black as ink demonic aura, everything else was no different from the Yang realm. Cities and ponds were standing in abundance. However, there were many races of demons, tens of thousands of them, and among them, there were even races that looked the same as humans. In the depths of a huge high mountain, a behemoth with flames lingering all over his body, his eyes filled with anger, above him was the passageway to the Yang realm. Apart from this huge mountain, everything around him began to be destroyed by this terrifying aura. Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't exist in this world, even in the demon realm, but the demon race had used a special way to seal themselves, which allowed them to exist in this world and not affect the demon realm. Great General, it must not be. An old voice rang out. His voice was filled with trepidation. Please also calm your anger. The 10,000 demon city is about to be destroyed. The anger on that huge figure's face slightly stalled as he turned his head towards the middle of the demon realm, only to see that other than this huge mountain, everything around him had been destroyed. It was soon going to spread to that huge city in the distance. Taking a deep breath, the demon flame great general withdrew his power as he pulled his giant hand back from within the Yang realm, but still opened his mouth and said, "Human, dare to kill my brother, sooner or later I will cut you down. I have memorized your scent, you won't be able to escape." A terrifying voice came out from within the demon realm. Countless demons trembled, their eyes filled with fear. In the middle of Qingfeng City, deafening voices also sounded at the same time. However, Su Chen's expression was very bland, and there was absolutely no trace of fear or worry on his face. It was still unknown who would kill who. He raised his hand and waved it out, sealing the passageway completely, and the roar of the demonic flame great general came to an abrupt end. When the sycamore divine tree grew up, by then he might not even need the Yin realm to detach itself, and he would be able to directly enter the Yin realm to kill it. Su Chen once again returned to the middle of Qing Shui City. At this time, Su Hongyuan's eyes had become incomparably clear, and it was obvious that he had already passed through the decapitation. However, Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief when he looked at Su Chen. Chun'er actually had such terrifying strength. He had only awakened after Su Chen had resolved the 3 great demon kings, so he had not seen the strength of Su Chen's hands just now. However, Su Hongyuan could feel the majestic sense of oppression within Su Chen's body, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation. Su Chen smiled and said, Master, congratulations on the success of chopping the middle corpse. Su Hongyuan originally had some joy at the success of the decapitation of the middle corpse, but after seeing Su Chen's strength, only a bitter smile remained in his heart. The realm they were desperately pursuing, Su Chen had long gone ahead of them. Su Chen did not say much, he directly took Su Hongyuan away and returned to the Su family again. The next beheading of the upper corpse was actually no longer important. With the origin spirit pearls of the three great demon kings, what else was there to be done to behead the upper corpse? Although taking the origin spirit bead directly would lead to a weak foundation, but how could it be better than slowly cultivating? First raise the cultivation level up, then spend another 1,000 or 800 years to tamp down the foundation. How is it better than slowly cultivating to raise it up? Cultivation again floating, that is also a Saint Zun level powerhouse. The same realm may be unbeatable, but it does not mean that the strength is weak. Having just returned, Su Chen directly summoned all the direct lineages, informing them of what happened today one by one. In the middle of the Su family's council hall. Apart from the juniors, all the major direct line elders were present, and after they listened to Su Chen's words, a rich color of shock flowed from their eyes. That demonic aura from earlier turned out to be related to Su Chen. What shocked them the most was Su Chen's strength. He had actually beheaded 3 Demon King level powerhouses, and had even refined their origin power. They all knew what this meant. If that origin was refined, the Su clan would be able to possess 3 Saint Exalted level powerhouses. The hall was plunged into dead silence, and everyone was staring at Su Chen with dull eyes, their expressions carrying a look of disbelief. All of this was as if it was a dream to them. The Su family was about to possess 3 Saint Exalted powerhouses. This could be too terrifying. This kind of thing was somewhat unthinkable to even think about, but it was actually happening in front of everyone's eyes. This was Saint Exalted. The hall was incomparably silent, a pin drop could be heard as everyone was slowly digesting this information. It was only after it had lasted like this for a long time that Su Yuanba opened his mouth and asked. In that case, little Chen, which 3 people are you planning to take this origin spirit pearl? Since you're the one who brought the item back, it's up to you to distribute it. Chapter 10 for the mysterious master behind the evil chi. Although Su Yuanba also wanted this origin spirit pearl, but their Su family was one, as long as his own people grew in strength, it was the same for him. So if Su Chen chose to give it to someone else, he wouldn't have any complaints. When the crowd heard this, they also nodded. Su Chen didn't push back, he directly spoke, these 3 origin spirit pearls, one will be given to my father, and one will be given to the old man, and for the remaining last one, it will be up to the old man and my father to decide. Hearing these words, the others nodded. Su Qingtian was Su Chen's father, as a son there was no problem giving it to his father, and the one origin spirit pearl from Su Hongyuan's place, the others did not have any objections. In fact, after the people of the Su family knew that there were 3 Saint Exalted level origin spirit pearls, they had already decided in their hearts which 3 people would be allowed to take them. Allowing Su Chen to decide was merely because the items were his, and it was only because he was specifically allowed to make the decision. In reality, no matter how Su Chen made his decision, the last 3 origin spirit pearls would basically still fall on Su Qingtian, Su Hongyuan, and Su Yunqian. Of the entire Su family's direct line, these 3 were the ones who had given the most to the family. Their merits were sufficient to be enjoyed first, and the others had no objections. Furthermore, the Su family was developing so rapidly now that it wouldn't take them long to break through to Saint, and it was also possible for them to break through to Saint Exalt in the future, so there was absolutely no need to be in a hurry. Su Chen smiled and said to Su Qingtian, Father, after you devour this origin spirit bead, and then adapt to your cultivation, let's set off for the southern domain. He didn't say the purpose, but Su Qingtian already understood. Su Qingtian's body was trembling as he took a deep breath and finally said in a deep voice, good. In the end, after a short deliberation between Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan, it was directly decided that Su Yunqian would be the 3rd person to take the origin spirit bead. After that, the 3 of them went into seclusion to devour the origin spirit bead. This process would not be particularly fast, a faster one would require several hundred years, a slower one would even require thousands of years. After all, the cultivation of the 3 of them was not high, and the power of that Demon King's origin spirit bead was immense, devouring it too quickly at once would only burst them, so they could only flow in a thin stream. But to break through to Saint Exalt in a few hundred years, this was also extremely fast. This was, after all, a breakthrough without any after effects. Accompanied by the closure of the Su family's 3 main cores, the Su family fell into quietness afterward, always maintaining a relatively calm state. However, with Su Chen at the helm, the entire eastern region remained peaceful. Especially after the previous incident in Qingfeng City, those other Saint-level forces in the eastern domain were now better behaved than dogs, and did not dare to have the slightest different thoughts at all. After seeing Su Chen's terrifying strength, all they had for Su Chen was fear. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the Su family was more or less the same as before, developing quietly and not continuing to expand. However, in the eastern domain, there was a very obvious change in these 30 years. That was that the power of the heavenly Tao had enhanced, and it had still enhanced a lot. Of course, these changes did not cover the entire eastern region, only in the stunning empire and the surrounding area there are obvious changes, in the outward spread is not so obvious, just a slight change. It was almost negligible. The current Wangyun city was so dense with spiritual energy that it was already a cultivation mecca in the entire eastern region, and the price of the land in it was also ridiculously expensive. The Saint race Zhou family had even moved directly to Wangyun City, becoming the first Saint-level power to join in Wangyun City. With the addition of the Zhou family, the reputation of the entire Wangyun City climbed to the extreme, almost becoming a household name in the entire eastern region. There were close to 10 powerful people of the Dao entry realm among them, so it could be said that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The Su family was also like this. In these 30 years there were a total of 3 powerful people of the Dao realm who were willing to join the Su family and were willing to offer their soul imprints on their own initiative. The current Su family was unprecedentedly prosperous and powerful. On top of Mount Wangyun, Su Chen frowned slightly as he tore through the void and arrived at the place where the sycamore god tree existed. At this moment, the sycamore divine tree was incomparably tall, its branches and trunks flickering with a blinding golden light, even lighting up the void. However, around the sycamore divine tree, countless evil chi were gathered at this moment. They were afraid of the sycamore divine tree, so they just stayed at the fringe, not daring to approach. However, they were consciously searching for the sycamore god tree's brokenness. Su Chen's eyes flashed with gravity. What exactly was this evil chi, that it even knew about the threat of the sycamore god tree? He took a closer look. At this moment, the evil chi was constantly gathering around the sycamore divine tree, although the sycamore divine tree was the nemesis of these evil chi. However, if the evil chi really accumulated to a certain amount, after the quantitative change produced a qualitative change, it would be able to threaten the sycamore god tree and even infect it. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and a shocking purple aura erupted from his eyes, as if it possessed the power to destroy the world and contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. This was the eye of Hongmeng that could see through all things. In the eye of Hongmeng, these evil chi were formless, as if they did not exist in this world at all. But even so, Su Chen still saw the veins in it, but could not see it all. Within those evil chi, there was a faint energy that could not be described or understood. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. These evil chi should be a technique that someone had practiced. He thought of the situation in the Xin heavenly realm, where yin and yang could devour each other, so were these evil chi also trying to devour the Xin heavenly realm? If this was the judgment, then could this evil chi be something that the devil race had created? Su Chen pondered for a while, but unfortunately, his current strength was not enough to see through what these evil chi actually came from. However, from this, it could also be inferred that the owner behind this evil chi was probably unimaginably powerful. Could it be above the great emperors, that legendary immortal stage's heaven-defying figure? Thinking of this, Su Chen's expression was unprecedentedly grave, and he didn't know much about the immortal realm. He also didn't know just how strong the master behind this evil chi was, and whether he could solve it himself. After all, the secrets of this world were just a little too much. Just like the Nine Clouds Taoist temple that Shangcheng, that saint of the living flood on the blue star, Su Chen felt that he might not be able to match this mythological mighty deity even if he used up all of his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen calmed his inner emotions. No harm done. There's still the bottom card. I still have Su Xiaojiu, the king bomb. At that time, if I really can't protect the Xian heavenly realm, with Su Xiaojiu around I will definitely be fine with each other as well. This was his confidence in the forced god. He regained his confidence once again and looked towards the evil chi around the sycamore god tree, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A little bit of evil chi was just that. He raised his hand and took out a pile of brown clay, which contained an unrivaled aura that was extremely subtle. Xin Huang clay. It was heard that this was something used by the legendary ancient gods for the creation of the world, containing the might of creation. The sycamore god tree was the nemesis of these evil auras, but after they condensed too much, they would also pose a threat to the sycamore god tree. However, the root cause was all because the sycamore divine tree was simply too weak. Thinking about it, Su Chen threw the Xianhuang clay towards the sycamore god tree. Sycamore divine tree also instantly perceived the Xianhuang soil, his branches trembled, as if also in the excitement of the general, directly into the Xianhuang soil into the body. In the next moment, an extremely mysterious aura emanated. The sycamore divine tree's branches began to grow crazily, originally only close to 100 feet tall, but because of this heap of Xianhuang clay, it directly grew to thousands of feet within tens of breaths. The evil chi that coalesced around them was also instantly devoured by the sycamore divine tree, becoming its nutrients. Along with the growth of the sycamore divine tree, the entire eastern region has undergone a sea change. Chapter 105 Terrifying Changes in Mount Hopeful Cloud. Terrifying spiritual energy surfaced from between heaven and earth, and the entire eastern region's spiritual energy had risen to a certain extent, with the most terrifying of all being the surprising empire. Originally, the spiritual energy here was already very dense, but because of the sudden growth of the sycamore divine tree, the spiritual energy once again skyrocketed by about 3 times. In the eastern region, even the most remote places had a 30% increase in spiritual energy. Although it was only 30%, it was a change in the entire eastern domain, enough to see the terror involved. The enhancement of the sycamore divine tree also caused the heavenly Tao to slow down, and the power of the heavenly Tao in the eastern domain also became much stronger. Previously the eastern domain was all dead, but now it was full of vitality. Although this vitality was still incomparably tiny, it had blossomed into a tender bud, and the future was promising. The enhancement of the power of the heavenly Tao directly caused many places in the eastern domain to come to life once more, and many places with depleted spiritual chi became abundant once more. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before it would once again become a holy land of cultivation. The changes in the eastern domain caused countless people to instantly notice them. What is this situation? Why has the aura enhanced so much? Could it be due to someone's breakthrough? It doesn't seem like it's a breakthrough, it seems like all the surrounding spiritual energy has enhanced a lot. Everyone, have you noticed that the spiritual energy in Wangyun City has become several times thicker? It's the same here. Couldn't it be that someone is not making a breakthrough? It can't be. It's the Su family again. I'm from the Surprise Empire. Ever since the Su family entered the Surprise Empire, the spiritual energy here has become more and more dense. I'm guessing that this time the spiritual energy is so much thicker, it must be because of the Su family as well. In Wangyun City, countless people looked at this change, their eyes filled with shock. If the spiritual energy had risen slowly, they might not have been so shocked, but this time it had climbed 2 or 3 times in an instant, which shocked them to no end. To be able to make spiritual energy dense, this kind of heaven-defying means was unheard of by them. To be able to make a certain place's spiritual energy increase, it was usually by converting it into spiritual energy with some kind of heavenly material or directly crushing a spirit stone to forcibly raise the spiritual energy of a certain place. But these were all equal exchange. And Wangyun City's spiritual energy was too dense, and its coverage was especially vast. Basically even the entire Stunning Empire and the surrounding major powers, the spiritual energy had risen. Only the Stunning Empire was the most terrifying. With such a large coverage, if they were to be exchanged in equal amounts, how many heavenly treasures would have to be sacrificed in order to raise the spiritual energy to such an extent? The key was that the spiritual power of the Stunning Empire was raised in a way that they didn't feel like it was due to the use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was more like the entire heavens and earth were getting stronger, which caused the spiritual energy to become denser. In the past, it was a bit of a struggle for the early stages of void refinement to tear through the void because the void in the eastern domain was too unstable, and one needed to be careful of temporal and spatial turbulence when traversing the void. However, the changes in the eastern domain over the years had resulted in the early stages of void refinement being able to tear through the void with ease, and it was still extremely stable. Of course, due to the enhancement of the heavenly Tao, the space behind it gradually became stable, and it would be much harder for the early stage of refining void to tear through the void. Due to the richness of spiritual energy in the amazing empire, many powerful forces wanted to build cities in this place, and they even gave 70% of the resources they received to the Su family every year. This was actually no different from working for free. However, the Su family still refused. Because there was no difference between this way and whoring for nothing. Using the blessed land here for free, and then also obtaining a smaller portion of the benefits, and being able to climb the relationship with the Su family. And actually 30% was quite a lot. With the current terrain conditions here, it was basically enough to support a weaker saint-level power. But there was also the benefit of not needing to take care of it, and getting an extra generous payment every year. As for the underlying reason for not agreeing, it was that Suchen did not accept this way. Although Suchen didn't manage many things within the clan, 4th Elder Sui would tell him about the big events, so that Suchen would know about them as well, and have Suchen give some advice or decisions. In Sui's opinion, the future Su clan would definitely be dominated by Suchen, and it would be good to get used to it early. Although Suchen is not the biggest in the Su family now, the Su family's achievements today are all inseparable from Suchen. To say that Suchen was the current head of the Su family would not be an exaggeration. As for Su Qingtian, it was all secondary. The Su family without Su Qingtian actually didn't have a particularly large impact on the Su family, but without Su Chen, there would immediately be a saint-level power coming to the door to wipe out the Su family. And the reason why Su Chen refused was simple: he wanted to build a highly sophisticated force in the future, and not some small shrimp also mixing in. If more meat was given, they wouldn't compete. But if there was only one Wangyun city, where there was a limited amount of space, one would have to find a way to enter. This would also eliminate some of the weaker forces. Most of all, right now, the Su clan didn't lack resources at all. Su Chen had long since stopped providing the Su clan with resources, but the Su clan still functioned freely. Even they cultivated even more luxuriously. So Su Chen felt that there was absolutely no need to expand so quickly. By the time there were more forces under his command, it would be troublesome to manage. Now that resources weren't in short supply, it would be fine to properly pursue quality. There was no need to care too much about quantity. Half a year passed like this. The spiritual energy of Wangyun Mountain had also become extremely dense, and even a few small streams made up of spiritual liquid had converged on the mountain, slowly flowing towards the bottom of the mountain. However, soon Sui arranged for manpower and built a spirit storage pool to accumulate all the spirit liquid in it. Spirit stones alone were no longer of much help to them, so Sui joined forces with a few formation masters within the family to refine a cohesion type of formation that could gather and condense the spirit chi into holy spirit stones. That is, holy crystals. Based on the concentration of aura in today's Wangyun mountain, it could probably produce close to 1,000 saint crystals per day. Converted into lower-grade spirit stones would be close to 1 trillion. The most crucial thing was that there was also a dragon vein underneath Mount Wangyun, and as the spiritual chi became thicker, it would also feed back to the dragon vein, causing it to become stronger and stronger. The stronger the dragon vein was, the denser the aura it produced. As this repeated, Mount Wangyun would become even more terrifying. Moreover, the value of the holy crystal was not just containing holy power, he himself was also an extremely rare heavenly treasure that could only be produced in places with extremely abundant aura. In order to avoid the spiritual chi being too dense, Sui also drew most of the spiritual energy of Mount Wangyun to the spirit storage pool, only leaving close to 20% of the spiritual energy in Mount Wangyun. In the beginning, Mount Wangyun was almost always shrouded in a spiritual chi mist, making it impossible to see the path. It wasn't until Sui transferred most of his spiritual energy away that this caused the Hope Cloud Mountain to become much clearer. But even so, it was enough for everyone in Mount Wangyun to cultivate. Although only 20% of it was left, the richness of the spiritual energy in it was still better than Wangyun City. Today, above Mount Wangyun, Suchen stood up, and with a calm expression, he said, "Ruwashi, let's go out for a stroll." Ruwashi nodded obediently at his words, then stood up and followed Suchen as he left the Wangyun mountain. 106 Chapter Gnosis Stone, Su Family's Cavity. Wangyun City. Nowadays, this is already the largest city in the entire eastern region, and it is also the most prosperous city. Previously, there was nothing to look at on Mount Wangyun, but when he really arrived in front of Wangyun City, he could only feel his majesty and grandeur, and even Suchen could not help but be a little awestruck. This was his third visit. But it had been a long time since the last time. The first 2 times he had come, it was before Wangyun City had expanded. Now that he saw this appearance of Wangyun City, he couldn't help but sigh a little. Time has passed so quickly. The two of them walked into the city. Everything inside was prosperous and incomparable. The streets were swarming with people, and from time to time, one could still see guards in armor walking through the city, routinely patrolling. For a place to prosper, it had to satisfy the majority. Safety, on the other hand, was the most basic need and what most people in this world valued the most. If it wasn't safe for others to stay in Wangyun City, then it would naturally be much less favorable to the place. Therefore, the Su family had also put in a lot of effort into the aspect of security in Wangyun City. Moreover, the captain of this escort was a very special person. He was the Zhou family's old ancestor, the Saint King. Of course, this was not something that the Su family had mentioned, but rather, the Zhou family's old ancestor himself had taken the initiative and was willing to do it. However, the Su family couldn't really let a Saint King do something tedious, so there was also a vice-captain of the Dao Entry realm who was in charge of the security within the entire city. If they encountered a problem that he couldn't even solve, there was still the Zhou family ancestor to cover the bases when the time came, and if they couldn't solve it again, there was still Suchen standing behind them. Ruwashi followed behind and said, "Young lord, I can't imagine that this Wangyun city has changed so much. That small city from before seems like yesterday." Suchen let out a light laugh and said with an emotional face, "It's not. Looking back, when I was seriously injured and dying, it also seems like it was yesterday." By now, when Suchen remembered all the things that had happened, it was as if it was yesterday. And the Suchen of his last life in the Blue Star was as if it was a dream, an extremely real dream. The current him was just the Suchen of the Su clan. Suchen walked towards the very center of Wangyun City. He remembered that there was a place there that was specially established by the Su family, and it was considered a benefit for the people in the city. The Dao Enlightenment Stone. This was something that he had also contributed some effort to, placing quite a few of his perceptions of the Dao into it, waiting for those who were destined for it. In addition to that, there were also quite a few strong people who had reached the Dao Enlightenment realm who had also left their own sense of enlightenment in it. At that time, the Su family had even summoned a wave of strong people from the eastern domain in order to get this thing going, so there were still quite a lot of enlightenment contained within this Dao Enlightenment Stone. Even if it was placed in the midst of a saint-level power, it would still be considered a treasure. If one was fortunate enough to have some enlightenment from it, it would be greatly beneficial to cultivators below the Dao Entry realm. This thing was still brought up by Suchen at the very beginning, so he was also eager to see how the results would turn out. He walked towards the center of the city and soon saw a huge stone standing in front of him. This huge stone was incomparably tall, close to about 300 feet, and there were subtle and incomparable runes on it, with the aura of the Dao permeating from it. Below the Dao Enlightenment Stone, quite a few people sat cross-legged on the ground, some with reddened faces, looking like they were holding in their urine, while others were breezy. "Stop, what are you doing?" Suchen was just about to approach, when a middle-aged man stopped him, his face carrying a lofty look. "Do you know the rules of the Enlightenment Stone? Did I allow you to enter?" Su Chen immediately frowned and sized up towards the man. The other party's dress was not considered to be magnificent, but at a glance, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, the aura on his body wasn't weak, there was an early stage of refined void cultivation. Su Chen said indifferently, "What, is there any other requirement to enter the Enlightenment Stone?" The man looked Su Chen up and down, his eyes full of contempt. "Kid, this Enlightenment Stone is the most precious treasure of our Su family, can't it be that the others can approach it at will?" Su Chen's brows furrowed as he looked towards the man, and after determining that the other party was not a core member of the Su family, a look of doubt rose in his heart. When establishing the Enlightenment Stone, he had arranged for it to be free for people to perceive, so why was it still inaccessible? Su Chen was a god within the Su family, never appearing in the family's formal occasions. Generally it was the internal meetings between the first families that he would attend, other than that he could not be seen at all. Therefore, the entire Su family, excluding the first line and sideline people, the other people in the back of the family did not recognize Su Chen. Before Su Chen could ask, the man said once again, "If you want to enter the Enlightenment Stone you can, 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones, if you don't have any, you're free to negotiate." Hearing these words, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 30 million lower-grade spirit stones. His original command was to provide people with free enlightenment, and if he charged a slight fee to avoid accumulating too many people here, such Su Chen would be able to understand. But charging 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones at once was a little difficult for him to understand. The key was that this kind of thing had never heard Sui tell him about it. Although Sui was Su Chen's uncle, but things were very disciplined, for Su Chen also never have a frame, and even many times put their posture very low, completely with a subordinate to do things. Like Su Chen arranged things, Sui will do well. Moreover, Sui's position in the Su family was very high, and was also the elder who controlled the resources. If he wanted to hide some spirit stones, it would be tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones casually. If he wanted to hide some spirit stones, it would be tens of millions of medium-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Sui was treated so well in the Su family, he could enjoy all the resources directly. Did he still need to hide them? Just by slightly thinking for a moment, Su Chen came to the conclusion that this charge was probably not related to Su He, it must be the people below who were messing around. Right at this moment, a whisper entered Su Chen's ears. "This Zhao Peng is also too hateful. I remember when the Enlightenment Stones first came out, the Su family clearly said that it was free. In the beginning it was only charging a few thousand lower grade spirit stones, behind it slowly started to rise. Now there are 300,000 middle grade spirit stones. Who can afford to give so many spirit stones? Right, people like me who don't have a background, how can I shell out so many spirit stones? If you ask me, it's actually not Zhao Peng's problem at all, he's just a dog. I've heard from others that the person behind the roadblock toll is a steward of the Su family. I seem to have also heard that that person is the Su family's steward Zhao Qi, but I don't know if it's true or not." That continues. No wonder this Zhao Peng dares to be so arrogant, so it's someone above. A few people in the distance whispered in a voice transmission, but due to the realm gap being simply too large, Su Chen still directly intercepted it. "Zhao Qi." At this moment, an icy cold light flashed in his eyes. The Su family had become huge, and there would definitely be some assholes in it. This was something that could not be avoided, but Su Chen had not thought that this assholes would actually be so obvious. The Enlightenment Stone was so obvious, could it be that the Su family did not have a single person to discover it? When Zhao Peng saw Su Chen standing still, he thought that he didn't have any spirit stones, so he said with a somewhat impatient face, "Since you don't have any spirit stones, get lost and don't get in the way of this great master's work." Su Chen took a deep breath and said with an icy voice, "Since you said you're from the Su family, then call the person above you over, this young master has something to ask him." Chapter 107, Paying a Visit to the Young Lord. There were assholes in the Su family, and if he hadn't known about it, he would naturally have been too lazy to care. But this Enlightenment Stone was something that he had brought up and wanted to do well, and now it was being messed up by these people, which caused some anger to climb in Su Chen's heart as well. Zhao Peng had originally all turned around, ready to leave without paying attention to Su Chen, and after hearing these words, he frowned towards Su Chen again, the corners of his mouth carrying a contemptuous and incomparable smile. "Kid, I was not mistaken just now, right? Laozi is a member of the Su family. Dare to call this young man in front of me, is it because you want to find death?" Zhao Peng's face was arrogant, glaring at Su Chen, as if he wanted to give Su Chen a slap at any time. Although Su Chen looked somewhat extraordinary, but Zhao Peng, as a member of the Su family, who else did he need to be afraid of in Wanyan City? Even if it was a young master or young lady with saint-level strength, they would need to be polite in front of him. There were also a few attendants beside Zhao Peng, and they were all looking at Su Chen in a fierce manner. Su Chen's face was indifferent. He didn't directly kill Zhao Peng, he was just a minor character, he could be killed at any time, but he mainly wanted to solve the people behind him. Zhao Peng then said, "Kid, you are also worthy of seeing our steward? Nor do you take a piss to see what kind of goods you are. Hurry up and get out of the way, or don't blame me for not being polite." For Su Chen, he was extremely disdainful between his words. As a member of the Su family, with a lofty position, there was no need to give face to anyone else at all. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and his icy killing intent was immediately released. Right at this moment, a figure came from the distance. His face was calm and steady, and his age looked about the same as Zhao Peng. Eldest, what are doing? Zhao Ming walked forward and frowned at Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng immediately said, Big brother, this kid came to cause trouble, I was about to drive him away. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head towards Su Chen, looking up and down, with a bit of a lofty feeling in his eyes. Are you up to something? Su Chen didn't avoid it, and said directly, when the Su family established the Enlightenment Stone, they clearly commanded it to be free of charge, so why are you, as people of the Su family, still charging for it here? Hearing Su Chen's slightly questioning and accusatory tone, killing intent flowed from Zhao Ming's eyes. Only after a cold laugh did Zhao Ming faintly say, since you also know that this Enlightenment Stone came from the Su family, it is also natural for the Su family to decide whether or not to charge for it. Zhao Ming dared to charge so much in public, and behind him, there was not only a Su family steward, but he also had the backing of a person who was a pivotal figure when looking at the Su family. It was also because of this person that they dared to do such a thing. Otherwise, just by virtue of a Su family steward, they would not dare to be so arrogant. Although the status of the Su family steward is not low, due to the fact that they are all outsiders, their status is at most equal to that of the collateral lineage. And still those general status of the sideline. If it was the core collateral line, it was completely incomparable. Su Chen said with calm eyes, so, call over the person who decided to charge here, so that I can see what kind of person it is that dares to disobey the Su family's decision. How dare you? Zhao Ming shouted violently, his words filled with ice. You're the one being wanton, do you know who he is? Ruwashi suddenly stepped forward and bellowed, instantly silencing Zhao Ming's voice. The two's voices also instantly attracted quite a few people, and even the people who had been enlightened underneath the Enlightenment Stone were woken up, their expressions somewhat irritated as they turned their heads to look. They had all paid to come in for enlightenment, their time was precious, and it was natural for them to be upset by being affected. Who is this person? How dare he cause trouble here? I noticed it just now, it seems like that young man is a bit upset about the Enlightenment Stone charge. What's there to be upset about? Hasn't it been charging for years? I've gotten used to it. But this lad is probably going to be finished, he actually dares to even mess with the Su family, the current Su family is so strong, and there are still people behind those two Zhao Ming brothers, I'm afraid that offending him will only lead to a dead end. Discussions continued to ring out. For Su Chen's behavior of looking for trouble, their evaluation was simple. Death-defying. Now that the Su family was in the ascendant, and the scale of their power was so terrifying that no one in the entire eastern region dared to mess with them, there was actually someone else who dared to touch them at the muzzle of a gun. In the middle of the eastern domain, even if you were a saint-level power, messing with the Su family was a death sentence. This young man I look at is also somewhat extraordinary, he must have a bit of background, but he might be from a small place and doesn't know the terror of the Su family. That's it. For Su Chen's operation of calling out the Zhao Ming duo, the crowd only had pity and disdain. It was really he was irrational and stupid. Right at this moment, Ruwashi continued to chortle, tell your steward to hurry up and roll out. She knew her position very well. For a character of Zhao Ming's caliber, if she let Su Chen speak, it would be a big king meeting a small soldier, it would be too degrading. That's why Ruwashi would all stand out very consciously, conveying what Su Chen wanted to say. Zhao Ming's face turned iron blue. After so many years, how had he ever been rebuked like this? His tone was cold and incomparable as he said, very well, I have rarely seen someone who dares to be so arrogant with me. Since you have to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Zhao Ming's aura of the void refining stage blossomed on his body, and with a lift of his hand, he was going to directly decapitate the two of them, Su Chen. Originally, he didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter, but since Su Chen had to make it hard for him to get off the stage, then he would die. Powerful strength condensed in his hands, Zhao Ming directly blasted towards Su Chen. This strike was able to easily kill people below the early stage of void refining. Zhao Ming didn't hold back in the slightest, and was aiming to kill Su Chen. Ruwashi's eyes chilled, and her icy killing intent was immediately released as she raised her hand and prepared to counterattack. Over the years, she would ask for fighting experience from Xinglian from time to time, and although she still didn't have much in the way of actual combat, she was far better compared to before. Stop! No hands allowed! A bellowing voice rang out, accompanied by a strong pressure. In the distance, a group of people wearing armor walked quickly, and the leader was middle-aged, with an incomparably powerful aura. The aura of his body was incomparably powerful. The deputy captain of the guards of Wangyun City, Li Chang. The strong sense of oppression caused Zhao Ming's aura to become a little unstable, and he hastily withdrew the attack on his hands. Zhao Ming reacted in a hurry as he spoke to Li Chang, greetings, Lord Li, these two are causing trouble here, please take them away and bring them to justice. He had also come into contact with Li Chang a few times, and because of the person behind him, Li Chang's attitude towards him was not bad, and it was quite a bit of a gesture of goodwill. If he could get Li Chang to find an excuse to help himself to the Su Chen duo, how was it better than him killing people on the street? Wangyun City is Su family very important city. If not necessary, he does not want to kill people here indiscriminately. If it attracts the attention of Su family executives, that would not be very good. The Su family rules are strict for many principal things. Even if it is the same clan of people who make mistakes, is also the same severe punishment, not to mention his kind of outsiders. If the Su family knew that one of their own had taken the lead in committing a mistake, it definitely wouldn't be pleasant either. Li Chang simply ignored Zhao Ming's words as he walked directly towards Su Chen. Then, in the midst of the crowd's horrified gazes, he heavily knelt down towards Su Chen. Li Chang, pay my respects to young lord. Chapter 108, The Man Behind the Scenes, Zhao Qi. Li Chang's body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with fear. Su Chen. This was the second time he had seen Su Chen, but Li Chang was very certain that the person in front of him was definitely the mysterious and incomparable young master of the Su family. The last time he saw Su Chen was when he joined the Su family. At that time, there were 2 Dao Enlightenment realms that were willing to offer their soul imprints to work for the Su family, and he was one of them. At that time, the Su family happened to be discussing things, and the 2 of them were waiting outside the hall, and when they came out, they happened to have seen Su Chen once. And just now, he happened to be patrolling in the distance, and realized that there were quite a few people gathered over here, so he casually took a look. As a result, it didn't matter if he didn't look, he almost scared his soul away. Su Chen had actually come to Wangyun City. This was a truly heaven-defying powerhouse. Hearing these words, the people around them instantly froze, their eyes filled with the color of disbelief. What was he talking about? Young Lord. In the entire Su family, there was only one person who could be called Young Lord by Li Chang, and that was Su Chen. That meant that this young man was that mysterious heaven-defying powerhouse of the Su family. Su Chen. Shock and fear filled the surrounding crowd. Shock was for Su Chen's identity, and fear was a normal reaction to a strong person. This was a legendary figure. They had all only heard about it, but almost no one had ever seen it. Zhao Peng and Zhao Ming saw Li Chang's reaction and also had a dumbfounded expression, but soon they reacted again, their faces filled with fear. Even their bodies went straight to softness, and they knelt on the ground without realizing it. Young Lord Su Chen. Zhao Ming's eyes were filled with fear. How could he not expect that the person in front of him was actually Su Chen? If someone else had said that this was Su Chen, Zhao Ming probably wouldn't have believed it, but Li Chang had directly knelt down, and looking at his appearance, he was also terrified. This made Zhao Ming completely unable to find a reason not to believe. This person in front of him was really Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen's appearance was very much in line with the characteristics. Rumor had it that Su Chen was like this, with a jade-like appearance, extraordinary temperament, and accompanied by a small servant girl. Finished. Zhao Ming's heart trembled. If the one who came was a sideline of the Su family, this matter still had some chance of turning around, but the other party was Su Chen, then it was completely different. If Su Chen really wants to kill himself, the person behind him will never be able to protect him. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming hurriedly kowtowed to Su Chen. Greetings, young lord, I didn't know it was you. Please be magnanimous and beg young lord to spare my life. The person in front of him was the true master of the Su family. In terms of status, even the first-line elders could not compare. Offending such a character, he simply had nowhere to run and would surely die. Zhao Peng also hurriedly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. This huge reversal instantly caused the people around him to be unprepared as well. Su Chen's eyes were indifferent. He did not pay any attention to Zhao Peng and the 2 of them. If they were people of the Su family, then naturally the Su family's punishment would dispose of them. What level of character was he? Did he still need to go and waste his mind on this kind of minor character? Su Chen looked towards Li Chang and said with a bland expression, the Enlightenment Stone is something that this young man took the lead in doing, and also clearly commanded for it to be free of charge, so why is there still someone charging for it here? Li Chang's heart shook when he heard this. Although Su Chen did not have the slightest breath release, his entire body could not help but tremble, as if he was a frightened deer. Not to mention facing Su Chen, even if he was facing the Su family's direct line, he was terrified. Now that the biggest person of the Su family was in front of him, Li Chang was really hard to maintain a calm demeanor. Li Chang hurriedly kowtowed, his face filled with trepidation. This charge was not made by a small person, and I did not profit from it. Please forgive, young lord. Su Chen glanced at him, then turned towards the Enlightenment Stone, and with a wave of his raised hand, the fence directly shattered. The crowd that was feeling enlightenment below the Enlightenment Stone saw this and retreated, looking at Su Chen with awe. Is this Su Chen? After approaching the Enlightenment Stone and carefully surveying it, Su Chen then faintly said, so you know who did it? Li Chang, a person he also knew. The other party's divine soul was in the hands of the Su clan, and did not have the guts to do such a thing. Unless he didn't want to live. Li Chang was instantly dumbfounded. Of course he knew who the person who stopped the toll here was, it was just that he had always been unable to mess with him, so he didn't care much. Only to avoid being implicated, he didn't dare to intervene in this. After all, when he joined the Su family, that was an offering of his divine soul imprint, and now his life was in the Su family's control. Of course, the Su family had also helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation and renewed his life. So Li Chang would never dare to do anything against the Su family's wishes. However, he was also a little afraid to name the person behind Zhao Ming. Su Chen couldn't afford to mess with him, and he also couldn't afford to mess with the person behind Zhao Ming. Seeing Li Chang hesitate, Su Chen frowned. Ruoshi immediately stepped forward and shouted. Still not quick to speak. Li Chang's body trembled, a strong person of the Dao realm, but panicked into this kind of appearance. It was also relatively rare. After taking a deep breath, Li Chang still gave a truthful account. Young lord, it's Su family steward Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, he could not afford to offend, but Su Chen could not afford to offend. If he offended Zhao Qi, at most, it would be a little harder in the Su family. But if he disobeyed Su Chen, it would kill him. The point is, does Zhao Qi have a tomorrow? Su Chen's attitude made him fearful, and he suspected that Zhao Qi would be directly killed on the spot. Zhao Qi? This was a familiar name. Su Chen seemed to have heard of it somewhere. To be able to even have some impression on him, he thought that his status within the Su family wouldn't be too low, and it was normal for this Zhao Peng to dare to charge here. Ruoshi, however, was startled. Zhao Qi. Su Chen twisted his head to look and asked with some confusion, you know who it is? Ruoshi didn't say it outright, but instead transmitted her voice to Su Chen. Young lord, the third elder's second wife is named Zhao Wanwan, Miss Sua's birth mother, and he has a younger brother named Zhao Qi, who has been following our Su family since the days of Bright Moon City. Su Chen's eyes narrowed at once, and he looked at the two Zhao Ming in the distance with cold eyes. The latter instantly stood up in sweat and hurriedly buried their heads on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Su Chen withdrew his gaze. Fourth aunt's younger brother? He suddenly had some impression of this Zhao Qi. When he was in Manhwa City in the past, he had used the might of their Su family to flaunt his power, attracting a lot of gossip to the Su family. Now that the Su family had become stronger, it was normal for Zhao Qi to be even more arrogant. This could be seen from the two people, Zhao Ming and Zhao Peng. However, Su Chen's expression gradually went cold. There were some bottom lines in the Su family that couldn't be touched, and they definitely couldn't let Zhao Qi, this scourge, act recklessly. If it was a little bit of a small matter, relying on Auntie 4 as a relationship, he didn't even care anymore. But it's about the Enlightenment Stone, this is a big deal. The key was that these two little brats actually came looking for him to charge him. He casually walked into the middle of the restaurant next to him, while saying under his breath to Li Chang, Captain Li helped me pass a message to the third elder, and incidentally, inform him of what happened here. With that, Su Chen walked into the restaurant. Since it was a family matter, he always had to consider Su Yuanba's opinion. He didn't want to affect the feelings of the Su family's first line because of such a small matter. Li Chang swallowed his saliva and hurriedly saluted before turning around and heading towards Wang Yun Mountain. Zhao Peng and Zhao Ming on the other hand, the two of them did not dare to raise their heads as they continued to kneel. Without Su Chen's order, even if they were given 1,000 guts, they would not dare to stand up. On the other side, the restaurant that Su Chen walked into was called the Flower Fragrance House, which was extremely famous in the entire Wang Yun city. When the shopkeeper inside saw Su Chen walking towards him, he bowed and walked with trepidation on his face, and said with extreme humility, Greetings young Lord Su, this way please. Chapter 109. Two Zhao family siblings, disappointed Zhao Wanwan. To be able to receive Su Chen, it was simply their honor. The shopkeeper immediately arranged for the best location to receive him, where he could see many of the characteristic buildings of Wang Yun city, and the scenery was also considered good. At this moment, the matter about Zhao Ming's two brothers kept spreading out in the city, and almost everyone knew about what happened in front of the Enlightenment Stone. Zhao Ming, these two brothers actually charged in front of young Lord Su. Is this matter true or not? Of course it's true. I was at the scene just now. You don't know how arrogant that Zhao Ming is. If it wasn't for Lord Li Chang's timely arrival, he would still be ready to take action against young Lord Su. I was also there just now. That Zhao Ming's two brothers also laughed me to death, actually still clamoring in front of young Lord Su. He's a real tiger. Go, quickly go and take a look. I heard that the two Zhao Peng and Zhao Ming are still kneeling there right now. These two are usually arrogant. It's good to see the joke today. It didn't take long for the center of Wang Yun city to converge with quite a few people, all of whom were pointing at the two Zhao Ming. For these two brothers, many people were a bit upset. They were arrogant in the city, and they even stopped the Enlightenment Stones for a fee, so they had long since ruffled the feathers of the crowd. It was only because the two brothers had a somewhat large background that others could only dare to be angry. At this moment, Zhao Ming and the two of them were being watched by countless people, and even though he was burying his head deeply, he still felt that his face was on fire. Even if they escaped today, the two of them definitely didn't have the face to continue staying in this Wang Yun city. It was too humiliating. Su family. Wang Yun Cave Sky. Su Yuanba was cultivating while Zhao Wanwan was handling the Su family's matters in his place. Su Yuanba really had no interest in those tedious matters of the family, so most of the things that he should be doing inside the family were almost all shared by Zhao Wanwan on his behalf. However, even though Zhao Wanwan was only a female, she handled things cleanly, rather like a woman of honor. Greetings ma'am, news has come from Li Chang of Wang Yun city. Saying that, an underling handed the jade pendant forward. Li Chang? Zhao Wanwan's face was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this the vice captain of Wang Yun city? Why was he looking for himself for nothing? Most of the things in Wangyan City were now under the control of second elder Su Changqing. If one wanted to find it, one should also go to the second elder, not for passing the letter here. Although Zhao Wanwan was a bit puzzled, she still took the jade pendant and checked it out. She probed her divine sense into it. In a flash, Zhao Wanwan's face changed drastically as she stood up violently. Zhao Qi! Zhao Wanwan's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, she had already arrived at the waist of Mount Wangyun. A handsome-looking man was wrapping his arms around his little petite wife, indescribably inside the room. It had to be said that the genes of the Zhao family were still very good, whether it was Zhao Wanwan or Zhao Qi, both of these two had relatively good looks. Zhao Qi, get out here! After Zhao Wanwan arrived, she immediately shouted, her words filled with angry overtones. A displeased voice resounded inside the room, and not long afterward, Zhao Qi walked out from it, his face filled with impatience. Sis, what's going on? What is it that you have to find me at this time? Looking at him in this manner, Zhao Wanwan once again froze, and he questioned with slight anger, why are you charging privately in front of the Enlightenment Stone? Do you know that you've already violated the clan rules? Zhao Qi's face instantly changed, his originally unhappy face instantly became pleasing as he smiled flatteringly. Sister, so quickly you knew about it, ah? I'm not also increasing the family's income a little, it shouldn't be anything. Looking at her own unproductive younger brother, Zhao Wanwan was also a little heartbroken for a while. Zhao Qi said that he was increasing income for the family, but in fact, he basically kept it all to himself. And she didn't choose to tell Su Yuanba because this was her own family matter. Zhao Wanwan didn't want Su Yuanba to step in, and things would only get more troublesome at that time, and it might also make it bad for Su Yuanba. Zhao Qi had a smile on his face and looked emboldened. In the past he had often made mistakes in the Su family, and from time to time he would be chastised, but in the end he would be spared. Zhao Qi knew that as long as Zhao Wanwan, his sister, was still the wife of the Su family's third elder, there was no way he would be alright. A little bit of small punishment is just that, it's irrelevant. Zhao Wanwan said with a somewhat angry tone, do you know how serious the consequences of doing this are? The Enlightenment Stone was specially ordered by Xiao Chun, no charges are allowed, and it was received on Xiao Chun today. This kind of thing cannot be touched, don't you know that the Su family values these things? She was really a bit angry. Zhao Qi said indifferently, so what, I'm just collecting some money, could Su Chun still kill me? Pa! Zhao Wanwan directly slapped over, her face cold to the extreme. Zhao Qi, on the other hand, was directly slapped and flew out a long way, directly smashing into the corner of the wall, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. You! Zhao Wanwan, you actually dare to hit me! Feeling the stinging pain coming from his face, Zhao Qi's face was furious as he pointed at Zhao Wanwan and roared, you, what gives you the right to hit me? Do you really think that you're an elder if you're a sister? I put up with you on weekdays, and you really take yourself seriously? I'm telling you Zhao Wanwan, if you don't give me a statement today, I'm not done with you. Zhao Wanwan's slap caused Zhao Qi's heart to rage to the extreme. Looking at Zhao Qi, Zhao Wanwan's heart was filled with disappointment. In the past, every time Zhao Qi made a mistake, she would bail him out, also expecting this younger brother of hers to change one day. But making mistakes over and over again made her really a bit tired as well. If not for the fact that there was still a bit of bloodline love, he would have thrown him out of the Su family long ago. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanwan ignored Zhao Qi's angry rebuke as he said indifferently, I'll give you two choices, accept the Su family's heavy punishment, what you have committed this time, your crime is not to death, and you can be released after 100 years of contemplation at Wind-Cold Mountain. Either I'll plead with Xiao Chun and let him forgive you, but from now on, you all have to get out of the Su family. Zhao Qi had indeed made a mistake, but he was also Zhao Wanwan's younger brother. The Wind-Cold Mountain, on the other hand, was a secret realm that the Su family had gotten out before, specifically for those who had made mistakes within the Su family. Inside, it was so cold and chilly that even the returning Yuan realm would have to shiver if they went in. Zhao Qi was only in the early stage of void refining, so if he went in and stayed for 100 years, basically half of his life would be gone, and if he was unlucky, he might even die directly in there. When Zhao Qi heard Zhao Wanwan's words, the anger on his face worsened, and he almost growled, oh, Wind-Cold Mountain for 100 years, don't you know that I might die if I go in for 100 years? Zhao Wanwan, you for being my own sister, why are you so snaky to me? Am I not just collecting a spirit stone? Big deal, I'll just return the spirit stone, why bother? You're going to send me to Wind-Cold Mountain for this matter, and you're going to tell me to get out of the Su family. Are you still my sister? You're also too poisonous. Zhao Qi kept cursing at Zhao Wanwan, while Zhao Wanwan's eyes grew colder and colder. She closed her eyes, and her heart gradually calmed down. In the end, she directly raised her hand and grabbed it, then she pinched Zhao Qi in her hand then headed towards Wangyan City. Zhao Wanwan was at the late stage of the returning Yuan realm, so pinching Zhao Qi at the early stage of void refining wasn't simple. On the road. Zhao Wanwan's voice said indifferently, Zhao Qi, this time I'll help you for the last time. Later, I'll plead with Xiao Chen to waive your punishment and let you get out of the Su family, and your two sons as well. In the future, you and I will have no relationship between the two siblings, and if you dare to show your face under the Su family's banner, then don't blame me for being merciless. How many times had he wiped Zhao Qi's ass over the years, helping him with too many things? It was just that Zhao Qi had never cherished it. For this younger brother, she had helped so much all because of this bloodline love. But things had come to this point. What she did, Zhao Qi was not only ungrateful, but instead was cursing all sorts of things. Zhao Wanwan felt that she had done enough. If Zhao Qi couldn't survive after leaving the Su family, it was also his own fault. Over the years, she was also controversial within the inner court because of Zhao Qi, and many times, she had made Su Yuanba a bit of a problem. If it wasn't for the other Su family elders being magnanimous and giving Su Yuanba face, Zhao Qi would have already been expelled from the Su family. At first, when she went to Zhao Qi, she was also hoping to solve the problem and bail Zhao Qi out. But looking at Zhao Qi's appearance, she felt that she didn't have to. Chapter 110, Zhao Qi's Repentance. Looking at Zhao Wanwan's cold expression, Zhao Qi's anger in his heart completely disappeared, and his face was filled with dullness. Obviously, Zhao Qi had also completely not expected that his sister, who had always loved him so much, would say this. And looking at Zhao Wanwan's appearance, it was obvious that she wasn't joking either. Zhao Qi's heart finally panicked a bit as he shouted in a low voice, "Sister." But Zhao Wanwan didn't pay any attention to him at all and just headed towards Wangyan City with a cold expression. Zhao Qi also finally knew that Zhao Wanwan was not joking. She really wanted to let herself get out of the Su family. But where else can I go after leaving the Su family? Zhao Qi's heart is full of panic. His parents have long been dead. In addition to himself and two sons, the only remaining sister is in the Su family. If he left the Su family, then will he not become lonely? Although he was usually a lawbreaker and had a rather brutal character, the feelings in his heart for Zhao Wanwan still existed, and Zhao Qi had always treated Zhao Wanwan as his sister. Zhao Qi hurriedly begged, "Sister, please don't let me leave the Su family. I was heartless before. I was wrong. I will never curse you again. Just let me go. I promise, I'll definitely be honest in the Su family in the future." Zhao Wanwan's heart softened slightly as she listened to Zhao Qi's pleading. However, when she thought of the many times Zhao Qi had begged her, but all of them were only honest for a period of time, and afterward, they were still in their original form. In the end, Zhao Wanwan took a deep breath and didn't say anything as her speed accelerated and she soon arrived in front of the Enlightenment Stone. "Father." When the two of them, Zhao Peng and Zhao Ming, saw Zhao Qi, it was as if they had seen a savior. To put it bluntly, the matter of charging fees here at the Enlightenment Stone was entirely something Zhao Qi had asked the two to do. Without Zhao Qi's authorization, the two would definitely not have dared to do such a thing. So all they could do now was to hope that Zhao Qi would find a way to calm Su Chen's anger. Zhao Wanwan glanced at the two of them and gave a cold snort before walking towards the middle of the restaurant. Flower Fragrance Building. A light fragrance had been permeating this place, gentle and not pungent, giving people a fresh feeling. The Flower Fragrance House was also famous for this. Many strong people liked to come here on weekdays to cultivate their emotions. Inside a box, Zhao Wanwan walked in carrying Zhao Qi. Seeing Zhao Wanwan, Su Chen stood up and smiled. "Fourth aunt, what brings you here?" Zhao Qi glanced at Su Chen and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his heart incomparably terrified. Although he had a brutal character and liked to bully people, he was not a little cutie. A character of Su Chen's level, he simply did not have the qualifications to collide with him. It was no different from an egg touching a stone. Zhao Wanwan's face was somewhat helpless. "Little Chen, Zhao Qi has caused trouble for the Su family again." Su Chen did not answer, but instead gestured for Zhao Wanwan to sit down. After a while, Su Chen slowly said, "Fourth aunt, you should also understand that there are some things in our Su family that cannot be touched. Zhao Qi has made many mistakes in the past, you should know all of this." So, speaking at this point, Su Chen's meaning was also obvious. For the sake of the family, Zhao Qi could be spared, but had to be punished. Zhao Wanwan was still devoted to the Su family, and her relationship with Su Yuanba was also very good. Having to go against Zhao Wanwan would only make things difficult for Su Yuanba when the time came. Zhao Qi was just an insignificant little character. There was no need to lose big things because of small things. Zhao Wanwan shook her head. She looked at Zhao Qi with incomparable disappointment, then said in a calm voice, "I've helped him many times over the years, but Zhao Qi himself didn't compete and made repeated mistakes, and he's to blame for today's outcome." "But Fourth aunt wants to beg you for something." Su Chen frowned. "Fourth aunt, please speak." He had already guessed that Zhao Wanwan would plead for Zhao Qi. After all, this kind of thing had happened before. Zhao Wanwan took a deep breath and said with a consultative tone, "Don't chastise Zhao Qi, keep him intact, expel him from the Su family, and in the future, there will be no relationship with the Su family or me." Now within the Su family, Su Chen had the right to decide on almost anything, and the elders of the first line would support them unconditionally. So she could only just hope that Su Chen would be magnanimous, otherwise Zhao Qi would be in danger. A puzzled look passed through Su Chen's eyes. He had guessed the first half of the sentence, but this second half of the sentence he had genuinely not guessed. Was this a complete disappointment in Zhao Qi? Letting Zhao Qi off the hook, this wasn't hard to accept. At least this tumor could be removed. At this moment, when Zhao Qi saw Zhao Wanwan's cold words, he also finally determined that this time she was just coming for real. She was really going to expel herself from the Su family and sever the sibling relationship. Zhao Qi hurriedly knelt down, his voice pleading, "Sister, I was wrong, I don't want to leave the Su Family. Alright. Zhao Wanwan indifferently interrupted, less hypocritical here, useless, do you think I will still fall for it? Father and mother died early, from a young age I spoiled you, letting you do everything, but as a result, I raised a white-eyed wolf who doesn't even understand basic gratitude. I've paid enough for you. Zhao Wanwan had actually been disappointed many times before, but she also knew that Zhao Qi's character had been spoiled by her. That's why Zhao Wanwan felt that she also had the responsibility to help Zhao Qi to solve his problems. But Zhao Qi's unrepentant behavior over and over again also made Zhao Wanwan completely lose her patience. If it wasn't for her, Zhao Qi would have starved to death a long time ago, and would he still be able to live so nourishingly? Looking at Zhao Wanwan's disappointed expression, Zhao Qi was instantly stunned, his face was stagnant, and his heart was hard to the core. Did I really do it wrong? For some reason, two figures surfaced in Zhao Qi's mind, a bony and craggy young girl pulling a young boy to beg on the street. Every time whichever young girl had something good to eat, she would prioritize giving it to the little boy, while she herself just ate some leftovers. There were too many other similar things. Without realizing it, Zhao Qi's face was covered in tears as he paralyzed helplessly on the ground. How could he not have imagined that he would have to face such serious consequences for just collecting some spirit stones, and not a lot of them at that? Zhao Qi had always felt that even if he was found out, he would at most be punished by the family as usual. The previous him had never taken the Su family's rules seriously because he had always felt that Zhao Wanwan what could set him straight. But after this incident today, Zhao Qi's heart began to have some changes. Su Chen gave Zhao Qi a deep look before he spoke. Alright, then do as fourth hand said. Zhao Qi hurriedly came back to his senses as he immediately said, I will not leave the Su family. Su Chen frowned as he looked at Zhao Qi with indifferent eyes. This Zhao Qi, could it be that he was still going to play rough with himself? However, at this moment, Zhao Qi knelt down towards Su Chen as he said once again, Young lord. I'll take responsibility for the things I've done on my own, I'll accept any criminal law of the family, as long as I'm not allowed to leave the Su family. After saying that, Zhao Qi looked at Zhao Wanwan again, squeezing out a smile on his face that was worse than crying. Sister, my younger brother was wrong, I'm willing to take any responsibility. Can you not leave me behind? Chapter 111 Zhao Qi's Repentance, Enlightenment Stone Birth Spirit. Can you not leave me behind? Zhao Qi's voice was filled with pleading, although he had a brutal personality, he had been following Zhao Wanwan since he was a child. If he really left the Su family and left a place without Zhao Wanwan, he really didn't know how to live. So Zhao Qi was afraid. He didn't want to be separated from Zhao Wanwan, nor did he want to lose the sister who loved him. He still remembered when he was a child, the two of them begging on the street. Zhao Qi would often be bullied by other little boys, but every time, Zhao Wanwan would be the one to step in and beat them away. It was the same every single time. No matter what trouble he caused, Zhao Wanwan would always help him out. Zhao Wanwan's heart also trembled when she heard Zhao Qi's words, but she still didn't say anything. Under these emotions, she was more willing to believe that Zhao Qi was just in disguise, trying to get her to plead for Su Chen's favor. Zhao Qi once again said towards Su Chen, Young lord, I choose the wind-cold mountain for 100 years, I still ask young lord to fulfill my request. Su Chen froze, he glanced at Zhao Qi suspiciously, then looked towards Zhao Wanwan again. Was this a modification? After a moment of silence, Su Chen nodded. Okay. Zhao Qi was Zhao Wanwan's younger brother after all, so what was the harm in giving him one last chance? Zhao Qi's face instantly rejoiced, although wind-cold mountain was torturous, how could it not compare to being separated from Zhao Wanwan? Many thanks young lord. Su Chen also didn't talk nonsense, and with a wave of his raised hand, Zhao Qi disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at a white place, which was incomparably cold and bone-chillingly cold. This was the Su family's criminal law secret realm, the wind-cold mountain. Zhao Qi only felt a coolness surging into his body, and it was as if his entire body was in an ice cellar. He held his breath and ran his spiritual energy to maintain his body temperature. But the cold and piercing sensation made Zhao Qi, who had always been pampered, a little unable to withstand it. In a flash, a thought erupted in Zhao Qi's mind, whether or not to plead with Zhao Wanwan and leave the Su family. Of course, the moment this thought appeared, it was extinguished by Zhao Qi. He had been with Zhao Wanwan since before he could even remember, and the two of them depended on each other. Zhao Qi's greatest fear wasn't actually leaving the Su family, but that Zhao Wanwan didn't want him anymore. Thinking of Zhao Wanwan's eyes that were disappointed to the extreme, Zhao Qi's complexion once again became determined. I must change, I can't go on like this. The wind-cold mountain for 100 years is to atone for what I did in the beginning, and I also hope that I can reflect on this period of time. He hadn't thought about a lot of things in the past, and every time he had committed a crime, he had Zhao Wanwan to cover for him, so he then felt indifferent, and there was nothing much going on anyway. Even if it was a punishment, it was painless for him. It wouldn't kill him anyway. And in the past, no matter how angry Zhao Wanwan was, as long as he pleaded a little, Zhao Wanwan would let go. But this time was different. Zhao Wanwan had decided to kick him out of the Su family, and it was only at this time that he realized that there were some things that he couldn't do, or else he would face extremely serious consequences. Some consequences that he couldn't accept. It was also because of this that Zhao Qi began to reflect on what he had done and wanted to change. It's not just 100 years. Sis, I will definitely get out alive, and I want to show you a new Zhao Qi. Flower fragrance building. Looking at Zhao Qi disappearing in place, Zhao Wanwan sat in her seat in silence for a while before she finally stood up and nodded at Su Chen, leaving the flower fragrance house. Zhao Peng and Zhao Ming were also duly punished for violating the clan rules, only that the two of them were only accomplices and not the masterminds, so the punishment wasn't as harsh as Zhao Qi. The Su clan wasn't small now, so he needed rules to bind him. If everything was allowed, then it would still be a mess. In fact, the Su family's rules are very humane. As long as it is not jeopardizing the interests of the Su family, other things are punished lightly, not very harsh. But once they were found to be harmful to the family, they were all heavily punished without exception. After resolving Zhao Qi and the others, the Enlightenment Stone quickly returned to its normal state. That is, it was free of charge. And all those who had paid the fee before could also go directly to the city lord's mansion to return their spirit stones. 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for the Su family. The daily accumulation of medium-grade spirit stones in the spirit storage pool at Mount Wangyun was close to 10 billion, so what's the difference between this 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones and this 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones? After the opening of the Enlightenment Stones, to avoid too many people in the center of the city, along with the fact that there were some people occupying the latrine pit, so Su Chen came up with a new rule. Although the Enlightenment Stone was free, there were only 3,000 positions, and if you wanted to go to Enlightenment you needed to book it in advance at the city lord's mansion, and each person would be able to attend Enlightenment at most once in half a month. The exact number of people would be increased appropriately later. Young Lord Su is mighty. Young Master Su is mighty. Countless people cheered within Wangyun City, and most of these were ordinary people. Because it was the ordinary people who were most affected by the fees here, for those with a background, 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones was not particularly much. Su Chen sat in the middle of the flower fragrance building, twisting his head to look at the scenery outside the window, looking at the Enlightenment Stone that stood in the center of the city. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes condensed as he looked towards the Enlightenment Stone with incomparable seriousness. Only to see a faint power emerge from within the Enlightenment Stone, this power kept swimming as if it was alive. Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived next to the Enlightenment Stone. At this moment, the people who had originally been enlightened around the Enlightenment Stone saw Su Chen's appearance and stood up, respectfully saluting, their eyes filled with awe. "Greetings, young Lord Su." Su Chen ignored them, only reaching out and stroking his hand towards the Enlightenment Stone. Suddenly, a shocking color surged on Su Chen's face. This was the spirit. The Enlightenment Stone had produced a spirit. How could he not have thought that the Enlightenment Stone would actually produce a spirit on its own? This was similar to a weapon spirit. Although the spirit of the Enlightenment Stone was still very weak, it did exist. Su Chen's mood was a little excited as he once again returned to the flower fragrance building. The Enlightenment Stone had produced a spirit, which was similar to him creating a life of his own, so Su Chen's mood inevitably fluctuated a little. Moreover, there was also a very good news. Once the Enlightenment Stone produced a spirit, it meant that the Enlightenment Stone could keep growing in the future, and the upper limit would become very, very high. A spirit soldier, this was a rare treasure. Thinking of this, Su Chen raised his hand and conveniently condensed a formation on the Enlightenment Stone. This formation would converge a portion of Wangyun City's spiritual energy over. If the Enlightenment Stone produced a spirit, then it would need to feed. The thing called spiritual qi was not considered a great tonic, but it was needed by the Enlightenment Stone all the same. Along with the influx of spirit qi, the runes on the Enlightenment Stone gradually became piercing. Although Su Chen had only converged 1/10 of Wang Yuncheng's spiritual energy, it was still incomparably terrifying, and was still a great help to the current stage of the Enlightenment Stone. Su Chen gathered his mind. He had done what he needed to do. The rest would depend on the creation of this Enlightenment Stone. What exactly could it become in the future? Su Chen took a deep breath and once again looked towards Wangyun City, feeling the breeze blowing outside the window. His face was filled with a cozy look. He had to say, this Wangyun City was really quite good. Chapter 112,000 Mountain City, meeting the old man again. Su Chen stayed here for a long time, and after that, he also stayed in Wangyun City for close to half a month. During this half a month, Su Chen had experienced all the fun things in the city. To him, many of the new things were very interesting. In the following days, Su Chen didn't return to Wangyun Mountain, but instead led Ruwashi to leave Wangyun City and head towards the rest of the stunning empire. Thousand Mountain County. This place was rumored to have pleasant and beautiful scenery, and Lin Yiming had even invited him to go with her in the beginning, only that Su Chen had never had a reply. This time, after Su Chen left Wangyun City, this place popped into his mind, so he came straight over. Wow! Before even entering the Thousand Mountain County, Ruwashi couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement as she looked at the mountains in front of her. Only to see one huge mountain rise up in the distance, all of which were not in the mold of an unusual pyramid, but rather were like pillars. These megalithic pillars were densely packed and extremely wide-ranging, and together with the dense forests and flowing water below, as well as the sunset in the sky, the entire scenery looked absolutely beautiful. Rumor had it that these boulders were created by a great emperor countless years ago. That great emperor powerhouse was deeply in love with a woman, and in order to show the most beautiful scenery to the other party, that great emperor powerhouse created this place. That's why Thousand Mountain County is a place full of romance and poetry. Of course, whether these rumors were true or not, that was unknown. But one thing is certain, these boulders were definitely created by man. Each of these monolithic pillars was close to 5,000 meters high and extremely large. Even if nature was more ingenious, it was impossible to create this thing. The corner of Su Chen's mouth also revealed a smile. This was his first time coming to this place. However, regarding this scenery, he could give it a score of 9. It was indeed already very good. Let's go. I heard that there's a city in Thousand Mountain County. Since we're all here, let's go and feel it. Hearing this, Ruwashi's eyes instantly lit up. Aha! The two of them then headed towards Thousand Mountain City. There were relatively few cities in the Thousand Mountain County, only 3 in total, of which Thousand Mountain City was built on top of a giant pillar, while the other 2 major cities were repaired below. After the spiritual chi of the surprising empire had become dense, many powerful forces had settled in the Thousand Mountain County as well. Among them were 3 forces at the Dao entry realm level. Nowadays, Thousand Mountain County was honored by these 3 great Dao entry realm powerhouses. As for the county lord's mansion, it had been relegated to the fringes. Although the stunning empire was rich in spiritual chi, its own strength was still relatively ordinary, and the old stunning king was only at the late stage of the returning yuan cultivation. However, since the surprising empire was a vassal of the Su family, the other forces did not dare to do anything to the surprising empire. However, in this world, strength is the honor. Amazing Empire's strength is not enough, although there is the Su family as the backstage, but most of the places are similar to the Thousand Mountain County, belong to the state of being completely empty. It is the county lord's mansion that does not have much say in the area. Su Chen and the two of them were not in a hurry. They walked all the way, slowly and leisurely towards Thousand Mountain City. It took half a month to arrive at Thousand Mountain City. At this moment, Su Chen looked up and saw that in the distance stood 5 giant stone pillars, which were close to 4 times more massive than all the other pillars. The tops were linked with chains, and at the very top of each stone pillar, there were countless house buildings. According to its size, Thousand Mountain City might as well be twice the size of Bright Moon City, but inside it was close to 80% all cultivators. This was not even comparable to the original Surprise City. But this was normal. After all, Thousand Mountain City was built on top of a giant pillar, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to go up. After getting close to Thousand Mountain City, Su Chen could clearly detect that the spiritual energy here was much denser than other places. He looked towards the 5 gigantic stone pillars, and his eyes slightly condensed. This huge stone is somewhat extraordinary. Su Chen looked a little surprised. It seemed that the Thousand Mountain County did have something to do with the great emperor in the first place, and he detected that this huge stone contained a huge and incomparable formation. It was only because it was so old that it had become broken. If the formation could be completely repaired, I'm afraid that a third of the eastern region's spiritual energy would converge here. To be able to have such a means, even if they weren't great emperor powerhouses, they were definitely ancient saints or above. Ruwashi's eyes glowed, her face filled with surprise. It was beautiful. She had also heard legends about the Thousand Mountain County, and knew the stories of what happened here in the first place, so Ruwashi had long been enamored with this place as well. And now, being able to follow Su Chen along, she couldn't tell you how satisfied she was in her heart. Ruwashi's origins were ordinary, and she didn't have any great ambitions in her heart, so her needs were easily satisfied, and as long as she was by Su Chen's side, she felt that this was the happiest thing under the heavens. Suddenly, Su Chen revealed a look of surprise. Why is she here? In the middle of Thousand Mountain City, he detected a familiar aura. Lin Yimeng. After giving a light laugh, Su Chen entered the middle of Thousand Mountain City. She also hadn't seen Lin Yimeng for a long time, and it was unexpected that she could still run into an old friend after casually coming out for a walk. Thousand Mountain City. In the middle of the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, a woman wearing green clothes with a dusty temperament sat there. Her face was exquisite, white and flawless, and her figure was incomparable. After decades of precipitation, Lin Yimeng shed a bit of childishness, looking much more mature, and there was also a sense of distance from the cold and proud mountains. There is a feeling that can only be seen from afar. But at the moment, Lin Yimeng's face was filled with sorrow. After leaving Surprise City, Lin Yimeng had originally gone to other places to train, and after stepping into the void refining stage, she came to Thousand Mountain City to run her own forces. Since she had no intention of relying on the royal family, she didn't have much of a base, so she could only open a small store in Thousand Mountain City. However, Lin Yimeng still had some talent in business, and managed to seize a few opportunities, so within just a few decades, she had built the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce into a famous chamber of commerce in Thousand Mountain City. Although cannot say ranked into the top 3, but ranked into the top 10 or can. Moreover, under Lin Yiming's management, this Chamber of Commerce was also flourishing and starting to develop in a good direction, and the future would only get better and better. Unfortunately, just half a month ago, a new force came to Thousand Mountain City. The Jiang family. This new force was so powerful that the three major Dao Entry Realm forces all had to submit. The Jiang family was also not a native force of the eastern region, but came from the southern region, and there was also a sage-level powerhouse in attendance, which made them incredibly powerful. The Jiang family was incomparably tough on all the major forces in the Thousand Mountain County, and he demanded that all forces, large and small, had to submit to their Jiang family, and that they had to provide a high amount of resources every year. He wasn't just handing over a percentage of your earnings as the Su family did, and it wasn't particularly much. The Jiang family practiced fixed resources, and those resources were almost 60% to 70% of the Cinnabar Dream Guild, removing the remaining 20% to 30% to maintain overhead. In other words, once he submitted to the Jiang family, then there was only one consequence: working for them. Chapter 113 Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, Encountering a Crisis. Lin Yiming sighed helplessly. The Jiang family was too powerful. Even if she showed her royal identity, it would do nothing for them. Although the amazing empire had submitted to the Su family, it was only to ensure that they wouldn't be exterminated, and if they weren't strong enough to take control of the empire themselves, that was also a problem for the royal family. The Su family wasn't going to help them solve it. Once they didn't submit to the Jiang family, then the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce would definitely not be able to exist. This meant that all her efforts of running the business for decades would go up in flames. When she thought of this, Lin Yiming's face filled with gloom and her expression was grave. This problem seemed to be somewhat unsolvable. With his current strength and means, he was completely unqualified to rival the Jiang family. Is it really necessary to give up this Cinnabar Dream Guild? Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with reluctance. This Chamber of Commerce carried too many of his feelings, even when she came to this place because of a man. Before coming to Thousand Mountain County, he had countless options to go to many places, but she chose this place. It was because there was a man attached to her heart, and because Lin Yi dreamed of coming with him. At the beginning of the Chamber of Commerce, the initial period was also difficult, but in the end, Lin Yiming had persevered. To the present situation, she had paid too much for the Tatsuya Dream Guild. She couldn't bear to see this Chamber of Commerce disappear like this. Right at this moment, the chamber's attendant hurriedly walked in. "Greetings, Chairman." Outside the door, Duke Jiang Huai seeks an audience. Jiang Huai. Lin Yiming's eyes narrowed. This person was the youngest master of the Jiang family, and from what I heard, he was less than 300 years old and had the strength of the returning Yuan realm. This kind of talent was considered a genius in the entire Xian heavenly realm. And her own posture was not bad, so she naturally caught Jiang Huai's attention. Perhaps there was also a reason for this. The Jiang family didn't push very hard against any other forces, but they were the only ones who pressed hard against them, the Tatsu Dream Guild. Just as other forces that were similar to the Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce, the share of uplift collected was only half of theirs. What was this not targeting? A look of disgust welled up in Lin Yiming's eyes. In fact, Jiang Huai wasn't bad. He was handsome, his character wasn't as bad as those dudes, and his talent was good, but Lin Yiming just didn't have the slightest interest. Even after knowing that Jiang Huai was interested in her, there was only disgust and dislike for him in her heart. This situation had appeared since a long time ago. At first she hadn't paid attention to it, but after coming to Thousand Mountain County, there was more than one man who had expressed love for her, but Lin Yiming was very disgusted by all of them. With normal contact, she wouldn't have such thoughts. But after learning that the other party liked her, Lin Yiming would be disgusted. It was as if the only person in this world who could like herself was that man, and no one else was worthy of the feeling. Right now, Lin Yiming's love has already started to be a bit morbid. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yiming said in an indifferent voice, "Let him come in." The current Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce was subject to the Jiang family. There was nothing she could do even if she didn't want to see it, otherwise the Cinnabar Dream Guild would definitely not be able to keep it. Calming her inner disgust, Lin Yiming's expression returned to calm. Not a moment later, a man with a handsome appearance and extraordinary demeanor walked in. He held a folding fan and looked rather elegant. The moment he saw Lin Yiming, Jiang Huai's eyes lit up. He arched his hand and smiled. "President Yiming, long time no see." Lin Yiming frowned at his words. She said indifferently, "Didn't we just meet yesterday?" Ever since Jiang Huai had planned to pursue her, almost all of her own whereabouts were known to Jiang Huai, and the other party also pretended to have chance encounters from time to time, so the two of them met almost every other day. Jiang Huai also didn't seem to expect Lin Yiming to say this. He had a faintly embarrassed look on his face, but he quickly adjusted back. "So that's how it is. It seems that I've missed President Yiming too much, and the days have been like years, and that's why I have the feeling that it's like a world apart." A look of disgust immediately appeared in Lin Yiming's eyes. Disgusting. Yuck. Although this was the case in her heart, her face remained breezy. "Is there something that Mr. Jiang Huai came to my Cinnabar Dream Guild today?" She had no intention of receiving Jiang Huai at all. She didn't let her subordinates pour the tea, nor did she invite Jiang Huai to take a seat, with the attitude of saying something and hurrying away if nothing happens. However, Jiang Huai didn't care about it. It was as if he went home for a moment. He directly sat on the chair next to him, then with a smile on his face, he opened his mouth and said, "President Yimeng, today this young man came actually for one thing. Didn't my father ask all the forces in Thousand Mountain City to submit to the Jiang family some days ago? Today is also almost the time for all of you to state your position. The other forces or Jiang family directly send people to pass, unwilling to submit to the direct extermination. But I thought, aren't we on good terms? So I specially came here to discuss with you, also lest my father misunderstand and think that President Yimeng is not willing to submit." Jiang Huai's words were very nice, almost dumping the pot on the lord of the Jiang family. It also had this feeling of we two are on good terms so we're helping you, but it was full of bullying and intimidation. Lin Yimeng's brows furrowed as he said in a calm voice, "Since Lord Jiang Huai said it was a discussion, can I, Cinnabar Dream Guild, not agree to it?" Jiang Huai still had a smile on his face as he said indifferently, "This matter is not something that this young man can make a decision on, but if President Yimeng is a bit more sincere, I am able to plead with my father to reduce the share of the offerings a bit." After saying that, he then looked at Lin Yimeng nakedly, his eyes filled with fire, as if he wanted to swallow Lin Yimeng in one bite. These words were actually already very obvious, that is, he hoped that Lin Yimeng would take the initiative to submit to him. Looking at Lin Yimeng's arrogant and cold appearance, Jiang Huai's desire for possession in his heart reached its peak, and his chest was incomparably hot. Lin Yimeng's posture is the beauty that can be ranked into the top 3 among the beauties that he has seen. The others with the same level, basically are all of the world. He did not dare to have any thoughts. Only this Lin Yimeng, he also seriously investigated, just have a royal family background. The royal family was weak and incomparable, and was no threat to their Jiang family. Lin Yimeng's fists clenched slightly, looking at Jiang Huai's smiling face, she really wanted to go up and slap him. Taking a deep breath, she still calmed her anger and disgust. At this time, Jiang Huai spoke again. "President Yimeng, there is actually another way." Lin Yimeng didn't say anything, just looked straight at him. Jiang Huai, on the other hand, said with a faint smile, "This young man has long admired President Yimeng for a long time. If you can marry me, then we will be a family, and this Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce will not only be able to be retained, but will also be able to develop and grow in Thousand Hills City. With my Jiang family backing me up, even in the entire stunning empire, not many people would dare to touch you. So, wouldn't it be enjoyable?" By now, Jiang Huai had also finally exposed his purpose. All of the previous was just his padding. Chapter 114 Jiang Huai's Strong Man. Looking at the affectionate Jiang Huai, Lin Yimeng felt a wave of nausea for no reason. She said without hesitation, "Mr. Jiang, this will not be considered. I am not interested in matters of love." Hearing Lin Yimeng reject so decisively and without any hesitation, the smile at the corner of Jiang Huai's mouth slightly stalled, and annoyance and indifference flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, he had completely given Lin Yimeng enough face, and there were various benefits to tempt her. Logically speaking, with Lin Yimeng's family background, it would never be possible for her to refuse. Moreover, he himself is not bad, in the same generation or belonged to the top kind. But even so, Lin Yimeng still didn't seem half interested in him. Why was that? Jiang Huai was a bit confused. Could it be because Lin Yimeng had other men in her heart who were better than herself? Or was she really not interested in love affairs? Impossible. Jiang Huai's eyes returned to normal once again. As long as a person had emotions, it was impossible to get away from love affairs. It wasn't the first time he had come into contact with a woman, and he still had a better understanding of this aspect of emotions. Jiang Huai was not the kind of person who liked to force himself. He preferred to use his own skills and abilities to conquer women. If he forced a woman to submit herself, it would take away a lot of the fun. But his current skills and abilities didn't seem to be able to impress Lin Yimeng, so this caused him to start getting a little annoyed in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Huai's emotions also returned to normal. There were only 2 choices in front of him now, to continue to be more forceful in his coercion, or to follow Lin Yimeng like a little licking dog as usual. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai's eyes gradually became somewhat cold. Lin Yimeng's attitude towards him was really too indifferent. She didn't have the slightest interest in herself at all. He raised his head towards Lin Yimeng, scanning her marvelous body. A burst of evil fire inexplicably surged in his chest again. No, this woman I must have. Jiang Huai rarely encountered this kind of person who could make him feel desire, so there was no way he could let go of her so easily. President Yimeng, there are things that aren't whatever you want them to be. If you refuse my offer, the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce will definitely not be able to keep it. Jiang Huai's tone was filled with indifference. He had already given up on the decision to continue to be a little lickspill and was instead prepared to use the strong way. If Lin Yimeng refused, then he would only have to use strength and directly conquer Lin Yimeng by force. Suddenly, Jiang Huai's mind conjured up a powerless, but non-stop resisting him Lin Yimeng. This seemed to have a different flavor as well. With this thought, Jiang Huai suddenly hoped that Lin Yimeng would keep resisting him. Lin Yimeng's expression, on the other hand, had always been relatively calm, and after she hesitated for a moment, she faintly said, "If you can't keep it, you can't keep it. It's just a chamber of commerce, and if the Jiang family likes it, then it will be given to you." It was true that she couldn't bear to part with this place, but the cost of keeping it was too high for her to bear. Therefore, giving it up wasn't a bad choice. The big deal was to just change the place and recreate a Cinnabar dream chamber of commerce. With this experience, it wouldn't be very difficult for her to open another chamber of commerce. Hearing Lin Yiming's words, Jiang Huai's face instantly turned gloomy. From his previous understanding, Lin Yiming had always been very reluctant to part with this chamber of commerce, and this was his means of pinning down the other party. But now it seemed impossible to pin down the other party. But it didn't matter. Lin Yiming didn't care about the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, but the gap in strength allowed him to still achieve his goal. Jiang Huai glanced at Lin Yiming, the corners of his mouth once again revealing a smile as he said softly, "President Yiming, do you think you still have a choice? If you obediently marry into my Jiang family, I'll naturally provide you with good food and drink, and I'll make sure you're treated exceptionally well. But if you refuse..." Speaking here, Jiang Huai's tone became cold and indifferent, and his eyes were filled with indifference, diametrically opposed to his previous look of deep love. Things have come to this point, he is also lazy to continue to pretend. Lin Yiming's eyes chilled as she indifferently looked towards Jiang Huai. She also finally realized why she was so disgusted with those who showed love to her. It was because these people were only interested in her looks, all because of their lust, not because they really liked her. Jiang Huai continued, "Has President Yiming ever thought about those people in the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce? If you don't care about yourself, can you care about them?" Lin Yiming immediately glared with her beautiful eyes, her eyes filled with anger. "Jiang Huai, how dare you?" Looking at Lin Yiming's angry look, Jiang Huai again seemed to have caught her in the act. A confident smile surged on his face once again as he laughed blandly. "How dare I not? You know that I am very fond of you. In order to get you, I am likely to do anything. So, do you still want to reject this young man?" At this point, he didn't care if he could get Lin Yiming's body in mind. Just being able to get her body was also enough. At this moment, Jiang Huai had completely exposed his heart. Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with anger, her small fists were clenched tightly, and her body was trembling slightly because of anger. She never thought that this Jiang Huai would be so shameless. In order to force her to give in, he even used the people of the Yiming Chamber of Commerce to force him. Lin Yiming was more sentimental, and many of the people in the Yiming Chamber of Commerce now were the ones who had followed her in the beginning and fought together. So it was impossible for her to give up on these people. "I am the princess of the royal family of the stunning empire, you..." "Alright." Before Lin Yiming finished, Jiang Huai directly interrupted, his eyes full of sarcasm said, "Your bottom line is clear to me, the princess of the royal family well. But now that the stunning empire is so weak, is it hard for them to dare to come and find trouble with us? Could it be that you're talking about the Su family?" The sneering Jiang Huai's eyes grew stronger as he sneered, "Is it hard to believe that the Su family would go and feud with my Jiang family for the sake of a weak power?" The shocking empire was only a power at the level of the returning Yuan realm, and it was completely on a different level from their Jiang family. When the time came that the Su family really came to their door, a slight show of weakness from their Jiang family would solve the problem. The Jiang family was more valuable than the amazing empire anyways, right? To put it bluntly, Jiang Huai's view was simple. Lin Yiming had absolutely no other comparative value except for this body's poise, and it was unlikely that the Su family would make a big fuss over a woman like her. Therefore, Jiang Huai didn't need to worry about the royal family or the Su family threatening him. If he was a bit more prudent, he could even apologize to the royal family when they came for accountability, so he would basically be secure. Jiang Huai was not young, and he had also gone out to train for decades. Of course he knew the reasoning behind doing things steadily. This was also the most obvious difference between him and other dudes. Jiang Huai was not a brainless punk. Chapter 115, Is this what makes people beautiful? Hearing those words from Jiang Huai, Lin Yiming immediately calmed down. She knew that it was useless to get angry, and it wouldn't solve the problem at all. Lin Yiming took a deep breath before saying, "Jiang Huai, what exactly do you want to do to let go of Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce?" Jiang Huai let out a light laugh as she looked at Lin Yiming with some fire in her eyes and said with a smile, "Didn't I say so? If you marry me, the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce will not only be able to remain, but will also be able to develop very well. If you refuse, then there's no way out." Having said this, Jiang Huai didn't even bother to play soft and hardball, he only wanted to play hardball. From the moment he entered Thousand Mountain City, he had been like a little follower behind Lin Yiming, originally thinking to rely on his own excellence to conquer the other party, but since she didn't eat her wine, then there was nothing he could do about it. This has a kind of "I came to chase you, but you do not let me chase, so I got angry" feeling. Lin Yiming smiled contemptuously, "Hee, just you also want to marry me, delusional, also don't look at yourself if you are worthy. Also, you really think you can't beat me?" She actually had a bottom card. When she was saved by Su Chen gave her a token that inspired to summon Su Chen's doppelganger out at critical times. However, she had been unable to use it. Especially after learning that Su Chen had the cultivation level of a saint, Lin Yiming was worried that the two would never have the chance to meet again. After all, Su Chen's strength was too strong, and the two of them had become more and more distant. That was why she kept this token as a thought in the future. It was also a mustard seed for her to meet with Su Chen in the future. If the Zhang family really wanted to press forward, she could only use the token given by Su Chen. Looking at Lin Yiming, who was full of coldness, Zhang Huai also gradually lost his patience. He slowly stood up. The powerful aura in his body gradually filled the hall. Zhang Huai was a spirit body, which was only slightly worse than a sacred body, coupled with the fact that he himself was at the returning Yuan realm strength. After his cultivation was unleashed, the entire person's sense of oppression was extremely powerful. Lin Yiming only felt that her heartbeat had slowed down a lot, and her body's spiritual energy was incredibly sluggish. Zhang Huai's words were indifferent. Lin Yiming, this young man's patience is limited. Marry into my Zhang family in a decent manner, or be forcefully taken back by me. You choose for yourself. Lin Yiming's face showed a cold color. She did not speak. After a moment of silence like this, she raised her hand and took out a token with the word Su tattooed on it, from which came a faint wisp of holy might. At the same time, a black-robed old man appeared in front of Zhang Huai. The aura on his body was extremely powerful. He was a cultivator at the perfection of the Dao entry realm. At this moment, he looked at the token in Lin Yiming's hand with a grave expression. Holy might! Zhang Huai also noticed the token in Lin Yiming's hand, and after carefully examining it, his expression also changed abruptly. This is the token of the Su family. If one were to say which power in the Eastern domain was the one that couldn't be messed with the most, it would definitely be the Su family. Although the strength of this power was not particularly strong overall, it was not possible for them to have a strong person sitting in their midst. The Su family only had one saint powerhouse, so the token that contained saint might could only belong to that saint powerhouse. Zhang Huai could never have imagined that Lin Yiming could be involved with the Su family. This kind of token, judging from the news, was usually only given to the core personnel of the Su family, and they were all given by Su Chen. How could Lin Yiming have it? Could it be that she still had a connection with Su Chen? After seeing Lin Yiming take out the Su family's token, Zhang Huai didn't soften. His eyes also became even colder. What he did today had definitely offended Lin Yiming already. If she really had something to do with the Su family, how could their Zhang family still survive in the eastern region? Kill. After only a moment, Zhang Huai made up his mind. Although Lin Yiming was very beautiful and he was extremely reluctant to let go of her, but if he didn't kill Lin Yiming, sooner or later, the Su family would know about what happened here. Their Zhang family had abandoned their foundation in the southern domain to come to the eastern domain, and Zhang Huai had just come here and offended the most powerful Su family. Of course, there was another way. That was to go soft with Lin Yiming. But Zhang Huai couldn't choose to do that. The reason was simple. She had investigated Lin Yiming's background, and from her past, one of the people who had contacted the Su family the most was that supreme power, Su Chen. Before Zhang Huai handled a woman, he liked to investigate clearly and collect the other party's preferences and background, so that it would be convenient for him to make his move. Lin Yiming was the same. And the fact that the other party was able to get a token that only the core personnel of the Su family had was obviously very unreasonable. After all, he was just an outsider. Combined with Lin Yiming's looks and posture, Zhang Huai guessed that the probability was that she was all involved with Su Chen. If Lin Yiming was spared, and this matter was known by Su Chen, the result that their Zhang family faced might be the direct extermination of their family. There were many strong people in the southern domain, and he was very clear about the character of these people. To such strong people, they were just a bunch of mole crickets, characters that could be pinched to death at will. Zhang Huai's face was a bit ugly. How could he not have thought that Lin Yiming was still involved with the Su family? This was something he had not seen before when he gathered intelligence. Elder Feng. Zhang Huai said in a low voice. The man in black robes in front of him instantly released an extremely large aura that enveloped Lin Yiming. The terrifying oppression of the Dao entry realm instantly enveloped Lin Yiming, causing her to be completely unable to move. The black-robed man came to Lin Yiming's side and took control of her, his terrifying aura imprisoning her unable to move. At the same time, Zhang Huai threw out a formation, completely isolating the inside and outside, avoiding any aura from passing out. What are you doing? Lin Yiming reacted instantly. Her entire body was shocked and angry. Zhang Huai walked forward with a cold face, and when he arrived close, looking at Lin Yiming's flawless and absolutely beautiful face, diarrhea fire once again surged in his heart. But it was quickly suppressed again. Zhang Huai sighed deeply. Wouldn't it be better to simply promise me? Why bother making it like this? Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with anger and panic. She completely didn't expect Zhang Huai to be so crazy that he dared to make a move on her after knowing that she was involved with the Su family. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low and she was controlled without even activating the token. In the end, she was still a little reluctant to use that token, which gave them a chance. Unfortunately, originally you didn't have to die, but now there's only killing you. Zhang Huai pulled out a jade pendant, which contained a heavenly ranked shielding formation. Although it couldn't isolate the saints probing, it could lower their senses. Wangyun City was so far away from Thousand Mountain City, even if it was a saint powerhouse, as long as they weren't deliberately probing, it would probably be hard to find out about Lin Yiming. Jiang Huai said to the black-robed man, I'll trouble Elder Feng to send him out of the eastern domain to the southern domain's Qingpan Mountain. I'll have someone deal with the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce before I go over there. After he finished speaking, he smiled evilly and said to Lin Yimeng, I wonder if you'll be able to be as breezy as you were just now when the time comes. All the people of the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce had to die. So did Lin Yimeng. But he wanted to feel Lin Yimeng's wonderfulness before she died. A hesitant look flashed in Elder Feng's eyes. He knew what Jiang Huai had in mind, but his only worry was the decision not to kill Lin Yimeng immediately. The longer time dragged on, the more changes would occur. At that time, if the Su family realized it, then it would not be good. After hearing Jiang Huai's words, Lin Yimeng's eyes immediately flashed with panic. Anyone was afraid of death, and she was naturally no exception. But what scared her most was not death, but being abused by Jiang Huai. If she was directly killed, that was fine, at least she could die with her innocence intact, but if she was humiliated, that was something she could hardly accept. Lin Yimeng couldn't help but yell, Jiang Huai, you scumbag. She could not accept that she would be touched by a man other than Su Chen. In Lin Yimeng's opinion, she also only belonged to Su Chen alone. Jiang Huai laughed coldly, isn't this all your choice? It's fine if you don't take out the Su family's token. Despicable. Oh, don't you women just like to be bad? Don't worry, when I take care of all the people in the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, then I will go to the southern region to find you. Looking at you, it seems that you are still a virgin, ha. At that time, this young man will let you feel what is called drunkenness. You will love that feeling. After Jiang Huai flirted a bit, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with Lin Yimeng. He directly spoke, Elder Feng, you go first. The black-robed man nodded and then directly prepared to tear through the void and leave. However, when he was just about to tear through the void, he realized that the surrounding void was incredibly sturdy. It was as if he was picking at a stone wall with his hands, and he couldn't tear through it at all. What's going on? The black-robed man's complexion suddenly changed, and his expression was incomparably grave. In the next moment, a laughing voice rang out. Miss Yimeng, why is it that every time I see you, you're always a bit of a pain in the ass? Could this be that people are beautiful and have many problems? Chapter 116. The cold and arrogant Lin Yimeng. Accompanied by the sound of a light laugh, Lin Yimeng's face suddenly showed a color of disbelief. This voice was too familiar. Although she hadn't heard this voice for a long time, Lin Yimeng still recognized it at the first moment. Su Qin. For a time, Lin Yimeng's mood was extremely complicated, and there was some embarrassment. Every time they met, they were so embarrassed. This was really a bit unbearable. Lin Yimeng's heart was incomparably bitter. The good impression was not there at all. At the same time, she was still a little bit delighted because Su Chen still remembered herself. However, Jiang Huai and his protectors' faces were different. Both of them were filled with fear. Although they had yet to see anyone, the oppressive feeling that came over them made both of them tremble in their hearts. A strong person. A truly strong person. Jiang Huai's eyes were filled with fear. From the incoming person, he sensed an even more terrifying sense of oppression than his father. And in the entire eastern region, there seemed to be only one person who could have such a sense of oppression. Su Qin. Suddenly, Jiang Huai thought of a rumor he had heard when he had collected Lin Yimeng's information earlier. The two of them, Lin Yimeng and Su Chen, had a close relationship and seemed to be quite friendly. Only at that time, he didn't pay too much attention to it because the probability of this was just too low. Lin Yimeng, this level of woman, how could Su Chen look on, at most as a toy? Moreover, Lin Yimeng really had something to do with Su Chen, so how could she live such a miserable life? Still need to fight in this Thousand Hills city. The Su family casually give Lin Yimeng a mouthful of soup. Not lick down the pot are enough for her to enjoy. But the fact is, Lin Yimeng really have a relationship with Su Chen, and the two are still very shallow relationship. Otherwise, Su Chen couldn't have personally rescued her. It's over. Jiang Huai's heart was cold, and now he had nothing but regret in his head. If he had known, he shouldn't have messed with Lin Yimeng. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Jiang Huai didn't stay frozen. He quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. My lord, please forgive me. I didn't know Lin Yimeng's relationship with you before. Please forgive me. The words had only just fallen. Jiang Huai felt a heavy pressure, and his entire body was directly turned into a puddle of flesh, while the one beside him, the protector, did the same. Both of them were not weak, but both were instantly killed in seconds. Outside the hall, Su Chen slowly walked in with his hands behind his back. He raised his hand and slightly slapped it against the void before looking towards Lin Yimeng. Miss Yimeng, long time no see. Accompanied by the voice, the entire Thousand Mountain City sent out a shaking of the ground, and if it wasn't for the fact that all of these boulders had been reinforced by formations, I'm afraid that they might have directly collapsed. At this moment, in the center of Thousand Mountain City, a huge deep pit of palm prints emerged, where a family originally existed. The Jiang family. However, today, it was directly exterminated, and even that saint-level powerhouse within it was wiped out in an instant, as if it didn't exist in this world at all. What's going on here? The Jiang family. Jiang family has been exterminated. The Jiang family was in a busy area, and there were quite a few people around, and they immediately noticed the Jiang family's situation. But they all looked on with shocked faces, their eyes filled with the color of disbelief. The Jiang family had actually been destroyed. A sage-level power had been so easily exterminated. The Jiang family hadn't been in Thousand Mountain City for a long time, and as the only sage power in Thousand Mountain County, he had originally enjoyed boundless scenery, but today, he was directly exterminated by a mysterious strong man, something that no one had expected. On the other side, in the middle of the Chun Dream Chamber of Commerce, Su Chen sat blandly on a chair to the side, his face incomparably calm, as if the extermination of the Jiang family was nothing more than a trivial matter of no consequence to him. He was a supreme sage, and because he had helped the Heavenly Tao was very close to him. Therefore, Su Chen had an inexplicable control over all of the Xian heavenly realm. As long as it didn't involve a powerhouse above an ancient sage, he was able to easily read whatever information he wanted. Take this Jiang Huai for example. He was the first son of the Jiang family, and the future hope of the Jiang family, with a chance to break through to a Saint King powerhouse, and the people of the Jiang family loved him dearly. So Su Chen directly exterminated the Jiang family without hesitation, in order to eliminate future problems. After all, there was still a Saint powerhouse in the Jiang family, and if he was not dealt with, there might be some threat to the Su family in the future. Su Chen looked towards Lin Yimeng. Having not seen her for many years, the current Lin Yimeng's posture was at least one notch better than back then. Whether it was the body temperament or appearance, there was a very big change. At first, Lin Yimeng was more like a little girl, but today's Lin Yimeng had a mature beauty. Not fully ripe though. Although Lin Yimeng's temperament was mature, her appearance and figure were still relatively young, especially her appearance, looking no different from her early 20s. Lin Yimeng was also finally slowing down, and when she saw that Su Chen had been looking at herself, 2 shades of scarlet immediately surfaced on her face. Su. Young Master Su, why do you keep staring at me? If outsiders were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Lin Yimeng, who had always been incredibly high and cold, would actually blush at a man. Su Chen did not mince words and complimented, "It's been a long time since I've seen you, but Miss Yimeng has grown more and more beautiful." This. Lin Yimeng's face immediately became even more flushed, and her entire body was slightly trembling, possibly because of excitement, or possibly because she was shy to the extreme. Reasonably speaking, after practicing outside for so many years, Lin Yimeng's heart was at least all relatively stable. But in front of Su Chen, she was completely unable to control herself. Just by simply looking at Su Chen, her heart was particularly chaotic, and her behavior was simply out of her control. Ruoshi, who was behind Su Chen, saw this scene and couldn't help but reveal a little smile at the corner of her mouth. This Princess Yimeng was really even more juvenile than her. Only after a while did Lin Yimeng completely calm down. She hurriedly called her subordinates to serve tea and water, and arranged a room for Su Chen to live in. It wasn't until after leaving the courtyard where Su Chen lived that her entire mood stabilized a little. Outside the courtyard, Lin Yimeng hid in the corner of the wall, her eyes filled with excitement. Su Chen! Finally, there was another chance to be with him. Ever since that time when the 9 dragons seized the throne in Shocking City, the two of them hadn't had any prolonged contact or communication, and this time, Su Chen had specifically come to Thousand Mountain City for a visit. She had been here for a long time, so it just so happened that she could bring Su Chen over here to play. In this way, she and Su Chen would spend at least a few months in the short term and several years in the long term together. Of course, she didn't expect this period of time to make Su Chen fall in love with her, but as long as she could see Su Chen every day, she was already very happy. If she could still chat and talk together every day, it would simply be even better. Suddenly, an underling from the Chamber of Commerce walked over. Lin Yimeng instantly resumed her cold as an iceberg appearance, becoming the Chunmeng Chamber of Commerce president who was strategizing. Chapter 117, Stupid Woman Ah. Greetings, President. Lin Yimeng nodded indifferently before turning to leave. But when she had walked away, a look of excitement surfaced on her face, as if she was just like a small child getting dessert. Everything now, she had a feeling like she was dreaming. From the moment she was about to be sent to the southern region by Jiang Huai and the others, the development had begun to change subtly, and even she felt that it was surreal. Su Chen had not only saved her, but he had also taken up residence at the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, Lin Yimeng's cheeks filled with a blush. Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce. Shun. Dream. Would Su Chen realize this? She had taken this name deliberately, not being able to get Su Chen's person, but she wanted to be intentional. Combining Tatsu and Dream together, there was a feeling of being with Su Chen. Ah-ya! Lin Yimeng's heart kept trembling, which was caused by her shyness, and her whole body felt like there were ants crawling all over her body, soft and fluffy. He shouldn't have realized it, right? For a while, Lin Yimeng's heart was extremely complicated. She didn't want Su Chen to find out, but she also somewhat wanted him to know. She turned her head towards the courtyard where Su Chen lived, her eyes filled with intoxication. For a period of time after that, Su Chen stayed in Thousand Mountain City, wandering around inside with Lin Yimeng. After half a month of wandering around, he headed towards the rest of Thousand Mountain County. Lin Yimeng was like a guide and a friend, introducing Su Chen to the scenery and landforms of this thousand-mountain county, as well as some of the folk stories that had been passed down. All in all, Su Chen was still very satisfied with this tour of Thousand Mountain County. It was considered one of the more interesting experiences. Within a deep mountain in the Thousand Mountain County, the surrounding area stretched for hundreds of miles with no one in sight, and they had come here in order to see the Biue Pool in the innermost part of the deep mountain tomorrow. I heard that the blue pool of 6 colors, extremely good looking, even Lin Yimeng have not seen, so they strongly recommended this place to Su Chen. Su Chen was originally out to play, so naturally he would not refuse. Evening. A pile of tiny fires rose in the middle of the deep mountains, and Ruwashi released her breath, making those demonic beasts around her not dare to approach. On top of the fire, there was a pile of nourishing meat. On the side, Lin Yimeng was looking at Su Chen in disbelief. In fact, if Su Chen didn't come to Thousand Mountain City, she probably wouldn't even have any thoughts about Su Chen anymore, and only regarded the other party as a character that she could never climb up to. Because the gap between the strength and status of the two was simply too great. One was the young master of the Su family, a true peerless powerhouse. And he was just a princess with mediocre strength in the Jinghong dynasty. Although her appearance was still not bad, but Su Chen really wanted to find a beauty is not simple? This did not seem to be a difficult task for him. But this period of time together made her heart rise again with something else. Su Chen didn't seem to be so unattainable. On the contrary, when Su Chen was in front of him, he was all extremely gentle, and there was absolutely no feeling of a strong man towering over him. It was like a neighbor's big brother, gentle and attentive and friendly. For a time, Lin Yimeng's love for Su Chen in her heart was simply dense to the extreme. Such a powerful and gentle man, just ask who wouldn't like it? Sister Yimeng? Ruwashi's gentle and delicate voice rang out as she called out towards Lin Yimeng with a smile on her face. Lin Yimeng snapped back to her senses, and she immediately realized that Ruwashi was looking at her, and then she hurriedly looked towards Su Chen, while the other party was also looking straight at her. For a moment, Lin Yimeng was ashamed to the extreme in her heart. She had just been looking at Su Chen, and the other party had also noticed this, but she hadn't reacted yet. Along with the shyness in her heart, Lin Yimeng's originally white and tender face immediately became red. She didn't know why, but in front of Su Chen, she just couldn't control her emotions, easily fluctuating with her moods, and also blushing especially easily. Even though the two of them had already been together for quite some time. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, he let out a light laugh, and then did not continue to count on this matter. After a while, Lin Yimeng's emotions also eased down, and she began to secretly measure Su Chen again. After a few moments of silence like this, Lin Yimeng suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Young Master Su, when will you go back?" "Go back?" Su Chen looked towards Lin Yimeng and said with a light smile, "Why, do you want me to go back?" Lin Yimeng's face was shy, somewhat embarrassed, as she stammered. "Young Master Su is a busy man, if you have more things to do, then I definitely can't stay longer." Ruwashi was beside her, and after hearing Lin Yimeng's words, her entire body was somewhat speechless. This silly girl, how could she be so stupid? She had followed Su Chen for a long time, and still had a better understanding of his mind. Coupled with the fact that along the way, she was also silently observing Su Chen's attitude towards Lin Yimeng. In fact, Su Chen had a good feeling towards Lin Yimeng. And this kind of good feeling was far beyond the average female. At least it was the first time she had seen Su Chen have this attitude towards other women. Not even in Qinglian. Purely counting looks, and Qinglian and Lin Yimeng were both similar in terms of what they look like now, but Su Chen's attitude towards the two was vastly different. For Lin Yimeng it was obviously much, much better. So she can almost conclude that Su Chen for Lin Yimeng absolutely also have feelings exist, only this kind of emotion may not be particularly much. However, if Lin Yimeng is bold and dares to take the initiative to pursue, Ruwashi feels that she has at least 90% certainty that she will be able to take down Su Chen. Su Chen is more sentimental and generous, as long as Lin Yimeng is sincere. Unfortunately, Lin Yimeng was too introverted. At least in front of Su Chen is like this. During this period of time, she has given Lin Yimeng and Su Chen many times to create opportunities to be alone, but unfortunately, every time Lin Yimeng was alone with Su Chen, she didn't even know how to say anything. Not to mention any active offense. Oi! Thinking of this, Ruwashi sighed helplessly. Su Chen, on the other hand, looked towards Lin Yimeng, and after hesitating for a moment, he smiled and said, "Miss Yimeng, why don't you subjugate that Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce to my Su family?" Ah! Lin Yimeng instantly froze, and she looked at Su Chen with some doubt. At a level like the Chun Dream Chamber of Commerce, the Su family could also look at it? When Ruwashi saw this scene, she almost didn't slap her thighs. This silly woman, ah! Why didn't she agree right away, and why was she still staring there? Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce, so low level of power, Su Chen, and how can look on, and also take the initiative to mention, this opportunity to give so obvious, almost as the rice are fed to the mouth, the results of Lin Yimeng do not know bite. She is a bit exhausted. Su Chen continued to add, "You can think about it, if and when you think clearly, then come to the Su family to find me." Hearing that she could go to the Su family to find Su Chen, Lin Yiming did not even think much about it. She did not even think about it before directly agreeing. Good, I agree to join the Su family. Wasn't this another opportunity to be able to spend time with Su Chen? Refusing that would be really cutesy. Up. Chapter 118 Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce. Good. Su Chen nodded with a faint smile, then began to seriously roast the meat again. The following day, the three of them then went to see the rumored Biotan, but it wasn't as beautiful as it was said to be. It was just a pool of water with many different colors in it. To summarize, it is average. But out to play, in fact, the destination are not particularly important, the process is sometimes the most important. Because the result is just a moment, but the process is long. If you just focus on the result, then you will definitely be disappointed, but if the process is good, the result is good or bad is not important. In Su Chen's opinion, the process of their journey was just very good. For a long period of time afterward, Su Chen did not return to Lookout Cloud Mountain but continued to roam around Thousand Mountain County. He traveled through almost the entire Thousand Mountain County, and the entire time Ruwashi and Lin Yiming were following him. Although many of the famous sights in the Thousand Mountain County were quite ordinary, the three of them were on their way and saw many extremely good-looking landscapes. After half a year of this, Su Chen returned to Wangyun Mountain, and Lin Yiming followed alone. Because she needed to make a handover with the Su family, in the future, the Chen Meng Chamber of Commerce would be a vassal of the Su family. And this appendage is not ordinary appendage, is a direct lineage appendage, that is, the entire Chen Meng Chamber of Commerce belongs to the Su family, not simply dependent on the Su family. Su Qingyun wore a smile on his face. The Su family has just recently prepared to create a chamber of commerce for holding the commerce of the Eastern Domain, and since we have the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, we can save some things. The commerce of the Eastern Domain was also a huge fortune, and their Su family naturally wanted to hold it in their hands. That way the Su family's position would also be more solidified. Although the Su family had Su Chen, there would always be some period of time in the future where Su Chen might not be in the Su family's township, and at that time the Su family would need to strengthen itself. In the end, the Su family sent a few people to assist Lin Yiming, which was equivalent to announcing that the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce belonged to the Su family, and it would be much easier to do things in the future. With the support of the Su family, it would only be a matter of time before the Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce became the #1 chamber of commerce in the eastern region in the future. On top of Mount Wangyun, Lin Yiming stood at the peak of the mountain, looking into the distance. Was this the scenery that Su Chen usually saw? Lin Yiming's expression was a little gloomy. This feeling of having a view of the mountains made her heart feel a little emotional. When would she be able to accompany Su Chen to stand together? Her heart was slightly deflated. Along with the more she understood about Su Chen, the more she had some inferiority complex, always feeling that she was simply not worthy of Su Chen. The gap between the two was really too big. In fact, when she was in the middle of Thousand Mountain County before, Ruwashi had been hinting to her from time to boldly attack. Lin Yiming wasn't stupid, she was very smart, and although she was nervous in front of Su Chen, she knew a lot of things. She did not go to directly express, also or take the initiative to attack. Its fundamental reason is not willing. Although in front of Su Chen, she was just a little girl, but Lin Yiming was still a strong woman by nature. She hoped that she would be able to stand with Su Chen as an equal before she went to express her love. Young Master Su, wait for me. There will be a day when I can stand proudly in front of you. Lin Yiming twisted her head and glanced at the courtyard where Su Chen was, and after taking a deep breath, she turned around and left Wangyun Mountain. In the courtyard, Su Chen, who was lying on a chair, slightly opened his eyes and looked in the direction that Lin Yiming had left, but soon fell completely silent again. Thousand Mountain City. The first time Lin Yiming came back was to gather all the chambers of commerce within Thousand Mountain County. However, this time she was no longer obsequious, but very forceful in making all of them arrive on time. It just so happened that the major chambers of commerce had gathered again today to discuss the development of the Thousand Hills City shopping malls, and after receiving the news again, they all wore angry faces. Damn it, this little girl Lin Yiming, she has such a rampant tone. She's completely treating us as subordinates? Also tomorrow at noon must arrive. I will go tomorrow to see. This Lin Yiming is eaten. What ambition and leopard gall dare to talk to us so? This Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce still has potential. Why don't we take this opportunity to eradicate it? Very well, I also feel that the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce is a bit of a threat. Letting him continue to survive in the Thousand Mountain County may threaten us in the future. The top-ranked chambers of commerce in the Thousand Mountain County all decided to wait until tomorrow and eradicate the Chun Dream Chamber of Commerce controlled by Lin Yiming. Of course, only the top 15 ranked chambers of commerce had received the notice. In fact, the matter of eradicating the Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce was something they had begun plotting long before. Only due to the sudden arrival of the Jiang family, they were forced to give up on this intention. After all, at that time, Jiang Hui was very fond of Lin Yiming, and no one dared to offend the Jiang family. But now the Jiang family had all been exterminated. Coupled with the fact that the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce had all been very low-key in recent times, and Lin Yiming often seemed to be absent from the Chamber of Commerce, so many of their industries had been nibbled away. With the threat lifted, they naturally had no thoughts of continuing to exterminate the Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce. This was businessmen, they would only do what was favorable to them. However, now Lin Yiming's rampant behavior had once again caused the crowd to become somewhat annoyed. If Lin Yiming stopped bouncing around, they would naturally be too lazy to waste time on her. Right at this moment, an obese person slowly said, "Gentlemen, my family's Guanger has long had his heart set on Lin Yiming, so when the time comes to exterminate the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, please also hand Lin Yiming over to me." The person who spoke was the president of the Mountain and Sea Chamber of Commerce, He Yun, a strong person in the middle stage of the Dao. And the Mountain and Sea Chamber of Commerce was also the #1 chamber of commerce in Thousand Mountain County, with strong roots and immense power. And He Guang is the young proprietor of the Mountain and Sea Chamber of Commerce, is also considered young and talented, known as the juvenile merchant king, at a young age will be the Chamber of Commerce well organized. When the others heard this, they all agreed with a smile on their faces. Mountain and Sea Chamber of Commerce's position in Thousand Mountain County is significant. He has opened his mouth, the others naturally have no reason to refute. Besides, Lin Yiming was just a female, although she was good looking, there was no need to fight. The ones here are all the top Chamber of Commerce lords in the Thousand Hills County, and although the Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce has a small amount of power, in their eyes, it's not difficult to eradicate it. The next day, the major chambers of commerce all went to their appointments, but they were all followed by a number of strong people. These people had cold faces and powerful auras in their bodies, clearly coming with ill intentions. A group of people slowly walked into the Chamber of Commerce and soon entered the hall of the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce. The lords of the major chambers of commerce just came in and saw Lin Yiming standing above them, without even the thought of getting up to greet them, and immediately someone spoke up in displeasure. "President Lin, that's quite a big stance." Chapter 119 Shock and Awe. The others also looked at Lin Yiming with cold eyes, wanting to see what she was trying to pull off. Lin Yiming looked around. Many of these people were characters that she had needed to curry favor with, because when the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce had needed to develop, she had even paid a visit to a few of them. But every time she had visited, they had made some unacceptable demands. But in the end, Lin Yiming overcame all the difficulties and stood out, developing and expanding the Chenming Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yiming didn't pay any attention to the man's taunts and only said lightly, "All of you, please take a seat." If it was her in the past, she would not have dared to be so formal, but now her background was the Su family, so naturally she would not be as coy as before. After Lin Yiming finished speaking, there was not a single person present who sat down. They were all looking at Lin Yiming with a cold expression on their faces. To put it bluntly, Lin Yiming had no qualifications at all, and was putting up this big front in front of them. The president of the Farhang Chamber of Commerce laughed coldly and opened his mouth. "President Lin, my suggestion is that you hurry up and step into the topic. If what you say next fails to satisfy us, then you will need to meet the wrath of the rest of us." The rest of the crowd were all teasingly looking at Lin Yiming, their eyes filled with contempt. Under normal circumstances, they actually wouldn't have come to the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce at all. The reason they came was because what Lin Yiming had said in her letter was too contemptuous of them. He Guang suddenly stood out at this moment and said with a cold face, "Presidents, I think it's better not to have to talk so much nonsense. The District Chenming Chamber of Commerce is just that, it's just a matter of exterminating it." After saying that, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. It was at the late stage of the returning Yuan realm cultivation. This was also a protector in their chamber. He Guang coldly looked at Lin Yiming while lifting his foot towards her and said in a sarcastic tone, "Lin Yiming, remember what you said back then? You said that it's impossible to be with me in this life, and you also degraded me to nothing." I remember these words clearly. In the last sentence, He Guang was almost gnashing his teeth. At first, he kept pursuing Lin Yiming and even confessed his love above the square of Thousand Mountain City, but unfortunately, he was still rejected by Lin Yiming in the end. Even so, Lin Yiming also taunted him with incomparable loathing, words that were hard to hear to the extreme. So much so that He Guang's reputation in Thousand Mountain City was ruined, becoming a joke in the mouths of the people. From that time onwards, He Guang had made up his mind that one day he would take this revenge back. Now was the best time to do so. What was Lin Yiming's origin? They actually all knew that it was with the background of a royal princess. It was also because of this reason that He Guang had held back the anger in his heart and didn't make a move. But now it was all the major guilds joining forces together. Even if the royal family of the stunning empire knew about it, could they still fight against all of them at the same time? Moreover, He Guang didn't intend to directly kill Lin Yiming, but was prepared to take her back to the He family as a young lady. Even if the Jinghong Empire knew about it, it definitely wouldn't say anything. In terms of the strength of the amazing empire, to be able to ally with the Mountain and Sea Chamber of Commerce is a blessing for them. Lin Yiming said with a calm expression, "Is that so? So what are you trying to prove?" Looking at her breezy, cold as an iceberg look, He Guang's eyes narrowed and a perverted thought arose in his heart. He had to capture Lin Yiming back to the Yi family and then rub her hard. He Guang wanted to see her bitterly begging, prodigal look. He Guang smiled evilly and said, "Soon you will know. I'll trouble Uncle Su to do it and bring President Lin back to the Yi family." Then, he said to Lin Yimeng, "President Lin, tomorrow I will notify the whole city and tell everyone that you are going to marry me." He Guang, "Didn't you say that I am not worthy of marrying you? Since that's the case, then I'm going to show everyone how you're going to become my He family's young lady." He Guang's face wore a scowl and his expression was incomparably maniacal. However, Lin Yiming's eyes were always incomparably calm as she just looked at He Guang coldly. How could she possibly like someone like He Guang? He was just a character like Zheng Huai. When the person behind He Guang heard the command, the breath in his body was immediately released. He raised his hand and waved it out, and a horrible pressure enveloped Lin Yimeng. Feeling the gradually approaching sense of oppression, Lin Yimeng's expression was bland and incomparable. Without the slightest bit of panic, she even said very calmly, "Don't worry, you don't have a chance." Right at this moment, an even more terrifying aura enveloped the entire hall, and everyone's face changed as panic spread in their eyes. This was the Dao entry realm. He Yun, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as the same aura was released from him. "He friend, today is a grudge between us and the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce. Please don't interfere." Ha! Cold laughter rang out. A few silhouettes walked out from the side of the Chamber of Commerce, where it was the mansion where the Chamber of Commerce's top management usually resided. The person at the head of them was the Su family's sideline archdeacon, Su Hai. In terms of status alone, he was only a little worse than the several great elders of the direct line, and was also a core person of the Su family, elevated to the sacred body by Su Chen, and belonged to the top group of people in terms of combat power in the Su family. Beside him were two other people, both of whom were Dao entry realm cultivators that the Su family had previously taken in. One was at the late stage of the Dao entry realm, and the other was at the complete stage of the Dao entry realm. Both of them were people who had joined the Su family with no more lifespan left, and who had been engraved with divine soul imprints at the same time. The moment he saw the three, He Yun's face suddenly changed drastically. What a terrifying aura! He was only in the middle stage of the Dao entry realm, but the auras of these three people were all stronger than him. Especially Su Hao in the middle, although his cultivation was only at the late stage of the Dao entry realm, the sense of oppression was extremely terrifying, as if an incomparably ferocious wild lion was about to charge up and tear him apart. He Yun was just about to open his mouth when Su Hai's figure instantly disappeared in place. In a blink of an eye, a terrifying to the extreme oppression was released. Su Hai raised his hand and grabbed it, the void ruptured, and He Yun was directly torn apart under this power. Before dying, He Yun looked terrified and reached out his hand to beg for mercy. But he couldn't make a sound and was annihilated on the spot. A cultivator in the middle stage of the Dao entry realm was easily obliterated. The hearts of the people present all jumped, their eyes filled with fear. It was finished. Even if they were stupid now, they knew that these people must be related to Lin Yimeng. In retrospect, Lin Yimeng had such a backbone to call them all here. If she didn't have something to fall back on, how would she dare to do such a thing? Especially He Guang, his entire body was dumbfounded and was slow to return to his senses. He only saw a giant hand grabbing towards him, and then there was no sound. After Su Hai killed the two He family members, he didn't continue to kill any more people as he coldly swept towards the crowd. Those who were seen by Su Hai, all of them bowed their heads and showed fear. They didn't dare to speak or move. They could only wait with fearful faces for Su Hai to pronounce their end. The weak is so, many times even the right to choose to live is not. Lin Yimeng saw that the deterrence was almost over. She hurriedly got up and said, "Deacon Su Hai, please take a seat." Su. Hearing this word, the hearts of the crowd were startled. Could it be the Su family? Chapter 120, 100 years later. Inside the hall of the Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce. The heads of the major chambers of commerce in the Thousand Mountain County were all showing shocked faces. The Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce had actually climbed onto the high branch of the Su family. Especially the president of the faraway Chamber of Commerce, he had previously spoken out and mocked Lin Yimeng. If the other party held a grudge, then wouldn't he be certain to die? A group of people had cold sweat pouring down from their foreheads, their eyes filled with panic. How could they not think of how Lin Yimeng got involved with Su Chen? And how did the Su family look at the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce? Could it be a sacrifice of color? The fall of both He Yun and He Guang, coupled with the arrival of the Su Hai trio, caused the scene to quickly reverse. Originally, they were already catching a turtle in a jar against Lin Yimeng, but now it seemed that they were probably the turtle. Su Hai, on the other hand, brought the two people behind him and sat down next to Lin Yimeng before he coldly said, "From now on, the Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce is the direct property of my Su family." What? The crowd was instantly shocked in their hearts at these words. They then suddenly thought of what Lin Yimeng had called him earlier. Deacon Su Hai. Deacon. In the Su family, those who could be called deacons were only the leaders of the collateral branches, and this group of people's status in the entire Su family was second only to the first line. And the name Su Hai, they had also heard of it. Among the Su family deacons, there was only one person with the name Su Hai. That would be the Su family archdeacon. Thinking of this, their hearts trembled violently and their faces were filled with fear. It turned out that it wasn't Lin Yiming who had called them today, but the Su family. No wonder Lin Yiming was so emboldened. Su Hai once again faintly said, "Calling you all to come today is only for one thing. My Su family is not an unreasonable person. If you are willing to submit to my Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, you will continue to operate as a branch next. If you are not willing to do so, you will disband on your own." For the Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce to rise, it had to first occupy a place as its home base. And Thousand Mountain County was just right. So he needed to eliminate the other chambers of commerce within the Thousand Mountain County first, so that the Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce could enjoy this revenue exclusively, so that it could grow rapidly. However, this was only for the big chambers here, and other chambers with average strength could be left alone. With the Su family's deterrence, the others naturally had no problem with it and expressed their willingness to submit to the Chenming Chamber of Commerce. Joking aside, the president and young proprietor of the Mountain and Sea Chamber of Commerce were both dead, so how would they dare to refuse? Besides, this was the Su family. They were now the overlord of the Eastern Domain. Who would dare to go against them? It wasn't long before a group of people walked out of the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce, and as they glanced at each other, they could see the bitterness in each other's eyes. The following day, those chambers of commerce at the top of the Thousand Mountain County changed their names and became chapters of the Tatsu Dream Chamber of Commerce. With the help of the Su family, the Cinnabar Dream Chamber of Commerce had taken control of the commerce of the Thousand Hills County in a short period of time, but the main part of this was all done by Lin Yiming. The Su family only supported Lin Yiming when they needed to step in. Of course, the Su family also sent some people into the Chenming Chamber of Commerce to take on some more important positions. Chen Dream Chamber of Commerce, after all, is the direct lineage industry. The Su family will vigorously cultivate it, and Lin Yiming is just an outsider. If all things are controlled by her, some not very stable. These things Lin Yiming is also very clear. She is also very happy Su family to do so. After all, the current situation, the Su family seems to be ready to the Chamber of Commerce full by her, rather than empty her. The Su family inserted a little manpower supervision is also normal. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. During these 5 years, Lin Yiming had managed the Chamber of Commerce in a well-organized manner. Most of the commerce of the entire Thousand Hills County is controlled by the Chenming Chamber of Commerce, and is beginning to spread towards the rest of the eastern region. Previously, Lin Yiming was walking on thin ice, but after the Su family backed her up, her means of maneuvering had to be a bit more aggressive, but the effect was also much better. The development of the Chenming Chamber of Commerce was extremely rapid. Time passed slowly, like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, it was 50 years. During the period of time when the Su family had taken control of the Eastern Domain and continued to strengthen the Eastern Domain, there were some people from both the Southern Domain and the Northern Domain who came to negotiate, hoping to fight for a piece of territory in the Eastern Domain. However, the latter were all rejected by Su Chen. This situation had become more frequent along with the East Domain becoming stronger. Other forces seemed to want to come and get a piece of the pie. However, because Su Chen's strength was too strong, those in the Northern and Southern Domain didn't dare to be too aggressive for fear of angering Su Chen, an ancient Saint powerhouse. The main reason was that the East Domain had now strengthened too much, and had even vaguely surpassed the South and North Domains, so there were more and more powerful people paying attention. But with Su Chen's presence, it was somewhat difficult for other forces to get involved. But this situation would break sooner or later, because the Eastern Domain would change significantly almost every 10 years, and when it got better to a certain extent, the powerhouses of the Southern and Northern regions would definitely join forces to come. Or maybe it would cause other ancient sage powerhouses and even supreme sage powerhouses to covet it. Mount Wang Yun. Su Chen tore open the void crack and walked in. In front of him grew a huge golden tree with runes densely covered on it, looking extremely divine. The Sycamore Divine Tree. After these decades of growth, he had also grown stronger and stronger. Now even if those evil chi converged, it would be difficult to affect the Sycamore God Tree, and sooner or later the entire Xian heavenly realm would be purified. Now the Eastern Domain was not only twice as much aura as before, the power of the Heavenly Tao was also very dense, perhaps because Su Chen had helped the Heavenly Tao to resolve the crisis, so the Heavenly Tao favored the Eastern Domain. Nowadays, in the Eastern Domain, some precious heavenly materials and treasures could appear from time to time, so it could be said that it was blessed with heaven's favor. After confirming that there was no problem with the Sycamore Divine Tree, Su Chen retreated back to Wang Yun Mountain. In the blink of an eye, another 45 years had passed. During these 45 years, the spiritual chi of the eastern region had only risen by about 30%. The Sycamore God Tree's growth was not endless, and when the Eastern Domain became more and more powerful, his growth rate could not keep up, so the Eastern Domain's spiritual chi increase would gradually slow down. Close to 100 years, the Su family had given birth to 9 saints. The 4 elders in the direct line, Su Qingyun, Su Yuanba, Sui, and Su Yunpeng, had all broken through to saints, and Su Qingyun had even broken through to the middle stage of saints. There were also 5 deacons in the direct line that had broken through to the saint level. Su Chen could also sense that 3 strong auras were gradually rising from the depths of the Wang Yun cave sky. Saint Emperor now. Soon. After 100 years, Su Qingtian's trio had also devoured almost as much and reached the Saint Emperor realm, so he thought that it wouldn't be long before he could completely devour the Demon King origin. Su Qin couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. In 100 years' time, he hadn't signed up for as many things as he had imagined. Apart from the more commonly used things, such as cultivation and resources, there hadn't been much of a breakthrough. 100 years ago, he signed in all the treasures of the 7th grade of the immortal rank, and now he was still signing in treasures of the 7th grade of the immortal rank as well. His system was based on the time it took to sign in, and the things he obtained would be better. At the back, the time required would also become more. One had to use time to grind, so all these years, Su Chen had instructed the Su family to just develop slowly. First, they should stabilize themselves in the eastern domain and wait until they became the top power in the Xian heavenly realm before considering continuing their development towards other places. Suddenly, a strong aura came from the mountainside, and this aura was cold and piercing, causing the entire Mount Wangyun to fall into a cold winter. This is Chapter 121 Zhao Qi's Change. The aura swept across the entire Mount Wangyun, and all the great saints of the Su clan came to the place where the aura bloomed at the same time. The top of Mount Wangyun. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. This rather makes me a little surprised. At this moment, the waist of Mount Wangyun. A group of strong men from the Su family came in a joint effort. Their eyes were filled with gravity. Judging from the aura just now, they were all at least at the saint level, and their aura was very unfamiliar. The Su family had unexpectedly been unknowingly infiltrated by a saint level. Su Yunping's face was a little ugly. He was in charge of this aspect of the Su family's security, but now he was directly infiltrated by a saint powerhouse. This was simply too much of a dereliction of duty. However, Wangyun Mountain had laid down a formation. Who could escape the formation and the ears and eyes of a group of strong people to enter the Su family? Moreover, there was still Su Chen guarding the town now. No, this is the place. Sui looked ahead and his complexion shook. Isn't that the Wind-Cold Mountain's secret realm? The Wind-Cold Mountain's secret realm was the Su family's criminal law secret realm, and since its creation, only one person had ever been imprisoned in it, and that was Zhao Wanwan's younger brother, Zhao Qi. Although the Su family's criminal law was harsh, as long as you didn't commit anything fundamental, you would generally be dealt with lightly. In the past 100 years, the Su family's offenders were either too serious, directly executed, or abolished their cultivation and expelled from the Su family. Either that or they were too light and didn't need to use these criminal law secret realms at all. What? The other people were all a little surprised. The Wind-Cold Mountain secret realm was the Su family's criminal law secret realm. When did they sneak in a saint-level powerhouse? The next moment, that aura once again emanated from the Wind-Cold Mountain secret realm, and a cold and incomparably chilly wind blew out, and even the crowd present felt the piercing coldness. Even the few who were saints were no exception. This aura. Behind Su Yuanba, Zhao Wanwan's complexion was a bit gloomy. This aura always felt familiar to her. Immediately afterward, the Wind-Cold Mountain secret realm opened, and an icy cold wind blew out from it, so cold that it made people shiver. This icy coldness was not just for the body, but even the spirit seemed to be plunged into an icy land. The icy coldness even caused the entire Lookout Cloud Mountain to frost over. Su Qingyun's complexion shook as a terrifying and incomparable aura emanated from within him as he said with a stern face, "Fellow Daoist from where? Mount Wangyun is my Su family's territory. To come in without a single greeting is a bit impolite." As the words fell, a figure dressed in white slowly stepped out from it. He had a handsome appearance, with layers of frost attached to his body surface, and his eyes were full of ice and cold, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. A coldness was transmitted from his body, causing goosebumps to rise on all the people present. Even Su Yuanbai and the others, who were saint body, felt an extremely strong threat. This was not a saint body. As sacred bodies, they all had extremely keen senses for special body types, and they all detected an extremely terrifying bloodline power in this person. This was a physique above the saint body. Could it be the imperial body? A group of people's complexions were incomparably grave as they all sensed an extremely strong threat from this person. The moment Zhao Wanwan saw this person, her eyes instantly froze. So familiar. Zhao Qi. She was a little unsure. That person had a somewhat similar appearance, but his aura was completely different from the Zhao Qi from back then, so he was somewhat unsure if the other party was Zhao Qi or not. After all, 100 years had passed since this incident. Within this 100 years, Zhao Wanwan had actually regretted it many times, and she felt that she shouldn't have been so cruel to Zhao Qi in the first place. The moment she saw this person, Zhao Wanwan's heart clenched. She very much hoped that the person in front of her was Zhao Qi. No matter what, Zhao Wanwan didn't want Zhao Qi to die just like that. After a few moments, the icy, bone-piercing aura converged, and Zhao Qi suddenly turned his head towards Zhao Wanwan, squeezing out a smile on his face. "Sister, I made it out alive." Hearing those familiar words, Zhao Wanwan instantly froze. It really was Zhao Qi. It wasn't just Zhao Wanwan, even the Su family's crowd revealed expressions of astonishment. Calling Zhao Wanwan his sister. This was Zhao Qi? Their impressions of Zhao Qi were all of a dude who needed to nibble on his sister. But now Zhao Qi, where there was a bit of a dude, he revealed steadiness all over, looking like a very mature person. Zhao Wanwan asked with some hesitation, "Are you really Zhao Qi?" Zhao Qi nodded gently as he continued, "Sister, I've reflected on myself properly, and I won't be a burden to you in the future." During these 100 years, there were many times when he wanted to give up. But in the end, he still pulled through. The only thing he was worried about was the fear that after he left Wind-Cold Mountain, Zhao Wanwan would still refuse to forgive himself. Zhao Qi suddenly looked uneasy and asked somewhat cautiously, "Sister, I've changed, can you forgive me now?" Hearing these words, Zhao Wanwan's eyes immediately turned red, especially after looking at Zhao Qi's expression. Endless self-blame surged in her heart. She felt that she shouldn't have been so determined in the first place. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanwan smiled and said, "Good, as long as you can be at peace, everything is fine." When Zhao Qi heard these words, a smile spread across his face, and his entire body sighed in relief. At this time, Su Yuanba spoke. "Zhao Qi, what's going on with you?" Hearing these words, everyone looked towards Zhao Qi. They were all puzzled as to what was going on with the changes in Zhao Qi's body. Zhao Qi also shook his head in puzzlement. "I'm not sure, in the Wind-Cold Mountain I only remember it being very cold in Chile, and I don't know how long it's been since I've passed, about 30 to 50 years. That time I exhausted my spiritual energy and almost froze to death, the whole person fainted. Later on when I woke up, I realized that I seemed to have adapted to those cold temperatures in the Wind-Cold Mountain. I used to feel very cold when I stayed inside, but since then none of them have had that feeling. Instead, they are incomparably comfortable and cozy." Comfortable. The crowd raised their eyebrows, their eyes filled with doubt, clearly somewhat puzzled by the change in Zhao Qi's body. Right at this moment, Ruoshi's figure came from the distance. She walked over to Su Qingyun and whispered a few words before saluting and leaving. Su Qingyun's face was astonished. Su Chen rarely interfered in the Su family's affairs, but every time he interfered in something, it was invariably not a trivial matter. But today, Su Chen had specifically commanded for Zhao Qi to become the Su family's guest deacon. The guest deacon, in the Su family's status, was also relatively high, above the stewards, and just after the deacons of the sideline. Although Su Qingyun was a bit puzzled, he still did as he was told. "Zhao Qi, the young patriarch has specially promoted you to be my Su family's guest deacon. Are you willing?" Hearing these words, Zhao Qi was instantly overjoyed as he hurriedly knelt down on one knee. "Zhao Qi is willing. I will live up to the young patriarch's expectations." Su Qingyun looked at Zhao Qi, who was so disciplined. His eyes also flashed with surprise. Such an honest Zhao Qi actually made him somewhat surprised. The others did not say much about Su Chen's decision. Since Zhao Qi had changed, giving him a chance was not a bad idea. Su Qingyun nodded, then said again, "Alright, first catch up with your sister, then go to the Hopeful Cloud Courtyard. The young patriarch is looking for you." Chapter 122. I Sealed Divine Body. Zhao Qi's chance. The person who was happiest about Zhao Qi's change was naturally Zhao Wanwan. The two of them were siblings, and both of them had relied on each other during their childhood. Although Zhao Qi relied on Zhao Wanwan more, at certain times, Zhao Qi still brought help to Zhao Wanwan. Especially when they were small, Zhao Qi was actually very understanding. However, as he grew more and more grown up, he began to be a bit of a playboy. Especially after Zhao Wanwan married into the Su family, Zhao Qi was out of control. Now that she saw Zhao Qi change and also break through to the Saint Realm in a single leap, it made her, as an older sister, happy from the bottom of her heart. The top of the Hopeful Cloud Mountain. Hope Cloud Courtyard. Su Chen was lying in the middle of the courtyard, resting his eyes. Before long, the voice of an underling came from the doorway. Reporting to young Lord, Zhao Qi is outside seeking an audience. Su Chen said indifferently, "Let him come in." After saying that, he also slowly sat up, with a bit of seriousness in his expression. Soon, Zhao Qi walked in. The current him was very different from back then. In the past, when he saw Su Chen, Zhao Qi would be more or less in awe and fear. But now Zhao Qi, there was only indifference on his face. Zhao Qi slowly walked in. He knelt on one knee. "Greetings to young lord." In the Su family, his status was not high, and he should naturally perform the rights of a subordinate when he saw Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen's strength was so terrifying that it was worth him performing this great salute. Su Chen did not speak. He gazed towards Zhao Qi, and after a long time, he revealed a surprised expression. It was really. In Zhao Qi's body he felt a rich bloodline power that surpassed the saint body and the emperor body. This was divine body. If Su Chen guessed correctly, it should be the frozen divine body that ranked 8711 in the divine body rankings. He had signed up to obtain an encyclopedia that contained many knowledge about cultivation, and amongst them was a record of the divine body. According to his understanding, the number of god bodies was limited, with only 999 types. Each one of them was extremely powerful and relatively rare even in the immortal realm. As for amongst the lower realms, it was even more rare to come across in 1,000 years. Even if you possessed a divine body, it would be extremely difficult to successfully awaken it. Su Chen guessed that Zhao Qi was able to awaken his divine body because of the Wind-Cold Mountain, plus the fact that Mount Hopeful Cloud was constantly strengthening over the years, so Zhao Qi was able to awaken by chance. In this Xian heavenly realm, not to mention the divine body, even the sacred body imperial body was extremely rare. In the nearly 500,000 years of records of the divine body, there hadn't been a single person born with this type of physique. Of course, as powerful as the god body was, the gap was still very large compared to his Hongmeng immortal body. Even the worst immortal body was even more terrifying in terms of power than the strongest god body, not to mention that his Hongmeng immortal body was still the top-ranked supreme physique amongst the 99 types of immortal bodies. But even so, it was still extremely rare for Zhao Qi to be able to awaken his divine body. Moreover, the other party had not only awakened the divine body, but had also made a breakthrough to Sage in one leap, and now that the Su family had removed the 3 people from Su Qingtian who had gone into seclusion to devour the Demon King's origin, Zhao Qi's combat power was estimated to be the strongest. Even Su Qingyun and the others might not be Zhao Qi's opponents. After a long time like this, Su Chen smiled and slowly said, "Wind Cold Mountain 100 years, you won't blame me, right?" Zhao Qi didn't have the slightest hesitation as he spoke directly. "Young master, this 100 years of Wind Cold Mountain is a chance for me. How could I blame young master? Besides, this is also the path I chose for myself. I have made many mistakes in the Su family. This 100 years is also considered to be a cleansing of my sins." Looking at Zhao Qi's unassuming appearance, Su Chen also secretly nodded his head. This 100 years Zhao Qi was also considered to have grown a lot. Of course, this was also because the other party's nature was not considered bad, otherwise, not to mention 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, Zhao Qi would not be able to change in the slightest. Su Chen said with a bland expression, "I'm sure you're also curious about what's going on in your body. This young man can give you a brief explanation. What you have awakened is a divine-grade physique, a heaven-defying physique called the Frozen Divine Physique, ranked above the Sacred Physique and the Imperial Physique." "What?" Zhao Qi immediately showed a shocked expression on his face. Divine body. He had also heard of this kind of physique, but he had only heard that countless years ago, some supreme prides had been born, but there were only a handful of them. Zhao Qi had never thought that he had actually awakened the god body. No wonder he could easily step into a saint with such affection. The human physique was the same as the demon bloodline. Sometimes just the power of the bloodline was able to allow a cultivator to make a breakthrough, and the power of the bloodline possessed by the divine body was enough to allow any human cultivator to easily step into the realm of saints. Su Chen's eyes were calm as he said, "Since you have also awakened the god body, so this young man is giving you a chance to choose. Do you choose whether you want to remain in the Su family or leave?" Zhao Qi was carrying a god body, and Su Chen naturally intended to cultivate it. So before that, he definitely had to confirm whether the other party wanted to belong to the Su family or not. If once he was sure, if he left the Su family at will in the future, then he would be considered a traitor. Zhao Qi didn't have the slightest hesitation as he spoke decisively, "I want to stay in the Su family." What was Wind Cold Mountain for 100 years for? Wasn't it because he wanted to remain in the Su family? Zhao Qi naturally had no reason to leave. Su Chen nodded his head, and without further ado, he raised his hand and made a slight point. In an instant, unspeakably low temperatures filled the air, even making Zhao Qi, a person with a frozen saint body, feel a little cold. In the sky above Mount Huanyun, a huge ice lotus unfolded, and the extreme coldness was transmitted out, causing the temperature in almost the entire amazing empire to plummet. Countless mortals' eyes were filled with terror. Was this another immortal battle? Similar situations occasionally occurred. Some powerful cultivator battles would spread to many ordinary people. After a few breaths, the low temperature suddenly disappeared again. On the cloud-watching mountain, Zhao Qi looked at the tiny ice lotus in Su Chen's hand, his eyes filled with shock and desire, because he felt an extremely dense power from that ice lotus. If he could swallow it, he would definitely be able to grow to an extremely terrifying level. Su Chen raised his hand and waved it, and the ice lotus flew towards Zhao Qi. This item can make your frozen divine body come to fruition, and it also contains a divine body inheritance, which is enough to allow you to perfectly control your frozen divine body. This frost heart was signed by him a long time ago, and belonged to a treasure that was an immortal rank one. If Zhao Qi could absorb it perfectly, breaking through to become an immortal rank cultivator wouldn't be difficult. Zhao Qi couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes filled with fire. If he could absorb this item, then in the future, he wouldn't have to be protected by Zhao Wanwan anymore and would still be able to go and protect her. However, he didn't directly reach out to receive it, as a small person coalesced from Zhao Qi's brow and slowly floated over towards Su Chen. This was his soul imprint. Holding this item would easily destroy his divine soul, causing him to die directly. Chapter 123 Sneak Attack, The Might of the Divine Body. Su Chen shook his head after taking a look. "I don't need it." No matter how strong Zhao Qi was, it was all under his control. As long as he betrayed the Su clan, Su Chen would also naturally be able to take everything back from him. Zhao Qi did not question this, and he said with a respectful expression, "I know, but this is proof of my loyalty to the Su family." Su Chen had given him such a great gift, and Zhao Qi couldn't be completely unrepresentative. During the 100 years in Wind Cold Mountain, he had thought about many things, including the many things that had happened in the Su family. He thought about how every time he caused trouble, Zhao Wanwan went to seek help from Su Yuanba, who then brought the Su family to wipe his ass for him. So he was owing the Su family many favors. Now that Su Chen had given him such a supreme treasure, Zhao Qi also made up his mind that he was going to stay in the Su family properly in the future. Zhao Qi once again respectfully said, "Please also accept it, young lord." Looking at Zhao Qi's resolute demeanor, Su Chen did not say much and directly took Zhao Qi's soul imprint. "I hope that this time you won't let your sister and the Su family down again. Go down." Zhao Qi once again bowed respectfully and then left the top of Mount Wangyun after receiving that ice lotus. Su Chen's eyes were calm as he looked at his back. Zhao Qi had indeed changed a lot, plus he had awakened his god body. If used properly, it would be of great help to the Su family. He wasn't a person with a very small pattern either. Even if the other party wasn't a true Su family member, as long as they were loyal to the Su family, Su Chen would do his best to cultivate them. Ruoshi suddenly said softly, "Zhao Qi has really changed a lot. After not seeing him for 100 years, I can't even see the shadow of what he once was in him." Su Chen nodded. The changes were indeed quite large. After that, the Su family once again fell into tranquility. Su Chen's days were also as usual. Most of the time he stayed at Wangyun Mountain, and occasionally he would go out for a walk to take a break. The Su family's control over the eastern region also became more and more skillful. Even the Su family also established a scout force, specializing in the Su family to investigate the size of the local things, without leaving home can know what happened in the entire eastern region. 15 years have passed in this way. At the border of the eastern region, there were endless mountains, and almost no one lived here on weekdays. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Immediately afterward, intense low temperatures swept over, countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and crystal clear ice condensed out of thin air, stretching for 10,000 miles. There were quite a few strong people scouting out in the eastern region, and all of them revealed expressions of horror. Ice ceiling 10,000 miles, what kind of means is this? And in the very center, a handsome man with snow-white hair slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as if they were white snow, cold and lonely. He was Zhao Qi. In 15 years' time, he had managed to break through from the early saint stage to the Saint King realm, and he had also successfully taken control of the frozen divine body. He raised his hand and gently waved it, and the 10,000 miles of ice seal instantly shattered and dissipated. He was already completely in control of the ice-sealed divine body, and although it was not yet a great success, it was definitely a minor success. With that ice lotus given by Su Chen, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the Saint Emperor realm again within 100 years. Thinking of this, Zhao Qi's eyes flashed with incomparable gravity. The previous him only thought that Su Chen was strong, but there were boundaries. But as he slowly absorbed this ice lotus and experienced the terrifying inheritance within it, he felt more and more that Su Chen was 10,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. This ice lotus contained a massive amount of pure energy, and that inheritance was even of the immortal rank. Above a great emperor was an immortal. In today's Xian heavenly realm, a great emperor's inheritance was enough for countless people to go crazy, let alone an immortal ranked inheritance. If other people knew about it, the entire Xian heavenly realm would probably explode. All the rumors about Su Chen from the outside world were that he was only at the ancient saint realm, but Zhao Qi knew that Su Chen was definitely more than that. An ancient saint powerhouse could casually pull out an immortal rank inheritance? Zhao Qi was also very sure that after he completely absorbed this ice lotus, the great emperors were all secure, and there was even a chance to become that legendary immortal. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, could an ancient saint powerhouse take it out? Even if they could take it out, but why would they give it to him? Along with his thoughts turning, a horrified look gradually appeared in Zhao Qi's eyes. In the end, he took a deep breath and calmed down the emotions within him. There was no need to meddle in any of these matters, one only needed to work well for the Su family. Zhao Qi stood up and was just about to leave this place. Suddenly, the void opened up violently, as if a giant creature had opened its bloody mouth, which contained an unspeakably terrifying aura, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Zhao Qi only felt goosebumps all over his body, and a sense of deathly crisis surfaced in his heart. In the next moment, he raised his hand and grabbed towards the void behind him, which was instantly frozen and plunged into the freezing point. Right at this moment, a destructive aura erupted from the void and quickly killed towards Zhao Qi. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the earth instantly cracked, and Zhao Qi was instantly enveloped by this destructive aura. A circular pit with a diameter of tens of miles emerged all over the earth, with a depth of at least several hundred more meters, and both sides became scorched black due to the high temperatures. Within the pit, Zhao Qi was drenched in blood. After receiving such injuries, his expression didn't change in any way, as if he didn't know about the pain. Zhao Qi took a deep breath, raised his hand and waved it out. Countless ice crystals surfaced on his body, and his breath, which was originally weak to the extreme, instantly climbed to the peak once again, and his injuries recovered as much as they could. This was the power of the god body. Zhao Qi looked into the void and said with an icy voice, "Your Excellency, who is it?" "Oh. Surprisingly, you haven't died yet." A voice of disbelief rang out between heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a figure dressed in blue slowly stepped out of the void, his feet stepping on the void, his face filled with astonishment. Obviously, he was somewhat surprised that Zhao Qi hadn't died. The moment he saw this person, Zhao Qi's eyes became extremely grave. A Saint Emperor powerhouse. And it was still an unfamiliar Saint Emperor powerhouse. Zhao Qi slightly raised his hand, and the temperature in the heavens and earth suddenly began to drop, and the trees within 1,000 miles around quickly began to freeze, as countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Saint Emperor. Able to kill. This was the confidence he possessed after receiving his inheritance. He was a divine body. If he couldn't even kill a Saint Emperor, it would be somewhat unworthy of the prestige of a divine body. Even if he had only broken through to the Saint King realm. When the man in blue saw Zhao Qi's movements, the corners of his mouth revealed a look of contempt. You've only just broken through to Saint King and you're actually thinking of making a move against this emperor. You're really arrogant. Although he was saying this, his vainly narrowed eyes were enough to see that he was unsettled in his heart. From Zhao Qi's instant recovery from his injuries just now to the low temperature between heaven and earth right now, it was all a bit difficult for him to understand. Especially this low temperature, it even made the holy power in his body turn a little sluggish. What the hell was this? The sneak attack just now, although it wasn't his strongest attack, but after all, it was a sneak attack. Zhao Qi hadn't had the slightest bit of defense, and he actually wasn't even able to directly kill him. Suddenly, heaven and earth were plunged into ice, even the cold winds blowing across the sky were frozen, and extreme low temperatures filled the air. And at the same time, Zhao Qi disappeared into thin air. It's just a Saint Emperor, how dare you come to kill me? Chapter 124 Assassin, Strange Ice-Cold Power. Zhao Qi raised his hand and waved it, and a long sword carved out of ice crystals instantly killed the man in blue. The man in blue glanced at it and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. You want to hurt me even with this kind of offense? He raised his hand and flung it out, and the ice sword directly shattered, turning into dots of ice stars that disappeared. Suddenly, the blue-clothed man's expression changed as he turned his head towards his arm, which was already stained with many snowflakes. At this moment, those snowflakes all seemed to have life, more and more, just a short moment of time, all over his arm. Icy cold and bone-piercing breath surged into his body and began to travel through his limbs and bones. What is this? A look of gravity surged on the blue-clothed man's face, and he was just about to dissolve these icy forces, but a few ice cones violently attacked from the distance. The power of these ice cones wasn't that strong, just barely reaching the mid-Saint King realm, but scorn spread across the blue-clothed man's face and he didn't dare to go for a hard catch. He raised his hand and waved it, and a terrifying holy power swept out, shattering the ice cones. However, the snowflakes followed his holy power and headed towards his main body. In just a matter of moments, the blue-clothed man's face was covered in snowflakes, and within his body, the icy cold power continued to converge and flow, forming a small circumference that crazily absorbed the cold air between the outside world. What on earth is this? A look of panic spread across his face, and he was very shocked at this scene. This means was too bizarre, as if it was a compulsion. And this one was too much weirder than a compulsion, being able to control it at will. The key was that the icy cold power was like locusts, constantly absorbing the power of the outside world and reproducing within his body. If this continued, it would affect him more and more. He raised his head and looked towards Zhao Qi, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. As long as Su Chen was killed, all problems would be solved. In the next moment, his aura climbed to the extreme, and the pressure of the Saint Emperor caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if it was fluctuating water. The blue-clothed man's face stared as a large sword emerged in the sky, a terrifying might emanating from it. Chop! The man in blue shouted as the large sword slammed down, wrapped in a powerful aura. There was a coldness on his face. This strike would be certain death even if a Saint Emperor powerhouse received it. I don't believe you can still withstand it. Although the previous sneak attack didn't completely kill Zhao Qi, he guessed that it was also because it wasn't powerful enough. Rumor had it that everyone in the Su family had a special physique, and the power of the bloodline in this Zhao Qi's body was also so strong that he must also have some kind of special ability. But the more heaven-defying the ability, the more massive its consumption. He didn't believe that Zhao Qi could perform the same move again. Zhao Qi looked at the falling giant sword, and a disdainful look appeared in his eyes. The next moment, the giant sword fell, the earth instantly crumbled, and everything around him was annihilated in this terrifying power, leaving not the slightest bit of life. Zhao Qi was also directly destroyed under this terrifying power. When the man in blue saw this scene, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A mere Saint King, you really think you can rival a Saint Emperor? With that, he looked in the direction of Mount Wangyun, his eyes narrowing slightly. This is all still not making a move? Just as he was distracted, countless ice needles violently killed him. This time, they were very fast and their power was even more astonishing, many times more terrifying than before. Coupled with the fact that the man in blue felt that Zhao Qi was dead, he let his guard down a bit, so he didn't react a bit for a while. Pooh. An extremely penetrating sound rang out. How is this possible? The blue-clothed man's face was filled with disbelief as he lowered his head to look, only to see several ice needles growing out of his body. These ice needles were like parasites, gnawing on his flesh and holy power to keep growing. This bizarre technique and means caused fear to appear on the blue-clothed man's face. He had reacted half a beat slower just now, but he still managed to block all those ice needles. However, he could never have imagined that these ice needles would still grow inside his body. It's those cold chi from before. The blue-clothed man would suddenly remember the cold chi that had survived in his body. The most crucial thing was, why didn't Zhao Qi die? He had clearly seen Zhao Qi being exterminated with his own eyes just now, so why was he suddenly alive again? Zhao Qi's figure slowly emerged from the ice and snow. He didn't have the slightest injury on his body, and his aura remained at its peak. This place was his domain, and it wasn't that simple to kill him. Apart from the first sneak attack, the blue-robed man in the back had not hit his main body, so naturally there was no damage. He coldly looked towards the man in blue and said in an indifferent tone, "Who the hell are you and why did you attack me?" Looking at Zhao Qi walking out intact, the man in blue was completely stunned. "What in the world are you? Why aren't you dead?" Just now, he clearly sensed that Zhao Qi no longer had any life breath, but why was he able to revive again? At first, he felt that he could instantly kill Zhao Qi, a Saint King who had just broken through, but after a few exchanges, he became incredibly shocked in his heart. He couldn't kill him, and he was even injured, so it was hard for him to escape. He had an intuition that if he continued to spend time with Zhao Qi here, the one who would fall in the end would definitely be himself. Why? He was a Saint Emperor. Ever since he had broken through to Saint Emperor, even when he faced someone at the peak of Saint King, he was easily able to crush the other party, but here in Zhao Qi, an early Saint King, he felt an unspeakable pressure. Zhao Qi looked at him and didn't say anything, and the indifference in his eyes overflowed. In the next moment, colorful ice crystals erupted from his body, which condensed into a set of armor on the surface of his body. At the same time, the aura on Zhao Qi's body skyrocketed, originally only fluctuating at the early stage of Saint King, but it instantly climbed to the peak of Saint King. It was just that those previous means weren't able to kill a Saint Emperor, and by the time he felt a crisis in his life he would definitely have to escape. So it was necessary to use a more powerful way to completely crush him. Terrifying might was released, and the temperature plummeted once again. Even Saint Emperors had a feeling of coldness. The clashing sounds from the exchanges resounded continuously, like heavy drums resounding in the heavens and earth, and the clouds exploded from every exchange between the two. It wasn't long before a figure violently smashed down from the air. The blue-robed man was drenched in blood, his face carrying unbelief. "How is it possible? You're just a Saint King who just broke through." Every time the two of them fought, Zhao Qi's attacks were inferior to his own, but he just couldn't kill Zhao Qi. Even every time, Zhao Qi would inflict injuries on him, and had accumulated a lot of icy cold power in his body. He was already injured before, and after experiencing a wave of ferocious attacks, he was directly crushed by Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi's eyes were filled with indifference as he raised his hand and waved it out. Countless ice cones condensed and then killed towards the man in blue. Although this attack wasn't enough to kill him, it could make his injuries even worse. Zhao Qi smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth. He was now in complete control of the battle. The man in blue looked at the ice cones roaming the sky, and a look of panic passed through his eyes. Senior help. Chapter 125, Targeting the Su family, Unknown Enemy. Along with the voice, an even more terrifying fluctuation came out. Zhao Qi's sweaty hair stood on end, and without saying a word, he directly turned around and left. His speed was as fast as it could be. Bang! However, he had only just run out a short distance when it was as if he had hit an invisible wall and was directly bounced back. At this moment, a silhouette slowly stepped out of the void. He was thin and bony, showing his old age, but his sharp eyes and the powerful aura on his body made people not dare to take him lightly. Saint Elder. The old man glanced at the blue-clothed man, then said coldly, "Dang it, it's really a waste, you can't even solve a Saint King." Zhao Qi's expression was grave to the extreme. If a Saint Emperor came to kill him, it wouldn't be much of a big deal. But now that there was also a Saint Elder showing up, the flavor would be completely different. What did he have that was worthy of a Saint Emperor, or even a Saint Elder powerhouse coveting? Could it be that they weren't doing this to target themselves, but for the Su family? Who the hell are you guys? Zhao Qi's tone was incredibly grave. At this moment, the old man twisted his head over to look at him, his sharp eyes flashing with essence. Interesting, such a powerful bloodline power. This father is an imperial body, but still feels somewhat inferior. Could it be that you are the legendary god body? Bloodline power could sense each other as long as they were special body types. Of course, if the other party did not use their physique at all, they could go and hide it, and it would be more difficult to find out. When the old man finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed over violently, the void suddenly collapsing as he wanted to directly grab Zhao Qi to properly confirm it. If Zhao Qi was really a divine physique, then it just so happened that he could devour him, and with a little bit of luck he might be able to break through to a divine physique as well. Only in his heart was some disbelief. The Xin Heavenly Realm hadn't produced a divine body for many years, not to mention that the current Xin Heavenly Realm was so weak. Where were the conditions for the birth of a divine body? But even if Zhao Qi didn't have a god body, it was definitely a stronger imperial body, and devouring it would be helpful to him. Looking at the terrifying giant hand coming towards him, Zhao Qi's face was grave to the extreme. He had received the inheritance of the frozen divine body and had acquired many inherited techniques, so even if he was facing a Saint Emperor, he was not weak at all. However, it was different for Saint Elders. After arriving at the realm of a saint, a realm was not called a heaven for nothing. He was able to cross the realm and kill his enemies all because he relied on his divine body and the inheritance that Su Chen had given him. However, the divine body was not omnipotent, and it was difficult for an ordinary Saint Emperor powerhouse to inflict serious injuries on him, but a Saint Zun powerhouse was a completely different story. Under this giant hand, Zhao Qi was instantly annihilated. But soon, he coalesced again from the top of the iceberg in the distance, only this time, his aura was weakened a lot, only about 30% of what it was before. Zhao Qi's face was incomparably grave. If he received a few more hits, he would definitely die. The old man's eyes narrowed. The origin transformation technique? This type of technique was relatively rare, even in the entire Xian heavenly realm. It was extremely rare, and only some of the top powers possessed it. The origin transformation technique was to change the form of one's origin, just like the miles of ice mountain that Zhao Qi had unleashed, which was another form of his origin. If you wanted to kill him, you either had to directly destroy the miles of ice mountain or exhaust his origin energy, otherwise you would never be able to kill him. The old man's eyes flashed with fire. The Su family really has a lot of secrets. To be able to make a place like the Eastern Domain, where there is not a single hair on the ground, rise up, and still have the origin incarnation technique. It seems that the Su family is bound to be destroyed. He raised his hand and waved it out again, and a terrifying power instantly wrapped Zhao Qi in it, obliterating him directly. But soon, Zhao Qi coalesced again. He slumped on the ground, a feeling of weakness coming from his limbs, which was due to the fact that the origin power had been consumed too much. For a Saint Emperor to kill him once, the amount of origin power consumed would only be 1/3, or even 1/5, of that of a Saint Elder. Zhao Qi's eyes were filled with blood, and despair filled his heart. Could it be that he was going to end up here? He had only just broken through to Saint Emperor, and he clearly still had a great future ahead of him, but now he was suddenly about to abort. Before his breakthrough, he had thought that after he broke through to Saint King, he would go out with Zhao Wanwan and his family to get together and celebrate. Unfortunately, it seemed like there was no chance for that now. Zhao Qi's eyes were filled with gloom. He could feel the faint fluctuations of formations permeating the surroundings. It was obvious that this place had been covered up, and perhaps Su Chen might not be able to discover that he had been killed. At first, he came to this place because he was worried that the breakthrough would be too loud and affect ordinary people, so he specifically ran so far away. And this place was also very far away from Wangyan Mountain. Coupled with the concealment of the formation, it was really too difficult to detect the situation here. Zhao Qi's face crossed. These people's purpose was to target the Su family. He had to send this message back. Even if it meant death, he would not hesitate to do so. Moreover, Zhao Wanwan was still in the Su family. If they wanted to destroy the Su family, they would definitely not be able to spare Zhao Wanwan. Thinking of this, a destructive aura was released within him, and Zhao Qi instantly disappeared in place as he tore through the void cracks and flashed towards the distance. The old man sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "In my hands, can you escape?" He gently grabbed and the void suddenly tightened. Half of Zhao Qi's body was directly split apart. But in just a moment, his injuries were regained. The old man saw all this in his eyes, and his eyes flashed with fire. What a perverted physique, simply unheard of. With that, his breath climbed again, and he was ready to directly capture him. "You're mine." The old man's words carried a color of excitement. However, right at this moment, that destructive aura within Zhao Qi's body rose violently high, and he slammed straight towards the edge of the formation. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. The blue-clothed man from earlier couldn't help but shout at the sight. The old man's eyes narrowed as he tried to stop it, but he seemed to have thought of something and gave up on that intention. It's a pity, such a strong physique. If I could devour it, it would definitely be of considerable help to me as well. But destroying the Su family is the top priority, so self-destructing is fine. On the other side, Zhao Qi crashed towards the edge of the formation without any hesitation, terrifying fluctuations emanating from his body, containing the power to destroy everything. The self-detonation of a Saint King powerhouse was definitely amazing in its power, and it was definitely enough to break this formation. Zhao Qi's eyes were filled with gravity. He wanted to let Su Chen know what was happening here so that he could make a decision in advance. Su Chen's external strength was that of an ancient sage powerhouse, and all these people still dared to come, so they were definitely prepared for everything. "Sister, goodbye." The color of pain flashed in Zhao Qi's eyes. He didn't want to die, but the conditions didn't allow it. In the end, Zhao Qi violently crashed towards the front. Just as the power within him completely spread out, a hand rested on his shoulder. At the same time, those raging forces within his body instantly quieted down, as if they had met a natural enemy. "This young man has spent so many resources on you, don't think about dying." Chapter 126 4 Ancient Saints, God Execution Formation. The moment he saw Su Chen, joy surged across Zhao Qi's face. "Young lord." Su Chen waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for him to say more, then looked towards the slim old man in the distance again. "Looking at you guys, it seems like you specifically lured me here. Now that I'm here, what are you guys going to do about it?" There wasn't the slightest bit of pressure released from Su Chen's body, but for the old man was appalled in his heart, only feeling a bit of numbness in his scalp. That's right, it was definitely an ancient saint powerhouse. He glanced at Su Chen with gloomy eyes, then said, knowing that it's a trap and still daring to come, really good guts. After saying that, he then retreated without hesitation, his figure instantly disappearing in place. Su Chen gently raised his hand, and the terrifying fluctuations condensed to directly crush him. However, right at this moment, a horrifying sense of oppression came from the heavens and earth, and 4 pillars of light instantly smashed down from the sky, encircling Su Chen within them. These 4 pillars of light were incomparably tall, plunging straight into the sky, and could be seen by almost half of the eastern region. What's going on over there? What a terrifying aura. Could it be that there is a sage powerhouse battle? It doesn't feel quite like it. I've seen the sight of a Saint King powerhouse battle before and it didn't seem as terrifying as this. Could it be a Saint Emperor or Saint Zun powerhouse battle? After countless people saw the 4 pillars of light, an inexplicable sense of fear surged in their hearts. In the middle of this world, the weak could easily die from the aftermath of a strong battle, so they were all worried about being caught in the waves. In the middle of Mount Wangyun, the Su clan's group of saints all snapped their eyes open and looked towards that pillar of light in the distance, their complexions extremely grave. What a terrifying sense of oppression. What was this happening? Obviously, the Su family's crowd hadn't yet discovered what exactly was happening there. However, this fluctuation was too strong, and they were also a little worried about being affected, so they did not approach, but only checked from afar. Su Qingyun immediately walked towards the cloud-watching courtyard and just happened to run into Ruoshi, whose face suddenly changed drastically after learning that Su Chen had left. Could it be that? Su Qingyun twisted his head toward the distant pillar of light. This had something to do with their Su family? The fluctuation was so terrifying that even from a distance there was a suffocating sense of oppression that surpassed his previous knowledge of all power. If this thing wasn't made by Su Chen, then I'm afraid it would be unfavorable to their Su family. At this moment, the edge of the eastern domain, accompanied by 4 pillars of light falling, 4 figures slowly walked out from 4 directions, 3 men and 1 woman. The aura on each of them was powerful to the extreme. They were gorgeously dressed, and their expressions were clear and cold as they looked at Su Chen. The moment Zhao Qi saw the 4 people, shock flowed out of their eyes. The aura on these 4 people was too powerful, exceeding anyone he had come into contact with before. Even the Saint Zun powerhouse from before was far inferior compared to the 4. This was 4 ancient saint powerhouses. Fear surfaced in Zhao Qi's eyes. The ancient saints were considered the most powerful group of people in the entire Xian heavenly realm, but now they were joining forces to target their Su family. Why? Could it be because of the eastern domain? Although he didn't know the exact reason, Zhao Qi felt like it was going to be over in his heart. Su Chen's strength was indeed terrifying, but it was rumored that he was only at the ancient saint level, and even if he was somewhat mysterious, could he really defeat the 4 ancient saints at the same time? The key was that these 4 people had also laid down such a terrifying formation. It was too difficult to win. Among the 4, there was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and golden eyes, who slowly spoke after looking at Su Chen. Knowing that there was an ambush, you actually dared to come directly. I really don't know if you are stupid or arrogant. Another youth whose appearance looked to be in his 20s followed suit. I can't imagine that the eastern domain has really grown so much. I thought it was all fake before. This Su Dao friend is capable. Actually even the power of the heavenly Dao can be raised. I think I must have gotten some kind of heaven-defying treasure, right? It doesn't even matter. His stuff will be ours from now on. Not only his things, but also this eastern domain all belongs to us as well. The 4 people's faces were rampant, and their eyes were filled with fire. Obviously, their purpose was precisely for the eastern domain. No, there was also Su Chen. Among the 4 people, 2 of them were old ancestors from the Su clan and the Wuji sect in the southern domain, and 2 of them were old ancestors from the Illusory Feather sect and the Mingyang sect in the northern domain. The 4 major powers had previously sent letters to the Su family, wanting to share a place in the eastern domain, only for them all to be rejected by the Su family in the end. The blonde-haired Wuji sect's old ancestor looked at Su Chen with an indifferent expression and said in an icy tone, Su Chen of the Su family, strange name for a strange person, it seems that you are not an ancient sage powerhouse that was left behind at the beginning, but only broke through later. To break through the ancient saints without a word, and to help the Su clan create so many saint bodies, it seems that you have a big secret on you as well. As he said that, icy killing intent flashed through his eyes. When he looked at Su Chen, it was as if he was looking at prey. They were very interested in the eastern domain, and even more interested in Su Chen. To be able to revitalize the dying eastern domain and also surpass the other 3 domains in one fell swoop, such a means would be difficult for even a great emperor powerhouse to achieve. But Su Chen had done just that. From this, it was enough to see just how heaven-defying Su Chen was. To be able to revitalize even the heavenly Dao, such a treasure was definitely hard to find in the world, and if they were able to use it, they might even have a chance to cross the threshold of the supreme sage. The Su clan's old ancestor said indifferently, let's just follow the previous rules. The 4 of us will split the eastern domain. As for the Su clan stuff, it will also be split equally after we squeeze out all of their secrets. Obviously, they had completely treated Su Chen as a lamb to be slaughtered. They also had absolute confidence. This formation was the 8th grade of the Saint stage. Even a supreme sage would not dare to take it lightly when they came in, not to mention that they had 4 ancient sage powerhouses. It was more than enough to take down Su Chen, an ancient saint. The 4 of them, in order to securely take down the Eastern Domain and the Su family, almost came up as king bombs, using their most powerful means, not wanting to give Su Chen the slightest chance to struggle. The next moment, a terrifying aura filled the air, and a 10,000-foot shadow stood between heaven and earth, as if it was a god or devil that scorned all living beings. Immediately afterward, 3 silhouettes emerged beside him once again. The fluctuations in their bodies were all strong to the extreme, filling them with a terrifying sense of oppression. Many people in the Eastern Domain were horrified when they saw this scene, with expressions of shock on their faces. What in the world was happening here? Punish! A loud voice resounded in the heavens and earth, only to see a giant sword of radiance coalesce in the middle of the 4 pillars of light, which contained a destructive aura that could make the heavens and earth change color. The Wuji old ancestor said indifferently to Su Chen, "Fellow Daiwa Su, my god execution formation has a total of 4 attacks. Even a supreme sage level powerhouse can be seriously injured. I don't know how many swords you can block." Although he was saying this, his eyes were incomparably contemptuous. Obviously, he thought that Su Chen couldn't block even 1 sword. Su Chen faced that vast fluctuation. The expression on his face was breezy, and he smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth. "I hope that your self-confidence can be maintained like this all the time." After saying that, Su Chen also moved. His figure instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 127 Heavenly Weeping, Absolute Sage Falls, Eastern Domain Shocks. The moment Su Chen's figure disappeared, the 4 of them froze, their divine sense probing around within the formation space, but none of them could find Su Chen's shadow. What was going on? A wave of unease surged in the hearts of the 4 for no reason. Being at the same ancient saint realm as Su Chen, and still being restricted by the formation, how could they possibly escape their probing? Furthermore, the space within the formation was just this big. Where could he hide? Could it be that he had already left the formation? One by one, thoughts sprouted from the bottom of their hearts as they glanced at each other, and they could all see a bit of panic in each other's eyes. Clearly, things had gone beyond their control. Su Chen had disappeared. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly sounded by the Wuji sect's old ancestor's ears. "Are you looking for me?" In an instant, the Wuji sect's old ancestor only felt his body go cold, as if he was being stared at by some kind of flood beast, and as long as he made the slightest movement, he would be directly obliterated. Why? This extreme feeling of oppression caused the Wuji sect's old ancestor's eyes to be filled with horror. Could this be Su Chen's true strength? He wasn't actually at the ancient saint realm. Such a terrifying sense of oppression had definitely exceeded the realm of ancient saints. He was at the peak of Hotian ancient saints, and was only 1 step away from being able to out of innate ancient saints. If Su Chen was only an innate ancient sage, it would not have been possible for him to be so suffocated. Supreme Sage. The Wuji sect's old ancestor's eyes were filled with fear. They had actually tried to kill a supreme sage. Previously, when he had premeditated to take over the Eastern Domain, he actually did not have too much doubt regarding Su Chen's realm. The current situation in the Xian Heavenly Realm made it extremely difficult for cultivators above the ancient sage realm to be born. Even if they broke through, the commotion would be extremely loud. And since the Emperor Fall era, the ancient saint-level powerhouses left behind were almost all name brands. There was absolutely no such person as Su Chen among them. So after knowing that Su Chen was an ancient saint powerhouse, he didn't think much about it at all. Because in his opinion, Su Chen could only possibly be an ancient saint, or weaker than an ancient saint, but not stronger than an ancient saint. But the truth was a crazy slap in the face. Su Chen was above an ancient sage. Supreme Sage. A powerhouse of this realm was merely a step away from the emperor level. Although the Wuji sect's old ancestor was incomparably fearful in his heart, he still overcame it, and a golden light filled his surroundings, enveloping him in it. "Come help me, he is a supreme sage." Su Chen smiled contemptuously as he raised his hand and directly grabbed it. The golden light around the Wuji sect's old ancestor then directly shattered, while he himself was grabbed like a small chicken. "So weak, and you dare to lure me here." As the words fell, Su Chen directly pinched the Wuji sect's old ancestor to death. An ancient saint powerhouse then fell so easily. It was as if a cultivator had killed a mortal. The two were not at the same level at all. In front of a cultivator, a mortal was like an ant. In front of a supreme sage, an ancient sage was also no different from a mole cricket. The difference between the two was simply too great. When the other 3 saw the scene, their hearts were in their throats, their eyes were filled with fear, and without hesitation, they turned their heads to escape. What the hell was going on? Su Chen was a supreme sage. All of their thoughts were similar to the Wuji sect's old ancestor, thinking that Su Chen could not possibly be a powerhouse above an ancient sage, but what was happening right now exceeded their imagination. The Wuji sect's old ancestor had died right in front of them. The remaining 3 escaped in 3 separate directions. Their speeds were so fast that it was almost the fastest they had ever been in their lives. No matter what Su Chen's situation was, it was also a fact that he had killed the Wuji sect's old ancestor. So, flee. Su Chen's eyes were bland, and a terrifying saint might was released from his body, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. He raised his hand and waved it out, and the void suddenly began to contract, and the three people were directly pulled back and rigidly confined in front of Su Chen. Seeing this scene, a color of fear filled the hearts of the three. This isn't an ordinary Supreme Sage, but a peak Supreme Sage powerhouse. If it was an ordinary Supreme Sage, it was impossible for him to possess such a terrifying power. It was over. How could they not have thought that Su Chen was so terrifying? Looking back now, it was suddenly a bit of an afterthought. How could someone who could completely change the Eastern domain be as simple as an ancient sage? One must know that they were also ancient saints, but they definitely didn't have such heaven-defying means to be able to raise a domain all the way to this point. At that time, all four of them thought that Su Chen had obtained some great emperor's inheritance, or an immortal secret treasure, which allowed him to do this. After all, such a thing as raising a domain was too terrifying, even a quasi-emperor powerhouse couldn't do it. Su Chen's eyes were bemused as he raised his hand and grabbed violently, a terrifying power blossomed, the void within 100 miles around him boiled, the earth roared, and the ground shook. In the next moment, the three ancient saints directly annihilated. Along with their fall, for loud sounds resounded in the heavens and earth. Dong! Dong! The sound was incomparably thick, and it traveled out from this place, and could even be faintly heard in the southern and northern regions. And it was very obvious in the eastern domain, almost deafening. Not long after the voice rang out, golden rain began to fall in the eastern domain. The raindrops contained a faint holy power, and many of the rivers in the eastern domain were even dyed a golden color. The earth, the trees all became golden, looking rather loaded with light. Countless people had a horrified look in their eyes. This is... what? Golden rain, could this be heavenly weeping? There were records in the ancient texts about the heavenly weeping, meaning that a powerful saint had fallen, and all of them were at least at the saint-exalted level or above for such a possibility to exist. Nowadays, this kind of situation hadn't been encountered in the Xian heavenly realm for many years, so they weren't quite sure. But soon, someone said with certainty, this golden rain contains holy power, and it's still this wide, so it's bound to be the heavenly weeping without a doubt. I'm guessing that an absolute saint powerhouse has fallen in the great battle over there just now. This news spread, and eventually the entire eastern region knew that it was the heavenly weeping. Of course, the heavenly weeping didn't really have much to do with the heavenly Tao. It wasn't that the heavenly Tao was sad. It was simply because it was created when powerful saints fell and their own power returned to the heavens and earth. If an ancient saint powerhouse had fallen in the previous eastern domain, it would definitely be a great tonic for the place. But the current eastern domain was too strong, and an ancient saint powerhouse wouldn't help this place much at all. Countless people looked at the sky with dull eyes. They were actually able to witness the heavenly cry with their own eyes. At the center where the four ancient saints had fallen, Zhao Qi sat on the ground, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Su Chen in the sky. At this moment, Su Chen seemed like a master who could control everything. His eyes looked askance, and if anything, a terrifying aura was revealed from within him. Seeing Su Chen easily obliterate the four great ancient saints from such a close distance, his heart was not to mention how shocked it was, just like a tsunami rushing by that could not be calmed for a long time. Too terrifying. Was this Su Chen's strength? Ancient sage, farting ancient sage. This was a supreme sage. Suddenly, Zhao Qi felt some numbness in his scalp. From the beginning when Su Chen was a sacred emperor, to the later sacred eminence, and then the ancient sage, the realm had always risen, so could it be that Su Chen wasn't a supreme sacred sage at all as well? Rather, he was a legendary emperor-level powerhouse. As soon as this kind of thought appeared, Zhao Qi couldn't help but gulp. This would be a little too terrifying. Chapter 128 Imperial Clan, Yi Family. After dealing with the four ancient saints, Su Chen returned to Mount Wangyun. As of this moment, Su Chen's name had also instantly resounded throughout the Xian heavenly realm. Although the people who had come to invade the eastern domain were only the four great ancient saints, there were actually far more than just the four of them in the shadows. The Xian heavenly realm had been going downhill since the Emperor's fall era, with the eastern domain being the place that had been most severely affected. But it was under these circumstances that the eastern domain suddenly rose, suddenly leaping beyond the other three domains from a remote and desolate place. With something so outrageous and full of shock, there were naturally very many people who were interested. However, when they saw that Su Chen had obliterated the four great ancient sages, only gravity and seriousness remained in their hearts. Supreme Sage. How many years had it been since such a strong person had appeared? Yet there was such a person in the eastern domain right now. At this moment. Somewhere in the unknown land of the Xian heavenly realm, it was muddy as if it was chaos. Suddenly, several incomparably terrifying divine senses surrounded the place, and a muffled voice rang out. Everyone, do you know where that Su Chen came from? We all know the remaining supreme sages from back then, but this Su Chen is indeed unknown. Can't feel the situation clearly. This is a variable. Su Chen must be gotten rid of, or else it will be unfavorable to our later plans. I agree. These few voices deliberated for a few sentences, and then they fell completely silent, with no reaction. No one noticed the abnormality here, and even this exchange was extremely short-lived, suddenly starting and ending abruptly. After Su Chen had beheaded the three great ancient saints, the news gradually spread, eventually shaking the entire Xian heavenly realm. Previously, what everyone thought of as the eastern region was a remote and desolate place, and it was no longer suitable for cultivators above the level of saints to be entrenched. But no one had expected that the eastern domain would suddenly rise now. The most important thing was that the lord of the eastern domain, Su Chen, actually had the strength to behead the three great ancient sages. Supreme sages. For a time, everyone knew Su Chen's true strength. Ever since the Emperor's Fall era, not to mention Supreme Sage, even ancient sage-level powerhouses had made very few strikes, and everyone seemed to be keeping a very low profile. And now that a Supreme Sage had made a move, it caused countless people to reveal expressions of gravity. It was feared that the reappearance of such a strong person represented many things. On top of an extremely cold mountaintop somewhere in the northern domain, a middle-aged man wearing a white sweater with sharp eyes looked over in the direction of the eastern domain. This place was extremely secluded, surrounded by formations to conceal it. And the aura on the middle-aged man was terrifying, far beyond the realm of a supreme sage. It was even apparent that a supreme sage was no different from a newborn infant in front of him. This was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. He was able to survive in the Xian heavenly realm, and had used a similar means to block himself off, similar to that of the demon realm's great general. Supreme Sage, Su Chen. And the East Domain's sudden strength, what is this? Could it be a backhand you left behind? But it shouldn't be, the Eastern Domain was clearly the place that was eroded the most, why would it suddenly recover so much? A puzzled look surged in the middle-aged man's eyes. It was clear that everything before him was beyond his knowledge, and he was unable to tell what exactly had happened. Could it be a variation? His eyes narrowed vainly, and his complexion was somewhat tense. If the changes in the Eastern Domain were not a backhand left behind by him, then a variable had definitely arisen in the Eastern Domain, and a character outside of the chess game had entered the game. And to be able to make the precarious Eastern Domain recover, that meant that this person definitely had heavenly means and incomparably terrifying strength. Thinking of this, a look of delight flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. However, it was only a few moments before his expression once again returned to being grave. After fighting for countless years, perhaps it will soon be time for the final showdown. The world only knows that the Emperor's fall was only opened when the beginningless Emperor became a demon, not realizing that this is just a continuation of that great battle. Gradually the voice was smaller, and this frozen mountain also once again fell into dead silence. Somewhere in the southern domain. The scenery here was pleasant, with high mountains and flowing water, just like a fairyland, and the spiritual energy was also abundant. This place was called Sangshan Mountain, in which hosted an imperial clan. Yi family. The Yi family wasn't just a simple imperial clan, they had produced a total of 3 great emperors, and even in the entire Xian heavenly realm, it was a power that was at the front of the line in terms of strength. In the Tsang Mountain, from time to time, a strong aura of terror would emerge. Saint-level powerhouses were even everywhere inside. Deep within the Tsang Mountain, a handsome-looking youth in white slowly walked towards the middle of the dungeon. After passing through the gloomy tunnel, he walked to the deepest part of the dungeon, where one and only one person was imprisoned. The youth looked at his back in the middle of the cell, and a helpless color flashed in his eyes. "Little Ling, what are you doing? The family has already said that as long as you're willing to make a clean break with Su Qingtian, you can come out." The figure in the middle of the cell suddenly opened her eyes, she twisted her head, her complexion was a little pale, but her features were exquisite, her eyebrows were dignified, except for her complexion which was a little not so good, overall she looked like a great beauty. Yi Qingling looked at the youth in front of her, not saying a word more, just looking so quietly. The youth sighed, he knew that Yi Qingling couldn't get down. The family had told her to make a clean break, and its purpose was not just to simply cut off the relationship, but to kill Su Qingtian with her own hands before she could do so. This, Yi Qingling could not do. Yi Wuxian stood with his arms folded as he shook his head. A person who is almost 1,000 years old would fall in love with a brat. I really don't know what you think. Yi Qingling still did not say a word. She was indeed much older than Su Qingtian, and even when the two of them had just met, she had already reached sage cultivation. As for why she fell in love with Su Qingtian, she didn't know why. It was probably because of the other party's hot-bloodedness, the other party's sincerity. There were too many. Yi Qingling was also too lazy to find these reasons. Liking was liking, where were the many reasons? Yi Wuxian continued, I've already broken through to ancient sage, as long as you don't do anything stupid, everyone else in the clan will give me a few points of face, and won't target the Su family and you anymore. But I've only just broken through, I don't have much say, it's still difficult for you to get out. After saying that, silence once again fell in the dungeon, and Yi Qingling still didn't say a word. Yi Wuxian did not say much when he saw this, he turned around and was ready to leave. Right at this moment, Yi Qingling suddenly spoke. Brother. Yi Wuxian's footsteps lurched, he did not turn around but just quietly waited for Yi Qingling's next words. Yi Qingling said again at this moment, the Su family? Any news from them yet? How is Prime Tian doing, and also, how is my child doing, has he grown up? Saying that, endless thoughts surged on Yi Qingling's face. Hundreds of years had passed since she was imprisoned here, but he still remembered everyone in the Su family, as well as Su Qingtian, and his own child, Su Chen. He was most relieved that Su Chen would not be bullied without his own company. Su Qingtian's careless character, would he leave Su Chen out in the cold? Chapter 129 Yi Qingling's Thoughts. Yi Wuxian twisted his head and looked at Yi Qingling, who was lying beside the iron bars, and heartache flashed in his eyes. Eventually, he took a deep breath. I thought you didn't care about anything anymore. Yi Wuxian said faintly before continuing, the Su family is doing well, unprecedentedly well. When Yi Qingling heard this, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Obviously she was somewhat unsure of what exactly Yi Wuxian meant. Yi Wuxian continued to speak, you also know the situation in the eastern region, the aura is thin there, and reaching Saint King is almost at the top, and wanting to go further up is incredibly difficult. But now the eastern domain has surpassed the other three domains. The fundamental reason for this is the Su family. Su Qingtian is alive and well, only that he hasn't shown up in these recent years. I'm guessing that he's devouring the Demon King origin. As for that little nephew of mine. Yi Wuxian's tone lurched, and a look of horror surged in his eyes. Su Chen annihilated my Yi family's vassal, returning ruined sacred ground, killed the 3 great demon kings of the demon realm, and also decapitated the 4 great ancient saints' powerhouses a couple of days ago, and amongst them, there was also an early innate stage ancient saints. After he finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Yi Qingling. Perhaps, you don't need to sever your relationship with them, it won't be long before the Su clan all comes to your door. Your child, that is, Su Chen, he is now a supreme sage. Ha! When Yi Qingling heard these words, she immediately revealed a bewildered expression. Obviously, Yi Wuxian's words made it a little difficult for her to understand and accept. It had only been a few hundred years, how could Su Chen have already reached supreme sage? This kind of thing was too ridiculous. In the entire Xian heavenly realm, there were almost no people who had been able to break through to supreme sage within a few hundred years from ancient times, and there just wasn't such a person. In the sage realm, if one could break through once in a few hundred years, one would be considered a supreme genius. Just like Yi Wuxian, he was the first genius of the Yi family, and amongst his peers in the entire Xian heavenly realm, he was considered a peerless heavenly pride that could be ranked in the top 3. But even so, it took him 3,000 years to arrive at the ancient saint realm. Even many of the previous heaven-defying great emperors could not have managed to reach the supreme sage in a few hundred years. Being able to reach the ancient saint realm in 1,000 years was already extremely heaven-defying, let alone a supreme sage. After Yi Qingling reacted, he immediately said with some difficulty in believing, brother, how is this possible? Don't tease me, tell me the truth, as long as they are safe and sound I'm already happy. Obviously, he did not believe Yi Wuxian's words at all. Disbelief also surged on Yi Wuxian's face as he said in a firm voice, when have I ever lied to you? The Su family has really changed a lot in these few short decades, the eastern region has also changed a lot, all of this will be known when you come out. But Su Qingtian, now that the fish has jumped the dragon gate and soared to the sky, will he still remember that chaff wife from a few hundred years ago? Yi Wuxian was also incomparably furious when he first learned that Yi Qingling and Su Qingtian were together, and he thought similarly to the older generation of the clan, thinking that Su Qingtian had defiled Yi Qingling and tainted the bloodline of their Yi family. Su Qingtian was just an ordinary person, how could he be worthy of their Yi family's direct lineage of heavenly pride? Yi Wuxian had also had the thought of making a move to destroy the Su family, but Yi Qingling was ultimately his own sister, and with her incessant begging for her life, he ended up letting the Su family off the hook. Even when the Su family was being hunted by the family's people, they even secretly made a move to help. Otherwise, the Su family would have long been exterminated in the first place. This matter was originally a great impact on him, equivalent to disobedience to the arrangements of the clan, and even at that time there were some people within the clan wanted to train another person out to replace him. At the back, he still relied on his own talent and means to take the lead in breaking through the ancient sage realm, and only then were those drawbacks wiped out. Looking at Yi Wuxian's determined look, Yi Qingling was also dumbfounded. Was it true? She believed that Yi Wuxian would not lie to her, and there was no need to lie to her. But Su Chen had broken through to supreme sage in just a few hundred years, this was too terrifying, right? Could it be that he had obtained some great emperor's inheritance, or perhaps a secret realm of immortals? Yi Qingling calmed his heart, and a confident smile suddenly appeared on his face. Brother, you don't understand him, if he has the ability, he will definitely come to me. No matter what, as long as they were all fine, Yi Qingling was at ease. Looking at her confident and determined look, Yi Wuxian wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say a word more. In fact, he did not trust Su Qingtian very much, and he even felt that Su Qingtian might not remember Yi Qingling at all. After all, hundreds of years had passed. The current Su Qingtian might even think that Yi Qingling had died. Yi Wuxian said indifferently, let's hope so. After saying that, he turned around and left. The dungeon quickly fell into tranquility once again. Yi Qingling stood up, he walked to the only window that could see the outside world, his eyes filled with expectation and longing. Prime, Shen'er. Chanting, a look of remembrance surged across Yi Qingling's face, as if recalling the happy times he had with Su Qingtian. Many people within the clan had questioned him as to why he would look at this mediocre person, Su Qingtian. In fact, she didn't know the exact reason, she just felt that when she was with Su Qingtian, she would be very relaxed, very happy, and very relaxed. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of pressure when she was with him. Yi Qingling looked at the outside world, her mood fluctuating violently. The previous Su family was indeed very ordinary, and it was even difficult to break through to the Saint Realm in one's lifetime, and it was also impossible to reach their class. That was why Yi Qingling was all desperate, she was even ready to stay in the dungeon for the rest of her life. But now it was different. Those words from Yi Wuxian once again gave her hope that she would still be able to meet Su Qingtian and Su Chen in the future. It was also because of this that made her dead and sunken heart once again flooded with Poland. Gradually, the dungeon once again fell into silence, and there was no longer the slightest sound coming out. Eastern Region. Wangyun Mountain. When Zhao Qi returned to the Su family, he didn't choose to hide it, but instead, he told everything. When the Su family's crowd learned of Su Chen's strength, they were all shocked beyond words. Su Chen was actually a supreme sage. In fact, such things had happened many times, but each time, Su Chen's strength had left them baffled, and in just a few hundred years, their Su family had gone from a small place like Bright Moon City to become the lord of the Eastern Domain. Moreover, Su Chen had even become a supreme sage. All of this was simply too outrageous, and it even felt like a dream. Some years ago, when Su Chen had destroyed the 3 great demon kings, it had left them incomparably shocked, and now he was directly destroying the 4 great ancient sage-level powerhouses. Su Chen's strength was also more terrifying and shocking than ever before. The conference hall was silent for a long time, with everyone revealing shocked expressions, unable to return to their senses for a long time. After a long while like this, Su Qingyun opened his mouth and said, "This matter is notorious to the Eastern region. My Su family has been in control of the Eastern region for a relatively short period of time, and Su Chen's move can be considered as establishing prestige for my Su family." Although the Su family had become the middle of the Eastern domain, it was not that unbreakable, and there were still quite a few forces in the shadows that were still eager to move. Now that Su Chen had killed the 4 great ancient saints, it would allow the Su family to be a little more secure in the Eastern domain. Chapter 130 Lingbao Tianzun, Receiving Karma? Eastern Domain. After the news of Su Chen's beheading of the 4 great ancient saints spread out, the entire Eastern domain was thrown into a frenzy. That day's heavenly cry was because of young Lord Su? Wasn't he only at the ancient saint realm? Why was he still able to behead the 4 great ancient saint powerhouses? Young Lord Su isn't an ancient saint at all, he's a supreme sage powerhouse. My goodness, I can't imagine that our Eastern domain has another such strong person. I heard that these 4 ancient sages are all strong people from the Northern and Southern domain. They wanted to take over the Eastern domain, but unfortunately, they were all killed by young Lord Su in the end. Discussions continued to resound within the Eastern domain, and many people's faces were filled with admiration when they spoke of Su Chen. For a time, the Su family's cohesion and control over the Eastern domain had reached a point of no return. There wasn't a single power in the Eastern domain that dared to go against the Su family, not even the slightest private whim dared to exist. The top of Mount Wangyun. Su Chen was walking in the middle of the mountain forest, and by his side followed 2 dogs. One had snow-white fur and eyes full of spirituality, while the other had fur with a faint green color. The former was a white lord, while the latter was a green stone. Originally, the high and proud dragon race did not care to transform into a dog, but if they were to be dogs for Su Chen, then it seemed to be very easy to accept. Xingshi had mixed a lot of benefits by Su Chen's side during this period of time, and his own bloodline had completely metamorphosed into a dragon race, and he should also be the only pure-blooded dragon race amongst the Xian heavenly realm. Su Chen wandered around in the mountains and forests, this kind of thing he often did. As long as he had nothing to do, he would come here to take a walk. After strolling around the top of the mountain, Su Chen walked to the Nine Clouds Taoist temple and went to pay homage to the upper Qing Lingbao Heavenly Father. In the middle of the Taoist temple, Zhang Zhen's eyes were a bit gloomy as he looked at Su Chen. He always felt that Su Chen knew the roots of their Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Every time Su Chen paid his respects, his expression was pious. How could Su Chen, as such a strong person, have such an attitude towards an unknown person? This was very strange. Su Chen inserted the incense and worshipped once more before backing away. Just as he was about to leave the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, suddenly his eyes went black and everything in front of him disappeared without a trace. At this moment, it was as if even Su Chen's thoughts had disappeared. But it was only an instant before he returned to normal. Su Chen only felt drenched in sweat, as if his entire body had been deflated. His eyes held a bit of gravity, and in that moment just now, he had the feeling that he was going to die. This was the first time since he had traveled to this world that he had such a feeling. What had happened just now? Su Chen jerked his head towards the portrait, but what he saw was not the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, but a rippling water surface. After a moment of trance, Su Chen looked towards his surroundings. The original Nine Clouds Taoist temple had long disappeared, and his entire body was treading on top of the water. Lowering his head, he could even see a clear reflection, as if it was a clear and incomparable mirror. Right at this moment, Su Chen saw a huge lotus flower reflected in the middle of the water, on top of which he could vaguely see a young Taoist. He was holding a rui, and there were 4 swords floating beside him, which emanated a terrifying aura to the extreme. This is. He violently raised his head, and again, there was no lotus in the sky at all. Su Chen's face could not hide his horror. What in the world was happening? In a trance, his line of sight returned to the Nine Clouds Taoist temple once again, as if that which had just happened was just a mirror. Just now that person. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva to calm the excitement within him. The person he had just seen was that legendary Shang Chang? Although it was only for a moment, Su Chen had a feeling of his scalp going numb. In his full strength condition, even if he was only at the Supreme Sage level, a great Emperor powerhouse could be defeated at will because his Hongmeng immortal body increased his combat power too much. But under that back just now, all he felt was despair, and he didn't even have the slightest thought of wanting to fight. The terror was incomparable. Zhi Yangjinjin, on the other hand, stood up violently. Just now from Su Chen's body, he felt a faint fluctuation of karma. This fluctuation was the same as the fluctuation in their Nine Clouds Taoist temple's inheritance scroll. Although he did not know the situation, but in that instant just now, something had definitely happened to Su Chen. Su Chen took a deep breath as he once again walked towards the portrait and then paid his respects. Just as he was getting up, a spiritual light suddenly shot out from within the portrait, instantly projecting onto the back of Su Chen's hand. This spiritual light coalesced into 4 major patterns of varying colors, while the patterns were 4 small and varying swords. This is. Zhiang Jinren completely sat back, his expression shocked. This inheritance scroll of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple from ancient times to the present day, almost nothing like this happened today. The scroll even had other abilities? Originally, he thought that it was only used for visualization and did not have any other effects, but what happened today completely shattered his perception. Su Chen also froze. He looked at the pattern on the back of his hand with an incomparable gravity in his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could clearly feel that the back of his hand contained an incomparably terrifying energy that even he had a heart-stopping feeling about, and that could be made available for him to use at will. He looked up towards the middle of the portrait. Why? This power wasn't killing him and could be mobilized at will, so it was even helping him? But why? Su Chen was puzzled in his heart. Why would Spirit Treasure Heavenly Father want to help him? Could it be that he had discovered that he was a traveler? Countless questions were born from his mind. Moreover, he could clearly feel this power. He was able to give up this share of power at any time, which made Su Chen even more puzzled. Giving him a terrifying power, he could choose to use it, or he could choose to give it up. Su Chen suddenly thought of the Taoist saying of cause and effect. If he chose to use it, was it that he owed Spiritual Treasure Heavenly Father a cause and effect, and would need to return it to him in the future? If he did not use it, then there would be no harm. However, Ling Bao Tianzun is such a terrifyingly powerful person, where else would he need the help of a small person? Su Chen did not get any results from his thoughts, and he did not choose to give up this power. It was true that his current means of preserving his life was rather scarce. There were none other than Su Xiaojiao. If he could get another life-preserving card, it would only benefit him and do him no harm. And as long as he didn't use it, he wouldn't know Ling Bao Tianzun karma. When the time came when he had to use it, it would definitely be a life and death situation, and owing karma was better than dying anyways. If this force was trying to kill him, then there was actually no harm in it, because Su Chen still had another card to save his life. The rebirth card. It would be used automatically after death. Su Chen believed that the system was above all else, and even if the Spirit Treasure Heavenly Father killed him, he would definitely be resurrected. This rebirth card was also something he had drawn over 100 years ago. It was for saving his life when there was no way back. Right at this moment, Zhiang Jinran suddenly spoke. Young Master Su, do you know the legacy of my Nine Clouds Taoist temple? In the past, although he was also curious, he had never asked, but after seeing what happened today, he too was finally unable to hold back. Su Chen lightly laughed, then faintly said, Taoist, whether you know it or not makes no difference to you, everything is predetermined. Didn't you previously say that you were never able to comprehend the mood within the portrait? If you can comprehend it one day, you might naturally know. Zhiang Jinran was slightly stunned as he revealed an expression of deep thought. This matter had never occurred to him, but after Su Chen's reminder, he suddenly reacted somewhat. Was it because he hadn't comprehended the meaning of it, so he hadn't yet completely worshipped under its door? It seemed that this was the only possibility. Chapter 131, Admission, Spirit Sky Sect. Looking at the frowning and contemplative Zhiang Jinren, Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. One of the paths of the Tao is about what is natural. The Tao can be the way, but it is not the way. Tao Master does not need to be so entangled. When the time comes naturally everything will be comprehended. Zhiang Jinjin's eyes immediately glared. He raised his head with an incomparably grave expression and looked towards Su Chen. His heart was fiercely shaken by Su Chen's words. Although these 3 sentences were very simple, they were like a punctuation mark, causing realist Zhiang to have a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Especially that sentence, Tao can be Tao, very Tao, even more so, it gave him a feeling of profoundness. Zhi Yangjinjin had some enlightenment, and the Tao rhythms flowed within his body, the power of cause and effect surrounded his body. Tao can be Tao, very Tao. One of the paths of the Tao was about what was natural. Taoist Ziyang recited what Su Chun had said, and his state of mind suddenly had an unprecedented change, as if he had a feeling of lifting the fog. This feeling was hard to express in words. It was as if one did not understand many things when they were young, but along with growing up and coming into contact with more and more things, they naturally understood. In the past, he was always struggling with how in the world he could completely comprehend that portrait, and he couldn't do it with all the means at his disposal. It was as if trying to get a child to understand the world of an adult. He could never empathize. The two people's perceptions were not in the same world at all. This should be the root cause of his inability to comprehend the portrait. He was unable to understand the Tao within the portrait, and that was because essentially his thoughts were deviated. Tao! Ziyang Jinran murmured, his agitated heart gradually settling down, and the Tao rhythm that permeated his body grew more and more intense. Why had he never comprehended the Tao within the portrait? The reason was actually very simple. Because there was no Tao in that portrait at all. And this is the place that needs to be comprehended? There is a very classic saying in the Taoist scriptures: human beings follow the law of the earth follows the law of the sky follows the law of the road, and the law of the road follows nature. The Tao is the law of nature. Nature. This is the core place. In a flash, Ziyang Jinran's heart was enlightened, and the aura within him instantly broke through from Saint King to Saint Emperor realm. At this moment, once again looking towards the portrait in the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, there was no longer just one young Taoist, but it had turned into a collective portrait. The young Taoist was seated in the center, surrounded by dozens of people standing around him, holding various types of magical treasures, some with gentle faces, some without anger, and some with a calm demeanor. Ziyang Jinran's complexion was grave. Am I considered to have comprehended this? How could he not have thought that the original comprehension of the contents of the scroll was so simple, only needing to let go of his obsession? At the same time, inexplicable information appeared in his mind. Among them were many Taoist techniques, and even some immortal rank techniques. Moreover, he could feel that if he continued to sense, the scroll could bring him even more terrifying inheritance techniques. There was a deep shock in his eyes. Immortal rank. What a terrifying inheritance this was, to have an immortal rank technique. However, real Ziyang still didn't know who the person in the portrait was, but he no longer dwelled on these things. As long as he improved his strength, sooner or later he would meet the person in the portrait. Turning his head towards Su Chen once again, Zhi Yangjinjin performed a big salute as he sighed helplessly. Young Master Su, I can't repay this favor. Su Chen was also a little shocked at Zhi Yangjinjin's sudden enlightenment. A few words and you've gained some enlightenment? It's too outrageous. However, his face remained light and breezy. Perhaps Zhi Yangjinjin was only one step away from the door, just that Su Chen kicked him a little. Su Chen nodded, then turned around and left the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. After walking out of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, Su Chen glanced at the cloud-watching mountain. Su Qingtian and the others were estimated to still have about 100 years before they completely devoured the Demon King's origin. There was nothing for him to do during this period of time. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to have thought of something, and he twisted his head to look at the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. How about I'll establish a sect as well and forget about it? He wasn't trying to establish a big clan, he just wanted to be like the Nine Clouds Taoist temple and collect 2 inheritors. The Su family was growing a lot now, with the entire eastern region supplying it. There was no need for him to help at all, and his biggest role was to sit in the Su family and deter the curfew. It seems feasible. Su Chen quickly made up his mind, and in the next few moments, he began to travel the eastern region and began to select a suitable person for the inheritance. He gave the sect a very domineering name: Spirit Sky Sect. For this sect, Su Chen wasn't hoping for him to be as huge as he was in the future, he was more hoping that the ones that came out of it would be the top powerhouses in the world. This was the fundamental reason why he had taken this name. Su Chen's system itself was very laid back, and he had nothing to do on weekdays, which was better to find himself something to do. For a long time after that, Su Chen was out traveling. Unfortunately, after wandering around the eastern region for close to 5 years, he hadn't even found a suitable candidate. San Yun Empire. This was an empire in the eastern domain that leaned on the periphery, and its power wasn't considered to be all that strong, just barely crossing into the king level. Dream City. Su Chen carried his hands behind his back, walking on the street. His face looked young and incomparable, but his temperament had a kind of old-fashioned feeling, looking rather contradictory. His main focus in accepting disciples was a casual, followed by a good heart that would not appear to backstab him. That's why these 5 years haven't met a suitable candidate. Tomorrow is the time for the major clans to accept disciples. I heard that the Water Cloud sect will also come. This is the only 2 king-level forces in our Songyun Empire. Yeah, the Water Cloud sect hasn't had an apprentice in almost 5 years. I guess it will attract a lot of people to participate in the apprentice assembly this time. That's true, I heard that Genius from Autumn Cloud City is also participating this time. You're talking about Lin Yuner, she's AF King Genius. The real genius is Mu Qingling, she's a spirit body, and she broke through to the middle stage of yuaning at the age of 19, she's not even a bad one in the middle of the eastern region. Even more genius is useless. Lin Yuner is a person of the royal family. I heard that Mu Qingling and Lin Yuner two people have a grudge, and Mu Qingling will also come this time. I estimate that no sect dares to accept her. Discussing voices continued to come from the surroundings, and Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Apostle Acceptance Conference? This kind of thing also happened in Wangyan Mountain, and the Su family had even taken the lead in organizing an apprentice acceptance conference, the purpose of which was to help other sects absorb quality fresh blood. It's rather possible to go and take a look. Usually there were not few people at the apprentice acceptance conference, it just so happened that he could also see if there were any suitable candidates. The following day, Su Chen arrived at the place of the apprentice assembly early in the morning, and it was already crowded with people, and many young girls and girls had already rushed here and started waiting early. The Apostle Acceptance Assembly was also considered to be quite lively, and there were close to 50,000 or so people who came here to watch. But even so, there were still half of the seats available in the venue. Su Chen casually found a seat and quietly waited. It wasn't long before many sects arrived, also lighting up those who had come to pay their respects, their eyes filled with longing. Worshipping a good sect meant a lot. They could get better resources and cultivation environment, which had a very big impact on future achievements. Chapter 132. Two girls dispute, desperate Mu Qingling. Among the crowd of people who came to pay their respects, there was a star-studded woman who was dressed in a flashy outfit, with a bit of arrogance on her face. The imperial pride, Lin Yuner. She was also one of the most talented people in the entire Songyun Empire, and had once been named the Songyun Empire's first genius, but unfortunately, no one called her that after she was finally defeated by Mu Qingling. Lin Yuner's gaze constantly searched through the crowd. Soon, she found a woman in the distance. The woman wore a long pale green dress, had a tall figure, a gentle and clean temperament, and a bit of youthfulness between her eyebrows, but she was also considered a small beauty with not bad posture. Mu Qingling. The young lady of the Mu family in Jinling City, with outstanding natural talent. Truly speaking, she was the #1 heavenly pride of the Songyun Empire. Lin Yuner was 20 years old this year and was only at the early yuaning stage, but he had already reached the middle yuaning stage at 19. It was only in recent years due to Lin Yuner's suppression that Mu Qingling was rarely displayed in front of the public, so many people had gradually faded it out of their minds and would only talk about it occasionally. Lin Yuner slowly walked towards her, and beside her was a group of dog-licking followers. Isn't this our genius Mu Qingling? Lin Yuner sneered from afar, her voice a bit shrill, and many people immediately looked towards this place. After realizing that it was Lin Yuner and Mu Qingling, many people revealed melon-eating expressions. Who in the Songyun Empire didn't know that these two were a pair of little enemies? Both of them were known for their amazing talent in the Songyun Empire at a very young age. However, Lin Yuner had once come to her door to challenge Mu Qingling, but was defeated completely, and almost the entire Songyun Empire was aware of the two's match that time. Lin Yuner, who had lost a great deal of face, had held a grudge since then and had targeted Mu Qingling at every turn. If it wasn't for the fact that the head of the Mu family was a founding member of the Songyun Empire, I'm afraid that the Mu family would have already been destroyed by Lin Yuner in secret. Mu Qingling's face also became incomparably gloomy when she saw the approaching Lin Yuner. Although their Mu family was declining, it had still always been stable, but because of Lin Yuner's targeting in the past 2 years, the Mu family was living an incomparably miserable life, and many of their previous industries had been destroyed. The Mu family's overall power had shrunk by about 70%. Mu Qingling was incomparably annoyed in her heart as she said with a suppressed voice, "Lin Yuner, what are you trying to do?" There was something bad in her heart. Whenever she saw Lin Yuner, it was bound to be no good. Lin Yuner didn't answer, but said with a cold smile, "How interesting, you actually came to this disciple acceptance assembly. Do you think that the forces of the Songyun Empire will accept you?" Before attending the apprentice acceptance conference, Lin Yuner had openly stated that all the powers were not allowed to recruit Mu Qingling, or else they would be enemies of her. In the Songyun Empire, the royal family was the biggest, even the Water Cloud sect was slightly inferior, so naturally no one dared to go against the royal family. Lin Yuner continued to mock, "I know that you want to worship the Water Cloud sect, but I have a royal uncle who was a Water Cloud sect elder, and this time, he is also the one who has come to accept disciples on behalf of the Water Cloud sect, so for you to want to worship under the sect is simply delusional." She clearly knew Mu Qingling's purpose, which was nothing more than the fact that the Mu family elder's lifespan was running out. Once he died, the death exemption medal would naturally be gone. At that time, Lin Yuner could toy with the Mu family as much as she wanted, and even directly put the extermination of the Mu family's royal family without saying anything. Mu Qingling also chose to come to the apprentice assembly for this very reason, because the current Mu family needed a dependency too much, otherwise with Lin Yuner's character, once his grandfather left, the Mu family would have to be exterminated immediately. Hearing Lin Yuner's words, Mu Qingling's face was hard to see, her fists clenched tightly as she tried her best to suppress the anger within her. The people around her couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. This Lin Yuner is really overbearing, the most poisonous woman's heart is just like that. That's right, it's just that she lost a competition, or she challenged herself at the door. Why should she be driven to extinction? It's a pity that this Mu Qingling, with good looks and good talent, is going to die out like this. Many people felt some sympathy in the face of Mu Qingling's encounter, but they didn't have any intention of trying to help. Lin Yun'er's back was the royal family. Who would dare to offend the royal family? As Lin Yun'er looked at Mu Qingling's expression of incomparable anger, but not daring to give vent to it, a color of pleasure flashed across her face, and she said in an incomparably mocking voice, "How about this? How about you kneel down and kowtow 10 times to me, and I'll let you and the Mu family off the hook?" Mu Qingling gritted her teeth and said, "Don't you dare." She knew that Lin Yun'er's move was nothing more than an attempt to humiliate her, and even if she did kneel, there was no way she would let her and the Mu family go. Lin Yun'er had a bad character and was vindictive. If she didn't destroy her completely, she wouldn't be satisfied. Mu Qingling thought of this with a pang of despair in her heart. If she was only one person, she could have just traveled far away and left the Songyun Empire. Unfortunately, there was still the Mu family behind her, and so many loved ones, they couldn't easily leave the Songyun Empire, because the commotion was too great. Lin Yun'er would definitely know. But continuing like this was nothing more than a dead end. Lin Yun'er wasn't angry either, her face was cold. "Fine, then let me see how long you can still jump around. That old thing in your Mu family doesn't have much life left. He'll be dead within a year. At that time, I'll see who else the Mu family can shelter." Her face was filled with disdain. The Mu family's strength was very average. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Mu had a relationship with the royal family, she would have already made her move to exterminate the Mu family. Actually, it was very simple for Lin Yun'er to kill Mu Qingling, but she wouldn't do it because it was too boring to just simply kill her. Lin Yun'er wanted to make her feel despair, to make her watch the Mu family be destroyed, to destroy everything Mu Qingling held dear to her. Only in this way could the displeasure within her be eliminated. Every time she remembered being defeated by Mu Qingling in front of the public, Lin Yun'er felt incomparably uncomfortable. This was a stain on her life, as the Songyun Empire's heavenly pride. Such a stain should not exist. Soon, the Water Moon sect arrived, and the crowd came back from the fight between Lin Yun'er's two daughters, looking hotly in the direction of the Water Cloud sect. As a king-level power amongst the Songyun Empire, everyone wanted to worship under its door. This was a great opportunity to soar to the heavens. Mu Qingling's desperate eyes also carried a few moments of hope. Although Lin Yun'er had said that it was impossible for her to enter the Water Cloud sect, she still wanted to try. Because right now, only the Water Cloud sect could help the Mu family. As long as the Water Cloud sect was willing to step in, Lin Yun'er would definitely not dare to do so to her Mu family openly. And her qualifications were definitely enough to enter the Water Cloud sect and be at the top of the qualifications amongst the entire sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Water Cloud sect was willing to have her. Mu Qingling walked in the direction of the Water Cloud sect, and the result was similar to what Lin Yun'er had said. She was rejected, and the Water Cloud sect wouldn't accept her at all. After that, Mu Qingling tried other top spirit transformation stage sects, but unfortunately, they were all rejected as well. Although Mu Qingling's qualifications were good, she never grew up, so it was very inappropriate to antagonize the royal family for her. Chapter 133: The Fallen Mu Family. In the end, Mu Qingling left the apprentice acceptance conference with a downcast expression. Walking on the streets of Dream City, her eyes were bleak and filled with despair. It was over. The Mu family was finished. Although Mu Qingling was only a woman, she also had a heart for cultivation. She also wanted to become strong. And her qualifications weren't bad, plus now that the environment in the eastern region had changed for the better, in the future she could go out of the Songyun Empire to that wider world. However, now everything was gone. She couldn't abandon the Mu family and leave. The most crucial thing was that the Mu family's old man had actually passed away half a month ago, only that the Mu family had hidden this news already, so the news did not spread out. But this situation definitely wouldn't last long, and sooner or later, Lin Yun'er would know about it. At that time, no one in the Mu family would be able to stop Lin Yun'er. When she thought of the crisis that the Mu family was about to face, Mu Qingling's heart was flooded with a wave of powerlessness. Mu Qingling was resigned to the fact that Lin Yun'er was inferior to her, but was always able to suppress her at every turn because of the power of the royal family behind her. In terms of strength alone, she could completely and easily defeat Lin Yun'er. Moreover, the two people's cultivation environments were also worlds apart. If Mu Qingling enjoyed the same cultivation treatment as Lin Yun'er, her strength could definitely leave Lin Yun'er far behind. Unfortunately, reality was bloody. Lin Yun'er's background was her greatest advantage. Suddenly, Mu Qingling shuddered and hurriedly walked away at a brisk pace, not stopping until she was a long way away just now. She twisted her head to look, her complexion somewhat grave. Who was following me just now? Could it be someone sent by Lin Yun'er? Mu Qingling's face was solemn, although Lin Yun'er shouldn't want to kill her right now. Who knew what disgusting things she would get up to? Only after making sure that no one was following behind her did Mu Qingling breathe a sigh of relief. However, when she turned around, she suddenly found a handsome, imposing youth standing 3 meters away, looking at him with a smile on his face. Mu Qingling instantly felt creeped out. Who was this person? When did he approach himself? In an instant, Mu Qingling drew his sword, his body's aura blossoming out fiercely as he looked at Su Chen in a strict stance. Who are you and why are you following me? Su Chen wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he sized up Mu Qingling with interest. Although it was only a spirit body, but it had a rich fortune in the future. Although it wasn't going to have some greater achievements, a Saint King could definitely be reached. Of course, the premise was that Mu Qingling would not die prematurely. This was also someone Su Chen had seen with better qualifications along the way. Although the number of such people was small, there were still some. Su Chen followed up, and naturally, there were a few thoughts of wanting to take on a disciple in his heart. Looking towards Mu Qingling once again, he released out a slight bit of his breath. In a flash, Mu Qingling's body tensed up, and the entire person had a feeling of numbness in their scalp, and even their body was instinctively trembling out of fear. This is such a terrifyingly strong person. Mu Qingling couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just for a moment, he had a feeling that he was going to suffocate. Who exactly was this person? Mu Qingling hurriedly put away his weapon and bowed with a respectful expression. Greetings, senior. For such a powerful person, any resistance on her part was meaningless. If he wanted to kill himself, he could easily do so. Su Chen said indifferently, this seed is traveling through the eastern region and wants to take in a disciple, so I'll give you a chance to perform. I can follow you for a month. If you can impress me within a month, then you can become this seed's disciple. How? Mu Qingling's qualifications and fortune were not considered excellent, but Su Chen never looked at these. From ancient times to the present day, many strong great emperors had all started from the smallest of beginnings, rising from mediocre chi and qualifications to become the most powerful in heaven and earth step by step. Besides, as long as he was around, even the most ordinary person would not be ordinary. As for this 1 month's time, it was completely a random excuse made by Su Chen. He was just looking at how this Mu Qingling's heart was. Hearing these words, Mu Qingling's face was filled with shock as she looked at Su Chen with disbelief. He wasn't sent by Lin Yuner? And still, he wanted to accept himself as his disciple? Although there was still a month's worth of tests, it at least showed that the opposite party had some thoughts. Mu Qingling hurriedly said, Senior, I have offended the royal family's Lin Yuner. If I were to be accepted as a disciple, I'm afraid that I would be an enemy of the Songyun Empire's royal family. This. Su Chen let out a faint smile and said disdainfully, it's just a mole cricket, why fear it? In front of him, the Songyun Empire's royal family was indeed no different from a mole cricket. Not to mention him, even the Su family could easily wipe out this small empire. Mu Qingling hastily reacted, the other party's strength was so terrifying, where was the need to fear the Songyun Empire's royal family? Her breathing was a bit rapid, and a charming blush surged on her pretty face. Senior, I am willing. I will definitely satisfy you. This was the only chance to save her Mu family, and if she could obtain the help of this powerful man, Su Chen, the Mu family's crisis would naturally be lifted. Therefore, no matter what means she had to give, she had to get Su Chen's affirmation. Su Chen nodded and did not speak. After that, Mu Qingling led Su Chen back to the Mu family, and all along the way, she was thinking about how to make Su Chen satisfied with herself. She didn't question Su Chen's words too much. There was no need for such a terrifyingly strong person to deceive her, and if she really wanted to have any intentions towards her, she could even get it by direct force. With her strength, there was no way she would be able to block it. Mu Qingling was secretly shocked. What realm was this senior in the end? Could it be the Dao entry realm? No. How could a powerhouse of this level appear in the Songyun Empire? It was estimated that the returning Yuan realm had already reached the top, right? Mu Qingling hesitated in her heart, more and more hesitant. She always had an unreal feeling. How could someone so powerful look at her? Although a 19-year-old Yuaning stage was very powerful in the Songyun Empire, when placed outside, it wasn't really considered a genius. For example, in the Stunning Empire, there were countless people who could reach the Yuaning stage at the age of 19, and there were even quite a number of people who had reached the Refining Void stage at that age. There was still a slight chance that the returning Yuan realm would want to take her as a disciple, but the probability of entering the Dao realm was very low. Even Mu Qingling felt that Su Chen might not even be at the returned Yuan realm. However, a person who was completely unafraid of the Songyun Empire's royal family was at least a void refining stage-level powerhouse, and being able to worship under him would be a safeguard for the Mu family. Soon, Mu Qingling brought Su Chen to the Mu family. This family didn't have that lively feeling. Instead, the population was withered, and there wasn't even a guard at the entrance. In the middle of the family, there weren't many people coming and going, only a few maids walking by. Since being targeted by Lin Yuner, the Mu family hadn't had a good time, being targeted everywhere. Many of the subordinates within the clan were worried about being implicated and had left the Mu family early to join another master. Chapter 134 Teaching, The Drawbacks of Sword Stances. Senior, you can stay here. Within a dilapidated courtyard, Mu Qingling said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. It wasn't that she didn't want to pick a good place for Su Chen, the key was that this was the only place she had for herself. Ever since Lin Yuner's matter had come out, she had been spurned by the Mu family, and many people within the clan had accused her of not being able to win over Lin Yuner. This led to her status falling to pieces. Not only was she stripped of her status as a first family member, but she even lived in a place that was worse than an underclassman. This even implicated his parents as well. Originally they were both elders of the clan, but as a result they were relegated to the sideline of stewards. After all, the two of them had also paid a lot for the Mu family, which was why they weren't as miserable as Mu Qingling. However, Mu Qingling had no complaints about this, because she had harmed the Mu family for her own sake, so she accepted this punishment. But she was still quite unwilling in her heart. When Lin Yuner had challenged her at the door, the Mu family's crowd had hoped that she would teach Lin Yuner a good lesson, only to accuse her of all sorts of things afterward, shrugging off her responsibility. At that time, Mu Qingling had wanted to say that she would keep a low profile and win narrowly, or maybe it would be a tie. However, the Mu family had insisted that she use her greatest strength to defeat Lin Yuner in order to demonstrate the family's prestige. As a result, the publicity was out of the way, but the Mu family also suffered retaliation. Su Chen looked around. He did not mind this environment. Although this courtyard was a little shabby, it was clean, and it gave Su Chen a feeling of entering a small farmhouse. Alright, this is it. Su Chen said indifferently, and then asked, what you cultivate is the sword technique. Mu Qingling nodded, right. Su Chen continued, show it to me. Hearing these words, Mu Qingling's face was immediately delighted. Had the test come so soon? Soon after, her face became incredibly serious again. It was imperative to perform well. Her own future, as well as the Mu family's future, almost all depended on whether or not she could pay her respects this time. If Su Chen couldn't see himself, then it would really be the end. Mu Qingling walked into the middle of the courtyard. She did not draw her sword. In this environment, if she really wanted to make a move, this courtyard would probably just cease to exist. So what he was going to release was his sword intent. Her eyes were filled with the color of confidence. Amongst the younger generation of the Song-Yun Empire, if she said first, absolutely no one would dare to say second. Mu Qingling also had a few feelings in her heart of wanting to show off her strength. After getting ready, Mu Qingling's body violently released a strong sword intent, like flowing water, but sometimes it was like a rushing tsunami, containing a terrifying might. It was rather like a feeling of being as quiet as a child and moving like a rabbit. With this sword slash, I'm afraid that it would be a bit of a threat to an ordinary late Yuaning stage. Su Chen nodded slightly. You comprehended it yourself? The sword intent that Mu Qingling had executed was very green, and the sword intent had not been formed, so it was likely that this was something that she had comprehended on her own. Mu Qingling immediately nodded her head confidently. Senior, it was precisely my daughter who comprehended it herself. To be able to comprehend one's own sword stance, even some void refining stage powerhouses would find it difficult to do so. For her to be able to comprehend it at such a young age was enough to see how powerful her talent was. Su Chen slowly stood up as he said with a calm expression, just use the move you just used to beat me. Mu Qingling was stunned, then she arched her hand and said, I still ask Senior to teach me. Saying that, she slightly gathered her momentum, and then she violently drew her sword and chopped towards Su Chen, just like a tsunami. Su Chen did not retaliate. He just gently dodged to the side, and easily dodged this sword over. His speed was not fast, and was only at about the same level as the Yuaning stage. But even so, it was still easy to dodge it. Just at the time when that attack was about to hit the house, Su Chen lifted his hand and waved it, and directly dissolved it as if it didn't exist at all. Su Chen turned around and twisted his head to walk away, as he said in a flat tone, to be able to comprehend a sword move at this age shows that you're not bad at being perceptive. However, this sword move is not very practical, and I'm afraid that it would be hard to be effective against those who have a lot of experience in fighting. Hearing these words, Mu Qingling was filled with resignation. She knew that she had not passed that small test just now. If Su Chen knew what she was thinking inside, he probably wouldn't be able to help but laugh bitterly. In fact, he didn't even have the thought of wanting a test. He was just thinking that it was fate to meet each other, so he would just instruct her a little bit. If he really wanted to accept disciples according to their talent, he could have looked for them in Wangyun City. There were countless people with outstanding talent there, and the development over the years had been very fast, and there were even some sacred bodies that had sprung up, and none of these people were comparable to Mu Qingling. When Su Chen was in Manhwa City, he was only a very good spiritual route, but he also reached the completion of the Jiedan stage at the age of 19, and at that time, the Su family was still having a bit of a hard time, and the supply of resources was not as good as the Mu family. If the cultivation environment was a little better, he could have actually reached the early Yuaning stage at that age. Therefore, Mu Qingling's qualifications were only a little better than his, and he wasn't even a genius in the eastern region. At most, he was a bit more powerful than ordinary cultivators, barely possessing the ability to fight across small realms, but it was also a bit difficult to defeat. However, very quickly, Mu Qingling recovered from her disappointment as she asked with a resolute expression. May I ask Senior how I can fix this loophole? Whether or not Su Chen would ultimately accept him as a disciple, this was unknown, but now that he was by his side, it was natural for him to rub in as many benefits as he could. Su Chen did not speak. He raised his hand and swung it towards Mu Qingling and chopped in the air. The sword intent was the same as Mu Qingling's before. Mu Qingling's eyes condensed. She reacted very quickly, following the same angle that Su Chen had just dodged. The effect was similar, easily dodging that move. But right at this moment, that sword intent was as if it possessed life, suddenly turning around from behind Mu Qingling and killing towards her back. How is it possible? Mu Qingling's eyes were filled with horror. The sword intent could even turn around? This was somewhat beyond her knowledge. After an attack was struck out, it could actually lock onto the target? In the end, the sword intent stopped in front of Mu Qingling, and then slowly dissipated. Suchen said in a calm voice, "There's no need to be so shocked, but all cultivators who are a little more advanced in their realm know how to flexibly control their power. If your attack is no longer under your control from the moment you strike it, this power might even threaten yourself." What Suchen said was also true, locking onto the enemy, which was originally a very basic operation. Otherwise, how would those powerful killing moves of high-level cultivators kill the enemy? It was the ability to flexibly control the power. And among the same realm, basically the speed of spiritual power is definitely faster than the movement itself, so even if you want to run, you can't run away. Chapter 135 The Solution. Just like Mu Qingling's move, it seemed to be very powerful, but in reality, it wasn't very useful in actual combat, and others wouldn't stand and give you a fight. Of course, it was still powerful against those whose cultivation was not particularly strong and whose combat experience was average. To put it bluntly, things like alignment, for many low-ranked cultivators, would not be of particular concern. Their main focus was a brainless sparring match. Touching through was winning, touching through was losing. Mu Qingling's brows furrowed as her eyes revealed a thoughtful color. Controlling spiritual energy. She slightly raised her hand and a ball of light condensed in her palm. Along with her mobilization, the ball of light began to start moving in the direction she wanted. Mu Qingling also revealed a strained expression. Obviously, it was still a little difficult for her to catalyze the aura that had already left her body. It wasn't because of a lack of cultivation, it was simply because Mu Qingling hadn't deliberately practiced. Those first great alchemists were likewise able to flexibly control their spiritual energy, and their cultivation level was even still only at the qi condensation stage. After Mu Qingling tried it slightly, she immediately wore a happy face. Although she was currently unable to flexibly control it, it meant that those that Su Chen had spoken of were achievable, and she was also able to redirect her sword intent. Many thanks for the guidance, senior. Mu Qingling's face was solemn as she hurriedly bowed very respectfully towards Su Chen. The following few days, Mu Qingling was cultivating in the middle of the courtyard, and her control of the spiritual energy became more and more skillful, able to mobilize the direction of the spiritual energy ball of light at will. But that was all. Although Mu Qingling talent is good, but this thing for the average person without a few decades are difficult to master. Even if it is a better understanding of people, it will take at least a few years to completely control. This was probably also the reason why none of the lower-ranked cultivators would be able to. It was because they weren't very old in the first place and wanted to learn these things unless they were demonic-level geniuses. On this day, Mu Qingling looked at Su Chen, who was lying on the eunuch chair, and couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Sir, am I a very poor talent?" In these few days together, Su Chen's attitude had been very bland, which had caused her confidence to gradually fade away and become somewhat worried. If Su Chen didn't have the means to accept her as a disciple, perhaps the Mu family would be finished, and so would she. Su Chen didn't even open his eyes, he just said faintly, "You're still a bit self-conscious." Mu Qingling's heart trembled, and the worry in her eyes grew more and more intense. But soon, she shook her head, her eyes gradually becoming calmer. Mu Qingling took a deep breath as she directly knelt down towards Su Chen and heavily kowtowed 3 times. "Sir, although you have not accepted me as a disciple, you have taught me just as much." "Many thanks, sir." Mu Qingling's tone was filled with calmness. Kowtowing these 3 heads was because the Mu family was currently in a state of crisis. Something could happen at any time. And since she was unable to repay Su Chen's teaching grace, she could only kowtow 3 heads. Su Chen still didn't make any movements as he opened his mouth and asked, "The Mu family's crisis, if it wasn't for me, how do you plan to solve it?" Hearing these words, a blank look flashed in Mu Qingling's eyes, but it quickly disappeared again as she let out a miserable laugh. No solution. In this world, not having strength means losing everything. Behind Lin Yuner is the royal family. This is something I can't solve no matter what I do at the moment. However, the Mu family has secretly sent some of their first family to leave safely. The Mu family's bloodline will not be broken. As for myself, I will accompany the Mu family to die together. Su Chen let out a light laugh as he slowly opened his eyes and said with a calm expression, "So, this is your solution?" Mu Qingling froze, somewhat not quite understanding what Su Chen meant. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head before continuing. Lin Yuner is a person who is rather facetious. If you go to her and express your willingness to become her consort, with her nature, she definitely won't target the Mu family anymore. Only that you will be humiliated by her in the future, but she definitely won't kill you. Instead, she will take you around to show off her prowess. In this way, the situation can be broken by itself. For the average cultivator, without a background, all they could do was to live and let live. Mu Qingling's character was one that would rather bend than break. If he were to be a son of that kind of luck, of course there wouldn't be any problems because they could always turn misfortune into good fortune, and they could also meet all sorts of good teachers and friends. But what about Mu Qingling? What did she have? It could be said that there was nothing left. In this situation, the only thing that could happen to Ning Bending was an early death, without any other circumstances. In Su Chen's opinion, a sword didn't have to be rigid. It could be understated when it was put away, and stunning to the crowd when it was drawn. Mu Qingling's qualifications were not bad. Once she found the opportunity to break through the void refining stage, by then the Songyun Empire would no longer be able to restrict her, and any problems would be solved. Hearing these words, Mu Qingling's expression was filled with hesitation. In fact, she had considered similar things, only to give up in the end. Asking her to serve as a maid to Lin Yuner was something she couldn't do. Instead of serving Lin Yuner as a maid, it would be better to just let her die. Mu Qingling took a deep breath as he said without being humble and with a serious look, "Sir, Lin Yuner, she doesn't deserve it." This sentence was not considered a rebuttal to Su Chen, but it showed her attitude. Su Chen did not say much when he saw this, and her eyes closed. However, the score in his heart for Mu Qingling was slightly higher. If Mu Qingling was very rational, he would actually feel that it was average, because that was what most people in this world would choose. But Mu Qingling had her own beliefs in her heart. She would not allow herself to be betrayed, and Su Chen appreciated this kind of emotional thinking even more. Just at this moment, 3 people walked in the doorway. The leader was a middle-aged woman. Her face was incomparably cold, constantly scanning in the courtyard. Soon, she saw Su Chen in front of Mu Qingling, so she immediately walked quickly. "Mu Qingling, this can't be the savior of the Mu family you said, right?" Zhao Rong's voice was filled with disdain and coldness. Before Mu Qingling had told the people within the clan that she was worshipping Su Chen here, and if Su Chen was willing to accept her, she would be able to save the Mu family. So when she heard about this matter, she immediately ran over. As for saving the Mu family, in her opinion it was just impossible. It was definitely Mu Qingling looking for some excuse again. Mu Qingling's brows furrowed as she said with some displeasure, "Third aunt, why don't you even knock on the door? What is it that you have to go out and talk about? Don't disturb Mister's rest." The person who came was none other than the wife of the Su family's third house, Mu Qingling's third aunt. "Mister?" Zhao Rong sneered, looking at Su Chen with some disdain. "The looks are quite good, but there is no cultivation fluctuation. For such a person you say he is a bimbo raised, I still believe it. Just he can still save our Mu family?" "Mu Qingling, now what is the situation of the Mu family you this thing still do not go to hurry up to think of a way. Actually here with the little white boy eye to eye, really want to harm the whole Mu family with you to bury it. Come on people, break this little white boy's legs for me and throw him out of the Mu family." Zhao Rong's eyes were full of disgust as she looked at Mu Qingling. At this point in time, she still had the heart to raise a little white boy. The Mu family's old man had already passed away. This matter couldn't be hidden for long. By the time Lin Yuner knew about it, their entire Mu family would be finished. As a result, Mu Qingling was still here to engage in this. Zhao Rong's heart couldn't mention how angry she was. Chapter 136 Traitor, News Spreads. Stop. Mu Qingling's aura blossomed, and the might of a mid-yuaning stage immediately filled the air. Her heart was filled with worry, fearing that she would make Su Chen unhappy. Just kidding, this was a strong person who was at least at the void refining stage. If he was displeased with the Mu family, then the Mu family would basically be completely finished. Mu Qingling pulled her sword out. Her sharp and incomparable aura blossomed violently. She pointed at the 2 subordinates who had gone forward to Su Chen's place. The killing aura on her body was incomparably appalling. If the 2 of them took a step further, she would simply move to kill them. "Third aunt, there is a limit to my concessions. If this continues, don't blame me for being unsympathetic." Mu Qingling's tone was gloomy and her face was as cold as ice. Although she was a woman, she was not the kind of woman who was soft and weak. Zhao Rong looked at Mu Qingling's appearance and her heart immediately trembled. She was only a Jiadan stage perfection. Naturally she was not a match for Mu Qingling in the middle yuaning stage. "You? What do you want to do?" Zhao Rong stammered. As for the 2 subordinates, they had long since scared their souls away and kept retreating, not daring to approach Su Chen at all. Mu Qingling said coldly, "Scram." Zhao Rong's face was incomparably ugly. Being rebuked by Mu Qingling in such a manner, she was also upset to the extreme in her heart, but her strength was inferior to Mu Qingling's, so there was nothing she could do. In the end, Zhao Rong snorted coldly. "Mu Qingling, just keep playing with this little white boy here, and when the time comes, just let the Mu family die." After saying that, she turned around and left. After walking out of the courtyard, her face was incomparably gloomy, and an icy chill flickered in her eyes, causing the 2 subordinates behind her to be unable to stop their hairs from standing on end. After pausing like this for a moment, Zhao Rong raised her head slightly, and a decision was also made in her heart. "Sooner or later, the Mu family is going to be destroyed. I have to survive." With that in mind, she said to the 2 subordinates beside her, "You guys go." The 2 subordinates were naturally like amnesties and left in a hurry. Immediately afterward, Zhao Rong walked towards the outside of the Mu family, and it didn't take long before she completely disappeared into the Mu family. Inside the small courtyard, Mu Qingling said with full of apologies, "Senior, I'm really sorry, my third aunt's people are like this." Su Chen said indifferently, "No harm done." For a character like Zhao Rong, Su Chen did not have a single ripple in his heart at all. The difference between the two people's status was simply too great, and people like Zhao Rong were not qualified to make him angry. It was as if it was a mole cricket bumping into you, whether you chose to directly trample it to death or ignore it at this time was the same, and Su Chen himself was rather lazy, so he just didn't bother to take care of her. Seeing Su Chen sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, Mu Qingling didn't continue to say anything as she continued to return to her state of cultivation. However, she soon opened her eyes again, her face filled with annoyance. With the current situation of the Mu family, it was really a little difficult for her to maintain a normal state of mind to cultivate. Mu Qingling looked towards Su Chen with a hopeful look in her eyes. The current situation of the Mu family could only be solved by a strong person like Su Chen, other than that there was no other way. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingling forcefully calmed her inner emotions and began to cultivate once again. As far as she was concerned, only by raising her cultivation a little more could she have more chances of surviving when Lin Yuner came to attack. 2 more days passed in this manner. On this day, a maid came in the middle of the courtyard, and she said with a hurried face, "Miss, the family head wants you to go to the council hall." Mu Qingling froze for a moment. Why did the family head call herself over at this time? Although there was some doubt in her heart, she immediately got up and left. Mu family. Inside the council hall. Sitting inside were the Mu family's senior and core personnel, who were gathered together, and everyone's face was extremely ugly. Mu Qingling wasn't the last one to come, but when she walked into the hall, the eyes of the people looking at her all carried the colors of displeasure and complaint. The current situation of the Mu family was almost all directly related to Mu Qingling, and there was no one in the Mu family who didn't hate her. There was also a middle-aged couple with gentle faces in the middle of the hall. They waved towards Mu Qingling and the 3 of them sat down together. After waiting for a while, the people arrived. There were 27 people in total. Other than a few people with puzzled faces, the others were all very ugly. After Manhwa looked around, his voice was incomparably gloomy as he said, "I'm sure you've all heard about the things in the outside world, right?" "Things?" Mu Qingling was slightly stunned, obviously somewhat unaware of what had happened. "Dare I ask the family head, what exactly has happened?" Hearing Mu Qingling's inquiry, immediately someone slapped the table and stood up, cursing, "Mu Qingling, you let's pretend you don't know here, you've harmed the Mu family like this, what's the point of pretending to be innocent?" "That's right, I suspect that the news of the old master's death was spread by her. Truly a calamity for my Mu family. The news of the old master's death, we're the only ones who know about it in the entire Mu family, and the only person who has the highest probability of spreading the news is Mu Qingling." A group of people pointed accusations at Mu Qingling, their words sharp to the extreme. Mu Qingling, on the other hand, was confused as a whole. What was the situation? The news of the old master's death had gotten out? She didn't care about the accusations of the others within the clan. Her mind violently erupted with the consequences of this matter. The news of the old master's death had spread out. Lin Yuner would inevitably know. At that time, their Mu family would be finished. Lin Yuner was waiting for Elder Mu to die at all times. She could not wait to torture her and destroy the Mu family. As for the news being spread by her, this matter was simply ridiculous. How could she expose herself to such news? Right at this moment, Zhao Rong coldly said, "Mu Qingling has specifically raised a little white boy, so maybe she revealed it to that little white boy while in bed these past few days." Hearing this, the crowd immediately looked at Mu Qingling with some odd eyes. Not to mention, this matter was really possible. In the beginning, when Mu Qingling said that a powerful person was ready to take her as a disciple, at first everyone didn't believe it because right now, there was simply no power that was willing to be involved with their Mu family. Accepting Mu Qingling as a disciple, wasn't such a thing hilarious? But after hearing Zhao Rong say this, the thoughts in their hearts changed. What Zhao Rong said wasn't a lie. The Mu family was in crisis right now, and it was normal for Mu Qingling, as a woman, to want to die with no regrets. Mu Qingling's parents' faces were hard to see. They were just about to speak when Mu Qingling directly stood up and angrily rebuked Zhao Rong. "Zhao Rong, keep your mouth clean. How dare you!" Inside the hall, a middle-aged man shouted violently, his late Yuaning stage aura releasing out. "The Mu family's third elder, Mu Li." Mu Li said coldly, "Mu Qingling, how are you talking to your third aunt? Right now we're just lining up. Betraying the family is a big deal. You've harmed the Mu family so badly. Aren't you still not allowed to allow your third aunt to say a few words about you?" His eyes were filled with indifference. For Mu Qingling, he had also been a bit upset for a long time. This matter, regardless of whether it was true or false, if it could make Mu Qingling lose her reputation, that would also be good. Chapter 137. Things turned around. People from the shocking empire. In fact, according to normal circumstances, the Mu family was the one who should have punished Mu Qingling properly, but thinking about the fact that things had already happened, coupled with the fact that the Mu Qingling from the beginning was already at the early Yuaning stage, this level of cultivation was almost already considered a high-end power within the Mu family. To directly punish her heavily, that would also be a loss to the Mu family. Furthermore, her father was also at a mid-Yuaning cultivation level, so if Mu Qingling was dealt with directly, it would inevitably affect her father, so the Mu family would have 2 less Yuaning stage combatants. This was greatly unfavorable for the Mu family. Mu Qingling looked at Muli, then said with an extremely cold voice, "Third uncle, there are things that cannot be said indiscriminately. You were the ones who told me to defeat Lin Yuner with all my might in the first place, and now the responsibility is being pushed all over me. I won't bother to say more about this matter. But the kind of words that Zhao Rong just said, I don't want to hear it a second time, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind. Also, Lin Yuner is bound to kill me, spreading the news won't do me any favors, and this kind of news must have been spread because someone from the Mu family wanted to live in order to do it." Mu Qingling's words were extremely sharp. She coldly swept her eyes at the crowd. Her aura of a mid-Yuaning stage filled the air, her entire person completely lacking the softness of a 19-year-old woman. There was quite a feeling of a woman who was not a woman. Both Muli and Zhao Rong's faces were ugly, Muli because Mu Qingling refuted him in public, while Zhao Rong because Mu Qingling's tone was filled with threats. It was as if there was a feeling of, if you say something like that again, you will tear her mouth apart. Muli clapped his hands and rose up, roaring, "Mu Qingling, you're unbridled." "All right." Manhwa couldn't help but yell, his voice contained the ultimate roar, as if a volcano was about to erupt. "Isn't the current Mu family chaotic enough? How long do we have to keep bickering?" Muli no longer said much when he saw the family head lashing out. He sat down after giving a cold snort to Mu Qingling. Manhwa's eyes flashed with helplessness. He also had a part to play in letting Mu Qingling defeat Lin Yuner at first, because at that time, he had also suggested that Mu Qingling forcefully defeat Lin Yuner. Because the Mu family's morale was low at that time, there was a great need to have someone to cheer up the people. Moreover, the Mu family's old master was still alive, and Mu Qingling's talent was so good that she would be able to break through the void refining stage in no time, so she didn't need to be afraid of Lin Yuner's retaliation. But who knew that Elder Mu had suddenly suffered an outbreak of a dark disease and was dying? If this matter hadn't occurred, and everything had followed the normal trajectory, Mu Qingling might have been on the verge of breaking through to the late Yuanying stage. Then the old master would end up sheltering the Mu family for another 10 years, and by that time, when Mu Qingling reached the void refining stage, their Mu family would be able to stand up. Unfortunately, there had been too many accidents. However, he hadn't blamed Mu Qingling too much afterward, and most of the accusations had been made by the elders and the direct line within the clan. In fact, those people knew what the cause of the problem was, it was just that they needed to find an excuse to shirk their responsibility. And everyone just happened to have the same goal, to push all the problems onto Mu Qingling. Manhwa took a deep breath and said slowly after calming his inner emotions, Mu Qingling wouldn't spread such news, so the news spreading must not be her. He deeply knew that Mu Qingling was a woman who was rigid and wanted face, and would definitely not have an unexplained relationship with a man. As for the kind of raising a gigolo that Zhao Rong said, the possibility of that was almost zero. Moreover, Lin Yuner was bound to kill Mu Qingling, and spreading the news would not be beneficial to her. Manhwa directly pulled away from the topic and said, "The first order of business is not to pursue responsibility, things have already arisen, what we should think about is how to go about getting the problem solved." Although the Mu family had a traitor, and the probability was that it was one of the major elders. However, the Mu family's elders were all Yuanying stage cultivators again, pursuing his responsibility at this time would only cause the Mu family to suffer internally and externally. Thinking of this, Manhwa's entire being seemed to have aged 10 years. As the head of the Mu family, he was the last to wish for the Mu family to be destroyed, but unfortunately, the current situation of the Mu family was really not optimistic, and he also had quite a feeling of powerlessness. The hall fell into silence. The people all had different expressions. Mu Qingling suddenly said at this moment, "All of you leave, as many as you can, I'll be fine staying in the Mu family alone." This method was also the only way. How much they could leave depended on luck. With the power of the royal family, unless they left the Songyun Empire, it would be impossible for them to escape Lin Yuner's clutches. And they wanted to leave without Lin Yuner noticing. It was very difficult. Manhwa glanced deeply at Mu Qingling with a look of regret in his eyes. This was the genius of their Mu family. But now they had no choice but to sacrifice this genius to preserve the Mu family. Manhwa took a deep breath and said, "This is the only way, pick some important people yourselves to leave the Mu family." Lin Yuner's target was Mu Qingling. As long as she was still in the Mu family, then naturally the others weren't the main focus, and surely some of them would be able to escape by chance. Soon, the meeting dispersed. Everyone in the Mu family started arranging for people to leave the Mu family, but the ones they arranged for were their nearest and dearest, and there were even a few elders who directly dragged their families and ran away. For a time, the Mu family had directly run away for the most part. Mu Qingling returned to her own small courtyard, her expression grave to the extreme. In fact, she already had an answer in her mind as to who exposed the news of the Mu family's old man's death, and the odds were that it was both Muli and Zhao Rong. Because the two of them were the most bland, as if everything had nothing to do with them, the others were all on edge, but they looked as if they weren't panicking at all. Obviously, the high probability that the traitor was them. But even if it was them, so what? Could they still be dealt with as traitors now? Muli was in the late Yuanying stage, his cultivation was only a little worse than the family head's, and wanting to dispose of him wasn't simple. The family head did not pursue, but also because the current situation of the Mu family is too bad, just hope that when Muli do not stab in the back on the line. But the news is this morning on the whole city, why Lin Yuner until now have not the slightest reaction. If it were before, it is estimated that as soon as the news spread out, less than half an hour she came to the door. I've been waiting until the evening, there is still not the slightest movement. Mu family, in addition to some people who would rather die than go, almost all have run out. These people added up to less than 20 people. Among the family head's lineage, Manhwa and the eldest young master remained in the Mu family, and then there was Mu Qingling and her parents, as well as other people who had deep feelings for the Mu family. At first, Mu Li had no intention of leaving, but when he saw that there was no movement, he followed suit and left the Mu family. The next day, early morning, a message was sent into the Mu family, and Mu Hua once again gathered all the remaining people. Everyone, our Mu family may be able to survive this crisis. Mu Hua's face was filled with excitement. Yesterday, the Songyun Empire came with a great person of distinguished status, and Lin Yuner was left in the company of the imperial palace without the opportunity to leave. Today, His Majesty sent a message for our Mu family to bring someone to Songyun City. The exact reason is unknown, but His Majesty has never interfered in the affairs of Lin Yuner and my Mu family, and this time, he specially summoned them, so maybe there is a turnaround in my crisis this time. Eminent identity. The inside of everyone's heads were filled with puzzled colors. At this time, Mu Hua suddenly said to Mu Qingling, Qingling, I know that these days have not been good for you, but it is about the survival of our Mu family. When we get to Songyun City, you must be humble to His Majesty. Or you can directly join the royal family. With your qualifications, His Majesty will definitely be moved. I know you have a rigid character, but joining the royal family won't make you suffer. Mu Qingling did not say anything. Su Chen's figure appeared in her mind. In fact, compared to the royal family, she was more willing to worship under Su Chen. Unfortunately, Su Chen might not be able to look at her. Mu Qingling sighed and said, I know. But family master, who exactly is this big shot? Mu Hua shook his head and said with a somewhat gloomy expression, it's not very clear, but I heard that it seems to come from the surprising empire. That place is full of strong people, and the person who comes will definitely not be simple, so let's not provoke it.